You are the son of a heinous rapist, whose father defiled your mother, once a wealthy heiress. To exact revenge, your mother's family poured all their hatred onto you. Just 2 years old at the time, they not only hung you from the rafters and whipped you daily but also deliberately named you Fan Jianshan, literally strong. A constant reminder that you are the son of a rapist, just as vile as your father. Yet, you harbored no resentment, only hoping that one day your mother would vent her rage and treat you better. That was until the age of 4, when she drove you out of the house, leaving you to fend for yourself like a stray rat, with no one to rely on. The night in the old district was bleak, as chaotic as the people blinded by greed. The streets were filled with drunkards and rowdy groups of delinquent youths with dyed hair. A thin, handsome young man walked toward a bar, his striking looks drawing the attention of several streetwalkers, all of whom he politely declined. Half an hour later, he emerged from the bar, his hair wet and speckled with shards of glass, bruises on his face. Clearly, he had been struck by a bottle. In the old district, such scenes were far too common to even draw a glance from passers-by. The young man adjusted the backpack on his shoulders and headed toward another bar. The young man made his way through the deafening dance floor and entered a room. He placed his backpack on the table and said coldly, "I did it. I got the money back and caused a scene." Behind the table sat a bewitching woman who raised an eyebrow and gave him a meaningful smile. "Good. I'm satisfied," she said. The young man remained silent, simply staring at her, uncomfortable under his gaze. The woman smiled coquettishly and said, "Don't stare at me like that. As a creditor, it's not too much for me to collect a debt, is it? Your damned father's debt has to be repaid by him." Slowly, with that, she waved her hand behind her, and the bodyguard understood her signal, dragging a man out from the room. The woman walked up to the man, stretching her alluring body, and sneered, "You're such scum, yet you have such a good son. How lucky." The man didn't reply, limping over to the young man with a face full of guilt, his head bowed in silence. The young man glanced up at the man, his eyes filled with emotions only he could understand. He stood up calmly and simply said, "Let's go home." The woman quickly interjected, "Don't be in such a hurry. Won't you stay and have a drink with your aunt?" The young man didn't stop walking, continuing toward the exit as he replied flatly, "I don't drink, and you're not my aunt. We're just pitiful people trying to survive in this world. Thank you for sparing his life." With those words, he disappeared from the room. The woman sighed lightly, her eyes carrying a hint of complexity. My sister really. All these years of torment haven't erased even a trace of the resentment in her heart, and now she's taking that hatred out on this child. On the streets of the ancient city district, the young man walked in silence. Step by step, the man behind him sighed and whispered apologetically, Chang, I'm sorry." The boy's footsteps didn't falter for a moment, his tone still cold. "You're my father. You don't need to apologize to me. No matter what you've done before, it's my duty to take care of you." Hearing this, the man's face grew even more guilt-ridden, his heart filled with regret. He never imagined that his momentary impulse years ago would force his child to bear the consequences. After a long while, the two arrived at a dilapidated house on the outskirts of the ancient city district. The young man turned to face the man. "Get some rest. Here's some money I've saved. Use it sparingly. Eat well, and don't overthink things. If you've done wrong, atone for it. Making yourself suffer is also a way to atone. If it gets too hard, think it through yourself." The man's eyes reddened slightly, his slightly hunched body trembling faintly as he nodded slowly. He knew he owed this child far too much. When he was released from prison, the boy was already 4 years old. Yet he carried a coldness and detachment far beyond his years. He had endured too much hardship. Just then, an elderly voice called out, "Is that Chang'er back?" Two white-haired elders emerged from the house, their faces filled with heartache as they looked at the young man. The old woman approached, her heart heavy with worry as she saw the shards of glass in his hair and the blood at the corner of his mouth. "Did you get beaten again? Old man, hurry and bring the medicine. Quick!" She didn't scold the boy, knowing that everyone in their family except this child had their own faults. The old man behind her quickly turned back inside and returned moments later with a yellowed plastic bottle. The old woman took it and carefully dabbed at the wounds on the young man's head. Seeing his grandparents, the young man finally showed a faint smile. After chatting with them for a while, he left home. The elderly couple watched the young man's retreating figure, then glanced at the man standing nearby and sighed. "We failed to raise you properly, and now Strong has suffered because of it." Meanwhile, in a park, a couple was engaged in an indecent act. The continuous murmuring sounds made it clear they were lost in desire. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of crimson eyes was watching from a distance. Just as you entered the park and heard the distinct sounds of heavy breathing, you turned to leave but suddenly noticed that eerie crimson gaze. Moments later, the sounds of passion turned into blood-curdling screams. A pitch-black wild boar leaped out from the bushes, standing nearly 2 meters tall. It resembled an ordinary boar in appearance, but its razor-sharp tusks and bloodthirsty eyes revealed its ferocity. It stared at the disheveled couple, looking at the man as if he were prey. while its gaze toward the woman brimmed with wicked intent. Without hesitation, the boar charged forward, its deafening roar and the white vapor spewing from its mouth leaving the couple paralyzed with fear. At this critical moment, a red longsword swung toward the wild boar's head. The boar couldn't dodge in time and was struck, stumbling back several steps. However, only a faint white mark appeared on its head. No substantial harm was done. This only enraged the beast further. It turned its gaze toward the direction from which the sword had come, locking eyes with a young man who was staring at it intently. Feeling provoked, the boar pivoted and charged straight at the youth. Gripping the long sword tightly again, you watched the massive creature charge toward you with a solemn expression. With a forceful swing of your right arm, a crimson flash sliced through the air. The charging boar was cleanly split in two, its enormous body collapsing to the ground with a thunderous crash. You sheathed the sword, your gaze coldly sweeping over the pool of blood on the ground as if such scenes were routine. Pulling out your phone, you reported the park's address. A third-tier boar-headed intruder. Come collect the bounty, transfer the payment to my card. Without waiting for a response, you hung up. Meanwhile, in a secret base in Sichuan, the man who took the call shook his head helplessly. Does he have to be so icy every time? A woman in white beside him looked puzzled. What happened? The man chuckled lightly and met her eyes. It's Demon Rat. That guy took out another intruder. We're on cleanup duty again. The woman blinked in surprise before covering her mouth with a soft laugh. Isn't that a good thing? Ever since the Demon Rats appeared, our lives have been so peaceful. People from other districts envy us. The man sighed. That's true, but he's only 17 this year and has already been killing like this for 10 years. It feels like a waste of talent to keep him in our district. The woman nodded in agreement and murmured, it's fine. In half a year, he can go out and make his mark. The next morning, you got up early and boarded a dilapidated tricycle, arriving at a scrapyard. Uncle, these are the items I collected yesterday. The man before you is your uncle, your father's elder brother. Back then, to save your father, he sold all his family's assets, leading to the breakup of his own family. Yet he had no regrets, believing that as an elder brother, he must repay his younger brother's mistakes at all costs. Your uncle looked at you with heartache. Xiao Chang, don't overwork yourself. You have to go to school and collect scrap at the same time. You're still young, don't wear yourself out. You smiled at him. Don't worry, I'm still young. Consider it exercise. It's just that when I'm not around, I'll have to trouble you to take care of grandpa and grandma. Your uncle scolded jokingly. You little rascal, your grandparents are my own parents. Do I need you to remind me? Hearing this, you chuckled, unloaded the scrap from the tricycle, and rode away. Watching your retreating figure, your uncle sighed deeply. What a tragedy. He didn't resent his brother, but he couldn't accept that the incident had affected the child. He constantly blamed himself, regretting that he hadn't educated his younger brother properly back then. You return home with your backpack and look at Fan Zhangwo, who is cooking. Be careful when you go out. If you run into her, find a way to survive. I'll come to save you. Fan Zhangwo pauses for a moment, then nods and says quietly, I just wanted to go out and sell some vegetables yesterday. I didn't expect her to catch me. You glance at him. I'm not blaming you. I know you've turned over a new leaf, but you still have to atone for your past mistakes. With that, you turn and walk out the door, leaving Fan Zhangwo with a face full of guilt. Chuanshu Shangbada High School is where you attend as a senior. Now in your final year, you ride your bike to school. Just as you lock it up, a voice as clear as a silver bell rings out behind you. Brother? You're here. You look at the girl and reply flatly, I'm not your brother. What do you want? She seems to ignore your words, her face full of anticipation as she gazes at you. Our school is holding a parents' meeting. Mom's been really busy these days. Could you? Seeing the hope in her eyes, you nod. Contact me when it's time, and I'll go directly. Hearing this, the girl beams with joy, then turns and walks away. The girl's name is Wu Wei, the daughter of your uncle. Although your uncle and aunt are divorced, they're actually just separated. Their relationship is still quite good. Wu Shang walked into the classroom with the crowd pointing at him, and after placing his book bag down he started sleeping straight away. He's done with high school. It's not much fun. Might as well sleep all day and work all night. In the classroom, two people who looked 7 times alike were looking at Wu Shang. They were somewhat related to him. They were the son and daughter of Wu Shang's mother's newborn. Yes, half-brother of sorts. Speaking of which, the two were still twins, but that didn't matter to Wu Shang. Since Wu Shang learned the truth at age 4 and was kicked out, he actually has nothing left for either side. If there would be something in this world that he would hold on to, it would probably be his grandparents and his eldest uncle and their family. As for parents, Wu Shang thinks it may be more responsibility than affection. The first class hadn't even started yet. Shangguan Xingrong walked up and looked at Wu Shang as if she wanted to say something. Anything? Wu Shang's face remained cold, as if nothing was on his mind. What's with the attitude? Teenage girls always get angry at all sorts of weird points, probably because of Wu Shang's father. I'm sorry, is there something you want? Wu Shang did not want to quarrel with her. Still the same face. The tone was still cold. Just added some honorifics. Shangguan Light Roan looked at Wu Shang completely not angry. Look, feel a punch in the cotton. Grandpa's 70th birthday tonight and wants you to come over. Wu Shang nodded. Yeah, I'll be there. Thanks. Note, his siblings' fathers are backwards. Wu Shang is more than a year older than them, and goes to school late plus his mother's arrangement. No special explanation was given. Chapter 4, The Shangguan Family. How's it going, little sister? Shangguan Zhan asked somewhat eagerly. He said he knew and would be there tonight. Hearing his own sister's answer, Shangguan Zhan sighed with relief. Just wanted to say something. His sister was a little unhappy to open his mouth. What is it? What is he arrogant? Ah, no wonder mom was a child. Shangguan Qingrong still wanted to say something, but his brother directly stepped forward and covered her mouth, and set his eyes on the teenager who was still sleeping not far away. Brother, what are you doing? Shangguan Lightning Roan looked at her brother with a disgruntled face. Well, little sister, he's half a brother to us anyhow. Shangguan Zhan sighed. At this age a girl should understand things much earlier, but it was obvious that the long-term pampering had made her somewhat unable to stand Wu Shang's cold attitude. Of course, it's also possible that he doesn't think Wu Shang is worthy. What the hell? He's not our brother if he was let out of the house when he was a kid. The young girl bristled before pulling her memories back to that drizzly day. Mommy, don't you want me? Well, I wasn't going to have you either. You were born to get back at them, and I'm going to put him in that endless pain for the rest of his life. The woman's tone was a little excited. Perhaps indeed the shock of the previous 2 years had been too much for her, and the man beside the woman rushed forward to hug her. Little Shang, you go first, uncle will pick you up after a while. The woman broke away from the man, and then tore her heart and lungs and shouted, what to pick up? I don't want this child. If not for that, how could I have given birth to him? Now it is good. He is disabled, and the home is gone. Give this child back to him, so that he will look at his own son every day to be scorned by people. The woman's words froze Wu Shang, who was only 4 years old, in his tracks. His big watery eyes were a little bleak. He grew up living in a place where he was not well liked, neither by his grandpa, grandma, sister-in-law, uncle, or mom, who liked the twins that were later born to his mom and another uncle. He was smart and understood things very quickly. Of course, it might have something to do with the demonic soul inside him. That day he was sent out of the upper house and back to his grandmother's house. He also saw, for the first time, the man called father, the man who made the big mistake. From then on, he called himself a rat, because the son of a rat should also be a rat, and the life of a rat should be for everyone. It is also true that he experienced a long period of scorn afterward. During this time the Shangguan family would regularly take his dad out of the air. He'd grow up picking up this father, and from a young age he'd start collecting money for them and getting beat up. It was a good thing that the demonic soul inside him gave him not only talent, but also power. It also made the beatings he took as a child much less severe. But the character is also getting colder and more introspective. The day's lessons actually went by quickly, at least for Wu Shang. The teacher didn't care about him, after all, although Wu Shang slept, but the top grades had him every time. Inside the school still need to take the grades to speak. Wu Shang took out his cell phone and sent a message to his grandmother. I have something to do tonight, so you guys can eat first. After sending it out, Wu Shang stood up and walked out of the school. The road back was still the same, with all kinds of limousines picking up and dropping off, while Wu Shang swept a shared electric car towards the city center. High school students got out of school late, and by the time Wu Shang arrived at Shangguan's house it was already 8 p.m. The Shangguan family is very powerful, with influence in business, politicians, and the underground world basically. The 2 security guards at the door didn't say anything after seeing Wu Shang and bowed. Young master. Wu Shang shook his head and said, I'm just here for a meal, not your young master. With that said, Wu Shang lifted his feet towards this former home. It wasn't as if he hadn't been here in earlier years. In fact he would come here before, but he was usually the ostracized one. It's gotten a little better over the years, and maybe the group knows that no matter what, Wu Shang is just a kid, and there's always guilt in taking it out on a kid, especially since Wu Shang basically wouldn't refute it before. Eat and go. Wu Shang took his legs and followed the route in his mind step by step. In the villa not far away at the moment the lights were on, and a number of figures could be seen vaguely. It's getting a little cold. Wu Shang looked at the snowflakes falling from the sky and muttered, what's going on? Why is it suddenly snowing at this hour? Exactly. The security guard at the entrance also looked at the snowflakes drifting down to the ground with a puzzled expression, his eyes filled with disbelief. And at this moment in the Shangguan family's manor, a tree seems to have twisted. Wu Shang took one step at a time and walked into Shangguan's home, where everyone was present at the moment. The Shangguan family has 3 children, 2 girls and 1 boy, and the woman who grabbed his dad before was actually his sister-in-law. But it doesn't matter now. The reason for his visit was also that he didn't really want to get into trouble, no matter what. There was no way for the bloodline connection Wu Sheng could cut it off, and it was a responsibility that belonged to him. At the moment a rectangular table was being filled with people in the living room. The Shangguan family was more low-key and didn't like to invite other people on their birthdays. Hello guys. Wu Sheng stepped into the threshold and bowed toward the group. Wu Sheng's grandfather sat at the first place. His name was Shangguan War. Everyone looked at the teenager with somewhat complicated faces. Here's the youngest. Ah, set the table. Shangguan War looked at this grandson with some guilt in his eyes. Thanks grandpa. Wu Sheng speaks and does things in a watertight manner. He will not count on the name calling. Rather than deliberately trying to alienate, it is better to go with the flow. There will be a lot less trouble. Everyone was sitting around. Wu Sheng's grandmother had passed away, and sitting in the closest position to Shangguan battle was a woman. The woman was long and looked gentle. She's Wu Sheng's mom. Guilt also filled her eyes as she looked at Wu Sheng at the moment. All those years she was filled with anger and hatred, and though she was more extreme back then, giving birth to this child and hurting him. Little life, come sit with mommy. Shangguan Zi held out her hand for Wu Sheng to sit near her. Okay, mom. Wu Sheng's face remained incomparably bland, and he didn't go about distancing himself, nor did he throw a tantrum like a child without going to call out to his mother. To him, these terms of endearment were normal and polite, and deliberate distancing couldn't do anything more than hide the care in his heart. After Wu Sheng took his seat, the meal was served, and Wu Sheng wasn't the least bit embarrassed. He just sat there and picked up his chopsticks and ate his meal. Wu Sheng's sister-in-law, the woman who had arrested his father before, was called Shangguan Yi, and she extended her chopsticks to give Wu Sheng a chopstick of food. Thank you auntie. Hearing Wu Sheng's thanks, Shangguan Yi covered her mouth and laughed. Didn't you still say that I wasn't your sister-in-law yesterday? Wu Sheng smiled. I'm sorry for not knowing anything yesterday. Sometimes not caring is the sharpest knife of all. The Shangguan family's hearts were also a little twisted as they looked at Wu Sheng's appearance. To be honest, if Wu Sheng did anything rude, unhappy, or capricious they could accept it. After all, it would still say that Wu Sheng had them in his heart, and they were okay with compensating a little. But Wu Sheng's current unconcerned, or one-dimensional, formulaic approach made it very difficult for them. It's like a robot designed to do this every year. You can see him smiling, you can see that he cares about you, and the name calling won't be a problem, but it's just hard. It's the same thing every year without the slightest change. Chapter 5, Wu Sheng's past. A meal everyone ate very lively. Is the heart are a little guilty to Wu Sheng? And after Wu Sheng finished eating, he also stood up and smiled towards Shangguan War. Grandpa, I wish you a happy birthday. It's getting late, I should go. After saying that, Wu Sheng bowed towards the other party while greeting the others one by one. Why do you do this every year? Suddenly, Shangguan Qingrong, who had been sulking all this time, dropped the chopsticks in her hands while looking at Wu Sheng with an angry expression. Instantly, the crowd on the field all froze. Wu Sheng, on the other hand, placed his gaze outside the door and frowned as he looked at the flying snow outside. Sister, you. Shangguan Zhan wanted to say something while Shangguan Qingrong directly rushed to Wu Sheng's side then pointed at his nose and roared. Why do you do this every year? Every year you come everyone is unhappy. Mom goes back to the house and cries. Grandparents are sad too, and you are just like nothing. How can you be so heartless as a person? Shangguan Lightning Rong vented all of her grievances over the years, and everyone froze. But soon, Shangguan Lightron's father rushed forward to pull him away. Light Young, how do you talk to your brother? What brother? He's not my brother. He's a rapist's son. Snap, a loud slap rang out, and Shangguan Qingrong looked at her father with some incredulity. Who are you to hit me? I didn't say anything wrong. He is. Zhaner, take your sister to her room, Shangguan War said in a somewhat stern tone, and Shangguan Zhan sniffed and hurriedly pulled Shangguan Qingrong towards the inside. Let go of me. I'm not leaving, why should I? Every year I call for him to come, he's like this every year, just like a robot. Shangguan Qingrong cried. She just squatted on the ground, her eyes filled with tears. Shangguan Zi's eyes were also filled with sadness as she walked over to Wu Sheng's side and reached out her hand to grab him. Birth child, I'm sorry. Wu Sheng smiled slightly. It's okay, she wasn't wrong. Some things are done when they're done, and I'm thankful to you that you gave birth to me and that I survived. Wu Sheng didn't say anything else after he finished. A birth was brought to a close. There was some silence on the field. Shangguan Yi wanted to say something, but after thinking about it, she didn't open her mouth. Shangguan Yi also looked at this nephew of his with some guilt. The main reason is that Wu Sheng just knows too much. He never defended his rapist father and never blamed these people. Shanger, then look it's snowing outside. Why don't you? Today? No, thank you Uncle Chun. The man hugged his wife and tried to say something, but in the end it was rebuffed by Wu Sheng. Chen Liang looked at this Wu Sheng, and there was some complexity in his eyes. Wu Shang's father had raped the woman he was supposed to marry back then, taking her most precious first time, and he was supposed to get angry and strangle the child of this enemy. But Wu Shang just knows too much, understanding to the point that not even he was willing to go ahead and accommodate that hatred to him in the end, saying, "Mommy is sorry." Shangguan choked and looked at her son. Wu Shang actually looked a lot like her. Most of it was inherited from her as well, but it was such a knowledgeable child. She transferred all her pre-existing hatred on him. She would scold Wu Shang from a young age, but Wu Shang was still obedient and wouldn't resist anything. One of the things she regrets most is telling him what his father did when he was 4 years old and talking to him about it. "I'll never forgive you all. He's a vile rat. Even if he was born from my womb, you're just a little." She still remembered the look in his eyes after she had sent Wu Shang away at that time. Wu Shang froze that day and looked at her. The light in his eyes faded little by little, and finally left silently. There was no crying or tantrums either. It was 5 years later when I saw Wu Shang again after that. Wu Shang was 9 years old that year. Since Wu Shang's grandmother passed away, he was called over. Shangguan was actually very apprehensive at that time. After all these years, she also realized that the hatred shouldn't be transferred to the child's body, not to mention that they had actually been torturing Wu Shang's father all these years. She actually wanted to make it up to Wu Shang at that time, but then 9-year-old Wu Shang was very understanding, and he was like a perfect test taker who delivered a perfect answer. Polite, cultured, impeccably behaved. Of course, no matter to whom. She also spoke to Wu Shang later to ask him if he would like to live with her. Wu Shang's answer was, "If you live together, wait for later. Right now I'm young and need my own space." She had investigated Wu Shang's life over the years. The more I looked into it, the more guilty I felt. Disliked by neighbors, disliked by teachers, disliked by classmates, often fighting with people, going out to sell vegetables and picking up garbage at such a young age. No, I'm grown up already, and I've pretty much forgotten things from my childhood. Wu Shang smiled while looking ahead. At this moment, a dark shadow appeared outside the door. Wu Shang frowned, and those black pupils were once again colored red at this moment. The people inside the villa hadn't realized that there was a figure standing outside, and at this moment, Wu Shang's cell phone rang. "Hello, Demon Mouse. There's an evolutionary headed your way. Sequence 123 Alien Yeti. She's targeting you." Bang! Suddenly, the door made of alloy was directly blasted open, accompanied by a loud sound, and Wu Shang frowned as he looked ahead. "I heard that the demon rats are here?" A pleasant but chilling voice rang out from within, and in the smoke, a shapely figure walked step by step into the interior of the villa. At this moment, the villa's crowd looked at this scene with shocked faces. What did they see? The gate was directly blown away? Who are you? What is the purpose of coming here? Shangguan war is worthy of the old man. Quickly calm down. Will be their own family members all protect behind a face of stony looking at the front of the woman with snow white hair. This place has nothing to do with ordinary people. Oh, I'm here to look for magic rats. The snowman's red lips flicked out, resting her gaze on Wu Shang's body, who was not far away. We don't have much here. Chen Liang frowned and wanted to say something, but suddenly, Wu Shang interrupted him. Looking for me? You're interested in my powers? Of course, the first batch of Red Moon Evolvers, the talented young man of the ancient city, the special ability sequence 004 Magic Blade, the special ability of the codename Magic Rat in the 12 Chinese Zodiac. Who wouldn't want it? Wu Shang looked at the woman in front of him. A pair of pupils were completely invaded by red color, accompanied by a red mist rising in his right hand. A scarlet long knife appeared at this moment. Want my powers? Why don't you give it a try? Wu Shang pointed his sword ahead, his black hair turning dark red at this moment, and a terrifying murderous aura gushed out from his body. Chapter 6, Showdown of the Evolutionaries. Little life. You? Everyone looked at the change in Wu Shang, their eyes filled with shock. I can't believe that the famous demon mouse is still a beautiful boy, but it's just a bit fierce. The snowman covered his mouth and laughed softly as the temperature around him grew colder. Go out and fight. Bang! Wu Shang shot out violently, his scarlet long knife striking out instantly, the dark red blade energy directly blowing the opponent away. The two rushed out the door one after the other. The Shangguan family had been confused. They looked at each other looking at this magical scene not knowing what to say. It was already snowing heavily outside at the moment, and Wu Shang stepped on the snow to look at the snowman in front of him. Are you not aware of the Dragon Kingdom's rule that in the outside world evolvers cannot kill each other? Cluck 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 cluck. What can't kill each other? This kind of rule is made for farting. Who would care about this kind of thing for the truly strong? The snowman smiled faintly before extending his white hand towards Wu Shang. Shoo shoo shoo. Snowflakes turned into spikes and shot towards Wu Shang, and countless snowflake spikes appeared under his feet. Wu Shang frowned as he watched the scene, and with a flick of his arm holding the long blade, a dragon scroll-like blade aura dissolved the snow spikes as much as it could. And at that moment, the snowflakes suddenly looked like vines and instantly covered Wu Shang's body. And for a moment, Wu Shang felt an incomparably low-temperature icy cold that pierced his bones. The snow covered Wu Shang's lower body, preventing him from moving for a while, and the snowman in front of him laughed softly. The famous demon mouse is nothing but a waste of time. I'll take your supernatural ability, the snowman said. His hands lifted up the snowflakes like waves rising up towards Wu Shang to attack. Little life. Seeing this scene, Shangguan instantly couldn't sit still and rushed out trying to go protect Wu Shang. Violet. Sister. Mom. Along with the crowd's cries of surprise, Wu Shang also struck out. Miso. Dark red flames ignited on the scarlet longsword, and the flames rose up, instantly melting all the surrounding snowflakes. Mom, hold it right there. Wu Shang turned his head towards Shangguan and instructed him, before lifting his longsword to once again cut out a 2-meter-high blade energy. What's going on? The snowman was also a bit startled. How could Wu Shang, who had just been unable to move, instantly strike such a terrifying attack? You dare to talk about killing me without inquiring about the strength? Woe to the ignorant. Pust. Blood spilled onto the ground as the figure was directly cut in two. Disdain filled Wu Shang's eyes. Evolutionary First Order dares to come looking for death. After saying that, the scarlet color in his eyes slowly faded, and that red hair also turned black again, changing back to that cold-faced teenager. But the blood under his feet was telling that everything just now was reality. Are you alright, little life? Shangguan stepped forward and looked at Wu Shang with worry in her eyes. It's okay. Wu Shang shook his head, and at that moment, Shangguan walked out with the others. The crowd looked at Wu Shang with shocked faces, and of course, there was a slight look of fear in their eyes. What's going on here, little life? Shangguan looked at Wu Shang with a grave expression on his face. It was the first time he had seen such a thing at his age. Wu Shang sniffed and opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but couldn't. Everyone put their eyes on Wu Shang, hoping that he would give an explanation. Only this is in the Shangguan family. The family is big and knowledgeable. If this is in an ordinary family, Wu Shang has been treated as a monster. Master Shangguan, let me explain it to you. Suddenly, a man came out of nowhere. The man glanced at Wu Shang, who nodded, before turning to leave. Shangguan looked at the man in front of him and said suspiciously, "You are?" By way of introduction, my name is Wang Bing. I belong to the Dragon Country Zodiac Organization, codename Porcupine. Wang Bing stretched out his hand and showed his credentials to Shangguan, who saluted towards the other party after ascertaining his identity. Wang Bing, that grandson of mine. Master Shangguan, I will explain to you, but I have to recover the body first. After saying that, Wang Bing took out a green bracelet, only to see that the bracelet scanned the corpse for a while before the corpse disappeared. Shangguan looked at this scene with a shocked face while Wang Bing laughed. Master Shangguan, can I borrow a step to talk? Shangguan nodded before moving the crowd indoors. I can tell you what happens next, but please don't spread it around. The only reason you know is because of the demon mouse. So, a meaningful smile appeared on Wang Bing's face after he finished speaking, and when the crowd heard it, they said they would never tell. Wang Bing nodded with satisfaction, and then began to tell. Since the ancient times, there have been all kinds of cultivators in our dragon kingdom, and they were all extremely powerful guys by all means. That is, the cultivators inside the novels, and because of the times, there were not many of these cultivators left when we entered the recent times. You mean my big brother, he's a cultivator? Shangguan said with some shock. Hear me out. Wang Bing glanced at him before continuing. 10 years ago a mutation occurred on Blue Star. That day was known as the marking day. That is, from that day onwards, Blue Star was marked by people from other worlds, and after that, the world barriers began to thin out, and a lot of monsters from other worlds, and human beings began to enter Blue Star, wanting to take over Blue Star. These guys are so strong that, in today's terms, they're so far out of the realm of carbon-based organisms that ordinary firearms won't be able to wipe them out. Only super weapons of mass destruction will do. Just as the above was struggling, strange people appeared among the troops. People who suddenly possessed the strange ability to detect where space barriers were broken and thus go to the defense. And these people were called evolvers. My brothers in Evolutionary? Genre, shut up and listen to the others. Shangguan chided her son. That's right, Demon Mouse was one of the first to awaken, and his special ability is the Demon Blade. Is Devil Mouse a code name for the youngest student? Wang Bing nodded. Shangguan doesn't speak, so why did that woman attack Sangjai today? Shangguan asked the key question, and the crowd sniffed and placed their gazes on Wang Bing's body. This brings us to the issue of evolvers becoming stronger. Besides their own self-contained cultivation methods, there is another way for evolvers to become stronger, and that is pillaging. The crowd seemed to have thought of something when they heard this, and their faces suddenly changed. You mean that guy was trying to steal Cozy Eye's powers? That's right. After an evolved person kills a creature, they will seize the energy within the other person's body, and that energy is called psychic energy. And psychic energy is basically something that an individual would have. It's just that it's too rare within the body of an ordinary person, so evolved people don't see it as a possibility to inherit the other person's psychic ability after decapitating them, although the probability is very low. As soon as these words came out, Shangguan said with a worried expression, "Then wouldn't it be dangerous for little Shang?" Wang Bing nodded. "Theoretically that's true, because even though Wu Shang is strong, he's still young after all, and no one knows exactly how many evolvers there are in the whole of Blue Star." Shangguan sniffed and stroked his beard before wondering, how did the matter of little Shang being a demon mouse leak out? Isn't your identity kept secret? As soon as Shangguan words left his mouth, Wang Bing instantly choked. He scratched his head a little embarrassed and said, "Some time ago he was overheard when he was in contact with us. There just happened to be a yeti in there. But don't worry, there aren't too many people who know about this guy's identity after he died." As soon as Wang Bing's words came out, the gazes of the Shangguan family towards him were all filled with exasperation and skepticism. Chapter 7: The Future. "What kind of team are you guys? No, we can't let Xiao Shang be following you anymore. It's too dangerous." Shangguan Zi's tone is somewhat agitated. Would have owed this eldest son, and now really Wu Shang every day in this kind of danger she simply cannot accept. "I'm fine with that if you can persuade him. He's so young. The second youngest in our team is 7 years older than him and he's got a lot of potential." Wang Bing also smiled helplessly. In fact, they had advised Wu Shang to go to An City when he was very young, but Wu Shang was dead set against it, saying that he could become stronger here as well. It had to be said that Wu Shang's talent and combat power was also indeed extremely heaven-defying. There was no systematic cultivation, there were no strong moves, but in that academy, Wang Bing felt that none of the students inside were his opponents. Fractured talent. Even the principal of that school had come to invite Wu Shang, but unfortunately he had refused. Well, that's all there is to know. Now there's one other issue. One that will affect the future of these two remaining children of yours. Wang Bing set his eyes on Shangguan Zi. What do you mean? Shangguan Battle was a bit surprised when he heard the implication inside Wang Bing's words. That's right, Wu Shang's talent is too strong. We thought that his half-brothers and sisters shouldn't be any worse, and his other sister, his eldest uncle's daughter who we also checked, has psychic energy far beyond normal, but Wu Shang isn't willing to let her enter this world because once she evolves she'll be detected by evolutions to have psychic energy in her body. Hearing these words, Shangguan Lightning Rong was not happy. What does he mean? His great-uncle's daughter can't be in danger and my brother and I don't matter, do we? Light Young, don't be so rude. Chen Liang frowned and reprimanded the young girl. Wu Shang didn't mean it that way. His exact words were that he wasn't close enough to you guys for him to make a decision for you, and to let us ask for ourselves, and that we could try to awaken you a little bit if you wanted. Wang Bing didn't get angry, but smiled and explained. The crowd instantly fell silent at these words. Well, Master Shangguan, this is my phone number. If you have decided you can come to me. After all, in the future then we are not sure what the world will become. Now the country also urgently needs the power in this area. Of course, if you can persuade Wu Shang more so that he can think about the matter of going to An City to cultivate. Wang Bing left after he finished speaking, leaving the Shangguan family alone to look at each other. That night, the Shangguan family talked all night. On the other hand, Wu Shang had returned home. The family was already asleep, and he didn't disturb them too much, resting after getting what he needed to do done. The next day in the wee hours of the morning it was time to go out and collect scrap again, while continuing on to school. Doesn't he have any money? Actually, not really, he was still quite well-funded, so at least there was nothing wrong with letting his family live peacefully for the rest of their lives. But Wu Shang was very clear about one thing. The whole reason for the sympathetic and friendly treatment now is because he's still in the same class, and everything will change once we see how well he's doing. So he kind of likes the state he's in now. His family can eat whatever they want, and the place he lives is kind of cozy, and he doesn't go out too much anyway, so it's nice to get together as a family. Suffering is the best way to create empathy. The next day, Wu Tian went to school as usual. Returning to the classroom, Wu Tian was ready to lie down, when Shangguan Lightrong and Shangguan Zhan walked up to him. That, big brother. Shangguan Zhan looked at Wu Shang with some desire to speak. Wu Shang got up from the table and looked at the two men near him with some confusion. What is it? That big brother Wang Bing from yesterday asked my sister and I if we wanted to go to Awakening, saying that the two of us might be a bit talented. Wu Shang froze and frowned. It was noisy inside the classroom, and although some people were paying attention to Wu Shang and the others, Wu Shang's speaking voice was small, so the crowd couldn't hear what the three were saying. You guys come out with me. After Wu Shang finished speaking, he stood up and led the two to the rooftop. Let me give you a little advice. The current trend is that there will be more and more enemies in the future, and there will be more and more people who may be awakened. Of course, my current identity can ensure that you will be much safer than an ordinary person, and there is not a large risk factor in becoming an ordinary person to live out your life. What about the other suggestion? Shangguan Qingrong asked. the other way around. You awaken. Your life is in your own hands. Of course, you may not be able to awaken very well. Once you have awakened once, the evolvers will be able to detect the psychic energy in your body. So it all depends on yourselves. Go back and discuss amongst yourselves whether you want to live your life in an uneventful way, or you intend to go on a thrilling journey to become stronger. After saying that, Wu Shang left, choosing to leave such things to the two of them themselves. Wu Wei's words: Wu Shang was not going to let her enter another world, at least not until he could be invincible for sure. Although there would be people to protect their families after joining the Zodiac organization. As the evolvers became stronger and stronger, there were already quite a few reactionary organizations in the society. So until the situation was completely settled, he still planned to let Wu Wei live an ordinary life. Of course, in the future, if she had the chance to enter such a world, he wouldn't try to forcefully stop it. The path of life is known only by its own path, and he will not go so far as to interfere with what happens naturally. After all, his current strength alone was already enough to suppress this ancient city. The evolvers in the vicinity of Sichuanshu and even the whole country were also well aware that there was a god of murder within the ancient city district. That's the kind of prestige he's built up over the last 10 years. Wu Shang returned to the classroom and saw Shangguan and the others surrounded by their friends talking about something. Wu Shang didn't care. He didn't have any friends in this school. If he was hard to say, he might have a word or two with Shangguan and Shangguan Xingrom on weekdays, and the rest of the time he was sleeping. Thinking about it, Wu Shang went back to sleep. Buzz. In his sleep, Wu Shang's cell phone began to vibrate. Hello? Wu Shang picked up his cell phone in a daze and answered the call. Brother, come to the school gates and give me a parent-teacher conference. The young girl's voice rang through the phone. Wu Shang smiled and spoke. You go home first. I know where your classroom is. I'll just go there myself. After saying that, Wu Shang hung up the phone, and then packed up his things and walked towards another school. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening after the parent-teacher conference, and after typing and sending his sister's matter to his great-uncle and great-uncle, Wu Shang went home. At home, Wu Jianjun also opened his mouth in concern after seeing Wu Shang. You're back. How was your stay at school? It was okay, had a pretty good time. How are you doing at home? How are the grandparents today? Wu nodded. It's good. It's all good. The food is on the table. It's all warmed up. Eat and go to bed early. Wu Shang nodded at his words. Little life. What's wrong? Wu Shang turned his head to look at the man with white hair in front of him. Where do you plan to go to college after that? It's right around the corner. Old Town University is pretty good. After saying that, Wu Shang buried his head and ate his meal. When Wu Jianjun heard Wu Shang's words, he lowered his head and didn't know what to say. Turning his head and entering the room, Wu Shang didn't pay much attention to it. Making a mistake means needing to atone for it. He can forgive Wu Jianjun. He can take care of Wu Jianjun, but he won't deny the mistakes he once made. And he won't try to stop the people he hurt from hurting him in turn now. After all, he couldn't empathize with other people's pain, so he wasn't going to pray for forgiveness. Chapter 8: Awakening in the Realm. It was Saturday, and Wu Shang was woken up early in the morning. Hello, little life? It's me. What's up? Today Light Rong and Genre went to Awakening. See if you can go and watch her a bit. I'm afraid that something will go wrong with the two of them when the time comes. Shangguan Zi's voice came from the other end of the phone, and Wu Shang agreed with a sniff. Okay, I'll contact the porcupine. After the phone hung up, Wu Shang contacted Porcupine. Hello? Killed another domainer? No, aren't Shangguan Lightning Rong and Shangguan Zhan going to awaken today? I'll go and keep an eye on them. Okay, so come on then. Same place as always. Do you need me to pick you up? No need. Wu Shang hung up the phone and got up, dressed and greeted his grandparents before heading out the door. Wu Shang's grandparents also knew that sometimes Wu Shang would go out on vacation, saying that he was going to work part-time. The two old men didn't worry about it too much. Since they were young, Wu Shang gave them the feeling that he was reliable, and they believed that their grandson wouldn't do anything bad. Wu Shang swept a shared bike and went over. After about half an hour, Wu Shang walked into a love store. Yo, the magic mouse is here. Your sibling went in and is now awakening. Want something to eat? The white woman sitting inside the glass cabinet gave Wu Shang a greeting before asking with a smile. Have something sweet. Wu Shang just sat right outside. The woman sniffed and also received a cup of milk tea for Wu Shang. Drink. Wu Shang took it and thanked towards the other party. Thanks, all old teammates. You're welcome, ha. The woman smiled and waved her hand while she continued to swipe her phone. Her name was Fan Ling, codenamed Red Rooster. Her special ability was Inflammable Wings. Her sequence was at 125. Her special ability wasn't weak. Her talent was rather average. It was AB rank, and her current cultivation was only at the Evolutionary 4 stage. What talent could your sibling awaken, you say? Fan Ling was a bit bored with brushing, so she looked at Wu Shang with some curiosity and asked, not quite sure, but since we've already taken this path, the stronger the better. After all, being too weak doesn't do much other than bring danger to yourself. Fanling also nodded with great approval as she sniffed. Fair enough. After more than half an hour, Porcupine brought Shangguan Lightrong and Shangguan Zhan out from a door. Porcupine's face was a bit excited while the two teenagers were a bit shocked as if they hadn't slowed down yet. How's the talent? Fanling looked at the Porcupine with some curiosity. Judging from the other party's expression, the talent shouldn't be weak. 2S ranks. Shangguan Zhan's supernatural ability is sequence 100's 8 trigrams, and Shangguan Lightrong's is sequence 88's Heavenly Palace. Wu Sheng froze. He was not expecting the two people to be so talented. S-class talent would be considered a first-tier batch in the country and even the world. At this time, Shangguan Zhan and Shangguan Lightning Rong also came back to their senses. The two of them had just been digesting their memories. A sort of inheritance of sorts, inheriting their memories of how to become stronger. The two men's faces were a little excited. They were also a little apprehensive when they came here, fearing that their talent was not good enough to be in danger every day at that time. But now it seems that the cornerstone for them to become stronger is already there, and now they just need time. Pretty good. Send them to Anzhou? Wu Sheng's face quickly regained its bland look as he looked at Wang Bing and asked. Send. This kind of talent will definitely have no problem bailing out. When school starts over there in half a year, send them over as freshmen. Wang Bing had an excited look on his face. It was unexpected that so many geniuses could actually come out of his region and were even unearthed by him. So, what's the deal with the bailout? Shangguan Lightning Rong raised her hand and asked with some curiosity. Bailed into the Dragon Kingdom's Awakened Academy, the Evolution Academy, a mega university established by the Dragon Kingdom in Ansheng, which isn't announced to the public right now, Wang Bing explained to the two men. The Shangguan siblings also understood after hearing this. It was the academy that Wang Bing wanted Wu Sheng to enter. Now that you've awakened, well, let's go. Getting stronger should be passed down in your memories on your own, right? Wu Sheng looked at the two men for confirmation. It's inherited, and my way to get stronger, besides looting, is a book that I just read every day. With that, an ancient book manifested in his hand with two words written on it, The Gossip, but the others can't see it. The others can only see a white book, nothing written. Wu Sheng nodded, before placing his gaze on Shangguan Xingrong's body. I'm nothing but plunder is faith. As long as someone is in a worshipping mood towards me, I can harvest psychic energy and thus become stronger. But there's a limit to the number of people. Right now it can only be one person. Saying that, Shangguan Xingrong placed her gaze on Wu Sheng's body. Wu Sheng directly turned his head and said to Shangguan Zhan, You worship her. Drop. Suddenly, an ear-piercing alarm sounded, and Fanling's face instantly became serious. She turned on her computer and spoke after a few seconds. Marker points have appeared over at the Drum Tower Mall. Psychic strength at the second evolutionary stage. Race unknown. Time of appearance expected in half an hour. I'll go. It's just on my way home. Wu Sheng opened his mouth. Okay, then be careful and take your siblings with you. Wang Bing didn't block. The evolutionary second stage wasn't considered strong for Wu Sheng, so feel free to fight. Well, go. Wu Sheng nodded before turning to the duo behind him. Ha, oh. The two teenagers followed after being called back to their senses by Wu Sheng. Big brother, is the second stage of evolution a realm? What are the marking points? The distance wasn't far and there was no time rush, so Wu Sheng planned to walk straight there. The realm of evolvers is divided into evolution, molting, body changing, and getting out of the mortal world. This is the first 4 realms. Each realm has 10 steps. There are realms in the back, but I'm not too sure. Subsequent to that, you guys should know when you go to the Evolution Academy. The marking point is the spatial point marked by the guys from the other world who will cross over and attack the invasion. These types of creatures are known as the realm entrance. After Wu Sheng finished explaining, Shangguan Zhan and Shangguan Lightning Rong nodded before asking curiously, Big brother, what realm are you in? Evolutionary 6th stage, strength at 30,000 pounds, speed of 100 meters in more than 4 seconds, body can carry small and medium caliber bullets, and you can put out 3 chopping blows like last time. After Wu Sheng finished his data, Shangguan Lightrong and Shangguan Zhan were shocked. This, so awesome? General, Wu Sheng said indifferently, but what he said was generally already extremely top-notch. So far, the strongest in the Dragon Kingdom was only at the 9th stage of the Molted Shell realm, and that was still the 12 that the nation had raised, who were also the top of the 12 zodiacs. While Wu Sheng and the others belonged to be city guards, they belonged to the Protectorate, and those 12 had practiced before the Red Moon, just at an oddly slow pace. After the marking day, after the mutation of the whole world started, their cultivation speed was fastened, together with the cultivation of the country. In fact, to say that the talent of those 12 people is not the top, but the country to see people training not only need top talent, but also have a loyal to the Dragon Kingdom heart. This was why the 12 zodiac signs that first cultivated were them and not a supreme genius like Wu Sheng. However, Wu Shang had also entered the eyes of many people over the years, and there were many people who were now staring at him, not only for his talent, but also for his heart and appreciation of his three views. Wu Shang is too rational. Rationality to the top does not dare to train him directly. A person if there is no faith and impulses. The only thing in the mind is rationality and judgment. At least they have never seen Wu Shang impulsive now. Basically in the judgment of the advantages and disadvantages. Chapter 9, Frontiers. Soon Wu Shang brought Shangguan Zhan and Shangguan Xingrong to the street. Big brother, there's nothing wrong here. Ha! Shangguan Zhan was also considered a half-evolver, but he didn't see anything wrong. On the side, Shangguan Xingrong also had a curious look on her face, as if she wanted to see what the difference was. The two of you are too low in cultivation and don't wear domain rings. It's normal that you can't see it. Saying that, Wu Shang rolled up his sleeves, and a dark red ring appeared in his hands, which looked extremely mysterious as it shimmered with blue streams of light. Brother, what is this? Shangguan Zhan asked with some curiosity. Domain ring, two functions. The first can store items, equivalent to the space ring inside your novels, and a function of opening the domain, briefly creating a crevice space in the middle of the two worlds, which can be used to pull the entrant into the space to fight, so as not to cause damage. After Wu Shang finished his explanation, his eyes looked around for a while, and there were quite a few people around them who looked at them with curious faces, but it was just a glance. Here, go. Shangguan Zhan and Shangguan Xingrong were also a bit shocked as they looked at the domain ring that suddenly flickered. Today's day kind of reshaped their worldview a bit and showed them so many things they were once not exposed to. This is it. Wu Shang walked into the mall and stopped at a milk tea store. Many ordinary people were queuing up and they couldn't see anything, but Shangguan Zhan and Shangguan Xingrong were wide-eyed. Big brother, that is? It was only seen that at the entrance of the milk tea store, on those who were lining up, or space, it was as if they were being distorted. Ripples were created, and people's bodies were being distorted, but that group of ordinary people didn't feel anything at all. That's the marking point, invisible to ordinary people. Wu Shang took out his cell phone and sent a message after he finished. Soon, the mall's radio began to sound. Customers, there are vicious criminals infiltrating the mall. Please evacuate all uninvolved persons. The police will be here in 10 minutes to make arrests. Please evacuate quickly. The tone of the broadcast was extremely serious, and after they finished, the sound of police bells appeared outside, and a group of police officers rushed into the mall as if they were really looking for criminals. The people in the mall also reacted, and one by one, they ran forward and backward towards the outside of the mall. In less than 10 minutes, only Wu Shang and the three of them were left in the entire mall. Wu Shang-chan, long time no see. A middle-aged man walked up and looked at Wu Shang with a bright smile. Captain Li, please. Alas, what trouble is there in serving the people? And these two are? Captain Li looked at the siblings of the Shangguan family and asked with some curiosity. New players, bring them in today to get acclimated. So, hard work. Captain Li also saluted towards the Shangguan Zhan duo after hearing this. After all, what Wu Shang and the others were doing was no different from them, even a little more dangerous at times, and he respected these juniors. You flatter me. Shangguan Zhan and Shangguan Xingrong also saluted and bowed in a hurry, still a little nervous from their first encounter with such a formation. Brother, didn't you say it was possible to open the domain ring? Why did you have to empty people out? Shangguan Zhan asked with some curiosity. The domain ring will pull in anyone with higher than normal psychic abilities in the vicinity along with them, making them vulnerable to danger and exposure. Wu Shang told the reason, and then showed the domain ring in his hand. Borderlands. After Wu Shang recited two words, a blue light shot out from the bracelet, which connected in the rippling space, and immediately afterward, the three of them instantly disappeared in place. Captain Li looked at this scene with a slight look of envy in his eyes. There was no way this kind of magical power would be wanted by anyone, but Captain Li's talent was not working, but he didn't really care. Now he wasn't also protecting the masses. When Shangguan Zhan and Shangguan Xingrong opened their eyes again, they had already appeared in another place. The land under his feet was as if it was burnt, with a dark red color, and the entire space also took on this color. Dark red, dead, like hell. And at this moment, Wu Shang's hair turned red once again, and the long sword in his hand manifested. Brother, is this space the frontier? It looks so scary, Shangguan Zhan said with some trepidation. Wu Shang didn't pay any attention to him, holding the scarlet long sword in his right hand with a killing aura in his eyes. At this moment, he was once again possessed. Scary? Suddenly, Wu Shang slightly inclined his head, his scarlet pupils gazing at the two. Shangguan Xingrong and Shangguan Zhan looked at Wu Shang's scarlet pupils, and their hearts also suddenly throbbed. Gar, the two men gulped. The Wu Shang at this moment was a little too palpitating. Scarlet pupils, slender stature with that head of dark red hair, just like that ancient god of slaying generally full of fury. Fear is right. 4. Why? The Shangguan siblings were a bit puzzled. Roar! Suddenly, the space in front of them began to distort, and a 3-meter-tall minotaur appeared in the area. He held a huge axe and roared up to the sky, as if he was venting his dissatisfaction as well as anger, and as if he was celebrating that he had come to another world where he could enjoy those two-legged sheep to his heart's content. But soon it sensed that something was wrong. The surrounding was not the dragon kingdom it yearned for. There was no endless food or spiritual energy. It was a bit puzzled, but soon it widened those cow eyes that looked like copper bells and looked at Wu Shang, who was holding a sword in front of it. Entering the realm is like entering hell. The dragon kingdom welcomes all friendly entrants to the realm, and will definitely not condone all entrants who want to enter it and destroy it. Heaven and hell are both between their thoughts. After Wu Shang finished speaking, his scarlet pupils erupted with an intense murderous aura, locking onto the minotaur in front of him in a deadly manner. Roar! That domain entrant only felt that he was locked by a powerful force, and the terrifying killing aura caused his sweat to stand up as a strong look of fear began to be exposed in his eyes. Demon Blade 7 Chopping Style 1. Split Corpse. In an instant, it was as if Wu Shang had become one with the demonic blade in his hand, and a 3-meter-high blade energy instantly chopped towards the domain entrant with a surprisingly fast speed. Roar! The bull demon roared once again and raised his axe in an attempt to block this move, but unfortunately, it was nothing more than an ant trying to shake a tree. The blade chi directly chopped off its huge axe with a devastating momentum, and along with its body, it was split in two. The minotaur was directly chopped into two halves, and the blood spilled down like raindrops, not half staining Wu Shang's clothes. With a flick of his long knife, Wu grew the body into the domain ring. Anyone who steps into the territory of the Dragon Kingdom, if they are friends, they will enter the Heavenly Palace, and we will all be hospitable immortals. If they are enemies, they will enter the 9 specters, and we will all be ghosts demanding our lives. This, then, is our responsibility. Chapter 10, Psychic Powers and Side Effects. After Wu Shang finished speaking, the frontier also dispersed at this moment, and the three of them once again returned to the mall. Captain Li also smiled when he saw Wu Shang and the others come out. Solved? Wu Shang nodded. It's all settled. I'll leave now. Just call me if you need anything. Captain Li also laughed at his words. I don't want to look for you. If there is anything I can find you for, it would be too much trouble. Wu Shang smiled, and then left with the 2 guys behind him who remained frozen. Brother, I want to be as strong as you. After a while, the 2 of them came to their senses from the shock and looked at Wu Shang with an excited face, their eyes filled with little stars. The slash that Wu Shang had just made was so awesome that it directly captured 2 people. Well, it will be. You both aren't weak in talent. Sooner or later you'll become as strong as me. Wu Shang nodded. He wasn't lying. Sooner or later the 2 people's talents would become stronger. It just took time. Brother, can I transform too? Shangguan Xingrong suddenly trotted to Wu Shang's body while looking at him with a starry-eyed expression. Transfiguration? You mean into the devil? Shangguan Xingrong froze. It's the way your eyes turn red and then your hair turns red. Big brother. Shangguan Zhan rushed up to ask as well, and the 2 digested all this before they started to get middle-aged, fantasizing about being just like Wu Shang. After all, the way Wu Shang had just looked was just too handsome and overbearing. That's not a transformation. It's an enchantment. What's the difference? Shangguan Xingrong asked with some curiosity. There's a difference, because there's some price to pay for the powers. Ha? Shangguan Xingrong and Shangguan Zhan looked at Wu Shang with puzzled faces. The supernormal ability is actually not considered to be generated out of thin air, more or inheritance. Inheritance of the supernormal ability of once certain powerful existences. For example, your Bagua may be once a Taoist priest cultivated, so you inherited his insights. The price is that your behavior and personality will gradually to once he close. Of course, this kind of is generally good. There is no great influence. After Wu Shang finished speaking, Shangguan Lightning Rong and Shangguan Zhan nodded their heads as if they understood. Then wouldn't my heavenly palace be related to a fairy? Could it be Chang'e? Shangguan Xinguan said with some excitement. Not really sure, and I don't know if there was ever such a person as Chang'e. Wu Shang shook his head to indicate that he wasn't quite sure. So, brother, what are your side effects? Suddenly, Shangguan Lightning Rong asked curiously. Wu Shang froze, and then turned his head and did not answer her words. You'll see later. After saying that, he left the 2 people with puzzled faces and walked towards the front. Big brother, won't you come in with us to meet Mom? Shangguan Zhan said somewhat nervously. No, I'm not dead yet. There's always a chance to meet. After saying that, Wu Shang turned to leave without the slightest lingering. Shangguan Xingrong and Shangguan Zhan wanted to say something, but in the end did not say anything. The 2 looked at each other, sighed and returned to the villa. On the other hand, Wu Shang returned home after giving Wang Bing a call to indicate that the matter was resolved. Everything went back to business as usual. Nothing special. Wu Shang had 2 uneventful weekends and started school again on Monday. And at this moment, In one of the mountains in Sichuan and Shu, along with the distortion of space, a monster that looked like a slime fell out of space. The monster wasn't tall, just a puddle of water, but it was golden, and the sunlight made it look like gold, making people want to get closer. And indeed, there are people who do that. Ha! What's this? The eyes of a farmer carrying a hoe instantly lit up as he looked at something reflecting golden light in front of him. Murphy's Gold. Thinking of this, the farmer was instantly delighted and hurriedly trotted over, and along with his proximity, in an instant, the golden liquid swelled up like a tsunami, completely engulfing him without even a scream. Denyo, why are you here? Did you dig up something good? The other farmer also asked in a hurry when he saw the big bull with a hoe in his hand. No. The bull shook his head dully. What's wrong? Sick? Why the sudden dullness? The man looked dumbfounded and thought the other man was sick. Go, I'll take you down the hill. I can't dig anything up by the looks of it anyway. The man watched as the bull didn't react much, so he turned around with the intention of taking the bull down the mountain, and the big bull behind him spoke up after hearing this. Good. At the moment the man turned around, an extremely bizarre smile grinned on the face of the big bull, whose face was like rubber, with his mouth occupying half of his face, as if he were a monster. And in the distance, a white bone was lying peacefully on the land, and he became one of the countless corpses in this great mountain. And at this time, Wang Bing also chopped off a domain entrant. Phew, really, the invasions of domain entrants have been getting more and more frequent lately. There used to be only 1 or 2 a month, but now 2 or 3 have to appear in a week. It's really getting busy. Wang Bing spat out, and Fan Ling, who was on the side, laughed. It said that it's the same in other regions too. But luckily the demon rats can't see anything too strong in our area. Wang Bing nodded at his words. Go back. On the other hand, in the school, Wu Shang looked at the 2 people around him with some confusion. Anything? Shangguan scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly and said, Brother, we would like to ask what grades the domain entrants have also to make it easier for us to distinguish between them. Wu Shang nodded, and then spoke. I'll send you the information. Discuss these issues less at school, and cultivate well. After saying that, Wu Shang took his cell phone out and copied a text and sent it to the 2. Wu Shang, the grades of domain entrants are categorized from low to high, E, D, C, B, A, S. These, of course, there may be more later on, but these are the only ones that need to be touched at the moment, and these represent the bloodline, not the realm, which is the same as ours in terms of the realm. Wu Shang, the higher the bloodline, the stronger they will be, and the more intelligent they will be, just like you two, under the same realm. Usually only the guys with S-class bloodlines can have an advantage or even the odds in your hands. The rest of them under the same realm usually can't beat you. Wu Shang went to bed after saying everything that needed to be said. Shangguan and Shangguan, on the other hand, were all excited. One looking at their wordless books, the other thinking about who to bind first. And Wu Shang was not aware that as time went on, more powerful domain entrants began to appear in the Dragon Kingdom and even around the world. There are good and bad things about these domain entrants, but more than that, they are wisdom that is starting to get stronger. No more silly charges as before, or the ones who entered the Dragon Kingdom before may be their advanced troops. Chapter 11. Is it here? The Niu family village in Sichuan has welcomed several uninvited guests. Yes, it's here. A group of people walked into the village and were met with a scene of unparalleled horror. Vomit. The sound of vomiting rose up here and there, and up ahead, a man was feasting on the body. In front of him was a large group of overlapping villagers. Only all of them were dead, and there was a blood-stained bone at his feet, just like a slaughterhouse. Your Excellency is a foreigner? Among that group of people, a man walked out. His face was also a bit pale. Obviously it was the first time he had met such a thing, but thinking of the task explained by the higher-ups, he still held back the nausea in his heart and walked forward. I am an advanced team member of our alien domain. My name is Bacchus, and you are the natural organization that contacted us? The domain entrant asked as he looked behind him with blood and flesh remaining at the corners of his mouth. So it's Lord Bacchus. I'm from the Nature Organization. You can call me Zhang. The higher-ups asked me to assist you, the man said with a fawning smile, while Bacchus gnawed on the human meat and looked at him with some disdain and said, Is your natural organization so weak? Only evolved 5th rank. This is not even as good as a child in our foreign domain. A flash of gloom flashed across Zhang Wen's eyes at Bacchus' words, but it was quickly hidden. Naturally, Bacchus sensed it, but he didn't say anything. The anger of the weak was full of endearment for the strong. Well, I'm not qualified to talk about you right now. I'm only at the 9th stage of evolution. Damn space. It's crushed most of my cultivation. Bacchus stretched his back, and then also said with some irritation, Lord Bacchus is the 9th rank is enough in this area of Sichuan and Shu. The strongest here is only a 6th rank guy. I guess he can't even carry one of your moves. Zhang Wen complimented. Also, say, What's your plan? Bacchus nodded, rather approvingly. Our plan is like this. There is a Zodiac organization guarding the Sichuanshuhu area. They are strong. We are not a match. What we are thinking about is that we gather them together, and after you, my lord, make a move to settle them. After that, we can mark the whole city while summoning the army from the foreign land. Shangguan's plan was simple, which made Bacchus frown and ask, can they fall for such a simple diversionary tactic? Shangguan laughed. You can rest assured that the number of regular evolvers in the Dragon Kingdom will not be high right now. On the contrary, there are a lot of evolvers who don't want to be restrained, whereas our natural organizations are spread all over the world, and although all of their strengths are very weak, they definitely have the advantage in terms of numbers. Shangguan really didn't say anything wrong. Their organization has a large number of people, but the good and the bad are mixed, and there are very few strong people, and the evolution of the Fifth Order, is considered to be in the middle of the ranks, and the strongest person is only their leader of the metamorphosis realm. As for the number of orders, no one is clear about it. No problem. In that case, when do you plan to strike? 5 months later, a month before when the second red moon comes out. That time also happens to be when the space barriers are at their weakest. I believe the foreign domain should be preparing for a big attack during that time as well, right? Hearing Shangguan's words, Bacchus nodded. Not bad. Right now we don't send too many strong people from the other lands, with the exception of me, who carries a mission of my own, and the fact that the leader of your natural organization has approached our leader. That's it. Thought the red moon. That period of time is certainly the most tightly defended time, and we strike a week in advance they absolutely cannot think of. As long as the 12 Zodiac of Sichuan all killed, the follow-up of our chief will be directly in the center of the Sichuan mark. At that time, your foreign domain of the army can set out to occupy. Bacchus nodded after Shangguan finished the plan in its entirety. In that case, you'll be taking care of me for a while. Shangguan nodded, but everything inside this village still needs to be figured out. Shangguan looked at this piece of corpse with a somewhat ugly face. No harm done. Come over here. I'll just give you a disguise. As long as your cultivation doesn't exceed my strength, none of you will be able to tell the difference. After Bacchus finished speaking, Shangguan nodded as well. In that case, I'll trouble Lord Bacchus. A plan against Sichuan and Shu, or the whole world, was quietly taking shape here. And at this moment, Wu Sheng is sleeping in the school. With the ringing of the school bell, Wu Sheng awoke from his sleep. After packing up his things, Wu Sheng walked towards his home. The Shangguan siblings also left in a hurry, looking like they were planning to go back and cultivate properly. Wu Sheng rode the small electric donkey towards his home without the slightest change in his mood. Back? When's winter vacation? Grandma instantly smiled upon seeing Wu Sheng's return, and Wu Sheng's grandfather's face also showed a slight smile. Where's my dad? Wu Sheng looked around and realized that someone was missing. He's helping out at your oldest uncle's. There's been a lot of scrap sellers the last couple days. Wu Sheng nodded at his words. Waiting for him to eat? Then, let's not wait. He should be eating at your great uncle's. Wu Sheng sniffed and nodded, so he didn't ask too many questions and walked to the kitchen to help cook up the meal. Xiao Shang. In fact, you don't have to necessarily study at Chuanshu University. I asked your great aunt. He said that with your grades you can go to a better school and see more. There's no need to simmer down here for a few of us old guys. Well, I'll think about it when the time comes. It's still early and everything is still up in the air. Wu Sheng didn't refute his grandfather's words. He knew that sometimes going along with a point would solve a lot of trouble, and ambiguous words could also leave himself a way out. Okay, we're getting old too, but with your dad over here taking care of us, and your great uncle, you don't have to be here for us. Wu Sheng's grandfather rambled on, instructing some repetitive words. Old people, when they reach the age of always like to say some nagging words. After all, can live a year is a year, also do not know which winter they will not be able to carry through. I know, let's eat. Wu Sheng responded as he cooked, calling the two old men to the table when he had finished the meal. Let's eat. The temperature seems to have dropped a bit towards the end of October as well, but it seems like it's going to go back up again any day now. After a dinner, Wu Sheng went out as usual, riding a tricycle and began to patrol the streets. The entire ancient city is the scope of his responsibility. The daytime guarded by Fan Ling and Wang Bing, the night is him. Chapter 12, Attack. At night, Wu Sheng roamed the streets, collecting scrap and keeping this whole street safe. The surrounding food stalls reeked of smoke and fire, with the occasional heckling from city officials. Wu Sheng quite liked this kind of scent. It wouldn't look like he was too lonely, and the dopamine in his body would automatically secrete, which could make the corners of his mouth unconsciously curl into a smile. On both sides of the road less and less people. Wu Sheng also slowly close to the park this kind of night. In addition to couples looking for excitement, also not many people come to the place. Bang! Suddenly, in front of Wu Sheng, a car sped directly towards him, without the slightest slowdown, and rammed his tricycle straight away. Wu Shang stood on the big tree looking at the overturned tricycle with some anger in his eyes. And that's when two people came down from the car. Evolvers? Who are you guys? How dare you commit murder in the street? Wu Shang's face was very ugly. It was the first time he had encountered such an arrogant evolver. Ha ha ha, the 12 zodiacs have heard of you for a long time. You should have heard of the prestige of our natural organization. A natural organization? I see. Wu Shang stood up. The demonic blade in his hand manifested once again, and his scarlet pupils erupted with an intense killing aura. This is the absolute genius of the 12 zodiac signs of Sichuan and Shu. The demon mouse who wields the demon sword to kill the gods. The name is true to its name. Shangguan looked at the admiration in Wu Shang's eyes without any concealment. Are these your last words? Wu Shang flung out one hand, and a scarlet blade chi grazed the ground before chopping at Shangguan. Bang! A light blue curtain of light blocked Shangguan's face, and it was the person beside him who struck out. That light curtain looked extremely light and thin, but one could feel the heavy meaning in it. It is, I, Shin Hai of the Natural Organization, Sequence 212, Exotic Ocean, have heard for a long time that there is a demonic flame that can sear human flesh and soul in the demon rat's demon blade, and I have come here to ask for some advice. The man beside him had blue hair and was also extremely tall, with an aura as deep and dangerous as the ocean. I never spar with anyone, and since I drew my sword, I'll leave something behind. A red aura flickered in Wu Shang's eyes as he raised his sword and instantly bullied his way up. The sharp punishing god sliced through an arc, and the terrifying power instantly shattered that barrier. Bang! Suddenly, a trident and a wolf tooth stick blocked the strike, and the powerful recoil shook Wu Shang and Shangguan both away. Wu Shang took 3 steps back to stabilize himself, while Shangguan and Shin Hai each took 7 steps back. The highs and lows are immediately apparent. Wu Shang frowned. There was something wrong with his opponent's power. You're a power psychic? Wu Shang looked at Shangguan and asked, worthy of being a demon rat? Good eyesight. Introduce yourself. I am Shangguan, captain of the Natural Organization, Sequence 204, Exotic Brute. Saying that, only to see his body instantly expand. A savage aura emanated from his body. His body tended to be 3 meters. His body was filled with incomparably terrifying muscles. His top was directly bursting, and his right hand held a 1 meter plus wolf tooth stick. Wu Shang frowned, and then an incomparably scorching aura erupted from his body. Scarlet flames ignited on his demonic blade, and the demonic flames rose in midair, as if space seemed to be distorted. Is this the demonic flame of the demonic blade? Let's see it. Shangguan smiled arrogantly, and then he swung his wolf tooth stick and smashed it towards Wu Shang. Behind him, Shin Hai also took out a silver-white trident to stab towards Wu Shang, the first of the 7 chopping styles of the demon blade. Splitting corpse. Wu Shang lowered his body, and the terrifying blade chi erupted once again. The 3-meter-high blade chi dragged a huge trail on the ground towards the 2 men. Brute force. Hokai. The 2 men looked at this terrifying blade chi and their faces instantly changed, directly offering their full strength as well as their own natural aptitude. Shangguan's hands swelled up once again and a terrifying force erupted from his hands. Shen Hai, on the other hand, had endless seawater rising from his body to block in front of him, and the seawater was suspended in the air to form a wall of water close to 3 meters thick. Boo! The wall made up of seawater was directly shattered, while Shangguan's body was also bombarded by the blade chi as he retreated. Block! Shangguan's hands were bruised and his face was suffocated red, with an explosion ringing out. A horrifying smoke rose up. The other 2 were directly blown away tens of meters, and the clothes on their bodies were torn and tattered, and some injuries appeared on their bodies. As the smoke cleared, Wu Shang stood straight in place, the murderous aura in his eyes intensifying. Split the body. Wu Shang bent down, intending to send the 2 to their deaths with another slash. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The big move doesn't cost anything. What a fart. What a lunatic. Shangguan saw that Wu Shang was going to come back with another slash, and directly exploded into foul language, while his body flashed with white light, and the 2 of them instantly disappeared from their original location. And with a flash of scarlet blade energy, Wu Shang's figure was revealed. He frowned at the disappearing pair. Hello, is this Wang Bing? What is it? Just now I was attacked by people from the Nature Organization, 2 evolutionary 5th order with an unknown purpose, and lately they've been telling everyone to be careful. Nature's Organization? Are you okay? Wang Bing, who was far away in the basement, instantly stood up, while Fan Ling, who was not far away, instantly stared up after hearing the name of the Natural Organization. I'm fine. One of the 2 is called Shangguan, Sequence 204, Alien Brute, and one is called Shin Hai, Sequence 212, Alien Ocean. Okay, I'm clear. I'll inform the others right away, and you be careful these days. Good. After hanging up the phone, Wu Shang frowned as he looked at the blood spilling from his tiger's mouth. Although there was a huge difference in strength, but after all, It was two people, and the cooperation also made Wu Sheng suffer a little bit of skin injury, although it was not in the way. Much ado about nothing. Wu Sheng turned around and looked at the already scrapped tricycle and car, also shook his head helplessly. Trouble. After taking out his cell phone and talking to the people above him, Wu Sheng left, and after about half an hour someone came out to make things right. Wu Sheng can only start patrolling on a shared bike too. On the other hand, Shangguan and Shanhai also returned to the middle of the village. The two men covered their chests and spewed out a mouthful of blood, their faces pale as they glanced at each other. Both of them could see the bitterness in each other's eyes. Yes, the two had worked so hard to cultivate for so long, traveling above the tip of the sword, and they were actually defeated in a single move by a teenager who was close to 10 years younger than them. Even in not going, life will be accounted for there, which makes the two who have been in the middle and upper reaches of the organization feel a strong sense of frustration. Alas, two sighs just echoed through the empty field. It's not scary to have talent. It's scary to have talent and work harder than you. Chapter 13, Natural Organizations. Is everything okay? Wang Bing found Wu Sheng and said with a somewhat worried tone, "It's not much of a big deal. I just don't know what they're trying to do by showing up. They came up and went straight for me, and it looks like they should be coming for our 12 zodiacs." After Wu Sheng finished speaking, he placed his gaze on Wang Bing's body and said, "Be careful in these few days. Notify the top that something has been signaled. Those two evolutionary fifth order ones are quite strong." Wang Bing nodded. "Are there any more cars here? They knocked over my tricycle." Wu Sheng looked at Wang Bing and asked, "A car? Tricycles for sure, but there are motorcycles. Can you drive them?" Wang Bing opened his mouth after pondering for a moment. Wu Sheng froze. "Give me one of those. It'll be quicker when the time comes to back up if something does go wrong." Wu Sheng didn't intend to keep a low profile at this time. He couldn't be going on patrols now if the natural organization appeared, and what Wu Sheng needed was super mobility. "Okay, just in time for the gear sent from the top to arrive." Wang Bing nodded while leading Wu Sheng to get the car. Soon, in a warehouse, a dark red motorcycle appeared in front of Wu Sheng. The motorcycle was streamlined, with two types of red and black color. It looked like lava. "This is the lava type 300 that the higher-ups gave us to use. It can reach the speed of sound at full speed. It can adapt to all kinds of environments. It carries a psionic energy converter. It can convert our psionic energy into defense shields and weapons. It may not be strong, but at least it will allow you to protect yourself at high speeds." Wu Sheng nodded. The speed of sound definitely wouldn't work in the city, but at least it would allow for quicker support. "I'll drive away then." Wang Bing laughed. "In itself, it's also for you. It's not a good time to keep a low profile. I guess the higher-ups will also make things public the next time the red moon appears. Although it's being suppressed now, the public can see that something's not right anymore. There are more and more supernatural phenomena lately." Wu Sheng nodded. "Well, it's okay though. I'll be fine in the ancient city at least until the next red moon." "I believe you." Wang Bing smiled indifferently. Wu Sheng's strength was recognized by all of them in the 12 zodiacs of Sichuan and Sichuan. Wu Sheng put the motorcycle into his bracelet and left. Tonight, after he repelled Shangguan, Shanhai and the two of them, he came directly to Wang Bing's place. There were some things that still needed to be said face to face that were better. The sky was also clouded over. Wu Sheng walked towards his home. When they arrived home, Wu Sheng's family had also woken up early and they made breakfast waiting for Wu Sheng to come back. At the time of seeing Wu Sheng, the three of them had some joy in their eyes, but at the time of realizing that Wu Sheng was walking over, Wu Sheng's father hurriedly approached with quick steps. "Are you all right, little life?" Wu Sheng froze. Looking at the worried-looking man in front of him, he shook his head. "It's okay, it's just that the car was parked while collecting scrap and was wrecked. It was pulled away and the guy paid for it. I'm fine." At this time, Wu Sheng's grandmother walked up and grabbed Wu Sheng's right hand, and then said with some concern, "Still say it's fine. Look at all the blood. If it's infected, what to do? Come, go back to the room with grandma. There is medicine inside grandma's room." With that, he directly grabbed Wu Sheng and walked towards the room. The family is worried because Wu Sheng's hand is bruised. Without resisting, Wu Sheng followed his grandmother and wrapped his hands up. "Are you still going to school today? How about a day off at home?" Wu Jianjun looked at Wu Sheng and said worriedly, "No, it's not a big deal." Wu Sheng shook his head. "The school is in the center of the city. No matter where to go, basically the distance is about the same. And Wu Sheng in the school want to skip school, and in the home is no difference. And a little more lively if his mood will be more comfortable a little bit. People are, after all, herd animals, and those who enjoy solitude don't go out of their way to ostracize the hustle and bustle. I'm done eating. You guys get some rest and try to stay out as little as possible for a while," Wu Sheng instructed. While walking towards the school, Wu Jianjun looked at Wu Sheng's back. His eyes flashed a little struggle. He turned his head again to look at the two old men with white hair, and finally the struggle in his eyes hid away, leaving only a sigh. Alas! He turned his head and returned home. Wu Sheng came back to a three-pointed life. Going to school, patrolling, and finding some work in the meantime. As for the Shangguan family's words, it has been a long time since they came back to trouble Wu Jianjun. After all, as soon as they looked for Wu Jianjun, Wu Shang had to come, and they probably didn't want to bother Wu Shang. Of course, Wu Shang also told the Shangguan family about the natural organization. What the heck is a nature organization? Shangguan Lightrong asked curiously, while Shangguan Zhan beside her also looked at Wu Shang with a puzzled expression. A reactionary organization. They don't want to be bound by the rules after gaining power. They feel that the country's policy is very problematic, restricting them from getting stronger, and they want to overthrow the whole world order, or they want to differentiate themselves from the ordinary people. They don't want to live in the dark corners. They want to kill people and get stronger in a bright and open way, just like the natural world in general, where the strong slaughter the weak at will. Shangguan Qingrong nodded, then raised her head and said with some pride, "It's fine, my brother and I are both already evolutionary first order, and are also very powerful. It won't be that easy to get into trouble." Pride also filled Shangguan Zhan's eyes. It seemed that the first breakthrough had left them without much of a clear perception of their own strength. But yes, after all, the strength has skyrocketed. Anyway, you guys just be careful, and if there's any danger you can call either me or Wang Bing, or the local 12 zodiacs. You should have a phone number. Wu Shang did not try to persuade the two, because he knew that there were some things that would never be useful to verbalize without going through them. Got it. Shangguan Zhan and Shangguan Lightning Rong nodded. Wu Shang didn't say anything more and went straight back to the classroom to sleep. The day went by, and after that natural organization seemed to have completely disappeared, and Wu Shang had not encountered any attacks, only that the frequency of the domain entrance appeared somewhat higher instead. 4 or 5 of them often appeared in a week, and Wu Shang's strength had grown considerably in that time, and so it went for another 2 months, and winter break came as expected. After finishing the exam, Wu Shang packed up his things and walked towards the outside of the school. At this time, Shangguan Qingrong walked over and asked, "Brother, our family is going on a trip during the winter vacation, and Mom asked me to ask if you want to come along." The two people's eyes carried a little bit of anticipation. Wu Shang had completely convinced the two people during this period of time. As long as the two people asked Wu Shang questions, Wu Shang was able to answer them all. The two of them had also made great strides in their cultivation, and were only a step away from evolving to the second stage. "No, I have commitments over winter break." Wu Shang shook his head and rejected it outright. Shangguan Lightrong and the two of them also looked at each other when they heard this, seeing the loss in each other's eyes. "See you later." Wu Shang gave a soft greeting before heading towards his home. Chapter 14 Travel. Back at home, Wu Shang didn't do much. His ordinary life didn't have anything that could make waves rise within him. Your sister-in-law called me and asked if you'd like to go on a trip with them, or would you?" Wu Jianjun stepped out of the door after seeing Wu Shang come back and wheedled for a moment before opening his mouth. "No, I have things to do over winter break that don't allow me to travel. I can take you there if you want. May I?" Wu Jianjun was suddenly a bit emotional and looked at him somewhat expectantly. Wu Shang froze. He turned his head and looked at Wu Jianjun somewhat puzzled. He never asked for these things before. "Wherever you want to go, I should be able to spare some time. I'd like to visit Sanya, just as the weather is turning cooler." Wu Shang nodded. "If you want to go, I'll arrange it in the next 2 days. You can bring your grandparents there as well, and by the way, your eldest uncle and the others can go together as well. A trip shouldn't be too much of a problem." Wu Shang stroked his chin. He should have kept a low profile enough for a while. Going on a trip shouldn't cause anyone to say anything. It didn't matter to him, but he was mainly afraid that someone would go and talk about Wu Jiangwo and them and their grandparents. However, Wu Shang was slightly puzzled as to why Wu Jianjun suddenly wanted to go out. He had thought that Wu Jianjun was planning to just muddle along for the rest of his life. However, Wu Shang would not hinder these things. If he wanted to go, Wu Shang would satisfy him if he was able to. After all, he was Wu Shang's father. But having once done more wrong, he did raise Wu Shang properly and did not scold him, giving him the best he could. "It's insignificant, but it's enough." "Hello, is this Wang Bing? What's up? Something wrong? I'd like to take a week's vacation, and if there are any recent assignments, I'll take care of them all together if there are any." "Ha, taking a vacation? What are you taking a vacation for? There's not much if any tasks." Wang Bing was a bit confused. It was the first time Wu Shang had taken a vacation after so many years. "My dad said he wanted to go to Sanya, so I'm going to take him there for a week and come back in a week." Wu Shang's words made Wang Bing froze. He scratched his head and thought for a while before speaking. "Wait for a while, I'll ask what the higher-ups say." "Good." Wang Bing hung up and made another call. "Hello? That one?" A lazy voice came from the other end of the line. "A man. May I ask if this is Lord Torahu?" "It's Porcupine. What's up?" It's the magic mouse thing." Something happened to the demon mouse?" The tone there instantly became somewhat more serious. "No, It's the demon mouse who said he wanted to take his family on a trip to Sanya, that the family wanted to visit. The voice over there disappeared instantly. Lord Inuyasha? Let him go if he wants to, and he really should be resting. And by the way, talk to him and let him feel free to spend. All free. The voice over there rang out, and Wang Bing was happy to hear it. Okay, I'll talk to him. After the phone hung up, Wang Bing called Wu Sheng again and said there was no problem and that the expenses were fully reimbursed. Wu Sheng sniffed and then directly took out his cell phone and started booking tickets. Let the eldest and the others come along and leave this evening. Wu Sheng had booked 7 tickets, and he planned to let his great-uncle and great-uncle stay for a while as well, as they hadn't gone out for many years because of what happened to Wu Jianjun. Okay, I'll talk to your eldest. A smile appeared on Wu Jianjun's face before he limped towards Wu Jiangwo's home. The grandparents' faces were quite happy, and it wasn't a bad thing for them to get out as a family. They both still enjoy taking trips and walks with their grandchildren. That evening, the family boarded a plane towards Sanya. After a few turns, Wu Sheng took the family to a 5-star hotel. Little life. Can we really live here? Wu Jiangwo gulped, a slight shock and inferiority complex in his eyes. Well, don't worry, I have the money in my hand. Stay in peace. It's not like I'm going to come and play often. Wu Sheng gave a comforting cry before leading the family into the hotel. Hello, how many? The waitress was still very professional and nothing was looked down upon. 7 seats, 4 rooms. Wu Sheng handed them their orders, and the waiter saw this and reached out his hand to take the luggage in their hands before leading the 7 people towards the upper floors. Wu Sheng had 1 room for himself, 1 for Wu Jiangwo's family, 1 for his grandparents, and 1 for Wu Jianjun. That's how it's distributed. After arriving at the hotel, Wu Sheng opened the window and looked at the beach and sea water not far away, without the slightest ripple in his eyes. That beautiful view didn't seem to appeal to him. Wu Sheng frowned as he looked at the shadows that suddenly appeared in the distant waters. However, the shadows quickly disappeared, and Wu Sheng did not feel any spiritual energy fluctuations. Big fish? Knock knock. Suddenly, a knock came from the door, followed by Wu Wei's voice. Brother, don't stay in your room. Go play with me. Coming. Wu Sheng did not reject Wu Wei. For him, the current Wu Wei was a child. Since it was a child that needed to be coaxed, he was willing to let the other party live a better life in his not-so-perfect childhood. This was why he was reluctant for Wu Wei to enter the world of evolvers. It's still too small for Wu Wei. If in the future she had access and willingness to enter, Wu Sheng wouldn't try to stop it. Brother, what are you wearing? Change your clothes. Wu Wei looked at Wu Sheng in a strange outfit and also looked at him with some anger. I don't have any clothes. Wu Sheng responded. That's perfect. Let's go see if there's anything we can buy. With that, the young girl pulled Wu Sheng towards the door with an excited face. In the swimwear store, Wu Wei excitedly picks out a swimsuit for Wu Sheng. Brother, you wear this. Seeing Wu Wei take out a 4-square swim trunk, Wu Sheng frowned, but he compromised after seeing the young girl's expectant eyes. Aha! Wu Sheng took off the clothes on his body while changing into his swimming trunks. The white shirt was just set outside. The muscles on his body looked extremely well proportioned and not overstuffed. Looking extremely aesthetic, Wu Sheng's skin was very good. His body was also very beautiful. Coupled with his handsome looks, it was simply a teenage girl killer is not too much. Wow, brother, you're so handsome. Wu Wei looked at Wu Sheng with a look of adoration, and then smiled smugly. But it's also thanks to me that I was able to dress you up so nicely. Seeing Wu Wei's lively appearance, Wu Sheng laughed before reaching out and patting her little head. Go to the beach. After dressing up Wu Sheng, Wu Wei directly pulled him towards the beach. At this time, Wu Jianjun and Wu Jiangwo, they were all at the beach as well. Wu Jianjun limped along the beach. His eyes were a little excited and relieved, and of course, there was also a little bit of incomprehension. He is being thrilled by childhood yearning, relieved by teenage disappointment, and puzzled by middle-aged maturity. He looked at the sea, and at the moment he seemed to be himself, not the man who had lived to redeem himself. Wu, on the other hand, went off with his ex-wife as if she were a girl. The grandparents, of course, found a place to sit and talk about what had been and enjoy the view. It was their first visit and probably their last. Wu Sheng followed behind Wu Wei. The corners of his mouth hooked into a smile as he took out his cell phone to take a picture of Wu Wei. There were quite a few girls around him who were looking at him with flamboyant faces. There's no way around it. Good looks are really popular. Chapter 15. Mom, look who it is. Not far away, Shangguan Xingrong was currently pulling Shangguan Zi by her side and pointing towards the distance. Of course, Shangguan Lightning Rong's expression was a bit tasteless. Junior? Wu Sheng, who was not far away, froze when he heard the voice and turned his head to see Shangguan Zi looking at him with a smile on her face, and beside her Shangguan Xingrong was puffing out her cheeks, looking rather unhappy. Mom, what a coincidence. Wu Sheng nodded his head and said hello. while Wu Wei saw this and also hurriedly walked to Wu Shang's side, then grabbed Wu Shang's hand. "Brother, let's go." Wu Wei grabbed Wu Shang to pull him away. She knew quite a lot of things. She was not blaming Shangguan Zi for abandoning Wu Shang, nor was she blaming the other party for taking revenge on Wu Shang's father. After all, if she were to go through that kind of thing, she couldn't be indifferent. She was angry at why she was bothering Wu Shang on a regular basis since she had already abandoned him. She had always felt that her brother's reticence was due to the fact that they were always isolating Wu Shang when they called him over. Wu Shang didn't struggle, but smiled and nodded towards Shangguan Zi and left. Shangguan Lightning Rong was not happy at once. "What are you pulling my big brother for?" Shangguan Qingrong walked up and then grabbed Wu Shang's other arm to pull him towards Shangguan Zi. "He's not your brother. He's my brother. You guys didn't want him in the first place. Get off!" Wu Wei instantly exploded directly like a furious kitten when she heard the other party call out to Wu Shang's brother. Directly towards Shangguan Lightning Rong, he chided. Shangguan Lightning Rong froze, and her hand loosened. Shangguan Zi, who was trying to come over from not far away, also froze instantly when she heard Wu Wei's words, and the guilt in her eyes instantly flowed out. "Vivian, don't talk nonsense, apologize." Wu Shang frowned, and then said towards to Wu Wei, "I'm sorry." Wu Wei skimmed her mouth with a defiant face, but still apologized towards Shangguan Qingrong. Shangguan Lightning Rong stopped speaking, and for a while the atmosphere on the field suddenly became awkward. "What's wrong with you people?" At that moment, a sudden chiding sound came from not far away. The crowd shifted their gazes over and all froze. "Dad? Uncle?" Wu Wei and Wu Shang shouted out that familiar figure in unison. The two men walked over in a hurry, only to see Wu Jianjun apologizing to someone at the moment. In front of them was a pair of man and woman, very young, looking about the same age as Wu Shang. Wu Shang frowned as he sensed the fluctuation of spiritual energy from the other party's body. "What's going on?" "No big deal. Just got so caught up in my walking that I accidentally bumped into them." Wu Shang nodded while looking at the two teenagers in front of him. Two people, a man and a woman. Looks like a brother and sister. The male looks very handsome. Thick eyebrows and big eyes look very sunny, but this sunshine with a little bit of majesty. The female is a softer facial line, a long hair like waterfall hanging vertical waist, wearing a white dress in this beach is extremely conspicuous, revealing half of the white tender calves. Looks are also beautiful. "I'm sorry my father ran into you. Is there any injury or damage anywhere? I'll pay for anything that's reasonable." Wu Xing apologized to the two men before saying that he would compensate them for their losses. The two looked at each other, and then the boy waved his hand and said, "It's okay, just got scared, just apologize, just be careful next time you walk after all, not everyone is as nice as me." The teenager's tone wasn't heavy, even amiable, and a smile spread across his face. Wu Shang nodded, and then led Wu Jianjun away. On the way, Wu Jianjun also saw Shangguan Zi, and he froze for a moment, but as Shangguan Lightning Rong blocked Shangguan Zi's body, he hurriedly lowered his head and limped away. Wu Shang and Wu Wei also chased after him. "Sis, feel that?" The sunny teenager who had just been hit asked the young girl beside him. "Well, it's strong and filled with a murderous aura." The young girl's voice was nice and soft, very gentle. "TCH, I can't believe I can still meet an evolved person, and at such a young age. Whose family do you think he is from? Doesn't look like someone from the imperial capital, someone from the outer city, I guess." The teenager nodded, and then turned to leave after glancing at Wu Shang's back. They were on a mission on this trip. On the other side, Wu Jianjun walked beside Wu Shang, his head lowered without knowing what he was thinking. "Don't think about it too much. No big deal. Just fix it. Just hang out here. No one knows you. Just relax. Do you have enough money on you?" Wu Shang hardened and comforted Wu Jianjun. Wu Jianjun nodded and didn't say anything. "Don't think too much." Wu Shang looked at Wu Wei beside him after he finished speaking, signaling for her to coax her. Wu Wei nodded, and then bounced over to Wu Jianjun's side and hugged his arm. "Uncle, why don't you go play with me? I see so much fun over there." With that, he pulled Wu Jianjun up with force. "Ha, me? Why don't you let Kozai go with you?" "No, my brother, he has things to do. You go with me? Look, my parents are there too. Go 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 go." After saying that, he pulled Wu Jianjun towards the distance. He even gave a sneaky okay gesture towards Wu Shang on his way out. Wu Shang laughed at the situation before turning his head to look at the pair of siblings not far away. As a public official, he needed to identify the two evolvers. Wu Shang stepped on the golden sand with his bare feet and walked towards the crowd not far away. "Yo, polite little brother again. What's up?" When Jun looked at Wu Shang and smiled in greeting before asking. Wu Shang frowned at the group. There were 6 people in total, all of them evolved. "Excuse me, I'm one of the 12 zodiacs of Sichuan, and I need to confirm your identities." Wu Shang took out his credentials and showed them to the 6 men. The crowd that was still curious turned into astonishment at this moment. Surprise filled their eyes as they looked at Wu Shang, looking him up and down. The Zodiac organization? So young? One of them said with some incredulity. Wen Jun also looked at Wu Shang with a surprised look on his face, but soon he smiled and said, the 12 Zodiacs of Sichuanshu are not qualified to ask about Sonya's affairs, right? There was a slight hint of provocation in his eyes, and it was clear that he wanted to fight with Wu Shang, but Wu Shang's answer was a bit out of his expectation. Got it. Sorry to interrupt. Wu Shang turned around and left after saying that, leaving Wen Jun alone. He looked at his departing back with a dumbfounded expression. That's it? The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. They thought that they could have an exciting duel to watch, but it turned out that the other party directly left without following the rules. The young girl beside Wen Jun was also looking at Wu Shang's back as he left with a curious face, not knowing what he was thinking. Chapter 16, an embarrassing scene. Wu Shang left and directly opened his cell phone while then called the 12 Zodiacs and Sonya. He left it alone after learning that there was no problem with the other person's identity. As for the provocation he had just made to Wen Jun, he was completely unconcerned, because the other man had reminded him of it. The matter was completely out of his hands, and a phone call to ask about it would have been fine. And at this moment, Wu Wei and her group were sitting together with awkward faces. Not far away from Shangguan Qingrong they were also a little embarrassed. That's right, they've bumped into each other again. And it's the whole family. Shangguan Zi's family brought along his little sister, Shangguan Yi, as well as Chun Liang and Shangguan Yi, who were both quite awkward. Wu Shang didn't say anything when he saw this, but looked at Wu Wei and asked, hungry? Wu Wei sniffed and nodded. Come on then, let's go eat. Wu Shang rubbed Wu Wei's little head, while then grabbed her hand and was ready to break the deadlock. Mom, I'm going to dinner too. Suddenly, Shangguan Qingrong also came to her senses. She was uncomfortable seeing Wu Shang grabbing Wu Wei. Obviously I'm your sister too. How come you're not so gentle when it comes to me? Shangguan Lightning Rong thought in her heart, and then grabbed Shangguan Zi and followed behind Wu Shang. In the end, a situation like this was created. Wu Shang and Wu Wei walked in front, followed by Wu Jianjun and the three of them with their heads bowed, and then followed by Shangguan Qingrong who had an unhappy face and other people with embarrassed faces. Of course, Shangguan Yi and Shangguan Zi still had some hatred in their eyes, and it was clear that she simply couldn't forget what happened back then. But that's normal. Being raped when you have a sweetheart is an act that no one in their right mind could possibly forgive. Soon, the crowd gathered in a restaurant with two tables sitting opposite each other, looking extremely awkward. Shangguan Qingrong looked at Wu Wei, who was sitting beside Wu Shang, with a displeased expression. Soon, two tables of identical dishes were moved up in such a way that both tables were extremely embarrassed. Wu Shang didn't feel anything and ate his meal peacefully. In this awkward atmosphere, Wu Wei looked at Shangguan Qingrong with a provocative face, and from time to time, she pinched food for Wu Shang, with an air of I'm the younger sister. Click it, along with the wooden chopsticks being broken right off. Shangguan Qingrong's pretty little face seemed as if she could see a well character. Eat well, no need to pinch me. Wu Shang patted Wu Wei and told her to eat by herself, and then stood up, walked over to Shangguan Zi's side and spoke. Mom, talk to me about something. You have my contact information. Shangguan Zi's face instantly smiled with joy at the words. Good, are you full? Wu Shang nodded before turning to leave. With the main man gone, there was no point in the remaining two fighting around, and eventually, accompanied by two petite grunts, this awkward dinner journey came to an end. And at this moment, Wu Shang was dressed and came to the beach. The sea breeze carried a bitter and salty flavor, and Wu Shang looked at the dark clouds in the distance and suddenly felt a slight sense of uneasiness in his heart. Unusual energy fluctuations at the bottom of the sea? Wu Shang muttered. This was the news he had received from the side of the Zodiac organization. Those kids were next year's students at the Evolution Academy, but are still being trained at the Evolution Academy, and the mission of today's visit is to investigate this. Wu Shang looked at the dark clouds in the distance, where it seemed as if a storm was brewing, or as if something was being nurtured. Of course, it might not just be the ocean either. It seems like it's not just humans that are evolving in Blue Star. Wu Shang watched for a long time, but eventually left. He didn't want to act without orders. It would cause a lot of trouble if he disrupted someone's plans. And because of the weather, everyone is all back in the middle of the hotel. Smiles filled the faces of the grandparents and it looked like they had a great day. Xiao Shang how was your day? Did you have fun? Grandma's face filled with a kind smile when she saw Wu Shang. It was fun. And you guys, there's nothing physically wrong with you. No problem. Don't worry. Your grandparents are still in good shape. Wu Shang nodded, and then followed the two old men back into the room. After returning the old man to his room, Wu Shang also returned to his room. He turned on the TV and watched its programs in silence, as if the world had nothing to do with him. On the other side, Wen Jun was currently looking at the huge octopus in front of him with a surprised face. Yo, seafoods come to life? Wenjun sighed. His sister was also looking at the 3-meter-tall octopus in front of her with a curious face. How dare you? I am the Sea Race Advance Force. I have come here to discuss matters with the leader of your human race. Where did the junior from actually dare to be so disrespectful? The octopus was spitting out human words, and the tentacles on its body were flinging themselves across the ocean. And at this moment, the 6 people of Wenjun were on a ship, and they were also shocked after hearing the other party spit out human words. You can talk? Ha! Mankind has merely occupied itself with luck in evolution, and now that the world's spiritual energy has been revived, why can't we speak? A touch of human disdain was mapped in that octopus's eyes, as if it was looking at a couple of rednecks. TCH, that's funny, you've really become a man. Come on, tell me what you want to say to the chief of the human race? A slight playful look appeared on Wenjun's face as he extended his hand with no respect. What's the use of talking to a kid like you? Let your steward come out. The octopus did not intend to talk nonsense with Wenjun and the others, swimming its body in preparation to leave. Don't worry, my identity is not low. Otherwise I can't come to you directly. How about you talk to me? If possible I'll help you pass on a message. Wenjun's tone was full of frivolity, while the octopus seemed to be unable to hear it, thinking seriously with a serious face before nodding. In that case, then you will convey the message that our sea race is willing to form an alliance with your human race to defend against the invaders of the otherworldly realm together. And of course, after it's over, our sea race will need 1/3 of the human race's land. The front of the octopus's words still made Wenjun somewhat surprised, but the more he heard the back of his face became more and more ugly, and after the other party finished speaking, his face instantly sank. Kid, why don't you go give notice and stay here for what? You don't need to go to the top on this one. I'm here to tell you the answer. Wenjun lowered his head, his tone a little low. Oh, but it's a promise? This thing, it can't be. Along with Wenjun's raising of his head, his hair instantly turned golden. His pair of golden pupils seemed to be incomparably hot as if they were the sun, and a terrifying golden flame instantly ignited on his body. Human, you tricked me. The octopus's eyes instantly filled with rage, and the tentacles on its body began to flap restlessly as the boat was rocked by the waves. You're not worthy, Avatar, Empyrean Feather. Along with the flames began to converge. The flames on Wenjun's body coalesced into a pair of wings behind him, and the golden wings stretched out to a full 6 meters, and the terrifying temperature made the seawater under his feet boil, and the space was distorted by the high temperature. Chapter 17, Wenjun. Sequence 012, Alien Power, Sun God Emperor Jun. Wenjun's eyes were filled with condescension, and in his hand, a golden longsword began to coalesce, its body 1 finger wide, its blade 3 feet long, and the flames gulped sword chi as if it was going to slice through seawater. Kid, since you dared to trick me, I'll take you for a ride first. Accompanied by the octopus roar, the terrifying seawater instantly blasted towards Wenjun in midair, like a small tsunami, filled with a sense of oppression. Humph, sculpture. Wenjun's eyes remained disdainful as he pushed with one hand, a wall of flames forming in front of him, the searing heat vaporizing the seawater in an instant, a white mist filling the area. Watch the move. Suddenly, the octopus rushed out from the seawater, and a large amount of ink spewed out from his mouth, which carried a fishy odor, making the few people on the boat a little dizzy. Brother, be careful, the ink is poisonous. Wenjun's sister opened her mouth to remind him, and Wenjun still disdained it, and with a single chop of his long sword, he split the ink in two, the sharp sword chi cutting off its tentacles. The octopus looked at the tentacles that were instantly cut off. There was some incredulity in its eyes. It didn't expect the teenager in front of it to be so strong. Damn it, kid, you wait for me, when I come back and bring my army to decimate you first, and then go to the coast to eat all those humans. The octopus let out harsh words, and then instantly dived into the vast ocean. Wenjun didn't pursue. He didn't take the other party's words to heart at all. For him, all comers were nothing more than ants, and his flames could burn everything to the ground. Obviously, the supernormal ability that Wenjun had inherited had given him unrivaled pride and confidence, even conceit. After Wenjun returned to the ship, the people on board said with some concern, Jun, is this really okay? Let it go in case it. Don't worry, our human race only has so many evolvers. How can an octopus of the 3rd evolutionary stage call in a lot of them? And even if it does, it's only gone from a seafood to a seafood feast. Wenjun's tone was full of confidence, not putting the other party in his eyes at all. It's also true that Jun is the strongest of the bunch in our school, evolving the 5th rank at a young age. That's right, not to mention when she, go back, all hungry, pity, should have just brought that octopus for stew. A group of teenagers went back just like that, a group of flowers that grew up in a greenhouse. In the absence of experiencing the lesson of blood is unable to taste regret. On the other side, Wu Sheng didn't know what was happening in the ocean, at the moment he was sleeping. December 4th, midnight. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded at the door of Wu Shang's room, which seemed incredibly eerie in this dark room. Wu Shang opened his eyes and got up from the bed and opened his mouth to ask, "Who?" There was no one at the door to speak, while the knocking continued without pause. Wu Shang frowned and walked towards the door. You can't see the outside from the inside, and as Wu Shang opens the door, bang! Happy birthday, brother, 18 years old. Wu Shang was a bit confused. He looked at Wu Wei in front of him and Wu Jianjun and the others behind him and suddenly remembered. It's his birthday. Well, happy birthday, come on in. Wu Shang smiled slightly while opening the door to bring the crowd into the room. The grandparents were also there. Their faces were filled with kind smiles, and the grandmother even walked up and hugged Wu Shang. My good grandson is 18 years old. Time passes so fast. You are so big in a flash. Here, this is from Grandma. Grandma's calloused hands took out a jade pendant, which was a smiling Maitreya Buddha, and Grandma directly put it on Wu Shang's neck, and others gave gifts. Wu Jianjun's gift surprised Wu Shang a bit. He gave Wu Shang a camera to Wu Shang. I bought this online, thinking that none of us as a family had taken many pictures, so it was a good idea to take one together. Wu Shang looked at him with some consternation, and a warm current flowed through his heart. Thanks, Dad. Just in time for us to get a family shot. Wu Shang took out his camera. I'll do it, I'll set it up. And it just so happens that the cake is there. I'd been picking this out for ages. Wu Wei had an excited look on her face, and Wu Jiangwo and a woman with some vicissitudes looked at her with a loving face. The woman's name is Zheng Hua, Wu Shang's great uncle, and it's not easy. Slow down, she admonished gently while the crowd stood. Wu Shang and Wu Wei stood in front of the cake. Behind him Wu Shang was his grandparents and his father, and behind Wu Wei was her mom and dad. Click. With the press of the camera's shutter, a family photo is taken at this very moment. Okay, let's eat cake. Let me cut it for my brother. A smile spread across Wu Wei's face, and the crowd looked at her with favored faces. Okay, you cut it. You're more excited about your brother's birthday than your brother is. Wu Jiangwo pretended to have a stern face and said, but his face was round and bored just like that. Hey, this is my only brother, Wu Wei said with a pouty face. Cut off a piece of cake and handed it to Wu Shang. Brother, eat cake. Wu Wei handed the cake to Wu Shang while looking at him with an expectant face. Wu Shang took it and took a bite. How's that? It's good. Wu Wei's tone was a bit nervous. It's delicious. You eat it too. Wu Shang swallowed and smiled slightly, giving an answer that satisfied Wu Wei. Yay mom, did you see that? I told you my brother would like it and you said it would be too sweet. Yes. You're the smartest and know your brother best. Zheng Hua looked at her own daughter's appearance and also catered to her favorably. A low-key bar mitzvah was held, and half an hour later Wu Shang's grandparents couldn't carry on and went to bed first, and then one after another the others went back. Finally, after tossing and turning until after 1 o'clock, only Wu Shang was left alone in the room. Wu Shang sat in a messy room, somewhat dumbfounded. Buzz. Wu Shang took out his cell phone and looked at the message from Wu Wei in his phone. Wu Wei, happy birthday brother, be happy at 18. Fireworks emoji. The corner of Wu Shang's mouth hooked up an arc, so he slept in a messy room. The next morning, Wu Shang got up and tidied up the room a little bit. It doesn't really matter if you put it away or not, but there's not much to do when you get up in the morning, so tidying it up a little bit can make it less troublesome for people. Brother, eat. Wu Wei's voice rang out from the doorway, and Wu Shang packed the garbage in the trash can before pushing the door open. Go. I heard there's a lot of seafood here. Run faster. We can't let the others get ahead of us. Wu Wei grabbed Wu Shang and headed downstairs in a hurry. Wu Shang could only follow her rhythm in order to keep her from falling. Chapter 18, Meeting Again. This hotel had a buffet restaurant, and Wu Shang was dragged by Wu Wei all the way to the restaurant. The restaurant was still crowded at this time of day, and the two found a seat in the corner. Brother, watch your spot, hero. I'll get the food. What do you want? Wu Wei presses Wu Shang into a chair and then runs away herself. Wu Shang also shook his head helplessly when he saw this. Yo, what a coincidence. Suddenly, a slightly familiar voice appeared behind Wu Shang. Wu Shang turned his head. Behind him Wen Jun was having breakfast with his friends. Aha! Wu Shang nodded gently and didn't talk anymore. We all didn't know each other well and there was nothing to talk about. Wen Jun didn't say anything when he saw this, and a greeting was nothing more than a whim, when she instead looked at Wu Shang more, not knowing what she was thinking. Brother, eat. At this time, Wu Wei also came back. She had a lot of food on her plate, and then handed it all to Wu Shang. You eat too. And with that the two began to enjoy their breakfast. Big brother, you're here too. Suddenly, a voice came from not far away, followed by two figures walking over. Shangguan Litron sat directly beside Wu Shang, while Shangguan Zhan politely greeted towards Wu Shang. Good morning, brother. Wusheng nodded, as if he treated anyone with this attitude. At this time, when June and Wenxi were also looking at this scene with a curious expression on their faces, because they felt spiritual energy from Shangguan and the others, although it wasn't strong. Are these all your siblings? When June looked at Wusheng and laughed. They're not. I'm my brother's sister. Wu Wei suddenly spoke up at this time. She was like a cat-protecting kitten, bulging her cheeks with a hostile face as she looked at Shangguan. What the hell? I'm his sister too, and we're even closer in blood than you are. Shangguan Lightningrong was also on pins and needles. What's the point of being on the bloodline? I was the one who played with my brother when he was little, and now that he's grown up you guys are going to take him away. No way. Wu Wei's tone was a bit agitated as she loudly scolded Shangguan, who also froze instantly after hearing this. Shangguan was also embarrassed when he heard this from the side. That's not because of us. Shangguan Lightningrong's figure instantly lowered, and the aura she had just had was directly dispersed. It's okay, never blamed any of you. Don't think too much. Eat here if you want. Wu Sheng saw that the scene was a bit out of control and quickly opened his mouth to comfort him. Shangguan raised her head to look at this big brother, her eyes sour for a moment. Wu Wei skimmed her head and gave a petulant grunt, and the early morning came to a close with such an awkward situation. On the other side, when June and the others looked at the scene with curious faces, after eating, Wusheng went back to his room. These things were too troublesome, and he didn't expect to be able to be so coincidental and just happened to run into Shangguan and the others. He was also a bit helpless when he thought about it, and he didn't know what to say for a while. At that moment, Wusheng's cell phone rang again. Hello, little life? Anything? Can you come out here? I'll be waiting for you on the coast. After hanging up the phone, Wusheng looked at the caller ID on his cell phone, was also a little confused. The one who just called is his father. This time Wu Jianjun's behavior is indeed a bit strange. Wusheng put his cell phone back into his pocket while walking towards the coast. Soon, he saw Wu Jianjun on the beach, who was currently sitting in the sunlight looking at the sea in front of him. Anything? Wusheng walked up and spoke. Nothing much going on. Just thought we hadn't spoken as father and son in a while and wanted to talk to you. Wu Jianjun's words caused Wusheng to freeze, and he looked down at Wu Jianjun with a slight complexity in his eyes. Want to talk about something? Wusheng asked as he sat down. Do you have any aspirations? Wu Jianjun opened his mouth to ask a very special question. There's nothing to aspire to. Just do what you're doing now. Wusheng said indifferently. So, then, do you hate me? Suddenly, Wu Jianjun's tone was a bit choked, and he didn't even dare to look back at Wusheng for fear that the other party's eyes would reveal some disgust or hatred. Hate? Why hate? Wusheng turned to ask. It's because of my mistakes that I put you through so much, made you work so hard, didn't have many friends, and was pointed at as a child. Wu Jianjun's tone more and more choked up. He is actually for Wusheng is guilty, but he has never been a little bad to Wusheng. Just his life is like this, and then good can only go so far. It's your mistake. I don't have to hate you. I was born, grew up, what I should have shouldn't have. Since I've carried it off, there's no need to forcefully pursue what once was. Besides, there's never been any hate for you, nor for my mother and them, without others suffering. Don't persuade others to be good. This kind of reasoning is clear to me since I was very young. The sea breeze blew Wusheng's black hair as he looked towards the sea in the distance. The calm sea was just like what he experienced as a child, from choppy to now as still water. Wu Jianjun turned his head to look at this son. In fact, to be honest, he is very proud of Wusheng. The thought of having such a son, he is really proud. Just he did not give Wusheng a good origin. Wusheng patted the sand on his body and stood up and spoke. Don't think too much. Life in the world in order to live for the responsibility of the people. The world called them filial piety. For their own life, the world called them spunky, confused people who spend their lives. The world called them sick. No matter what, life will always be someone who defines the label for you. Live a good life of our own on it. Now you need to seek his forgiveness from my mom and the others. The law has forgiven you and you are not ashamed of its forgiveness. Wusheng turned around and left after saying that, probably because his concentration was so intense. He didn't realize that there was a young girl watching him not far away. The young girl's eyes held a hint of curiosity and a touch of heartache, when she also do not know why. She saw that obviously should be spirited teenager eyes full of vicissitudes. Her heart is unconsciously a draw. The feeling is as if a teenager who should be carefree but seems to have lost his defiance because he's been whacked by the madness of life, sees through it all and is a source of pity. Chapter 19, The Sea People, 1. Wusheng left leaving Wu Jianjun sitting on the beach alone, tears in his eyes. It was Wusheng's second day since they arrived in Sanya, and time doesn't stay a little longer just because you're standing still. The third day came as promised, and Wusheng looked at the rough sea with a little doubt in his eyes. The sun was still high above the sky. The wind was obviously calm but the seawater was full of waves. Many people were surfing in the sea with an excited face, while Wusheng's eyes carried a slight sense of gravity. but soon he saw Wen Jun and the others setting off in a boat towards the middle of the ocean. Mission? Wu Shang muttered, and since someone else had gone to fix it, he wasn't going to go over there so as not to get in the way. Buzz. Another cell phone call. Wu Shang looked at the caller ID and answered it directly. Hey, Mom. Sang, are you busy? Not busy, so can you come over? I miss you quite a bit. Good. Wu Shang hung up the phone and looked at the dinghy that had already gone out to sea, before turning around and walking towards the middle of the beach. What's wrong? All of the Shangguan family was present at the moment. They were sitting around chatting about something. Wu Shang walked up and asked curiously. Nothing, just wanted to see you. Shangguan Zi was also happy to see Wu Shang arrive and stood up to pull him to sit by his side. You're going to take the college entrance exam next year, aren't you? Little life? Aha. Wu Shang nodded. At this time, Wu Shang's uncle Shangguan Yi laughed. Where is little Shang planning to go to college? Is there one you have your heart set on? I'll arrange it for you if there is. Just get on near the old town. I don't intend to go too far from home. Wu Shang replied, while Shangguan Zi sniffed but spoke. But there aren't many good universities near the ancient city center. I heard Light Rong say that your grades are very good. Just stay close to home. I don't really want to travel too far. After all, my grandparents and their health isn't too good. The crowd was also silent at his words, and Shangguan Zi frowned. No, it's a waste to go to school here with grades like yours. Don't worry about things at home. I'll take care of it for you. The crowd instantly froze at these words. Even Wu Shang looked at Shangguan Zi with some surprise. Over the years Shangguan Zi, in addition to Wu Shang, the other Wu family members are not mentioned at all. Mentioning the unhappy, and even sometimes emotional, now actually willing to say such words for Wu Shang. Wu Shang was also a bit surprised, but he was fine after a while. He smiled and said, it's still early. Let's talk about it when the time comes. I'll think about it. It's this stalling argument again, but I have to say, it really works. The crowd was about to say something when suddenly, several screams came from the beach not far away. Buzz. At the same time, someone called from Wu Shang's cell phone. Hello, demon rats? It's me. Are you still over at the beach? I am. Then please, a lot of monsters have appeared in the sea. They call themselves the Sea Clan. All of the previous Evolution Academy preparatory students have been defeated. 4 people died, only 2 people remain. They describe the Evolution 7th rank as the leader, and they are heading towards the direction of where you are with 20 sea monsters of the Evolution 4th rank. We are combing away from the masses right now. Please try your best to save your life while guaranteeing your own. When family siblings as well as try to stall for some time. I know it's harsh, but please try your best while guaranteeing your own life. The tone on the other end of the phone was urgent, and Wu Shang's face was instantly grave. You guys go back to the hotel now. It's going to be dangerous here for a while. Wu Shang ran towards the beach after he finished speaking to them, and Shangguan Zi, seeing this, hurriedly shouted, be careful. At this moment, Shangguan Zhan and Shangguan Lightning Rong glanced at each other, and after the two of them understood each other, they followed behind Wu Shang. Mom and Dad, let's go help my big brother. Before the crowd could react, they saw 2 people rushing out without looking back. Light Rong, Zhan Chen Liang shouted loudly, but unfortunately, the 2 of them had absolutely no intention of turning back. Let's go back first. Don't let the kids worry. Shangguan Yi grabbed Chen Liang, who wanted to rush out, and persuaded him. Right, sis, let's go back first. Light Rong and Zhan have become evolved after all. It's something we have to go through. After Shangguan Yi finished speaking, she pulled the person inside the hotel. On the other hand, the waves are getting bigger and bigger. An unknown gale swept the beach. Many people were swept away by the sea without knowing whether they were alive or dead. Wu Jiangwo and others are now rushing towards the hotel with Wu Wei. Brother! The wind from the beach swirled the dust, making it difficult to open one's eyes. But Wu Wei still saw Wu Shang's figure at a glance and shouted, Born? Where? Wu Jiangwo and Wu Jianjun spoke in unison before laboriously turning their heads to look into the distance. While countless people were moving away from the beach, Wu Shang was currently rushing towards the beach. It's really Shanger. Big brother, take Wei Wei back first. I'll go find Shanger. After Wu Jianjun finished speaking, he directly let go of Wu Wei's hand and walked towards Wu Shang's direction against the gusty wind. At the moment, he was struggling to move his leg that had been limping for a long time, and his strength was coming up wildly at the moment. Wu Jiangwo looked at his brother, and then looked at his wife and daughter beside him. In the end, he decided to send his wife and daughter back to the hotel first. Jianjun, you take care of yourself. For a while, the originally calm and lively beach was transformed into an inferno at this moment. Countless people were running, and others were falling down and being trampled mercilessly, and it seemed as if human beings were so insignificant in front of nature. Mom, where are you? The little girl lying on the ground tearing her lungs crying. She did not dare to move, because it is not stable. She can only lie down on the ground, so that it can still stabilize the body, but the beach has no force point. Her body is still moving towards the sea. Dozens of meters away from her, a woman was trudging in her direction. "Don't be afraid. Mommy's coming to save you." The woman hard against the wind and sand toward their daughter each other's direction. Obviously only dozens of meters, but at the moment it is like a moat. At this moment, the sea was about to touch the little girl, and if she was swept away by the waves, the little girl's fate could be imagined. The sea rose again, and along with the sound of the woman's desperate hiss, a figure held the little girl who was about to be swept into the sea. "Get back, it's dangerous here now." Wu Shang's face was serious as he handed the little girl to the woman, who held the girl as if she was a treasure and wanted to say thank you. But Wu Shang had already left, and the women were rushing away from the beach. Chapter 20 The Sea People, 2. Wu Shang looked around and stood still looking ahead after realizing that there was no one left on the beach. "Brother!" At that moment, two voices came from behind them. "What brings you here?" Wu Shang looked at the two Shangguan behind him with some surprise. "We're here to help you. Is there anything we can do for you?" The two of them stood very still in the wind and sand, looking at Wu Shang with an expectant face. "In that case, why don't you guys go check around and see if there are any stragglers? Send them back safely, and if there aren't any more you guys shouldn't come over. The opponents this time are a bit tricky." Wu Shang thought about it and didn't reprimand the two why they didn't listen to the word and run around. Since they had come here it was useless to say more. It would be better to let the other party help to see if there were any lost people. "Okay, promise to get the job done." The two nodded with a serious look on their faces, then turned and ran towards the distance to start looking for someone. Seeing this, Wu Shang also shifted his gaze to the sea. At this moment, the sea was choppy, as if something was moving in it, and at this moment, in the sky, a golden point of light was coming towards the side at this moment. Wu Shang frowned. At this moment, Wenjun was stirring his wings, and he was still grasping his sister, who was holding a fan in her hand. The two looked extremely wretched, and the flames behind Wenjun were slightly dimmed. Behind them, a large group of black shadows were desperately chasing after them. Every now and then you could see the sea pounding against the two, and black ink, etc. Bang! Wenjun tossed and turned and eventually reached the beach. He put his sister down before his entire body fell to the ground, his golden pupils filled with anger and unwillingness. That blonde hair had also dulled at this moment. "Is everything okay?" Wu Shang stepped forward and grabbed Wenjun while placing his gaze on Wenxi's body. Wenxi also looked in bad shape at the moment. Her already fair little face was even paler at the moment. Her lips were bloodless, and her pair of black eyes were filled with guilt. They, all killed." Wenxi's tone choked, and Wu Shang frowned at his words. "You guys go on back. I'll take care of it from here." Wu Shang protects Wenxi behind him. Something crawls up from the sea. Only a few huge creatures crawled up from the water in the middle of the ocean. At its head was a fish creature covered in spikes, though at the moment it could no longer be called a fish. Its body was no longer different from a human's except for its skin and fish scales. The face still has the features of a fish though. It was followed by a school of huge lobsters and crabs, and a few octopuses. They were huge. The guy at the head was close to 3 meters tall. The lobsters and crabs behind him were close to 2 meters, and the octopus was even a little bit bigger. That was a fast run. "What's the matter, little birdman? Can't you fly?" The tone of that leading sea tribe was filled with mockery. "You asshole." Wenjun instantly became furious, and the flames on his body flared up once again before a flaming fist slammed towards his opponent. That fishman flung one hand, a wave instantly swept over, and the flames and the wave instantly collided together. Zigzag. The flames were gradually extinguished as a large amount of white mist rose. The anger in Wenjun's eyes increased when he saw the scene, but there was nothing he could do about it. He could only blame him for being too gullible, originally thinking that it was just some shrimp and crab ants, but he didn't expect that he had overturned the boat in the gutter, and killed a few of his companions. When she blocked in front of Wenjun's body, and soon, the white mist dispersed, and Wu Shang looked at the sea race in front of him and said in a cold voice, "Domain entrant?" At this time, that sea race also saw Wu Shang, and directly retorted after hearing Wu Shang call it a domain entrant. "We are not domain entrants. We are creatures native to the Blue Star, the sea race, and I am the captain of the sea race's East Sea Advance Unit. You can call me Captain Fish." Wu Shang sniffed and frowned. "Oceanic? That's right, the great oceanic race, the true masters of the Blue Star." Captain Fish looked proud. "I don't care if you're a marine or a domain entrant. Now please back away from this land." Wu Shang's face was icy cold. His pupils began to dye red, his long dark red hair, a blood mist rose from his right hand, and in that mist, the god execution sword appeared in his hand. After entering the devil, a terrifying killing aura swept over the beach, and when she looked at Wu Shang with shocked faces, especially Wenjun, he thought that in the younger generation was already the top group, and at a young age, he had also cultivated to the 5th stage of evolution. But this teenager in front of him was actually one stage higher than him, and the murderous aura on his body was even more terrifying. when she had the same thought, but she was instead more curious in her mind. Wu Shang's murderous aura was too heavy and made her a little uncomfortable, and behind the chair not far from the beach, Wu Jianjun stared wide-eyed at Wu Shang, who was holding a long knife, his eyes filled with shock. Jianjun, did you find Shanger? At that moment, behind him, Wu Jiangwo also found him against the wind and sand. Raw child there. Wu Jiangwo followed the direction of Wu Jianjun's finger to see that not far away, the teenager holding a long knife standing in front of dozens of monsters. The wind and sand blowing did not let it back half a point. That's Raw child? Wu Jiangwo stuttered as he spoke, and from the side of his face, the appearance was undoubtedly Wu Shang. But what was with the long dark red hair and the long knife in his hand? Evacuate? Impossible. Since the negotiations failed, we are enemies, and as enemies, we will crush you without mercy. Captain Fish's words caused Wu Shang to freeze. What negotiations? Wu Shang's tone was filled with doubt, and at that moment, when she behind him spoke up, they said that they could cooperate with us to resist the domain entrance together, but that they needed 1/3 of the human territory after the subsequent victory. My brother didn't agree, and taunted them and even injured the person they came to negotiate with. Humans, you heard it, it was you who made the first mistake. 2 armies are still at war without cutting down the envoys. You not only injured my companions, but also spoke out against them. I have a problem with killing a few of you. What's more, our request is so simple and reasonable, and you dare to do so. You are really ungrateful. Captain Fish's tone was filled with anger, while behind him, when she lowered her head and whispered to Wu Shang, I'm sorry, it's our fault. Wen Jun, on the other hand, had changed back to black hair. The consumption of his psychic energy made it impossible for him to maintain that state, and he clenched his fists and slammed a heavy fist onto the sand, his eyes filled with resentment and guilt, resigned to being too weak, and guilty for his dead teammates. Wu Shang did not respond to Wen Shi, but walked forward. So what do you want? At these words, Captain Fish thought that Wu Shang had gone soft and extended his finger to Wen Jun and Wen Shi behind Wu Shang. Hand these 2 over to us and calm our anger before we will consider an alliance with you. What do you think? Wu Shang suddenly spoke up. Wen Jun heard his voice and stood up to protect Wen Shi behind him. One person does what one person does, and since I'm the one who did the wrong thing, it has nothing to do with my sister. So if you want to kill me, kill me. I wasn't talking to you. Wu Shang slightly inclined his head to look at Wen Jun, and Wen Jun also noticed that an earphone suddenly appeared in Wu Shang's ear, and at this moment, the screen of the cell phone in Wu Shang's pocket was lit up, and the screen showed Sin Hu, on call, and at this moment, far away in an office in An City, a man was crossing his legs and following the phone, his gaze looking out the window, the corner of his mouth gently hooked up. Are you sure? 10%. Then what are you waiting for? Forgot the declaration of our Zodiac organization? You take the blame. No problem, but there is one thing. What? Cut them into sashimi for me. When Wu Shang heard this, he took off his headphones, his tone revealing a piercing chill. No problem. Captain Fish on the field was a little impatient. What are you talking about? What's the consideration? Anyone who enters my dragon country, if the enemy, into the 9 ghosts, we are all the ghosts of life. This place, prohibited to pass. Your conditions, not through. Chapter 21, Battle of the Sea Clan. Kid, you dare fool me. The fish captain was instantly enraged, and along with its anger, the sea clans behind it were also instantly agitated, and the seawater began to rise in a large wave. I'm not fooling you, just failing to negotiate to fight? Crap! That sea tribe instantly appeared in front of Wu Shang's body, and the halberd in his hand directly smashed towards him. Careful! Born! All the people present shouted towards Wu Shang. Wu Jianjun and Wu Jiangwo rushed towards Wu Shang's direction, when she's hair turned silver and a fan loomed in her hand. Stay away from all of them, take your brother away, and my father and the others. Don't let anyone near this place. The frontier can't be opened without a spatial medium. Wu Shang's figure appeared in front of Wen Shi, stopping the other party from trying to strike and allowing him to take away Wu Jianjun and the others. He just realized that, but there was no way around it. He had things to do and they were fine as long as they weren't in danger. Got it. Wen Shi was first stunned, and as she saw that those sea clans were rushing towards her, she also realized that listening to Wu Shang was the best choice right now. I know. Hang in there. I'll be right back. After when she finished speaking, the fan in his hand, a silver-white full moon appeared to wrap Wen Jun away, and then rushed towards the 2 Wu Jianjun who were not far away, and the 4 instantly disappeared in place. Don't let them get away. Captain Fish roared towards the shrimp soldiers behind him. The octopus began spewing toxic ink in that direction, and the shrimp soldiers rushed forward with great speed. Miso. Suddenly, a dark red flame rose out of thin air to block all the sea races. Do you guys like grilled crabs? Wu Shang set his eyes on the shrimp soldiers and crab generals on his left side. Split the body. 10 terrifying spiritual energy converged on top of the Punisher god, dark red flames rapidly rising as Wu Shang shot out violently, transforming into a 3-meter blade chi that chopped towards Captain Fish's men. Let me! The halberd in Captain Fish's hand directly slammed up towards Wu Shang's face, and two terrifying forces spread out at this moment. The surrounding sea clans couldn't intervene at all. Kid, the 6th rank is an even match with me. You are proud enough, but it's a pity that you're a human. Since you're not willing to cooperate, let this genius of yours fall here. Captain Fish's eyes carried a slight sense of appreciation, but these appreciations quickly turned into a much stronger killing intent. I'm sorry, I said a 10% chance of winning, and today only you will die. Wu Shang's voice came from the blade air. Bang! The fish captain looked at the halberd that was picked off with a shocked face. However, it reacted extremely quickly, instantly wrapping a huge water ball around it, and Wu Shang didn't intend to make a move on him, turning to chop at the other sea races. Back up! Captain Fish yelled towards his men, but its henchmen weren't it, and were nowhere near fast enough to get split up straight away. With 2 cuts, there were a dozen more bodies on the beach. The rest have fled back into the sea. Wu Shang turned to look at Captain Fish. Do we still have to fight without our weapons? Our sea race is not just about close combat. Captain Fish roared angrily, and then leapt up. The sea behind him instantly rippled. A water column rose dozens of meters high, and Captain Fish was held aloft by the water column. Kid, let me see how your fire might burn up this endless sea of mine. After Captain Fish finished speaking, his hands pushed towards Wu Shang and a huge column of water blasted towards him, and in the distance, Wan Shi, who had sent Wen Jun and the others back to safety, also saw the column of water rising in the distance. Stay here, brother, I'll go help him. Wen Jun had a worried look on his face, but didn't stop it. Be safe. Wen Shi nodded, and then left once again in the direction of Wu Shang, and Wu Jianjun and Wu Jiangwo looked at the shock in the eyes of Wen Shi, who left with inhuman speed, even more intense. On the other side, several water pillars rushed towards Wu Shang, whose body rose up to block the demonic flames towards the water. Another great mist rose up, and the demonic flames held the water column at bay, though it was quickly suppressed. Captain Fish was right. Wu Shang's flames were very hot, but they weren't enough to vaporize the entire sea. The demonic flames were suppressed, and the water column came closer and closer to Wu Shang. Kid, go to hell. Captain Fish had a hideous smile on his face as several water columns rushed out of the sea once again to completely extinguish Wu Shang's demonic flames, and a huge column of water covered Wu Shang. Boom! Accompanied by a loud sound. When she looked at this scene with wide eyes, somewhat unbelievable. PSSST. When she fell to her knees, her beautiful eyes filled with tears. At this moment she could no longer carry on. The intense blow of her teammates dying in front of her, and the people who had just come to their rescue dying tragically for them, and all in front of her, made her heart break instantly. At 16 years old, known as the proud daughter of heaven, she felt intense remorse and powerlessness for the first time. It's a pity. If you cooperate with us you may not be spared a death. All come out. Today this place will be occupied by us. The fish captain opened his mouth, and behind it, the sea tribe that had just fled reappeared, their eyes filled with bloodlust. It was clear that if no one stopped it, the probability was that there would be a river of blood within this 10-mile radius today. I can't cry. I have to stall them. I can't let everyone die in vain. When she also came back to her senses after hearing their words, she stood up, her small face filled with determination. The fan in her hand flickered with a silver-white light. Her long hair like a waterfall draped around her waist. Her silver-white hair was like a galaxy, and her whole person was instantly beautiful. Just as she was about to step forward to stop the sea race, a voice rang out. In case you didn't hear me, I said, 10%, exorcism, plunder. Suddenly, snowflakes drifted down in the air and a strong chill swept across the entire beach. Everyone was stunned by the sudden chill and involuntarily shivered. Click, click. What? Captain Fish's pupils instantly dilated as he watched the column of water under his feet condense into cold ice bit by bit. Move. Sensing that something was wrong, it tried to get its men to leave, but at the moment, its men had already turned into a lifelike ice sculpture. Their fearful expressions were recorded in the ice sculptures, and the water pillars attacking Wu Shang in the distance turned into icicles. Bang! The icicles burst open, and Wu Shang's figure appeared in them. You may not be too sure of the origin of the moniker demon mouse, a creature that likes to make holes, and you're never quite sure how deep and how many holes it makes. Snowflakes fell and Wu Shang's figure appeared among them. Phew! White mist blew out of its mouth, and snowflakes in the air drifted down above its long eyelashes, looking beautiful and dangerous. At this moment, he had a head of white hair, and his pair of scarlet pupils had also turned white at this moment, looking as if he had no pupils. The slender blade was also pure white, and at the moment, he had shed his fierce aura and took on a bit of nobility and softness. If he was the domineering demon god before, now he was the snowy elf wielding a magic sword. The second talent of the magic knife, plunder, and other people's plunder is different. The magic knife can plunder each other's soul and then transform a magic knife with new attributes. Of course, there is a limit. The ability to plunder used once will disappear. In other words, the long knife in Wu Shang's hand should now be addressed as Magic Knife. Snowman. Chapter 22, Beheading the Sea Race. I really underestimated you, but how much spiritual energy and physical strength do you have to compete with me right now? You should know that as long as we're in the sea, the physical strength of our sea race is endless. Captain Fish's face was grim. The halberd that had long been retrieved was once again cupped in his hand. It pointed at Wu Shang, and then angrily yelled, "Making sashimi out of you is definitely not a problem." Wu Shang instantly disappeared from his spot after he finished speaking, and his entire body rushed directly to the beach. "Everywhere you pass is tundra. Arrogant." Captain Fish roared angrily, and then raised his halberd and slammed it towards Wu Shang. Dang! The long sword and halberd collided together, erupting with loud sounds, and the sound of gold and geese clashing filled the battlefield. Snowflakes scattered with every collision between the two sides. The seawater under the feet of the fishermen was frozen. There was no way to be in control at all. It's not like the ones too far away have that strength. For a while, the other party was ruthlessly suppressed by Wu Shang, but there was not much difference between the two parties' strengths, so they could not break through the other party's defense for a while. Dang! The two sides are once again jockeying for position. Hey, do it! Suddenly, Wu Shang shouted towards Wen Shi in the distance, and Wen Shi also instantly reacted. Just now she was amazed at Wu Shang's beauty. For a moment she forgot that she was still on top of the battlefield. Now reminded by Wu Shang, she rushed towards the fishman. What? How can you seek the help of others in a battle between great generals? Do you still have a little bit of the style of a strong man? I never said I was strong. It's only natural for a mouse to need the help of others. Click, click, click. The terrifying cold aura reappeared, followed by the snow on the ground being controlled by Wu Shang, covering the two of them instantly. Wu Shang did not intend to let his opponent disengage, and at that moment, when she also appeared above the fishman's head, tidal wave, only to see a heavy force erupt from her body. The silver-white glow looked as if it was not dangerous, but when it covered the fishman, the powerful pressure instantly caused him to fall to his knees, and Wu Shang seized the moment it lost its strength and beheaded it with his hand. Pust! Hot blood dripped onto the ground, and Wu Shang couldn't support his hair turning black. Clean up the battlefield. You should be able to use it. Wu Shang threw the bracelet in his hand to Wen Shi in mid-air before instantly falling to the ground. The two splitting of the body plus the conversion of the magic sword made his spiritual energy and physical strength all bottomed out. His supernatural ability was not suitable for wide-range fighting and killing, but it was extremely strong one-on-one. Hey! Vaguely, Wu Shang saw the young girl flying toward him. 2 days later. Where is this? Wu Shang braced himself and looked around. Looking at the clean white sheets he also got a clear picture of where this place was. Little life. You're finally awake. It was instantly surrounded by people after Wu Shang woke up. Wu Jianjun and the others gathered around. And of course, there were also people from the Shangguan family. They looked at Wu Shang with worried faces. I'm fine. I'm just dehydrated. Do you have any candy? Wu Shang asked. His face was a bit white, and the energy in his body looked like it was a bit insufficient. Yes, 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 we've prepared a lot of food. Wu Jianjun and Shangguan Zi and the others nodded their heads in a hurry before they started feeding Wu Shang food. Where are the grandparents? Wu Shang asked curiously. It's not a big deal, so I didn't say anything to them for fear that they would worry and say that you were playing elsewhere in Sanya. Wu explained. Wu Shang nodded at his words while touching his body. Where's my cell phone? At my place. Wu Jianjun took out Wu Shang's cell phone from his pocket. Only his face was a little off. Wu Shang frowned as he looked at the recent call logs and chat boxes. You all know? Wu Shang looked at Wu Jianjun and the others. Wu Jianjun nodded somewhat awkwardly, and at that moment, Wu Wei also rushed to Wu Shang's face. Brother, how come you never told us about something so big? Wu Wei's tone was a bit complaining, while Wu Shang sniffed and said softly, it's better to let some things take their course. Don't you know that now? Hearing Wu Shang say that, Wu Wei also felt as if it made quite a bit of sense. Xiao Shang, that Inhu captain of yours said that Xiao Wei also has this kind of talent, and asked if we would like to let her also. Wu Shang's great aunt walked up and asked, mainly because she and Wu weren't quite on the same page after this matter was brought up. Wu Jiangwo thought it was okay, but Zheng Hua was a bit reluctant to give up. Wu Wei, on the other hand, wanted to go just as much as her father did. Auntie, this matter was actually something he asked me about at the time, and what I said at the time was that I wouldn't recommend my family to come, but I won't stop you guys if you want to have an idea. At the most, I'll let Wu Wei follow me around, and I'll try my best to protect her. Zheng Hua also nodded after Wu Shang finished speaking, and then pulled Wu Jiangwo away, who still wanted to say something. Little life. Your boss has already told me everything. From now on you don't have to sneak around. I'll support you. Wu Jianjun walked up and spoke. Aha. Wu Shang nodded. Sooner or later this matter would have to be publicized anyway. His own family would just know. Just don't spread it around. Humph. You don't even care about your own son. You shouldn't have ghosted Xiao Sheng back then and thrown him to you. Not far away. Shangguan Zi's tone was slightly cold. It can't be helped. Moms are like that. As long as it's because someone else is hurting their child, they will briefly forget their own faults. Mom, stop it. I'm fine. Where are Xiaozhan and Light Rong? Wu Shang opened his mouth to stop Shangguan Zi, and then asked about the situation of the two Shangguan Zhan. Big brother, we're fine. We're not in danger. We even saved a lot of people. Uncle Wang Bing praised us. Shangguan Zhan finally found a chance to speak and said with a proud face. Wu Xing smiled and nodded. That's good. Hey. Shangguan Zhan and Shangguan Qingrong smiled a little embarrassed. It seemed that saving someone for the first time gave them a great sense of accomplishment and self-confidence. It is? Wu Shang looked at the extra phone number on his cell phone with some confusion. Only one more contact came up on his cell phone. Winnie. Her? Wu Shang thought of the young girl with silver hair. Dad, why don't you guys go home? I'll rest myself and I should be back by evening time. Wu Shang had a bit of a headache looking at the packed hospital room, and it was so awkward for both sides that he spoke out to let both sides go. That's fine. Call me when you want to go back to the hotel and I'll pick you up. It's okay to call Mom. Shangguan Zi also interjected. Well, you guys go on back. After emptying the room of all people, Wu Shang laid on the bed and dialed in Hu. Hello, is this Inuyasha? Yo, woke up. How does the strength of the sea nation feel? It's very strong, especially on the seashore. It seems to have the ability to control the seawater. According to that sea tribe, their sea tribe's stamina on the seashore is endless. The statement may be a bit exaggerated, but I fought with it at full strength for 10 minutes, and I really didn't feel the other party's decadence. So well, okay, I know. By the way, your bracelet was brought to An City. We need your bracelet in the corpses of the Hai Clan. You first go up to the Sichuan Shu side to get a new one. Good. Wu Shang hung up the phone while looking out the window. The situation in the world is getting more and more complicated. Now Earth's native creatures are evolving too. It's going to have to be stronger. Chapter 23, Wu Jianjun's Matter of the Heart. While Wu Shang was resting inside the hospital room, Wu Jianjun, who had already returned to the hotel, seemed to be thinking about something as well. Yesterday. Hello? Who is this? Isn't it Wu Shang? I'm Wu Shang's father. May I ask who you are? He's still in a coma. Coma? He's hurt? No, the doctor said it was off the charts. That's fine. Then have him give me a call when he wakes up. I'll call Inuyasha. Wait a minute. Wu called out to his opponent as he was about to hang up. On the other side, Wu Shang looked at the length of the call with Inhu and fell into deep thought. Call length, 6104. Wu Shang's thoughts drifted to nowhere. Wu Jiangwo's side was arguing with Zhang Hua. No, I only have this one daughter. It's not like you didn't see the scene a few days ago. She's just a child, how can she go through that kind of danger? Zhang Hua's tone was extremely agitated, and it looked like the events of the previous 2 days had cast a large shadow over her. But it's not like you didn't hear what that leader said. The world may change more and more in the future, so if you have such a talent, why not? Although there is a crisis. Isn't this for the sake of the child's future safety? Wu has a completely different opinion. Wu Jianjun felt that if the future world would really be like this, then the dangers of the present would be completely insignificant compared to those of the future. He had seen the scene that day with his own eyes, and he had seen Wu Shang's power, and he felt that it was only right to let the child have more power to defend himself while the danger was still not so great. But you're not unaware of Xiao Sheng's appearance, and this work is official, and you're not unaware of Jianjun's identity, so if you really want to be famous, how much pressure will Xiao Sheng and Xiao Wei be under in case they're raked over the coals? Zhang Hua sat on the edge of the bed and sobbed after she finished speaking, and Wu Jiangwo, who was on the side, froze instantly when he heard this. He fished his own cigarettes out of his pocket while sitting on the bed without saying a word. He knew what his wife meant. That leader said that Wu Sheng's talent was among the top group in the country and even in the world, and it was no surprise that Wu Wei's talent was the same. But with great talent comes greater danger, greater attention, and once the identity of his brother's rapist is revealed, it's hard to imagine what kind of crusade his child will encounter from those evil men. Never underestimate human jealousy. At this moment, Wu Jiangwo does not know that a figure at his door is slowly leaving. The mood in the room was a bit subdued for a while, and eventually only Wu Jiangwo's size remained. Later, Wu Jiangwo smoking a cigarette. At the moment he seems to have aged a few dozen years. The already vicissitudes of his face looked even more vicissitudes. He clearly remembers the time when he was verbally abused by countless people, and he also clearly knows how difficult it was during that time. He wanted his daughter to help Wu Shang, but he was afraid that his daughter wouldn't be able to carry that kind of public opinion. He felt guilty for his selfishness and blamed himself for Wu Shang's understanding. Eventually a solitary sentence was left. Our family, we all owe Xiao Shang. I'm such a bad uncle. A cry of incompetence speaks of countless heartaches. At night, Wu Shang returned to the hotel. He first went to his grandmother's room to say goodbye, and then came to Wu Jianjun's room and knocked on the door. Who? Wu Jianjun's voice rang out from inside the room. Me. And with a pinging sound, the door to the room was opened. Oh little life, why don't you yell at me to pick you up? Wu Jianjun smiled while then pulled Wu Shang into the room he was in. Anything? Wu Jianjun's tone was somewhat curious and nervous. You've been on the phone with Inuyasha? Ha? I had a chat with your leader. Wu Jianjun first froze, then lowered his head and whispered. Well, there's something I need to clear up with you. Wu Jianjun also froze when he looked at how serious Wu Shang was, and then sat upright and spoke. You say, did Inuyasha tell you about me going to Evolution Academy? He told you? Wu Jianjun was a bit surprised. No, I guessed, but it looks like I should be right. Wu Shang's words made Wu Jianjun a little embarrassed. He scratched his head, and then said with some embarrassment. In fact, I think that this place you can really go, both to get a better understanding and to. I know, but there's one thing I must make clear to you. I'm not going to Evolution Academy not because of you. It's because home is here and I feel more at ease guarding it. You don't have to think that I'm inferior because of the reason of your identity. This kind of problem doesn't exist, and you don't want to think of committing suicide and settling me on my mom's side. You know well about my character. That's not possible. I don't have. Wu Jianjun's tone was a little downcast, a little less daring to look up. Whether you did or not, the reason I came to say it was to tell you that this kind of thing doesn't show your fatherly love. That you raised me, that you did everything a father should do, that you've been good to me, that I've suffered all the gossip since I was 4 years old following you, and I never blamed you for that because you've been so good to me, and you've been so good to my grandparents and theirs, and I forgave you for it, so I'm going to go and bring you over from my sister-in-laws and their side and bring you here. Wu Jianjun raised his head. He looked at this son of his eyes were sour. He did the wrong thing, he admitted. He did not have a complaint. His legs were broken. His hands were broken, or he deserved it. He never asked for others to forgive him, but he really felt particularly sorry for Wu Shang. Since childhood Wu Shang has been particularly understanding, and now Wu Shang in this capacity out of the more so that he has no place to go. He's a father and his son doesn't even know when he's doing something so dangerous. Wu Shang stood up and turned his back to Wu Jianjun. If you want to kill yourself I won't try to stop you, but don't think I'm good in the name of it. It's not something a man should do. In the Zodiac my code name is Demon Rat. I've been living in a hole for 10 years now. I don't aspire to sunshine. My future should be spelled out by me, and I don't want anyone in the future to say that I got my future from my criminal father who killed himself. Wu Shang paused when he said this. He turned his head to look at the man behind him who was already in tears and said, Your responsibility is to support me. My responsibility is to support you with my own hands. This is what a man should do. Wu Shang exited the room after he finished speaking, leaving Wu Jianjun alone in the room in tears. After a while, Wu Jianjun lifted the covers. He took out the sleeping pills hidden in the quilt, and eventually flushed all the pills inside with the toilet, leaving the empty bottle alone to be thrown into the garbage, a moment that seemed to unravel the knot in his heart. On the other hand, Wu Shang also returned to the middle of his room. From the time he saw in whose call records he understood that the other party must have said something to Wu Jianjun, who had been under too much pressure for a while. Wu Shang also guessed a thing or two. Today's words were the same ones he'd been trying to say to him. He wasn't going to try to stop him from killing himself, but he didn't want the other guy to do it that way, and he didn't want to be a fatherless child. He looked at the family photo in his hand and at himself in front of the birthday cake for a long time. Chapter 24, Homecoming. The days in Sanya passed quickly, and after a few more days, Wu Shang brought his family back to the ancient city and returned to the dilapidated house. The temperature in Kawasaki has been so low that the smile on my grandparents' faces hasn't stopped lately, and often, he was reminiscing about the past and pulling Wu Shang along for a long-winded chat. Wu Shang wasn't impatient, and he returned whatever they said. After returning to Chuanshu, Wu Shang spoke to Wang Bing and the others before starting his patrol again, probably because it was close to the new year. Wu Shang hadn't encountered any domain entrants during this period of time. That natural organization seems to have fallen silent as well. Everything seems to be slowly calming down. The spring festival is also on schedule. Wu Shang's family sat around. There are no more so-called relatives in Wu Shang's family after what happened back then. Only the eldest family remains, so it was natural for everyone to gather. Wu Shang smiled and wrapped a big red packet for Wu Wei and touched her little head. Happy New Year. Happy New Year, brother. Wu Wei's face was beaming with happiness. Zhang Huan, Wu Jiangwo and the others were busy in the kitchen. The grandparents were watching the TV in their room, with Wu Wei and Wu Shang sitting beside them. The family was ecstatic. Wu Shang's cell phone also had many people sending him well wishes. Wang Bing, Happy New Year, and good luck with your martial arts in the new year. Fanling, Happy New Year. Shangguan Z, Happy New Year son. Shangguan Zhan siblings, Happy New Year brother. There was also Uncle Inhu and the others who had sent messages to Wu Shang. Wu Shang's face showed a slight smile as he responded one by one. Click. Suddenly, a photographic voice rang out. Wu Shang froze, only to see that Wu Wei was taking the washed-out photos and flinging them around. He, brother or smile more good-looking. Before like an ice cube did not smile good-looking. Wu Wei admired the picture she had taken with a smile on her face. Wu Shang also smiled slightly, and at that moment, Wu Shang's cell phone rang again. Someone called him. Looking at the caller ID on it, Wu Shang was puzzled. Hello. Wu Shang put his cell phone to his ear. Hello Mr. Wu. Remember me? A soft and nice voice came out of the phone. Remember, Winnie. Wow. You remember me. So did you secretly miss me? In a certain villa area in an city, the young girl was on the balcony looking at the moon high in the sky. Her white face was a little red. I don't know if it was the shyness of the young girl or the cold weather freezing. No, what's the matter with you? Wu Shang was stunned at first, and then truthfully said, Humph, can't talk. Can't I call you if I don't have anything to do? I'll hang up if it's okay. After Wu Shang finished speaking, when she hurriedly said, No, I have things to do, when she's tone was a bit anxious, as if she was really afraid that Wu Shang would hang up. What is it? Wu Shang asked. It was your domain ring that was taken from you. I know, Tora who told me. What the heck? It's Lord Inuyasha, with honorifics. Oh, Wu Shang answered softly, and then there was no further comment. Well, Happy New Year oh. Wu Shang froze and said in a somewhat complicated tone, You called just to say this? Yeah, New Year's blessings for sure. Well, you too, Happy New Year. Wu Shang responded politely while the corner of Wenxi's mouth involuntarily raised a smile. A conversation that went nowhere ended up just like that. Wu Shang hung up the phone while Wu Wei looked at Wu Shang with a curious face. The two old men beside him were leaning against each other and falling asleep. Sleepiness always comes fast as you get older. Brother, who called you? By the sound of it, it's a girl and she has a nice voice. Wu Wei had a gossipy expression on her face. For his part, Wu Shang smiled faintly, before reaching out and flicking her bare forehead with his finger. Less gossip. Let's eat. Wu Wei bristled before running off to the kitchen. Wu Shang looked at his grandmother who was leaning next to his shoulder and gently patted her back. Grandma, it's time to eat. Wu Shang's voice was soft and managed to wake up Wu Shang's grandmother. Eat? Yes, eat. Grandma yawned when she woke up, before patting her partner awake beside her and heading towards the kitchen. And in Anzhou, the young girl was looking at the moon in the sky not knowing what she was thinking. Wu Shang, magic mouse, what kind of person are you? When she thought back to a few days ago, teenagers like the gods of heaven to save her from the fire. The red hair is full of dominance, and the pure white hair in the snow and incomparable stunning. The usual he has a heart-rending silence. Thinking about what? Suddenly, a voice came from behind the young girl. Hey, not thinking about anything, thinking about what mom will cook for dinner. The young girl pouted as she wrapped her arms around the woman. The woman patted the young girl's small head with a doting. On the other hand, Wu Shang's family sat around and had a reunion dinner. Everyone is happy. And as he was finishing his meal and getting ready for bed, Wu Shang's cell phone suddenly vibrated. Wu Shang picked up the phone, and on the other end of the phone, Wang Bing's somewhat anxious voice rang out. Come to the Drum Tower District. There's a massive invasion of domain entrants over here. Okay, I'm on my way. Wu Shang hung up the phone and prepared to leave. Wu Shang dressed and walked to the door. Suddenly, two shadows appeared behind him. Is it the youngest? Hearing the familiar voice, Wu Shang froze and turned his head to see his grandmother standing in the doorway with her eyes slightly narrowed. Are you still awake, Grandma? Wu Shang turned his head, and the old man was a bit strange at the moment, as if he was sleepwalking. She crossed the threshold while taking a step in front of Wu Shang. She tremblingly reached out her hand, which was then placed on Wu Shang's head. You've grown so big. That's great. Wu Shang was a little dazed as the warm palm stroked over his head, as if he was back when he first met his grandmother as a child. Still so small. Ah, that's nice. Grandma, what's wrong with you? Go home if you're okay. I have something to do. I'll be back in a while. Wu Shang thought of the mission over there and spoke. Nothing. Just wanted to see you, talk to you. Grandma and Grandpa are having a great time these days. Wu Shang smiled faintly at his words before softly saying, if you're happy, I'll take you on a trip again in a while. Grandma laughed. She gently rubbed Wu Shang's head, and her pale hand touched Wu Shang's face. Good. Next trip. And that's when, in the room, Grandpa's voice rang out. Mate, it's time for bed. The voice sounded neutral. Coming. Grandma responded softly before dropping her hand and turning toward the room. Seeing this, Wu Shang was also ready to go out. Little life. Remember to come back early. Put on more clothes and don't catch a cold. Yeah, I know, I'll be right back. Wu Sheng answered very seriously, especially serious. So serious that even he himself is not sure why so serious. Chapter 25, We'll watch your future from the past. Wu Sheng walked to the door. Having picked up a new domain ring in transportation the day he arrived, he released the car in the domain ring, and with the roar of the motorcycle, Wu Sheng's figure instantly disappeared from the spot. For some reason, there was always an empty feeling in Wu Sheng's heart, a feeling that made him slightly grumpy right now. The motorcycle sped down the street at a very fast speed, and for a distance of 10 kilometers, Wu Sheng arrived in just less than 10 minutes. You can imagine how fast he rides on the road. Soon, Wu Sheng saw the two of them, Wang Bing and Fan Ling, up ahead. Zigzag. The tires cut a long black mark across the road. Well, Wu Sheng stepped out of the car and said in a somewhat anxious tone, "Just waiting for you. The other areas have been fought over and now it's down to us. Hurry up then." Wu Sheng's tone was a bit agitated, and Wang Bing and Fan Ling also sensed this. "Are you in a hurry?" Wang Bing asked with some curiosity. "Nothing urgent, hurry up." Wu Sheng took out his domain ring to unfold the frontier. A familiar dark red space reappeared, and Wu Sheng held a long sword, the color of blood in his eyes much denser than before. "Magic Mouse, are you okay?" Wang Bing and Fan Ling felt that Wu Sheng's mood was very wrong, and the killing intent that Wu Sheng was displaying at the moment even made them a little frightened. Once when he was on a mission with Wu Sheng would explode his killing aura when he became demonic, but it wouldn't spread indiscriminately like this, and Wu Sheng's murderous aura was a bit too strong. "Magic Mouse, what's wrong with you? Calm down." Wang Bing raised his hand, and his hair instantly stood upside down as the dust on the ground began to vibrate slightly. Wang Bing, codename Porcupine, sequence 217, special ability spikes, can turn things he touches into spikes to use to attack his enemies, talent level A, evolutionary 5th stage. "I'm fine, just in a bit of a bad mood." Wu Sheng frowned, his heart became more and more uneasy. He now only wanted to hurry to get the group killed and then go home. Demonic flames rose up, and immediately afterward, the space in front of them began to distort, and 4 monsters walked out. They were on all fours and looked like lizards, but with pairs of fleshy wings behind them. Before they had a chance to look around after appearing in space, Wu Sheng had already struck. Split the body. Wu Sheng struck out with his full strength, and the terrifying blade she instantly chopped towards the 4-headed lizard. "Help!" Wang Bing leaped up and countless spikes appeared in front of his body. The earth-colored spikes were like metal, but they looked as if they were sharper than metal. Behind her, Fan Ling nodded and unfurled a pair of crimson wings behind her, which seemed to be formed by flames as a fireball the size of a human head blasted towards the lizard. Bang! A terrifying explosion rang out, and Wu Sheng's figure rushed out of the smoke. Wu Sheng simply left without even returning his head. "You guys clean up the mess." Wu Sheng exited the frontier after saying that and got on his motorcycle and rushed towards his home. As for Wang Bing and Fan Ling, their eyes revealed strong doubts as they looked at the 4 domain entrants that were already dead beyond death. What happened to him? Maybe there's something going on at home. Fan Ling looked at Wu Sheng's departing back and spoke. The two recover the body and decide to go back and ask Wu Sheng what's going on. On the other hand, Wu Sheng had returned home. He retrieved the motorcycle while walking over to his grandmother's room holding his breath with his ear pressed to the doorway listening for something. Phew! Hearing that there was nothing wrong with the breathing inside, Wu Sheng was also relieved, and the uneasiness in his heart gradually dissipated. Wu Sheng stood in the doorway for a while before returning to his room. After the uneasiness in his heart dissipated, Wu Sheng fell asleep a while later. Little life. Little life. In a daze, Wu Sheng heard his grandparents' voices. He opened his eyes to look at the 2 men who had suddenly appeared in front of his bed with a slight look of confusion in his eyes. "Grandparents? Is it morning yet? Are you guys hungry?" Wu Sheng felt as if his eyes were a little hard to open, but he could indeed see silhouettes and could recognize them as his grandparents. "Not hungry, we just came to see you." Wu Sheng nodded and tried to get up, but his body seemed to be somewhat immobile. "Xiao Sheng ah, have a good life ah, it's a pity I can't see you get married." Grandma's tone was a little downcast, and Grandpa on the side comforted. "It's okay, it's good to see him grow up ah." "Grandma and Grandpa, what's wrong with you guys?" Wu Sheng was a bit puzzled while his grandparents exited Wu Sheng's room with a hobbling step. Suddenly, Wu Sheng's vision became extremely clear, and he looked at his grandparents at the door. His heart suddenly burst. "Grandma, where are you going?" Wu Sheng's tone was a bit agitated as he reached out his hand and shouted, "We want to see your past." Grandma turned back. Her furrowed face was filled with full of kindness, and her familiar smile made Wu Sheng a little flustered. "Are you guys coming back?" Wu Sheng suddenly asked this sentence. "We'll be watching you from the past." Grandma smiled and finished before exiting the room with Grandpa one step at a time. "Oh little life. Don't catch a cold oh. Aha." Wu Sheng suddenly got up from the bed. He looked at the child and the old man in front of him. His pupils dilated and his eyes filled with unbelief. In that snowstorm, 4-year-old Wu Sheng was sent to the Wu family. Wu Sheng's face was filled with tears, while the old man in front of him looked at him with eyes full of kindness and compassion. Don't cry, you'll catch a cold. The old man put his somewhat worn hat on that little boy, while holding him step by step back to that shabby home. Grandma! Wu Sheng opened his eyes, all the sights like a bubble completely shattered. He ripped off the covers and rushed into his grandparents' room. The room took on a warmth, and he looked at his grandmother nestled in his grandfather's arms with intense incredulity in her eyes. How he wished, at this moment, that he didn't have superhuman senses, and how he doubted himself, wondered if he really possessed that much power. I can hear the sound of snowflakes falling to the ground. Why can't I hear the sound of that heart beating from your arms? I have such great power. Why can't I snatch you back from death? On February 4th, Wu Sheng's grandparents passed away peacefully at this moment in their lives. So far, 2 of his most important people have completely disappeared from his life. Chapter 26, when Wu Sheng's grandparents are at the end of their lives, and there's no way that they can be separated from each other. Looking at the black and white photos in the hearth, Wu Sheng's pupils were a little lax. He rarely thinks about these things. His grandparents are very kind to him and the only way he might not act like an adult is in front of them. Suddenly the 2 left together. He was a bit overwhelmed and his mind was not the least bit prepared. Wu Jianjun and Wu Jiangwo cried so hard that it took a long time to slow down. Wu Wei often came to comfort Wu Sheng these days. Wu Sheng always says it's fine, because it is the end of life. No disease and no disaster left in his sleep. Wu Sheng thought it was still quite good, at least for the grandparents. This death doesn't cause them pain. Wu Sheng was also happy for them. Just intentionally or unintentionally, Wu Sheng would still visit his grandparents' room. There was something empty in his heart as he looked at the neatly tidied house. Wu Jianjun also looked for Wu Sheng. Talked. Let Wu Sheng have anything, do not hold back. Everything has him, he will take good care of the family in the future. Wu Sheng nodded, indicating that there was nothing wrong with him. Indeed, Wu Sheng was in a normal state these days and did not cry except for sometimes wandering off. Wu Sheng's cell phone. Many people sent their condolences. The Shangguan family also came to see Wu Sheng. Shangguan Zi looked at Wu Sheng's expressionless face as he sat in his grandmother's room for an instant pang of heartache. She walked up and hugged Wu Sheng. Cry if you want to. It's okay, mommy's here. Thanks mom, I'm fine. Wu Sheng didn't say anything, and Wang Bing and the others weren't chatting with Wu Sheng about the mission after knowing about it, silently completing all the tasks. That's how Wu Sheng spent his summer vacation. Through this noisy vacation, he was back on patrol after a few days of silence at home. His murderous aura was even more intense, and his cultivation had once again risen by 1 rank. He was now at the 7th stage of evolution. Inuyasha had called to ask if he wanted to go to school in Anzhou next year, and he still hadn't answered. After the start of the school year, Wu Sheng went to school as usual, came to his seat as usual and then fell asleep on the table. Shangguan Xingrong saw the heartache revealed in Wu Sheng's eyes, and she walked forward wanting to comfort this brother. Light Rong, let big brother sleep for a while. Shangguan Zhan called out to Shangguan Lightning Rong, but big brother, leave big brother alone. Shangguan Zhan placed his gaze on Wu Sheng after he finished speaking. They often visited Wu Sheng during this time, finding out that there's really nothing unusual about the other person. If I had to say, Wu Sheng's tactics have been getting more and more vicious lately. Basically, meeting with an enemy is a split shot sent to the other side. If you can catch it, you'll be on the receiving end of a split move, and if you can't carry it, you become a corpse. And Wu Sheng had been getting more and more withdrawn for a while. Once would respond politely, now words are basically rare. The bell for the end of the school day rang, and Wu Sheng picked up his book bag and left after a precise awakening. It's raining? Brother, take our car, we'll take you home. Shangguan Xingrong walked to Wu Sheng's side and grabbed his clothes intending to pull into the car. Shangguan Zi also stepped down from her own car, and then came over towards the side. She had called Wu Jianjun and said that she would come to pick up Wu Sheng today. Wu Sheng, on the other hand, was motionless in place as he placed his gaze in the distance as if he was looking at something. Shangguan Xingrong and Shangguan Zi followed his line of sight to the entrance of a small supermarket in front of them. Grandma, you came to bring me an umbrella. Not far away, a small child at the bus stop was looking ahead at the old lady with a happy face. The grandmother's face doted on him and handed him an umbrella, while she left the supermarket entrance with the child. Little life. Shangguan Zi was also a little heartbroken looking at her son like this. She wanted to reach out and hug Wu Sheng, but Wu Sheng had already left. Wu Sheng walked into the rain like a robot. Tiny drops of rain fell on Wu Sheng's body, and Wu Sheng's face was calm. He took one step in the rain towards his familiar home. Shangguan Zi gets in her car and intends to go after Wu Sheng, but is stopped by Shangguan Yi. Sis, stop chasing him and leave him alone. When Shangguan Zi heard her sister's words, she looked at Wu Sheng who was walking towards the distance, and eventually fell silent. Why are you out here in the rain? Wu Sheng took one step at a time towards his home, when suddenly, a man came over to his right. When she looked at Wu Sheng in the rain and hurriedly jogged over. When she wore a white coat with a little bear hat on her head, her little face was slightly red, and her feet were wearing a pair of beige boots, looking extremely cute. She had come to look for Wu Sheng and had specifically inquired about his school, only to run into each other on her way to the school. Watching the other party get wet even trotted over, when she frowned her pretty eyebrows as she looked at Wu Sheng's soaked appearance. You'll catch a cold like that. Come with me. When she grabbed Wu Sheng's cold hand and ran towards the mall, Wu Sheng also froze. The warmth coming from his hands brought him back to his senses. Looking at the young girl in front of him, he was a bit confused, but the legs moved unconsciously. When she brought Wu Sheng to a clothing store while picking out an outfit for him. Go change. You'll catch a cold like that. And as soon as he heard the word cold, Wu Sheng seemed to remember something. He nodded and headed towards the locker room, quickly changing out of a wetsuit. And when she took this time to go buy 2 cups of milk tea and a towel. Really? Where is your family? Why don't you come to pick you up? Not to pick you up, you can't get wet in the rain. It's hard to catch a cold. When she picked up a towel and started to wipe Wu Sheng's wet hair, and then handed him the hot milk tea. Have a little hot one. Thanks. Wu Sheng nodded before mechanically accepting the milk tea. And at that moment, Wu Sheng seemed to suddenly remember something. He stood up and looked at Wen Shi beside him and asked, how did you know I'm here? Do you have something to do? When she looked at Wu Sheng's reaction as if it was a sudden stress and suddenly puffed out a laugh. Ha ha ha, you're funny. Why are you so slow to react? If I were the bad guy, you'd probably be killed by me. The young girl's eyebrows arched in an extremely happy smile. And when Wu Sheng heard this, he also spoke. If you were an enemy, what you see now would not be a person but a sword. Wu Sheng's tone was extremely serious, and when she retracted her smile and skimmed her lips when she heard it. Okay, I'm here to deliver your domain ring. Mumble. The young girl handed the dark red domain ring to Wu Sheng, who nodded at the sight of it before accepting it. Get acquainted. My name is Wen Shi. My family lives in City. Are you called Wu Sheng? Wen Shi's small hand. Wu Sheng also put his hand out when he saw this. Well, my name is Wu Sheng. Chapter 27 Ripples. Wu Sheng thanked towards Wen Shi after receiving the domain ring. Thank you. Add your contact info and I'll transfer you the money for the dress. Wu Sheng took out his cell phone and spoke. But you're using such an old-fashioned way to ask for a girl's contact information. The corner of Wen Shi's mouth gently curled up, his tone carrying a slight sense of lightness. Then why don't you come with me to the bank and I'll give you the cash? Wu Sheng was not embarrassed at all, nor did he care about the other party's snarky intentions as he prepared to lead Wen Shi towards the bank. Ding! Wen Shi grabbed Wu Sheng's cell phone and then swept his number over. Note to me. Wen Shi winked towards Wu Sheng while walking to the entrance of the mall. Wow, it's still raining. Let me take you back, Wen Shi said with a smile. No, my house is close. I'll just go back myself. Wu Sheng refused and then prepared to walk towards his home. And that's when the young girl grabbed his hand again. When she puffed up her cheeks and said somewhat unhappily, you'll catch a cold. Wu Sheng froze, and then nodded. Thank you. And then the two of them walked step by step in the pouring rain with umbrellas towards their home. There weren't many pedestrians on the road, and the vendors were starting to pack up their things and get ready to leave. You're a senior this year. Where are you planning on going after that? When she asked with sudden curiosity. It's not clear. Wu Sheng opened his mouth with his umbrella. Aren't you going to the Evolution Academy? You're so strong. There's no reason you can't get in, right? No, I didn't say yes, and I have people at home to take care of, so I didn't have that idea before. That's so. What a filial and good boy. When she suddenly looked at Wu Sheng and laughed. Aha. Wu Sheng nodded, and after walking for almost 10 minutes, Wu Sheng saw his home. Do you want to come sit at my house? Wu Sheng didn't mean anything else. He was simply asking, is that an invitation? When she said playfully, not really, I always need the courtesy of a treat when you drive me home. Wu Sheng's tone was flat, with little mood swings. Well, then, let's have a drink. When she covered her mouth and laughed lightly before following Wu Sheng back home. When she looked at the furnishings of the home is also a little curious, looked around, then found the wall lit with white candles spirit table. This, when she was a bit at a loss for words as she turned her head to look at Wu Sheng behind her. Grandparents, back from Sanya and gone. Wu Sheng poured a cup of hot water for the other party after he finished speaking. Drink. Wu Sheng stood up and stretched out his hand ready to hand the water to Wen Shi, while Wen Shi was directly put to walk up and then stretched out his hand to hug him. Wu Sheng only felt a person's soft and warm body suddenly break into his arms. He was a little confused and his body stiffened momentarily. You, Wen Shi's gentle and slightly trembling voice appeared in his ears. It's hard, isn't it? It seems like everything is fine, but the person you love the most is gone. If you're sad, you can cry for a while. You don't have to hold it in. The young girl's voice echoed in Wu Sheng's ears, and Wu Sheng froze instantly. I don't know why. His heart trembled. He had never felt this way in front of his own people, but when she's two simple words made his emotions fluctuate a little. Wu Shang wanted to say something, but couldn't, and for some reason, his eyes were suddenly a little sour. The two hugged each other like that for I don't know how long, when someone suddenly came in at the door. Xiao Shang you. Wu Jianjun was instantly confused as he watched his son being hugged by a pretty little girl, and when she immediately reacted and let go of Wu Shang in a hurry. That you are Wu Shang's father. Right, my name is Wen Shi. I came to deliver something to Wu Shang. That. I'll leave first. The young girl's small face reddened slightly before she rushed out of Wu Shang's house. Wu Shang, on the other hand, was frozen in place, seemingly unable to react to what was happening. The arm was even holding a glass of water. The white gas rising from the glass of water seems to tell that not much time has passed. Wu Jianjun suddenly reacted. He turned his head to look at Wen Shi, who had already disappeared, and spoke. That was just now? Friend, here to deliver something. Wu Shang placed the cup of water in his hand on the table after he finished speaking, and if one looked closely one would notice that his ears were slightly red and his slender hands were trembling a bit. It's probably cold. On the other hand, when she called a car and left, at this moment, her face was extremely flushed, and her entire person looked extremely cute as she covered her small face, her eyes filled with embarrassment and shyness. Wen Shi, what are you doing? You have too much guts. When she secretly spat at herself, she also did not think that she could be so bold. Just after hearing that Wu Shang's grandparents passed away, a strong feeling of heartache welled up in her heart, and unconsciously embraced Wu Shang into her arms. Today she actually came to look for Wu Shang on purpose. I do not know why. This period of time she has been thinking about Wu Shang. Her eyes will often emerge at that time Wu Shang to save her scene. Distracted. But, suddenly, when she held her body beautiful eyes full of heartache, she had investigated Wu Shang's life and knew that it was not easy for him. And even more so, she knew that the people who loved Wu Shang the most were his grandparents. Now that both old men are gone, she doesn't even know how to comfort each other. Growing up in a family surrounded by love, she couldn't empathize with Wu Shang, so she didn't try to advise Wu Shang how to do anything. She just gave her warmth and comfort silently. Maybe that's the most help she can give Wu Shang right now. She looked out the window as the raindrops hit the ground and splashed. See you next time, Wu Shang. On that day, when she took a plane back to Wen City, while Wu Shang was currently being confronted by his father. Xiao Shang I know I'm not quite supposed to say this thing, but if you really like it, you tell Dad. Dad can, beg your mom to ask for you. Wu Jianjun's tone was a bit excited and relieved. Finally, his son was finally no longer on his own. Wu Shang glanced at him before turning around. Don't think too much about it, it's just a friend. She sent me home and wanted to comfort me when she saw Grandma and their spirit tablets. Nothing else. We haven't even met a few times. Fine. Dad doesn't want too much. You get some rest and I'll go make dinner. With that, Wu Jianjun left with a happy face, humming a little song. That little girl he was very pleased with. He's going to go share the good news with his big brother. His son is having sex with a little girl. He can't wait to tell his family a little. And at this moment, Wu Shang looked at the cute emoticons that Wen Shi had sent in the chat box. Cute lazy shishi, I'm going home. Don't miss me. I'll see you next time. Lazy sheep emoji. Wu Shang, okay, have a safe trip. Wu Shang replied politely and left it at that. And no new messages are appearing in the chat box. Chapter 28 The Crisis in Sichuan and Shu. 1. Several months have passed since when she came to Wu Shang's house, and Wu Shang didn't follow up with talking to Wen Shi on a regular basis, only when she would occasionally send Wu Shang a happy holiday or something, and of course, occasionally spit out a little bit of her own little life to Wu Shang. Wu Shang would also respond, and the two would have a chat. Little by little, time passed, and the two Shangguan siblings also came to the third stage of evolution, and would follow Wu Shang to carry out some small tasks if nothing else. Wu Wei's words were watched over very closely by Zhang Hua and was not intended to be followed by Wu Shang. Wu Shang didn't try to persuade anything, everything just went with the flow. It's as if everything has changed back to the way it once was, and nothing has changed. The time just stretched little by little to the eve of the college entrance exam, and at this moment, in some small village in Sichuan in Shu, Bacchus was gnawing on a leg bone of some unknown animal, his face full of enjoyment. Well, how is everything prepared? Bacana asked as he looked to Shangguan at his side. Don't worry my lord, everything is ready. The second marking day will be on the day of the college entrance exams. This day will also be the first time we stand in the world brightly. Let Chuanshu be the paradise of our revelry. Shangguan's eyes carried a slight fervor. They had been setting up for a long time. Ha ha ha, don't worry, when the blue star is occupied by us, your natural organization will get the top credit. Bacchus had bloodlust in his eyes. He hadn't had a fight in so long that the blood within his body was slightly chilled. He needed blood, the warm blood of an evolutionary to activate the cells in his body. How many of your natural organization came? Bacchus asked curiously. Don't worry, it's 5 times that of the 12 zodiacs of Sichuan and Shu. Although the overall strength is very weak, but it's enough to attract that group of 12 zodiacs, together with Marker Bacchus and your people. You can definitely make the zodiac organization here have no return. Good. This time we will come with a general, and that general's strength should also be suppressed to the peak of the molting shell realm, but it will be enough to level this place. Bacchus' words revealed a strong confidence, as if Chuan Shu had already become their bag of tricks. Shangguan and Bacchus discussed. Their loud laughter echoed in this rare village. Early in the morning of the second day, Wu Sheng opened his eyes as he packed up his things and prepared to go to the exam. Is everything ready, little student? Wu Jianjun was busy in the kitchen. His voice was full of energy. The Shangguan family didn't torment him during this period of time, and his essence was also much better. Well, all done. Wu Sheng picked up his own bag while then walked towards the examination center after having breakfast. Go for it, young student. No need to be nervous. If you don't do well on the test, Lord Inhu has also said that you can go to the Evolution Academy. Wu Jianjun looked at his son with a proud smile on his face. The vicissitudes of his face had faded a little, and he was in much better shape after the knot in his heart had been opened. I know. You stay home and don't go out for a few days. The nights will be no small thing this time of year. Wu Sheng was aware of the marking day. He had instructed it many times with Wu Jianjun and had informed everyone around him as well. And, of course, the state is beginning to reveal something, consciously or unconsciously. The fact that you can't go out at night during this time was also made known to the nation. Don't worry, it's all over the news. Wu Jianjun hurriedly nodded. Wu Sheng saw to it that he finished his meal and left. Buzz. A familiar vibration sounded and Wu Sheng opened his cell phone. Hello? Hey, the college entrance exam is today. Are you nervous? Somewhere in the villa area of An City. The young girl was lying on the bed with her little feet crossed with a smile on her face as she called Wu Sheng. Not nervous, don't you take tests? Wu Sheng asked curiously as he thought of something. No, hey, I'm going straight to Evolution Academy next year. So it is. Wu Sheng also understood after hearing that all of these children were internalized. By the way, I booked a flight for the day after tomorrow, so I'll see you then. Looking for me? What for? Wu Sheng's eyes revealed a slight doubt. Shay, you do not come to find me, then I must go to find you. Then you take me to play in Sichuan. Treat me to dinner. Could be. Wu Sheng nodded. It wasn't a big deal. Then it's a deal. Good luck on your exams and don't forget to bring your stuff. I'm off to breakfast. When she hung up the phone and walked towards the door, unable to stop the smile on her face, at the dinner table, when she's father looked at his daughter's smiling face and also laughed. Is there something good? So happy this early in the morning? Hey, don't tell you. When she smiled playfully while starting to eat, when she's father also lost his smile and shook his head. On the other hand, Wu Shan walked into the classroom after placing his cell phone and bracelet at the door. This kind of thing is not afraid of losing. Wu Shang's things basically with GPS, not afraid of death, can try to snatch it away. There were no acquaintances in the classroom where Wu Shang was, so he walked into the classroom and waited for the teacher to hand out the papers. With the bell ringing in the examination room, the first exam officially began. Of course, it's not just the exams that have begun, but also the 6 people who rushed here. Zhang 1, Shanhai took the 3 evolutionary second stage minions towards where Wu Shang was. I think the cultivation of the 2 did not improve. It was still at the evolutionary 5th stage. After all, they had been hiding in the village all this time, and did not dare to be too arrogant, coupled with the limitations of their talent, so their cultivation did not grow much. Hello, this is the exam room. You can't enter. Zhang Wen looked at the security in front of him who stopped him, and the corner of his mouth hooked into an evil smile. I'm sorry, there's no place in this world we can't enter in our natural organization. Bang! Ah! Countless parents waiting outside for their children looked at the scene in front of them with horrified faces. Of course, there are also fast reacting and unafraid to open the live broadcast, only to see the front. Zhang Wen once again unleashed his supernatural ability. 3-meter tall stature of a fist smashed the security that blocked in front of him and the gate. The punch that blasted open not only the door, but the prologue to the chaos of the world. In the examination room, Wu Shang instantly stood up. His pupils turned scarlet, and he looked out the window. Chapter 29 The Crisis in Sichuan and Shu, 2. What is your business, this student? The teacher looked at Wu Shang and walked to him with a serious face. Instead, Wu Shang just pushed it out of the way, and later went to the window and pushed the window open. Into his eyes, his pupils instantly contracted. Classmates, you need to. The teacher went up with a displeased face and wanted to take Wu Shang away, but the scene outside the window instantly left them speechless. What is this? Outside, Zhang Wen's flesh swelled, holding a wolfsbane with a sardonic grin on his face. Beside him, Shanhai was holding a trident with seawater surrounding his body, and the 3 people around him were also using their powers with an arrogant face. Boo! the wolf's tooth rod blasted in to the ground, smashing out a huge deep pit. Magic mouse, you're here, right? The loud sound resounded throughout the school, and everyone was currently standing at the window looking at the shocking scene with horror in their eyes. Demon rat, if you don't come out, all the people here will have to die. With that, Shangguan's hand cupped the head of a security guard and directly crushed it. The bloody scene instantly caused the crowd to scream as they hid in the classroom with horrified faces. Answering city. Zodiac organization. Unusual energy fluctuations have been detected in Sichuan and Shu. All 12 zodiac signs have been targeted. The person in charge of the observation informed Kawasaki of the information. What? At a time like this? That's right, it looks like it's premeditated. Xuanshu is likely to encounter a very strong wave of attacks. The observer looked at the middle-aged man at the top with a stony face. What about other cities? Abnormal energy fluctuations have also appeared in other cities, but not as strong as Xuanshu. Who is the strongest person in Xuanshu? Demon rat, sequence 004, cultivation at evolutionary 7th order. The middle-aged man sniffed and pondered for a moment. Haveen who go forward to help, and all the other zodiac signs will also be mobilized. Notify the masses at home in Xuanshu not to go out, and those who are outside to quickly flee. Yes, Shangguan waited for a few seconds, and when he saw that Wu Sheng hadn't come out yet, a fierce smile appeared on his face. Demon rat, since you won't come out, let all of these flowers of the motherland die here. With that, he looked to one of the people beside him. Seeing this, the man also slapped the ground with both hands, and in an instant, a huge ball of earth began to coalesce, quickly reaching a height of over 4 meters. Shangguan wrapped his hands around his body, his veins rippling as he raised the ball of earth as soon as he could before smashing it towards the classroom where the student was taking the exam. And in the classroom, Wu Sheng put the bracelet on and rushed straight to the window. The people in the classroom stepped back, looking at the huge ball of earth in front of them with frightened faces. And at this time, Wu Sheng's examination room teacher watched Wu Sheng stepping directly on the window, reflexively reaching out his hand towards Wu Sheng to grab him. No, this is the 4th floor. Wu Sheng was extremely fast, allowing the teacher to catch him. He put his foot on the window and then leapt out. Look, someone's rushing out. He doesn't want to die. It's the 4th floor. What the hell? Everyone looked at the scene in front of them with their mouths wide open, shock filling their eyes, only to see Wu Sheng stretch out his hand and directly push back that huge ball of earth. His body was completely disproportionate to his opponent, but the ball of earth that was several times bigger than his size was just effortlessly pressed to the ground by him. Bang! Wu Sheng looked at Shangguan in front of him, his scarlet pupils erupting with an intense killing aura. Not a single person from all the natural organizations will survive today. After Wu Sheng finished speaking word by word, the execution god once again appeared in his hand, and instantly, the entire room was shocked. What is this? In the classroom, the students looked at the red-haired teenager in front of them with open mouths, forgetting their fear for a moment. Ha ha ha, speaking out of turn at a young age. Let me see how you're going to kill us. Shangguan smiled broadly and finished speaking, then instantly disappeared in place, and when he reappeared, he had already arrived in front of Wu Sheng, and his huge wolf tooth stick smashed towards Wu Sheng with a strong powerful wind. As for Wu Sheng's left and right sides as well as the top of his head, the other 3 people from the nature organization were also attacking towards Wu Sheng with a sardonic smile on their faces. In an instant, Wu Sheng was surrounded. Miso, demonic flames rose from Wu Sheng's body, and the terrifying flames burned those 3 evolutionary second stage trash directly into ashes. While facing Shangguan's wolf tooth stick, Wu Sheng stretched out his hand to directly receive it steadily. I told you, all of you from the nature organization will die today. An icy and murderous voice resounded throughout the room as Wu Sheng pushed Shangguan away with a single push. Shangguan's eyes were filled with incredulity. This guy has gotten stronger again. Demon Blade 7 chopping stage 1. Split corpse. Not good. Shangguan retreat. Shanhai's circumference conjured up endless seawater to wrap Shangguan in it, while Wu Sheng chopped out a 4-meter-high blade chi. Pust. The blade chi was extremely fast along the ground. Shanhai could not react at all. Looking at Shangguan who had his arm chopped off, his eyes were filled with fear. Withdraw. After saying that, a column of water rose under his feet, instantly washing him away at a surprisingly fast speed. Wu Sheng, on the other hand, summoned his motorcycle and directly chased after him. The students in the classroom looked at this fantastic scene. They looked at each other with dismay in their eyes. Notice, exams are over. Everyone go home. Wait for the crisis to be over and everything. At this moment, the entire Sichuanshu, and even the entire Dragon Kingdom all appeared with this kind of broadcasting sound. And the moment the announcement came out, the crowd froze for a few seconds before rushing towards their homes. In any case, just listen to the state anyway. And at this moment, Wang Bing and the others were also attacked. Although they were not injured, it still made them furious. and they also chased after him directly just like Wu Shang. And even because they were not in the downtown area, their speed was much faster than Wu Shang's. Everyone in Chuanshu at the moment was rushing towards their homes. There was either fear, curiosity, or excitement on their faces. They took out their cell phones and started recording, even live streaming. And the only reason they videotaped it was because of the police cars and troops in front of them. The entire armed forces of Sichuan and Shu were all mobilized and began to enter a state of emergency preparedness. On the other side, Wu Shang rode his bike and started to chase, looking at Shinhai, who was spraying on the roof. He used the weapon on his motorcycle. Pale blue bullets struck towards the sky at a surprisingly fast speed, and did hit quite a few, but the other didn't linger either. But the speed did slow down. As the distance grew closer, Wu Shang seized the opportunity to stand up and leap. Split the body. Phew! The red blade chi instantly struck the opponent in mid-air, cutting him down. Looking at the figure falling from mid-air, Wu Shang prepared to go over and collect the corpse, because he clearly saw it. His blade chi directly chopped it in half. Even if the evolved person's life force was strong, they wouldn't be able to survive for long. Ha ha ha, demon rat, you think you've won? Go see your teammates. I'll be waiting for you in hell. At these words, Wu Shang instantly frowned as he violently pulled off the domain ring on his wrist. Domain rings can be localized to other people's locations. He tapped hard and a screen appeared in midair. And in the screen, he looked at the red dot not far away, and his pupils instantly tightened. The red dot ahead is disappearing, which means someone died. Chapter 30, Crisis in Sichuan and Shu, 3. Wu Shang instantly shot violently towards the front after seeing this scene, and by this time, the crowd was pretty much gone. Wu Shang didn't bother with Shangguan and the others. His heart was incomparably anxious at this moment. And at this moment, Wang Bing's consciousness was very blurred. His right hand had been broken and he was holding Fan Ling in his arms, looking miserable. Around him, a body fell to the ground like an inferno. The man in front looked at Wang Bing with a playful face, as if he was looking at a mole cricket. If that is all your strength is, then this place, Chuanshu, will be the first place we occupy. When Wang Bing heard this, a smile grinned on his face. Ha, yours? From the time you've been planning this for so long, this land can't be yours. Evenly matched people using ploys to defeat each other. That's called wisdom. And you, who clearly possess a power several times stronger than ours, still use this kind of plotting and scheming, and even have to cooperate with our natives, which is exactly what you've shown that you're in fear. Ha ha ha, mole, you talk funny. Fear? Fear of what? We're just waiting for space to weaken. What are you, a taunt before you die? Mockery filled Baka's face, as if Wang Bing's words couldn't do him any harm. Ahem, is that so? Since you have so many powerful people, don't you even have a space ability? At these words, Baka's smile came to an abrupt end. Strong men? Ridiculous, you guys are afraid, right? Fear that there are hidden supreme beings in the earth, so you don't dare to attack in a big way. You can only cautiously test the waters. You are afraid. You are afraid of hidden strong beings. You are afraid of human beings. And you are afraid that the creatures on the earth are united. Griffin, I'll admit you've managed to provoke me. And with my next punch, I'll send you to hell along with your teammates. My body also dies. My soul blesses the dragon earth. Death? What's the harm? What? Are you afraid of death? Wang Bing looked at him. A mocking smile appeared on his pale face, although there was a gap between them in terms of strength. Mentally, Wang Bing completely crushed Baka's. Die! Baka's instantly shot out violently and blasted a punch through Wang Bing's stomach. Ha! I'll be in hell, waiting for you. Wang Bing vomited blood and finally lay down helplessly on the ground. Humph! Hell, who in this city can kill me? Split the body. Just as Baka's was about to eat the corpses of Wang Bing and the others, an incomparably terrifying blade chi instantly chopped at him. Bang! Baka's sweaty hairs stood on end before he instantly retreated towards the distance. Who is the visitor? In the smoke, Wu Shang's figure was slowly revealed. A horrifying murderous aura swept across the battlefield. Wu Shang looked at Wang Bing and the others who had already died. The murderous intent in his eyes skyrocketed. Nice killing aura, but unfortunately, the cultivation level is too poor. As Baka's looked at Wu Shang's cultivation of the evolutionary 7th order, a wicked smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and then he instantly shot out and blasted a fist towards Wu Shang. Bang! The long blade and the fist collided, and Wu Shang was blown into a house not far away by a punch. Kid, your teammates are weak. I can't imagine that you're also so unbearable. You're that last demonic rat, right? It's true that you're a rat. Weak and trashy. Baka's tone was full of mockery and disdain and of course a hint of annoyance. He was annoyed that he was actually scared off by such a brat, plus what Wang Bing said before. This made him even more annoyed. Kid, die. Without any nonsense, Baka's once again threw a punch towards Wu Shang in the distance. But this time, Wu Shang didn't raise his sword, but instead clenched his fist and punched at it. Bang! The two fists collided. And this time, Wu Shang wasn't blown away. And where the two fists collided, a vacuum zone instantly formed. How is that possible? Bacchus stared at him with wide eyes and a shocked face. Wu Shang, who had just been blown away by a punch, could now actually be an even match for him. I am a mouse, but I have more cards than you can imagine. Wu Shang raised his head. At this moment, his eyes became red. A blood-red mist once again drifted around his body. Wu Shang's hand holding the long knife chopped with force, and the scarlet knife chi blasted Bacchus directly away. Flutter. Wu Shang's body seemed to expand for a moment before shrinking back to its original form. Being knocked away, Bacchus frowned at Wu Shang, who was not far away and entangled in a red mist, and for some reason, a touch of panic suddenly surged in his heart. Kid, you've managed to piss me off. As Bacchus felt the panic coming from his body, anger instantly took over his brain. He was actually knocked away by an ant that he could once crush with his hands. His outer skin began to tear, and soon a huge puddle of gray liquid-type creatures appeared. It was like sludge, and the liquid on his body dripped down onto the ground with a zippy sound. Kid, let me see what cards you have to compete with me. Bacchus' body is 5 meters tall, has a width of over 4 meters, and looks extremely disgusting. This is also his original form, the rotten one. Wu Shang held the knife in his right hand, and the red color had completely flooded his pupils. Evolutionary ninth order? One blade can't kill you, how about another? After Wu Shang finished speaking, another long blade appeared in his hand, its black body filled with a sense of power. Obviously, this was Shangguan's soul transformed into a long blade, and just now, Wu Shang was able to match Bacchus power-wise because of this. Wu Shang held his dual swords, his eyes completely invaded by red aura. Twin blade stream, demon soul unsealed. As the words fell, from Wu Shang's body, a pillar of red light shot up to the sky, and a murderous aura invaded Wu Shang's consciousness, and at this moment he was no longer him, but the devil's sword, the god of execution. At this moment, many people in Chuanshu saw this pillar of light rushing into the sky, and Captain Li looked at the pillar of light in the distance, silently praying for Wu Shang and the others in his heart, while Shangguan Zhan and Shangguan Litrong were looking at the two distorted spaces. It was clear that these were the domain entrants that were about to appear. That's Big Brother? The two also noticed the pillar of light and instantly detected that it was Wu Shang's aura. The strong aura of blood and fury made the two of them look shocked. On the other hand, Wu Jianjun also saw this red pillar of light. Junior? Wu Jianjun suddenly remembered that red light would also emanate from Wu Shang's body when he transformed before. Looking at the huge red light, he instantly thought of his son. Plus he hadn't contacted Wu Shang since the notification had just been sent out, so he made an instant decision and rushed towards the direction of the light pillar. Little Shang, wait for me. Wu rides his electric bike with worry in his eyes. Chapter 31 The Crisis in Sichuan and Shu 4. And at this moment, Wu Shang had completely changed. His entire eye was filled with red color. He was holding two swords, and his mouth made a low enunciation like that of a wild beast. And soon, the red pillar of light began to dissipate, and a blood-red mist rose around it. Bacchus looked at the mist with fear in his eyes as he saw many looming shadows in the mist. They wailed, they hissed, their bodies were chopped off again and again as if they were repeating the process before they died, playing God. And at this moment the weather is also slowly darkening. The moon that hangs high in the sky above, at this moment turned into a blood-red color, and as he transformed into a blood-red color, all over the world, a space began to distort, and a loud roar could be heard faintly. It was as if someone was attacking. Chuanshu's Captain Li was hiding behind a car at the moment. A large tree close to 2 people high in front of him was twisting wildly. It was obvious that the domain entrants were attacking this space. Captain Li commanded his teammates to keep them calm. Relax, there will be a large number of domain entrants this time, but they won't be very strong. Most of them can be suppressed with firepower. Captain Li's words made the many members of the team feel as if they had received a shot in the arm, and the tension in their eyes slowly faded away. On the other hand, the liquid on Bacchus' body transformed into a huge fist that blasted towards Wu Shang. Kid, die for me. Bang! The dual swords and fists collided together, and the liquid-like fists were like the hardest rocks at this moment. And after the two sides collided together, that fist directly exploded, and those poisonous sludge splattered towards Wu Shang. Split the body. Wu Shang's voice was very hoarse, as if it was roaring out of his throat, and at this moment, the dual swords were against his chest, and they were flickering with flames. Phew! Along with the body as if something had been sucked out of it, the already thin body became even more slender. Obviously, the demon soul has side effects, but the appearance of side effects also signals greater strength. 2 5-meter-high blade chi with majestic killing intent chopped directly at Bacchus in front of him. There's no way I would lose to a mole like you. Bacchus roared angrily, before transforming into a water column-like shape and crashing directly into it. Pust! Blade chi and sludge bombarded together. At this moment, both sides seemed to be evenly matched. and a tug of war was drawn out. Bacchus was even angrier inside. Wu Shang was just a mole of the evolutionary 7th order. Even if his strength was suppressed, he, an evolutionary 9th order, fought an evolutionary 7th order to a draw. Not to mention that he had been conquering for so many years. Die for me. Bang. The sludge began to blast towards Wu Shang from all directions, and Wu Shang was unable to move at all due to his tussle with Bacchus. For a while, it was as if Wu Shang was in a dead end. Roar. Accompanied by Wu Shang's roar as well as the tightening of his body, the red aura of the blade chi became even more dazzling and sharper, accompanying Wu Shang's body as it rushed out. A large hole was chopped out of Bacchus' huge body, and red liquid dripped from that hole, looking like blood. Bacchus lowered his head and looked at the large hole in his body, disbelief filling his eyes. How can? Flutter. The huge silty body fell helplessly and ended up scattered all over the place, and Wu Shang fell to his knees clutching the long sword in his hand in death. His forehead was bruised and he was panting heavily, as if he was suppressing something. One more. Wu Shang turned his head. The black blade in his left hand had shattered, leaving only a Punisher, and the Punisher god was trembling madly at the moment, as if it wanted to break out of Wu Shang's bonds. Magic. The 7 chopping choppers of the devil's sword split the body. Wu Shang stood up and roared angrily. At the moment he looked so miserable with blood flowing from his 7 orifices, while his target was the distorted space in front of him. He drained the spiritual energy in his body completely, and the long knife in his hand slashed with force. Another blade chi chopped towards that space, and just then, that inverted space was also instantly torn apart. Wu Shang's blade chi directly chopped into it, and the domain entrant who was preparing to come out was directly chopped into pieces of flesh before he could speak. When Wu Shang saw the scene, he dispersed the exorcism in his hand, and then collapsed to the ground powerlessly. His body became incomparably thin, and if there was perspective, one would realize that the blood in his body at the moment seemed to have been drained, becoming extremely thin. The heart's beating gradually got faster. Nowadays, even a 2-year-old child in Wushan can directly kill him. And it's not just this side of the country that's been invaded, but other parts of Sichuan and Sichuan as well. A group of strange-looking humans rushed out of the space rift and were greeted by fire from the Dragon Kingdom. Captain Lee had his teammates shoot the moment the space was ripped open. Bullets were mercilessly declared on the domain entrance in front of them, and at this moment the first war belonging to the Blue Star and the foreign domain was completely fought. The whole world also finally knew what had happened. Those close to the battlefield watched the scene in shock from their homes. Several huge spatial cracks appeared in other cities as well, and a number of domain entrants appeared in these spatial cracks as well. However, the strength was basically at the evolutionary stage, and the strongest was only at the 9th stage of evolution, and was easily decimated by the local powerhouses. Chuanshu side is not much of a strong guard because of its location, and I didn't expect them to place the strongest guy in Chuanshu. In city, after when she killed the last domain entrant, he took out his cell phone and called Wu Shang. The number you have dialed is turned off. The sound of the beep made when she's heart tightened. At that moment, a voice came from not far from her. Lord Chenlong, the domain entrants in city have all been resolved. Not far away, a guy with a domain ring on his wrist was talking to someone from the Zodiac organization. Good, now that it's settled, clean up the battlefield and come back. A somewhat muffled voice came from the other end of the line. Yes, the man peeled the domain ring from his hand on command and prepared to clean up the battlefield. Excuse me, let me borrow your domain ring. When she rushed over and snatched that combatant's domain ring in one hand, the usefulness of the domain ring when she's is clear, and also knows that the domain ring can locate members of other Zodiac organizations. All of these are taught in the academy. Hey, what are you doing? The man was dumbfounded as he watched when she run away and hurriedly followed after reacting, and when she has already started checking out the 12 Zodiac signs for orientation. She searched for a long time and eventually localized to Kawasaki. Her pupils instantly constricted after seeing Kawashu's localization. At this moment, there is only one solitary red dot flashing in Chuanshu, which also proves that there is only one person left in the 12 zodiac signs of Chuanshu. When she looked at this place and her feet got faster, she stopped a car and got right into it. What are you doing? You want to die? The driver roared angrily while when she spoke in a slightly shaky tone. Go to the airport. Asterisk 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 you. Get off. The driver's tone was angry and impatient, while the young girl's hair began to gradually turn silver. To the airport. When she's eyes contained tears and her tone was very emotional, and the aura made the driver freeze. He gulped as he looked at the young girl with silver hair. No. When she looked at the domain ring in her hand and her tears filled her eyes as she looked at the red dots on it. For some reason, she felt that that last person was definitely Wu Shang, and that instinct made her want to go and save him. She had learned about Wu Shang's past, and these hours of chatting had given Wu Shang an important place in her heart, and perhaps she hadn't realized it herself, or rather, even if it was to repay Wu Shang for saving her life, she had to go this time. Chapter 32 Crisis in Sichuan and Shu, 5. And on Wu Shang's side of the portal, a monster once again walked out. The monster was short, like a child, but the sharp claws and sharp teeth of its hands were not human-like, kind of like an evil spirit in general. The strength was not strong, and it was only the first stage of evolution, but it appeared here at this moment, just like the last straw that crushed the camel. Wu Shang was lying right in the middle, and the monster was walking towards him step by step with saliva dripping from the corner of its mouth. And immediately after that, another person walked out of that inverted space. The man was 2 meters tall with dark skin. Nothing different except that he was a little taller than the dragons. He had the feeling of a hybrid man, holding a halberd and walking out of the void rift step by step. Is this the Blue Star? What a familiar scene. Then this place is ours next. The corners of Lika's mouth curled into a smile, and a terrifying aura radiated from her body. The monster at the forefront directly slumped to the ground and shivered after seeing Lika, who was obviously far above it. Humph. Eat it. I'm not really interested in those. Rika glanced at it before turning around and preparing to walk towards the downtown area. And at that moment, 2 cannonballs trailing huge tons of fire blasted towards this person. Bang! Rika glanced at it before blocking it with one hand, and an unreadable barrier seemed to appear in front of him, which deflected the shells directly. Humph. Toys for the weak. After Lika finished speaking, 2 shells exploded instantly, smoke covering them, while in the sky above, in the helicopter at the moment, Inhu's face wore wariness and anger. Lord Inuyasha, is it in want to land here? After the driver finished speaking, before Inhu could reply, he was ripped up from the driver's seat by a huge force. Boom! An arcing chop cuts the helicopter in half, the air of a huge explosion ringing out while Inhu drops to the ground with the terrified pilot in one hand. You go ahead. I'll take it from here. After Inhu finished speaking, the driver hurriedly ran towards the distance, and the smoke in front of us is gradually clearing. I can't imagine that there is still a strong person like you in Blue Star now. Not bad. A bit interesting. Lika's voice came out of it, only to see him standing upright, unharmed. Ha, there are quite a few strong people in the Blue Star. I can't count, but killing you should be enough. After Inhu finished speaking, his hands transformed into tiger claws, 9 tiger tails appeared at his back, and a strong sharp aura erupted from his body. One of the 12 zodiac leaders, In Tiger, Sequence 049. Ability, 9-tailed tiger Lugu. Its record for the ancient period of one of the divine beasts. It's Kunlun mountain god. Of course, whether real to be proved, but it is indeed one of the world's top foreign powers. Killing the gas is extremely strong. A powerful aura erupted from Inhu's body. His cultivation of the 9th stage of shell molting was undoubtedly on display at this moment. The 9 tails behind him were like steel whips, and with a casual fling, the concrete ground was directly smashed out of a crack. Ha! How can a group of weaklings sheltered by their ancestors be comparable to the power that we cultivate on our own? After Lika finished speaking, he swung his halberd towards Inhu. Bang! Inuyasha blocked his hands on top of his head. The powerful impact caused the land under his feet to sink into a bit, while Inuyasha's face remained swimming. There is no shame in bearing the shade of our ancestors. After all, you are nothing more than the defeated men of our ancestors. Arrogant! Lika instantly roared in anger when she heard Inhu's words, and at that moment, countless whip shadows came towards the attack. Bang! Lika was jerked right off the ground, and several red marks were made on his body. Inhu roared like a tiger roaring in the mountains and forests, opening his hand and charging directly at his opponent. Lika grimaced. Having just been knocked back made him very upset. Both sides collided together again. Countless claw shadows, whip shadows, and the remnants of halberd swings intermingled together. The 2 experts in close combat showed their strength at this moment. The concrete road under their feet sank bit by bit. The houses around them were damaged under the fight between the 2 men, who casually punched with the force of both 10,000 pounds. And on the other side of the room at the moment, Wu Shang was also in some trouble, because the battlefield was pulled elsewhere. At the moment, he didn't care, while the domain entrants who came out early in front of him were walking towards him step by step, the undisguised killing intent in their eyes sending shivers down one's spine. Get out! Suddenly, when the domain entrant was about to get close to Wu Shang, a motorized car not far away directly crashed over, and the terrifying force directly knocked him away. Wu Jianjun looked at the collapse of Wu Shang, could not care about the pain. A back up, and then across the electric car toward the distance traveled away. Roar! The domain entrant who was knocked away was directly enraged and roared as he chased directly towards Wu Jianjun. At the moment there are countless cars on the road. The traffic is paralyzed pretty much. You can only ride a motorcycle. And the main 2 sides of the battlefield were so intense that they couldn't spare a hand. Wu Jianjun can only carry Wu Shang on his back and ride the motorcycle to flee toward the front. Can't go towards the crowd yet, or this monster can't stop Wu Jianjun once he goes on a killing spree. Wu Jianjun began to weave in and out of the narrow road. He didn't even dare to look back because he could feel that the other party had been following him. Don't be afraid, little life. Dad will save you. Wu Jianjun's tone was filled with determination. At this moment he seemed to have become a real father and began to protect his son. On the other side, the fight between Inuyasha and Lika was at a stalemate. The two men were of equal strength, and their experience was also very old-fashioned, and the gap in power was not large, so it was not really easy to distinguish a winner for a while. As for the street where the two of them were, the road had been smashed out with deep pits and cracks, and the houses around them had been smashed out with big holes. Painful. Blue Star guy, although my power is suppressed, but to be able to fight with this general to such an extent, I recognize you. With such strength, why don't you join us? I'll make you my vice general. Lika looked at the killing Inhu in front of her, heart rose with love of talent and began to persuade the other. TCH, I'm not really interested in the vice general. If you really want to rope me in, why don't you let me make an offer? Oh, feel free to mention anything. I'll fulfill it if I can. Lika thought that Inuyasha really had the intention to defect, and a smile appeared on his face, but in the next second Inuyasha slapped another claw directly towards him. How about letting me be the boss of your foreign domain and then merging together into my dragon kingdom? Inhu grinned, his words filled with disdain for the foreign realm. Toast to death. Looking for death. A look of anger appeared on Lika's face, before the halberd flung itself free from the corner. Taste our army's best skill. Shattered jade. Only a slight crack appeared in Lika's halberd, as if it would directly shatter in the next moment, while those cracks exuded a powerful force that made one's heart palpitate. 9 tigers defeat heaven. On the other side, Inhu also began to store up his moves, and the 9 tails behind him began to flap as a shadow appeared behind him, slowly transforming into 9 giant tigers. The giant tigers prostrated themselves on the ground as if they would pounce towards the front in the next second. Come on! Lika swung his halberd directly towards the front and slammed it hard, while Inhu also roared and charged directly towards the front. The two figures crashed together, and a huge explosion shook the earth, and the whole of Chuanshu felt. Chapter 33 The Crisis in Sichuan 6. On the other side, Wu Jianjun instantly froze as he looked at the dead-end road in front of him. The domain entrance behind him gradually approached. Wu Jianjun looked at his son who was breathing weakly behind him, and made an immediate decision. Wu Jianjun put Wu Sheng in the corner while riding his motorized bicycle and crashed. Don't touch my son. I'll fight you if I have to. Wu Jianjun's electric car directly knocked that domain entrant out of the way, and Wu Jianjun led the other party to try to take him away. Baird. The entrant's feet suddenly stabilized the lower plate, directly toppling the car in front. The powerful force made Wu Jianjun a little confused, but the entrant didn't give Wu Jianjun time to react, forcing the car to a stop and then slamming his fist into his head. Flutter. Wu Jianjun lunged towards the ground, and then stood up in a hurry after a few rolls on the ground. He looked around. There was only a shovel. He copied the shovel and blocked in front of Wu Sheng. His hands were slightly trembling, but his eyes were incredibly determined. Don't worry, little life. Dad will never let him touch you for a second. Wu Jianjun silently cheered himself up. Looking at the sleeping Wu Sheng in the back, he clenched his shovel and looked at the monster in front of him. The domain entrant let out a sharp laugh before extending its claws towards Wu Jianjun. Pust. The sharp claws ran through Wu Jianjun's body, and he didn't even have time to swing the shovel out before it was directly pierced through. The difference in power is simply not comparable in belief. After all, he's just an ordinary guy. Wu Jianjun was slapped away by his one hand, while the domain entrant licked the blood in his hand and took a step towards Wu Sheng. On the other side, Wu Jianjun's body fell heavily to the ground. He didn't hurt, he just felt a little cold. His mind was very clear at the moment. He suddenly thought of many things. Once a mistake, future aspirations, and present choices. Suddenly, his eyes widened, his pupils filled with blood, and he suddenly remembered what his son had said. You can die, but please act like a man. Dang! The shovel slapped on the head of the domain entrant. Wu Jianjun was grimacing at the moment. Blood was flowing out of his chest bit by bit, but he seemed to not feel it as he swung the shovel hard. Stay away from my son. The sound of shovels slapping heads echoed through the alleyway, and the faces of the domain entrants grew angrier and angrier. The domain entrant grabbed the shovel as he looked at this unknowing mole behind him, and he decided to kill him first. Bang! Another punch directly Wu Jianjun fly. A mouthful of blood sprayed out. Wu Jianjun powerless collapsed in the car. The light in his eyes began to slowly lax. Seeing this, the domain entrant also turned around and continued towards Wu Sheng, and at that moment, the shovel smashed into his head. Griffin's successive provocations also finally made him angry. He turned around and looked at Wu Jianjun with a cruel color revealed in his eyes. Ha! Come on! Wu Jianjun lying on top of the car. The chest is no longer bleeding. Pale face of his pair of eyes at this moment but surprisingly bright. Roar! Accompanied by a roar sounded. That into the domain of the person a fist toward Wu Jianjun blast. This fist hit Wu Jianjun also do not have to live. And at that moment, the corner of Wu Jianjun's mouth hooked up a smile. He looked at the enlarged fist, his eyes erupted with some emotion. It was as if he was lamenting his life and the fact that someone like him could have such a wonderful son. Pust. The fist's sharp claws once again passed through Wu Jianjun's chest, and smashed straight into the car behind him. With a hint of fire, the electric car completely burst into flames. The flames covered the car and also burned on Wu Jianjun's body. The intense burning sensation and pain surged to his mind together at this moment. Wu Jianjun couldn't help but scream out. But he realized that he couldn't die now, and things weren't even close. Wu Jianjun suddenly erupted a powerful force from nowhere. He held the domain entrant to death, not letting go of his hand no matter how much the other party drew back, and his gaze was placed on Wu Shang, who was not far away. Looking at the other man, he felt a sense of responsibility and fulfillment at the moment. It was at this moment that he accomplished what he might never have accomplished in his life, becoming a competent father. But in fact, Wu Shang had recognized him a long time ago, recognized the man as his father. The crackling of the flames burning, the screams of the domain entrants formed a perfect note at this moment. Vaguely, his gaze seemed to go back in time, to the time when he first met Wu Shang, 14 years ago. At home, Wu Jianjun looked at the child his mother had carried, with dismay in his eyes. When he heard his mother say it was his child, his first reaction was not one of elation, but of wanting to abandon Wu Shang, because he understands where he is now, and now if he had a child, then it's hard to imagine how much stress and what a painful childhood the child would have endured. His mind was struggling madly, and that's when the boy uttered a passage that he remembers to this day. "You're my dad?" Yes. Wu Jianjun lowered his head. This should make all men proud of the name. Seems to make him a little uneasy. "Since you're my father, then please just raise me. I hope you don't run away from your responsibilities. And don't worry, the future me won't let you down, and I'll shoulder the responsibility of being your son as well." The 4-year-old child said something that moved and shocked those in attendance beyond words. From that day on, there was a silent little boy in Wu's home, and Wu Jianjun also began to frequently out of the house began to seek opportunities. Even though he suffers spit on every time he goes out, even though he gets beaten up from time to time, he still has no regrets. The word responsibility seemed to rest on his shoulders without him realizing it. At this moment, Wu Jianjun looked at his son who made him proud in front of him. His face suddenly bloomed with a smile of relief. "Sorry, the word father. I seem to be doing a bit of a poor job. I hope you don't blame me." Accompanied by the explosion of the car sounded, Wu Jianjun and into the domain of both perished, and lying on the ground Wu Shang do not know if he heard the words of Wu Jianjun. Out of the corner of his eye dripped a glistening teardrop, which traced its way across his face and eventually fell to the ground. A man who died in an uninvited alley at this very moment, in order to protect his son. Chapter 34, Crisis in Sichuan and Shu, 7. At this moment in Ansheng, when she had already arrived at the airport, she looked nervously at the red dot that had been moving, her heart lifting in fear of its disappearance after realizing the other had stopped. But after waiting a few minutes and realizing that the red dot hadn't been a problem, she was hastily relieved, assuming that the red dot had found a safe place. Unbeknownst to me, it was someone who saved Wu Shang with his life. The little girl. To the airport. The driver turned his head carefully. "Okay, thank you. I'm really sorry to give you the money for the reason that the situation is somewhat urgent." After when she finished speaking, she swept the other party's collection code and typed $100 over, and then walked directly towards the airport. He walked down to the airport lobby and asked for someone directly. "May I ask if there are any air tickets to Sichuan and Sichuan today? The sooner the better, no matter how much it costs." When she grabbed a staff member and asked anxiously, "I'm sorry, but I've received notice in the last few days that the airport is closed and there's no way to get to Kawasaki." The staff was startled, but they also opened their mouths to explain directly after when she said the reason. The staff's words instantly made when she sit on the ground powerlessly. Her face was a little pale. The worries in her heart turned into nothing at this moment. She somewhat wanted to cry. "Obviously last time you could have come over and saved us in one go. This time I obviously know where you are but I can't do anything." When she sat at the airport, she choked and murmured as if she would cry the next moment. "Hey, what are you doing here?" At that moment, a man from outside the airport came rushing in on fire. When she looked at her mom, the tears in her eyes couldn't be held back any longer and she directly hugged her and cried. What's wrong? Why are you crying? Why did you run here? Do you know how worried I was? If it wasn't for the fact that the home had pulled up the surveillance of you coming and going, I would have thought you were hurt." When she's mom hugged when she with a worried look on her face. And that's when other people came to the airport one after another. There were men and women, and when she's brother, Wen Jun. "What's going on here?" When Jun and the others looked at the crying when she with worried faces. "Brother, something happened to him." The crowd froze, having no idea what when she was talking about. "Who?" "Wen Jun." on the other hand, seemed to have thought of something. You mean that Zodiac organization guy from Sichuan and Shu? When she nodded, looking very endearing. You guys mean the magic rat that saved you and Sanya? When she's mom instantly thought of what her own daughter had said to herself earlier. Well, something happened to him, and he's all that's left of the 12 Zodiacs in Kawasaki. The crowd instantly looked at each other with these words. Don't worry, Xiao Shi. I remember that Lord Yin who is in Chuan Shu. Let's ask him and have him save the people. When June was still very calm at this time and instantly thought of a solution. Yes, Lord Inuyasha. Let's contact Lord Inuyasha. When she instantly became excited, as if she was saved, and rushed towards the outside of the airport in a fiery hurry. For a while, the people looked at each other with helpless faces, and the one they were talking about, Inuyasha, was still battling Lika at the moment. Both of them were damaged, and the buildings around them were broken, and the road under their feet looked as if it had just been hit by a drilling machine. It was full of rocks, and underneath the rocks was some dirt. Ian, who looked at the Lika in front of him, disdain filling his eyes. Battle is not just about strength. The mindset is also very important. Especially in this kind of battle where there is not much difference in strength, the mindset is especially important. In this current situation, for example, Inhu has actually gotten the upper hand. The mindset of the two people is actually completely different. Rika went from being dismissive at first, to being surprised at the strength of Inuyasha, to being very humiliated inside. After all, it was too much of a shame for him, a great general, to fight a person like Inhu, who had never practiced before, to an even match. Even if his current strength was suppressed, but this was not even an excuse. After all, Inhu's strength was just comparable to his. On the contrary, Inhu, from the initial scruples and staunchness, to now the more he fought, the more confident he became, and had even felt that the strongest of the foreign domains were no more than that. Under this counterbalance, Inhu's offense became more and more rapid, while Lika had begun to gradually turn into a passive. Again, the battle intent on Inhu's face grew thicker as he once again transformed into a fierce tiger and rushed towards Lika. And Lika saw this and flung up her halberd to meet the battle. The aftermath of the battle between the two sides destroying things around them and shattering the glass of the surrounding buildings long ago. Inhu's two claws with the tail behind him attacked swiftly and at the same time. But at the same time, people couldn't defend themselves. Along with more and more wounds on Lika's body, Lika's face became more and more unsightly. He realized that if he dragged on any longer he would surely die. After all, he was alone and the other side was on the home turf. Boom! Both sides separated again. Lika took a deep breath, and then once again injected spiritual energy into the halberd. The terrifying energy fluctuation made the space start to distort. It was obvious that this move had already poured out all of Lika's strength, and Inhu's expression instantly froze when he saw this. He understood that the other party was planning to fight for his life. Kid, I admit you're strong, but this time I'm just here to test you, and I'm also the weakest general in our foreign realm. After I die, the people who come on the next marking day will only be stronger, and the barriers of the world will be weakening day by day, and you, Blue Star, will eventually become the paradise of our foreign realm. After Lika finished speaking, the weapon in her hand shattered again, this time in the true sense of the word. The patterns on the weapon shimmered like a jade that was about to break. Then, I'm also here to tell you, I don't care about other places, but in this Dragon Kingdom, then this group of domain entrants will only become the souls of the dead in our hands, and the Dragon Kingdom will always be an untouchable place for you. For you, the Dragon Kingdom is the 9 ghosts of hell, and we, the 12 zodiacs, are the evil ghosts that claim our lives. After Inhu finished speaking, the entire person seemed to have turned into a fierce tiger. The several meter tall 9-tailed tiger roared up to the sky. Its 9 tails were like steel whips that lashed the air with sonic booms. Jade shatter. 9 tigers defeat the sky. Both sides roared angrily, and then crashed together once again, followed by a tens of meters of explosion rising in place, and the surrounding trees were directly blown away. Even some smaller buildings were blown to smithereens by the terrifying impact. After the explosion, the smoke dispersed, and the positions of Inhu and Lika had been exchanged, with both of them standing in the same place, while in Lika's chest, a circular hole appeared in it. Blood spilled from the corners of Inhu's mouth, and his pair of tiger claws were covered in blood. It was clear that he had won this battle. Chapter 35, Crisis in Sichuan and Shu, End. Inuyasha lay down on the ground with a smile on his face. Although he was one of those 12 strongest in the Dragon Kingdom, truth be told, this was the first time he had ever fought a strong person from a foreign land. This victory also made him realize that the so-called exotic areas were not scary. At that moment, his domain ring rang. Which one? Inuyasha asked as he looked at the domain ring in his hand. Lord Inhu, there is still one person left in the 12 zodiacs of Sichuan and Shu. He may be recuperating in one place right now. He hasn't moved for a long time. Go save him. When Shi's anxious voice rang out, while Inhu also remembered his mission and hurriedly began to look for its Wu Shang's location. Thanks a lot, and thanks to me, for coming too late. Inhu's face also instantly became pained after he said this. He was excited during the battle, but remembered his duty after looking back. Kawasaki's 12 zodiac signs were killed by only one person, and they are even still alive or dead. Inhu looked at the red dot on the screen and hurriedly dragged his tired body towards Wu Shang's direction. A few minutes later, Inhu met Wu Shang lying on the ground in the alley. At the moment his face was pale, his figure and before compared to a big circle of thinness, like skin wrapped around the bones in general as if at any time will die. And Torahu saw the two bodies that had been burned to a crisp. The smell of paste filled the air as he looked at Wu Jianjun's corpse, a look of intense pain in his eyes. I'm sorry I'm late. Don't worry, I won't let your son die. After saying that, Inhu retrieved Wu Jianjun's body, and then ran towards the hospital with the weakened Wu Shang in his arms. The curtain falls on another marked day, and the world pulls out of chaos for good. Everyone was clear about everything, as well. Now the evolvers have become the mainstream of discussion among the people of the world. Some people are very excited. Some people are very scared. All kinds of emotions. The Dragon Kingdom is also trying its best to pacify the masses, and said that in the future will be added in the study of subjects have a subject about evolvers, and an evolutionary boom is rising in the world. Blue Star officially enters the age of evolution, and in the hospital in Sichuanshu, Wu Shang is currently lying on the hospital bed, Wu Jiangwo sitting beside him with his eyes lifeless. It is obvious that he has not closed his eyes for a long time. Not many people knew about this matter, except for Wu Jiangwo, and even Wu Wei didn't know. Wu was also under tremendous mental pressure during this time. His parents passed away, his brother is gone, and now the heir left behind by his brother is still alive or dead. The strong pressure and pain pressed him a little for a while. Inhu had returned to Anqing early to report. After all, he still had a lot of things to take care of. Wu Jiangwo rubbed the domain ring in his hand, a flash of pain in his eyes. There is Wu Jianjun's body in the domain ring, and he hasn't given him a burial yet. And Wu Shang had been in a coma for dozens of days, with no signs of awakening at all. Supposedly it's because the mind is too controlled to wake up. Vitals and whatnot have stabilized. Uncle Wu, outside the hospital room, a young girl walked in, when she came over a few days ago, of course, following when she was her brother Wenjun. The two were still quite worried about Wu Shang, their savior. Various experts all came to see Wu Shang these days, and in the end, they all shook their heads and said that they needed Wu Shang to come out on his own. It's hey. Wu Jiangwo looked at when she also forced a smile. To be honest, he was still quite thankful to this little girl, who often came to ask about Wu Shang's condition after coming here in the past few days. Uncle Wu, you go ahead and get busy. I'll just keep an eye on him. Where's your brother? Wu Jiangwo looked behind when she with some curiosity. My brother went to pick someone up, so I came to check on him first. Well, thanks for all these days. Wu Jiangwo reports his thanks to Wenxi. After all, he did help him a lot these days, and with these skies out he's free to work on the funeral. It's okay, he saved my life and my brother's life. This is nothing. When she smiled and opened her mouth, before placing her gaze on the pale-faced teenager in the distance, her eyes filled with heartache. The last time I was here, Wu Shang's grandparents left, and this time Wu Shang's teammates and father also left. Fate is really elusive. Obviously only 18 years old, but suffering. Wu Jianjun leaves and when she sits alone by Wu Shang's bedside and starts taking care of him. He said he was taking care of him, but he was just sitting on the sidelines and watching Wu Shang. The nutritional supplements were quite good these days, and Wu Shang's face wasn't as skin and bones as when he first came to the hospital. Only his face was still bloodless. When will you wake up? When she mumbled on the side while giving Wu Shang a wine every now and then. And at this moment, Wu Shang was in a blood-red space, and he was surrounded by a person who looked similar to him but had scarlet hair and eyes. The two men sat together without speaking. It's time for you to go back. The scarlet figure spoke. Going back? I don't know what I can or should do going back. What the point of going back is. Wu Shang hugged his legs, his tone getting lower and lower. You and my here is very annoying, hey. And how you back then? And I said, we have to kill until all people to a sphere of hey. I the world's first magic knife punisher of God every day here and you idle talk is very boring, hey. The person beside him walked up to Wu Shang's face and shouted with a finger pointing at him, his tone filled with dissatisfaction. That's right, this red figure was the demonic blade punisher, but it was the demonic soul inside, which could also be said to be the spirit of the blade. Got it, I'll be out in a minute. Wu Shang looked at the somewhat exasperated punisher god and spoke. That's right, alright, dead of father you do not still have a big uncle, there is a sister, and then do not help you still have a mother. I was born and raised an orphan have lived for so many years, you do not have to anon. The executioner god looked at Wu Shang's intention to go out and was also excited to persuade him. Wu Shang glanced at him before standing up and walking towards the red mist. There's no need anon. Live longer with me. The executioner god looked at Wu Shang's figure that was getting farther and farther away, also shouted in a hurry. After Wu Shang's figure completely disappeared into thin air, he returned to his original place to lie directly on the ground. But it's good to be gone, or to be alone. I can do whatever I want. With that, he fished out a comic book from somewhere and read it with great interest. And as Wu Shang disappeared, in the real world, Wu Shang slowly opened his eyes. Wu Shang froze as he looked at the clean white ceiling. The sound of a young girl snoring came from beside her, and it was obvious that when she was asleep, Wu Shang slightly inclined his head and frowned. When she was currently lying on top of him, her hair scattered on the bed, her delicate little face squeezing out a bit of flesh, looking very cute, although she was lying on top of Wu Shang's body, but it was not heavy. And the reason why Wu Shang frowned was that the other party had a line of crystallized drool hanging from the corner of his mouth. Wu Shang looked out the window. It was already dark. The clock in the ward also came to just after 11 o'clock. Wu Shang frowned before climbing up gingerly. He carried the young girl to the unoccupied hospital bed next door while he tucked the other into bed. He lost his cell phone, so he doesn't know what time it is. The spiritual energy in his body had risen a little more and was about to break through the 8th stage of evolution. But Wu Shang couldn't be happier. He slightly inclined his head to look out of the window. A pair of dark eyes do not know what to think froze out. Chapter 36, An Empty Home. Well, when she stretched and then opened her eyes filled with confusion. Apparently, she doesn't remember much about when she fell asleep, and isn't quite sure, except that she was talking to herself and then she fell asleep. Why am I in a hospital bed? When she was a bit confused and had a curious look on her face with her eyes open. You're awake. At that moment, Wu Shang, who was on the side, spoke up. When she jerked back to look at him when she heard Wu Shang's voice. You okay? When she's tone was a bit agitated as she lifted the quilt and jumped directly from the bed, and then rushed to Wu Shang's bed. Wu Shang nodded, and then asked curiously, why are you here? I heard that something happened in Chuanshu, then I called you and you didn't answer, so I came over to look for you. Wu Shang sniffed and nodded then stopped talking. When she saw that Wu Shang didn't speak anymore, so she asked again, are you hungry? Do you want to eat something? No. Do you have a cell phone? Can I borrow it for a minute? I'll call my eldest. Wu Shang opened his mouth and asked, while when she sniffed and directly handed him his cell phone. It was followed by Wu Shang making a phone call, and after about half an hour, Wu Jiangwo came to the hospital room. His face was excited and rushing to Wu Shang's front. His eyes were red. No one knew how much pressure he had been under during this period of time. Now it's good. Wu Shang woke up. Uncle, did you get my dad's funeral done? Wu Shang's tone didn't fluctuate much, as if he was talking about a very small thing. How do you? Wu Jiangwo was still thinking about how to tell Wu Shang about Wu Jianjun, but he didn't expect Wu Shang to just say it. Well, I know. I was there and kind of realized. It was as if Wu Shang was telling a normal thing, and when Wu heard that, tears instantly came to his eyes. He walked up and patted Wu Shang's shoulder and choked. Don't worry, there's still Big Uncle in the future. Big Uncle won't leave you alone. When she also wanted to say something from the side, but at that moment, the door of the hospital room was pushed open. Little sister, how is that guy Magic Mouse? Wake up. When June was carrying something, and there was a teenager behind him. The teenager was dressed very aristocratically, his clean white suit accentuating his outstanding appearance with an aristocratic aura. As soon as the teenager saw Wen Shi's eyes instantly lit up, he hurriedly rushed to the other party's front and smiled. Little Shi, why didn't you say anything to me when you came to Sichuan and Sichuan? It caused me to look for you for a long time. The teenager walked over to Wen Shi's side with a worried look on his face. Wang Rong, brother, he's the one who's coming? Wen Shi's tone carried a slight hint of questioning, while Wen Jun also scratched his head with an embarrassed expression and finally changed the topic to Wu Shang. How are you recovering, Demon Mouse? I was hoping to thank you for that. Brother, you're really too. He's just woken up. How can he be recovering well? When she looked at Wen Jun with some anger, and Anjin smiled awkwardly in place when he heard it. Uncle, get out of the hospital. There's nothing wrong with me. Wu Shang wasn't in the mood to watch them chat, but looked at Wu Jiangwo. Discharged from the hospital now? Are you physically okay? Wu Shang nodded, and then pressed the button at the head of the hospital bed, waiting for the doctor to come and check the body as a way to reassure Wu Jiangwo. Why don't you stay a few more days? You've only just woken up and what's not going on out there? When Shi's tone was very soft, and Wang Rong, who was beside her, saw that when she was so gentle to Wu Shang instantly looked at Wu Shang with hostility in his eyes. Wu Shang frowned as the hostility that erupted from the other party's body involuntarily erupted a strong killing intent itself. Instantly, everyone felt a chilling sensation, and Wang Rong's gaze became somewhat alarmed. It was as if he saw a red figure standing on a mountain of corpses and blood with a long knife in hand looking at him in death. Magic Mouse, he means no harm. At that moment, Wen Jun hurriedly spoke, and Wu Shang also reacted instantly. hiding the killing intent in his heart, and his pair of slightly red pupils turned pitch black. At this time, the doctor also walked into the ward and nodded after checking Wu Shang's body. You can theoretically be discharged, but it's best to stay for a few more days to observe your condition. No, we don't have any money. Wu Shang directly stated the most excellent solution. Sure enough, after hearing Wu Shang say that he had no money, the doctor stopped trying to discourage him and let Wu Shang go through the discharge procedure. Thank you for taking care of me during this period of time. This time I owe you a favor, and I'm obligated to use me for anything in the future. Wu Shang thanked towards Wen Shi and followed Wu Jiangwo away after saying that. When she had originally planned to go after them, but ultimately gave up on that decision. She feels that what Wu Shang may need more than anything else right now is quiet. Wen Jun, how do you guys know such a person? It's horrible, all bloody like a madman. Wang Rong, who hadn't dared to speak at the side, opened his mouth at this moment as he looked at Wen Jun and spat. Wang Rong, please respect my friend. He's from the Zodiac organization. Isn't it normal for him to be covered in a murderous aura? It's not like he's pampered like us. When she turned his head and looked at Wang Rong with a serious face, Wen Jun was also looking at Wang Rong with some displeasure. And Wang Rong also shut up instantly after hearing that Wu Shang was from the Zodiac organization. I'm sorry, I didn't know about this, but I'm not pampered though, Wang Rong finally whispered. And Wen Jun also looked at him with a helpless face. This friend of his was usually fine, but when he encountered his sister, he lost his temper. Xiaoxi, why don't we go first? It's also strangely cold outside. Let's wait until he finishes his business in a couple of days and we'll go find him. Wen Jun couldn't help but speak as he watched his sister keep looking in the direction Wu Shang had left. Well, when she nodded, and then turned back with fondness. It's just as well. Xiaoxi, I did the strategy when I came here. We can play in Sichuan for a while. Wang Rong walked over to Wen Shi's side with gusto, while Wen Shi looked a bit disinterested. Hey, it's just about time to go check it out. The demon rats are expected to have enough to do these days. Wen Jun also came up to advise. Tell me more. When she walked back to the hotel alone and quickly after she finished speaking, the only ones left behind were Wen Jun and Wang Rong, who looked at each other in disbelief. In the end, he could only shake his head helplessly and followed behind Wen Shi. And after that marking of the day, it was as if the world was revived by something. Bit by bit, the bodies of certain beasts began to push the limits of human cognition and develop in all sorts of strange directions. Snakes with bulging pouches and claws, tigers clad in flames, and even certain creatures that seem to have been recorded only in ancient times have appeared. On the other hand, Wu Shang also returned home. At the moment his home might not be called home anymore. It was empty, not a soul in sight. He froze at the black and white photo of Mount Lingtai and didn't react until Wu called out to him. They're going to take care of Wu Jianjun's body today and take Wu Jianjun's ashes for burial. Tossed into the night, Wu Shang looked at the Spirit Terrace Mountain and extra tablet, do not know what to say. He did his usual cooking, and then took out 4 bowls and walked out. Oh, doing too much. Wu Shang looked at the 4 dishes on the table and at the large pot of rice, eventually realized he'll just have to cook his own meals from now on. Eventually, the teenager sat alone on a stool and finished his bowl of rice in silence. After putting the rest of the dishes in the fridge, he went back to his room. Chapter 37, New Incidents and Future Plans. In the following days, Wu Shang's mom, Shangguan also came to see him. As soon as she saw him, she hugged him and cried, and Shangguan didn't bring anyone else with her. She was the only one who came, so she hugged Wu Shang and cried, and after she finished crying herself, she started comforting Wu Shang and asked him to come and stay at her place. But in the end, Wu Shang refused them all. Wu Shang gives the reason that he wants to stay with his grandparents and says that he will go to school at the In-City Evolutionary Academy afterward. Shangguan froze for a few seconds after hearing this, and then expressed her support for Wu Shang and that she would go with him to In-City to take care of him. Wu Shang didn't say anything, no matter who Shangguan was trying to take care of. At least she said something like this. Wu Shang had no reason to reject her kindness. Later, Wu Shang talked to Yin Hu about this, and Yin Hu said it was no problem, and that he would keep his demon mouse codename and the treatment would always be there. After all, the one who got the most credit this time, besides Yin Hu, was Wu Shang. The fact that a person had bucked and felled an evolutionary ninth order powerhouse had completely made the people at the top sit up and take notice. In fact, even if Wu Shang said he wasn't going to go this time, the higher-ups would still force Wu Shang to bring him there. A genius of the 7th rank fighting the 9th rank who had just turned 18, they would never allow Wu Shang to be wasted here. Wu Shang probably understood himself, and was ready to go over straight away. Anyway, he didn't have much going on right now, all alone, and it just so happened that Shangguan was over there as well, so Wu Shang could just repay her for her first 4 years of nurturing and childbearing. Wu Shang is planning to go over there in August. It also happens to be close to August now, as the Evolution Academy will have an early month of intensive training. It was probably to let these kids get used to it in advance. After all, the management of the Evolution Academy was still quite strict, screening in advance for those not fit to fight and those fit to fight. On this day, Wu Shang was fuming at home when she came to his house. "Wu Shang, are you there?" When she stood in the doorway and peered in, not seeing Wu Shang. "What's the matter with you?" Wu Shang opened the door and walked out of the room. As for when she also instantly showed joy the moment she saw Wu Shang. But Wu Shang's state made her a bit worried. "Are you alright? Why do you look so bad after not seeing you for a few days? And you haven't eaten properly?" When she walked up and pinched Wu Shang's face, and then the questions rushed out like a series of cannons. "I did eat properly. I'm not a child." Wu Shang knocked off her strange hands while saying lightly, "But you look really bad. What have you been eating the last few days?" Wu Shang sniffed and walked to the refrigerator while opening it. "It's just one dish, fried chicken with potatoes." Wu Shang needs to refuel, and this ingredient, which is high in both protein and carbohydrates, is perfect for him. "That's all you eat, huh?" When she frowned at Wu Shang, she thought Wu Shang would eat something delicious, but she didn't expect to eat just one dish. "I'm the only one in the house right now, so I don't have to do much." When these words came out, Wen Xi's eyes were filled with heartache as she looked at Wu Shang. I don't know why. Obviously Wu Shang's tone didn't change much, and his mood didn't fluctuate much, but she always felt as if Wu Shang was dead in the water. And although the previous Wu Shang's personality was also cold, but at least it wouldn't be like this. The current Wu Shang is, in her words, like a complete and utter robot that will be scrapped when certain programs are completed. And Wu Shang didn't know that this young girl had thought so much. He closed the refrigerator door while moving a stool for Wen Xi and asked, "Do you have something to do?" "Yes, I came here to ask you something. Are you planning to join the Evolution Academy as well?" Wen Xi withdrew her eyes and sat down to ask curiously. "Well, there's nothing more going on over here in Sichuan and Shu, and the new Zodiac organization is here, so there's no need for me to hold down the fort here. And Ian who told me to go to the Evolutionary Academy to study the system for a few years, and wait for a few years before coming out." "That's great. We'll be classmates from now on." Anticipation and excitement filled Wen Xi's eyes while Wu Shang nodded. "By the way, what's your new phone number?" When she took out her own cell phone and prepared to write down Wu Shang's new number. "It hasn't changed. The top gave me a new cell phone no different than the one I had before, and none of the contact information has changed." "So, that's great. Are you free these days?" When she suddenly changed her words and said as she moved closer to Wu Shang. When she was quite close, Wu Shang could even smell a fresh scent on the other party. Couldn't say what it was, but it was quite nice. "I'm free. What do you have to do?" "Let me take you out for a walk. You'll get sick if you stay here all the time, and if you catch a cold someone will worry." Wu Shang froze, and then glanced at the photo in the back. "Okay, where to?" Wu Shang agreed to do it, and when she also grabbed Wu Shang's wrist while pulling him up from the stool after he agreed. "Of course we're going to a crowded place. Let's go." A sweet smile appeared on Wen Xi's face. Extremely beautiful and gentle under the sunlight, the young girl just grabbed Wu Shang and walked towards the outside. And at this moment in the hotel, when June looked at Wang Rong with a helpless face. "What are you doing?" "Of course it's to ask where Xiaoxi went. I say you this brother is really also. Can you treat Xiaoxi properly? You are not anxious even if he disappeared in the morning." When June said helplessly, "How can something happen to a child as big as her? You less care." "I'm not even anxious as a brother. How could we not care? We're childhood friends." Wang Rong rushed to Wen June looking very excited. "Come on, but also childhood sweethearts. Is not just playing together as children? Then I and my sister's childhood sweethearts are many. All in one place. Let's take this identity to kidnap my sister." "Ah, don't think I don't know what you think." Wang Rong face a stiff, but quickly adjusted to say, "So what? Their own people more understanding." "Ah, you and I know the roots. Xiaoxi followed me. You do not feel at ease?" When June sniffed his mouth a face of disdain, this group of playmates inside. "You do not know as the first few." So when I said, "Less shameless." "Ah, my sister is not so good looking as a child when your girlfriends have not been cut off. And now my sister grows good looking would like to come to engage in this kind of affectionate persona. One side to go." After when June finished speaking, Wang Rong's entire body became embarrassed. "Gu, don't be like this. We are at least buddies. How much do you help me put in a good word in front of Xiaoxi?" And when June is no hesitation to refuse, do not even think about it. They have the ability to chase their own, no ability to shut up. Less use me as a shield. And on Qing's side there have been a number of my sister to propose marriage to the elders of my family day after day are looking at the eyes of the eyes. You queue up you. When June closed his eyes and began to rest after he finished speaking, Wang Rong was left alone with a confused look on his face. "Damn these guys. No, I have to talk to my parents too." After reacting, Wang Rong began to call his parents. Of course, since An City was in the center of the Dragon Kingdom, there were countless families, and it was impossible for a family to have only one child. they have no shortage of things like marriage at all. It just needs to be picked. Chapter 38, The Hurtful Cat. Playground? Wu Shang looked at the huge Ferris wheel in front of him and turned his head to look at Wen Shi with some confusion. I see you also have nothing to do. You do not want to play on not play it. We sit here for a while or you have to carry out the mission in the future, certainly want to contact a lot of people. Well, when she looked like she was thinking about Wu Shang looked at her with some skepticism. Wu Shang felt that this little ninny just wanted to play by herself. What's wrong? Don't you like it here? Seeing that Wu Shang's face looked as if he was unhappy, when she asked a little nervously. No, that's it, it's fine. The coming of the coming. Wu Shang also do not want to spoil other people's pleasure. And when she said also has a certain reason. He really should contact more people. Not to the mission will be free of a lot of trouble. The two of them bought their tickets and then headed towards the playground. Don't you play? Wu Shang and when she strolled around the playground for a small 10 minutes, and when she had no intention of doing anything, originally is to bring you to take a break. How can I leave you here alone? You do not even talk. I'm afraid that you will not find someone to ask for directions when you are lost. When she put her hands on her back while smiling with a petulant smile on her face. I'm not that stupid. What are you going to play? I'll join you. When she's gazed at Wu Shang, while Wu Shang directly inclined his head and spoke. Wow, really? You want to play with me? When she was instantly excited when she heard Wu Shang's words and got up, her body unconsciously moving closer to the road. Well, come what may, whoever it is, there's always a happy one, Wu Shang said indifferently, and when she was also directly pulling Wu Shang towards the roller coaster after hearing that. Go on the roller coaster. This thing plays with excitement, and honestly, it shouldn't be able to stir up your emotions for an evolved person, should it? Wu Shang's words made when she bristle and say, yeah, but I can watch other people cry. It's much more exciting than being scared myself. When she's words made Wu Shang froze, and then looked at the other party with some surprise. He had always thought that the other party was the kind of girl who was very gentle and introverted. What kind of eyes are you looking at? I'm not some ancient lady. What's the point of being reserved at a time like this? When she probably guessed Wu Shang's thoughts and spoke directly before pulling the other towards the roller coaster. Soon the two were at the very front of the roller coaster. The two were sitting together and there were couples playing behind them. When she had an excited look on her face, and every now and then she even looked behind her. A gloating face after seeing a number of boys and girls showing fear. Wu Shang also felt a burst of surprise. He had never found the other party, so he jumped out of his skin. The car began to move slowly at the command of the staff. At the highest point, many people cried out for excitement. And of course many closed their eyes with a look of fear. Wu Shang's face was calm, but on the contrary, when she looked at the people behind him with a gloating face, every now and then, he even pulled Wu Shang's to watch it with him. A trip down. Wu Shang and when she nothing happened, but saw a lot of people on the side of the vomit. You're wicked. Wu Shang stood beside Warmth, looking at the joy that overflowed on her face and opened his mouth to spit. Slightly. I'm not doing anything bad. I'm just watching the show from the sidelines. Go. Let's go play something else. The two took a big stroll around the playground and played from morning to evening. And at night, because of the fireworks display, the fairgrounds were more crowded rather than less. Adults with children and couples taking pictures of each other looked very cozy. But of course, it was because when she and the others were done playing. After all, queuing for something like this isn't something that's too mood boosting. Let's go get something to eat. When she looked at Wu Shang and said, well, it's kind of weird over there though. Wu Shang turned his gaze to a short distance away. When she froze, and then followed Wu Shang's gaze, only to see that in front of there, a group of people were gathered there whispering. Of course, most of them were young people, and even the sound of arguing could be heard. Was there some kind of conflict? When she asked with some curiosity. Not really, but I can feel a strange force. Go check it out. Wu Shang walked towards the front after saying that, when she also hurriedly followed. He's just a kitten, what's wrong with him? What's wrong with you people? It doesn't matter if it's a cat or a human. It hurts someone. It's not like I'm going to get it killed. It's just a matter of grabbing it and releasing it out of the park. What's wrong with you, little girl? From a distance, you could hear the amusement park management arguing with a group of young men. The young people were both male and female. And of course, most importantly, they were escorting a couple of stray cats behind them. The cat's pupils were a slight reddish color, which was also quite nice to look at. This cat is not right. Wu Shang frowned. He could clearly feel that the spiritual energy was erupting from the cats and that the three cats had exactly the same spiritual energy. That would be very wrong. Something like psychic energy usually taints the scent when it enters a creature's body, and at a glance you can sense that it's different from ordinary psychic energy. However, the spiritual energy of these three-headed cats was exactly the same, and although it wasn't strong, it was at the level of the evolutionary second stage. Instead, when she set her eyes on a couple's body not far away, The girl in that couple was sterilizing at the moment, and the guy was furious. Obviously, that couple was the victim, and judging from where the other man's wound was bleeding, it wasn't small, and it carried a strange energy. Wu Shang, look at her wound. Well, something's wrong. Wu Shang also noticed and nodded, before heading towards the group of youngsters, ready to deal with the three cats, and the three cats seemed to have sensed something as well, instantly blowing up their hair, but a touch of humanized thinking passed through the eyes of the three cats, and then cringed and hid in the arms of the man who had shielded them. This instantly galvanized the group's protectiveness, and they jerked their cats and comforted them while looking at the gathered security personnel with angry faces. What are you guys doing? This cat is so well behaved. Who knows if there's some strange odor from that woman that irritated it? Do you see it showing signs of hurting someone now? After the girl holding the kitten finished speaking, the people around her also said with righteous indignation, "That's right, cats can know who treats them well and who treats them badly. This group of stray cats is already not easy, and you are still driving them away like this." And not far from the injured man's boyfriend instantly became angry when he heard these guys denigrate his girlfriend and rolled up his sleeves, ready to step forward, but he was stopped by his girlfriend. "Why are you stopping me?" The boy's face was angry, and the girl gave him a helpless gesture. "Look over there." The boy looked in the direction his girlfriend was pointing, and realized that a lot of people had already started to raise their cell phones to take videos, and he could even see people typing with angry faces, and sending voice messages, abuse, bullying the weak, and other words appear on their lips, and the boyfriend who saw this scene understood, clenched his fists and finally could only unclench them helplessly. Chapter 39, The Three-Tailed Cat. The security staff is also under a bit of pressure, and a lot of people are already pointing fingers at them. "Forget it, I'm fine, consider yourself lucky." The girl was also very understanding and walked up to speak to the security officer, and when the security personnel saw that the rightful owner was not pursuing the matter, they also had no choice but to put away their own netting ready to deal with it when the park closed for the day. It can't be helped that a single opinion in times like these can invite millions of people to accuse you at random. He's still trying to stay alive. What's more, now that a group of guys named Evolvers had appeared, in case he really ran into someone with transcendent powers who beat him up, he really wouldn't even dare to retaliate back. The group of people protecting the cats also flashed some smugness in their eyes when they saw the scene. Wu Shang also frowned when he saw this scene. He wouldn't go against things like kindness, but even humans were punished for their mistakes, let alone cats. And even if the cat was forgiven, it shouldn't have been in such a way that it seemed to push the couple and the security officer in the opposite direction. It's like they're all bad guys who are about to bully the cat. But in fact, kindness is also a couple of things, and security personnel are forced to do so because of their jobs, and there still can't be too many people in the world who are truly perverted. "Hello, this is a cat I need to take. Please move over," Wu Shang said as he walked forward while looking at the girl holding the cat in front of him. "What for? Are you trying to get at Mimi too? You don't look like a good person at all." One of the boys beside him stepped forward and blocked Wu Shang's path, and without any further ado, began to accuse him, and the people around them pointed their cell phone cameras at Wu Shang. "What are you guys doing? This cat scratched someone for no reason. You don't know the truth. You're not the victim. Act like the cat belongs to your family." When she blocked in front of Wu Shang, like a lioness protecting her calf with an indignant face as she looked around at the people accusing Wu Shang. "Who says it's not ours? I'm taking this cat home right now." The boy could have been trying to make a statement in front of the girls, or of course he could have been really kind. "Pick up the cat and get ready to leave." And the corner of Wenxi's mouth curled up at his words. "Then since it's your cat, you have to pay for the injury. Of course, you won't be wrongly accused. We can go to the monitoring room to see if it's this cat that hurt people for no reason." The moment Wenxi's words came out, the boy in the couple instantly came to life. He walked up and shouted, "This young lady is right. Since it's your cat, then you come with us. Let's go to the monitoring room to see if the cat grabbed the person first or the person grabbed the cat first. If it's my girlfriend who hit the cat first, I'll apologize to the cat and to you. And if it's the cat that scratched my girlfriend for no reason, then you'll pay for it." The boy's speech was extremely fast and logical, and he looked like he had been holding his breath for a long time, and the boy froze instantly after this paragraph came out. He hurriedly placed the cat on the ground, and then spoke as if it was none of my business. "What the heck? This cat is not my family's. It's just a poor little stray cat." And Wu Shang was already too lazy to talk nonsense. There's no point in talking so much with people like that. "Wenxi, call and contact the people up there to have them come and receive the cat." "Yes." Wenxi nodded, while taking out her cell phone and walking aside, and Wu Shang's pupils turned red as his terrifying killing intent directly locked onto those three cats. Meow. The cat seemed to sense something dangerous and opened its mouth to howl, and then a frightening scene appeared, only to see those three cats instantly merge together to transform into a three-tailed cat that was the size of a lion. "Ah, monster, and the girl looked at the huge three-tailed cat that suddenly appeared in front of her, instantly rolled and fled towards the side. The people around them also instantly scattered and fled in all directions. Of course, there are cooler people who hide and then prepare to watch the show. After all, it wasn't a secret that evolved people were now, and many people were still curious about this group. And Wu Shang, the guy whose hair suddenly turned red, was obviously an evolutionary. Wu Shang frowned as he looked at the three-tailed cat in front of him showing its teeth. The opponent's cultivation after merging was at the 3rd rank. Not strong, but strange. Can you talk? Wu Shang said in a cold voice. Ow! Responding to Wu Shang was an ear-piercing scream. The cat's pupils became scarlet, and the girl who was scratched not far away suddenly had her pupils laxed, and her whole body rushed straight towards Wu Shang. Baby, what's wrong with you? The boy tried to grab his girlfriend, but the scratched girl was surprisingly strong and charged directly towards Wu Shang, looking as if she was being controlled. Seek death. Seeing that the other party still dared to make a move, Wu Shang instantly disappeared in place, not even pulling out his Punisher, and directly clenched his fist and slammed it on the cat's head. By the time the cat reacted, Wu Shang's fist was about to blast on top of its head. Meow! At the moment of life and death, the 3 tails of that 3-tailed cat suddenly became bigger and blocked the top of his head, but Wu Shang's power was far beyond its tolerance. Boom! A crack more than a meter in diameter appeared in this concrete floor, and the 3-tailed cat instantly lost consciousness when its fist was embedded in the ground. And after the 3-tailed cat lost consciousness, the girl also instantly fell to the ground and passed out. Wu Shang grabbed his opponent's tail with one hand while looking around. Everyone, on official business, the video can't be uploaded. Someone will be here in a moment to delete the video from your cell phones. If you upload it privately, you'll have to bear the consequences. There's actually no excuse for video uploads. After all, there are plenty of non-human videos on the internet already now. The main reason was that Wu Shang didn't want to show his face, especially since his identity was rather sensitive, and he didn't know if the higher-ups would clear him or keep it a secret, and it would be troublesome enough to be raked over the coals anyway. And when the people around them heard it, they instantly dared not send it. It was mainly because Wu Shang looked so scary, with a murderous aura and a punch that gave the ground a crack. They didn't think their bones could be harder than a concrete road, and soon the group arrived at the playground. Hello Demon Rat Crew, I'm the new 12 Zodiac and the new Zodiac of the ancient city, codenamed Red Tiger. Wu Shang nodded. The visitor was a middle-aged man, and he wasn't weak in terms of his aura. Evolutionary 5th order. It seems to be a creature that appeared after the marking day, probably a product of evolution after the revival of psychic energy, just like the sea people. You take it back. It's still alive. Wu Shang handed the dying 3-tailed cat in his hand to Red Tiger, and Red Tiger also looked serious when he saw the 3-tailed cat close to a person's height in Wu Shang's hand. He saluted towards Wu Shang after using his domain ring to collect the 3-tailed cat. Thanks. It's all teammates. This cat's ability should have something to do with illusions, and that girl seems to have been hit. Help check it out. Saying that, Wu Shang pointed at the unconscious girl not far away. Akatsuki nodded, and then shouted for the team behind him to take the couple away. The follow-up was that the people watching the show were warned that they would be held accountable if the video was seen online without the person's consent. That's when the curtain fell on this farce. The boys and girls who had started out protecting that 3-tailed cat were long gone. Kindness is not wrong among humans, but to force a victim to be as kind as yourself is not kindness. It's indulgence. Chapter 40, A New Journey. Wu Shang left the amusement park with Wen Shi after taking care of things. The amusement park is also closed after this. When she walked down the street a bit sullenly and said, "It's a pity. We also said we would watch a fireworks show together." Well, wait until you get a chance later. You said it and on. No backing out. Wu Shang's casual perfunctory remark was then firmly grasped by Wen Shi. Wen Shi's face was overflowing with joy, and she seemed to enjoy smiling. Aha! Wu Shang nodded. He. Then the next time we'll probably be in Anzhou, and then in Anzhou you'll take me out. Wu Shang froze, then said with some doubt, "I've never been to An City, so I don't know what to play." Then I don't care. I still come to Sichuan and Sichuan for the second time. Not the same take you out to play. When she skimmed her lips, looking extremely cute. Good. In the end, Wu Shang still agreed, and when she also looked as if she had succeeded in her trickery, with a wry look on her face. After all, when you go to a new place and want to take someone else there, you definitely need to be sincere. Then you need to be sincere, don't you have to know the other person's preferences? Need to research what's interesting in Ann Arbor? Then if Wu Shang wanted to know these things, wouldn't he have to go to Wen Shi and just get to know her? Let's just say that this time Winnie stood in the atmosphere. When she had long seen Wu Shang's character, ice cube face, everything else is made of tofu. A person of this character would never go too far past fooling people. In the past few days, when she had sort of figured out Wu Shang's personality, Wu Shang's character is very easy to figure out, but that's hard to do when you want to get inside his head. The two walked side by side, and finally Wu Shang sent when she back to the hotel before returning home. What's wrong with following along to the past? Why can't we just move to Wanqing together? Now that Xiao Shang has made a fortune and this family has pretty much fallen apart, why do we still have to suffer here? Why can't we start a new life somewhere else? Jiang Wo, I've really had enough of these years. Xiao Wei has to sneak around even to see her father. This Xiao Shang, no matter how outstanding, is also Xiao Shang's own. What has it got to do with us? I can't open that mouth. You too, hurry up and go back with me. What's the point of quarreling in Xiao Shang's house? What if he comes back all of a sudden? Before he could get to the door, Wu Shang heard Zhang Hua and Wu Jiangwo arguing, and Wu Shang heard the content and understood it roughly. Eldest uncle, eldest aunt, if you want to go to Wansheng, come with me. I have quite a lot of money on me. I'll have no problem buying a house, and it's just as well that I'll be able to come home and go straight to your house then. Wu Shang walked straight into the home and opened his mouth. Really? That's great. Zhang Hua had a happy face, and Wu opened his mouth to say something, but was interrupted by Wu Shang. Uncle, stop. Just come back when you're on vacation. There's no need for you to stay here all the time. My dad's gone. There's no need for you to stay here all the time. Wu Jiangwo didn't say anything after Wu Shang finished speaking, and could only silently lower his head and smoke a cigarette. Zhang Hua was happy and gave Wu Shang the finished meal and left, while Wu Jiangwo sat at home looking at the hearth in front of him. Xiao Shang, it's not really necessary. You also have to live in the future. Uncle, I've carried out a lot of missions over the years. There will be bonuses for these missions. I have a lot of money. Don't worry, as long as I don't spend it frivolously, buying a house is still possible. When the time comes, I'll just directly transfer Vivian to go to school there. Wu Shang's words Wu Jiangwo was not refuting, silent for a long time, and finally can only say, you also do not blame your great aunt. How could it be? Great aunt is just a mother and wife, and she's been good to me. It hasn't been easy for her all these years, and Vivian is in puberty right now, so it would be better for the two of you to bring it together, and go to the big city to have your eyes opened up a little bit. Wu Shang had a slight smile on his face, and Wu's eyes had long been red. Family members know their own business. The simpler Wu Shang said at the moment, it proved how hard he had worked some years ago. After all, those monsters were traveling at the tip of a knife in every sparring match, and they couldn't reveal their identities yet. How lonely is this for a vibrant child? Not to mention the loneliness Wu Shang would have grown up in. Eventually Wu went home. Wu Shang told him to go back. Tomorrow, Wu Shang will be ready to go to Wansheng. After all, if the eldest was going, he'd have to arrange something in advance. Also, Inhu told him to go to Anzhou early, saying that there was something going on. He had no friends in Ansheng, and now that he had so little family left, there was nothing to be ashamed of in going early. Speaking of which, when she had originally said she wanted to take the same flight as him, but for some reason, Wu Shang didn't really want to get into trouble. After all, Wen Xi's identity is obviously non-rich or expensive. If he went back with her, it is estimated that just off the plane pants are going to be investigated clean. Wu Shang sent a message to Wu Jiangwo early the next morning. Wu told him to be safe and give him a call when he got off the plane in Ansheng, and a series of long-winded but warm words. Wu Shang also took a side trip to see the base that used to be there. It's changed so much that it's no longer necessary to hide it with something like it used to be. Straight away, there was a building with the Zodiac headquarters written on it, and a phone number marked on it, labeled with a phone number to call for notification of any anomalies or unusual creatures. And Wu Shang also saw a lot of energetic people walking into the building with an expectant face. The Zodiac organization can help test for the potential to become an evolutionary, and that has given many people a new goal. That is to become evolved. Of course, these evolved people who go through the Zodiac organization need to be registered and disciplined, and there are many who have suddenly awakened on marked day who have gone into hiding. These are the people who are inflated and pretentious when they have power. Powerful forces make them want to be free, and by freedom, I mean not being bound by rules, or even wanting to make rules that belong to them. And these people, too, will be a major danger to society. Chapter 41, Anzhou and the New Mission. Wu Shang packed his things and then went to the airport. No one sent him off, and not many people knew he was gone. With that, Wu Shang boarded the airplane and flew towards An City with his own luggage. A new trip is also about to begin. Wu Shang turned his cell phone off while sitting on the plane and just closed his eyes. There were no dogged hijackings along the way. After all, there's no need for it. No one carries cash on hand at a time like this, and basically no one would hijack an airplane except for the sick in the head. The plane also managed to arrive safely in Anqing during the night. Wu Shang walked off the plane in line. As soon as he got off the plane, Wu Shang first sent a message to Wu Jiangwo indicating that he had arrived safely, and then after a call to Inuyasha, "I'm here. You get out of the airport first. I'll meet you in the lobby." Whose voice came from the phone. Wu Shang hung up the phone at his words, and then took his luggage towards the location given by Hu. "Yo, long time no see, how's the recovery going?" wearing sunglasses and a black civilian outfit. Inhu raised his hand in greeting when he saw Wu Shang. It's okay, was there something that made me come early? Wu Shang asked curiously. Don't worry, let's take you to my office first and we'll talk over there. After Inhu finished speaking, he led Wu Shang towards the outside of the airport, and Wu Shang followed when he saw this. Inhu drove the car himself while Wu Shang set his sights on the outside. The night in Anqing is still filled with many busy people who run around in groups for a living, and the cell phone in their hands may be their only entertainment. And city was very prosperous, at least in Wu Shang's opinion. He was too much more prosperous than Chuan Shu, and everywhere he could see people with distinguished clothes. It's also good to distinguish between locals and non-locals in Ann Arbor. The locals are all smiles and confidence, and the ones who come to fight basically don't look up. They traveled in a hurry towards home, not wanting to waste too much time on the road. How about it? What's the difference between Anzhou and Chuan Shu? Inuyasha asked with a smile on his face. There's not much of a difference. Anchor City is probably a little faster paced, Wu Shang said indifferently, and then there was no further comment. Inuyasha smiled slightly at the sight, while then concentrating on driving the car. Soon, Inhu led Wu Shang to a place that resembled an arsenal. It wasn't too far from the center of Anzhou, but the place didn't have many people. Inhu drove the car directly toward the inside, and the way was also unobstructed. The gates were also open early. Don't worry, all the people in there are from our 12 zodiacs. It's not a secret base, you can investigate it if you want to. However, there shouldn't be anyone within the Dragon Kingdom who is that death seeking to directly attack the Zodiac Organization's base camp. Wu Shang nodded. It was also true that it was difficult for dangerous people to enter the territory of the Dragon Kingdom, and the strongest fighting force of the Dragon Kingdom itself was basically all inside this organization. There weren't many, if any, people in there. At least Wu Shang didn't see it. Inhu led Wu Shang into his office and then poured Wu Shang a glass of water. Sit down. No need to be too formal. We're all on our own, Inhu said with a smile, while Wu Shang sniffed and took the water and found a seat. Is there some kind of mission? Wu Shang asked curiously. Yes, this mission is more important. Inhu also looked positive when he heard Wu Shang's words, and then nodded. What's the mission and what are the specifics? When Wu Shang saw Inhu's serious face, his expression was also unconsciously serious. Do you remember the last time you guys ran into the sea people in Sanya? Wu Shang nodded. Something to do with the sea people? More than that. Inhu's face was gloomy before he continued. Since the last marking day, many evolvers have appeared around the globe. And that's not even the most important thing. The most important thing is that the native creatures have also begun to awaken. You mean the sea people? Wu Shang frowned. More than that, there are flying birds and beasts. All of them have awakened. They are evolving in the direction of evolvers, and even some famous mountains and rivers have already seen creatures above evolution. The Kunlun Mountains, the Five Mountains, and even the Yangtze and Yellow Rivers have seen some extremely powerful beings. When these words came out, Wu Shang also understood how big of a deal this was. What's the mission? Kill? Or? No, this time, the main thing is that the other side has approached us. During this period of time all of us, the uppermost 12 zodiacs, have to leave. But the problem is that this time, the screening of the Evolutionary Academy will be slightly dangerous, and many of the people in it have extraordinary identities. Wu Shang frowned when he heard this. Protecting that group of students? And is there a point to this so-called intensive training? We also know, but after all, the status is special, and all their parents are also some upper-class people, although they all said that they deserve to die in the battlefield. But after all, this is only an intensive training. If a person really died it's not too good to see. Wu Shang nodded in understanding. But soon he was puzzled. This kind of thing isn't a big deal, is it? Inuyasha shook his head. This matter is only incidental. The main thing is still the security problem of An City during this period of time, because the main battle force all left. So by then An City your cultivation will be the strongest one. I will apply to the above to give you the greatest rights. During this period of time you have to maintain the order of the city, at least not to let the sudden awakening of the people who haphazardly destroy it. The time to maintain it is 1 week. With these words, Wu Shang immediately felt the pressure. Ancient City is so big. I'm afraid I can't keep myself busy by myself. Can I? Don't worry about this. The spatial channels of the domain entrance in An City are all locked. What you are responsible for is an area. The ancient palace in the center area as well as the museums around it, as well as the assembly hall. Because of the tourists' urban area in this place, it is a mixed bag of fish and dragons, and you will need to hold down the fort there when the time comes. Wu Shang nodded at his words. Could be. Inhu also smiled when he heard Wu Shang agree and said, You've also been holding down that place in Sichuan and Shu for more than 10 years. Originally, if you had come to the Evolution Academy earlier, your realm might have risen a little bit more. Chuan Shu has the benefits of Chuan Shu, and the realm is not a test of strength. Wu Shang said lightly, while Inhu smiled at his words. This is a reward from above. A private domain ring with a number of rewards. All yours. You can leave if there's nothing else. Or if you want to rest here with me for the night, that's fine too. After finishing his mission, Inhu's face showed a slight smile again, and Wu Shang sniffed and shook his head. No, it just so happens that I want to hang out in Anzhou, so I'll go first. Be safe on the road. Inhu didn't stay. He knew Wu Shang's character well after so many years. Aha! Chapter 42, When She's Heart Not. Walking out of the Zodiac Organization's compound, Wu Shang rode the car in the domain ring towards the city. He had booked a hotel and was going to go ahead and put his bags away. Soon Wu Shang rode his motorcycle into the hotel. After coming to the room he had booked and putting his luggage in it, Wu Shang left the hotel. It's 9 o'clock at night and there are still a lot of people out there. The night wind blew on his body with a cool feeling. Wu Shang walked alone on the road, trying to find something to eat. Looking at the hotels and restaurants on both sides, Wu Shang frowned. He wasn't very fond of such formal places. Suddenly, Wu Shang seemed to think of something and took out his cell phone to make a call. Yo, you're a busy guy. You got off the plane? On the other end of the phone, a gentle and sweet voice rang out. Wu Shang didn't know many people in An City, namely Wenxi and Wenjun. Wenjun's words Wu Shang is not very familiar with him, so it's better to call Wenxi. Well, I got off the plane. I'm near the Anzhou Hotel now, and I wanted to ask if there was any night markets or anything like that nearby that I'd like to visit. I see, so send me a location and I'll see where you are. Wenxi's voice came from his cell phone, and Wu Shang obediently sent his location to the other party, and in a villa not far away. When she looked at the location sent by Wu Shang, the corner of her mouth raised in an arc. Hey, it's pretty close. After saying that, when she got up and ran towards the outside of the villa. Hey, where are you going? The mother of the family exclaimed as she saw Wenxi blinking and rushing out the door. Going out with classmates. Wenxi responded from afar while running towards Wu Shang's direction without looking back. Wenxi's mother also shook her head helplessly when she saw this scene. She wasn't worried about Wenxi's safety. After all, her own daughter knew her roots. On the other hand, Wu Shang was sitting on the side of the road waiting for Wenxi to arrive. Hey, been waiting long? When she appeared by Wu Shang's side on an electric bicycle, she was still underage and couldn't drive a car. It didn't take long. Have you eaten? Let's eat together if you haven't. Wu Shang shook his head before saying in a flat tone, is that an invitation? When she smiled crookedly, it's up to you to understand. You feel happy with that kind of statement, that's what it is. Aha, then I'll take that as an invitation, the young girl said with a playful face, and Wu Shang did not refute it. Where to? Wu Shang brought the conversation back on track. Wait, yeah, I'll return the electric bike. We'll take the subway. When she rode off to put the bike back in its original position after he finished speaking, and then he led Wu Shang in the direction of the subway entrance. Have you found a place to stay yet? When she asked curiously. Well, it's at a nearby hotel, very close, and I should find lodging in the next few days. That's right, then remember to tell me when you find a place to live. Wu Shang froze, and then looked at Wenxi in surprise. What are you looking at me for? Wenxi's ears instantly turned red when she saw Wu Shang's eyes looking straight at her. It's fine, I'm only staying for a few days. I should follow it up with a stay for my eldest and the others. Doesn't the Evolution Academy have a dormitory? I think there is. I'm not too sure. I've never been there. It's just that sometimes the Evolution Academy will release some missions for us upcoming students to carry out. The last time you saved us was the first time we carried out a mission. But, when she suddenly lowered her head and her small face instantly collapsed. Seeing this, Wu Shang also understood that she might have thought of those few people who were on the mission together. People have their own destinies. Luck is part of life. Don't think too much about it, and it's not your fault. You're not captains, and it's not your responsibility to necessarily protect them. It's good enough to be able to protect yourself at that point. Wu Shang's tone was flat and the words he said were cruel. But after all, it's because we misjudged them that they died. And if my brother and I had been a little stronger and less arrogant, we might not have died. Maybe. After Wu Shang finished speaking, the two fell into silence. Wu Shang wasn't good at comforting people, and he didn't like comforting people. When she didn't say anything either, her eyes were a little bleak as if she was condemning herself. What did their family say afterward? Suddenly, Wu Shang opened his mouth and asked. When she froze, and then directly snapped out. Nothing was said. The school went to take care of it. We were mentally prepared when we entered the Evolutionary Academy, and the school will have the appropriate subsidies. What about you guys? Ever do anything? Wu Shang asked again. Well, we found their families gave a large sum of money and apologized to their families. What about their families? Did they scold you and beat you? When she shook his head. They said they were prepared and the school gave them a lot of compensation. If the school, the law, and the parents of the people involved aren't blaming you, why are you blaming yourselves? At these words, when she froze, blinking her big eyes at Wu Shang, who was looking at the subway platform. Here we are. let's go. Wu Sheng tugged on Wen Shi's clothes while leading the other party out of the car. Where to next? Wu Sheng inclined his head to look at Wen Shi. Go left. Wu Sheng nodded, and then took a step towards the left. Hey, do you think there's a possibility that they actually hate us? But because my family's power is too big, they dare not speak out in anger. Wen Shi asked with sudden curiosity. I don't rule out this possibility, but through my observation during this period of time, all of your family's teachings are superior. Your brother may be more arrogant, but he is still kind in himself. If your family was really infamous, in this kind of era, most likely it would have long been exterminated by the so-called justice messengers. Hearing Wu Sheng's words, Wen Shi nodded and said, that's true. My family isn't some super invincible badass family either. Obviously, the other party was in a better mood. At least the attention had been diverted by Wu Sheng. It can't be helped. This kind of thing is said to be cruel. In fact, Wen Shi and the others didn't do anything wrong. But again, humans are emotional creatures, so changing the subject is the best way to go. Once a person has doubts about themselves or guilt about something that has happened, then no matter what the onlookers say they carry that emotion inside them. Only wait for time to wear off in your own digestion. All Wu Sheng could do was to change the subject so that she wouldn't think about it. Sure enough, he's still terrible at comforting people. Chapter 43, Nice to meet you. The two of them stepped out of the subway and Winnie started to lead the way. Soon Wu Sheng saw a university. Anzhou University? Is there food around here? Stupid. There's bound to be a night market near the university. Go go go. So many things taste pretty good here. Wu Sheng nodded and the two of them walked towards the night market near the university town. The night market was very crowded, so I guess there were quite a few college students who weren't going back to their dorms hanging out. The two of them, Wu Sheng and Wen Shi, also had a high turnaround rate, and the handsome man and beautiful woman were very eye-catching. Go get something to eat. Your treat. Wen Shi was not polite at all, pulling Wu Sheng's clothes and heading towards the stall. And then it was Wen Shi ordering the food and Wu Sheng paying for it in the back. Ordering some food in the meantime. Would you like to taste mine? Wen Shi asked as she took the skewer in her hand and handed it to Wu Sheng. I don't eat chili. Wu Sheng looked at the chili powder on it and rejected it outright. Seriously, you're a Sichuanese kid and you don't eat chili? Wen Shi looked at Wu Sheng curiously as if she had discovered some new continent. Well, I don't like spicy food. With that, he took out the milk tea he had bought for himself and some sweet treats like sherbet and ate them. No way. You're a guy with a sweet tooth? When she blinked her big eyes full of trying to smile. Can't I? Too much spicy makes it easy to drink water. And I can't drink water all the time when I'm on a mission. So sweet will make me feel a little better. Wu Sheng told the reason why he had a sweet tooth. But of course, there was actually another reason. When he was a kid he didn't have many friends when he was in elementary school. And once a girl had given him a chili bar. He ended up being so hot that the girl led a group of classmates in mocking him. He hasn't been eating anything very spicy since then, and is slowly getting more and more into sweets. So, how old did you start evolving? I was on my first marking day. I remember that time I went from 5 years old. When she looked at Wu Sheng curiously after she finished speaking, evolved at the age of 7. Also during the marking of the day, after which he became a member of the Zodiac organization after being discovered by the Yin Tiger. Winnie nodded. So what grade is your talent? Mine is S+. It's said to be the strongest of the bunch. Oh, not quite sure, but it should be S as well. Inhu and the others haven't spoken to me since they tested my talent, saying they want to keep it a secret. So, you must have suffered a lot then? When she looked at Wu Sheng with a heartbroken face. Luckily, after entering the Zodiac organization after the age of 7 I basically didn't lack too much money and didn't suffer much. The domain entrants weren't strong at that time. Wu Sheng shook his head while continuing to eat the sweet treat in his hand. Sure enough, God doesn't let good children suffer. When she finished the food in her hand and then stood on her tiptoes to pat Wu Sheng's head. Finish what's in your mouth. I'm afraid you'll spray me in the face. Wen Shi's mouth was bulging like a small hamster at the moment, and there were some grease stains at the corners of his mouth. Aha! When she couldn't speak because she had stuffed too much food and could only frown at Wu Sheng to show her dissatisfaction. But as mean as it was, it looked nothing like pouting. Rub it in. Wu Sheng took out a piece of paper from inside his pocket and handed it to Wen Shi, and when she wiped her mouth after receiving the tissue. I never throw up when I eat. What kind of boy talks to a girl like that? Yes, me, Wu Sheng said indifferently, while taking a sip of milk tea and preparing to eliminate the last shuemen yang in his hand. Ah, you're such a repulsive guy. But don't eat you. When Shi's little face became irritated as she poofed towards the last shuemen yang in Wu Sheng's hand, as if a small child was purposely dirtying their food to prevent others from eating theirs. No more food. You eat. Wu Sheng frowned and looked at the shuemen yang in his hand. He knew that no saliva had just spewed out, but seeing the other party's smug face, he thought of the chili pepper that the other party had just eaten, so he directly shoved the Zuma Miniang in his hand into Wen Shi's mouth. Wen Shi also reacted very quickly and opened her mouth when Wu Shang raised his hand and took a bite. Well, crab. Wen Shi smiled like a flower as she chewed the food in her mouth before walking over to Wu Shang's side, and at that moment, Wu Shang suddenly realized that there were more people. A group of people ahead of them stopped in their tracks, and in front of them, a man with a guitar was singing with affection. Men sing beautifully. The people around us had a great time listening. Of course, it's not always fun to listen. It's mostly about who you're listening with. When she pulled Wu Shang to the side and found a seat, while then quietly listening to the people singing along with the people around him, the crowd applauded as the song ended. The smile on Wen Shi's face just didn't fade afterward and led Wu Shang to find a chair to sit down. Do you have any plans in the meantime? Winnie asked. Yes, I have to find shelter and make arrangements for my eldest and the others in the next 2 days. And after that then I have a week where I need to go over to the ancient palace to keep watch for a week. I see. So can I come and hang out with you then? When she looked at Wu Shang with an expectant face. We'll see what happens, because I'm not quite sure if anyone will take advantage of the chaos or not. Fair enough. Do you have any plans for the future? When she asked as she suddenly changed the topic. In the future? Not really sure. I'll probably stay with the Zodiac organization for the rest of my life. There doesn't seem to be anything I really want to do after all. Wu Shang was stunned by Wen Shi's question and answered truthfully after thinking for a moment. So, let me ask you, what kind of person do you think I am? A very nice person. Very gentle and kind and beautiful. Wu Shang gave it a high rating, but didn't see any shyness or other emotions from his face, as if he was just saying the answer. So do you want to be my friend? I thought we were supposed to be considered friends by now. Wen Shi's words made Wu Shang a bit puzzled. It's different. I'm talking about the kind of friends that are, well, good friends. Friends who can bring their happiness to each other. Is there a difference? Wu Shang asked curiously. Of course, you look at you every day and a fool like. Certainly no friends, no one to play with you. Day by day how lonely more I this friend. You have something can look for me you can look for me to play, look for me to chat about the day and so on. Alright your cultivation isn't as strong as mine, so normally I shouldn't need to seek your help. Wu Shang's words instantly upset Wen Shi. She puffed up her little face and frowned her pretty eyebrows at Wu Shang, and then directly threw her head to the side and hugged her chest as she sulked. She's like a little kid, her emotions are on full display, happy, unhappy all over her face. Wu Shang looked at her and suddenly the corner of his mouth gently hooked up. Then make friends. Wu Shang's voice was very soft, as if there was an extra trace of emotion, as if it was a little different from what he had spoken before. Hey, yes. When she was instantly happy, after seeing the smile on Wu Shang's face she also stretched out her own little hand, her little face slightly red, the greenish shyness of a young girl kneaded together with her beautiful and gentle smile. It looked so overwhelming under the streetlight. Hello, my name is Winnie. Hello, my name is Wu Shang. Seeing her being so formal, Wu Shang also extended his hand. The hands of the young man and the young girl were intertwined at this moment, as if their destinies were generally intertwined at this moment. Nice to meet you. I'll buy you some candy later. Good. Chapter 44, Father of the Tigers. After the two of them finished shopping at the night market, Wu Shang sent them back to the villa area. Wu Shang is a bit speculative about Wen Shi's family, but it was still a bit of a surprise to see the villa in the other's house. Froze for a few seconds and then left. And Wu Shang didn't know that the scene where he sent Wen Shi back was also seen by others. Back in the hotel Wu Shang looked at the domain ring in his hand and removed all the contents. There are 4 things in there. Not many. A thumb-sized gel. A syringe with some light blue liquid in it. A rat's mask of black metal that looked lifelike. Wu Shang wore it for a while and it was just the right size. Another one is a real estate license. Seeing this Wu Shang also froze for a moment, checked the address, and found that the address happened to be near the best high school in that city. Obviously, the higher-ups were expecting it. Wu Shang took out his cell phone and sent a message to Hu. Thanks, don't be polite. This is what you deserve. The liquid in the syringe is something that Dr. Ouyang researched that can impede the conduction of psychic energy. It is used to deal with disobedient evolvers. The gel is also a new psychic energy capsule that the doctor researched. It can raise your cultivation level. It is not in a large quantity. Only a few people in the Zodiac organization have it. Take a good rest for 2 days, and you can be ready to go on duty the day after tomorrow. Hu sent a big one, and Wu Shang sent a good one back. Wu Shang put the mask on. The mask only had eyes showing, a pitch black texture, and the rat was really unattractive. But Wu Shang didn't care. It suited him. After retrieving the things into the domain ring, Wu Shang went to sleep. In a house in a certain neighborhood in city. 4 men were sitting around playing cards. The 4 men had different looks. Especially one of them actually had a turquoise lizard at his shoulder. Hello? You can move in the next few days. The strongest zodiac in city will need to leave in city in a few days to negotiate with the Demon Sea clan. Got it. Remember, grab Dr. Yang and go. Absolutely no injuries to each other. And absolutely no injuries to those in high positions of power. And at worst you must get a spiritual energy confinement liquid. Don't worry. What are you afraid of with our 4 heavenly kings? After hanging up the phone, the 4 continued to play mahjong as if nothing had happened. The next day, Wu Sheng checked out of the hotel early in the morning while walking towards the location of the house given to him by his superiors. Coincidentally, the neighborhood of this house is the villa area, which is considered an upscale neighborhood, and this villa area has Wenxi in it. Wu Sheng took out the key placed in the domain ring to open the door and then looked at the layout inside. The house was large, 2-story, with 1 or 2 rooms on the upper level, 1 a bathroom and 1 a bedroom. There are 2 bedrooms, a kitchen and bathroom downstairs. Obviously, this arrangement of the other party was to give Wu Sheng's eldest uncle an idea in advance. The decoration inside was also all settled, with quilts and everything, so Wu Sheng could move in directly. Wu Sheng called his eldest after putting his clothes and such in the closet. Hello, how's it going over there? Well, it's okay, uncle, my side of the house are bought. It is the reward for the execution of the mission. The decoration is all ready. You guys can directly move good home over to live. Things are done. I'm going to go on a mission in a couple of days. This side of the enrollment then may need to be solved by yourselves. After Wu Sheng finished everything, Wu Jiangwo also hurriedly said that he would leave when Wu Wei's school registration was done. After hanging up the phone, Wu Sheng unlocked the door to his room, and then ate the spiritual energy capsule in the domain ring. A powerful spiritual energy began to instill in Wu Sheng's limbs and bones. Wu Sheng closed his eyes and began to try to break through with a surge of spiritual energy in his body. On the other hand, when she also started to receive cross-examination from her parents in the morning. Say, who was the boy who dropped you off last night? Which family? What status? When she's father had a serious face, and his country face looked full of majesty. When she's mother, on the other hand, persuaded in a gentle tone. Okay, don't be so fierce. It's normal for a daughter to have a favorite when she's older, and it's normal for her to play with boys, and it's not like she stays out at night, so why are you being so fierce? On the side, when June ate his meal with a gloating face and almost laughed out loud. What are you laughing at? Playful. Your sister went out to play and you didn't know. How are you as a brother? When father looked at Wen Jun smile and turned his spear towards him at once. Wen Jun held up his chopsticks with a confused look on his face. Geez, Dad. It's just a friend. What are you doing? It's not like I'm doing anything. When she pouted, trying to muddle through. What kind of friends play together in the middle of the night? Girls are not even enough. Or a guy. Do you know how good these little boys are at cheating nowadays? Look at this brother of yours. He often goes to cheat little girls. Father Wen said and then pointed the finger at Wen Jun. Wen Jun instantly protested. Dad, what are you doing? I didn't have my feet in 2 boats, and I broke up for a reason, and didn't sleep with them, and often spent money on them. How can you wrong me like this? Instead, when mother reached out and patted Wen Jun's head. What nonsense. Your sister is still here, being beaten for no reason. Wen Jun only feels as if this family doesn't need him much. Okay, Dad, don't blame my brother. That's the person I said saved me last time. He just came to Wen City today. I accompanied him to familiarize myself with the place only. And it's an appointment with someone else. Don't keep maliciously speculating about others, okay? When she got a little upset at the end of her sentence. You mean that demon mouse? He came to Wen City? Father Wen frowned. Yeah, Winnie nodded. And when mother is suddenly laughed, since it is to save our daughter also don't say. It's not a big deal. Our daughter is not some stupid. Right, Xiao Shi? Free time you see if you can call him home to come to a trip. Your father and I face to face to thank him for a while. Yeah, call him home sometime. I'll take a look at him. When father suddenly didn't get angry. Instead he had an interested look on his face. Dad, you're becoming too fast. Cut the crap. From now on let's go out with others on big nights. Go out and make a report with me. I approve the night before you can go. You have to be home before 8 p.m. Or you won't be allowed to go out in the future. Father Wen pretended to say with a serious face. Slightly, I won't tell you. Ban my feet, I'll fly out. Don't say it, when she really has this ability. Well, now you dare to talk to your father like that. Father Wen was amused by Wenxi's words, but still pretended to huff. Dad, I'm just kidding you. How could I just look at anyone else? Isn't there a saying on the internet that's hot? How could a woman who has been protected by a tiger look at a cat? When she mimicked it beautifully, while when father, a guy who didn't surf the internet much, smiled confidently as he listened to his daughter's words. Also, how can a daughter who has been protected by a fierce tiger father like me look at those silly boys? Put. Wen Jun, who was drinking the soup on one side, almost sprayed it out. Chapter 45 Mission. After a few more days, Wu Shang's eldest uncle arrived and moved into the house. Wu Shang gave them the key, accompanied them for a day of shopping in Ansheng and told them that they needed to carry out a mission the week afterward. Wu Jiangwo told him to take care of his own safety, and then started to work on Wu Wei's school registration in the class. Speaking of which, Wu Wei had been clamoring for Wu Shang to take her to Awakening every day for the past few days, saying that high school wasn't fun. Wu Shang gave the answer. I'll agree to it if my great-uncle and great-uncle agree to it, otherwise I can't make the decision for you. In the end it was clear that it didn't work. Zhang Hua simply couldn't agree. Wu Wei could only sulk and lie at home playing with her cell phone, now and then being supervised to read a book, saying that she was studying in advance. Uncle, I'm going to be on a mission for the next few days, so call me if you guys need anything, and try not to show up near the ancient palace there lately. It might be dangerous. That day, Wu Shang spoke to Wu Jiangwo early in the morning. Wu Jiangwo nodded, then spoke, got it. You also pay attention to safety. The mission is important, but protect yourself if you can. Wu Shang nodded, before pushing open the door to his home and leaving. The sky was not yet fully bright. The breakfast store had already risen some white mist, full of warmth. Wu Shang bought some food towards the ancient palace. He took out his cell phone and sent a message to Inuyasha. Wu Shang, does this mission require any attention? After a while, Inuyasha returned. Inhu, there is no too much attention. This time you are given a lot of power. It is also regarded as an examination of your results in these decades. These 7 days must be purged of all the petty people, so that the world understands that the Dragon Zodiac organization is not the only first place that has the power. Most importantly, there is an extremely important person in the place you're guarding, so make sure to stop all suspicious people from going near there these days. Wu Shang, roger that. Wu Shang took one step at a time towards the front. The number of people working around the area is slowly starting to grow. People were either buying breakfast or making phone calls. Everyone was busy with their own things anyway. Wu Shang followed the crowd, and his pupils slowly turned scarlet. A black rat mask also appeared in his hand. Slowly, and without anyone noticing, a slim teenager disappeared into the road, as if he were a street rat, hiding in the middle of a shady gutter. There were many people visiting the ancient city, and everyone was excited to look at the buildings inside, taking out their cell phones from time to take pictures and pose for photos. Suddenly, there was a glint of excitement in one of the children's eyes. Look, Mommy, Superman. The small child pointed to the roof and the family froze before looking in the child's direction and it was empty. Ha ha ha, there is no Superman in the world. Adults mercilessly crushed the child's dreams, while Wu Shang had appeared elsewhere. He was a bit helpless at the moment, probably because the mouse mask was so realistic, and he was surrounded by several cats. There was curiosity in that cat's eyes, as if to say, what a big rat. Wu Shang didn't chase them away, but found a place to sit down and broke out the meat from the meat buns. Eat, these cats don't really get too hungry. After all, there isn't a lot of foot traffic here, and they even get fed regularly. But cats are creatures that think more in terms of play than food. Speaking of which, these cats were also a bit larger than normal cats and looked a lot more handsome, as if something had changed. Soon, probably because there was a big cat here, suddenly another group of kitten cubs ran out from nowhere, and they surrounded Wu Shang's side wailing, and from time to time, they even raised their claws to pounce on Wu Shang. Unfortunately, the power was too weak, and their pounces could only hook Wu Shang's clothes. Quite a bit bigger. Looks like you guys are evolving too. Wu Shang lifted up a kitten that was about to climb onto his shoulder to take a look at it. The kitten was instantly honest when she was pinched in the back of her neck fur, and had a dumbfounded look on her face. The Wu Shang under the mask laughed before reaching out and flicking his hand on his forehead. Go play. With that, he placed the other man on the ground. The kitten came alive again as soon as it touched the ground and began to show its teeth towards Wu Shang, climbing up his pants leg again. Wu Shang smiled while releasing a trace of killing aura. Well, the cat was instantly honest. Go play on the other side. I have to look elsewhere, Wu Shang said to the kitten before disappearing into thin air. This kind of guard duty is actually quite boring, at least for others. After all, you have to stay highly focused for 7 days and can't take too many breaks. Wu Shang patrolled around and came back to the same place. He was hiding in some woods in the deepest part of the ancient palace, and the kittens in the woods seemed as if they were still waiting for his return. Wu Shang picked up a kitten and jerked it off. The kitten, on the other hand, was staring straight at his face, as if it was ready to pounce and bite this metal mask the next moment. Ow! The kitten made a lunge to attack directly towards Wu Shang's mask, but Wu Shang's quick eyes caught the flesh at the back of his neck. Lose and get beaten. After Wu Shang finished speaking, he went up and snapped his fingers, and the cat stretched out its fleshy paws to cover its head as if it had spirituality, and it looked adorable as well. While he had nothing else to do, Wu Shang opened his cell phone and glanced at it to find that when she had sent him a few messages, the previous ones were good morning and other hello messages, and the latest one posted a picture. The picture is of a hearty meal accompanied by a quote. What did you have for lunch? Did you get a craving? No, dinner. Wu Sheng finished returning the messages one by one and then continued to sit in place watching the kittens fight. After a while, Wu Sheng stood up with the intention of going outside to patrol the area for a while longer. By this time the time had come to noon. The temperature also began to slowly rise, and the poisonous sun shone relentlessly on everyone. Though some people were resourceful enough to open their umbrellas, Wu Sheng stood on the high point, looking down on everyone below. Gradually he realized a problem. There were evolvers in the group, all weak but indeed evolvers. Some evolvers can see it at a glance, for showing off all sorts of non-human powers in a live sellout. Not very destructive though, and so blatant it's obvious it doesn't look like anything bad. There were also some blending into the crowd. Not sure if they were traveling or had other plans. Wu Sheng thought about it and took out his cell phone to send a message to Inhu. I've noticed that there are a lot of low-level evolvers in the crowd. Some of them can be distinguished, but some of them can't be distinguished well. Should we clear them all out? After a while, Inuyasha sent a message. It's up to you. You're in control of which method you use, as long as the mission is accomplished and there's no panic caused by you. Wu Sheng also had his own plans when he saw this message. Immediately afterward, a masked man with red hair began to appear in the crowd. That rat's mask with scarlet pupils looked incredibly creepy. Wu Sheng began to wander into the sights of the evolved people who were hidden in the crowd. From time to time, he appeared in a certain corner exuding a slight murderous aura, and ordinary people might feel the air slightly cooled down, while lower-ranked evolvers instantly felt their hairs stand up and sweat. They looked around and realized that a masked rat-headed man would appear not far away, looking incredibly scary. After remembering certain legends of the ancient palace, they panicked even more, so they turned around and left. After all, they all have access to inhuman powers, so it's not impossible for inhuman creatures to appear inside. Anyone would have to panic if a rat-headed man appeared staring at you for no reason. Chapter 46 The Heavenly Court. Guangmu Tianwang. Throughout the day, Wu Sheng expelled all those evolvers hiding in the crowd. There was no way around it. Special times, Wu Sheng had to solve all the hidden dangers. At night, Wu Sheng sat in the ancient palace looking at the kittens in a circle, throwing out a small dried fish in his hand from time to time. The dried fish was bought on the way. After all, these kittens were the only ones keeping him company for the last 7 days. How was your mission today? Was it dangerous? Taking out his cell phone, Wen Shi's message appeared in it. Wu Sheng, fortunately, it's not dangerous, probably because of the first day. Wen Shi, yes, I tell you we came to the Evolutionary Academy today, because the instructor has not yet come. The 7 days we know and grind on our own. By the way, to learn some knowledge. Today the teacher of the Evolutionary Academy and we said something about the exotic world. Wu Sheng, it's quite good. It's okay to know about the exotic world earlier. Wen Shi, yeah. The tutor here said that a group of strong people will come to the academy in a while to teach us combat and cooperation, and also said that in the future we might have to fight our way into the foreign realm. We can't be so passive all the time after all. Wu Sheng, I know, Inhu and I talked about it. Wen Shi, by the way, let me tell you, we have a total of 30 people in this team. I also saw your younger siblings, Shangguan John and them, and they also asked me where you went, saying that you haven't been replying to their messages. Wu Sheng, I've been too busy these past few days to check my phone much. You can tell them if they want to know. Wen Shi, okay, by the way, there are quite a few smelly guys inside our class, so pay attention when you're here. It's especially obnoxious, and it's got some kind of battle power ranking. Wu Sheng, good. After that, after chatting about a few more things, Wu Sheng wasn't returning messages, and in one of the dormitories in the Evolution Academy, the young girl was lying on her bed waiting for news from the teenager, and that's when her roommate suddenly came over. Hey, who are you talking to? A short-haired girl was looking at Wen Shi with a playful face. My friend, what kind of look is that? Wen Shi said without thinking. The other girl chuckled. Ouch. Frost, what are you talking about? Don't talk nonsense. Wen Shi's face reddened before she snapped. Winnie's got a wicked grin on her face. Evolution Academy's dormitory is not a single room. 4 rooms, after all, the future is the need to go out to fight. The team must be united. After all, the future mission all have danger. If there is not a trustworthy teammate is a very fatal thing. On the other hand, where Wu Sheng was, only a group of kittens were left behind eating small dried fish, while Wu Sheng had long disappeared. There weren't many people in the ancient palace at night, and in a building near the ancient palace, a group of people in white coats were studying something, and right now outside of them, a turquoise lizard was looking at the place with its tongue out. A pair of pupils turned in their sockets, humanized joy in their eyes. Found it, the lizard mouthed a man's voice. Found what? Suddenly, an icy voice rang out, and the lizard seemed to have sensed something and leapt up. Phew! The half-meter-high blade chi passed through the place where the lizard had just rested, and Wu Sheng's figure appeared in this place. A pair of scarlet pupils looked at the small lizard in front of him, and with his right hand raised to punish the god, Wu Sheng blocked the door of that building. This building was not just a place for Dr. Ouyang to conduct scientific research, it was also a symbolic building in the Dragon Kingdom, and many bigwigs would usually have their meetings in it, although there weren't many people inside now, but those who could be inside were all the backbone of the Dragon Kingdom, and absolutely couldn't make any mistakes. Thinking of this, Wu Sheng's killing intent as he looked at the lizard intensified. Oh, what a guy with a strong killing aura. Give his name. The lizard saw that Wu Sheng wasn't afraid and instead said in a playful tone. It was obvious that the lizard was being controlled. 12 zodiac signs. Demon rat. Who's coming? I am one of the 4 heavenly kings of heaven. Guangmu Tianwang. The lizard's tone was full of arrogance. Wu Sheng frowned. He hadn't heard of the heavenly court as an organization. As for the supernatural ability of this broad-eyed heavenly king, he could guess a thing or two. It was probably related to the sentinel beast, and it was true that there were included in the supernatural abilities of the imperial beasts, but it wouldn't be too strong. After all, the animals at that time weren't strong, but this lizard in front of him possessed the cultivation of the 7th stage of evolution, which was really puzzling. Never heard of it? Guess we'll have to change the name. The Nature Organization. How about that? Ever heard of it? The lizard guessed what the other was thinking when he saw Wu Sheng not saying anything, so he told Wu Sheng about the predecessor of the heavenly court. So it's a bunch of scumbags, a bunch of trash gathered together to presume to call themselves the heavenly court? Wu Sheng's tone was filled with disdain, and the broad-eyed heavenly king was instantly enraged upon hearing this. Arrogant brat. Except for your 12 zodiac leaders, I really don't have any eyes for you low-ranked trash. Roar. Along with the lizard's roar, its body expanded rapidly, slowly turning into a 4-meter-tall creature that looked like a western dragon. The 2 huge bat wings behind them looked extremely dominant. The 2 thick thighs and front paws are full of power, and the corners of the mouth drip green liquid, which drips on the ground like a frying pan and makes a zippy sound. It didn't take long to corrode a small crater. Humph. Calling yourself the heavenly king with a head lizard? Then wouldn't I be able to call myself the great sage of Chi Tian with a stick? Wu Sheng said mockingly, before a red aura flashed in his eyes. Die. Bang. The marble under his feet was cracked as Wu Sheng's figure bullied his way up and slashed at his opponent's head. Seek death. The giant lizard spat out a furious roar, and then stretched out its claws towards Wu Sheng. Pust. The scales that used to be invulnerable were like tofu under Wu Sheng's Punisher god and were directly cut through, the sharp blade cutting out a wound. The lizard also realized something was wrong during the pain, and quickly spat out a large puddle of venom towards the house not far away. It was smart enough to know that hitting Wu Sheng definitely wouldn't do anything. In that case it might as well attack the building not far away. Poof. Wu Sheng coldly grunted and pulled out the execution god and turned towards the venom to chase after him. A large puddle of venom that was enough to melt flesh was dispersed by Wu Sheng's slash, and then a demonic flame rose up and vaporized it. And when Wu Sheng looked at the place where the original lizard was, the giant lizard had long disappeared, leaving a puddle of red blood on the lapis lazuli alone. Chapter 47, The Conspiracy Grows. At this moment, in a certain hotel, 4 men were looking grim, and one of them was looking at the lizard's wound in his hand with heartache. I can't imagine that 12 zodiac signs left such a little mouse at the ancient city. Damn it! One of the men holding an arrow had an angry look on his face, and a man with a long sword also had a gloomy face. Senior, how strong is that guy? With that said, the trio set their eyes on the man treating the lizard not far away. Evolution 8th rank. The knife in his hand is estimated to be not simple. Normally speaking, my baby, even if an evolution 9th rank person comes, may not be able to cut through its scales with a single cut. The knife in that guy's hand is extraordinary. The man's words were full of scorn, and the man holding the sword stroked the beard on his chin. Let's wait and see and plan out exactly what to do with that guy just to be sure. On the other hand, Wu Sheng left after staying in the same place for more than an hour. Returning to the far side of the room, he retrieved the executioner. The spiritual energy capsule some time ago had allowed him to break through from the 7th rank to the 8th rank, which was why he was able to cut through his opponent's defense with a single slash. In fact, even if he hadn't broken through to the 8th rank, he would still be able to chop through it, but the wound wouldn't be too severe. Wu Sheng reported the news to Yin Hu, and the other party did not respond, looking like they should be busy. Wu Sheng suddenly thought of something as he looked at the kitten biting his pants leg. Can you guys understand me? Wu Sheng squatted down and looked at the group of big cats and kittens and asked. And when Wu Sheng squatted down, the group of cats also sat on the ground in a very well-behaved manner, and then nodded their heads together. The scene still looks pretty creepy to an outsider. A red-eyed rat-headed man is talking to a group of cats. So how about you guys do me a favor and I'll buy you lots of little dried fish. Wu Sheng took out small dried fish to tempt the group of kittens. Meow. The cats nodded in unison. Good boy. A smile appeared on Wu Sheng's face underneath his mask. If he hadn't evolved, He would have actually liked the critters because they wouldn't contradict him or talk about him. He couldn't understand it even if it was debated. Wu Shang said to this group of kittens, "You guys are familiar with this place. Can you call more small animals to help me see if there will be very scary people in this neighborhood, like me, and you guys come and inform me if they appear." Wu Shang planned to take the initiative. After all, his perception range was limited, and it consumed too much spiritual energy if he went full speed ahead. He was not sure how many people were on the other side at the moment, but it shouldn't be too many. Meow. The cats purred in unison, and Wu Shang couldn't understand them, but he could read some meaning. One of the kittens opens its mouth while then extends a paw and points to its mouth. "Want some now? Then I'll go look for it." Understanding each other's meaning, Wu Shang found a 24-hour convenience store to pack all the dried fish and ham sausage inside, remove the bags and place them all in the domain ring while heading back towards the original path. When they returned to their original spot, they distributed all the food to them, and the group of cats and kittens ate and rested for a while before heading out. Having evolved, these human-raised cats do know their stuff. Wu Shang smiled faintly while finding a spot to lean back. The next day was a little less crowded, but in itself, because it was a holiday, there were still a lot of people, and Wu Shang wandered into the corners, as stealthy and swift as a mouse. There were still evolvers today, and they were all low-level evolvers, and as usual, Wu Shang drove the group of evolvers away one after another, because yesterday's events had caused his guard to have risen. There was no danger of anything going wrong all day during the day. By nightfall, yesterday's lizard didn't show up today, and Wu Shang thought that the other party might be plotting something, and at that moment, he opened his cell phone, and besides Wen Shi's message, there was another one from Inhu. "Inhu, we are very busy on this side. The right has been released to you. I will bear the responsibility if something happens. Anyone who dares to disturb, kill." When Wu Shang saw this passage, his eyes also grew colder and colder. On the other hand, at this moment, people from the Heavenly Court organization were appearing in the family's house. They looked playfully at the man with a face of anger and despair and opened their mouths. "How about it? Do you agree to this matter? You, an evolved person, should understand the gap between us, right? If you agree, we'll leave. If you don't, your wife and child will have to suffer today." Man looks at his horrified wife and child and finally agrees to the other's terms. "Sensible. We have poisoned your wife and child's body. Be good and obedient and we will give them the antidote. If you don't, the two of them will be poisoned to death in a few days. Of course, you can also go to the Zodiac organization to denounce us. In that case your wife and child will have to die now." When they finished, the four left from his home, and the man saw this and rushed to hug his wife and children to comfort them. "Daddy." Oh, the man's eyes grew more and more determined as he listened to the cries of his wife and children. "Don't worry, I'll protect you all well." The same thing happened many times in the following days and nights, and these people, none of them are evolved people who awakened on the second marking day. Their cultivation is low, but they have strength beyond normal people, and the best weapon, unsurprisingly, Wu Shang. A conspiracy against Wu Shang is gradually kicking off. Some people say that the main male and female progress too fast. This is very normal. The beginning of the emotional warming are very fast. The follow-up will certainly slow down. After all, freshness, this kind of thing cannot be controlled. People and people get along with surely are the first on the head, and then slowly grinding process. Do not worry too much. The two people still have a long way to go. Of course, provided that the book is someone to see. Chapter 48, The Four Heavenly Kings. Another couple days passed and finally the weekend came. The 2 days of Saturday and Sunday were also the 2 days that Wu Shang needed to be the most vigilant, and the cats were very well behaved these days, sleeping during the day and patrolling at night, which also bought Wu Shang a little bit of meager rest time. The weekend weather was still hot, and Wu Shang stood on the roof of the building looking down at the crowd below. The lower part of the city was crowded with people, and he wasn't going to go down there and hang out. There were too many people. It was simply people sticking to people, and even the cats didn't want to come out. Wu Shang had to admire the perseverance of this group of people. So many people. The weather is so hot, actually still come to see the scenic spot. The evolvers were still there, but Wu Shang wasn't going to go down and drive them away. There were so many people this time that he switched to a more direct and simple method. Holding the Punisher God in his hand, he was looking at the evolvers below from above, and from the corner of his eye he was looking at the right side near the lab. As long as someone had the idea of trying to make a move, his Punisher God would appear above the other person's head in the next second. Wu Shang stood at the highest point like a god of death holding a long sword, a pair of scarlet pupils looking down at the densely packed crowd below. Since Wu Shang's back was to the sun, no one was going to stare up at it on this super hot day. Little by little, time passed and slowly came to night. The whole day was calm and quiet, and it was as if all the people from the Heavenly Court who had come before had disappeared on this day. But it was clear to Wu Shang that these guys were definitely plotting something. The sun went down after a day's work, and the moon did not appear overhead. Wu Shang went back to where he was. The cats were fed some snacks like dried fish and then they were all let out. Wu Shang focuses on the night still, hearing that he felt that this group of guys should not quite dare to directly come out to fight in broad daylight. The target is too big and it is obvious that this is completely provoking a country. This kind of crazy behavior Wu Shang felt that it should not be too realistic. Wu Shang after releasing all the cats went alone to guard the place where he fought against that Guangmu Heavenly King a few days ago, because the enemy had appeared. He basically hadn't been touching his cell phone after reporting with Yin Hu. Put your full attention on the guards, and tonight is destined to be an extraordinary night. In the middle of the night, four tall men walked step by step into the square. Wu Shang frowned as he looked at the four people in front of him. Heaven? Exactly. The four of them approached towards Wu Shang step by step, with cocky smiles on their faces. From left to right, the four stood out in order. I am the Heavenly King of Growth. After the man finished speaking, he manifested a sword in his hand, which was 3 feet long and gulped some sword chi, looking extremely sharp. Hold the King of Heaven. The second man sat down in place holding his arrow as if he would play a tune at any moment. Multi-worldly Heavenly King. The third person walked out holding a pagoda, which shimmered with golden light and looked incomparably hard. Kid, you should recognize me. I'm the wide-eyed Heavenly King from a few days ago. Today you must die. The man with the lizard in his hand looked at Wu Shang with an angry face, and along with his lizard transforming into a poisonous dragon once again, the other three also erupted with a powerful aura. Wu Shang looked at these so-called four Heavenly Kings, his scarlet pupils filled with disdain. What kind of bull imposter Heavenly King and Heavenly Court? Eat my sword before you say anything. After Wu Shang finished speaking, the Punisher God in his hand flashed red once again. Demon Blade 7 Chopping Style 1. Split Corpse. The familiar blade chi erupted once again, blasting towards the four people in front of them. Good timing. Jinta Jutsu. Dang. The pagoda in the hands of the Heavenly King of Many Wonders began to enlarge, transforming into tens of meters high to protect the four. But he was only at the 7th stage of cultivation, so how could he possibly be able to block Wu Shang's attack? Cracks were chopped out of the pagoda where it was attacked, as if it would shatter the next moment. Retreat! The color of the Heavenly King of Many Wonders changed, and with a loud roar, the four of them instantly retreated violently towards the back. Boom! A huge explosion sounded. The pagoda was shattered like glass. In the debris, Wu Shang stood in place. The rat mask with scarlet pupils was filled with a powerful sense of oppression at this moment. The color of the Heavenly King of Many Wonders flushed and a mouthful of blood spilled out from the corner of his mouth. Obviously, that slash just now had caused some injuries to him. Wu Shang pointed the execution god at the four people in front of him and said in an icy tone, "The four Heavenly Kings? Why are you retreating? Afraid? Arrogant?" The growing Heavenly King roared angrily, and then chopped towards Wu Shang with his sword in hand. Wu Shang directly greeted him, and the Heavenly King of Many Wonders retreated to the rear and did not make a move. The Heavenly King of the Holders of the Kingdom held an arrow while he played it, a song to fairy immortals, Buddhas, and also people. As his words fell, a tune with a very powerful rhythm resounded through the battlefield, and the moment the tune sounded, Wu Shang also felt a sense of annoyance, and the killing intent on his body surged out unconsciously, and the growing Heavenly King slashed at him with his sword. Dang! The god of punishment and the other party's longsword clashed together, and the sound of metal exchanging blows rang out as sparks flew in all directions. Under the mask, Wu Shang frowned. The opponent's power wasn't quite right. It didn't look at all like the power that could erupt from the evolutionary 7th stage. It's the tune. Wu Shang instantly thought of the guy pulling the arrow, killing intent in his eyes locking onto the other party. Get out! After forcing his opponent back with a slash, Wu Shang instantly chopped towards the Heavenly King of Holding. Zigzag. And at that moment, a large puddle of venom appeared in front of Wu Shang like a waterfall, and the stench made him extremely uncomfortable. The venom waved on the ground, and a slab of lapis lazuli was corroded. Kid, rest in peace today under the combined power of our four Heavenly Kings, and in the Yellow Springs, I will play a song for you. Seeing that he had forced Wu Shang to stop, the Heavenly King of Holders once again pulled away. His tone was very complacent, as if he was winning. Leave it to you four brothers. After Wu Shang finished speaking, the red aura in his hand flashed once again. Split the body. This time Wu Shang did not go to attack the Heavenly King of Holding, but instead turned to the growth behind him that was trying to sneak up on him. The growth Heavenly King also seemed to have not expected Wu Shang to turn to attack himself, and hurriedly used his full strength to try to resist, only to see the sword in his hand instantly lengthen, with several meters of sword chi extending above the tip of the sword directly stabbing towards Wu Shang. But how could he possibly fight head-on against an attack that even his brother, who was known for his defense, had not blocked? The sword chi was directly shattered in a single glance, and Wu Shang's scarlet blade chi shot towards the growing Heavenly King with unabated power. Little brother, help me! The growing Heavenly King yelled at Guangmu Heavenly King, who was not far away, while the poisonous dragon beside Guangmu also sprayed a large puddle of venom in Wu Shang's direction. The venom covered a wide area, even including the growth Heavenly King. Wu Shang frowned before chopping his blade energy into the venom in the air. The venom scattered from Wu Shang's side, and even fell onto the body of the growing Heavenly King, and along with the other party's screams, that poisonous dragon rose up into the air. The growing Heavenly King fought and jumped to the top of the poisoned dragon's head. Looking again, all the Heavenly Court people in the square left. Wu Shang frowned, puzzlement filling his eyes. Are these guys plotting something? Chapter 49, The Conspiracy begins. Wu Shang frowned as he felt the one-third less spiritual energy in his body. He could feel the killing intent of the four men, but it wasn't strong, as if they weren't here to fight, but to test Wu Shang a bit. It was even possible to want to consume Wu Shang. For a while, Wu Shang's heart felt a slight sense of uneasiness. These four people work very well together, and as if everything was planned. Fight with Wu Shang while retreating, without the slightest stop. The retreat is very decisive. Wu Shang did not dare to rashly follow up. He is not too clear about what these four people engage in ghost. In case of running around leading to an attack here, his mission will fail. Wu Shang was also a bit helpless as he looked at the surrounding lapis lazuli. Every battle more or less destroys something. The domain ring's frontier again requires the possession of a space node in order to create and pull the other into it. And in places like this where space is intact, domain rings can't be used. They can't open frontiers. Shaking his head helplessly, there wasn't much Wu Shang could do. On the other hand, the four Heavenly Kings who had already escaped all came to a house. The person they chose was also an evolved person, but a newly awakened one. Without saying anything, he directly killed him, and after killing him, the face of the growth Heavenly King was a little better. Evolvers killing evolvers could plunder the psychic energy in the other party's body, and low-level evolvers like this probably didn't help much in terms of cultivation, but the extra psychic energy could still be used to repair injuries. The venom on the growing Heavenly King had been lifted by the poison lizard. After all, it was his venom, and he surely knew how to fix it. This 12 zodiac is very strong. Originally I wanted to consume him for a bit to test his strength in the meantime, but I didn't expect to almost fall into his hands, the growth Heavenly King said with a palpitating heart. The others also nodded and said, indeed, this demon mouse's strength is truly terrifying, especially with a murderous aura that makes one's heart palpitate, but listening to his voice it feels like he's not very old, so the probability is that tomorrow's plan might be successful. I also sensed it. This guy is not very old. He definitely won't be able to handle tomorrow's scene. When the time comes, big brother, you go and capture Dr. Ouyang out. Me and third and fourth brother will block that guy outside. The words of the Heavenly King of Holding were filled with bottomlessness, as if the plan had already succeeded. Well, let's get those guys ready for tomorrow. We'll move in at noon tomorrow and force him out right here at the height of the action. I'd like to see him do it. Yes, the other three said in unison. And at their feet, there was a dead body. Wu Shang waited all night and realized that the other party didn't show up, so he returned to his original place. One by one the cats are all back too. Seeing this, Wu Shang took out all the small dried fish in the domain ring. Do me a favor and patrol all day this morning too? I'll be gone tomorrow. The cats all listened, and they ate all the little dried fish while they were out. I have to say, these cats are quite trustworthy. Eat and do your business. A smile appeared on Wu Shang's face, though it couldn't be seen behind the mask. Wu Shang touched his chest. Do not know why. He is still a little uneasy. Always feel that today at noon will happen a big event. And at noon, there were still a lot of people, and Wu Shang frowned as he noticed the sudden appearance of a lot of low-level evolvers. Suddenly, accompanied by a scream, only dozens of low-ranked evolvers suddenly displayed their supernatural abilities. They either held flames or used some low-end psychic ability that wasn't included to grab the person in front of them by the neck. All freeze. Where are the magic rats? Let the magic rats come out. With a roar, the square instantly rioted. Countless people started running around, screaming, and even people falling to the ground and then being trampled. The person being held hostage was first a bit confused, but it quickly changed to panic and his body began to tremble. The group of evolvers held ordinary people hostage and shouted Wu Shang's codename. Let the demon mouse out. Yeah, demon rats come out or I'll kill them. A roar rang out, and high above the building Wu Shang frowned. Everyone, stop. Wu Shang interspersed his psychic energy with an angry roar, and the sound spread so far that everyone placed their eyes above. Just above that, a slim rat-headed man was standing there, holding a long sword. I'm one of the 12 zodiacs of the Zodiac Organization. Codenamed Demon Rat. What do you want? Do you know what you are doing now? Do you want to be enemies of the Dragon Kingdom? Wu Shang's tone was filled with icy coldness, and he looked down at the somewhat maniacal-looking evolver with some puzzlement and anger in his eyes. What to be an enemy of the Dragon Kingdom? My wife and child are dying, I don't care. I just need you to stay here for a while. As long as they take that damn doctor away, we'll let them go. And after that you can kill them or cut them off as you like. But right now as long as you dare to disappear from my sight, I'll kill them. The man's face was filled with madness, and there were tears in his eyes. A space of several meters was revealed around them, and Wu Sheng understood what he meant. The Celestials are holding your family hostage? That's right, my whole family's lives are in their hands. You're not allowed to leave or this man will die. Saying that, the power in his hands increased a little, and the face of the hostage he was holding instantly became agonized. Ha ha ha, the demon mouse stay well. We'll take Dr. Yang. Don't worry, we won't hurt anyone else. At that moment, above the sky, the four heavenly kings reappeared, and they charged towards that square once again, wanting to enter that building. Seek death. Wu Sheng leaped up, and the long knife in his hand cut out a blade chi. Stop him or your families will die. The poison dragon dodged the blade chi, and the growing heaven dynasty above shouted at the crowd below. Demon mouse, don't move, let them pass. It's just one person's life, and all the wives and children of these dozens of us are also human lives. You can't leave. The man shouted hysterically for Wu Sheng not to pass. Do you know what Dr. Yang means to our dragon kingdom? It's none of my business. All I know is that my family is going to lose their lives and he's just one life. Is he nobler than us? Are the lives of us ordinary people not lives? Are you guys protecting us or are you protecting that group of guys in high positions? Is all that talk about defending the lives of ordinary people all a lie? Didn't the Dragon Kingdom say that they would protect ordinary people from being harmed by evolved people? When these words came out, the tens of thousands of people present placed their gazes on Wu Sheng's body. Wu Sheng pupils clenched. He did not expect the other side can say such words, and his next answer, about, may not just a person's fate. Your Zodiac organization. Are you just a bunch of guys who protect whoever gives benefits? With the man's hideous finish, a full house, a silence. Chapter 50, Beheading the Heavenly King. Wu Sheng looked at the man in front of him, and then looked behind him at the people of the heavenly court who were about to enter that building. He said in a cold voice, I know that no matter what I say you won't accept it, because it's your family who is now accepting the distress, and you'll feel that I can't empathize with them, so I'm not really going to say anything, and I'm just going to tell you that I'm one of the former 12 zodiac signs of Chuan Shu, codenamed Demon Mouse. So what? I'll kill them today if you dare to leave. Are you organizations going to take human lives in vain? Today it's me, in the future it'll be the other ordinary people present. After the man finished speaking the people around him also looked at Wu Sheng with strange gazes. That's the way people are. They're all kinds of empathetic when they're not in danger. The 12 zodiacs of Sichuan Shu. Now only the demon rat is left. The rest of them are all killed in action. I know what you want to say, but there is something I must tell you. Wu Sheng turned around and leapt up. When you threaten me for the sake of your family, have you ever thought that if there is no dragon kingdom, how can you have the so-called home? And can you know that if Dr. Yang falls into the hands of the enemy, how many people like your family will be threatened? And how many deaths will occur in this world? I can't empathize with you, but this time I have only one mission, to protect Dr. Yang to the death. Wu Sheng's figure disappeared into thin air after he finished speaking, leaving the crowd frozen in place. The man looked at the disappearing Wu Sheng who was first a bit confused, but soon he stormed off. The power in his hands grew more and more terrifying as he roared in the direction where Wu Sheng was, trying to stop him. If they die, you'll die here too. I'll do what I say. Wu Sheng's tone was filled with a murderous aura that sent chills down the spines of the people holding up the hostage threat. The power in their hands unconsciously weakened, and fear was once again in their eyes. There's no way around it. Humans will always fear the passing of life and the threat of the powerful. And as if Wu Sheng was trying to verify that he had the power to kill, in mid-air, a 4-meter-high blade she chopped towards the celestial court organization that was flying towards that building. Split the body. The scarlet blade she trailing dark red flames traced a trail in the sky, and everyone was shocked by this inhuman power. But of course, there was also fear in their eyes. Those who had threatened Wu Sheng were also lost in thought as they looked at the knife chi. Meow. Suddenly, a cat call rang out, accompanied by a pain in the hands of those evolvers, and the group instantly loosened their grip on the hostages' necks, and the hostages took advantage of the opportunity to flee, their strong desire to survive causing them to rush into the crowd. Soon, a cat came out of nowhere, their fur exploding as they bared their teeth and looked at the group of evolvers. Where did the cat come from? Some were surprised by the cat's appearance, while others seemed to have thought of something, and one by one, they retreated towards the back. After all, these guys lost the hostage will certainly still arrest people, in case they catch themselves not dead. You bunch of you, die for me. What some people breed under extreme despair is extreme tyranny. The man rushed forward and slammed his fist towards the cat, and the cats were fast, one by one, scattering in all directions, the claws on their hands very sharp toward the man's body. On Wu Sheng's side, The sword aura blocked the poison dragon and the 4 heavenly kings from the door, and in the midst of the horrifying flames, Wu Shang walked out step by step. Kid, don't you care about the lives of those ordinary people? The growth heavenly king snapped. Wu Shang's tone was filled with a morose killing intent. In my position, I seek my duty. My mission is to protect Dr. Yang, and to defend the entire dragon kingdom, and you will be the souls under my sword. Then let's fight. The growing heavenly king roared. The long sword in his hand once again extended its sword chi, directly slashing towards Wu Shang through the air, and the other divas each pulled off their own stunts. For a moment, above the battlefield, an Era's voice rang out at this moment as the poisonous dragon joined the battlefield, spewing poison towards Wu Shang. Miso, the demonic flame rose up like a fountain. The venom evaporated in an instant, and Wu Shang split the sword chi with a single slash before chopping towards the distant heavenly king of holders. Split the body. This time, Wu Shang's body transformed into sword chi, and his entire body rushed towards the heavenly king of holding. Block for me. The heavenly king of wide eyes used all his strength to try to block this blade down, but this time the blade energy did not hinder it, and it was like cutting tofu directly shattering the pagoda. At this moment, the wide-eyed heavenly king instantly spurted out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with incredulity. How is that possible? What makes you think I used my full strength yesterday? Wu Shang's voice was filled with mockery, and his blade chi chopped at the holder in the blink of an eye. Put! Accompanied by a stream of blood soaring out, the heavenly king of holding looked at his right hand not far away with a pained expression, and fainted with a miserable cry. Second brother. The tone of the remaining 3 was filled with worry and shock, while Wu Shang's figure had long since disappeared from the spot. Where to look? You! The pupils of the heavenly king of many wonders instantly dilated as he listened to the icy voice, and the hairs on his body stood up in sweat. Big! The heavenly king of many wonders hadn't even finished speaking before his head flew high into the air, his eyes wide with fear and remorse. Little brother! Accompanied by the heartbreaking roars of the remaining 2, Wu Shang was building up his spiritual energy again. Quiet! I'll send you all together in a minute. Demon Blade 7 Chopping Style 1. Split Corpse. The red spiritual energy was still stored up, and as if the Punisher in his hand was excited because it was stained with blood, the blade began to tremble slightly. Kid, we'll see, we'll settle this grudge later. The growth heavenly king saw Wu Shang destroying the 2 men in seconds, and knew that he and Guangmu could not possibly be the enemy with him left. A white circle appeared on his wrist, and the same bracelet similarly appeared in the hands of the injured and dead trio not far away. With a distortion in space, the 4 instantly disappeared in place. As for Wu Shang, he also withdrew his psychic energy when he saw the scene and his brows were locked tightly. Domain ring? Only a head and a turquoise lizard remained on the field, but the lizard is dead. The 4 just disappeared out of thin air without a trace, not even a prefix. This time, the 4 were crushed because they were not clear about the strength of the enemy. But of course, it was also because this guy Wu Shang was hiding too much, and at this moment, in the building behind Wu Shang, a group of researchers in white coats were recording something. The big screen in front of them shows the exact scene outside. For Heavenly Kings, innate evolver, type of psychic ability, imperious, normal strength. The researcher's tone was very low, and after he finished speaking, beside him, a gray-haired, young man also spoke. What about the data of the magic blade? Sequence 004, the magic knife, the latter-day evolver. The knife inside the legend hides the devil's soul, cultivation in the evolution of the 8th stage. But the outbreak of power is enough to fight with the new into the 9th stage, but the realm of the unsteady strong, with the battle of Chuanshu analysis, after its demon soul possession, has the strength to kill the molted shell realm below the all-ordinary evolution of the strength of the realm, but will consume the body of the flesh and blood. Sirius will jeopardize the life expectancy. Well, keep working on it. It doesn't look like there's any danger out there. The young white-haired man sat down in front of a computer and a pile of equipment to calculate something when he finished. And in this separate lab, there was a small room, which had a huge stone-like monument placed in it. The stone monument was large, 1 story high, and the topmost part of the monument recorded densely written words. Sequence 222, Chapter 51. Is it poisoned? Ouch! It was accompanied by a shrill scream. The kitten in the man's hand was crushed alive, and as if realizing something after the anger had gone too far, the man let go of the cat, who was already dangling limbless, his eyes filled with horror. The other cats also looked at the surrounding evolvers with a fierce light in their eyes. A large cat rushed forward and took the body of the kitten, which was then placed on the ground, and its body began to creep in an attacking position. Okay. Suddenly, Wu Shang's figure appeared in the middle of the cat and the evolver. His body carried a heavy scent of blood, and the evolvers behind him were instantly startled at the sight of him and backed away. Go back. I passed all my remaining psychic energy into it. I don't know if it will survive. Sorry. Wu Shang looked at the cat on the floor and said sorry. and the cat in the lead looked at Wu Shang's appearance, and then looked at the people behind Wu Shang, and there was a slight pain in those humanized eyes. Still, he turned toward the cat behind him and called out. The cats took off with their cats in their mouths as if they had picked up some signal. Where are they, guys? Where are those 4 guys? And after the cat walked away, these evolvers rushed to Wu Shang again and asked loudly. 1 is dead, the remaining 3 ran away. Wu Shang said indifferently, with little mood swings. What? How could you let them go? Why couldn't you leave them behind? What happens to my family if they run away? What happens if they die? Say it, say it. The man roared hysterically towards Wu Shang, and some of the surrounding evolvers had fallen to their knees powerlessly, their eyes filled with despair. Go to the hospital. There's no way for me to influence what happens to Fate. My mission is only to protect Dr. Oh Yang. If they do die, then I can only be sorry. You bastard. Can an apology for a human life? Can I apologize to you for killing you? The veins on the man's neck rippled, and although his tone was very angry, his eyes were filled with despair. What kind of organization are you in the Dragon Kingdom? Aren't you guys supposed to be serving us? Grassing people up. I want you to pay for it. It could be that the danger was too much, or it could be because it was indeed too angry. The man swung his fist about to hit Wu Shang. Bang! The man's fist struck Wu Shang's mask and didn't move, while a trace of blood trickled down from his mask. Why? Why? His life is a life, but our ordinary lives are not lives. The man's hand hung down feebly, his tone choked with pain and despair, his hand overflowing with blood, looking incomparably miserable, and as if the other revolvers had been infected as well. One by one they fell to their knees powerlessly, and as if touched by the man's words, or perhaps because the man's desperate look awakened the goodness in their hearts, they began to whisper, "It's pathetic. That's right, this Zodiac organization's people are really something. Obviously they can save people. They have to make a move. Will that doctor die later? Even if he is taken away, he can get it back, in case people don't want that doctor's life at all. That's it." And at that moment, one other voice suddenly appeared from the crowd. But these uncles obviously almost killed the others. They're supposed to be the bad guys. The childlike voices were harsh in this. The victims had long since moved away from this place of wrongdoing, and no one agreed with the child's words. People aren't dead. Maybe they don't want to kill. Look at how poor he is. He doesn't look like he would kill anyone. That's right. How do you think we can trust this kind of organization to protect us? That's it. Complain about him. Wu Shang listened to the comments of the people around him. He looked at the evolved people kneeling on the ground in front of him. His mouth under the mask opened slightly to say something, but in the end, he silently closed. After a while, Wu Shang spoke. The lives of the masses are also lives, but my mission is not to protect the masses, and I'm not a god. There's no way I can predict all the misfortunes. If you must attribute your hatred to me, I can give you guys the chance to fight me. If you win, I'll kill myself. What's wrong with you? How can they possibly beat you? They're so miserable and you're still strawmanning them like that. That's right, even if you wear a rat mask. You talk like a rat to make people hate you. That's it. The surrounding crowd seemed to be ignited by Wu Shang's words, and one by one, they voiced their accusations. Mission. Is the mission more important than even human life? The man's tone choked. He questioned Wu Shang, but did not want to strike. And you know that human life is important. Wu Shang patted the man's shoulder after he finished speaking. Go back, no matter if you hate me or blame me, but please remember one thing. Something like home. You can only have it in a safe place. Please don't forget how you used to be safe. If there was no Dragon Kingdom, an existence like mine wouldn't be bull asterisk 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 tingu. It's cruel, but it's the truth. After saying that, Wu Shang left. He wasn't sure if his words were effective, and his tap on the man's shoulder did little more than leave a smudge of psychic energy in the other man. Of course, he tagged all the evolvers who just did it. Sympathy was one thing, but the other party's behavior had endangered other people and was so emotionally unstable that if something really happened, Wu Shang would be able to go over and stop it in the first place. It was cruel, but Wu Shang had to do it to ensure the safety of the others. Wu Shang returned to where the cat was. The cats disappeared as well, leaving him alone. The outside world is still talking about what is happening now. Some people were either outraged, some sympathized, and some abused Wu Shang, who did not have any mood swings. He didn't feel any aggression or sadness. He knows very well that it is never the truth that is needed in this world, but suffering. Suffering is the only way for human beings to develop empathy. Happiness is the first step to becoming a badass in other people's mouths. As for wondering if you're right, Wu Shang had never doubted the path he had taken. For him, protecting the Dragon Kingdom was the right thing to do. From the moment he joined, he understood that society may be dark, it may be unjust, it may make people angry, but remember that humans can only think about this if they are safe enough to do so, that there are good and bad humans, but please don't take it out on the state. Isn't it enough to enjoy the comforts of peace in times that are not peaceful? It's like what Wu Shang said. If it weren't for the Dragon Kingdom, the powerful wouldn't even talk to you. What is a home without a country? And those evolved men who returned home looked at their wives and children who were alive and well at home and cried tears of joy. Did the 4 heavenly kings really poison him? Maybe it doesn't matter at all, because they knew clearly that as strong men they would accept their conditions whether they poison them or not. Is the reason why they say one poisoned is to fool them? Of course not. Successful. The group of helping evolvers were accomplices, most likely not surviving, with their wives and children either suffering or remarrying. Failed. These guys are also a threat to other people's lives. Prison is certainly inevitable. Wives and children still have to suffer. Instead, if they were poisoned, the group of evolved people might even become certain weapons specifically targeting them because of extenuating circumstances. And how many more enemies would be erected? Now well, no poison. All these guys go to jail. And even if they don't, the hate for them is too small to be haters at all. Why? Anyone who could be a hater would have been nipped in the bud long ago. And as the family embraced, the news on TV was synchronized with something. Yesterday night, a total of 1 family was killed and wiped out. Those who have that kind of bloodiness resisted on the spot. After all, what's the difference between making a deal with the Grim Reaper and leaving the fate of yourself, your wife and your children in the hands of the bad guys? People are always afraid of death. On one side, they rebel against the strong, but they are bound to die. On the one hand, it's a shot at the more innocent and weak, but it can be traded for a silver lining. And how many people would choose the first one? Chapter 52 End of Mandate. On Wu Shang's side, the cats came out one by one, and one of the kittens caught Wu Shang's attention. Live and let live. Under the mask Wu Shang smiled, while then reached out and rubbed the kitten's head. The kitten enjoyed it and rubbed its hand against Wu Shang's palm. The mission needed to be carried out until they waited for Inhu to return, so Wu Shang would have to stay until tomorrow. He'll be ready to go when Inuyasha calls him. He was not on his way to patrol outside with his cat in his arms. According to his projections, there should be no one who appears out of place to follow. Wu Shang took out his cell phone, which had many messages. There were those sent by Wen Shi, as well as those sent by Wu Wei and Shangguan's siblings. Inhu still hadn't replied to him, and it looked like he should be busy. Winnie's message was just talking about something every day, and the last sentence says it all. Send me a message to check in when it's alright. And Wu Shang returned the messages one by one before closing his cell phone. Little by little the time passed and the last day slipped by. Buzz. With the sound of his cell phone vibrating, Wu Shang answered the call. Hello? The mission is over. You can leave. Rest for a day. Someone will take you to the Evolution Academy tomorrow. The mission was completed well. Don't care what that group of people said. Just be blameless. Inhu hung up the phone hurriedly after saying that. It seemed like it was still busy over there, and Wu Shang heard a lot of noisy voices, as if they were discussing something. I'm going to go now, so stay here and don't wander off. Wu Shang patted Cat who was in his arms while removing his mask. Junsa's face had lost much of its color, probably because he had been wearing a mask. The long red hair also changed back to a dark, broken head of hair. See you around. Wu Shang walked towards the outside of the ancient palace after he finished speaking, without the slightest bit of lingering. Wu Shang walked down the street and looked at the various snack stores along the street and walked in. Hello, I'll take this cake. Wu Shang bought a number of sweets and sat down on the curb to eat them. The sweet and creamy flavor spread out in its mouth, and a slight smile appeared on Wu Shang's face. Maybe sweets really do make people happy. At least that's what Wu Shang thought. On the street, people were coming and going, some with happy smiles on their faces and others with sad faces. Wu Shang had eaten his sweets and then stood up and walked towards his home. He obviously had outstanding looks, but for some reason he didn't attract too much attention, and just harped on blending into the crowd like an ordinary person. Wu Shang took out his key and pushed open the door, and his great-uncle and great-aunt looked at him with a stunned expression. But soon, a smile appeared on Wu's face. Back? Any injuries? Wu walked up with joy and a bit of worry on his face, joyful that Wu Shang came back safely, worried that he was afraid that Wu Shang would be injured while on a mission. No injuries? Where's Vivian? In school? Wu Shang shook his head before asking curiously. Big brother, now the summer vacation, hey, are you trying to kill me? Wu Wei walked out from the room, and then said towards Wu Shang without any good humor. How do you talk to your brother? Your brother is not concerned about you. Manhwa looked at her daughter somewhat angrily, only the smile on her face couldn't be concealed. Alright, Xiao Sheng just came back, let him have a good rest. You go out and buy some delicious food to come. Make more delicious food for Xiao Sheng. Seeing that Wu Jiangwo still wanted to pull Wu Shang to say something, Zhang Hua directly pushed the other party out of the door, while then letting Wu Shang go upstairs to rest. Thank you, auntie. Wu Shang thanked towards Zhang Hua, while Zhang Hua slapped Wu Shang's head somewhat unhappily. What are you saying thank you? We are all family. Go and rest. Call out to your sister if you want to eat. Let your sister bring it to you. Mom, How can you be generous at the expense of others? Even if I have to give it away, I'm the one who knows how to do it. Why do you say it as if it's your credit? Study away. Wu Wei's protests were ruthlessly suppressed, and then Wu Shang laughed and returned upstairs. When he got upstairs he just lay down on the bed and closed his eyes. He hadn't closed his eyes much in the past 7 days, so he was a little tired, so it was good to get some sleep. After a while, Wu returned home with a large pile of dishes. Where's the youngest? Wu asked curiously. Hush, Xiao Shang is probably tired. Let him rest for a while and eat when he wakes up. Zhang Hua's voice was very soft, while Wu Jiangwo looked upstairs when he heard it, with some heartache in his eyes. Alas, it is I who am useless as a great uncle. Wu blamed himself softly, and I don't blame you. We are supposed to be ordinary people. Xiao Shang is extraordinary as what he deserves. He has the rewards, but the pressure will just be more. Sometime you talk to him. There is enough money at home. If it's a mission for the sake of money, do less. If it's for the sake of the country, be good. Zhang Hua's words made Wu sigh, but there was also celebration. He's married to a wonderful wife. As the sky darkened, Wu Shang opened his eyes and sat up from the bed. It's so late. Wu Shang glanced at the time on his cell phone while going downstairs. Downstairs, Wu was sitting on the sofa watching TV. Awake. Ha, come and eat. Wu Jiangwo greeted the other party after seeing Wu Shang and came to eat. Wu Shang froze, and then nodded. You guys didn't eat? Wu Shang asked curiously. Nope, working on it. Figured you'd be awake about this time. If you weren't I'd have to go up and get you, Wu said with a smile, and then went into the kitchen to bring out all the meals. Eat, eat, eat. Go take a shower then go to bed early. Are you going to school tomorrow? Zhang Hua asked curiously. No, you can take a day off tomorrow and go the day after. Then rest and get well. And tell me what you want to eat and I'll make it for you. Wu Shang nodded as he listened to Zhang Hua's words. After dinner Wu Shang took a shower, while later saying good night to Wen Shi and went to bed. On the other hand, when she looked at Wu Shang who went to bed so early and was also a bit worried about him, looks like a really hard day's work. Wen Shi muttered, who works that hard? Suddenly, a teasing voice appeared beside Wen Shi. When these words came out, Wen Shi's ears instantly turned red, and then turned around and fought with the other party. Everything seemed to have fallen into peace. The darkness of the night darkened, and above the city oven, a figure traveled through the city. That person's body is very slender, wearing a loose black robe. Cannot see the other side is male or female, but the yellow rat head mask is invariably mapping his identity. One of the 12 zodiac signs. The Subrat. Chapter 53 Departure. Evolution Academy. In the room, Wu Shang suddenly opened his eyes. He looked at the figure outside the house with alarm in his eyes. Z-Mouse looked at Wu Shang and stretched out his fingers with black gloves and hooked his hand towards him. I am one of the leaders of the Zodiac organization. Z-Rat, come out with me. The voice was very strange. Could not distinguish between male and female, as if it was using a voice changer. Like that kind of mechanical sound. Very stiff. Z-Mouse turned to leave after saying that, while Wu Shang opened the window while rushing into the darkness of the night. The two jumped forward and backward through the city at great speed. However, Wu Shang had already used his full strength, while Z-Mouse, on the contrary, had his hands behind his back in a relaxed manner. Soon, the Subrat stopped at a deserted place. What's the matter with Lord Zimrit? Wu Shang's tone was slightly respectful. He was very familiar with Yin Hu, so he did not add the word Lord. TSK, are you the demonic rat that has been guarding the ancient palace for the past 7 days? Aha. Wu Shang nodded. I've heard all about the ancient palace. You did well, but not well enough. Z-Rat's speech was a bit cloudy, and Wu Shang didn't refute it. Does Lord Z-Rat have a mission? No mission. I came to see you to ask you a few questions. Wu Shang froze, then frowned. What's the problem? The Subrat turned around and the two stood on the roof of the building with the full moon overhead. As a member of the Zodiac organization, do you protect the country? Or these living beings? The only clan of the Zodiac organization that is special is the Z-Rats, and you should be well aware of that. So tell me why you chose the Z-Rats. Although Z-Mouse's tone was a bit icy, Wu Shang could hear some curiosity in it. Protecting the dragon country is to protect the living souls. The country is not guilty. People are guilty. Killing people, not touching the country. As for why I chose the son of a rat, because I was originally a rat. I am only suitable for walking in the darkness. The magic knife chose me. I will not fail the magic knife. Bloodstained people are not suitable for heroes. Wu Shang calmly answered both questions. He was surrounded by the city. It was obviously dark, but the city was very brightly illuminated by the lights. Some of the natural light could not illuminate all of the darkness, while humans can drive the darkness away. How amazing. Your answer was interesting, and the name Demon Mouse suits you well. The Subrat was silent for a moment before speaking. Demon rats are people, not names. Wu Shang was ready to leave after saying that. You're good and sensible enough. but as a senior I have to advise you as well. Wu Shang, who had turned around, froze. He just wanted to turn around to hear what the other party had to say, and at that moment, Z Mouse had already disappeared, leaving behind only an icy cold mechanical voice. Thinking too hard can be painful. Z Rat's voice echoed in Wu Shang's ears. Wu Shang looked at the empty roof of the building, suddenly lost in thought for a moment. After a while, Wu Shang left as well. The arrival of the Subrat was unexpected, but he didn't think much of it, probably just here to test him. On the other hand, the Subrat returned to his office. There are a lot of people in the office and they are in a meeting at the moment. Zimmer, what have you been doing? One of them asked curiously. Nothing, Z Mouse said faintly, while finding a seat to sit down. Only a huge headline appeared in the big screen at the very front of the meeting. Cooperation with the Sea Clan and the Demon Clan in the defense of the Blue Star. Back at home Wu Shang went back to sleep. It went on like that until noon the next day, when he opened his eyes. Sitting up from his bed he stretched, his eyes filled with confusion. After getting up, brushing his teeth and washing his face and being dragged by Wu Jiangwo to eat something, Wu Shang went back to his room. Suddenly so free he really do not know what to do. Wu Shang took out his cell phone, and when she's message unsurprisingly appeared in the chat box. Today the coach came. It's said to be from the Molted Shell realm. It looks very strong. He said that we'll take a day off today and tomorrow we'll start training in January in separate teams. Wu Shang, Metamorphosis realm? The cultivation level is so high. What's the point of splitting the team? Winnie, I'm not really sure. The coach didn't say. How are you doing? No health problems? Wu Shang, no problem. Just maybe too tired. Just sleep it off. The two of them chatted about a few more things, and when she went off to train, and Wu Shang, lying alone on the bed not knowing what to do, finally took out his cell phone and swiped the video. There have been quite a few evolutions on the internet already, and the officials aren't covering it up. There are even foreign videos out there. All sorts of strange evolved people with excited faces posted their abilities on the internet. It made a lot of evolved people envious and jealous. Wu Shang suddenly thought of something and searched the word ancient palace. The videos that came out were all about landscapes and such, or travel thoughts, and nothing about Wu Shang's first 2 days. Wu Shang understood that this was a strike from above. Just like this, Wu Shang swiped the video, bored, feeling the time fading away little by little, and the day passed just like this. Eat, wash, sleep. The next day, Wu Shang was awakened by the ringing of his cell phone. He got up from the bed, and after washing up a bit later he said goodbye to Wu. Eldest, I'm going to school. You guys call me if you need anything. Wu Jiangwo nodded and said, don't worry, there's me and your great aunt watching over the house. Be careful yourself, don't get hurt. And at that moment, Wu Wei also ran out from the room. Big brother, go for it. Must be good. Oh, come back and take me to play. Wu Wei held out her small hand to cheer Wu Shang. Wu Shang smiled while rubbing her head. Behave yourself inside the house, do well in school, and when big brother comes back he'll bring you a present. After saying that, Wu Shang walked out of the house. Outside, Inhu had long been waiting for him downstairs. Come on, take you to the academy. Next time it'll be you on your own, Inuyasha said with a smile while mounting the car. Seeing this, Wu Shang also took out his motorcycle from the domain ring and followed him. The two rushed out of the neighborhood one after the other. While upstairs, Wu Jiangwo watched Wu Shang's departure with worry in his eyes. Make sure you're doing well. Wu Jiangwo silently sent his blessings to Wu Shang, and Wu Shang followed Inhu and rode for half an hour to a university entrance. Evolution Academy is here? Wu Shang asked as he frowned at the building in front of him that looked just like the university. What else do you think? It's supposed to be a place just like college. It's not that mysterious. Come on, I'll take you to check in. Saying that, Inhu led Wu Shang towards the middle of the school, and Wu Shang put away his motorcycle and followed behind Inhu. Teenagers will be writing a new chapter here. Chapter 54 Sequence 001. Inhu led Wu Shang towards the inside of the school. After walking for more than 10 minutes and not finding a few people, Wu Shang frowned a little puzzled. Why are there so few people? It's not that there are fewer people, it's that you're actually going to have very little playtime if you're here, and you're all basically going to have to stay together to develop a rapport. After all, you're going to be on missions together from now on. So, by the way, I want to ask you something. Inhu turned his head to look at Wu Shang with some surprise upon hearing that. Yo, it's so rare to ask me a question. Say what's up. Seeing this, Wu Shang stretched out his own right hand, and a long white blade appeared in Wu Shang's hand. Killing one of the 4 heavenly kings of the celestial courts killed one. The psychic and spiritual energy I plundered from him was weak. I can't say it's weak, it's just that their spiritual energy seems to be completely different from the ones I've killed before. The psychic energy I inherited before would have grown along with my ability, but this time its strength was fixed at the 7th stage of evolution. With that, Wu Shang dispersed the long white blade in his hand. You're saying this? Ah, That's because their strength is only of the evolutionary 7th order, which belongs to their own cultivation. Inhu smiled after hearing Wu Shang's words. What do you mean you practiced on your own? Ha ha ha. Speaking of which, I don't think I did tell you about it. Inhu smiled, and then explained, evolutionary is divided into innate and acquired. We belong to the acquired. From the awakening of the beginning of the body with spiritual energy. Why? Or even like you, awakening on the cultivation. There is another kind of is the innate. The type of their supernatural ability is belonging to their own. Awakening from zero. That the 4 heavenly kings is. Wushing nodded when he heard this. He probably understood that the streams like Shanhai that he had chopped before were acquired evolvers. Their power was inherited from the people of the past, so their own power was actually far more than that. It was just that their bodies didn't have the means to exert that much power. This was the reason why the 4 heavenly kings themselves didn't change much after using their powers. Here we are. By the way, make friends inside the school. You're not in the Zodiac organization anymore, and there might be a future teammate of yours in here. Inuyasha said, winking towards Wu Shang. Will you stop being so disgusting? Wu Shang's face was expressionless. To be honest, it still required strong mental ability to watch a big man close to 40 years old scowl in front of him. Asterisk 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 off. The principal is in there. Tell him to take you to your class. Inuyasha rolled his eyes before lifting Wu Shang inside. Tatsuro, the man was brought here for you. Remember to bring him to class. Inside, a middle-aged man was dealing with paperwork. Frowning at the sight of Inuyasha, he murmured, next time come in and knock. Inhuan concernedly found a place to sit down and laughed. They are all their own people. Why so many rules? Quickly take this kid to the classroom. Tatsuya placed his eyes on Wu Shang's body, and his frown loosened. Demon rats? Wu Shang froze, and then nodded. Not bad. A real looker. Come on. I'll take you to your classroom. Treating Wu Shang, Shenlong's attitude was much better. Probably because he had heard of Wu Shang's name a long time ago, or maybe because Wu Shang was indeed very disciplined. Along the way, Wu Shang was also looking at these classrooms with some amazement. The floors and everything are fine. It's just the classroom doors that are weird. It was dark inside from the window. Wu Shang asked curiously as he watched this amazing scene. This? Shenlong laughed. The virtual classroom that Dr. Ouyang researched is like our frontier. Inside is a space similar to the frontier, suitable for your training and sparring. After saying that, he led Wu Shang to a classroom door. By the way, your sequence is 004, right? Tatsuya asked suddenly. Magic knife. The teammates inside your team are all Hotian evolvers. A total of 30. People are quite arrogant, and in the future then your group of teams will become more and more. Your sequence is very forward. There may be people looking for you to fight. You go easy on them, haha. Wu Shang froze, and then nodded. Don't worry, I've got it covered. That's good. I think highly of you. Tatsuya long patted Wu Shang's shoulder while opening the door. Inside the door, a white vortex appeared in front of Wu Shang's eyes, and Wu Shang walked straight in. All hands, gather. The moment he went in, Wu Shang heard a neutral voice, followed by several voices with delight. Big brother? Wu Shang. Into his eyes, Wu Shang first saw when she and Shangguan Xingrong standing at the very front, as well as quite a few girls, and then still in the back was Shangguan Zhan, and of course, a couple of attention-grabbing guys. The surrounding space was also not much different from the frontier, but it was empty land. There were also blue skies and white clouds. It looked no different from the outside, and the crowd seemed to be standing on top of a school playground. Are you the new student today? In front, a middle-aged man in a black combat uniform looked at Wu Shang with a serious face. Well, my name is Wu Shang and I'm here to report today because of certain things. Sorry. The instructor nodded. Wu Shang's attitude satisfied him. He had heard of Wu Shang's deeds. He had thought that he was a condescending fellow, but now it seemed that Wu Shang knew how to be polite. My name is Sherlong. You're here just in time. Today is the first training for your team. I need you as a team to show what you're good at assigning your jobs later. Just in time for you to come. There's someone here who's been waiting for you for quite a while. Upon hearing Sherlong's words, Wu Shang frowned before placing his gaze on Wenxi. When Wenxi saw Wu Shang looking at him, a slight look of helplessness appeared on his face, and then he stretched out his little hand and pointed to a person behind her. Wu Shang followed her finger to look behind her. There were quite a few people behind Wenxi, but Wu Shang locked onto a teenager with a single glance. The young man was very handsome and majestic. Yes, it was majestic, with an aura as if he was a natural superior, looking extremely domineering. And as Wu Shang placed his gaze on the teenager's eyes were filled with wariness. He smiled confidently as if he was the center of the world. Instructor, can I come out? The teenager's voice was magnetic and thick. Come out, just to see which of you two is stronger. The corner of Sherlong's mouth curled into a smile. He was also curious as to what the difference between sequence first and sequence fourth was. Saying that, A ring suddenly rose beneath Shilong's feet. The ring had a very diameter of about more than 20 meters wide and square, and Shilong beckoned towards Wu Shang. Come on up. This guy's been waiting for you for a long time. Says he's going to split no matter what. Wu Shang froze, and then set his gaze on the teenager walking towards him, filled with doubt. His memory is not recognizing this teenager. A smile filled the teenager's face before he walked over to Wu Shang. Hello, I know you're probably wondering, but since we'll be comrades in arms in the future, it's important to have a guy who calls the shots, and a lot of people have told me that you're better than me, but I'm not convinced. Wu Shang frowned. He did not refuse, because he knew that the other party was telling the truth. As long as it was a team, there must be a leader. Otherwise, when it came to carrying out the mission, disagreement could easily go wrong. Could be. Wu Shang nodded while walking up to the ring. The teenager looked at Wu Shang, while a smile appeared on his face. The two stood in the ring, and the people below watched this scene with some excitement in their eyes. When Shi and Shangguan, on the other hand, had a bit of worry in their eyes, because they had been here for a long time. They were well aware of the teenager's abilities. My name is Wu Shang, sequence 004, alien magic blade, if that's what I'm heading towards. Wu Shang thought for a moment, and then spoke. Strong fighting skills and a cool head. Saying the evening party, Wu Shang's right hand of the executioner god was revealed, and his hair began to turn red, and a pair of scarlet pupils coalesced with killing intent. Demon blade, worthy of its name, very good aura. Please listen to my name next. The teenager was confident, and unlike Wen Jun's arrogance, the teenager's confidence radiated from the inside out, as if he firmly believed in everything about himself. My name is Xianyuan Tianzhou, sequence 001, alien ability. The teenager paused for a moment, and then the head of the body in front of the cohesion of a golden token. The teenager's hair and pupils did not have the slightest change. The black is very rich. Human emperor. As the words fell, the teenager's body slightly lifted up in the air, and a golden dragon appeared at his side. Chapter 55 Regulus Tianzhou. Wu Shang looked at the teenager in front of him and finally realized where that majestic intent came from. Sequential evolvers don't have strong or weak powers, only strong or weak talents. But something has to be admitted. The more advanced the sequence, the more powerful the talent of the powers. But of course, that doesn't mean that the guys at the back of the sequence are weak in talent. And seeing the other party so drawn out, Wu Shang's heart didn't fluctuate much. Sequence 001, he had heard of it long ago, but had never seen much of it. But it wasn't a bad thing to be able to spar with a strong person. And just then, an excited voice suddenly came from Wu Shang's mind. Holy, so handsome. Look at how people use their powers. This pulling degree. You hurry up and give me a handsome one. Can't let him compare to me. The voice in his head was agitated, frantically urging Wu Shang to make a whole lot of pull. Wu Shang frowned, but did not refuse. The other party had at least accompanied him for so many years. There were some requests that could be met Wu Shang would still fulfill. I sensed that you didn't use your full strength. Use the strongest state of your magic blade. I also want to see what is so magical about the magic blade, which has been praised by my family since I was a child, that it can be called the strongest alien ability in the world's battle power. Xianyuan Tianzhou said loudly as a steady stream of golden energy surrounded him, looking full of holiness and majesty. The corner of Wu Shang's mouth curled into a smile at the sight. In his bones, he was actually a person who liked fighting very much, or else the magic sword wouldn't have been able to choose him. It's just that he usually suppressed his negative emotions and didn't explode. Demon soul unsealed. Wu Shang's voice was like the voice of the nine hells coming to earth, full of violence and murderous aura, along with the terrifying red mist flashing out around Wu Shang's body. The powerful energy dyed Wu Shang's eyes red, and Wu Shang didn't unfold all of it, unsealing the demonic souls to a critical point of sanity. Wu Shang stopped. Wu grew his sword to point at Xianyuan Tianzhou and opened his mouth. Human emperor, the emperor of humanity. But unfortunately, the devil's blade kills the god, and it's the god who is chopped. After Wu Shang finished speaking, an excited voice rang out in his mind. Yeah, that's it. Him over, just introduce me. Excitement also filled Xianyuan Tianzhou's eyes as he looked at Wu Shang. Come on, one move to separate the winners from the losers. With that said, the golden token appeared in front of him and the golden dragon began to surround him. The emperor is the head of all living beings. The human emperor is the emperor of the human race. All spirits obey. Along with the fall of Xianyuan Tianzhou's voice, the golden dragon beside him was ready to fire, and that token also began to rise up various elements. Flame, thunder, hurricane, sand and stone, great water. They transformed into a circle in front of Xianyuan Tianzhou, like a general who was about to go on an expedition waiting for the other party's command. Go! Xianyuan Tianzhou pointed with one hand, and the golden dragon in front of him rushed towards Wu Shang with all kinds of elements, while Xianyuan Tianzhou watched the scene from the back, like an emperor who ordered generals in ancient times. Demon Blade 7 Chopping Style 1. Split Corpse. Wu Shang's move was simple. A knife split the body to cut everything. The red mist condensed into the blade. And after the energy built up to the highest point, Wu Shang held the blade in both hands and slashed with force. A several meter high blade energy blasted towards the golden dragon. While Wu Shang's eyes gradually cleared up after he chopped out this blade, no longer having that previous feeling of hostility that was so thick that it was substantial. Bang! Accompanied by a violent explosion, the saber chi devastated and shattered the golden dragon, and then struck straight towards Xianyuan Tianjiao. And Xianyuan Tianjiao see this in his eyes as not unbelievable feeling. He will be in the hands of the human emperor. Seal toward was weakened knife gas blast, and the golden dragon once again cohesion in his side, blocking the knife. His face had a slightly pale look to it, and it looked like he should have consumed too much spiritual energy. On the contrary, there was no discomfort on Wu Shang's face. Xianyuan Tianjiao didn't care in the slightest that he lost. He had a smile on his face as he said, "You won. After that your command of this team will be the first, but in the future if I overtake you, I'll get this command back." Xianyuan Tianjiao walked out of the ring very painfully after finishing. "Big brother Tianjiao, you lost to him just like that?" Some of the teenagers below were a bit incredulous. "So what if I lose? It's not like people can win all the time. It hurts to lose. If there's a problem, then change it. I'm only a human emperor in my alien ability. I'm not really a human emperor. I can't do things like change the rules." The teenager's face was full of spontaneity and confidence, as if losing wasn't a big deal to him. Besides, his strongest point wasn't his combat prowess. It was only the pride of a teenager that made him a little curious as to why Wu Shang could be called the strongest in the battle sequence only. Right now, it seemed that based on combat prowess alone, none of them here were really a match for Wu Shang. So strong even in the same realm, worthy of the name of God Punisher. Xianyuan Tianjiao did not mince his words of praise and appreciation. Shi Long walked over at that moment. His mouth quirked up in a smile of admiration. "Not bad. I can't even beat you in the same realm. You're gifted, and your hands are measured. How about it? Anyone not convinced?" Shi Long praised Wu Shang before setting his gaze on the teenager below. Seeing that no one spoke, Shi Long turned his head to look at Wu Shang and said, "You've carried out quite a few missions. Judgment, I'm sure you have. I hope this team won't be short of people in your hands." Shi Long patted Wu Shang's shoulder, and Wu Shang heard this, but also felt as if his shoulder was a little heavier. "Well, find a place to stay so you don't overshadow the other students." With a sudden turn of phrase, Shirogane drove Wu Shang down. Wu Shang nodded, and then found a spot to stand. When she looked at him with a smile on her face and gave a thumbs up towards Wu Shang in passing, and Shangguan hastily raised his hand towards Wu Shang after seeing him. "Big brother, this. The other party was so high profile Wu Shang could not afford to make him too embarrassed, so he walked over. "Big brother, it's too strong," Shangguan complimented with an excited face, as if he was that strong himself. Wu Shang looked at him. Shangguan did not change much. "I do not know if it is the problem of cultivation here. The cultivation has risen quite fast, evolved the fifth order, and the weakest person here is at the fifth stage of evolution. The strongest ones were Wu Shang and Xianyuan Tianjiao, 2 evolutionary 8th order. What's left is a bunch of 6th and 7th order ones. There are quite a few of the 5th order." Chapter 56, Shi Long's teaching. After that it was the crowd showing off their powers. Shangguan Lightrung's Heavenly Palace's main ability is to appear as a palace-like thing, in which her recovery can become stronger and her defense is strong, while other abilities are that her followers can also be given shelter when they enter. There is not much if any attacking ability. It is considered a supporting ability. Of course, it doesn't mean she can't fight, just that her talent is on the supporting side, but her own body's strength is not low. Shangguan words were quite interesting. A body of spells, but it depends a lot on the geographical location. In what location spells are strong. A kind of very spiritual psychic ability. Very much need to judgment and calm mind. Other people's Wu Shang also roughly understand. All in the sequence. Maybe in the future fight will be presented one by one. Not bad. You are all the pride of this world. During this period of time, let's get to know each other. Cultivate well, and look for the teammates that best match you. Shi Long also clapped his hands in satisfaction after the crowd was introduced. Yeah. When she clapped his hands, his eyes filled with excitement. Her sudden excitement to give those around her a whole wouldn't, looking at her with a confused look on their faces, when she might have also noticed that she was a bit too excited and shrunk her neck a bit awkwardly. The short-haired girl beside her narrowed her eyes at her with a playful expression. Wu Shang, on the other hand, was chatting with Shangguan. "Brother, how long have you been in Anchang? Mom said she missed you and wanted to let's see you." "Well, I'll take a trip there when I'm on vacation this time. I was on a mission the other day and came here after it." Wu Shang nodded and did not reject this matter. There's no point in rejecting back and forth. there's always less trouble if you comply. Shangguan was also instantly happy to hear that Wu Shang had agreed, and took out his cell phone to send a message to Shangguan Z. Shangguan Qingrong, who had been eavesdropping, was also happy. Wu Shang, on the other hand, looked at Shi Long with some curiosity. He was curious about what training methods the other party had. After all, the people sitting here were all some very talented guys. As for you guys, I actually don't have any so-called teaching program, because you guys are supposed to go out on a mission tomorrow. So what you need to do today is to simply understand. And starting tomorrow, I'll be taking you guys to run around the country and even abroad. And our first stop tomorrow will be the most bordered southern border. Shi Long's words made the crowd froze, and then excitement flowed out of their eyes. Of course, it was more than excitement. They had more or less actually dealt with the exotic clan, but all of them had their elders by their side, so they hadn't experienced much danger. The crowd murmured in disgust with each other who they needed to team up with. Xiao Shi, let's join together, along with your big brother, and big brother Tianzhou. Wang Rong was also inside this class. He walked over to Wen Shi's side and said, I don't want it. Wen Shi unceremoniously rejected Wang Rong's invitation before walking over to Wu Shang's side. Do you want to invite me? I'm useful too. When she had a smile on her face and a slight reserve between her words. Let's go together then. But we still need to assign them at the place if we're specific. After all, we're not too sure about the other party's strength and ability. Wu Shang watched when she walk up and also agreed. And at that moment, Shi Long clapped his hands. You should know about marking day. The crowd nodded. It's good to know. The marking day has also become shorter since the last time it appeared. According to the projection, by the time next year, the marking day will appear again. And by that time, the space on our side will be even weaker, and even more powerful opponents will appear, so you guys have to practice well during this period of time, and you also have to understand that this situation now, the group of evolvers is very cruel to each other. Shi Long began to explain to the crowd, and Wu Shang, who had marked the day, knew that the one who appeared this time was in the molting shell realm, and the ones who appeared afterward would probably be guys in a higher realm, and in who had said that their mission might even require them to go to a foreign land for intelligence and information. The powers that be are already planning to be proactive. And at that moment, Shi Long continued, remember, when encountering unfamiliar evolvers, the first thought that comes to your mind is definitely to kill the other party, not to encounter your own kind. Shi Long's tone grew serious, and the crowd unconsciously put their smiles away and listened carefully. Shi Long told a lot of things, also let the people understand each other a lot. Finally Shi Long opened his mouth. By the way, there is one thing you must know, because once the animals also began to evolve, so if you meet a demon that can talk and is very strong, in the case of the other side did not eat and hurt the people you cannot first out of the hand to do it understand? Why? The one who opened his mouth was Wen Jun, who still had a grudge against the Sea Clan for killing his teammates who had been on a mission together before, because of the agreements signed by the human race, the sea race and the demon race. Before the matter of the foreign domain is resolved, the three parties can't take action against each other's clansmen without any reason. There's no way. Our overall strength is inferior to that of the foreign domain right now. We can only cooperate, and that's what the countries have jointly determined. So don't get too excited when you see animals that run around and can talk or grow in strange and weird ways. The crowd also nodded very obediently after Shi Long finished speaking. Only Wen Jun's eyes carried a slight reluctance, while Wen Shi's eyes carried a slight sadness. Wen Jun is because of pride, for the killing of the Sea tribe upset. Wen Shi is very sad, self-blame, because she clearly understand the two sides would have been the relationship between the kill and be killed. To say the least is that they misjudged. Just to reintroduce this matter, she is still sad. Wu Shang didn't say anything when he saw this scene. Some things can't be walked away from, only covered up with one thing at a time. Shi Long said some more things, and then let the crowd leave. In fact, to be honest, he really has nothing to teach. These students are all latter-day evolvers. Wu Shang belongs to the group that has been on the front line, although he has not killed many, but he is the first to contact the exotic area. While some of the remaining people in city had risen fast in their realms because of the resources and the fact that the spiritual energy was now becoming more and more dense, and it was also because the Evolution Academy had deliberately tilted a lot of resources toward those who couldn't keep up with the realm, just like the Shangguan siblings. For example, they had been given resources to cultivate when they came to city, and the two weren't too bad in terms of talent, plus the issue of spiritual energy, so it was normal for their cultivation to rise quickly. The nation's resources are now basically tilted in two places. Evolution Academy also has the Zodiac organization. I'll say a few things. First, the Shangguan siblings, their father is into the family. They are more than a year younger than Wu Shang. Wu Shang is because of the late school but good grades. The follow-up was arranged by his mother. Second, Wu Shang's cultivation problem. Wu Shang's way of becoming stronger is mainly plunder. But after the first marking day of the exotic domains appeared not too often, which is 10 years down the line he did not kill a lot of them, and the concentration of psychic energy not high, plus there was already the problem of cultivation limitations. The latter-day sequencers are inheritance, they have cultivation upon awakening, just high or low, and the male lead isn't the only child who awakened on the first marking day, it's just that he's special, and there's a reason why he's slow to cultivate, which will be followed up. Don't rush. Chapter 57, Southern Border Chapter 1. While Wu Shang and the others were in class, Inhu returned to the Zodiac organization. Inuyasha froze for a moment as he looked at the white-haired man in his office. Dr. Yang, what brings you here? Dr. Yang stood up while explaining, came to pick up a few things, and in the meantime, find out about Wu Shang's situation. Inhu nodded and said, tomorrow they will go to the southern border, and the odds are that they will run into each other if there are no surprises. Dr. Yang nodded. How are resources being distributed? It's all arranged, except for when Cinnabar Dragon will give it to him when he's close to a breakthrough. All other times it will be centralized to the others. Dr. Yang nodded before turning to leave. The two just talked in a cloud of confusion. As Inhu looked at Dr. Yang's departing back, a slight complexity suddenly surged in his eyes. Would that not be good? You and I are in the bureau. We even counted ourselves in. Why should we care about this? Whether we succeed or not, heaven will arrange it. Dr. Yang left when he finished speaking, the whole thing looking high and mighty. Inuyasha also sighed helplessly while taking care of his business, and at that moment, far away in a jungle in the Kunlun Mountains, several huge figures were chatting about something. Did you find it? Found it. On the southern border. Leave the poor man in the mountain, and the rest of the demon congregation will follow me. After those figures finished speaking, they flew into the high sky and sped off in a certain direction. On the other hand, Wu Shang also finished his first day of classes. He was taken away by Tatsuya after having dinner with Wenshi. Take you to the dormitory. Tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock you have to get up to go to the southern border a trip. This time there are not many southern border marking points, but it is also considered to be your first time to cooperate with the imperial enemy. You, the old greaseball, can be good to bring them ah. Tatsuya said half jokingly, half seriously. Well, as long as they do as they're told I'll do my best to keep them from dying. Wu Shang nodded. Tatsuya's words were sort of a mission in a sense. Ha ha ha, there's no need to be so nervous. Go back to your dormitory. You don't have any roommates in your dorm and I know you don't like being with others. Qianlong patted Wu Shang's shoulder before leading him to a door. Rest well. After handing the key to Wu Shang, he left, and Wu Shang opened the door and walked into the room. The room was not much different from what Wu Shang thought it would be. A bed, a table, a bathroom, just a normal room. Wu Shang took his things out of the domain ring and placed them in the cabinet. On the other hand, when she also returned to her room, her side housemate kept asking her about Wu Shang. Xiao Shi, are you acquainted with that Wu Shang? Actually more powerful than Big Brother Tianjiao. That's right, before just heard that there is an extremely powerful guy in the evolved people. This first time to see really is the name. Is a little cold nature, not as cheerful as my big brother. Shen Yuan Rong and Wang Bing asked as they sandwiched Wenshi in the middle. Well, he saved me and my brother before, so he's kind of a familiar face. Winnie nodded before returning to her bed. Wow, a hero to the rescue. So have you been talking to him for the past few days? Lu Ling laughed and joked. Right, then, Xiao Shi, do you have to give your body in return? The housemate's teasing instantly made Wenshi blush, and she turned her head to simply ignore them. I don't know if it was because of school, but Wu Shang fell asleep as soon as he got into bed, and in the blink of an eye it was the next day. At 6 o'clock, everyone woke up on time and walked out on time, their faces filled with excitement. Their first mission still seemed to be very exciting. The crowd was talking while Wu Shang was followed by Shangguan Zhan. Because Wu Shang is surrounded by boys, Shangguan Qingrong is not good to come over, and lately she is quite annoyed. Shangguan student, I've prepared some food for you, do you want to try it? A dog-licking smile spread across the teenager's face, and Shangguan Luoro sniffed politely. Sorry, I don't eat much in the morning, dieting. After saying that, he headed towards the line of girls. The teenager's eyes also flashed a little bit of gloominess at the words, but it quickly disappeared. Things like love never go smoothly. Shenyuan Tianjia walked up to Wu Shang with a smile on his face. Brother Wu Shang, this is our first mission. I hope you can lead us to the right path. After all, it's not easy to lead this 30-member team, but don't worry, I'll help you. When Wu Shang heard Shenyuan Tianjiao's words, a slight smile appeared on his face as well and said, don't worry, as the leader, if there is really a situation of certain death, at least before I die, I won't let you guys die. Wu Shang also gave his promise. Good, if it really comes to that, I, Shenyuan Tianjiao, will definitely follow you. The corners of Shenyuan Tianjiao's mouth lifted into a smile, still full of confidence. Okay boys, don't chat. First of all, The school chartered plane leaves at 7 o'clock. There is no money to give you a whole what transportation. I believe that you boys do not lack of money. Hurry up to think of a way to keep up with me. Shangguan stood at the forefront and shouted out, while the domain ring on his arm then flickered with light and a motorcycle appeared in front of him. The motorcycle is the same as Wu Shang's, but there is a difference in color. It's gray. Wu Shang's is dark red. Boys, keep up. Shangguan straddled the motorcycle, while launching the throttle and rushed out. Seeing this, Wu Shang also took out his motorcycle from the domain ring. Do you two want to follow me? Wu Shang looked at Shangguan and asked. No need, brother. This is a task set by the teacher. We can't hide behind you all the time. Shangguan smiled and refused. He then went to the curb and swept an electric car. The airport is not far and there is enough time. Wu Shang nodded. Shangguan and the others seemed to have matured a little bit. At least they didn't have that petulance before. Wu Shang twisted the throttle, and then followed in the direction Shangguan had left. Then it's time for the rich kids to show off their money power. One by one, they took out their phones and started summoning drivers, and some of the more outrageous ones just pulled a car out of the domain ring. Yes, this outrageous guy is Win Jun. Speaking of which, the school had equipped everyone with domain rings, but they only had the ability to store them, not the ability to unfold the frontier like Wu Shang. Wu Shang also felt strange. Supposedly 29 were prepared just right when the domain rings were issued, and I don't know if I forgot to issue his, or if I knew he had them himself. Wu Shang preferred the latter, and along with the departure of the crowd, in the school, Chen Long stood at the window and looked at the faraway teenagers with a slight complexity in his eyes. The future is still for you youngsters. Cheer up, Heavenly Emperor. According to the news, all of the Evolution Academy's Hotian evolvers have traveled to the southern border, including the Demon Blade. In a desert, a white jade heavenly palace appeared out of thin air in this place. The heavenly palace covered an area of thousands of square meters. The outside world was wrapped by a strange kind of barrier, and there were many people inside, including the previous 4 heavenly kings, but now there were only 3 big ones left. At the very top, a man sat high above the throne, looking down on the crowd below. Well, the demon race has also departed. 3 days king, go and meet your old friends, and bring the giant spirit god with you. Yes, this time we will make sure the damned demon blade has no return. Go on, help the demons. That so-called heavenly emperor waved his hand, as if there were thousands of thoughts in his pitch-black pupils. The magic knife is being set up for life pathetic, or delightful. Chapter 58, The Southern Border Chapter 2. The crowd made it to the airport on time, and then boarded a plane that the school had chartered just for them. Anchang was still quite far from the southern border, so it would take half a day on the airplane anyhow. The crowd had sought out good seats, and when she did not take the initiative to come to Wu Shang, but sat with her friend, instead, Wu Shang found a corner and sat down. There was plenty of room on the airplane, and Wu Shang was at ease being alone in the corner. Shangguan originally wanted to go over and follow Wu Shang, but seeing Wu Shang directly closed his eyes, thought about it and didn't go over. Time passed little by little like this, and Wu Shang was experiencing the torment of the blade spirit. Comic books are done, so read a few more for me to copy from inside your memory. Punisher God hugged Wu Shang's thighs and made a lot of noise. Didn't you read a lot of it before? Why do you need to read it again? Wu Shang felt a headache. He really didn't like to read those comic books, but Punisher liked to read them, and Punisher was extracted from his memory. Once he got tired of reading them, he was noisy. I don't care. I don't care. Who let you raise your cultivation so slowly? Also, eat more delicious food. I'm tired of eating chips and stuff. I want to eat spicy food. I don't want it. I don't like spicy food. Wu Shang rejected the god Punisher without mercy. I don't care. I don't care. You give me food. I want it. The Punisher god is rolling all over the place. Wu Shang was also particularly helpless as he looked at this sword spirit that looked exactly like himself. Why are you acting like a little kid when you're an old thing who doesn't even know how old you are? You're not honoring the old and the young. So what else can I do but spill my guts? The executioner justified. Wu Shang was speechless. Okay, I'll go look at it in a bit. Spicy is exempt. You just eat sweet. A sword spirit matters so much. What do you mean? You look down on the blade spirit? Are you looking down on me? I want to fight you one-on-one. Punisher God instant rose from the ground and extended his finger to point at Wu Shang. If you're talking, I'm going to go out and get the Punisher's knife to chop up stinky tofu. Wu Shang said indifferently, while the executioner god also instantly changed his face when he heard Wu Shang's words. Goo, why are you like this? That stinky tofu stinks to death. I'm a divine soldier demon blade. How can you let me chop that kind of filth? Honestly, I'll read it when I can. Don't rush. After Wu Shang finished speaking, he left the space of the sword spirit, and the Punisher god saw Wu Shang leave and also puffed up and took out a comic book to lie on the ground and read it. There was milk tea and various foods around them. live and let live as a fat house. And Wu Shang in the outside world opened his eyes. He pulled out his cell phone somewhat helplessly while searching the internet for some comics. Blade Spirit is a secondary, he is also helpless. There are many times this guy saw the ending was not good and threatened to let Wu Shang to go to Sakura and stick countries to hack the author to death. Wu Shang quickly flipped through many comics while closing his eyes. I was trying to sleep, but I was woken up by the Punisher. After a few hours of peace and quiet, the crowd also finally arrived at the land of the southern border, and the time came to night. Wu Shang looked at the dark sky, and then placed his gaze on Sherlong's body. Don't look at me, oh. There are 12 zodiac signs in this place in South Border. The place you are going to is not far away. I marked the location for you on my cell phone. Whether you intend to go there directly or wait is arbitrary. The next action is under your own command. Whether to listen to Wu Shang, or how to get it, you are all at your own discretion. Sherlong left after he finished speaking, and Wu Shang had a bit of a headache looking at these 29 teenagers. He didn't expect Sherlong to just do the dumping. Let's go straight over there. I can open the frontier. This time there are 30 of us to prove that the strength of the marking point is not weak this time. We'll go straight over there and hold it. What do you guys think? Wu Shang opened his mouth and asked. I don't have a problem with that. Finish early and leave early. Maybe even take the opportunity to rest for a day. I haven't been to the southern border yet. Xianyuan Tianzhou agreed to Wu Shang's proposal. The people here were also basically dominated by Xianyuan Tianzhou, with only a few people listening to Wu Shang. Wu Shang didn't say anything when he saw this and directly took out his cell phone and headed in a certain direction. And at this time, in a certain village in the southern border with a backdrop of mountains, a young boy with a sad face knelt in front of a grave that had been erected with wooden boards. After spending some time in front of the grave, the teenager put away the look of sadness on his face and walked towards the village. On the other side, Wu Shang looked at the distorted space in front of him and his face went cold. Arrived. With that said, Wu Shang unfolded the domain ring's frontier. With the appearance of a scarlet space, the crowd was pulled into the frontier. Many people looked at the space around them with a face of amazement. Burning up a blazing flame looked like they were also seeing it for the first time. Guys, the intensity of the marking point isn't weak this time, so I'll be extra careful and try to have one main attacker and one cover. And don't get hurt, Wu Shang loudly instructed. Before summoning the execution god, the crowd was also manifesting their sequence exotic abilities, and one by one, they were looking at the spatial passage in front of them with a warlike intent. Little by little, time passed, and with the appearance of a war cry, Wu Shang shouted, "Incoming, prepare for battle." And along with Wu Shang's words, a huge figure appeared in front of him. Blue Star? The leader was a werewolf. Their bodies were ghostly blue. The claws of their hands were extremely sharp. There were those who were 2 to 4 meters tall, and their cultivation level was also generally at the evolutionary 5th stage, and the strongest one was at the evolutionary 7th stage. The overall strength was not as good as Wu Shang's and theirs, but there were a lot of them, and there were more than 50 of them when they were counted down. Shut up with the crap. Eat my knife first. Without the slightest bit of nonsense, Wu Shang leapt up, split the body. A chilling killing intent filled the space, which gave the crowd chills but also began to boil with fervor. For the sake of the otherworld, for the Saul Lunar clan, for the otherworldly beings, kill, ow. Accompanied by a wolf howl, the leader of the wolves charged straight towards Wu Shang. Brothers, the other party is so enthusiastic. How can we not do our part as hosts? All beings listen to the order. Xianyuan Tianzhao's aura was very high. He hovered in the air and raised his hand towards the front, like an emperor who ordered. Flames and thunder began to appear around him as the golden dragon roared and charged towards the front. Brother, I'll protect you. Shangguan Lightning Rome shouted towards Shangguan Zhan who was leaping forward. Yes, Shangguan Zhan nodded, and an ancient book appeared in his hand, and along with the turning of the pages, he also unleashed his supernatural ability, Technique Bagua, Li Bit, Fire Dragon Roll. Accompanied by Shangguan Zhan's raised hand, a several meters high flame tornado blasted towards the front, and the wolves caught in the flames let out a wail. Luna, tied, not far away, when she had long silver white hair, and the round fan in her hand was embroidered with a moon, accompanied by a casual fan in her hand. A silver white particle like a waterfall blew toward the front. The touched werewolf covered his touched spot with a pained face as if he had suffered some heavy blow. Sequence 014, Moon God Standing Sun. On the other hand, Wen Jun also had a head of blonde hair like a fire god rising up into the air, and the golden flames in his hands burned the two exotics fighting him to a bitter end. That werewolf fighting with Wu Shang is also ugly. At the moment he is also very wretched. His body is all knife marks, claws are also a little blunt. Still worried about the others? Wu Shang instantly bullied his way up, and his long sword directly chopped at his opponent. Well, how about telling me some information and I'll consider sparing you? Wu Shang's face was as normal, as if he hadn't exerted any power at all. And the execution god deadpanned his opponent. Yes you can. The intelligence is that the next marking day will be when you blue stars are overthrown. The werewolf was also very hardened and roared loudly. Yeah, no matter who overthrows it, you won't see it because you're going to die now. After saying that, Wu Shang's face instantly turned cold, and the Punisher god glowed red. Split the body. Another slash split the body, and Wu Shang's figure transformed into a blade sheath through the opponent's body. With the werewolf splitting in two, Wu Shang turned his head to kill the other exotics. Chapter 59, The Southern Border Chapter 3. Along with the crowd's charge, more than 50 werewolves were quickly killed by the crowd, and the worst of the crowd's injuries were only minor. Looking at the self-satisfaction on the faces of the crowd, Wu Shang also nodded. It had to be said that the latter-day evolvers were in a sense completely crushing these innate adepts. Speaking of which, Wu Shang was also quite curious as to whether there would be the so-called acquired abilities in the other world as well. Wu Shang took out his cell phone and sent a message to Shilong. After the kill, what happens after that? Shilong also quickly replied to Wu Shang. Rest for the night, and after that, go on a trip to a farmhouse called Fish and Rice Country. They are rumored to have demons on their side. You guys go and try to find a way to drive those demons away. And by the way, make sure that group of demons have killed anyone, and if they have, you guys can execute them on the spot. Wu Shang looked at the message that Shilong's returned, and then relayed it to the crowd. The crowd nodded, and then exited the frontier. Dismissed. Meet at Fish and Rice tomorrow and find your own place to stay. After Wu Shang finished speaking, he opened the map and found a hotel nearby while driving his motorcycle over there. The crowd also formed a group and Shangguan left with his own sister. Wu Shang found a hotel and opened a room, while he took a shower and returned to bed. When he opened his cell phone, Wenxi's message was still at the top, sending several messages. How about that? Did you see me fight? Wasn't that valiant? The corner of Wu Shang's mouth curled up into a smile when he saw this message before typing. See, it's very gallant and awesome. Hey, you're good too. Oh, go to bed early. Oh, I'm going to take a shower. Okay, good night. Saying goodnight to the other party, Wu Shang saw another message from Yin Hu. Where are you now? Have you finished dealing with the domain entrance in the southern border? Has your cultivation level improved? Finished processing. First in the southern border. Tomorrow said to go to a farmhouse called the Land of Fish and Rice. Cultivation words critical point. Need an opportunity. Or decapitate a fellow in the same realm. Cynthia quickly returned with another message. There is definite news. There are people from the heavenly court on your side. And they are also going to your what's his name Land of Fish and Rice. Pay attention to yourself. The intelligence shows that it's the 3 heavenly kings who escaped last time. And there's also a Hotian evolutionary. Sequence 200. With the ability of giant spirit divine power. And his cultivation is at the 8th stage of evolution. Good. In the office, In who looked at the message Wu Shang had replied to and a flash of sadness flashed across his eyes. The lit-up computer screen illuminated his face and some information was displayed in that screen. Sequence 200. Giant Spirit Divine Power as well. Sequence 003. When Wu Shang saw that Ian who hadn't returned the message, he also turned his cell phone off, and then he closed his eyes and went to sleep. That being said, he's been sleeping more and more often lately. There wasn't much that could be done about it though. He wasn't even sleeping very soundly, and it felt like he couldn't get comfortable anyway, so he slept longer and more often. The next day, Wu Shang frowned as he looked at the few people in front of him. Where are the people? When she and Shangguan Xingrong were a little embarrassed. My roommate said didn't the demon race say they were allied, and they thought it would be fine, so they went shopping. When June and Shangguan were also a little embarrassed. They said that the beauty of the southern border is very beautiful, and said to go to see it. Regulus Tianzhou, on the other hand, didn't care much. Well, since we're here these people will be used first. We'll look for them when it's done. After all, we're both here. If even the two of us are in danger the odds are they'll be in trouble as well. Wu Shang nodded, and then his tone was a bit slightly cold. No matter what, wait until we go back to settle the score. No matter what, I at least count as their teammate. Disregarding the safety of their teammates in this way, I feel that we may need to establish our authority in a different way. Xianyuan Tianjiao shrugged and said, whatever, I'm coming anyway. In the end there were only 6 people in total. The Shangguan siblings, the Wen family siblings, and the 6 people from Wu Shang and Xianyuan Tianjiao. In fact, Wu Shang somewhat felt that Xianyuan Tianjiao was probably punking his roommate. After all, judging from yesterday's observation, the people around him still listened to him, so how could he not come if he wanted to come? That group of people? Either Xianyuan Tianjiao had forgotten to tell them, or it was intentional. A human emperor with alien powers, but without the sense of responsibility of a human emperor. Wu Shang thought silently in his mind, and he seemed to somewhat understand why he had to put these Hotian evolvers together. So far it seems that they are more or less character flawed. Let's go first. That Land of Fish and Rice isn't far. Soon, the six arrived at the so-called land of fish and rice. Looking at the village in front of him that had its back to the mountains, Wu Shang's eyes carried a slight doubt. This village. What's wrong? Big brother? What's wrong? Shangguan asked with some curiosity. The village is so prosperous. Winnie lamented. Indeed. At least in Wu Shang's sight at the moment, all of these people were fat-headed people, as if they were perennial meat-eaters, and they were full of red faces, looking like they were living a very happy life. There is no thatched hut or anything like that, all the kind of small buildings with several floors, a better car parked at the door, people wearing gold necklaces, watches, look very rich, and at the very front is a huge lodge that reads, Fish and Rice Farming, and in the mountains at this moment, a hoarse voice echoed through the forest. The Evolutionary, a teenager, as if sensing something as well, set his sights on the entrance to the village. Strange. Chapter 60, The Southern Border Chapter 4. Wu Shang was drawn over to the chatter of the people around him as he walked into the village. Ha ha ha, I heard there's a big tonic soup today. $999 a bowl. Yeah boss Zhu, is that what you're here for too? Yeah, well, it's only once a month, after all. The corner of Xianyuan Tianzhao's mouth hooked into a smile and said, TSK, this place is really interesting. The great tonic soup sells for so much, and there are still so many people. It seems that it is not without reason that this place is so prosperous. Jun, who was on the side, also nodded and said, I also think, go and take a look. I also want to see what a $999 worth of great tonic soup looks like. After saying that, the six of them followed the crowd towards the mountain villa. At the entrance of the lodge, a beautifully dressed woman greeted the guests, and seeing this, Wu Shang also found a waiter and asked, Hello, I would like to ask what kind of food do you have here, and what kind of ingredients is that great tonic soup made of? The waiter saw Wu Shang. A few people are also extraordinary temperament, thought it is the young master of whoever's family in admiration of the tour, so is also a smile to introduce. We are more famous dishes here is rabbit, mountain chicken, and fish. All of them are we here with the back of the big mountain to raise. Eat the fodder are also medicinal herbs with the big tonic soup is even more wild ginseng coupled with all kinds of precious herbs to cook. Wu Shang nodded while saying thank you to the other party. Go in and take a look. Wu Shang squeezed into the crowd with a few people, and at this moment, in the lobby, a big belly from the chef's front with a smile on his face stood in the center. In front of him was a huge pot. In the pot was a big pot of golden yellow thick soup. You can also see there are all kinds of meat mixed with it, as well as ginseng and other medicinal herbs. The surrounding people looked at the pot of soup with greedy faces, their eyes filled with desire. Don't be in a hurry, bosses, or the old rules before. One person is limited to one bowl of 9,999. Great tonic soup. Drink it to strengthen your body and prolong your life. The chef was like a salesman loudly touting the fragrant pot of gumbo as if it were some kind of miracle cure. When she leaned close to Wu Shang and whispered, It smells pretty good, but this is too much bowl ********. Wu Shang nodded back. Indeed, it's a bit of a ripoff. And at that moment, there was a boss beside Wu Shang who seemed to have heard the two of them chatting. Ha ha ha, young man, this kind of efficacy is indeed some bull *******. But the people who come here are not rushing to its efficacy. I tell you this soup efficacy first, not to mention whether it is true or not, but that flavor is indeed extremely delicious. The world is rare. My old Zhu is also an old gourmand, but every month refers to this mouthful of it. Boss Zhu had a smile on his face and drooled as he spoke. Oh, I'd be interested in trying it then. A look of interest appeared on Wen Jun's face before he shouted towards the front. When will this soup be sold? The chef also laughed when he heard Wen Jun's voice. Ha ha ha, it seems that there are already little brothers who are a bit impatient, but don't be in a hurry. The pot can be opened in half an hour. Ha ha ha, little brother, this soup is limited. You can't even reserve it if you want to, let alone you guys who are here now. Boss Zhu chuckled from the sidelines. Instead, Wu Shang set his eyes on the crowd at this moment. Wu Shang's pupils slightly glowed red, while the others also noticed Wu Shang's abnormality. Big brother, what's wrong? Shangguan asked with some curiosity. The heavenly court. After Wu Shang finished speaking, the crowd also instantly followed his gaze towards the distance, and among the crowd not far away, 4 men were looking at Wu Shang with murderous faces, the 3 heavenly kings and a 2-meter-tall strongman. The 4 were very conspicuous. Can't take a shot here. When she grabbed Wu Shang's arm and said, I know, and at that moment, the man in the distance pulled out a smile at Wu Shang, before reaching out and pointing outside, signaling Wu Shang to go out. Poof! Wu Shang gave a cold snort before walking out of the manor, while the rest of the people followed behind, vigilantly looking at the 4 people not far away. TSK, oh Demon Blade, still working for the Dragon Kingdom? Are they still unable to spare you resources? The burly man opened his mouth and revealed Wu Shang's identity and said something inexplicable. You are the giant spirit god? What? Did evolving to the 8th rank give you a lot of courage, to face me straight on? Wu Shang's words were filled with a chilling aura, and it was as if there was a bomb in the middle of the two teams, ready to explode at any moment. Don't call me giant spirit god. My name is Guan Li. Why don't you join us? Look at it. You've been cultivating hard for 10 years before you evolved to the 8th rank. And look at your teammates behind you. One by one, the resources are used to the point of softness, and cultivating for such a little bit of time will be faster than your several years of time. Guan Li said playfully, while the 3 heavenly kings behind him let out a scoff. Yeah, why don't we go out and fight then? Wu Shang was not affected by the other party's words, but said with a smile on his lips, that's no good. We're not here to fight. We're just here to make a mess. Don't worry, as long as you guys don't make a move on us, we won't hurt the innocent either. Guan Li laughed and left with the 3 days king behind him. Wu Shang watched them leave and wanted to follow them, but thinking that the mission this time was yet not to kill the heavenly courts people, he stopped again. Why don't I call all the people back? Xianyuan Tianjiao suggested towards Wu Shang. Not yet. This big mountain shouldn't be too simple. If even the heavenly court is out, we won't be able to leave. And it's not always a good thing sometimes if there are too many people. Let's take care of the task here first. Hearing Wu Shang's words, Xianyuan Tianjiao did not force himself, while Wen Shi on the side of the eyes with a little thoughtfulness. And at that moment, a cacophony of noises came from the mountain villa, accompanied by the crowd's exclamations of surprise. An extremely rich fragrance wafted through the air, mesmerizing the mind. I have to say, the aroma of this great tonic soup is truly rare. I've never smelled such an aromatic flavor in all my life. When June took a deep breath, and then heartfelt admiration, the others on the sidelines nodded. Indeed, this lodge does have some class. Wu Shang looked at the time, and then said to the crowd, let's eat something first, and then ask the people here how to enter the mountain. Good. A few people returned to the lodge. Looking at the inside of the people in front of a small bowl of soup also could not help but sigh with emotion. I have to say, really have a hand. Look at the mediocre lodge actually can make this kind of food. Wen Shi, on the other hand, moved closer to Wu Shang before asking curiously, do you know someone from the heavenly court? Wu Shang froze, and he looked at the young girl with some confusion. Why do you ask? Because it looks to me like he just came straight for you, and it's too much of a target. The crowd also looked at Wu Shang with some curiosity when they heard Wen Shi's words. The predecessor of the heavenly court was the Nature Organization. The Nature Organization is what some evolvers from various countries organize, and each country will have a few latter-day evolvers entering it, and there are many of the first batch of cultivated latter-day evolvers here in the Dragon Kingdom that have entered it as well, and they are aware of me. Wu Shang's explanation made the crowd realize, I see, there's a seat over there, let's go sit down and poke around a bit. Chapter 61, The Southern Border Chapter 5. Along with the dishes, Wu Shang and the others looked at the dishes in front of them and were also a bit puzzled. It just looks like ordinary mountain bamboo shoots fried chicken. How could it be so expensive? Try it, it might taste good. After Wu Shang finished speaking, he picked up his bowl and started eating. The crowd saw it and ate it too, but a few people frowned when the thing entered. Average. Very average. The meat is really surprisingly good, but the craftsmanship of this is very average. It's done in a somewhat unorthodox way. And the salt particles? Wen Jun was a bit speechless looking at the salt particles on the dried bamboo shoots, and Shangguan Xingrong also spoke up. Yes, that soup is so fragrant, but this is as good as nothing. Wu Sheng, on the other hand, didn't care much. He wasn't primarily here to eat in the first place. Hello, can I ask you guys something? Wu Sheng greeted the waiter. Hello, how may I help you? We wanted to ask if the big hill behind you is accessible. The waiter nodded and smiled when he heard that. It's possible, but the price will be a bit expensive. 5,000 yuan a day, and you can take the prey inside by yourself. The crowd froze. I'll go. You guys are making quite a bit of money with this farmhouse, Wen Jun said with some surprise. He really didn't expect a 5,000 entrance fee for a place of amusement, and it wasn't even a famous place. And not really, because there are also many medicinal herbs inside the mountain. So maybe a few of you will be able to dig up some ginseng or other precious herbs inside. The waitress covered her mouth and laughed softly, and Wu Shang nodded, while the super tormented each other to say thank you. Brother, look over there. It's huge. Shangguan Lightning Rong suddenly said to Wu Shang and Shangguan Zhan before looking at a certain direction with a surprised expression. Wu Shang froze, and then turned his head to look. I just saw a man was pinching and gnawing on a huge chicken leg, which was fished right out of the soup, and still had some golden soup drops, which looked extremely beautiful, and most of all, the size of that chicken leg was all much bigger than a turkey leg. What's the fuss? Maybe it's a goose leg. Shangguan Zhan looked at this sister of his somewhat helplessly. What the heck? I thought there were only chickens, fish and rabbits here. Where are the geese? Shangguan Xingrong said with some unhappiness. Okay, you're right. Instead, Wu Shang was frowning as he watched the man tearing at the chicken leg, and for some reason, he felt a little less comfortable. Kid, it's resentment. Be careful. There's a lot of resentment in this mountain village. Suddenly, the Punisher God's voice rang out in Wu Shang's mind. Grievance? There's a ghost. Ha, have you watched too many TV dramas? Where is the ghost? I'm just saying that there is resentment. Just like the negative emotions sealed on your body. It will make people uncomfortable and unlucky, but it won't be a big problem. But with such a big resentment in this mountain village, you have to be careful. Don't eat the human blood buns. The executioner god said somewhat breathlessly, and then didn't say anything else. How are you guys eating? Wu Shang looked at a few people after he finished talking to the executioner god and asked, I'm done. This tastes so average. Nothing appetizing. When June put down his chopsticks and said, when she and the others also put down the chopsticks in their hands and waited for Wu Shang's next words. Let's take a trip into the mountains. Something's not right with this lodge. Wu Shang stood up and said. The crowd was also a bit puzzled by what he said, but they still followed Wu Shang's lead. Big brother, what's strange about this mountain village? Shangguan Zhan asked curiously, and Wu Shang, who walked out of the mountain villa, also spoke. The executioner felt a very strong resentment, as if he was cursed, but it's not life-threatening. Wu Shang's words caused the crowd to freeze, and when she, who was on the side, suddenly thought of various episodes in the TV series. Could it be that this is a village of abductions? Or maybe they killed someone? The crowd sniffed and looked at her with strange faces. Sometimes lately I swipe through short videos to get to these, when she blushed and said with some embarrassment. I'm not sure, but let's go inside the mountain first, get the demon out of the way, and then we'll figure out how to investigate. I think so, and there are also people from the Celestial Court organization, so there might be a conflict when the time comes. Shenyuan Tianjiu also very much agreed with Wu Shang's idea, and the group of people walked towards the mountain in this manner. Soon, several people came to a small road, and the crowd looked at the security gate in front of them with strange faces. Holy, so professional. Shangguan Zhan also couldn't help but burst out. Where is this any kind of farmhouse? Attractions. Right, let's go in first. Wu Shang led the crowd towards the entrance. Hello, tickets 5,000. How do I pay please? The doorman's legitimate robbery with a smile on his face was palpitating. The crowd took out their cell phones and paid while going through security. What's this security check you guys are doing? Not letting people carry weapons? When June didn't hold back his question. On the one hand, the main thing is to prevent people from polluting the environment by bringing some poisons and other chemicals into the mountains. The doorman explained with a smile. The crowd nodded as well. Walking into the mountains, it was filled with people burying their heads in search of something, while others walked into the jungle hoping to hunt up some game for fun. How are we going to get so many people inside the mountain? Shenyuan Tianjiu looked at Wu Shang and asked. Didn't feel any strange aura inside the mountain. Split up. I'll be in a group. You'll be in a group. When June and when she, the two of you will be in a group. Shangguan Zhan and Shangguan Lightrong will be in a group. Good. Wu Shang's distribution was reasonable. Wu Shang and Shenyuan Tianjiu were the two strongest and acted alone, while the remaining four went in other directions. In an hour, whether we find anything or not, we come back here to rendezvous first. Wu Shang instructed. Before heading off in the direction of one side, the crowd just spread out, and at the moment, a few animals were gathered in a cave somewhere on this large mountain. Old Wolf, the evolvers are here, and the power pressure is very, very strong. At least we are no match. What should we do? A white-furred monkey close to 3 meters tall was looking at the giant wolf prostrate on the ground beside him with a grave expression and asked, Stick to the plan. This time we must succeed and stall. Old fox, how many days can you last? 3 days if it goes undetected. The gray-furred fox spoke up. Okay, you use the old turtle's shell to hide for the next few days. As long as you hold out for 3 days, the plan is won. The giant wolf finished speaking and then got up from the ground while walking towards the cave outside. Guys, see you again. The giant wolf stepped out towards the cave. The sun shone on its face, and I was missing from that wolf's head, as well as an ear. Chapter 62, The Southern Border Chapter 6. After separating from the others, Wu Shang walked towards the forest, and he looked at the dense forest in front of him with some gravity in his eyes. I don't know why his heart is always a little uneasy, as if something will happen. Rustle. At that moment, a rustling sound came from the front, as if someone was stepping on the dead branches on the ground towards Wu Shang. Immediately after, a 2-meter-tall, 4-meter-long black giant wolf appeared in front of Wu Shang's eyes. Wu Shang frowned as he looked at the wolf in front of him with only one eye and one ear, his body unconsciously radiating a murderous aura. Hello, Evolutionary. The giant wolf spat out human words, its tone full of playfulness. Demons? Are you the demon in the mountain? Between the words, Wu Sheng's pupils turned scarlet as his right hand coalesced into a god punisher. Are you going to kill me? I'm not a cannibal. Oh. Are you going to break the contract between the demon race and the human race? The tone of the giant wolf had a slight playfulness to it, only that one of the huge tails had curled under its belly at an unknown time, and Wu Sheng didn't care about these details. Instead, he put away his long sword after hearing the other party's words. If you don't eat people, why are you staying here? Are you brain dead? My family lives here. Where am I if not here? I came out to look for food and ran into a brain-dead person. What a bad luck! The only remaining pupil of the giant wolf reveals a touch of humanized disdain, and Wu Sheng really has no way to refute it. Wu Sheng, by the way, have you ever seen a skinny teenager about your age? Suddenly, the giant wolf's words changed and threw out a question towards Wu Sheng. What teenager? Wu Sheng froze, and then asked curiously. I don't know, forget it. Fine dinner. The giant wolf bristled before turning away. Wu Sheng was also in deep thought as he looked at the distant back of the giant wolf. The first time he encountered a wolf that could curse left him a little confused. On the other side, Wen Shi and Wen Jun were currently fighting a white monkey. The huge white monkey was holding a wooden stick towards Wen Jun. Golden crow sword. The golden long sword coalesced in Wen Jun's hand, accompanied by a sword chi chopped out. The wooden stick was directly divided into two. The giant monkey saw this and put his hands together to try to block the sword chi. Bang! The impact from the sword chi directly blasted it several meters away. The giant monkey stared at the teenager hiding behind Wen Shi with a ferocious gaze, his eyes filled with killing intent. Kid, wait for me. After saying that, he ran towards the depths of the jungle. Seeing this, Wen Jun didn't pursue, but looked behind him at his sister and the teenager and asked, Is everything alright? Winnie shook her head. I'm fine, he said, turning his head to look at the teenager behind him. Teenager wearing a gray sportswear, black sneakers, long beautiful, yes is beautiful, can obviously feel that he is a boy, but a pair of phoenix eyes with thin lips look extremely evil, and a pair of dark pupils and extremely deep, attractive. Are you okay? Winnie asked. It's fine, thanks guys. The teenager's voice was slightly raspy, as if he hadn't spoken in a long time, but polite. When she was also relieved to see this, she had just noticed the white monkey chasing after the teenager when she and Wen Jun walked here and almost killed the teenager. What's your name? When she asked curiously. Wang Erdog. When she looked at the teenager with a strange face, it was hard to imagine that the child who looked so beautiful had such an outrageous name. Little sister. Let's go back first. I'm afraid the demon will rush out again. When Jun looked around vigilantly before saying towards Wen Shi, Okay, let's send him back first. After saying that, the two of them led Wang Ergu towards the bottom of the mountain, and the time at the moment is 1 p.m. After a while, Wu Sheng saw that it was about time, so he returned towards the original route. It is? Wu Sheng looked at the pretty teenager beside Wen Shi with some doubt. A teenager who was being chased by a demon. We saved him on the way. We were going to send him down, but he was dead set against it, as if he was scared. Wen Jun was a bit helpless. The teenager didn't say anything after saying his name and kept following the two of them, not going anywhere. Hunted by demons? Wu Sheng froze as he suddenly thought of what the giant wolf had said, and then seriously sized up the teenager. He realized that the teenager was indeed thin. Why are you being chased by those monkeys? Wu Sheng asked as he walked up. It could be that Wu Sheng's tone was a bit too cold, or it could be that he was intimidated. A look of panic suddenly appeared on the teenager's face before he dashed off in a certain direction. Hey, where are you going? Seeing this, Wen Shi hurriedly chased after him, and Wen Jun and Wu Sheng exchanged glances, while then they also hurriedly followed. Soon, the crowd came to a huge waterfall. In that waterfall, a lot of people were gathered together, and they were discussing something with angry faces. This damn turtle, it actually almost got me killed in the river. I'll stew it when I get back. The man was soaking wet at the moment, his clothes in tatters and bruises all over his body, and there was a huge teeth mark on his leg, but the wound wasn't deep, just spilling a little blood. Xianyuan Tianjiu and Shangguan Zhan's siblings were watching from this place, and it looked like they had been watching for a long time, and when she looked at the stopped teenager with relief. Don't you run around, it's dangerous here, when she said in a gentle tone. The child in front of her was only 15 or 16 years old, although she was about the same age as her. She still had to protect the other party because she was an evolutionary. Wu Sheng and Wen Jun also came here. They fell back to look at Xianyuan Tianjiu and the others in front of them at first glance. What are you doing here? Wen Jun asked curiously. Oh, this is a fishing place, and someone caught a big old turtle too, and dragged it in the water for the fishermen, and almost gave it away, Xianyuan Tianjiu said, pointing to the onlookers in front of him. Wu Sheng and Wen Jun also froze. The turtle was indeed immensely huge, only now it was dead, more than 1 meter in length alone, but the shell was a bit small, and it felt a bit out of place. So big. What kind of 100-year-old kingbird is this? And it's not even a demon. It's too rare. When June also rushed forward to join in the fun with an astonished look on his face. And the man who had been dragged down by the turtle was still kicking and kicking. The head of the already dead turtle. Wu Shang frowned, then walked up and looked at the man and spoke. Are you selling this turtle? Not for sale. I'm not short of money. It's hard for me to solve my heart's hate by not eating this damn turtle. After the man finished speaking, he greeted the man and carried the huge turtle away. The mouth is still crying out for bad luck. On when she sighed, the teenager looked at the giant turtle that was taken away and suddenly spoke. Sister, can I ask you a question? When she froze, then laughed. Of course. Is the turtle wrong? Ha! When she froze, she was a bit confused as to what the other party meant. Is it the turtle's fault if he drags that man into the water and eats him? Should. Right. One, she said with some uncertainty. But fish eat because they are hungry for food. That's the natural order of things. What about people? What's he fishing for? When she listened to the words of the teenager, she stared blankly at the side of the teenager's face. She wanted to say something, but she couldn't say it. Is the turtle wrong? It eats bait because it survives. It eats fish. It eats people. It doesn't eat. It will starve to death. It's the law of nature. What do people fish for? Simply to have fun? Is the turtle wrong just because it makes people unhappy? Does it deserve to die? When she's pupils dilated, she only felt as if her heart slowed down a beat after the teenager's words were spoken. She opened her mouth but was never able to make a sound. At this time, the mountains suddenly rose a thick fog. The fog began to spread outward. Little by little began to wrap the entire village. Chapter 63, The Southern Border. Chapter 7, Get Out of the Way. While when she was still immersed in Airdog's words, Wu Shang rushed over. Wu Shang pushed Wen Shi and Airdog directly away, and then coalesced the execution god in his hand to block towards the top. Bang! With a loud roar, the entire mountain seemed to vibrate, and as the smoke dispersed, Guan Li's 5-meter-tall body was currently holding up a 3-meter-long axe and smashing it into Wu Shang. The two men's sizes were completely disproportionate. The Punisher's slender blade intercepted the massive axe blade, and Wu Shang's body was smashed with cracks underneath by the immense force. Good stance, worthy of the name of Demon Blade. The corners of Guan Li's mouth hooked into a hideous smile before he swung his giant axe once again. Go! Along with Guan Li's voice, behind him, the three Heavenly Kings struck again. The Growth Heavenly King held a long sword and stabbed directly towards Wu Shang. Kid, I'm going to avenge my brother today. Humph. Your opponent is me, Human Emperor Dao. Shenyuan Tianjiao quickly reacted and directly blocked in front of Wu Shang's body. The golden dragon roaring at this moment, his body slightly floating in the air as if he was an emperor. Don't be impulsive. This guy is a human emperor. You innate evolvers will be naturally suppressed. Guanli saw the Growth Heavenly King rushing towards Xianyuan Tianjiao and chided. No, quite a bit, but alas, it's too late. When Xianyuan Tianjiao said that, he raised one hand, and the top of the 3 Days King's head was instantly wrapped in golden light. And under the suppression of the golden light, the three of them found that their cultivation had been suppressed to the 6th stage of evolution. The human emperor's way. All innate supernormal abilities are subject to its suppression. Ignoring the cultivation level of direct suppression of a small order, the scope of suppression depending on the growth of the human emperor's own cultivation. Bagua technique. Can position. Flood. On the other side, Shangguan Zhan stood in front of the waterfall with the Book of 8 Trigrams in his hand, while the waterfall blasted directly towards the 3 Days King's direction as if it had received some order. The waterfall surrounded the three of them, and its terrifying flow made it impossible to break out of the encirclement for a while. 1 June. Get it together. Xianyuan Tianjiao greeted him before taking the lead. Thunder Spirit at your service. Avatar. Empyrean Feather. Along with the infusion of thunder and flames, the bodies of the three Heavenly Kings were drowned in all of them. On the other side, Wu Shang was pressing Guan Li to fight. Because of the problem of huge size, Guan Li's speed is too slow compared to Wu Shang. Plus the strength also can't suppress Wu Shang. It leads to being played by Wu Shang as a piglet. Split the body. Seeing that the other side of the battlefield had already wrapped up, Wu Shang also slashed out directly with a split shot. Magic sword. See you next time. Guan Li didn't stop. The bracelet in his hand flickered with some light, and then along with the spatial distortion, Guan Li's figure directly disappeared in place. On the other hand, in another battlefield, Shenyuan Tianjiao looked at the burnt and blackened ground with a slight doubt in his eyes. The power of space? Wu Shang put away his long sword, and at this moment, he also suddenly realized that the mountain was wrapped in a thick fog, while the entire forest had fallen into silence. Where's Light Rong? Wenxi is gone too? Suddenly, Shangguan Zhan cried out, and then ran towards Wu Shang with an anxious face. Big brother, Xiao Rong has disappeared. Don't panic, just make a phone call. Wu Shang was very calm, and then took out his cell phone and handed it to Shangguan Zhan. Yeah, Perhaps it was because the battle happened too suddenly, causing Shangguan Zhan's mind to be a bit confused for a while. On the other hand, Wen Jun, who was about to open his mouth, silently took out his cell phone. Hey, where are you, little sister? Shangguan Zhan saw that the phone was connected and hurriedly spoke. Brother, this village is sealed by the fog. It's impossible to go out, and some villagers have been killed. Shangguan Qingrong's tone was a bit anxious, and when Shangguan Zhan heard this, he quickly spoke. What about you? Are you alright? Wensi and I were here, and when we saw that your battle was at an advantage we went down the mountain to evacuate the crowd. But now the situation here is complicated. There was a vague cacophony of voices on the other end of the line. There was anger and fear in his voice. Brother, let's go down the mountain first. Xiao Rong is at the bottom of the mountain. Saying that a villager died. The crowd was instantly shocked to hear that a person had been killed. Wu Sheng frowned as he turned his head to look at the deep mountains surrounded by thick fog, a slight gravity in his eyes. Oddities. The four of them darted towards the bottom of the mountain. While in one of the caves in this mountain, a fox curled up in a turtle shell was currently emitting strong spiritual energy. The supposedly grayish-yellow fur became as if it was shifting towards another color at this moment. Old fox, old turtle's gone, old wolf's gone down, and it's time for me to go. That monkey looked at the turtle shell behind him and spoke. 3 days, and somewhere high above the sky at this moment, several huge figures were flying. It can arrive in a few days. 3 days. On the other hand, Wu Sheng came to the village. At the moment the village was wrapped in thick fog, and a group of people were yelling angrily, and every now and then they took out their cell phones to send messages and call the police. Wu Sheng frowned as he looked at the dead people on the ground, and then looked at Wen Shi and Shangguan Qingrong who were not far away from maintaining order. What's going on? When she saw Wu Sheng come and also rushed over with a grave expression, a giant wolf suddenly appeared and killed 10 or so villagers and tourists. Xiao Rong and I couldn't protect them all. As they spoke, Wen Shi and Shangguan Qingrong lowered their heads, somewhat blaming themselves. Well, I don't blame you guys. No one expected this to happen. Can you reach the outside world? Yes. I contacted my mentor and he said that this fog is condensed by life energy and will automatically dissolve after 3 days. It won't be dangerous, but it will make us lost in it for 3 days. When she told Wu Shan what Long had said as it was, Wu Sheng frowned at the words. Some evolved people's powers were very powerful, but the side effects were also extremely horrifying, and the mists created by powers like this at the cost of their lives could be imagined. By the way, did you say giant wolves? What does it look like? Wu Sheng looked at Wen Shi and asked. One-eyed and one-eared. Cultivation at the 6th stage of evolution. Hid in the fog after killing someone, not like hunting, more like deliberately coming to kill someone. When she informed Wu Sheng of the intelligence in full, and at that moment, suddenly, a huge rock suddenly fell from the sky towards Wu Sheng's group, or rather towards Wang Erdog behind the crowd. Bang! Xianyuan Tianjiao raised his hand, and an equally large stone toppled the boulder before pushing it not far away. The surrounding people looked at Xianyuan Tianjiao with shocked faces. Are you evolved? Someone asked in a shaky tone. That's right, all of you don't panic. This boundary will automatically disappear in 3 days. The creatures in here aren't very strong. You can hide first. As long as there is enough food and water, we will bless your safety. Xianyuan Tianjiao's words were very effective, probably because of the supernatural ability. The crowd was very convinced of him and didn't make too much noise. And at that moment, in the midst of that mist, a voice rose out of thin air. Evolvers, hand over that child behind you, or else, within these 3 days, I will kill everyone here. Wu Sheng froze. The voice was familiar. It was the voice of that wolf. A child? Who? It's the one behind you. Wu Sheng turned his head to look at Wang Erdog while pointing. Him? That's right. Hand him over or I will kill more villagers. Although I can't beat you guys, I'm still more than capable of killing these unarmed people with the mist. When these words came out, many people who had just seen the giant wolf kill with their own eyes instantly panicked. And after the giant wolf finished speaking, Wang Erdog suddenly looked fearful, and then fell to the ground holding his head and shivering. Chapter 64, The Southern Border Chapter 8. The crowd also frowned as they looked at the shivering teenager. Wu Sheng took a step forward while then said loudly, Hand over the person? No problem, but since you have violated the contract signed between the demon race and the human race, then you won't be able to live either. Tell me the reason why you want to move this person, and I will hand over the person to you depending on the situation. Many of the villagers behind them had planned to go home and hide, and instantly changed their faces when they heard Wu Sheng say that he was going to hand Erdog over to the other side. They glanced at each other, and then an old man nodded, and a group of villagers instantly rushed in front of Erdog. No, we can't give the second dog to the inside the mountain. That's right, we can't give them the second dog. The villagers stood in front of the second dog, their faces determined. When June and the others looked at this scene with some surprise, They did not expect the villagers here to be so united. Just send it out. It's hard to take this little cutie. We can't take this little cutie's life in exchange for our safety. A frequent traveler spoke up. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Say that again and I'll kill you. At that moment, the chef in the lodge looked angrily at the one who spoke, matching the horizontal flesh on his face filled with a sense of oppression. Ernio, what nonsense! A white-haired old man opened his mouth to chide, and then slowly walked to Wu Sheng's face and said, Little brother, I also know about evolvers. This child really can't be handed over to them. Please save us. Saying that, the old man was about to kneel down. Wu Sheng saw this and reached out his hand to grab the other party in a hurry. Don't worry, they're all from the Dragon Kingdom. I'm sure I'll save them. Don't worry, the other side is not as strong as us. It won't be too much of a problem. Wu Sheng comforted the old man before continuing to shout towards the fog. Since you are a demon, then you should understand the gap between the two of us in terms of strength. Do you have the confidence to kill someone in front of my eyes? With that, Wu Sheng condensed the execution god in his hands, and a murderous aura began to erupt around him as well. Humph, try it then. A cold grunt from the fog was followed by a large tree and stone falling from the sky. Heavenly Palace. Looking at the boulders attacking towards the side, Shangguan Lightning Roam hurriedly ran in front of the villagers to coalesce a 3-meter-tall palace shadow, and Wu Sheng was just about to slash towards the top when he suddenly felt a dangerous aura. Pan-san. The voice appeared accompanied by a huge axe attacking. Wu Sheng raised his Punisher God to block. It's the Heavenly Court, Xianyuan Tianji shouted, before leaping up and preparing to launch an attack on the other party. Look out! When Jun shouted towards Xianyuan Tianju in midair, while flames condensed behind him and blasted in a certain direction. Bang! Suddenly, a scream rang out, and when she turned his head to look at the residential area behind him, a giant wolf was currently holding a villager in its mouth. Some shock flashed in when she's eyes. The voice came from the front. Why did it appear behind them? The giant wolf's teeth were stained with blood, and its eyes were filled with killing intent. Click! Sharp teeth pierced through the villagers' bodies. Screams rang out, and the giant wolf turned around and charged into the fog. Devil Blade. How does the Heavenly Emperor's spatial power feel? Guess how many more times it can be used? Guanli flirted as he looked towards the murderous Wu Sheng who was not far away, and then disappeared once again. On the other side, Wen Jun was also furious as he looked at the disappearing growth Heavenly King. What the hell is going on? Xianyuan Tianjiu also fell from the air, his eyes filled with gravity. Spatial power. Very strong spatial power. But what are these Heavenly Court people up to? Helping the demon race? Wu Sheng put away his long sword with an ugly face. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. He turned his head to look at the teenager who was surrounded by many villagers. What's going on? What has happened to this village? Wu Sheng's tone was icy cold. He had to learn the truth of the matter or else the number of dead people would only increase. If this group of people really didn't say anything, Wu Sheng would throw that teenager to that wolf. Without a reason. All people were equal. And there was no way Wu Sheng would let anyone else be a scapegoat for this teenager. The Ernio at the forefront sounded a bit hesitant as he placed his gaze on the village chief behind him. If you don't tell me, I'll throw him out, and I can't trade one of his lives for anyone else's, Wu Sheng said in a cold voice. The others also expressed their support when they heard Wu Sheng's words, and when she and the others had no intention of stopping Wu Sheng, because they are not qualified to speak until other solutions are proposed. Ugh, why don't you guys come with me and we'll talk inside? The village chief sighed before leading the crowd back into the lodge. I'll go listen. You guys stay here and keep watch. Just yell for me if anything happens, Wu Sheng said as he looked at Xianyuan Tianjiu and the others. Well, you go ahead. I'll watch outside, it won't be a problem. Xianyuan Tianjiu nodded. When she and the others also spread out in all directions around the entrance of the village to prevent the giant wolf from coming out and attacking the mountain village, Wu Sheng sat on a stool and waited for the old man in front of him to speak, while Wang Ergo was squatting in the corner laughing and crying, just like a little cutie. It's a long story. The village chief spoke slowly, recounting the village's past. Our village used to be a very flat and poor village, because it had a big mountain at its back. The people inside the village didn't like to farm. They all liked to go hunting in the mountains or look for valuable medicinal herbs in the hope that they could get rich overnight. But how could such a thing as getting rich be possible? Until later, the birth of the second dog. With that, the village headman set his eyes on Erdog. What does that have to do with him? Originally there was nothing to do with it. Until one day, the moon above the sky became scarlet. I was very impressed. It was after that day, our mountains, suddenly appeared a lot of valuable medicinal herbs. The young and old inside the village all went to pick them, until one time, ran into the wolves in the mountains. Speaking here, the old man suddenly looked pained, and this sudden appearance of a pained face caused Wu Sheng to freeze. That time, many people inside the village were surrounded by wolves, and only a few of them ran out. Those wolves somehow became big in size. and their attack power was even more amazing, just like a tiger. That time, quite a lot of young and old people were injured and died. Later on, when Wang Ergu's mother knew about this, she rushed up to the mountains with Wang Ergu in the middle of the night, and said she wanted to get her man back, even if it was a corpse, she wanted to get it back. Wu Shang frowned. There was nothing wrong with what the other party said. Indeed, after marking the day the spiritual energy started to slowly recover. It was normal that many plants would grow faster, not to mention that this was originally a mountain forest with an excellent environment. And then, later, the people inside the village told me about this matter. Usually the village is very harmonious, although the people are lazy, but the relationship is extremely good. This time I heard that there are women and children inside the village rushed up to the mountain. We also do not say anything to copy the weapon rushed up to the mountain. The last but saw an extremely incredible scene. A slight look of remembrance flashed across the village chief's face. The mother of the second dog has fallen in a pool of blood, eaten by those, but the second dog is intact. I cannot forget that day. That pack of wolves tore the air around the second dog, as if there is something on that side to block them. Generally, the people inside the village saw this scene is also instantly furious, and the wolves fought, and in the end, it is only left with that one-eyed one-eared wolf. The mayor slowly finished the story, and then looked at the squatting ground of the two dogs. Obviously extremely beautiful little face at this moment, but looks very demented, like a little cute general. After that, we will bury Airdog's parents in the mountains and bury the bodies of those vicious wolves underneath this mountain village, so that this group of people will never be allowed to live. Wu Shang heard a flash of realization in his eyes here. So this underground resentment is the wolves, but soon his was a bit puzzled. If that's the case, then why did the wolf want to trouble him? We can't beat that pack of wolves without Erdog, so we absolutely can't let those damn packs snatch Erdog back. At that moment, Chef Ernio suddenly spoke up. Ahem. The village chief suddenly coughed lightly, and Ernio closed his mouth. And what does this have to do with two dogs? Because this pack of vicious wolves was so eager to eat two dogs at the time that we managed to sneak up on them, the village chief said succinctly. Chapter 65, The Southern Border. Chapter 9. After listening to the story told by the village chief, Wu Shang focused his attention on the teenagers squatting on the ground. Wu Shang stood up and walked over to the teenager's side and whispered, "Give me your hand." Airdog timidly looked at Wu Shang, and then tremblingly stretched out his incomparably thin hand. Wu Shang grabbed his opponent's wrist, and then let go. "I need to ask for permission from above." After saying that, Wu Shang took out his cell phone and called In Hu. "Hello? Something happened on your end?" As if he knew everything, In Hu opened his mouth and asked, "Well, now there's a multiple choice question. There's a kid here who's not lowly talented and is an evolver, but there might be something wrong with his brain, and the demon in the mountain wants to kill him, threatening the villagers with his life. So what should we do now? You decide for yourself. Bring back Dr. Yang if you have a brain problem that can be treated. You think for yourself." "Okay." Wu Shang hung up the phone, and then looked at the village chief and said, "Two choices. You guys see which one you can accept." The village chief froze, then queried, "What choice?" "First, I'll throw him to the wolves for everyone's lives." "No, absolutely not. Back then if the second dog did not help us get rid of that group of people, how could we live so well? This is absolutely not." Ernie stood up, emotional. "That would be the second option. I will separate the villagers from the innocent travelers. You village people will bear the brunt of your village's affairs. There are 6 of us on our side. I will send 4 to protect the innocent travelers, and 2 to protect you and this child. But the danger to your villagers will be a lot higher. To put it simply, since you want his life, then take your own lives in exchange." The mayor hesitated, and he set his eyes on the villagers. One by one, the villagers lowered their heads and their eyes flickered. "I will protect this child. He will never be harmed in the slightest. But if you guys, I will leave you in the hands of another person to protect you. There will be a certain amount of danger, and I can't guarantee that all of you will live. Are you okay with that?" "Little brother, can we discuss this?" the village headman said with some hesitation. "Yes, I'll meet you outside." Saying that, Wu Shang walked out of the room. The crowd outside also inquired after seeing Wu Shang. Wu Shang told them all about it, and the crowd was somewhat silent. "I can't imagine. Although this village is slaughtering people, it's so righteous," Wen Jun said with some emotion, and when she did have some doubts in her eyes as she placed her gaze on Wu Shang's body, wanting to say something, but seeing the people around her, she seemed to have thought of something, and in the end, she didn't say anything. "What do you think they'll choose?" Wen Jun asked curiously. "I think it's the first one. How can anyone value their own life more than others?" Shangguan unfolded his mouth and said. The others nodded in recognition, and at that moment, the village chief and the others came out of the room. "So, can I ask you guys a couple questions, little brother?" Wu Shang nodded. "You asked, if you take 2 dog, will he be cured?" Wu Sheng froze, and he was about to say something when she spoke up. Not necessarily, it's not easy to cure this kind of brain problem, and even if it could be cured, you'd still lose your memory. So what will happen to that wolf demon then? The mayor asked again. Kill, Wu Sheng said indifferently. Upon hearing Wu Sheng's reply, the others looked at each other before nodding and saying, little brother, we are willing to exchange. We choose the second one. This child Ergu has had a hard life. The wealth of this village of ours is half related to him. This is what we owe him. After the village chief finished speaking, the villagers also nodded in unison. Okay, then this mountain village you guys go out. Tianjiu, you pacify the tourists. Next, you take one. Wu Sheng was just about to assign it, when she interrupted him again. I'll team up with you to protect the villagers. Wu Sheng froze. He looked at Wenxi with some confusion, while Wenxi blinked towards Wu Sheng. Then that's the arrangement. Wu Sheng agreed. Next, Xianyuan Tianjiu fully displayed his human emperor attribute. The surrounding tourists instantly stopped talking to show their understanding, and some even shed tears and said, these villagers are so righteous. As the crowd began to move, Wu Sheng stood in the doorway erupting with an intense murderous aura. The ones in his eyes occasionally filled with red aura, as if the next moment he would come with a slash in a certain direction. And somewhere, the Growth Heavenly King looked at Guanli and asked, my lord, why don't we go on now? Guanli glanced at him before saying faintly, see that kid's eyes? The Growth Heavenly King glanced towards Wu Sheng's pupils when he heard this. Those eyes became red at the moment, like wild beasts, full of oppressive power. Gollum. The Growth Heavenly King swallowed his saliva while nodding. That's his demonic state. He previously decapitated a 9th Order domain entrant at the 7th Order with this state. What? Do you think if we go out at this time, will his sword be faster? Or will we be faster by pressing the life-saving bracelet that the Heavenly Emperor gave us? And there are only 2 times left on the bracelet. It'll be scrapped when it's used up. After hearing Guan Li's words, the Growth Heavenly King looked at the figure holding a long sword in the distance with some trepidation. I can't imagine that Wu Sheng didn't use his full strength against them last time. The other 2 Heavenly Kings also instantly dispelled their foolishness. After a while, the tourists were all placed in the lodge, while Airdog stayed in a house with a few villagers, while the rest of the villagers went back to their homes, praying that they wouldn't be so unlucky. And Wu Sheng also withdrew from his demonic state and walked towards Wenxi, who was not far away. What's wrong? Wu Sheng said with some doubt. The expression on Wenxi's face just now clearly meant that she had something to say. I suspect these villagers are lying. When she looked around before leaning close to Wu Sheng's ear and whispering, what's going on? Why do you say that? Once he heard this, Wu Sheng frowned, because I have a feeling that kid named 2 Dogs isn't a cutie. After when she finished speaking, she told the conversation she had with Airdog at the waterfall. After listening to Wenxi's words, Wu Sheng also felt strange. He turned his gaze to the house where the village chief was staying, and then looked at the sky. At this moment the sky also took on a dim color, and night was about to fall. In that case, at night you go over to the village headman's house and see if you can hear anything, and I'll go and see what's buried under that hill over there. When she nodded and the 2 of them parted ways. In the thick fog, a ghostly green eye was looking toward the village, its sight not toward where the second dog was, but toward the hill. Chapter 66, The Southern Border. Chapter 10, Village Chief. The wolf inside that mountain can talk. Will it know what happened back then? In a certain room, Ernie's tone was a little worried, while the village chief looked at him and said, I should not know. Well, don't say anything about that year. Wait until they kill that head. I will be splattered and rolled around. You guys remember the video at that time? I have enjoyed so many years of blessings with this old life, and I can't let them take Erdog away. The big deal is that, the village chief's eyes flashed a flash of determination. He lived long enough. These years should enjoy the blessings are also enjoyed. This old body bone is the time for the village to make a final contribution. Mayor, I'm counting on you. Ernie also said with a grateful face. You've enjoyed enough blessings over the years. Treat my grandchildren and them well. The village chief stood up and spoke. Ernie watched the respected old man leave, and then looked at the white fog outside with some trepidation. Outside the house, when she was leaning against the wall of the house, and she heard the conversation inside just now. Sure enough, she was right. There really is a hidden agenda here. On the other side of the mountain village, along with a golden flame striking towards somewhere, the giant wolf wailed and dodged towards the fog with an object in its mouth. When June looked at the giant wolf that had disappeared with a slight look of doubt in his eyes, he was just on patrol and saw the other guy digging for something here. What's wrong? Wu Sheng walked over and looked at Wen Jun and asked. That wolf seems to be out. Not sure what he's digging for. Wu Sheng sniffed and looked towards the dense forest in the darkness, not knowing what he was thinking. Why don't you go back, and I'll go see what's going on? When June froze, and then spoke. Why don't I follow you? The 2 of us can somewhat take care of each other. Wu Sheng shook his head and said, I don't know when the people from the heavenly court will show up. My strength will be better in a solo battle. Just as well. Take care of yourself then. When June didn't retort, he knew that Wu Shan was telling the truth, and it would be troublesome for this side to be attacked if he ran away. Well, so are you. After saying that, Wu Shang looked towards the back of the lodge. At this moment, at the back of the mountain villa, a huge cave appeared in front of Wu Shang. He looked at the fresh dirt while a flame flared in his hand towards the cave. It is? Wu Shang squatted down and looked at the white bones in front of him with a slight doubt in his eyes. Wolf bones? Wu Shang guessed with some uncertainty. Looking at the appearance of the head, Wu Shang looked out of the cave. There were also footprints in the dirt, obviously those of a wolf. Strange. Things were getting more and more confusing, and if there really were wolf bones inside the lodge, it would prove that at least some of the things the village chief had said were true. Wu Shang returned to his original place, and when she was waiting for him, "Well, did you hear anything?" Seeing the look on Wenxi's face, Wu Shang estimated that the other party had heard something. "Well, there's something wrong with that village chief, as if he's hiding something." When she told Wu Shang all the things he had heard, and Wu Shang also set his eyes on the house where Airdog was when he heard it. "There's nothing wrong inside the lodge. It's really wolf bones. I dug a little towards the inside. There are quite a few bones. No human bones. Go help me call Shangguan over. His Bagua technique should be able to let the villagers sleep for a while." Wu Shang thought of Shangguan. Since there were questions, Wu Shang felt that asking the rightful owner would definitely be the best breakthrough. "Good." When she nodded, and then walked towards the side of the mountain villa. "Big brother, did you call me?" After a while, Shangguan jogged all the way over. "Well, do you have any of your spells that can put people in a coma? Or in some sort of illusion? I might need a favor if you do." Shangguan nodded. "Yes, then you go with Wenxi, and you listen to her for the rest of the day. I can't get out of it easily." If too many people left, Wu Shang was afraid that the other party would engage in a sneak attack, so he let the two of them ask, and he waited for news here. "Okay." Shangguan nodded, and then he and Wenxi walked towards the side of the house where Airdog was. On the other side of the deep mountains, the giant wolf was licking the wound on its leg, which had been scorched black by the flames, and a look of pain appeared in the giant wolf's one eye as it licked the wound, and then licked the wolf's bones around it. After about half an hour or so, Wenxi and Shangguan walked out of the house with sad faces. It seems like the two should have gotten some kind of message. "Well," Wu Shang opened his mouth and asked, when she did not speak, and then walked to Wu Shang with some sadness, and then with tears in her eyes. She seemed to be in some pain. "What's going on?" Wu Shang looked at Shangguan. "Brother, the villagers in here deserve to die." Shangguan gritted his teeth. Wu Shang's face sank. "That's not something you should be saying in your current capacity. What's going on?" Shangguan was rebuked by Wu Shang as also convergence of the face of the violent gas. Forced to calm down after the voice trembling while Wang Erdog told the story out. This village was indeed, as the villagers had said, a village where they all hoped to get rich by digging up medicinal herbs. But there are many wild beasts in this big mountain, among which wolves are the most ferocious, so everyone is also careful. Until the day of the marking day came along and everything changed. The ability awakened by Airdog is not a so-called barrier type of ability at all, but a kind of ability that can confuse animals. Although he has no cultivation, he can still confuse the animals in the mountains that are not yet in the product. Because of this ability, the family quickly found a lot of medicinal herbs and made a fortune. Shangguan said word by word, and then his face became more and more angry, veins rippling on his forehead. Hearing this, Wu Shang probably understood the backstory as well. Pitbulls are not guilty of the crime of harboring the wrong person. A village inside the flow of information is too simple, and closed to the outside world is also too powerful. Later, they want to let Erdog use the ability to help them also get rich, and some people even thought of hunting wild animals to sell money, so that you can always get rich, because the animals in the mountains are a lot. As long as the amount of control, then you can definitely always have money to earn. But Wang Erdog's mom and dad do not agree. They just want medicinal herbs and do not want to do this kind of things that are against the law. The aftermath didn't even need to be said. Wu Shan knew it. These guys killed, controlled and probably abused the child, who was smart in his own right and faked insanity plus had a use for it to survive this long. When she and Shangguan had one sad face and the other was filled with anger. Revenge? Wu Shang turned his gaze to the dense forest. He always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell. At that moment, several more huge trees smashed in midair in Wu Shang's direction. Wu Shang raised his hand, and the demonic flames engulfed the trees, finally turning them into pieces. Big brother, this group of people all. Wu Shang glanced at Shangguan. Your status is that of a student, and it is not your turn to enforce the law. Wu Shang also did not expect that Shangguan looked very introverted and had such a short temper. Chapter 67, The Southern Border Chapter 11. You guys go back first. I'll handle this. Wu Xing opened his mouth and told the two to go back first. When she and Shangguan nodded before leaving the place, and Wu Sheng placed his eyes in the house of the village chief, not knowing what he was thinking. Never mind, just ask, Wu Sheng muttered, before pulling out the execution god and walking towards the house. What are you doing? Shangguan can't kill anyone, and neither can you. You're a student now. Wan Shi, who was still sad, saw Wu Sheng pulling a knife towards the village chief's house and thought he was going to strike and cut someone. No, I was going to go for a threat, and a drawn sword isn't more oppressive. Wu Sheng didn't intend to take action against these ordinary people. He didn't have the power to enforce the law now. He just intended to scare them. When she also breathed a sigh of relief at his words. That's fine then. Be fierce then. Better scare the crap out of these bad guys and send them all to the brig when the fog clears. Wu Sheng nodded while taking a step towards the inside of the village chief's house. Roar! And just then, a roar resounded throughout the valley. Wu Sheng looked at the white monkeys in front of him and shouted toward Wan Shi. Watch them! As the words fell, Wu Sheng's feet stomped the ground and his figure shot out, directly slashing towards that white giant monkey. Ow! Accompanied by the wailing of the giant monkey, its chest was directly chopped out with a huge slash. The giant monkey looked towards Wu Sheng, while then grabbed a bunch of rocks from the ground and smashed them towards the house behind him. All of these people deserve to die. After throwing it, he turned and ran towards the forest, trying to get away. Don't run! The giant monkey wasn't fast, probably because of his injuries, and Wu Sheng caught up with the other party as it rushed into the fog. How long have you been practicing here and how much do you know? So what if you know? Can it change the ending? This group of people must die, especially that damned kid. I must kill him. Because of him, how could our group be taken by that group of humans to make food? The monkey roared angrily towards Wu Sheng, its sharp teeth flashing with a cold, morose light, its face sad, as if it was a person who had lost a loved one. Wu Sheng looked at it with a slight trance in his eyes, but he quickly suppressed that hint of distraction. No matter what, you killed someone. You must die. Tell me the truth about what happened. I can make that group of people get the punishment they deserve. Punishment? What punishment? Going to jail? Will it work? Will my people come back to life if they go to prison? We are weaker than you humans. That's an indisputable fact. We admit it. We die. We admit it. But who are you to speak to me with such words of self-righteousness? Kill me if you want to kill me. Stand up for me. I'm not wrong. The white monkey's tone was extremely agitated, and the blood spilling from his chest became more and more terrifying. Good. You are right. I don't refute it, and I don't need that self-righteous words to talk to you. I am better than you. The moment you kill, you have to die. They killed your clan. They were killed by you. I don't bother to pursue your right or wrong. My responsibility can be not to protect them, but there must be to kill you. Wu Sheng's tone was icy cold. He understood that after the other party had spoken this passage, there was no room for redemption. When the world's living beings possess spiritual intelligence and language, then animals would become the past, and in its place, there would be a group called the demon race. Between races, it's not about right or wrong, it's only about position. Demon Blade 7 Chopping Stance 1. Split Corpse. The scarlet blade on passed through the white monkey's body, and along with blood splattering everywhere, Wu Sheng turned around and left. Wu Sheng, who had returned to the village, looked at the terrified villagers and the several corpses on the ground, and his face instantly turned cold. Shangguan was standing in front of the corpse at the moment, with no look of guilt on his face. Shenyuan Tianjiu and the others were gasping for breath, seemingly having experienced a battle, while Shangguan Qingrong was even paler, as if her spiritual energy was all overdrawn. What's going on? Wu Sheng's tone was incomparably cold, making people feel as if they were placed in an ice cellar. The crowd sensed that Wu Sheng's tone was off, and for a while the atmosphere in the arena went cold. Shenyuan Tianjiu, some guilt, stepped forward and opened his mouth. It's my problem. After you went to chase the monkey, that wolf demon with the people of the heavenly court came out again. I took Wenxi Wenjun and Shangguan to go to the enemy, so that Light Rong to protect the villagers, but I did not expect that the giant wolves also took advantage of the opportunity to rush out. Light Rong's cultivation is not enough, and he was injured. With your strength it's impossible for all four of you to be held back by the heavenly court's people. What's going on? Big brother, it's me who didn't protect the group. At this time, Shangguan Qingrong said in a somewhat weak tone. However, Wu Sheng locked his eyes on Shangguan to death. Of all the people present, only Shangguan had a smooth breath, and it was clear that he had let go of the water. Wu Sheng did not open his mouth as he looked towards the brightly lit village and then back to Shangguan. Put the villagers to sleep. Shangguan sniffed and nodded before releasing the Bagua technique. Bagua technique. 2A position. Confuse the eyes and close the soul. Along with a white mist rising, the villagers also fell to the ground one by one. Wu Sheng watched him do this and then went up and slapped him. Snap. Big brother. Shangguan covered his face and looked at Wu Sheng with some incredulity. He opened his mouth but finally closed it. Do you think it is you that is righteous? Is it goodness? Wu Sheng angrily rebuked. When she and the others also froze, Shangguan Xingron looked at Wu Sheng's big mouth. It was the first time she had seen Wu Sheng angry. But big brother, these people really aren't worth saving. Not being worth saving and being killed by an alien are two different things. They killed someone. Even if they take revenge, it should be the boy, not you. They killed an animal. The law will punish them, not you either. Being kind, and being righteously angry at those who do bad things are good qualities, but that's for the human community. Kindness, helpfulness, compassion, innocence, these qualities are good qualities, but it all comes with the caveat that you are not in any danger yourself. Can you save your life with these qualities out in the wild? If it was still a time of peace, these qualities would be good, but not now. They're sapient, they can talk, in a sense they're fey. Do humans stand out from the pack because they're kind? You go out in the wild and find a tiger. You're kind. You feed it the meat from your body and you see if it appreciates you. Let me tell you something. Do you know why human nature is evil? That's because it's only the bad people, the ruthless ones, who can survive in the wild. And the old ancestors were able to stand out from the pack of creatures at the top of the food chain because they were good? It's because they're evil. They know how best to kill that herd of animals in the wild. That's why they can live. But, no matter what, this group really did it wrong. Shangguan Zhan still wanted to struggle a bit, but Wu Sheng looked at him with some disappointment. Then let me ask you, if this group of demons is advanced, then the people in this village, can they still live? Why do they not dare to go up the mountain to collect medicine? Is it because they don't want to? Or is it because there are wolves in the mountains? When these words came out, Shangguan Zhan instantly froze. You're not the one being eaten, so you'll feel sorry for the wolves. Sure, they're in the wrong, but their mistake is killing protected animals, breaking the rules set by humans, not killing demons. From a demon's point of view, it's right for them to kill and eat people. From a human's point of view, it's also right for us to kill demons and protect people. But we're humans, not demons, and kindness is a good quality. And that's a rule that we humans have for ourselves. It only applies to ourselves and even to our companions. And it doesn't apply to a demon that kills. Wu Sheng turned around and left after saying that. Behind him, Shangguan Zhan stood frozen in place, his eyes lax. And when Jun and the others looked at the departing Wu Sheng and didn't know what to say. Happy New Year to all of you. Chapter 68, The Southern Border Chapter 12. Brother, don't be sad. Seeing Shangguan Zhan's disoriented appearance, Shangguan Xingron also reached out a hand to comfort him. Shangguan Zhan did not answer. He looked at the ground, a few corpses. At this moment he suddenly felt that he was the murderer. When she walked up and spoke, if you know you're wrong, find a way to make up for it. Wait for this to pass and see how the top handles it. We're on a mission now. Pull yourself together. You can't let your big brother carry the load alone. This statement did have an effect. Shangguan Zhan's pupils gradually came into focus before he reluctantly said, "Thank you, Sister Shi. I'll go and bury these villagers." After saying that, Shangguan Zhan stretched out his hand and green plants wrapped the corpse, and then he carried it towards the mountain. "It won't be dangerous," Shangguan Xingron said with some concern. "It's okay, nothing will happen, just leave him alone." When she helped Shangguan Xingron up, and then brought the other party to find a place to sit down. "Brother, you guys stay here and keep an eye on him. I'll go check on him." When she looked behind him at Wen Jun, who was still a bit dumbfounded, and said, Oh, go ahead. I'll keep watch." Wen Jun winced before nodding after reacting to the fact that it was his sister. When she walked in the direction Wu Sheng had left, and at this moment, Wu Sheng frowned as he looked at the bloodstained dirt on the ground. The body was gone, leaving only drops of blood pointing towards the mountains in the thick fog. "Wu Sheng, are you okay?" When she walked up and opened his mouth to ask, "It's okay, it's a weird feeling." When she froze, and then said with some doubt, "Did you find something?" Wu Sheng nodded. "If we go by what the village chief said, then everything seems to make sense. And it's quite reasonable to extrapolate according to the words of the second dog. But there's a big question as to why it's waited until now." When she also instantly understood when she heard Wu Sheng's words. "What both sides say is fine, but the timing is off. Is that what you're saying?" Wu Sheng nodded. "Airdog's cultivation is too low, not even enough to evolve to the first stage. And the supernatural ability can only suppress the giant wolf unless there are extremely horrific side effects. But I don't see any strange negative effects from him. Other than a bit of malnutrition, everything else is normal." As Wu Sheng's flurry of analysis came down, a puzzled emotion also flashed in Wen Shi's eyes. Indeed, with the strength of the giant wolf wanting to kill all of the villagers was something completely at hand. Could Two Dog be lying too? Wen Shi guessed, but soon her face became puzzled again. But what's the point of him lying? Wu Sheng shook his head. Not quite sure. It always feels strange. The people in the heavenly court feel like they are just helping those few demons, as if they are just covering for them. Wu Shang said, while looking towards the dense forest. I'm going to go inside the forest to take a look. You guys stay outside and keep watch. So far there are at least 3 demons inside. The white monkey, the one-eyed wolf, and the demon that maintains the fog. Then be careful when you go in. I'm going to ask 2 dogs. Wu Shang nodded, and then walked into the thick fog. On the other side, the giant wolf looked at the white monkey's corpse with some sadness flashing in its eyes. It's all that's left of us. Just make it through tomorrow and everything will be fine. The giant wolf said towards the turtle shell in the cave. Well, we've been planning this for so long. It doesn't make sense that we'd lose. In the turtle shell, a fox with half-white fur spoke. Its voice was a little weak, and the luster in its eyes dimmed. The giant wolf nodded before picking up the corpse and heading deeper into the mountain. It couldn't let the body stay here. If something went wrong it would jeopardize the plan. And indeed, at this moment, Wu Shang was following the blood towards here. How dare you walk into this mist alone? Then die here. Guanli appeared out of nowhere, holding a huge axe and slashing down towards Wu Shang head-on. Boom! The mountains and forests shook again. The trees around the 2 of them were blown off by the powerful impact. Wu Shang's pupils flashed red as he looked at Guanli and said in a cold voice, "What on earth are you planning? Hey, want to know? Beat me and I'll tell you. Then eat me first and split the body." Seeing Wu Shang instantly chopping out his moves, Guanli's face changed as well, and he swung his giant axe towards Wu Shang. Pansan. At this moment, it was as if Guanli was swinging not an axe, but a huge mountain. As the axe smashed into the blade chi, erupting with a strong impact, the impact swept up the gale. Wu Shang's long red hair danced against the gale, showing his wild intentions. Die! Wu Shang stomped his feet on the ground, once again raised his sword and bullied his way up. Guanli saw this and gritted his teeth to forcefully receive the sword chi that had been consumed by most of his own moves. The sharp blade chi chopped above his left shoulder, splattering blood everywhere. Guanli's face was pained as he turned around and fled towards the deep mountains, and Wu Shang was right behind him. After chasing after him for a while, some annoyance flashed in Wu Shang's eyes as he looked at Guan Shan, who had disappeared. This white mist was too thick, he simply couldn't chase too closely or he might get lost in the mountains by then, and the village side couldn't be left for too long. Weighing the pros and cons, Wu Shang returned the same way. However, Wu Shang also stayed to look at the ground. The blood on the ground was gone, leaving only the route he had taken to get here. Damn! Wu Shang instantly thought that the other party was giving cover to something, but there wasn't much he could do about it. Wu Shang put away his long sword and turned down the mountain. On the other side, Guanli, who was hiding in the cave, covered the wound on his left shoulder with a pained face. Wu Shang's knife chi is too sharp, directly cut out a deep visible bone wound. He also did not expect the gap will be so big. What a pervert! Guanli spat out, and then said somewhat reproachfully, "You guys are also too careless. My spatial transfer ability only has 1 time left. The next time you're this careless, I definitely won't be in charge of you." In the cave, the one-eyed wolf was also a bit backed up. The death of its companion made it so sad that for a moment it forgot to cover the blood. "Thanks a lot, guys." Hearing the other party's thanks, Guanli snorted coldly. "If it weren't for the fact that the Heavenly Emperor has an agreement with them, I wouldn't care about you guys." The one-eyed wolf didn't retort. It understood that if it wasn't for the people of the Heavenly Court, they wouldn't have been able to carry out their plan perfectly even if they had counted accurately and knew as much as they did. Wu Shang, who returned to the village, didn't go over to disturb the crowd when he saw that they were all patrolling, but instead turned to make a trip to the lodge. Looking at the white bones inside the cave, the Punisher in his hand looms. Forget it. Looking at the sleeping travelers inside the lodge, he still didn't make a move to chop the deep pit open. There was either some treasure or some unknown secret hidden inside the pit, but the hill above was bound to collapse if the pit was dug, and the night was no good for protecting this group of innocent travelers. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Chapter 69, The Southern Border. Chapter 13. Early the next morning, Wu Shang found Xianyuan Tianjiu and told him about his next plan. "You call out the travelers from the lodge and secure them well. I suspect there should be quite a bit buried under the lodge." Xianyuan Tianjiu nodded. Things were now beyond expectation. "I thought it was just a matter of banishing demons, but now people have been killed." Immediately after that, the people in the mountain villa were shouted out of the mountain by Xianyuan Tianjiu, and they weren't disgruntled. They just looked at the mist-filled mountain forest with some trepidation. Xianyuan Tianjiu smiled and said, "Don't be afraid, we'll protect you." And as he said that, he also looked at Wenjun and the others. Wenjun and the others also understood in a second, and directly used their supernatural abilities to surround the travelers, and all of a sudden, they felt a sense of security. On the other hand, when she found Wu Shang, her face was a bit ugly as she said, "Air dog doesn't say anything, and I don't know if he's really stupid or not. No matter how you ask, he either cries or laughs. I know, go over to the traveler's side for protection first. I'll see what's under this hill." With that, Wu Shang was ready to make his move. "What are you doing?" Ernia rushed towards Wu Shang with a large group of villagers before blocking the front of the lodge, and the village headman came trembling with the support of the villagers. So, what are you guys up to, little brother? Wu Shang didn't talk nonsense, but directly said, I suspect that there's something underneath the mountain villa. I need to dig it up to see what's going on. This villa will be destroyed, but don't worry, I'll double the compensation to you. No, this mountain village is the foundation of our village. It is not measured by money at all. What are we going to do in the future if you destroy it? Ernia was unusually agitated, including some other villagers as well, who stood in front of Wu Shang with a look of vowing not to retreat. Little brother, under the mountain village is some animal's head, or fur or something like that. Our village in earlier years was in the habit of hunting wild animals, but after the founding of the country is not doing it anymore. This point can be witnessed by the nearby police station, the mayor said as he stepped forward, also pulling his own cell phone out of his pocket and pressing 110. Now this matter is not in the hands of the police station, it's in my hands, and as I said, I'll double the compensation for the lodge, and when the fog clears you'll just build another one, and until it's done I'll double the compensation based on your daily turnover. With that, Wu Shang was about to step forward. No, this lodge was built by the old generation. It's our remembrance. We can't tear it down. That's right, it can't be torn down. It can't be torn down. The villagers were very united and appeared to be in a group. Wu Shang looked at them and some anger flashed in his eyes. Now you guys don't count. Last night Erdog said that you guys killed his parents and buried the bodies here. I have no way of proving that what he said is true or that you guys are not guilty. I need to get evidence. And with this kind of reaction from you guys, it's hard for me not to doubt the truthfulness of what the village chief said yesterday. Saying that, Wu Shang's pupils became scarlet and filled with a sense of oppression, and the villagers froze, their eyes flickered with some confusion, seemingly unaware of the matter in general, while Ernia reacted in a hurry and said, that Erdog has no parents at all, he's a little cutie. Words you also believe it or not it's not up to you, now get out of the way. I don't want to use special means. Saying that, Wu Shang placed his gaze on Shangguan, who was observing the place from afar. Shangguan also instantly understood and pointed his finger here. The village chief, on the other hand, secretly gritted his teeth when he saw the scene, before charging towards Wu Shang. Mayor! The crowd exclaimed, while Wu Shang, who was on his side, frowned as he looked at the old man who had crashed into the stone. You murderer! Ernia turned the tables on Wu Shang, his words filled with anger. Everyone videotape. The evolvers are killing people. I don't know who shouted, and the villagers took out their cell phones and tried to take pictures. Bang! A powerful aura erupted around Wu Shang's body, which blasted the villagers away, and Wu Shang leapt up, ready to forcefully demolish it. Ow! Suddenly, a wolf whistle rang out, accompanied by a black shadow rushing out of the thick fog, and the house where Erdog was instantly smashed. Looking for death, Wu Shang, who was already upset and irritated, turned his long sword and blasted it directly towards the giant wolf. With a splash of blood soaring out, the giant wolf wailed and returned to the fog. Shangguan, go and rescue Erdog. Wu Shang shouted towards Shangguan, before once again slashing down towards the mountain village. Today was the day the King of Heaven came. He had to see what was hidden underneath this mountain villa. The villagers, who were still in a panic, instantly froze as the blade energy cleaved the mountain villa to the ground. They looked at the smoke-filled mountain villa, and a slight sense of panic flashed in their eyes. On the ground, the village chief, who was still pretending to be dead at the moment, whispered towards Erniu, no matter what, a bite is the villagers' corpses, and as for those animal bones, to find someone to recognize them, the village people will help take care of his family. Wu Shang didn't know what the village chief was talking about. At this moment, he stood on top of the knife marks looking down at the ghastly white bones below, and the coldness in his eyes grew more and more intense. White bones come in all shapes and sizes, animal and human. The scarlet intent in Wu Shang's eyes was thick to the extreme at this moment as he turned his head to look at the villagers not far away. I need an explanation. The villagers looked at Wu Shang's murderous look, also gulped, their eyes filled with fear. On the other side, Shangguan got Erdog out of the rubble, and he was relieved to see that there were only minor abrasions on the other man's body. Lucky, it's all just minor injuries, although this was not a good way to put it. Shangguan could not help but lament Erdog's luck. Only minor injuries when the house collapsed. On the other side, Ernio stammered, those human bones belong to the elders of our village. Those animals. Indeed, someone has gone up the mountain to fight wild animals. You set up store on the graves of your elders? I look like a cutie to you, do I? Wu Shang obviously didn't believe it. Wasn't this purely treating him like a retard? Running an agriturismo on the graves of your elders? What's the difference between you and bouncing on your dad's grave? It's a custom in our village. What's in your way? Ernia stiffened his neck and mouth. Wu Shang placed his gaze on him, and he instantly scrunched his neck. Okay, So these bones are the bones of any of your elders, male or female, how old they died, and, tell, why there are children's skulls and young women's clothes here. Wu Shang looked down at the still tattered skirt and the tiny corpse below, his eyes filled with questioning and killing intent. Ernie was instantly speechless as he looked at the ground, ready to be mute. No talk? No problem. Then you all help yourselves. After saying that, Wu Shang put away his long sword and turned around to leave. This kind of guy who knew and didn't report. Wu Shang wouldn't waste his energy to protect. Chapter 70, The Southern Border. Chapter 14. When the villagers saw Wu Shang leave, they also looked at each other, not knowing what to do. What about the village chief? Ernest asked in some alarm. The village chief was calm. He said in a deep voice, no matter what, that incident cannot be admitted. Tomorrow will be the third day. The big deal is that a few people will die, so that all the people in the village will gather inside a house. Okay, I'm here. Ernie wanted to say something, but he saw that on the other side, Wu Shang had already blown the villagers' houses to pieces. Wu Shang, what are you doing? When she walked up and looked at the scene trying to stop it. Don't worry, I have my own way of dealing with this, and since none of them are talking about it, let's deal with it in a different way. When she still wanted to say something, after all, Wu Shang was only a student now and had no law enforcement power. I'm in charge of everything, Wu Shang said loudly, and then once again threw out a few sword chi to destroy all the houses. Since the truth can't come out, let's elicit the truth in a different way. If you can't speak, then naturally there are others who can. Wu Shang returned to the travelers after he finished. No matter what, this group of travelers were innocent. Their safety must be guaranteed. As for those villagers, Wu Shang himself did not have that obligation to protect them. His mission was to expel the demons, and it would naturally be best if there were no casualties. But if someone didn't cooperate, Wu Shang wouldn't waste his life and time with them. Who are you to destroy our house? The villagers were furious. They angrily yelled towards Wu Shang. Without the house in the wild, that casualties would greatly increase. I'm expropriating your houses now as the Dragon Zodiac organization. So when the time is over, go to the government and get your money. Wu Shang took out his credentials from the domain ring while not looking back. Ernie and the others looked at Wu Shang's documents, and at this moment they finally realized that the evolved person in front of them was not some persimmon that could be rubbed at will. What should we do? Village chief? Without the house the wolves will come out and we'll be in trouble. What are you panicking about? His mission is to drive that head away. How can he leave us alone? He must be bluffing, and he is also a government person. Do you want the whole village to go in? The village chief chortled, while looking in the direction of the tourists. Tell the big guys to lean toward that group. Blend in if you can, and even if a few people die, you definitely can't tell. After the village chief finished speaking, Ernie also calmed down. He looked at the villagers with panic in their eyes, and hurriedly began to organize them and pass on certain information. Soon, a group of villagers came near the tourists, who sat on the ground with a look of uneasiness. What are you going to do? Shangguan Tianjiu looked at Wu Shang, and the old confidence and ease in his eyes was no longer there. Since it's targeting the villagers and Airdog, let them all out. I'd like to see how many times it can escape within my hands. And since these villagers won't say anything, let's see if that wolf demon will. Wu Shang's tone was icy cold. Shangguan Tianjiu wanted to say something as she looked at him in this manner, but ultimately closed her mouth. The situation was now beyond his control. Corpse pits, bones of suspected protected animals, demons, villagers, these things have been thoroughly connected. On the other side, the wolf demon in the mist looked at the villagers outside and was also stupid, but at the moment it was not in a good state either. Although the wound behind it had stopped bleeding, it would definitely not be able to escape from Wu Shang's body once a fight occurred again. Tomorrow, if you can just hold out until tomorrow, it's all over. The wolf demon placed his gaze on the villagers, his eyes filled with hatred and killing intent, and of course, there was also a bit of mockery. Time passed little by little. Wu Shang watched the sky gradually darken. The vigilance in his heart reached the extreme. If he did it, he would have chosen the night. Wu Shang closed his eyes. He was thinking about certain issues. I do not know why. The uneasiness in his heart more and more intense up. Little by little, time passed, and the night gradually rose a little light. Beyond the white fog, as if you can faintly see, the sun has risen. For the rest of the night, Wu Shang didn't think about what he had overlooked. He didn't know what the other party's purpose was until now. There were corpses and bones underneath the mountain villa. If it was for revenge, why wait until now? What are you thinking about? Eat something. You haven't eaten all day and night. When she walked over to him while taking out a compressed cracker from somewhere. Where did you get that? Wu Shang looked at the cookies in his hand with some surprise. There were travelers who gave it to us, and they were pretty well behaved and understanding. They didn't make a fuss and offered to give us some food. When she had a slight smile on her face, the other party giving her food did make her happy. At least they aren't protecting some ungrateful guy. I'm wondering, if it's just about revenge, Why wait until now? Is it because something happened inside the mountain? When she heard Wu Shang's words, she also placed her gaze on the villagers with a slight disgust in her eyes. I don't know. There's not much the guys can do without talking about it. But there's something strange about Two Dogs' state. Wu Xing froze. He hadn't noticed Erdog since he passed out yesterday. What happened to him? Look, when she pointed in a certain direction. Only to see in the Two Dogs at the moment is the mountain village corpse pit above fiddling with something. Shangguan Zhan on the sidelines watching, eyes full of doubt. What's he doing? Wu Sheng asked. Digging for bones. Bones? What bones? Haven't noticed. Seeing as how he's dopey, he probably sees something no one else does. When she looked at Erdog with some sympathy, and then said with some displeasure, really? This group of villagers must have done something unseemly, more abominable than a demon. This wolf demon is also really, have signed a covenant. Why still have to take action against the human race? Directly come to us, can't we? The moment when she's words came out, Wu Sheng's pupils instantly dilated. The covenant. Yes, the covenant. A covenant between the human, demon, and sea races. Suddenly, Wu Sheng thought of the scene when he first met that wolf, and there was one detail he didn't care about. That was that the wolf's tail was guarding his belly when he asked him about the covenant, and that was a sign of extreme nervousness in a creature like a wolf. What's wrong? What's wrong with the covenant? When she hurriedly asked when she saw Wu Sheng's expression was not right. What has happened recently? The human race, the demon race, the sea race, signed a covenant, but how could the demon race here in the southern border know that? That wolf is testing. It's testing me. They're waiting for the birth of the covenant. Shangguan Zhan, grab that kid. Wu Sheng stood up fiercely. A horrible killing aura erupted on his body. He had been ignoring one thing, that is, why this child came out from inside the mountain, and also happened to bump into Wen Shi. It wasn't a coincidence. It was intentional. And even attacking this child was also intentional, just to make them ignore this child. The group of demons weren't trying to kill the child, or maybe even the other way around. They were protecting the child. Shangguan Zhan was stunned, but he quickly reacted and hastily threw a spell towards the teenager. And at that moment, the space around him began to distort, and the heavenly king of many wonders suddenly appeared and grabbed Erdog, who was about to be trapped by the spell, before disappearing towards the distance. Split the body. Wu Sheng reacted extremely quickly. His body transformed into a sword chi and chopped directly at the appearing Duo-One heavenly king. Everything exploded in a flash of lightning. At this moment, in a laboratory, Dr. Ouyang was looking at a screen, and on top of the screen, it was clearly displaying Wu Sheng and the others. Doctor, I don't understand why this child must be released. Wouldn't it be better for us? The researcher asked with a puzzled face as he watched Wu Sheng rush out with a long knife in hand. It's different. The demon race needs a commander. Only then can they maximize their fighting power so that they can work with us against the enemies of the foreign realm. If that child is on our side, then the demon race will definitely not contribute too much. The researchers still looked puzzled when they heard Dr. Ouyang's words, but in that case the trouble of the foreign realm is solved. Then isn't this group of demon race also a trouble? The corners of Dr. Ouyang's mouth curled into a smile as he sniffed. No, even if the demon clan poured their entire clan into cultivating him, he wouldn't be a match for us. Why? The researcher asked curiously. How can a sharp knife lose to a seedling that has been forcibly plucked? Even the strongest talent needs to be sharpened. And here we have a magic knife that has been refined by 1,000 times by virtue of its own strength and talent. Saying that, Dr. Ouyang placed his gaze on Wu Sheng on the screen. Those dark pupils carried a slightly complicated meaning. And at this moment, on the other side of the screen, Erdog's picture was placed on it, and it also had his information in it. But strangely enough, the name column was not called Wang Erdog, and he has a very prominent string in his profile. Sequence 003, Alien Power, Lord of All Demons, Demon Emperor. Chapter 71, The Southern Border. Chapter 15. Wu Sheng's speed was extremely fast. The blade she instantly cut in front of Duo-One. Duo-One's face was horrified. He had used his last space travel ability here, but Guanli had clearly said that he would come to meet him. Throw the man over here. Suddenly, in the space near him, the heavenly king of growth also appeared, and he yelled towards Duo-One. And Duo-One saw this and hurriedly threw the two dogs in his hand towards the growth. And then the pagoda in his hand appeared again, wanting to block this strike from Wu Sheng. This time, the golden pagoda was directly shattered like brittle paper, and scarlet blade light flashed in Duo-One's pupils, his eyes filled with fear. Pust! Without a spatial transfer device, the heavenly king of many wonders was simply unable to block this slash and was directly chopped in half. I'll kill you! The heavenly king of growth was completely enraged. It was just that his youngest brother was decapitated by Wu Sheng and he couldn't do anything about it, but now another decapitated brother was unacceptable to him. Throwing the second dog in his hand towards the dense forest behind him, he drew his long sword and stabbed towards Wu Sheng. Boom! Suddenly, A golden dragon wrapped in thunder by his side came blasting towards him, and he who was blinded by hatred and anger didn't react at all and was hit solidly. The intense power of thunder completely paralyzed his body, and along with the high temperature, the growth heavenly king also instantly collapsed to the ground. Everything happened too fast. Wu Shang looked at the killing intent in the eyes of the second dog that was thrown into the dense forest and surged madly. This child absolutely cannot be left behind. Demon Blade 7 chopping. Split corpse. This time, Wu Shang's blade chi chopped straight at Air Dog, and a murderous aura filled the entire field. Bang! Looking at Guanli who rushed out from the mountains and forests, Wu Shang's eyes carried a strong and incomparable killing intent. What the hell are you guys planning? As the smoke cleared, blood spilled from the corner of Guanli's mouth, but a smile appeared on his face. You ask it, Guanli said, pointing his finger behind Wu Shang, only to see that at an unknown time, the one-eyed wolf had rushed into the villagers and started a killing spree, the battle just now obscuring the wailing of the villagers. And when she, who had sensed it, also struck out instantly at this moment, Luna, Tide, the silver-white moonlight blasted onto the giant wolf's body, instantly sending it flying. That was when the crowd also realized that the giant wolf had a huge wound on its back. The situation on the field changed in an instant. Wu Shang holding a long sword like a demon god in the center. The villagers fled in all directions with panic in their eyes, while Xianyuan Tianjiu and the others stood guard over the frightened tourists and watched Guanli vigilantly. What the hell is going on? Wu Shang looked at Erniu, who had fled to his side, with killing intent in his eyes. I don't know. You have to help us. Erniu is still talking tough and just won't tell the truth. Get out. Wu Shang kicked him off, and blood sprayed out of his opponent's mouth, showing how much strength Wu Shang had used. Cough, cough. Human, do you want to know the truth? Not far away, the giant wolf that had been struck into a serious injury spoke up. At the moment, it had a smug look in its eyes. Say, Wu Shang said in a cold voice. Ha ha ha, let me tell you then. The giant wolf let out a loud laugh, as if everything was under control, and soon the crowd got another story out of the giant wolf's mouth. This village, originally was an extremely barren village, although the back of the mountains, but the mountains are vicious wolves. The villagers can rarely find a few medicinal herbs, because simply do not dare to go too deep into the mountains and forests, while the villagers are always thinking of overnight wealth. Simply no one farming such a village, but also simply will not have a girl to marry in, so the villagers had an idea. Since you can't marry in, you'll abduct. So, the villagers began to select the village old man to go out to abduct young women, because the poor old man in the mountains can best arouse the sympathy of her people. Of course, these people are not only abducting and selling women, there are also children. One by one, innocent women were abducted into the village. In order to put an end to the problem forever, the people inside the village abducted the women in, and then after giving birth to the child, they killed the women. And some of the abducted children, some of them naturally intelligent, would escape into the mountains. But the villagers weren't afraid at all either, because there were wolves inside the mountain, and all they had to do was guard the big mountain pass, and no one could escape at all. Until 10 years ago, because of the development of the times, the abduction of this matter more and more strict investigation, the villagers are not quite there in the same year. Large-scale mobilization. So there are people on the back of the bow and arrow want to sneak up the mountain to collect medicine, and in the middle of the mountain, but saw an extremely incredible scene. He saw the animals in the mountains kneeling to worship a child, a 6-year-old, and the man who made that discovery was the second cow. Ernie was so shocked that he wanted to go down the mountain to tell the crowd about this unbelievably frightening scene, but instead he was spotted by the wolves. Just as his life was in danger, he inadvertently pointed the bow and arrow in his hand at the half-grown child, and on sensing that the child would be in danger, the animals magically retreated. They leave a path for the second cow to try to get out, and Ernie was originally thinking the same thing, but as he walked, Ernie had a flash of light in his head. Since these animals are so afraid of that kid getting hurt, why don't they try using that kid as a hostage? All creatures like man love to gamble, and so did Ernie. He had even thought about how much wealth he would gain if it was really feasible, and how the village would not need to go back to abducting and selling women. After all, technology is getting more and more advanced now, and more people are getting caught. Eventually, he shot the boy in the leg with his bow. Needless to say, Ernie did have a bit of skill, and the arrow passed through the child's leg with such precision that it couldn't move. And right after that, Ernie used his bow and arrow to threaten the wolves and animals, eventually holding the teenager hostage back down the mountain. The more he descended the mountain, the more excited Ernie became. His guess was right. He had gambled correctly. His feet flew towards the bottom of the mountain. He had to keep the boy in one piece, otherwise he would lose his value. He told the villagers about it, and at first they didn't believe him, but Ernie made a promise and told some young and strong men to bring their bows and arrows to the mountains. With that, They used the child to threaten the vicious wolves and killed the pack, and they realized that even after killing the wolves, the guys would find a way to come see the child, even picking herbs to help save the child's legs. The villagers who sensed this scene began to use the children to get the animals to gather medicine for them, and thus earned their first pot of money, at a time when the meat of wild animals was highly valued. And after the herbs were picked out, the animals began to suffer. A farmhouse was built on the bones of corpses, and the so-called tonic soup was made from animals that were about to turn into demons. That's the whole thing. How about that? Are you satisfied? The one-eyed wolf's eyes were filled with mockery. It wanted to see how Wu Shang would react, but unfortunately, there were no emotional fluctuations in Wu Shang's eyes. The fog in the mountains began to become a little thinner. Obviously, the fox in the turtle shell cannot hold out. Chapter 72, The Southern Border. Chapter 16, The villagers' eyes dodged, and it was clear that the incident was real, and not far away. The tourists and Wen Shi and the others stared at them angrily, their hands clenched into fists and their foreheads bulging with veins. Things like trafficking are most hateful no matter where you are. Instead, Wu Shang placed his gaze on the one-eyed wolf as he said in a cold voice, "Your story can explain the villagers' strangeness, but it's also too fake. First of all, since you have the power, why don't you kill this group of people ahead of time? And also you can cultivate this child so that he can have a cultivation level. Even if it's just to evolve the first stage, it's enough to break away from this place. So what if he goes out, where in all the world is his home? What do you think we're waiting for?" After the giant wolf finished speaking, Wu Shang also instantly understood. "You are waiting for the demon race. How do you know about this matter?" A flash of sadness passed through the giant wolf's eyes. "Remember that turtle you guys fished away? What's it got to do with it? It's also a demon. And it's the demon with the highest cultivation and the oldest age in our place. It has an ability to gauge what will happen in the future 3 times, and after it's done its cultivation from then on goes to 0, becoming an ordinary old turtle." Wu Shang frowned. He didn't expect to actually have this kind of ability. What did it calculate? It counted 3 times. The first time, it counted its own fate. The second time, it counted the fate of the demon race. And the third time it counted the future of that child. Wu Shang placed his gaze on Airdog, who was being protected by Guanli. What could make these demons so calculating? Wu Shang could only think of one supernatural ability. Sequence 003, Demon Emperor. In the distance, Shangguan Tianjiao spoke of Erdog's supernatural ability word for word, while the crowd was also somewhat shocked at the beautiful-looking teenager behind Guanli. And at this time, when she was puzzled, all you measure is fate. So how can you be certain that this plan will succeed? Is it hard? What I'm betting on is the selfishness and greed of you humans. I'm betting that they won't tell you the truth. I'm betting that they'll try to hide this matter by all means. I'm betting that you humans won't think of us ugly demons until the end. The giant wolf's words left the crowd a little groundless. It had taken the humanity of these villagers to the extreme. It hadn't made the slightest mistake. It had even calculated that Wu Shang and the rest of them would only find a way to get it out at the end of the day. Unfortunately, we found out in the end. When June said in a cold voice. Now he was angry too. He really wanted to burn the villagers to death with a fire. But the main thing now was to snatch the second dog back. He was the root cause of everything. Lose? How could I possibly lose? How could we possibly lose when we gave everything we had? My son, I will never let me lose. When the giant wolf said this, the crowd was instantly puzzled, while Wu Shang, as if he had thought of something, placed his gaze on Airdog. You're its son? Wu Shang's tone was filled with uncertainty and, of course, a slight killing intent. Well, they're the ones who raised me after I was abducted here back then. I'm not lying. My mom was indeed killed by a villager. But it was a wolf. Dog didn't deny it. Do you realize what you're doing? Wu Shang's circumference flashed out a terrifying red aura. If Ian who was here and saw Wu Shang in this state, he would understand that he was ready to enter the devil. I know, but my parents are good to me. They may be using me, but they're good to me. As soon as Airdog said this, Wu Shang knew that everything could not be undone. The contrast is too much. One side uses him but puts his life on the line to protect him. The other side uses him but makes it so he might not even be able to eat. I sympathize with what you're going through, but today, you must die. Since there was a possibility of becoming an enemy, it was impossible for Wu Shang to let the other party return to the demon clan. Demon soul unsealed. In Wu Shang's left hand, a long white blade appeared out of thin air, and after the white blade appeared, the stones on the ground began to gently float up. Magic sword. Imperial objects. Wu Shang shot out violently, and at this moment, the dense fog completely dispersed, and the path to the outside world appeared in this place. Send the travelers out. Wu Shang roared towards Shangguan Tianjiao, and then his dual swords directly chopped at Guanli. Boom! The dual swords cleaved above the giant axe, and along with a tremendous force coming from the axe, Guanli's face changed drastically as he directly fell to his knees. Wu Shang had already used his full strength, The matter now was no longer a simple investigation of the villagers and the beheading of the wolf demon. The child that Guanli was protecting had been involved above the race. He clearly understood just how big the gap was between a race with a leader and one without. Even at the risk of being sucked dry by the demon blade, he had to keep Airdog here. Guanli fell to his knees at this moment. His hands cracked at the tiger's mouth. His eyes filled with shock. He thought that even if Wu Shan was stronger than him, he was definitely not stronger in terms of strength. But now it seemed that he was wrong. Outrageously wrong. Wu Shang purely crushed him in what he did best. He also didn't expect that Wu Shang hadn't used his full strength at all. He tried to break free and use his spatial ability one last time to shift with Erdog, but Wu Shang's blade was faster than he was. Pust. The blade severed the arm and blood spurted out. Guanli's attempt to escape was instantly dashed. Get out! Wu Shang kicked Guanli off the ground and slashed down towards Airdog behind him. Suddenly, a black shadow rushed out from the deep mountains, and a huge turtle shell blocked in front of Airdog. The one-eyed wolf yelled toward Guanli, "Throw Yo-Yo into the sky!" Guanli sniffed and gritted his teeth and rushed to Airdog's face, directly throwing him into the sky with force. Click! Along with the shattering of the turtle shell, the blade chi directly chopped at Guanli's body, instantly cutting it in half. And at that moment, Wu Shang looked up at the two dogs in the sky. His swords together split the body. Pust. Above the sky, the last heavenly king and the one-eyed wolf blocked the attack. A man and a wolf were torn apart by the blade energy, finally falling powerlessly into the ground, leaving behind a weak breath. And above the sky, several huge black shadows also arrived at this moment. Looking at the figure above the sky, Wu Shang's pupils instantly tightened. Above Wu Shang's head, several monsters were landing toward this place. And at that moment, the one-eyed wolf on the ground also had a delighted look in his eyes. It opened its blood-filled mouth and muttered, "This 10-year plan has won." At the moment, the divine splendor in its eyes dissipated little by little, as if it had seen its former self. "Old turtle, why don't you let me go down the mountain to take revenge?" The one-eyed wolf growled angrily as he looked at the giant turtle. "No, I've done the math. It'll have to be a while, in which case Yui can be taken away by the demon clan and be safe." "What the hell did you calculate?" The white monkey looked at the old turtle and roared. "I first calculated my own destiny. There are two nodes in my life. The first one, spending 1,000 years safely in this deep mountain. The second one, dying a few years later. I calculated the future of the demon race. One node is that the demon race and the human race are suppressed by the human race and the sea race after they have allied together. And the other one is that the demon race and the human race and the sea race will be a three-party state. And I calculated Yao's future, that he stood on top of the 10,000 demons, and will bring the demon race united." The old turtle's eyes held a look of yearning. "What's that got to do with us?" The fox bristled as it pointed towards killing the villagers at the bottom of the hill. "Yes, in the future, our children and grandchildren can have a place to live in peace, without having to run around for survival. Isn't that great?" After the old turtle finished speaking, the few demons instantly fell silent. "Then it will die." The old turtle didn't hide it from them, but told them directly. "Old turtle, fox, monkey, we won. In the future, as long as they have homes, that's all that matters." What was left of the one-eyed wolf's pupil luster began to recede as it laboriously turned its head to look somewhere in the jungle. A grave erected by a wooden plaque, and underneath it, a wolf bone buried. Ouch! The wooden plaque is engraved with a few words. "Tomb of the young mother. Wolves as creatures are monogamous. In the case of the other half does not die, usually the two together for life. But if the other half is dead, driven by instinct will quickly look for another mate. And the birth of a rational wolf, it should be able to suppress the instincts of course, it could be because it simply doesn't have a clan anymore." Chapter 73, The Southern Border. Chapter 17. Wu Shang looked at the demon race with a huge body in front of Airdog, and his eyes flashed with gravity. The opponent's cultivation was too strong. He was no match. "Boy, that wolf's carcass is ours to take." A creature that seemed like a mythical dragon opened its mouth. Its body was silver white, the body of a dragon but with a pair of fleshy wings, like the mythical Ing Long, giving Wu Shang a strong sense of oppression. And of course, it's not just this end. There was also a giant bird with a red body as well as a fox with a snowy white body. And at that moment, several people from Shangguan Tianjiu also hurriedly stood beside Wu Shang, their faces filled with hostility as they looked at the three-headed monster. "Yes, take the child behind you." Wu Shang didn't have the slightest fear, and the long knife in his hand was pointed straight at Airdog. "You should understand what their deaths and our presence is for. Boy, are you delusional? No matter what, these demons killed someone. They can't leave, and according to the covenant, you can't strike at us either." When she calmly spoke, without the slightest bit of fear in her eyes, "That's right, you can't take away this wolf demon." Shangguan Tianjiu took a step forward, his eyes filled with determination. "Kid, do you guys think that you don't dare to kill you?" The giant bird spoke in a morose tone. and after it finished speaking, the air around it seemed to heat up. You can try. Wu Shang looked at the giant bird, the scarlet in his eyes coalescing to the extreme at this moment, and for some reason, the several giant beasts suddenly felt a little creeped out. They looked at each other with a shocked face after this feeling appeared in them. Something's not right with this kid. Ying Long used a special method to transmit his voice. Well, it feels like it. There's a very dangerous aura. The tone of the undead bird was also a bit shocked. All three of them were at least all beings above the molting shell. How could they possibly perceive an aura of danger from an evolutionary stage brat? TSK, 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 don't bully my students. Have they done something wrong? Suddenly, Shilong appeared not far away at an unknown time. His face wearing a slight smile and his tone somewhat playful. Hand over the corpses. They are a credit to the demon race and must be taken away. Ying Long opened his mouth when he saw Shilong, and Shilong walked over to Wu Shang's side, patted his shoulder and said, "Alright, your mission is accomplished. Let's leave the next thing to the adults. You guys go first." Wu Shang also retracted his exorcism at the words and turned around to prepare to leave after glancing at Air Dog. "Wait, what's your name?" Suddenly, Air Dog, who had been hiding behind Ying Long, suddenly opened his mouth and asked towards Wu Shang. "Wu Shang." Wu Shang turned his head and replied, "I'll remember you, and one day, I'll kill you." The teenager's tone was tinged with a bit of hatred. Wu Shang stopped in his tracks, his scarlet pupils looking at the other party. The teenager looked at Wu Shang's eyes that were staring at him dead in the face and suddenly took an involuntary step back. "It's not your strength that protects you, it's the rules and these demons." After Wu Shang finished speaking, he turned around and left. "My name isn't Two Dogs. It's early, and I will definitely kill you in the future." Yao Yao roared loudly. At this moment he could no longer calm down. All these years of holding back, all these years of anger completely exploded at this moment, and at that moment, Wu Shang didn't want to pay attention to the other party, but the execution god in his mind spoke. "Let me out. I can't stand it. If it wasn't for someone protecting him, ashes for him to raise, what's the point of pretending? Let me out." The god of punishment let out a loud cry, and Wu Shang was not tired of calling out the god of punishment. The scarlet longsword rose out of the air with a scarlet mist rushing towards Yao, and Ying Long and the others instantly protected Yao behind them when they saw this, and at that moment, the god execution blade stopped in front of them, and the mist on the blade began to form a passage. Little kangaroo pretending to be a big kangaroo, pretending to be you, silly asterisk. A few demons and prematurely saw the word composed of punishing god instantly tensed up. Their forehead veins rippled as if they were going to give the demon blade a punch in the next moment, and the punishment of God but directly disappeared in the air, leaving only that red mist composed of words and a little bit of dissipation. Put. When June and the others directly couldn't hold back their laughter when they saw the scene, Shenyuan Tianzhou even patted Wu Shang's shoulder and said loudly, "Ha ha ha, your magic sword is very cultured." A few black lines seemed to appear on Wu Shang's forehead. "No more learning things," Wu Shang inwardly roared loudly. "If you don't learn, then don't learn. What's the point of being mean?" The Punisher God's tone was a bit aggravated, and then he didn't make a sound. Wan Shi, on the other hand, approached Wu Shang with a smile on her lips and asked, "I can't imagine that you still have this side?" Wu Shang sniffed and accelerated his pace towards the outside of the village. "Don't go so fast. It's fine. Teach me sometime." When she covered her mouth and laughed softly before chasing after her. This time, the tourists were not injured except for the villagers, and those villagers themselves were no good, so when she would not be sad about their deaths. The crowd also looked at each other in disbelief before following Wu Shang with smiles at the corners of their mouths. Finally, the appearance of the god of punishment did let their mood suddenly relaxed a little bit. Of course, it may also be that this matter has not need them to intervene, has been taught nerves at this moment can finally rest for a while. On the other side, above the throne of the Celestial Court organization, the man seemed to sense something, and the corners of his mouth hooked into a smile. Only in a world of chaos can a new order be established, and when the old laws are destroyed, a new king can stand on the bones of the corpse. After the man finished speaking, he extended his hand, and in front of him, several lambs wearing bracelets followed the movement of his hands and began to travel through space. Chapter 74 New Missions. Wu Shang returned to the inn. What happened after that he didn't know. He was concentrating on raising his realm. However, all of those damn villagers were sent to prison for murder plus trafficking, so basically the lowest of the low didn't have to come out. Because of the number of people he had beheaded this time, he who was already on the verge of a breakthrough could advance again. When she and the others returned to An City first, this operation needed a follow-up liquidation. Wu Shang wasn't about to let go of those who ran off on a mission to have fun either. These are less than a beating, but it was rumored that not all of those people ran off to have fun. And one person I heard had run into something on the way and ended up getting caught up in another incident and didn't end up coming to the rendezvous. After a day and a night, Wu Sheng successfully advanced from the 8th stage of evolution to the 9th stage of evolution, and the realm was very solid. After all, it was a real fight up, and because he had also killed 2 heavenly kings, his spiritual energy was also very abundant. According to his current calculations, he might be able to break through the ranks into molting after killing 2 evolutionary 9th steps. The speed of cultivation wasn't too slow. Wu Sheng skillfully opened his cell phone, and then he saw a message from Yin-Hu. Cynthia, come to the Zodiac Organization base when you get back to Anzhou. There's a new mission. Wu Sheng, roger that. After that, Wu Sheng began to reply to the others' messages one by one, while taking his things back to the domain ring to check out. And at this moment in the Zodiac Organization, the conference room is in session. Dr. Yang was standing at the front of the room talking about something. Alright, that's it for this mission. All you 12 Zodiacs need to do is protect these kids and not let the shameless adults bully them. The crowd of 12 Zodiacs nodded. Dr. Yang saw this and turned to leave the area. He had other things on his mind. Another day passed, and the airplane Wu Sheng took managed to arrive in city. He first went back to the house to reassure his eldest, who would not be reassured by the elders not seeing the people, and then rode towards the Zodiac Organization. Knock, knock, knock. Wu Sheng walked over to Yin-Hu's office and knocked on the door. Come in. Yin-Hu's voice came, and Wu Sheng pushed open the door to his room to see Yin-Hu's figure. Yo, strength has improved. Not bad. With a glance, Yin-Hu saw that Wu Sheng's cultivation had risen and opened his mouth to flirt. What's the mission this time? Wu Sheng opened his mouth and asked. You'll have to make a trip to Goliath. Ha? Wu Sheng froze. Going abroad was something he had never done before. What's with the trip out of the country? Wu Sheng asked curiously. Goryeo has been very unsettled lately. A lot of marker points have appeared over there. Because Goryeo itself doesn't have many strong people, the strongest is only at the first stage of the molted shell realm, and the previous marker points were few and far between, so it wasn't a big deal. But this time the marker points have suddenly increased, and Goryeo has begun to ask for help from various countries. Wu Sheng nodded, and then asked, if that's the case, then wouldn't it be better for the class to go together? Why did you call me over alone? Because this time you have a secret mission. Wu Sheng froze and asked curiously, what secret mission? Murder. Yin-Hu's tone suddenly went cold, and the air was instantly filled with a sense of solemnity. Kill what? Wu Sheng's eyes narrowed slightly. This was the first time he had heard Yin-Hu take the initiative to ask him to kill someone. This time, Goryeo to many countries have begun to ask for help. Because of its own weak strength, it is now like a piece of cake. Anyone who wants its land, according to the intelligence. This time the countries to go to Goryeo, the main place of contention is the battlefield of the year. Battlefield? You mean? That's right. It's the battlefield between the Dragon Kingdom and the Pretty Kingdom back then. Wu Sheng frowned. Why fight over that battlefield? The specifics aren't too clear, but it's rumored to be for the purpose of picking up the dead souls of soldiers who died on the battlefield in Pretty Country. And this side speculates that there may be an evolution involving souls born in Pretty Country. And although the Dragon Kingdom has received corpses and relics on top of battlefields many times before, there are still some that can't be found. And if it's really a soul-controlling psychic ability, then the dragon souls of the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom must never fall into the hands of other countries. Yin-Hu's tone was very serious, and Wu Sheng understood the importance of this mission. Your mission this time is to pick up the relics of the Dragon Kingdom remaining on top of the battlefield, and we now have that ability, so we absolutely cannot let them be left out there again. Your mission this time is to kill anyone who stops it, or covets these things. This time you can let go of the fight. Our 12 Zodiacs will send out most of them to escort you, and people outside of your peers will definitely not appear on top of the battlefield. Wu Sheng nodded with a serious face. Don't worry, this mission will be accomplished. Well, this time, because all of your classmates are legitimate transit, will be recorded, and your words need to hide their identity. After all, the situation is now chaotic. The human race, although on the surface said that the alliance, but did not elect to whom to dominate. Countries are very hot for this position, so do not expose yourself as a last resort. We have already arranged a new identity for you. You just directly replace her when the time comes. With that said, Yin-Hu took out a bag with a slightly off-color face. Wu Sheng saw this and took the contents out of it. Soon, however, the corners of his mouth twitched as he took in the identity of the arrangement. What the hell is this? Yin-Hu sniffed and also forced to hold back his laughter. There is no way. This guy looks too much like you, whether it is the body or looks. And also has an identity, and also disappeared a few days ago, itself is still an orphan. So, Wu Sheng looked at Yin-Hu who was holding back his laughter in front of him. He felt that this guy was absolutely intentional, and at this moment, the Punisher god in Wu Sheng's mind also let out a loud laugh. Ha 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 ha, what is this? It's killing me laughing. It's too similar. In Wu Sheng's hand, a cool-looking woman with long hair was being printed on the ID card, and Wu Sheng's identity this time is a member inside a third-rate Korean girl group, Kim Ji-soo. That is to say, he needs to disguise himself as a man to enter it. But the good thing is that the time of this mission is only 1 week. But Wu Sheng is still hard to accept. The executioner god in his head was going crazy with laughter. Wu Sheng's forehead veins rippled as he listened to the Punisher god's laughter. And at the moment in one of the labs, Dr. Yang was discussing something with someone. With the current strength of the Dragon Kingdom, it shouldn't be too much for him to hide his identity. Nowadays half-grown-up kids like to be heroes. Isn't it not too good to keep hiding? Dr. Yang laughed. It's always something to go through. And although it's peaceful on the surface now, but once there is a deviant that can crush other Hotian evolvers in the same realm, it will definitely become a target. When it smooths out, what's his will always be his, and it won't run away. And such a large-scale killing will have a filter if the masses know about it. At a young age, don't let him under too much pressure. Us old guys aren't dead yet. The person beside Dr. Yang nodded at his words before turning his gaze to the secret document in his hand. The secret document showed a corner. Protect the soul of the dragon in the outer world and return home. Chapter 75, The Mockery of the Punisher. Wu Sheng returned to the school after getting his assignment. He had other things on his mind. The first thing he did when he returned to school, Wu Sheng communicated with Shilong. Shilong said it was no problem and told Wu Sheng to make himself at home. Wu Sheng nodded before walking into the middle of the classroom and raised the ring. Wu Sheng walked up to the ring, his face cold as he looked down at the somewhat confused crowd below. Why was it that when you were called to the mission, you did not come and all of you ran away? Wu Sheng's words caused the crowd to stare blankly before looking at each other. In the end, someone spoke somewhat unconcernedly. If you and Big Brother Tianjiu have gone over, what do you need us for? If none of you are strong enough, we're just giving away food if we go over. The crowd also agreed. And Wu Sheng's face grew colder and colder when he heard this and said, in that case, can I kill you guys and then plunder your psychic and supernormal abilities? It's useless to have you guys for something that even we can't do anyway, so why don't you fulfill me? Saying that, Wu Sheng pulled out the execution god. His eyes filled with a murderous aura. That person instantly didn't dare to speak. He wasn't a little cutie. Even Xianyuan Tianjiu was not Wu Sheng's opponent, let alone him. Since you yourselves think you're trash, why don't you leave the chance to get stronger to others? Can you afford the chance you have to get stronger? You guys don't have to do anything when there's a strong person in your pocket. Are the evolvers there to make you stronger for fun? Or do you guys who have gotten the power already think that ordinary people don't matter anymore? The crowd was dumbfounded, and to be honest, they did have some of these thoughts, thinking that they didn't need to go over there if there were strong people. What use are they if the strong can't do anything? An attitude that makes them think more about themselves. The simple fact is that they have been given this resource, but they have not yet been given this responsibility. A bunch of drunken trash, only want to take the benefits, do not want to be responsible. Why do you stay like this? Why don't you just go home and sleep? A bunch of losers. The crowd ground their heads, and some clenched their hands, their faces a little irritated. To be honest, the fact that they were able to come and prove that they were geniuses as well. It was just a matter of awakening sooner or later. And although it was true that they hadn't done any work on this mission, they weren't considered wastes in any case. When she and the others on the stage were also a bit surprised by Wu Sheng's speech. After all, the time spent with Wu Sheng wasn't that short, especially when it was the first time she had seen Wu Sheng talk so much and be so loud. Who are you to say we're trash? But it's just a mission we didn't go on. You guys aren't hurt, so what's the big deal? Next time we'll just follow. Someone opened his mouth to retort, while Wu Sheng instantly appeared in front of that person to kick him over. Bang! The man was kicked off instantly. Cut the crap. I came here this time ready to beat you guys up. I don't really care if you're trash or not. Wu Sheng directly drew his sword towards charging into the crowd after he finished speaking. The crowd also rebelled directly at the sight. After all, they are not cuties. Even if they are not strong, they can't just stand and get beaten up. Half an hour later, all those present except when she and others were pressed to the ground and rubbed once. Even the girls were no exception. Wu Sheng retrieved his magic sword, glanced at the fallen crowd and spoke. A bunch of losers with no strength and no sense of responsibility. After saying that, Wu Sheng nodded towards Shilong, who had other things on his mind. The corner of Shilong's mouth hooked up a smile, and then smiled towards the many students after Wu Sheng left. Don't be so angry, he also means well. If you don't like it, feel free to go find him trouble, ha. We are here to fight does not violate the rules of the school. Cultivate and summarize it well, to the point to eat. Shilong left after saying that. You can't even train with the way these kids look right now. So I'm guessing they'll have to lie down for a while. Wu Sheng's hand was very measured. It would hurt, but not for long. And at the moment, Wu Sheng is doing something great. He was in no mood to lecture these people. People can never be taught by teaching people. They can only feel and understand things if they are allowed to experience them. Beating them up was purely out of anger and not much else. Subsequent to the time, Wu Sheng is still on time, and the content of the class is to introduce some of the situation of the foreign domain and the current distribution of strength, from time to time sparring, and then out of some small tasks. More than half a month passed in this way, and as we approached the month of September, the crowd also finally welcomed their second mission. Out of the country? The crowd looked at Long Dao with some surprise. That's right, a trip to Goryeo. It's not too peaceful over there lately. It's rumored that even things like zombies are coming out. It's outrageous to the core. Long skimmed his mouth a bit speechless. Things like evolvers evolve based on their own cultural heritage, and the more a person with high psychic ability thinks about something, the more types of it will probably come. But being able to turn someone into a zombie with this kind of psychic ability left Long speechless as well. He didn't know what to say except that Gory was a genius. The exception, of course, is the later awakened. This creature is all by choice. While Long was speaking from above, when she set her eyes on Wu Sheng, she didn't know why, but she felt that Wu Sheng was very off lately, and would often close her eyes and sleep during the daytime classes. She sneaked closer to Wu Sheng. Hey, what have you been doing lately? Why do I feel like you don't have much energy? When she reached out and touched Wu Sheng with her finger, and when Wu Sheng heard she's words, he also recalled this half-month's life. His expression instantly became unnatural, the corners of his mouth unconsciously twitching. Nope, nothing. Really? Then how about you team up with me when we go to Goryeo? When she smiled and spoke. No need. The higher-ups gave me a secret mission, so I'm not with you guys. Just follow Tianjiao's command. When she instantly froze upon hearing this, and the Tianjiao on the side also looked at Wu Sheng with some curiosity upon hearing this. What's your mission? Tell me about it? Tianjiao asked with a smile. I'll talk to you guys if I get a chance to meet you in Goryeo. Wu Sheng's eyes flickered a bit. This made she even more curious. Her eyes looking straight at Wu Sheng as if she wanted to guess what was in his mind. Too bad she's not a mind reader after all. Ha 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 ha, laughed me to death. Shame on you. Magic rat, magic knife, split body. A super invincible, ferocious and high-strung code name appeared on your head, and in the end, you actually have to dress up in women's clothes to dance in a girls' group. Ha 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 ha. The executioner god mocked Wu Sheng madly, and Wu Sheng's forehead veins became more and more pronounced as he listened to his mockery. Soon, however, he seemed to think of something, and a smile suddenly hung at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 76, Wu Sheng in women's clothing. Wu Sheng didn't go back to the dormitory after this day's lesson either, but went to the Zodiac organization base. Yo, here it comes, here's the stuff. Who also smiled after seeing Wu Sheng arrive and handed him a necklace. This necklace can shield your cultivation and look like an ordinary person. Those above Molt can tell. But don't worry, there won't be any guys from the Molt realm and above in Goryeo. At least you won't meet them. Whose tone was confident, and Wu Sheng nodded at his words, while the Punisher god in Wu Sheng's mind scoffed. Ha ha ha, so does this one have a sex change function? Wu Sheng looked at Wu and asked, can this change the look of the weapon? Inuyasha nodded. Don't worry, Dr. Ouyang has arranged all of them. Speaking of which, this is also your capital for future trips to foreign lands. This is a trial and will be improved in the future. Wu Sheng nodded, while the Punisher god in his mind suddenly had a bad feeling. Wait, you don't want to? The executioner god tried with some uncertainty. Don't worry, you guessed right. Wu Sheng smiled as he took the necklace and walked out of the office, and then when he appeared outside the base, he drew out the executioner. And I think some things are negotiable, the executioner said somewhat curtly. Discuss. My ass. Wu Sheng put on the necklace, which was accompanied by a flash of white light. The scarlet magic sword in Wu Sheng's hand had completely changed its appearance. The girly pink blade looks full of girlishness with a handle that looks like a big red flower. Change back. Change back. I'm the Punisher god, not a little fairy. Change back. The Punisher god's tone was filled with despair. Don't worry, I'm the one holding the knife. It's not like you're the one holding it. It's fine. They'll only remember a long pink knife called the executioner. They won't remember you. Wu Sheng smiled slightly, while the Punisher god in his mind looked at his smile. At the moment he felt that Wu Sheng seemed like a demon. It really seems like it. Wu Sheng changed the look of the knife and then sped towards the school on his motorcycle. And at the moment, who was watching the security footage, smiled slightly. This is only like a child? Alas, just did not expect can make you like a child, but a magic knife who sighed, and a bit of despondency flashed in his eyes. Pity. Back in the dormitory Wu Sheng began to pack his things. He had to leave tonight. The corners of his mouth twitched as he looked at the women's clothes on the bed. He really didn't want to wear it, but then again it was really the mission and for a very good reason. That Kim Jisoo traveled abroad then disappeared until now, and Yangguk happened to find it again and notified the agency over there. Wu Sheng sighed before storing the clothes in the domain ring. There's nothing going on, and it's good that the acquaintance isn't clear. Wu Shang could only console himself with this. He was going to put on some makeup. All this time he had to learn all this female knowledge when he came back at night, as well as study Kim Ji-soo's character. That's why his eyes were closed during the day. But it wasn't sleeping either. It's a cop-out. Wu Shang walked towards the location given by Yin Hu, finally came into a room. Hey, what are you doing here? When she looked at Wu Shang with a curious face, she received a notice from Long saying that she came here to put on makeup. She was still confused. Any girl inside the school would put on makeup. Why did she have to find her? Eventually she came here with doubts, but she didn't expect it to be Wu Shang who came, and Wu Shang's entire body stiffened. He also didn't expect Yin Hu to set him up with when she to do his makeup. He definitely did it on purpose. I'm going to cut him up. Wu Shang roared madly in his mind, and at this moment Yin Hu suddenly sneezed twice. Shui, who's thinking of me? Rubbing his nose, Inuyasha thought somewhat smugly, and the Punisher god in Wu Shang's head started to burst out laughing again. I'm not going to put makeup on you, am I? When she suddenly thought of something, and then a bad smile instantly raised on his face. Wu Shang nodded stiffly. You want women's clothes? Shut up. It's a mission. Wu Shang's tone was tinged with a slight tremor. Oh, it's a mission. When she lengthened his trailing voice, his eyes full of teasing, she realized that Wu Shang was really super cute like this. Can you imagine a red-faced teenager codenamed Demon Mouse? Wielding a magic sword and full of murderous spirit, asking a girl to put makeup on him and saying that he wanted to dress up in women's clothes, when she was now seeing this image. Hurry up, I have to go later, Wu Shang urged in a small voice. Well, faster, faster, faster. When she wasn't snickering when she saw Wu Shang's appearance, but took out the special preparation given by Long to put makeup on Wu Shang. Come sit. When she patted the chair, signaling Wu Shang to sit over. Seeing this, Wu Shang also sat over. Come on, let's take a picture to document your handsome face right now. When she took out her own cell phone, and then brought her face close to Wu Shang's face, the corners of her mouth curling up into a sweet smile. When she opened his mouth, Wu Shang didn't refuse. It wasn't a big deal. The corner of Wu Shang's mouth slightly curled up. The young girl leaned very close. A faint fragrance drilled into Wu Shang's nostrils. Smelling the fragrance, his body also had a slight stiffness. Not bad. Very handsome. Come on. I'll put some makeup on you. Saying that, when she put away the smile on her face and became serious, soon, the lines on Wu Shang's face became a little softer, looking like a high-flying goddess. When she looked at Wu Shang and stroked her bare chin. Well, that's it, mister. Long said that this can be managed for a long time. It's okay for you to wash your face. When you come back you can wash it off with something special. There won't be any side effects. If you have to disguise yourself for all of your missions, you must be careful. When she instructed with a serious face. Well, I'll be careful. Because when she did not wear a smile on her face, Wu Shang also felt a little more relaxed. Well nah, cheer up we're in Goryo too. Call us if anything happens to you. We'll go and back you up. After when she finished speaking, she put her cosmetics away and left. She didn't want to make Wu Shang uncomfortable. It was oh so nice to pretend not to know at times like this. Seeing that when she had left, Wu Shang also took out the women's clothes in the domain ring. The corners of his mouth twitched as he looked at the pink dress. This damn Goryo. Wait. Wu Shang blames Goryo's damn entertainment culture for his female attire. Unsurprisingly, the next enemy that Wu Shang encounters will be suffering from old sins. Chapter 77, Arrival in Goryo. After changing dresses, Wu Shang also completely and utterly turned into a cool-looking beauty. Though the looks looked completely female, the aura on her body simply could not be changed. And probably because he was in a bad mood, his dark face, even with the makeup hiding the hard male lines of his face, looked a little fierce. Pohahahaha, laugh me to death. In his mind, the executioner god was still laughing crazily, and anyway, he had already turned into that ghostly appearance and was laughing even more recklessly. Wu Shang ignored him and adjusted himself before rushing towards the airport on his motorcycle. Speaking of which, Ian, who was really something, women dressed as men also do not arrange a car for Wu Shang. On the street, Wu Shang in a pink dress showing a big leg on a motorcycle is just a breeze. While waiting for the stoplight, a sedan beside Wu Shang rolled down its window. The man in the car whistled as he looked at Wu Shang's slim but muscular legs. Miss, give a contact later you can come out to eat Wu Shang's face, which was still calm, instantly darkened again. He resisted the urge to pull out his knife and hit the gas just as the light turned green. When they arrived at the airport, the person who met them took Wu Shang on a plane to Goryo. May you return safely. As they boarded the airplane, the person who received them saluted towards Wu Shang. Wu Shang nodded, and then followed the airplane as it left the land of the Dragon Kingdom for the first time. Goryo wasn't far from the Dragon Kingdom, and a few hours later Wu Shang also arrived safely at the airport. Just after getting off the plane and walking out of the airport, Wu Shang saw a few girls waving towards his own, and Wu Shang instantly recognized that the other party was on the same team as Kim Ji-soo. There weren't many people in this third-rate girl group, just 3 people in total. The names are also all exceptionally similar. Ji-soo, Ji-ah, and Ji-mei. The name of the girl group is also called triplets. Nothing representative. No one asked for it. Both Ji-mei and Ji-ah are also beautiful looking, though not quite the same type. Tomomi's words were like that of a neighborhood girl, looking full of youthful energy, and with her JK uniform on, she looked like a schoolgirl. Ji-ia, on the other hand, looks like a big sister and looks much gentler. After all, the face value that can be a girl group in Goryo definitely needs to pass, and both of them are not short, both at 176, but still a little shorter than Wu Shang. Well, it should be called Ji-soo now. Ji-mei rushed forward with open hands the moment she saw Wu Shang, looking excited. Seeing this, Wu Shang also directly reached out and pressed his hand on the other party's forehead. Ji-soo, what are you doing? I haven't seen you for so long. Do you know how worried I was about you? Tomomi didn't have the heart to say. Well, Ji-mei, Ji-soo must be tired after just coming back, so don't be tossing her around. Ji-ia looked much gentler, like a big sister. Wu Shang also nodded with great approval. Also, oh, speaking of which, Ji-soo, haven't you grown a little taller and your hands seem to have gotten bigger too? Tomomi said a little strangely. Ahem. It's normal to have some changes after experiencing a lot of things in other countries during this period of time, and being stimulated quite a bit. Wu Shang used his psychic energy to change his voice, and a sense of neutrality surfaced throughout his voice. You must have suffered a lot then. Let's get back. I miss you so much. When Ji-mei heard Wu Shang's words, she also looked at him with a heartbroken expression. Before grabbing Wu Shang's arm and heading inside the car, Ji-soo really suffered a lot then. His arms are much stronger, not like the floppy ones before. Tomomi's words made Wu Shang blush. Well, it's been running away a lot for a while. Wu Shang could only start making things up, but fortunately, Ji-soo herself took the high-flying route, so it wasn't much of a bust. Soon, the 3 of them arrived at the bottom of a neighborhood, and Ji-ia put on a mask after parking the car, while leading Wu Shang towards the upper floor. Ji-see, you go to bed first. You must not have had a restful sleep for so many days. Tomorrow will be a good day of rest, but the day after tomorrow we will start going to the competition. When she opened the door to her room, Ji-ia said in a warm voice. Wu Shang nodded, and then walked towards the room in the information. Ji-ia looked at Wu Shang's departing back with some concern. I don't know what Ji-soo is going through. She looks so much more haggard. Yeah, and the body's all stiff, so I don't know if it'll be okay for the dance the day after tomorrow. Tomomi also said with a worried look on her face. Let's take one step at a time. Even though we signed up, there are so many competing that we definitely won't be chosen. Ji-ia reassured, and Ji-mei was very cognizant of it. And at this moment, the corner of Wu Shang's mouth still involuntarily twitched as he looked at the room filled with young girls. Be prepared, but this is too pink. Wu Shang sighed helplessly. Luckily it's only been a week, and that's when the cynocephaly sent a message again. Cynthia, kid, did you arrive safely? Wu Shang, aha, Inhu, the location has been sent to you. You can go and take a look when you are free. By the way, the time of the mission was not clear with you before. Your mission time is calculated since the students from the Evolution Academy went over. About a week's time. Wu Shang, what do you mean? Inuyasha, it means that your classmates won't be over there until next week, so you've got plenty of time to enjoy yourself. Wu Shang, where do you live? Inhu looked at Wu Shang's last message and laughed outright. Ha ha ha, this kid reacts pretty fast. On the other side, Wu Shang forced himself to resist the idea of crushing his cell phone, and finally accepted the pitiful news helplessly. At that moment, a footstep came from the doorway. Knock, knock, knock. Ji-soo, are you asleep? Do you want something to eat? Wu Shang originally did not want to answer, but after thinking about it, since he had come the mission was still more important. Well, have some. Wu Shang changed into a more neutral outfit after he finished. He didn't want to keep waddling around in a dress. Pushing the door open, Wu Shang froze for a second, a slight sense of embarrassment flashing in his eyes, but he quickly reacted to suppress the emotion, because the 2 of them, Ji-mei and Ji-ah, were wearing rather revealing clothes, cut-out pajamas. It was easy to see the inside, but fortunately, the 2 of them wore underwear underneath, and Wu Shang took it as if this was the beach. Why are you still dressed inside the home? Ji-mei looked at Wu Shang in his casual attire with some curiosity and said, can't get used to wearing pajamas anymore. Wu Shang said indifferently, and then he found a seat. It's also true. I guess it's normal to wear something you're not used to since you haven't even had a good rest for a while. Ji-mei nodded, while her tone was a bit heartbroken. Chapter 78, Come Together. The 3 of them just sat around the small table, eating kimchi. Wu Shang's mind wasn't really on the food, it was just listening to the 2 people chatting. Every now and then a response is given. He was still confident in his makeup and emotional control. And no matter what, the likelihood of letting two ordinary people see the difference was almost zero. It was just a pretty long conversation. And it was all gossip and stuff. Nothing special. It was the matter of the competition on the show the day after tomorrow. A competition that Wu Shang also knew about. I heard that they were auditioning for the best dancing girl group to perform a dance. There wasn't much holding Wu Shang back when it came to dancing. Except maybe Not Too Soft basically learned pretty much under the ridicule of the Punisher. Most of the dances on Goryo's side are also based on modern dances. And won't require temperament building from a young age like the Rococo dances. After eating, the three of them went to their respective rooms to get ready for bed. And Wu Shang didn't bother to scout the terrain. After all, he had all the things he should have. And now he might just have to wait until the evolvers from the other countries came to hunt in that battlefield. The next day, Wu Shang is woken up by the two genies, who say that they're going to make a trip to the agency to practice dancing for a while, so that Wu Shang can get some rest. Instead, at noon, Wu Shang waited for an unexpected guest. Jisoo, are you home? A man's voice came from outside the door, and Wu Shang frowned, opening the door to the room. A middle-aged man stood in the doorway. He was wearing a suit and his face was a bit ugly. The moment he saw Wu Shang he first froze for a moment, and then instantly frowned. Jisoo, what's wrong with you? Why didn't you talk to me when you came back and didn't tell me? Do you even have me as your manager in your eyes anymore? The man's tone was full of dissatisfaction, and he wore his glasses in a condescending manner. But that's normal. Girl groups that are not famous in Goryo are even worse than ordinary people. Jihye said I could rest at home today. Rest? Rest for what? Come with me. The boss's son heard you're back and asked for you by name. Come with me. With that, he was about to grab Wu Shang's hand. Bang! Some hostility flashed in Wu Shang's eyes as he stretched out his leg and directly kicked his opponent out. Watch your tone of voice, if you don't want to die. Wu Shang's tone was extremely cold. A pair of pitch-black pupils flushed red at this moment. Even without using his spiritual energy, his physical quality was far beyond that of an ordinary person. He was already in a bad mood to carry out this mission, but he was also asked to accompany others, really treating him like a woman. The agency in this part of Goryo, Oh Sang, had heard a lot about it. Ahem, how dare you? Dare to do this to me? Do you want to pay for the breach of contract? Bang! Wu Shang yanks his opponent up by one hand and lands another kick. Repeat what you just said again. Wu Shang's words were filled with an icy killing aura. The agent looked at Wu Shang's appearance and wondered why, when it was clear that Wu Shang hadn't changed much in his eyes. Fair skin, long black hair, and a stunningly beautiful face, but the aura emanating from it made him incomparably fearful. He was trembling as he looked at Wu Shang, and he had the feeling that he would be split up by Wu Shang with a knife in the next second. I'm just a messenger. The boss's son is looking for you. The agent's tone was filled with trembling, and Wu Shang sniffed as if he suddenly thought of something, and then the corner of his mouth curved up. Yeah, show me. Anyway, now that the identity was that of a Goryo girl group, there was no need for Wu Shang to worry too much. The agent looked at Wu Shang's smile and wondered why. The smile that usually looked very charming was filled with evil at this moment. He always felt that something big would happen if he brought Wu Shang there. But do not bring the past his little life most likely today will have to account for here. Good. The agent nodded, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and stood up with a fearful look on his face and headed for the door. Riding in the agent's car, Wu Shang was brought into the company by the other party. The two entered the company and crossed the lobby before heading towards the elevator. Jisoo, you might need to change your costume. Wu Shang sniffed and turned his head to look at him. What do you mean? The boss's son made you wear a maid's outfit. Wu Shang raised an eyebrow and forced down his heart's displeasure. Then change it. Hearing Wu Shang's words, the agent felt relieved in his heart, but then he felt that Wu Shang's promise was just too easy. What brings you to the office? Jisoo? The elevator was passing a certain floor when Jeannie suddenly walked in, only to see that she was sweating profusely and looked like she had just come out of dance practice. Something's up, Wu Shang said indifferently before following his agent out of the elevator, and Jeannie seemed to have thought of something when she saw the agent, and her face instantly became a little shocked and saddened. It looks like she's thought of something too, but there's not much she can do about it. Soon, Wu Shang's ship maid outfit was brought up to the top floor. Speaking of which, Wu Shang's maid outfit was quite out of place. Even if the women's clothing he is also belongs to the type of cool beauty, coupled with the height of the reason, its own sense of oppression is still quite strong. Change into the maid outfit has a feeling of incestuous, and yet there will be something about it that makes you want to conquer. Soon, Wu Shang was brought to a large door. Pushing open the door, a huge bed was printed into Wu Shang's eyes. There was a greasy-looking man on the bed, kind of handsome, but handsome in an unnatural and greasy way. He was holding two beautiful women with beautiful bodies by his side with a lecherous face. Yo, Jisoo's here. Need a shower. A perverted glint of gloom flashed in the man's eyes upon seeing Jisoo, his mouth smiling at the corners and his tone teasing. The two women around him were called out by him. No, should I call your father? The corners of Wu Shang's mouth hooked up into an evil smile, and his tone was a little strange as he said, ha ha ha, would that be a little bad? The man froze and didn't notice Wu Shang's abnormality, but a more perverted expression appeared on his face. It's okay, call it up, Wu Shang said with a smile, while the agent behind Wu Shang gulped. For some reason, he felt as if the temperature around Wu Shang had dropped a little. Since Jisoo has this kind of request, then of course I have to fulfill it. The man's smile grew more perverted while he took out his cell phone and made a call. Soon, a large-bellied man came into the room, and the two fathers and sons looked nothing alike, but the expression on his face was the same. Seeing that people have come together, Wu Shang's eyes flashed a little red. Chapter 79 Sequence 044, Death. The two men shouted the agent out the door while they approached Wu Shang with a lecherous look on their faces. Wu Shang curled a smile at the corner of his mouth, which was then accompanied by a violent sound. Bang! At this moment, all the people in the building suddenly set their eyes on the top of their heads. Someone shook his head and said, Boss, really, there's too much commotion today. In the room on the roof of the building, the pink exorcism god whose hilt was a large red flower was stained with some blood, and two men were kneeling on the ground. Their bodies were chopped with some wounds by the toy-looking long knife, and their faces were bruised and swollen. Looking at Wu Shang with a face of fear, the man couldn't figure out why Jisoo, who was once high-strung and resistant but powerless to resist, had become so terrifying. Wu Shang looked at the two men from above in her maid outfit. What is the winner of tomorrow's talent show going for? Go dance for Lord Death. Perform. Wu Shang's eyes held a bit of realization after hearing this. If he wasn't wrong, this Shinigami would be the main character of Pretty Country this time. Sequence 044, Alien Reaper. It was said to be an ability that could turn the undead into soldiers, but this was mandatory and also required a medium to be summoned. But Wu Shang felt that it was not like he was summoning souls, but more like using relics to create a soul-like monster to appear. That should be why they came to this battlefield. Too many people were killed in action here back in the day. One by one, all of them are the elite of the common people. Although this power didn't pose much of a threat to evolved people, it was the equivalent of a nuclear bomb, and he could have a city's ordinary people taken out in a short period of time. With less than half of the world's evolved people now, population is again very important, and this ability is also very scary later on if it really grows. After all, if the world is really in chaos, there are just too many people who will die. But it's a good thing that this guy can't summon anyone stronger than himself, and doesn't have any special abilities of his own, other than being more of a monster. Sort of an ability that was lethal to ordinary evolvers, but wouldn't cause too much trouble if it was for a true genius. Wu Shang thought for a moment before tapping his hand on the Punisher's blade. The two men kneeled on the ground and peeked at Wu Shang, though it was strange why Wu Shang used such an ugly knife. That, can we leave now? The man smiled somewhat flatteringly. Bang! Wu Shang kicked him into the ceiling, and the man's head was set into it, alive or dead. The remaining man's son looked so horrified that he almost screamed, but the tip of Wu Shang's knife was already close to his neck, and as long as he dared to make a sound, Wu Shang dared to chop him to death. Is this company yours if he dies? As soon as Wu Shang said this, the man instantly froze. He tremblingly raised his head to look at Wu Shang, with a slight expectation in his eyes in addition to fear. Yes. Wu Shang looked at him with a slight smile on his face. I'm not interested in your property. I'll give you a chance to live. I want the winner of tomorrow's draft. Understand? The man's eyes instantly lit up after hearing that Wu Shang wasn't interested in his money and wouldn't kill him. Nodded frantically. Sure, you can think about calling the police on me. But, when he said that, Wu Shang suddenly paused for a moment, before focusing his gaze on the man still hanging from the ceiling above his head. Immediately afterward, a dark red demonic flame rose, the flame appearing for a short period of time. 3 seconds later, the man on that ceiling turned into pieces and disappeared without a trace. The horror in the eyes of the remaining one intensified. He had heard of this ability. Evolutionary. He had wanted an evolutionary as a bodyguard in the first place, but all of Goryo's evolvers were controlled by the topmost plutocrats, and the strongest of them were only at the second stage of the metamorphosis realm. But then he had also seen the power these people controlled. A casual punch could shatter a 3-meter-high wigwam. As for Wu Shang's ability to make this kind of flame, he had also seen it before, but they were setting fire from their hands, or their mouths, which was like Wu Shang's ability to silently raise a ball of flame, and also instantly burn people cleanly. Good, I won't, the man said in a shaky tone. Seeing this, Wu Shang expressionlessly took back the execution god before turning around and leaving. Seeing Wu Shang leave, the man was first relieved, and then excitement filled his eyes. He's going to take the company down as fast as he can and then marry his stepmother in name only. The aftermath was not too clear to Wu Shang. He looked at the agent at the door and spoke. Send me back. The agent nodded evenly. Despite the soundproofing, he heard something. At the moment, he was really on pins and needles, afraid that Wu Shang would give him a punch. After all, he had just seen it. Only one person left inside the room. As for calling the police or anything else, he didn't even think about it. He's only a little better than an entertainer, and he's not much of a player in the company itself. Otherwise a third-rate girl group like the triplets wouldn't have been put in his hands. Soon after, Wu Shang was sent home. Back at home, Wu Shang turned on the TV while listening to the sound of the TV and started to swipe his cell phone. As for why he wanted the title, his thought was that since it was a show, he expected a lot of people from the pretty country to come that day. Who said that the high end of the battlefield will not appear on the battlefield. He decided to get close to test the strength of the most important thing is to see how many people the other side came. It's best if there aren't too many of them. Just take them all in one pot. If there are a lot of people, find a way to get killed. Anyway, as long as he entered here, Wu Shang would not be in a position to let this group of people go back alive. Not a damn one of them will get away. But that said, Wu Shang also suddenly felt that it was quite cool to change his identity like this. At least you can do things without your hands tied. Of course, it would be nice if we didn't have to use women's clothing. Emptying his mind of distractions, Wu Shang clicked on Wenxi's chat box. The other guy sent him quite a few messages. Wenxi, how was it? How was the execution of Wu Dame's mission in Goryeo? Wu Shang, no problem, but don't call me beautiful. Wenxi quickly returned. Winnie, well, no call. We're going over there next week to say we're backing up and helping out with a marking spot. Wu Shang, well, I observed it on the first day I came here. The intensity of the marked spots is not high, it's just extremely numerous. It won't be dangerous. It's just a bit troublesome with a large number of widely distributed spots. Wenxi, I see. Then is there any chance that I will see you then? You are dressed like a star. Will you perform on stage? Wu Shang's face stiffened as he looked at the message sent by Wenxi. Wu Shang, you stay out of this. On the other side, Wenxi directly laughed out loud when she looked at the message sent by Wu Shang. She felt that Wu Shang was really cute like this. Looking forward more and more to running into you in Goryeo. Pretty Wu, when she murmured with a smile on her face. Chapter 80, Wu Shang's first stage. At night, Jia and Jimmy returned home. The two of them seemed as if they were relieved after seeing that there was nothing wrong with Wu Shang's face. Jisoo, are you okay? Tomomi's tone was tinged with a hint of concern, and her eyes were filled with pity. Wu Shang saw her look for a moment and shook his head. I'm fine. What's wrong? However, soon after, Wu Shang suddenly thought of something, with a slightly strange look in his eyes. These two don't think they're being slept with. Wu Shang thought in this way, and then looked at the two men's eyes more and more certain of what he thought in his heart. There's nothing wrong with me, don't worry about it guys, Wu Shang said indifferently, and then stood up and walked towards the room. There really doesn't seem to be much going on. Jia looked at Wu Shang's walking pace as usual. The worry in his eyes also dispersed at this moment. Jimmy nodded as well. They hadn't expected the company to be so inappropriate, and Jimmy had just come back and called him over. But it looks like it should have dodged a bullet. The two of them exchanged glances while dropping the worries in their hearts. In the room, Wu Shang sat on the bed and went to sleep early. He didn't really want to have too much of a conversation with these two. Sometimes the more you talk the more things can go wrong. Early to bed is the way to go. With that, Wu Shang's second night passed very peacefully. In the morning Jia knocked on his room door. Jisoo, are you awake? We're going to the first round of auditions today. Wu Shang opened his eyes directly after hearing the voice. Okay, I'll put on a shirt and wash up. Wu Shang changed into casual clothes after answering. There were specialized costumers over there, so there was no need for Wu Shang to worry too much. The three of them walked in pairs towards the company, and then an agent picks up the trio and takes them to the casting call. The trio arrived on the scene and, having little to no name recognition, were quickly sent backstage to wait for their appearance. The two of them, Jia and Jimei, were a bit nervous, while Wu Shang had a calm face. Soon, a girl came backstage to do the trio's makeup while picking out their dresses. The corner of Wu Shang's mouth twitched. Jia by his side instead looked at him with an envious face and said, Jisoo, I realized that you became so much prettier after you went out for a trip. Oh, look at these shoulders, these long legs, this skin. It's just that your breasts are a little smaller. Are they undernourished? Jimmy was nodding frantically as well, even wanting to reach over and squeeze Wu Shang, but there was certainly no way Wu Shang would let her touch a bit of it. Okay, get ready to go on stage. Wu Shang walked right out of the backstage after saying that. Wearing a dress, Wu Shang's eyes did not have any other emotions. These days he had already done a good job of psychological construction. If there was something really uncomfortable about it, it was that the dress was just too tight to wear. It made him uncomfortable. But the good thing about going neutral is that it's not anything more revealing, just a shorter top and shorts. Wu Shang wears it. It's flat, but a face that's really made up. The overall look is more neutralized, but in itself, the dance they were doing wasn't anything seductive. It was just a more normal modern dance. Soon, 3 men took the stage. There were 3 judges in front of us, 2 women and 1 man. Because they had been punted, the 3 of them looked at each other the moment they saw Wu Shang. That's it. The 3 of them read the thoughts in each other's mind, and then they were ready to brew their words. Even if Wu Shang jumped into a heap, they would still try their best to praise him. Sometimes money power just doesn't make sense. Wu Shang looked at the packed audience in front of him and also involuntarily gulped. There was no longer a lightness in his eyes, with a slight sense of nervousness and embarrassment. The mental construction he had done earlier completely collapsed at this moment. He really did overestimate his shame after all. The 2 around them had begun to gyrate themselves to the sound of the music. Wu Shang was still fuming half a beat slower, and at that moment, the Punisher god in his head shouted, "Dance, or you'll be exposed. Imagine this is your room. Lower your 5 senses, and let the Punisher god master come and dedicate a song to you." The Punisher god's tone was full of excitement. At this moment, he was in that red mist space where he didn't know where to pull out a guitar. Wearing sunglasses, a long red hair with Wu Shang's face, with an extremely flashy leather jacket, the whole thing was a rock bassist. It's so hot. The roar of the executioner god also brought Wu Shang back to his senses, and at the moment, he wasn't thinking of anything else. Instead, he followed the words of the god of execution and went along with his method. He shielded his 5 senses while he began to twist his body. With the music of the Punisher god playing in his head, it was as if he was back in his room, and most of the tension in his heart disappeared. At this moment, the Punisher god was stepping on a stereo in the red mist space, and his fingers flicked towards the guitar. "Oh, baby, let's get dry." Music. With the sound of the guitar strumming, Wu Shang on the stage began to move to the music. For a moment, the room was silent. Even the range of motion of the 2 beside Wu Shang was unconsciously smaller. Everyone was dumbfounded as they looked at Wu Shang on the stage, their eyes filled with stupefaction. It wasn't that Wu Shang didn't dance well, but mainly, the rhythmic point of the music was obviously completely different from the music on the stage. The 2 next to her wanted to warn, but with the audience all below them, they couldn't say anything. And although Wu Shang's movements were all right and coherent, they were too stiff, with the feeling that he was doing a mechanical dance, but not as silky as others. It was a bit unorthodox for a while. The sound guys backstage are starting to sweat. He was frantically adjusting the music, trying to get the same rhythm as Wu Shang. It took close to a minute of tuning to finally get the rhythm right with Wu Shang, and Jia and Jimei hurriedly followed Wu Shang's lead. There was a slight hint of embarrassment in the eyes of the 2 men. Wu Shang was immersed in the world constructed by the executioner god, also wasn't aware of the thoughts of the outside world, and only felt that his movements were absolutely fine. It wasn't until the Punisher stopped the music that he opened his 5 senses. He also frowned as he watched the dazed judges in front of him. "What's wrong?" Wu Shang turned his head and asked curiously. No, nothing." Jia thinks it's better not to tell Wu Shang. After all, she feels that Wu Shang was really immersed just now. Would he be psychologically disturbed if he knew that he danced wrongly? And she now just hopes that the judges will speak politely. And that's when the judges slowed down from their shock. The 3 looked at each other, and then the first judge pressed straight through. "Bravo, bravo, never seen such beautiful dancing. I declare you advanced." "Ha?" Jimmy and Jia had black question marks on their faces, their eyes filled with shock. And that's when the second judge spoke up. "Very rhythmic, so energetic. Young people need that kind of energy nowadays. It's wonderful. Pass." The third judge was even more exaggerated, as he got right up and grabbed the microphone for a blow-by-blow. "Wonderful. So wonderful. A delicate body dancing such a dynamic dance. You are simply the next international superstar. I declare that you pass." Wu Shang nodded. This result was expected, but he was still quite satisfied. "You're still somewhat useful," Wu Shang said silently in his mind. "Ha ha ha, that's for sure. I'm a Punisher. I know too much about music." The Punisher god let out a loud laugh with his arms crossed. Wu Shang turned around and directly left with the dumbfounded 2. And the backstage agent told the boss all about what was going on here. That boss stroked his chin before speaking. "The last judge. What's the problem?" the agent asked in a rush. "Extra money." Chapter 81 Preparatory Phase. "What's wrong?" Wu Shang frowned at the 2 girls beside him. These 2 had been staring at him since they got in the car, making him a little uncomfortable. "Nope, nothing. It just feels like it's just changed so much." Tomomi's tone was slightly emotional, while Wu Shang frowned when he heard this and asked, "What do you mean?" He thought his disguise was exposed. "It just feels like you're dancing a little differently than before. So immersed in the stage." Jia came up with the word immersion after half a day of searching. Wu Shang froze. He didn't think he could dance so well. "It's okay, probably a realization while running for my life, Wu Shang said indifferently before turning his head. Jimmy and Jia were also getting a little less confident looking at Wu Shang's calm face. The two of them looked at each other and finally understood each other. Can't tell her. The two decided to let the matter rot. As far as the show airing, they are big believers in post-editing capabilities, but it's good to advance. The two are still happy. Wu Shang, on the other hand, stroked his chin before asking towards his manager who was driving, "Do we still have a match?" The agent quickly shook his head and said, "If you advance, you'll automatically be entered into next week's dance performance, and the order of the rows will probably be very poor, but after all, it's a large stage performance." Wu Shang nodded. He didn't really care about the performance. It was mostly the audience. He wanted to see how many people had come in total. Soon, the trio returned home. Wu Shang, on the other hand, said that he was tired, and then he walked straight towards the room. The other two didn't say anything. The original Jisoo had the same personality and didn't like to talk. Wu Shang took out his cell phone and swiped through the videos after he returned to his room. For the next few days, Wu Shang didn't have any other interaction with the two Jia. It's just in the morning, or having a meal together, and, of course, practicing dance together. Speaking of which, this practicing dance Wu Shang has also been trolled many times, saying that his bones have become much stiffer. Wu Shang had nothing to say but to awkwardly cooperate with them. Of course, being stiff didn't mean that Wu Shang's flexibility wasn't good. It was just that all of his flexibility had been used for fighting, and he would be very uncomfortable if he suddenly danced. He didn't really want to work toward that either. Little by little, time passed, and soon a week passed in this way. Jia and Jeannie trained late every day, and as for Wu Shang, he practiced for a while and then went home. At first there would have been some resentment from both, but it ended up being an agent's sentence. Go stay with the boss if you don't want to, and give the gag. The two of them still know very well what happens when you accompany your boss. Soon, it was the day to perform, and on this day, the people from the Evolution Academy also managed to fly towards Goryeo. There was no one else inside except when she who was clear about Wu Shang's whereabouts. All they knew was that Wu Shang was on a mission somewhere else this week, and would meet up with them when this mission was over. Winnie got off the plane and talked to the people around her, chatting, when June said with some emotion, "Hey, should not say, Goryeo's beauty is indeed much, but unfortunately Wu Shang that boy do not know where to go, cannot enjoy the blessing. Brother, it's not like everyone will be like you," when she said somewhat angrily. On the side, Shangguan Lightning Roam also spoke up, "My brother wouldn't go and do those things." Shangguan Zhan nodded very approvingly from the side. In his impression, Wu Shang was a very sensible, strong and wise man, but soon he may have to break him of that idea. They were taken away to be entertained by an embassy from Goryeo, who said they had called the best male and female troops of their country to perform. The crowd's emotions varied, some were high, some were low, and some expressed disdain with a disdainful look on their faces. Entertaining people with women's and men's groups is not bad for Goliath, and the crowd began to look around as soon as they entered the waiting seats. There were a lot of people coming from all countries, most notably just a few. The White Bear country had a group of extremely muscular teenagers, and the Pretty country had a variety of all kinds, from muscular people to those with shady faces to those drumming on something. It was just a mixed bag anyway. But of course, not all of the countries came all together. It's only 5 countries that are coming: Knights of the Dragon Kingdom, White Bear, Pretty Kingdom, Sakura Kingdom and Great Britain. It looks like all of them, one by one, are coming from a bad place. After seeing Xianyuan Tianjiu and the others enter also looked at them with interest. Of course, the depths of the eyes were vigilant as how could not be erased. And Wu Shang, who was backstage, frowned. He was not expecting people from the Dragon Kingdom to come. He thought it was just the Pretty country. The number of people in Pretty country wasn't much different from Dragon countries, which was 30, and all the other countries were about the same. The people who came here were basically each with their own agenda, testing mostly, and the power of the countries had actually begun to shuffle since the appearance of the Evolvers. Undoubtedly, the current hands of the previous top powers such as the Dragon Kingdom, the Pretty Kingdom, and so on would definitely have strong people of the body transformation realm, at least all 12 zodiac signs. The number of body-changing realms in other big countries in plain sight were not too far apart, and it was normal that there were none like Goryeo, which had been hollowed out by the Pretty country. There weren't a lot of Sakura either. Sakura had a good number of Evolvers, though not many top powerhouses. Backstage, Wu Shang calculates the strength of both sides. The strongest inside was Xianyuan Tianjiu, Evolutionary 8th Order, and the strongest from the other countries were only Evolutionary 7th Order. Normally, Wu Shang could have kept all the people here, but Wu Shang did not intend to do so. First of all, if all of them are here, the commotion is too big, and since the strength of the other party is already known, Wu Shang is confident that all of them will be killed. All that needs to be waited for is time. As for how Goryo is doing, it's none of his business. Alliances in times of peace are like a piece of paper in times like these. If it weren't for the threat of foreign lands and other races, the humans themselves would have fought long ago. Now all but the Dragon Kingdom's own people are enemies. Now the identity is a person of the Goryo Kingdom. What are you waiting for if you don't hold the at this time? And there's a more important reason not to do it now. There are too many acquaintances. It's okay to look alike. Taking out the knife would be no different than exposing yourself. Something like this should never happen to him. 82. Arrival of states. Soon, one by one, the female and male troops went up to perform, and the crowd was quite entertained at first. After a while it got tasteless. It was soon Wu Shang's turn. The moment a few people took the stage, the crowd in Dragonland was instantly stunned. The corners of Wenxi's mouth couldn't stop rising. Her pair of pupils were colorful. Her cell phone had been taken out at some point and very quickly took a picture. Holy, what the? When Jun rubbed his eyes with a shocked face as he looked at the woman on the stage who looked extremely similar to Wu Shang in hot pants. Big brother? Shangguan Zhan unconsciously screamed out, while Wu Shang on the stage looked as normal. He knew that the more at this time, the more he could not show the slightest break. Not at all. Shangguan Xingrong also pinched her thighs, her eyes full of incredulity. That's too much of a resemblance, isn't it? While when she watched Wu Shang's hot dance with interest below, the people around him were talking. Maisie, this guy also looks too much like Wu Shang, right? If I didn't know that Wu Shang was on a mission and didn't feel the aura of spiritual energy from her, I really thought she was Wu Shang in disguise. When Jun said in surprise as he approached Wenxi, and when she smiled and nodded, indeed, I was taken aback. But it should be said that if it weren't for Wu Shang, this beauty is really good looking. There was a lot of talk over here. While Wu Shang above had finished his performance in silence, Wu Shang walked off the stage with his face as normal, while the two beside him had a nervous look on their faces. It was obvious that they were still excited to be on stage this time. After all, they had never dreamed of coming up on such a big stage. The two of them were discussing on the sidelines, while Wu Shang had already called his agent over. Send me back, Wu Shang said lightly, since the audience had all arrived. There was no need for him to live with Jie and Jimei anymore. He was going to change places and poke around the crowded battlefield in the meantime. The agent sniffed and also hurriedly led the three towards the outside. Take me to the office, Wu Shang said indifferently. The agent nodded evenly. Jimei and Jia, on the other hand, had a strange look on their faces. They found out from a few days ago. The manager seems to be particularly scared of Jisoo all of a sudden, and the car soon arrived downstairs at the office. Wu Shang opened the door and said, send the two of them home, I have something to do. After saying that, Wu Shang walked into the company building and headed straight towards the elevator. And Jimei and Jia looked at Wu Shang's back for a moment. Jisoo isn't being looked at by the boss's son, is she? It's possible. Soon, though, the two were interrupted from their discussion by the agent. Wu Shang, on the other hand, had already kicked the door to his boss's office open. Puff! The man directly fell to his knees and looked at Wu Shang with a face of fear. Do you have any orders? He was afraid that Wu Shang was here to kill him. After all, he'd had a really happy few days. He wasn't really interested in other women after marrying his little mom, mainly because she alone was enough for him. It's really moisturizing, and coupled with the all-encompassing control of the company, his power has reached the top of this company, a life that is just too intoxicating. He was genuinely afraid that Wu Shang would strip it all away with a single stab. Arrange a house for me. I want to live alone. Is that a problem? No problem. No problem. I'll make the arrangements. The man instantly became agitated when he saw that Wu Shang wasn't here to kill him. Rushed to the phone to start making arrangements. Arrangements have been made. You just go over and stay. Don't worry. This house will only be yours in the future. No, I'll be leaving soon. You don't have to be so wary. Wu Shang turned around and left after saying that. And the man was excited to hear Wu Shang's words. No one wanted a knife hanging over their head, and neither did he. To be honest, he was actually starting to figure out how to get Wu Shang out of the way. It just never occurred to me. But it would be great if Wu Shang was leaving on his own. The thought made him instantly happy, even wanting to go home to his little mom. Wu Shang wasn't aware of his emotions. At the moment he was being led to a neighborhood. Looking at the new house, Wu Shang nodded before calling the person who had sent him here away. Taking out his cell phone, Wu Shang sent a message to Inhu. Wu Shang, the countries have all shown up. Is there anything we should be aware of? Toraho quickly returned the message. Inhu, kill the god first. He has to die first. For the others, do your best. Kill as many as you want, but try not to leave too many cracks. Wu Shang, no problem. Wu Shang put away his cell phone, and a red aura flashed unconsciously in his eyes. There was no need for him to hide anything now, and tonight he planned to go ahead and ask when she out. Since they are all here to deal with marking points, Wu Shang felt that when she should be able to know where the marking points were that the other countries needed to deal with. When the time came, He could also go ahead and squat and just kill the group. It was really time for his cultivation level to rise. Otherwise the cultivation of the evolutionary realm alone would definitely not be enough to travel to the other realm afterward. They didn't know much about the specifics of the foreign side. One thing is definitely confirmed though. That is, the strongest people in the other world must be far beyond Blue Star. If it wasn't for the fact that Blue Star might have some sort of will that would suppress cultivation, it would probably have been taken over by the other side. Wu Sheng took out his cell phone and sent a message to Wen Shi. Wu Sheng, can you come out tonight? I have something to find you. At this moment, Wen Shi at the embassy was also unconsciously raising the corners of his mouth as he looked at the message sent by Wu Sheng in his cell phone. Winnie, of course I did. What's wrong? Wu Sheng, do you know where all the other state-built marker points are? It's okay to send me a copy if you have the exact location. Wen Shi's eyes rolled for a moment when she saw this, and then she typed in response. Then send me an address at night. This kind of important thing definitely needs to be said face to face. Wu Sheng, good. Chapter 83, The Vajra Fairy. Wu Sheng cleaned up a bit while changing his clothes. After all, there was no need to focus on anyone else right now. It doesn't matter what he wears, as long as his face doesn't revert to its original state. As for the knife problem, he had already thought of a solution. Guan Li's powers would come in handy just in time. Soon, Wu Sheng walked towards the street in a casual outfit. The streets of Goryeo aren't much different from the Dragon Kingdom. The only difference is that the number of people won't be too many and they are mostly young people too. Soon, Wu Sheng saw Wen Shi sitting on a public bench. Wow, who is this? So pretty looking. When she looked at Wu Sheng and said with a slightly derisive tone, Wu Sheng did not have the slightest fluctuation of emotions in his heart as he listened to Wen Shi's slightly jocular words. I'm going to go ahead and check out the marker points assigned by Pretty Country. Where are they located? Seeing Wu Sheng's serious face, Wen Shi also took out his cell phone and then unfolded the map of Goryeo. This location, their borders and near the battlefield back then. While we are split completely in the opposite direction, they might be able to sense what we are trying to do as well. Wu Sheng nodded at the sight, and then asked curiously, what is the means of finding relics on our side? Hushin. When she uttered a familiar yet unfamiliar name. Him? I remember he's only evolved to the 5th rank? Is that what the powers are for? Wu Sheng asked with some curiosity. This Hushin he was kind of impressed. When he was in the south border before, he had planned to come over to help Wu Sheng and the others, but he got caught up in other things in the middle of the day. He also sent a message to Wu Sheng at that time, but Wu Sheng's cell phone was quite full of messages, so he didn't see and reply for a while. I remember his sequence was 025. Evocation, right? Winnie nodded. Yes, a divine striking technique similar to the legends, though the summoning is not of any so-called gods or ancestors. Wu Sheng sniffed and understood. You can visit that battlefield in the morning. I'm going to try and test them this evening. Wu Sheng said indifferently. Could it be dangerous? And I feel like Sakura and Pretty Country are premeditating something. When she asked with some concern. Although Wu Sheng's strength was very strong, she was still a bit afraid that Wu Sheng would be attacked secretly. It's fine. Their premeditation is nothing more than observing us, doing it, or working in partnership, but this kind of thing has no effect in the face of absolute strength. Even if I can't beat them I can still run. Wu Sheng's tone was full of confidence, and when she didn't say anything more when he saw this. Well, you should go back early. Coming out too late at night might arouse the suspicion of the others, and I'm going to leave first. Wu Sheng turned around and left directly after he finished speaking. When she smiled at the situation and looked at his back, after Wu Sheng's figure disappeared into the crowd, when she covered her mouth and laughed softly. What's the matter? It's not just shyness. What a lousy excuse to find. After saying that, when she also left with his hands behind his back. On the other hand, Wu Sheng had already taken a taxi and left in the direction given by Wen Shi. The good thing is that Gori is a small place, and we reached our destination in less than an hour. After Wu Sheng paid the money, accompanied by a flash of his body after the car left, the whole person instantly disappeared in the same place. On the other hand, at the moment a group of people were gathered in a space. They were talking and laughing with each other and eating chocolate. John, you should be close to breaking through as well, right? A man said towards the teenager with a somewhat shadowy air in front of him. Well, after this mission is performed it will be possible to impact the 8th stage of evolution. The man nodded, while the students around him looked adoring at John's words. There were even young ladies who had already begun to throw their eyes towards him. John's eyes filled with pride, but soon a horrible red mist suddenly spread around them. What's going on here? An evolved person reached out his hand to touch the mist, and the moment his hand touched the red mist, he felt a pain in his body. For some reason, these red mists were like knives that went through his body, but after the pain passed, his body was intact again. There are enemies. Along with someone in the crowd shouting, a huge figure descended from the sky. Bang! This monster! Monster? Shock and horror filled the eyes of the crowd as they looked at the figure in front of them that was close to 3 meters tall. When the smoke cleared, a handsome woman with long hair was looking at them with a murderous look on her face. And the monster they're talking about is the young girl who suddenly appeared in front of them. And it was none other than Wu Shang. At the moment, there wasn't much change in his appearance, but his body was full of muscles. The size also became close to 3 meters tall. In his right hand, he held a pink machete close to 2 meters with a huge red flower, alive with the face of a fairy and the size of a Vajra. If I had to use a hard word to describe it, the words Vajra fairy fit perfectly. The crowd from the pretty country gulped, their eyes filled with shock and horror. Come, who is the visitor? Wu Shang, who also knew the language of the pretty country, said in fluent Sakura. Cut the crap, who's the Grim Reaper? Come up and lead the death. Everyone in the room froze instantly, setting their eyes on John, and Wu Shang also instantly locked his eyes on John, blonde hair and blue eyes, with a handsome but shadowy face, who was now looking at Wu Shang with a face of horror. The main reason was that Wu Shang's oppression was too strong right now. The face of an angel, the body of a Vajra is something a man would be afraid of, and at that moment, the Punisher god in Wu Shang's mind holding a comic book also opened his mouth and shouted, "There, you're going to shout this move next. Sakura falling snow chop." Wu Shang shouted directly after receiving the Punisher's signal. Sakura falling snow chop. The terrifying blade chi slashed straight towards the front, accompanied by a huge blue barrier rising up in front of the Reaper. This blade was actually blocked by him? Wu Shang was puzzled. He didn't detect any fluctuation of spiritual energy from the other party's body. Technology? Wu Shang muttered, before chopping out another one. He's put his blood on the line to not reveal his identity. Splitting up the body doesn't even dare to yell. It just yells the moves inside the Sakura Nation manga. Run! It's coming for us, John yelled, and then a silver white plate suddenly appeared in his hand. Along with him stepping on it, flames also shot out from that board, and then it took off 3 meters in the air and flew away directly and sharply. John was not stupid. The other party's aura was obviously far higher than theirs. There was no use staying here at this time other than sending them to their deaths. Wu Shang frowned. Things were more tricky than he thought. At this speed the other party hard to run unless it was to change their own powers. With other people's powers they simply couldn't catch up. First kill the people around us to advance. When we get to the metamorphosis realm the second style can be used. That guy will definitely die as long as he can't get away from here. The exorcist shouted to pull Wu Shang's thoughts back, and Wu Shang's eyes flashed a red light as he looked around at the people who were scattered and fleeing. It seems your country doesn't care too much about you. You're just some life blockers. After Wu Shang finished speaking, he picked up the 2-meter machete and began to swing his blade energy wildly. There were also people who tried to resist, but their power hit Wu Shang's body without any pain at all. At this moment, the muscles on his body were like the hardest barriers, isolating all the attacks from the crowd, and his terrifying machete was like a meat grinder, one knife at a time. As long as he caught up with him instantly he would be killed. Soon, the place turned into a mess, surrounded by corpses and bones. Ran off 10. There were 30 people in all, and 10 ran away. It couldn't be helped that this giant spirit divine power favored strength and defense, and was still too slow in terms of speed. Wu Shang took out his cell phone and sent a message to Wen Shi. Get our people out of 20. Go into hiding. And if people from other countries ask tell them they're dead and the killer is A. Wu Shang hesitated for a moment not knowing whether to send it or not, but finally bit the bullet for the sake of the mission. It's of a JJ fairy. Wu Shang didn't even look at his cell phone after sending it, but swept towards the direction where the people from the other countries were while the effect of the giant spirit divine power had not yet worn off. Chapter 84, 12 Lord Goddess Athena. On the other side, when she looked at the message sent by Wu Shang with an amused face, she didn't just laugh, though. Instead, he spoke to the congregation about this one thing. The other countries were attacked, and half of them are dead or wounded, someone said with a surprised look on their face. When she nodded, then spoke, it said that a guy called Vajra Fairy struck. It's terrifying and extremely strong. The people from the pretty country have been killed with only 10 people left, and we can only keep 10 people on our side. Xianyuan Tianjiu also understood something when he heard Wen Shi's words. He turned his head and said seriously to the crowd, listen to Wen Shi. Since it's arranged from above we shouldn't ask too many questions. All those whose names I've named next will stay. After saying that, Xianyuan Tianjia called out a total of 10 people including him and Wen Shi, and then the rest were dismissed. It doesn't matter where they go, but they can't show up here for a few days. The crowd didn't have any objections to Xianyuan Tianjiao's words, and after spitting out a sentence, they left. And when they left, there was someone else who opened his mouth and instructed Xianyuan Tianjiao. Brother Tianjiao, if Brother Shang comes here and asks where we went, you can't pit us. We left in accordance with the mission. Xianyuan Tianjiao smiled and said, don't worry, I won't talk nonsense, but you guys don't be too happy. The marking point stationed by the pretty country was directly broken up. It is estimated that quite a few domain entrants will come out. You guys try to catch and kill them all. if asked. Try to put Sakura language. The 19 people who had left nodded their heads to indicate that they knew. On the other side, Wu Shang had already started his own killing. He was like a bulldozer. Not an inch of grass was left wherever he went, and most of the people from White Bear, Sakura, and Great Britain were killed, and Wu Shang just looks for the main ones to kill. It wasn't the top geniuses of each country, but it was enough to give them a flesh wound. And that's not the end of it. After stomping the Sakura nation under his feet directly to death, Wu Shang looked at the increasingly terrifyingly distorted space in front of him, and some contemplation flashed in his eyes. Forget it, the foreign realm is considered a common enemy of the human race, so let's use it for advancement. After thinking about it, Wu Shang stood still and took a deep breath, drawing out one half of the remaining spiritual energy in his body to condense all of it on top of the execution god. A scarlet mist began to emerge from his body, which seemed to be his killing intent, surrounding his body and looking ferocious. And soon, the space in front of them stepped out of a huge monster, and what greeted them was not a new world, but the full force of Wu Shang's strike, the first of the 7 chopping styles of the demon blade. Split the body. The several meter high blade she chopped towards the many domain entrants in front of them, and a group of domain entrants were directly blasted into 2 halves before they could react, and Wu Shang's figure disappeared completely. He's ready to go back to his breakthrough. And soon, all of the marker points arranged by the other countries were lost, followed by close to hundreds of exotics rushing into the streets and starting to kill. And people from other countries such as Pretty Country were all killed and cowered in their respective embassies, not daring to go out at all. On the other side, Wu Shang had also returned to the room. As long as he broke through the molted shell realm, this mission would be fine. And at this moment, while he was making his breakthrough, the executioner god was also as if he was asleep, lying silent in space, as if the surrounding red mist had a spirit. It began to slowly spread, preparing to cover up the place where the god Punisher was as well. They never got close to that small area though. The whole room fell completely silent. On the other side, when she and the others also started to deal with the marked spots they were guarding, the crowd looked at the creatures with low cultivation in front of them, and a flash of disgust flashed in their eyes. The battle didn't last long, and in just half an hour the marker point was clear of domain entrance, and after feeling the marking points disappear, the crowd had no intention of going outside to help the commoners. Since they are supposedly in a state of not knowing, it would be hard to go out and help without associating people from other countries with being killed by them. And right now in the air above the sea near Goryo, Ian, who with a tiger mask on his head, was currently confronting a person. That person was an extremely beautiful female, holding a golden lance, clad in a golden armor, and looking heroic with her snow-white skin. Sequence 030, Athena, goddess of wisdom, one of the 12 main gods of the Pretty Country. Inhu, are you sure you want to block me? Athena's longsword was pointed towards Inhu in front of her, but the words coming out of her beautiful face were extremely gloomy. No, I'm standing right here. Just go over there. It's not your country's territory. Inhu spread his hands in a tone of innocence, and Athena's face was grim when she heard what Inuyasha said. Her mission this time was to protect the Shinigami, but the appearance of Inhu made it impossible for her to get away. Wherever she goes, Inuyasha follows her, relentlessly, and it's already sending her updates from above. Their country's evolvers were attacked in Goryo by people suspected to be from the Sakura country, and lost 20 of them, and it was only thanks to Death having her blessing that they were able to get away. But her blessing could only be used a total of 3 times, and when it was used up it was re-enchanted. Off. As things were urgent, Athena didn't intend to tangle with Inhu and directly lifted her lance and blasted towards her opponent. Humph. In close combat, I've never lost. Inhu snorted coldly, along with the 9 tiger tails appearing behind him. His body also began to expand rapidly, and his hands transformed into tiger claws to directly blast towards the front. The lance and the claw collided together, and along with a loud rumbling sound, the sea underneath the two of them set off an incomparably huge wave. And at the moment of their collision, Athena suddenly smiled wryly, only to see the golden armor on her body begin to disassemble and deform, finally transforming into just a few small floating cannons to bombard Inhu. Boom! Athena rushed out from the black smoke. A blue barrier suddenly appeared around her. The Athena in the barrier became extremely exposed at the moment. The armor on her body became like a bikini that only wrapped the important parts. She looked ahead at the black smoke with a smug smile and said, "Why do you think I'm called the goddess of wisdom? Times have long since changed." With that she was ready to turn and leave. Suddenly, a huge figure rushed out from the smoke, and the 9-tailed tiger with a height of nearly 10 meters pounced towards Athena, and its huge claws were like swatting flies directly slapping Athena, who was still complacent just now, into the sea. A flash of humanized disdain suddenly appeared on the giant tiger's face. "Shay, think I'm stupid? Without information I'll come to fight? You really think you're smart if I don't give you a break? don't you? After saying that, Inhu changed into that humanoid form again and stood in the air. Watching Athena fly out from the bottom of the sea was also a smirk. TSK, 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 nice figure. Why don't you go have a drink with me? How bad is it to fight and kill? We can do something favorable to the progress of mankind. Athena's hair was covered in water droplets at the moment, looking very distressed, and hearing Inhu's flirtation, she was instantly enraged. She pointed her spear, and the floating cannons around her began to let out countless lasers and shells, each strike powerful enough to blast a molten shell realm powerhouse. As the cannons and lasers began to output wildly, and the lance in her hand began to morph into a Gatling-like weapon, the bullets and lasers began to frantically blast towards Inhu. Countless waves and steam also rose from the sea. Inhu also put away the teasing expression on his face and looked very serious. His opponent was out in full force, and he couldn't play around. Chick, don't get too hot. Watch out for menstrual disorders. After saying that, Inhu roared up to the sky and a giant tiger shadow began to manifest behind him. 9 tigers defeat heaven. 2 powerhouses above the molten shells had an intense battle here, and this scenario is happening elsewhere. Chapter 85, Calling the Spirit. The crowds in Goryeo were unaware of the battle between the top powerhouses, and after the night had passed, it was as if they had renewed their courage during the day. And of course, it's because the top brass in Goliath are starting to turn to them for help. The crowd also had to come out onto the streets to start hunting down the domain entrance. On the street, John, who had decapitated a domain entrant with his scythe in hand, observed the rest of the country. He found all the people in all the countries all less. Originally, he had suspected a conspiracy by the Dragon Kingdom, but he also dispelled some of his doubts after all of the other parties' people showed up. After all, the Dragon Kingdom was also missing people, but it couldn't be ruled out as a conspiracy by the other side. As for the Sakura Nation, he honestly didn't believe that Sakura had the guts to make a move against them at all. It was nothing more than a vassal state, and even the appearance of evolved people couldn't change the fear in their bones. It was John's confidence in his country, but he doesn't realize that after the emergence of evolved people, the top of some countries have long since failed to grasp power. Shenyuan Tianjiao also knew that the people from the other countries were watching them, and he shouted towards Hushan, who was not far away. Hushan, you and Wenjun go to that battlefield, and we'll follow up and arrive. Hushan was a slim teenager. His hair was long, his eyes were lifeless, his eyelids were drooped, and he looked extremely uninspired. A black tracksuit and a large sword with a red ribbon floating around it. After hearing Shenyuan Tianjiao's words, he nodded before he and Wenjun directly left the battlefield. And pretty country is missing a few. At this moment on what was once a battlefield, John looked at the ground with excitement in his eyes. He only needed to collect all the souls here and transform them into his own soldiers. Then back in pretty country he would definitely be a well-deserved first genius. He put away his own scythe and pressed his hand to the ground, which was filled with traces of history and blood. Oh undead of war, in the name of death, I command you to be at my disposal, to be my soldiers. At these words, a single green particle suddenly appeared around them, and they began to slowly float towards John. And these green particles are mixed with a little bit of red particles. They were flying extremely slowly, as if they were a bit confused. Emperor Yen Yu. Suddenly, a golden flame transformed into an arrow and blasted towards John, who was gathering dead souls. John also sensed the attack and directly gave up collecting souls to directly leap towards the back to avoid the attack. And the red particles fell to the ground at this moment as if they had suddenly lost their target. Above the sky, Wenjun, who had a pair of golden pupils, looked at John with his witch demon sword in hand. I don't have a problem with you wanting to collect the souls of your bull pretty country soldiers, but there are still a lot of bones and relics of the dragon country soldiers above this battlefield, so you'll make your move after we've picked them up. Humph, I came here for these soldiers. I don't care what country you are from. I'll kill whoever gets in my way. The opportunity to become the first genius was within reach, and John would not give it up as the scythe in his hand transformed into a monster that appeared at this place. The monster was equal to his cultivation, had a pretty national face, and wore a military uniform, but had a dull face, as good as that spirit, holding a scythe. Hushan, I'll block him, you collect the souls first. Hushan nodded before placing one hand on the ground. Call the spirits. Never mind, go stop him. John shouted towards the people around him, and the people around him reacted at that moment and rushed straight towards Hushan. Hushan's face sank as he looked at the Fifth Order revolver rushing toward him. Seek death. Summon the spirit. Marshal Saint Guan Yu. With his words, it was as if a man had rushed into his head, but that man doesn't look like the historical Guan Yu. Soon, Hushan's eyes opened and he glared angrily as a large sword with red fabric floating in it coalesced in his hand. Tai, if a foreigner dares to hurt my Dragon Kingdom's descendants, this great sword of mine will cut off their necks. An extremely majestic male voice came out from Hushan's throat as he held a large sword and looked directly towards the evolver rushing in front of him. The thick greatsword carried an extremely heavy force to chop directly at the man's neck, and the two sides began to fight to the death. And at that moment, when Hushin used his powers, the land seemed to have changed a little. Did you hear that? Heard that? Yes, that's right, it's the sound of my dragon kingdom, the dragon chant. They're coming to get us. Chapter 86, The Hang John. No one listened to the voice while the crowd was immersed in the battle. Hushin was holding a large sword, without any rules and full of killing opportunities, and the evolver from that pretty country was being suppressed by the large sword, and his body was full of wounds. On the other side, John and Wenjun were evenly matched. John's own 7th order cultivation paired with the evil spirit transformed by that scythe. 2 7th orders against Wenjun. Although they didn't have special abilities, the two of them had enough power to give them a slight upper hand. Wenjun held the witch demon sword and slashed towards John, and the battle between the two sides was momentarily at a stalemate. At that moment, accompanied by a dragon roar, John was directly blasted away. Wenjun turned his head to look, only to see Shangguan Tianjiao looking at John with a serious face, his black pupils filled with dissatisfaction. Human Emperor. John had naturally heard of Shangguan Tianjiao's name, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness. This guy, like a few of the guys on their side, was the country's top genius and the most notable. It was hard for him to get this opportunity this time, and as long as he succeeded he could stand on top of the world in the future as well. On the other side, Hushin chopped his opponent's arm, and then returned to Shangguan Tianjiao's side. What's going on? Shangguan Tianjiao asked, feigning ignorance. We have come here to seek the relics of our forefathers, whom this Reaper seeks to turn into undead for him to drive. Wenjun's tone was filled with anger. Reaper? Is this action of your own personal will, or is there someone behind you instructing you? Death's face sank. Of course he won't say that he was instructed. My own thoughts, how about that? You want to make a move on me? Knowing and asking. Shangguan Tianjiao waved his one hand and a thunderbolt blasted towards the death god in front of him. Boom! The Reaper couldn't dodge in time, only to see a light blue barrier reappear at his side to help block the blow. The god of death looked at Shangguan Tianjiao's lofty appearance, his eyes filled with resentment and anger. This blow is a warning. We have no right to manage if you want to bring back your own soldiers, but the ancestors of my dragon kingdom can only be taken away by our dragon kingdom, and I will kill any one of you who dares to touch them here. Shangguan Tianjiao's tone was icy cold as the elements around him began to manifest, and the golden dragon began to roar as if it was speaking of its owner's angry intentions. The god of death looked at Shangguan Tianjiao in front of him with a gloomy face. The strength of their side as a whole was simply not a match for the other party, and for a while he couldn't say anything. When will Athena-sama come? Death growled madly within himself. The opportunity that was within his grasp was now about to slip through his hands. In fact, his main purpose was also the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom. After all, on top of the battlefield back then, the most heavily killed and wounded were the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom. And although the casualties of the Goliath Kingdom as the main battlefield were even more horrifying, that fighting strength simply couldn't be compared to that of the Dragon Kingdom and the Pretty Kingdom. He never intended to collect the weakling undead either. Just as John was about to leave, suddenly the rest of the country all came over. John's eyes instantly lit up at the sight of the men from Great Britain and Sakura. Great Britain and his country are both Western, so it's certainly not a problem to help block the dragon. As for Sakura Nation, that would have been Pretty Nation's dog. Sakura Nation, come and help me. John shouted towards the crowd in Sakura Nation. The men froze a little at John's words. Miyabi-san, the Pretty Country is calling us. What should we do? The people of the Sakura country were led by a man wearing a kimono with a taijutsu at his waist. Go over there and see what's going on. It's not the time to tear your hair out yet. Palace Blade pondered for a moment before speaking. The group then headed in John's direction. And the men of Great Britain are approaching. John told them all about it, and all the people on both sides froze. But soon they decided to help John. After all, they were still willing to do what they could to make things difficult for the Dragon Kingdom. I think the Dragon Kingdom is a bit selfish. Since we are all human beings, our most important issue right now should be the foreign land. The power that can enhance human beings is a good power. Since you Dragon Kingdom can't transform these undead into power, why don't you let the Grim Reaper take them away? It's a good thing to do for the benefit of our human beings. Palace Blade opened his mouth and laughed. And aside, the little knight of Great Britain nodded with a grin on his face. John also had a smug look on his face. Right now they had the advantage in terms of numbers and moral superiority. In his opinion, even if they couldn't retrieve the undead today, a few days later it would still be without the slightest problem. The crowd from the Dragon Kingdom didn't speak, but instead placed their eyes on Shangguan Tianjiao's body. Shangguan Tianjiao's eyes flashed with killing intent as he listened to the words of the Sakura Nation people in front of him. Humph, get your little heavenly emperor over here, and as for you, human emperor order, along with the golden token appearing in front of Shangguan Tianjiao's body. Wenjun, Wan Shi, Shangguan and the others also sacrificed their supernatural abilities. Talking about reason. We are strong. We are the reason. After Wen Jun finished speaking, he rose up in the air. His body lit up endless golden flames, and the terrifying flames formed a three-legged golden crow behind him, and it was obvious that he was ready to move with all his might. Die! Xian Yuan Tianjiao snorted coldly as the golden dragon roared, and the ground began to tremble as a giant made of tens of meters of yellow earth rose up from the ground. Seal the gods. Earth spirit, hear the order. Legend has it that the human emperor on earth has the power to command everything on earth, and as the emperor of the human race, he does not honor heaven and earth, but is himself the heaven and earth of the human race. The faces of John and the others at the front instantly turned ugly. Human emperor, what do you want? According to the covenant we should be allies. Do you want to strike out at us? John's words made Xian Yuan Tianjiao smile disdainfully. What allies? Cannot hear? I only see a group of suspected want to finger the souls of my ancestors in the Dragon Kingdom. As the words fell, the earth spirit in front of Xian Yuan Tianjiao leapt up, and his tens of meters of body blasted towards the crowd in front of him with a punch. John and the others' faces changed drastically, and they hurriedly began to dodge the attacks of the earth spirit. They understood that in terms of hard power they were simply no match for Xian Yuan Tianjiao. After all, there will only be one Wu Shang in the world. Going over the top is only a privilege for a small number of people, and an ordinary genius like Death was clearly not among that group. John does his old trick and pulls out the flying machine Athena gave him to leave the area directly. Damn it, Xian Yuan Tianjiao, I will definitely not let you go. John was going to wait a few days for the dragons to finish collecting before returning to take the other soldiers away. It can't be helped. The strength is not as good as it should be, and Lord Athena didn't show up. A sense of remorse filled John's heart as this only chance to be promoted slipped through his fingers. And Lord Athena, who was on his mind, was currently fighting Ian Hu on an unknown island. The two sides fought with great commotion, and every now and then a violent explosion occurred on the island, as if it would sink in the next moment. Although both sides fought extremely fiercely, the injuries on their bodies were not large, because neither guy was stupid. One was trying to get away and the other was trying to entangle, so they wouldn't use their full strength at all. After all, if a top powerhouse was injured, the resources needed would be extremely huge. Chapter 87, The Dragon Soul Returns Home. When Xian Yuan Tianjiao saw that the group of people had all left, he also set his eyes on Hushan. Gather in peace. We have enough time. Hushan nodded, and then closed his eyes. The spiritual energy in his body began to spread toward the surrounding area, and soon, he heard an extremely vicissitude and ethereal voice. Is it from the Dragon Kingdom? Hushan also looked happy when he heard the voice. Yes, it's the Dragon Kingdom, and the descendant Hushan has come to take the heroes home. Yeah, it's good to be home. We've been here for a long time. Along with one voice, Hushan also opened his eyes. His pupils became somewhat permeable, and in his vision, all around him, people in military uniforms were walking towards him with smiles on their faces beaming with joy. Good children. Ah, all good children. Look at how well grown and tall they are. The Dragon Kingdom is definitely getting better now. Yeah, looks like we fought worthily back then. Ha ha ha. Yeah, look at these kids. They're much better looking than we were back then. They complimented the teenagers, and the scene was only visible to Hushan. At the moment he didn't know what to say. He only felt a little sad. These are heroes on the streets. The first thing they think about when they recover is going home. And along with the spirits slowly approaching, the spiritual energy in Hushan's body began to rapidly deplete. And in the eyes of Xian Yuan Tianjiao, they were currently looking around with shocked faces. They can't see the soul, but they can see what the soul is hosting. They saw broken and tattered state weapons, great swords covered in rust, and pieces of white corpses that floated in the air and were approaching them. From time to time, there were also things that lightly caressed the top of their heads, as if they were one big warm hand. Quick, take all of these back into the domain ring. Hushan can't hold out much longer. At this time, when she suddenly realized that Hushan was currently looking pale and his face was covered in sweat, as if he had experienced a great battle. Yeah, come on, come on, come on. The crowd instantly reacted and used their supernatural abilities to start shuttling across this vast battlefield in a hurry. With so many relics, it was definitely impossible to collect them all in one day, and the crowd brought Hushan to collect them for several days in a row. And as long as Hushan's spiritual energy recovered, the crowd continued. It was a busy day for a couple of days without a break in the day. None of them screamed though. It was all they were supposed to do. On the other hand, Wu Shang's breakthrough was nearing its end. Molting realm, in simple terms, is to shed the shell of a human being, which is equivalent to replacing it with a brand new, tougher and stronger body. To reach this realm, one could already be said to be completely detached from the realm of mortals. Without activating their spiritual energy, ordinary bullets hitting their bodies would be no different from scratching an itch. Maybe armor-piercing bullets could do some damage. But the strongest thing in Evolutionary in this realm wasn't defense either. And not only Wu Shang is changing, his body, the executioner god is also sleeping. And even the red mist of that space also began to start changing towards a certain shape. Time passed little by little, and after the last relic was recovered, Shenyuan Tianjiu and the others had smiles on their faces. Let's go home. We can't keep them waiting too long. I'm sure they're anxious too. Shenyuan Tianjiu looked at his companion beside him and opened his mouth with a smile. Well, can't keep them waiting too long. At this moment, there were no other distractions in everyone's mind. They have only one thing in common. Depart at once, return to the Dragon Kingdom, and bring these heroes left behind home. The mission was successfully completed without the slightest hitch. The 29 people from the Evolution Academy returned to the Dragon Kingdom on the same day, and they solemnly handed over the domain rings in their hands to the officer who came to meet them with a serious face. The officer received the tiny domain ring with both hands, and he shouted towards the many soldiers behind him with a solemn face. Welcome, heroes home. Welcome, heroes home. Tens of thousands of dragon soldiers shouted in unison from where the planes were parked. In Hushin's line of sight, he saw a single undead soul step out of the domain ring. Their faces were filled with excitement and joy. They were souls and could not shed tears. They listened to this dragon chant and looked at this prosperous dragon country. Their faces were filled with relief. It's good to be back. It's good to be back. Our efforts have not been in vain, and our brothers can rest in peace in their 9 springs. These obsessions walk through a gap. They want to see the great mountains and rivers of this motherland, to see the land that they have guarded with their lives. Little brother, can you see us? Suddenly, a middle-aged man walked up to Hushin's side and asked, can I see that you guys are wishing for something? Hushin asked, yes, can we talk to the higher-ups and arrange for our graves to be in a more crowded and lively place? Ah, the man's words made Hushin freeze. It's going to be loud and, ha ha ha, how can that be? The guns can't even disturb us. How can the voices of our fellow countrymen disturb us? And, we want to continue to protect our home, too. The man's words froze Hushin momentarily. He looked at the man in front of him, his eyes having been flooded with tears at some point. Even when they return home, all they want is to continue to protect it. In life, they use their flesh and blood to build the strongest wall, and in death, they will also turn into dragon souls to protect the home they love most. Hushin nodded vigorously. Don't worry, I'll talk to them. The man also revealed an extremely pleased smile after hearing Hushin's promise. Thank you. With that, he too turned to leave. Can you tell me your name? Hushin suddenly shouted. We are collectively known as the Dragon Volunteers. After the man finished speaking, he slowly dissipated above the land. He will not disappear. He will live with the Dragon Land for all eternity. On the other hand, Wu Shang had also completely broken through the molting shell realm. He opened his eyes, and the murderous aura in his eyes became even more terrifying and dense. An eerie red mist hung around them. Is this molting? Wu Shang looked at his own hands, which at the moment had become as white as jade, extremely beautiful, but possessed an extremely strong power. He stood up and walked over to the mirror. The previous makeup had long since disappeared, and his own face was reflected in the mirror. Extremely handsome. One pair of pupils looks incredibly deep. At this moment, in the space that was covered in this red mist, the executioner god had also awakened. A slight confusion flashed in the Punisher's eyes. After he awoke, the red mist in the space dispersed toward the surroundings again, leaving an even larger space than before. It was as if there was something in the red mist. The god of punishment looks at his hand and mumbles. My name is Zhu Shen. Chapter 88, Death to the Heart, Destroying God and Taking Life. Wu Shang took a shower while opening his cell phone. There were several unread messages on his cell phone, the most of which were from When she told Wu Shang all about what had happened to them and reminded Wu Shang of how many days had passed since he had begun his slumber with each passing day. Today our dragon souls have all returned home. The mission has been successfully completed. It's the 4th day. This is the last message. Seeing this, Wu Shang also replied, I know, everything is going well on my side, and I'll be back tomorrow if there are no surprises. After sending the message, Wu Shang put away his cell phone. Since the crowd from the Dragon Kingdom had already left, then there should still be people in that battlefield today. He was going to check it out. By his calculations, Shenyuan Tianjiu was absolutely able to crush those people, and the odds were that the guys from Pretty Country wouldn't give up their souls on the battlefield. After all, there are a lot of soldiers in pretty countries. After Wu Shang walked out of the house, he disappeared like a ghost, and the whole person began to sprint towards that battlefield place. And as expected by Wu Shang, after the crowd from the Dragon Kingdom left, John from the Pretty Kingdom did come here with his people, but he also ran into trouble. for exposing his information to Sakura Nation and Great Britain. The guys from these two countries joined forces with White Bear Nation to stop John from collecting undead on the battlefield. John at the moment was also hit a little bit of invulnerability. Originally thought that he could rest easy after the guy from the Dragon Country left, but did not expect to be backstabbed by his previous ally. Sakura Country guy, you actually dare to strike at me. Aren't you afraid that I'll ask your Sakura Country for punishment after I return to my country? Miyabi held a taijutsu and said with a disdainful face, who will know if you die? And do you think our Sakura Country is still the Sakura Country from before? The pattern of the world has long since changed. Do you still think that your pretty country is the hegemon in the beginning? The Knight of Great Britain stabbed toward John with his lance. Bang! As soon as John blocked the attack on his side, the man from the White Bear Country on the other side threw a punch towards him. The Gong blade on the other side also chopped out a blade towards him. The blue barrier reappeared, blocking the fatal blow. But after this last chance had been used, it also signaled that he would absolutely fold here if he didn't leave. Retreat! John cried out. And then once again, the stunt was repeated, the flying chess pieces stepping under his feet as he vanished toward the distance. We can't let him go, or we'll all be in bad luck, Palace Blade shouted, while following in a hurry. The other people see this situation is also understand. If this matter is stabbed out, Beautiful Country asked about the crime. The bad luck is definitely a few of them. After all, for the sake of the big picture to sacrifice a few general geniuses is simply not a painless thing. Hate filled John's eyes as he looked behind him in the craft at the crowds catching up. I will definitely avenge this. As he turned his head to look ahead, there was a sudden flash of dismay in his eyes. A few miles ahead, a figure was standing there, holding something in both hands above his chest. His entire body was facing him in a bow stance. This person is none other than Wu Shang. Wu Shang had seen their fight early on and had been waiting here for quite some time. He wore a black mask, his long scarlet hair flowing in the wind, and his hands held the hilt of the God Punisher's blade across his chest with the tip of the blade pointing forward. Phew! Wu Shang exhaled a cloudy breath, and the spiritual energy in his body began to condense towards the God Execution knife. A scarlet mist began to fill the air and slowly condense towards the knife. To split a corpse does not work, but to kill its heart, to block its thoughts, to destroy its spirit, to gather murderous thoughts into a sword, to condense the tip of the sword in the style. While John and the others who were approaching Wu Shang saw a different picture at the moment. Their front was full of red fog. It was as if there was a monster roaring in the red fog. They froze in place in fear when they heard the roar. They were as if they were locked by something. They were dead and couldn't move. There was no other thought in their mind at the moment. There's just fear. Unparalleled and very pure fear. In front of them, it was as if someone was standing on top of the endless corpses and bones looking down on them. Just like a higher creature looking down on a lower creature. That was the pressure from the level of life. And the source of this pressure was Wu Shang. At this moment, around his body, scarlet mist was all infused on top of the Punisher God, and endless negative emotions erupted from it, suppressing the enemy in front of him to death. The 7 chopping strokes of the magic sword, second style, execute the heart, accompanied by Wu Shang's words. His body instantly disappeared from its original position, surging towards the front with an extremely incredible speed. From afar, a meter-long line of blood instantly crossed hundreds of meters and swept through the crowd. In less than 3 seconds, Wu Shang appeared behind the evolvers from various countries. There wasn't the slightest bit of blood on his blade, and it was even cleaner than it should have been. The evolvers behind them froze in place as if nothing had happened. Wu Shang put away the execution god and left the place straight away. After Wu Shang left, the eyes of the crowd suddenly flashed with clarity. The fear in their eyes faded away as the extremely strong killing aura from before had disappeared, and the fog in front of them was lost as if it had never appeared. Good. So cold. I don't know who said a word. The crowd instantly also felt a coolness. John suddenly felt an itch in his chest. He looked down and suddenly his eyes widened, fear and disbelief filling his eyes. Heart. Where's the heart? In John's chest, a crater the size of a fist appeared and went through his body, and the heart in it had disappeared. Not only John, but the heart in everyone's chest disappeared, and the blood slowly flowed out at that moment. The crowd's eyes began to blur and their bodies grew colder. In a trance, they seemed to see their hearts leaping ahead of them, as if a mischievous child were playing hide-and-seek with them. Only, with this hide-and-seek, the loser will lose his life. Come back to. I don't want to die. John reached out his hand. Being the Grim Reaper he was but fearing death, he tried to grab the heart but ended up collapsing helplessly to the ground, accompanied by the sound of a landing sound. So far, in addition to a few countries did not come to this place. The people present, all dead. Uniformity of death, fearful face, loss of heart, a knife that kills the heart, destroys the gods and takes lives. Chapter 89, Return to China. After Wu Shang's side had killed John, Athena somewhere above the sea also seemed to suddenly know what was going on, and her face suddenly sank. Athena's beautiful eyes glared fiercely at Enhu before she turned around and flew towards her country. Seeing this, Enhu didn't chase after him, but smiled and said, "TSK, TSK, TSK, it looks like it's over." After saying that, Enhu also returned the same way. On the other hand, Wu Shang also embarked on the road back to his home country. Since those people were killed as much as they could, there was little need for him to stay here. Wu Shang returned to the airport in Anqing early the next morning. Wu Shang first went back to his home, where he checked in with his eldest uncle, and then came to the base of the Zodiac organization. "Yo, here we go. Long time no see. How's the mission going?" Ian, who was currently sitting in his office looking at something, after seeing Wu Shang come in, he also smiled and opened his mouth. "Killed them all. But judging by the numbers, there should be a few back in their countries." Ian, who waved his hand and laughed. "It's not a big deal. It's fine if that Death God kid dies. By the way, you remember to go to Dr. Ouyang's place? He has something to look for you." Wu Shang froze. "Dr. Ouyang? Looking for me?" Inuyasha nodded. "I'm not quite sure what's going on, but he asked for you by name, so check it out at your base." "Okay." Wu Shang suppressed the doubts in his heart before turning to leave. The place where Dr. Ouyang was in that particular little house near the ancient palace in Anxion before. Wu Shang remembered the place and just went straight there. Half an hour later, Wu Shang arrived at the place. At the door, a white-haired man in a white coat was standing as if waiting for someone. Upon seeing Wu Shang, the man smiled slightly before walking over. "Demon rats, huh? Come with me." Wu Shang nodded. This man was Dr. Ouyang, with a very conspicuous head of white hair. It is said that in fact, the age is already very old, just in the marking of the day when suddenly awakened, and then became an evolutionary, and eventually returned to the old. The supernatural power Wu Shang is not clear what it is, but it is said to be very strong. "Does the promotion molt feel uncomfortable in any way?" Dr. Ouyang asked suddenly in the bright hallway. Wu Shang froze, then shook his head and said, "There's nothing uncomfortable. It's just that the power is stronger." Dr. Ouyang nodded, and then fell silent. Wu Shang wasn't talking either. The two went on like this, one after the other, and soon came to the door of a small room, along with an infrared ray sweeping across Dr. Ouyang's entire body. The door automatically opened, and it was pitch black inside, so it was obvious that there was a separate space inside. "Let's go. You should be well aware of this technique. It simply cuts out a space." Wu Shang nodded. The frontier was actually a situation like this, with the help of a spatial node as a medium when space was fragile, and after cutting to create a new spatial connection marking point, Wu Shang followed Dr. Ouyang into it, and along with a flash of the scene before them, a white and flawless room appeared in front of the two of them. "It is?" Wu Shang looked at the completely enclosed space and was a bit strange. "Test your power in your normal state. Attack at will and it will be your match." With that, Dr. Ouyang clapped his hands, only to see a humanoid creature suddenly coalesce out of the white wall in front of them. Little by little, he detached himself from the wall and finally became a model-like creature. The creature held a long sword and a powerful aura erupted from his body. "Don't worry about fighting, I'll be fine," Dr. Ouyang said with a smile on his face when he saw Wu Shang looking at him. Wu Shang nodded as he sniffed, and then drew his execution god. Split the body. After molting, the spiritual energy in Wu Shang's body was even more abundant, and the range and power of the split body became more and more terrifying. The blood-colored blade chi close to dozens of meters chopped towards the white dummy, carrying an incomparably strong force. The blade chi passed through the white silhouette without any hindrance, and then smashed into the white wall, followed by slowly disappearing. The white wall was like sludge absorbing Wu Shang's attack. Not bad. The power in a normal situation already far exceeds that of a normal molted shell first realm evolver. "It's remarkable." Dr. Ouyang clapped his hands, not hiding his praise. "Okay," Wu Shang said modestly while Dr. Ouyang waved his hand. "Okay, come with me. Your body values need to be checked." After saying that, another elevator-like object appeared in front of Dr. Ouyang, leading Wu Shang into it, and the two of them left straight towards the ground. Afterwards, Dr. Ouyang checked Wu Shang's body, and then let Wu Shang leave. On his way out, Dr. Ouyang spoke to Wu Shang. "Ensure your mood, and don't be too closed. It's not easy to get you. Live well, there are many more chances to kill in the future. This year of yours should be the last of your good times. After that it won't be easy for you to enter the foreign land." Wu Shang understood the latter words, but he didn't quite understand some of the earlier ones. Dr. Ouyang didn't elaborate, but sent him away with a smile. After Wu Shang left, Dr. Ouyang also returned to the lab. Looking at the various values of Wu Shang on the large screen in front of him, he nodded with satisfaction. Strength, speed, and defense are all top-notch, and the mind is superior. especially the soul. Dr. Yang looked into the soul of that awakening and the smile on his face grew even wider. On the other side, Wu Shang also returned to the Evolution Academy. Returning to his class, Wu Shang saw when she at a glance. When she waved his hand towards him and Wu Shang walked over. How's the mission coming along? When she asked with some curiosity. Yes, it went well. Wu Shang nodded. It went well, but why did you change back? You were so pretty before. The corner of Wu Shang's mouth twitched as he heard the flirtatious intent in Wen Xi's tone. Stop talking about it and pretend that never happened. When she covered her mouth and laughed lightly at her words. Okay then. And at that moment, Wen Jun suddenly approached and asked with some curiosity. What are you two talking about that you're so happy about? Nothing, because he was afraid that when she would slip up. Wu Shang spoke up in a hurry. When she laughed even more when she saw him in this state. And Wen Jun was disinterested to hear that there was nothing interesting. By the way, Wu Shang, my parents asked me to bring you back home sometime because you saved us and they said they wanted to thank you in person. Wen Jun seemed to remember something and suddenly said. Wu Shang froze, then nodded and said, yes, just call me when you have time. Wu Shang didn't refuse. There are some things that have to be responded to where the other person's heart will be in the right place. It's like when someone gives a gift and some people's first thought is to return it. Don't refuse at such times, because then both parties will get along better and it won't be hard for people to keep remembering. Okay, wait a couple weekends and you and I will go away. Wen Jun nodded and said, and aside when she looked at Wu Shang's side face, as if she thought of something, her pretty face reddened. Chapter 90, A Visit to the Wen Family. A few more days passed, and this day Wen Jun called Wu Shang. Hello? Come, just in time for vacation. Come to my house. My parents have prepared a table of food ready to entertain you. Wen Jun's tone was somewhat excited as he said, okay, just when I'm free. Upon hearing this, Wu Shang took stock of his time and realized that he had enough time. So he agreed. Uncle, I'm going out. Wu Shang walked downstairs towards talking to his eldest uncle and left. It's time to eat, so eat before you go. The first aunt spoke up. Something's come up. You guys eat. I'll be back in the evening. Wu Shang left after he finished speaking. The eldest aunt saw this and did not stay any longer. She also knew that Wu Shang had more things to do right now. After a while, Wu Shang rode his own bike to the address given by Wen Jun, and Wen Jun was waiting for him early. The moment he saw Wu Shang, Wen Jun's eyes lit up. Yo, here we go. Go. My parents have been waiting for you for a long time. Wen Jun's tone was a bit excited, and he didn't know what he was excited about. Wu Shang, on the other hand, also took his car back among the domain ring, and then followed behind Wen Jun. Speaking of which, I've been wanting to ask you before, where did you go when we went to Goryeo some time ago? And once you came back your breath got so much stronger again. Wen Jun's tone said with some envy. Well, after carrying out a secret mission somewhere and killing a lot of people, my cultivation naturally went up. Wu Shang said indifferently. That's awesome. Speaking of which I suddenly remembered something. When I was in Goryeo there was a girl from a girl group who looked a lot like you. It's a pity that I forgot to take a picture of it, or else I'll show it to you high and low. Wen Jun talked about his previous experience in Goryeo, and Wu Shang's mouth twitched when he heard it. Yes. Wen Jun didn't notice Wu Shang's wrongness, but said to himself, yeah, it's the first time I've seen a female and a male look so much alike in reality. I've seen this kind of thing online before. That's quite a coincidence. Yeah, I think so. Come on. This is my house. The two of them talked and walked to Wen Jun's home. In the villa, the nanny also spoke after seeing Wen Jun. Young master, you're back. This is young master Wu Shang who saved you before, right? Wu Shang was also uncomfortable hearing this young master's title. Call me Wu Shang, not young master. Wu Shang opened his mouth, and nanny nodded at that. Wen Jun was also a bit helpless as he said, Zhang Ma, it's been said that no matter where you are, don't call yourself young master. The Qing dynasty is dead. The nanny known as Zhang Ma also laughed. After all, it's in front of other people. Some manners still need to be there. With that, the nanny left, and Wu Shang asked with some curiosity, is that how you all call rich kids here? Wen Jun spread his hands and denied. Not normal family members will not be called so, but sometimes the family will come to the guests, in order to show that their own strict discipline will be called so to outsiders. Wu Shang nodded. It seemed that in city as the capital city did get nostalgic at times. It couldn't be helped. After all, it was normal for rich people to have more rules. And at this time, a woman walked out of the villa. The woman in when she had a three-part resemblance. Especially the tenderness between the eyebrows was the same. You are Wu Shang, right? Thank you for saving Xiao Jun and the others before. I've always wanted to thank you but never had the time. It just so happens that you guys are free today. That's why I asked Xiao Jun to invite you to the house. One mother's tone is also very gentle. Looking like a lady of the house. Her tone and mannerisms make people feel like spring breeze. Wu Shang nodded and politely said, We are all from the Dragon Kingdom. This is the right thing to do. Let's go. Dinner is ready and waiting for you. With that, he led Wu Sheng towards the inside. Wu Sheng just followed behind silently. He usually hides in the back once there's a scene that doesn't involve a fight. Soon, the trio arrived in the living room. A long table was set amongst them, with dishes made from various high-end ingredients. There were quite a few people at the main table. 4 old men, 2 middle-aged men, and 1 middle-aged woman. When June spoke, "These are my grandparents and grandma and grandpa, and over there is my aunt, and my uncle, and of course, my dad. This is the kid who saved Toshi and the others earlier. You should have heard of him." Mother Wen opened her mouth towards the crowd in her seat. "Demon rat Wu Sheng?" The old man spoke out Wu Sheng's identity without thinking. Wu Sheng instantly froze, and then looked at the old man in front of him with some caution. "You are? Ha ha ha, don't be nervous. It's not strange for my position to know your identity. I've heard that old guy Ouyang tell us quite a lot about you." The old man also smiled when he saw Wu Sheng being so vigilant and told him to relax, and Wu Sheng instantly relaxed when he heard Dr. Ouyang's name. "Sorry." Wu Sheng apologized for his rudeness just now. It's fine. I just didn't realize you were still a half-grown kid. Let's find a place to sit first." The old man seemed to know something and said in a somewhat sighing tone, "Thanks." Wu Sheng said thank you, and then found a secluded spot to sit down. "First of all, thank you for saving Hey. As a father you saved a family. Make sure I thank you." Father Wen stood up and raised his glass with a solemn face. Seeing this, Wu Sheng also hurriedly got up and said, "This is what I should do. It's my duty. There's no need to be so polite. It's different. Although it's a duty, but my child was saved by you after all. As a father, it's definitely not possible not to say thank you. If you need any help in city in the future, look for me. It's incumbent upon you." Father Wen was completely conversing with Wu Sheng as a peer. Wan Shi, on the other hand, kept her gaze on her grandfather. "Grandpa, do you know a lot about Wu Sheng?" When she secretly asked softly towards his grandfather. "You, don't bother prying into me. There are some things I can't tell you guys. You guys can experience them slowly yourselves." The old man also shook his head as he looked at his quirky granddaughter, not intending to say much, when she also puckered her cheeks a bit when she saw this. It seems that inside the home, when she's personality would be much more jumpy. Wu Sheng, on the other hand, was frantically making all sorts of polite remarks to Wen's father. Wen's father said he wanted to send the company one moment, and said he wanted to give money the next moment, and Wu Sheng refused all of them. Mostly, he wasn't short of money either. There was little need for it. After a meal where nothing embarrassing happened, Wu Sheng finished his meal and bid farewell to the crowd. The whole thing was very amicable. Chapter 91, Sakura Nation's Conspiracy? Ever since Wu Sheng came back from being a guest at the Wen family's house, nothing had been happening in. Everyone was very much at peace with each other, and time passed little by little like this. And the people of the Evolutionary Academy also went out on a small mission from time to time, and everyone usually stayed more together, chatting, cultivating, and enhancing their feelings. And Wu Sheng still looks the same, familiar nor unfamiliar feeling. Time passed like this, little by little, and in the blink of an eye, a month passed by quietly. On this day, Shilong came to the class as usual. Looking at the crowd in the class he laughed. "Has this month been particularly boring? Teacher, you know it's good. Daily cultivation without actual combat is no fun at all," someone said with some boredom. "Don't worry, the real battle is coming." Shilong smiled mysteriously before he began to introduce the new mission to the crowd. "This incident is so big that it will even affect the world's landscape." Shilong's words made everyone freeze. Even Wu Sheng frowned. If according to Shilong's words, such an important mission who actually didn't tell him in advance? "Teacher, don't be so secretive. What's going on?" When June asked with some urgency. Seeing that the crowd was looking forward to it so much, Shilong also smiled and said, "This time the matter is very special. The young emperor over in the Sakura country is going to take over the old emperor's position, and there is going to be a handing over ceremony, and they invited the more powerful countries to enter the pass to be a witness." Hearing Shilong finish, the crowd instantly felt that there was nothing interesting left. "Sensei, no, what kind of actual battle is this? What kind of influence does it have on the world's landscape?" The crowd sputtered. "It's just a handover ceremony. It's like the world is going to end." Of course the handover ceremony is not the main thing. The main thing is that the Sakura country announced to all countries that from today onwards it will not be a subsidiary of the pretty country. It will break away from them and form its own army. And it sent out an announcement for the pretty country to withdraw all of its forces in their homeland or else it will destroy all of them after the handover ceremony. As Shilong's words fell, the crowd instantly fell silent. Shenyuan Tianjia, somewhat unbelievable, said, "Sakura country brain was kicked by a donkey?" This kind of thing also dare to issue a global statement. Wings hardened? Not afraid of their beautiful father to give them a gift? I guess they're too messed up for the Tenno family. I heard they've always been inbred. so maybe this time they'd made a whole brainiac out of it. Wen Jun also rubbed his chin and guessed. Instead, Wu Sheng took out his cell phone and sent a message to Inhu. What's going on in Sakura Nation? Inhu did not return his message, and at this time, Shilong on the stage opened his mouth. We are not sure what the Cherry Blossom Nation is thinking, but this time many countries will be going there, and we are also preparing to send a group of people there, and most of all, the Cherry Blossom Nations has indicated that their little emperor is extremely strong, and may be able to become one of the future leaders of the human race in defending against the foreign realm. Che, just him? Brainless, I rubbed him on the ground when he was 8. What's the matter? Grown up with amnesia, ha? Xianyuan Tianjiu skimmed his mouth in disdain. He fought that little Mikado once when he was a kid, and even though they were both still young, he still beat the other guy to the ground, unable to even return the favor. Not quite sure, but it said that their little heavenly emperor still broke through evolution and entered the molting shell realm, and it seems they'd made a whole yin-yang divine maiden, saying that she can command the ferocious beasts of their ancient myths, the Yagi Orochi. Shilong's words caused the crowd to stare, and Xianyuan Tianjiu frowned. Although he was also cultivating hard these days, he had only advanced just one rank. If that little heavenly emperor really broke through the evolutionary stage, he really couldn't say that he would be able to beat the other party. After all, that little heavenly emperor seemed to be a Hotian evolutionary as well. And Shilong continued, your mission this time is simple and dangerous. Go to Sakura country. If it's just a simple handover ceremony, you'll treat it as a tour. But if there's something wrong on their side, a wry smile appeared on Shilong's face. Students, you can unleash your power. When the crowd heard this, they instantly understood. To be honest, the most fun they've had fighting so far was the trip to Goliath. The firepower is all out. As long as it does not hurt the innocent, no matter what he is. Break. Ah no, the fight is over. Wu Sheng was looking at his cell phone at the moment, and who still hadn't messaged him back. He decided to check it out when school was out. And soon, after dividing the matter of the mission in no particular detail, Shilong let the crowd go back to their preparations. Wu Sheng, on the other hand, walked out of the school and rode his bike towards the base of the Zodiac organization. After arriving at the place, Wu Sheng lightly walked towards Inhu's office. Is anyone there? Wu Sheng asked. Come in. Inhu's voice came from it, and Wu Sheng also pushed open the door directly upon hearing it. What are you doing here looking for me? Inhu asked, looking at Wu Sheng with some curiosity. What's up with that mission in the Sakura country? No special missions this time? Wu Sheng asked directly to the point. You say this your teacher should have told you you don't have any other tasks. This time you will find a special guy to carry out. Wu Sheng froze, and then said with some curiosity, who? Inhu smiled mysteriously and said, your principal's disciple and your future comrade in arms? You'll meet up when you get a chance in Sakura State, and he'll be a member of the Zodiac organization in the future. Hearing this, Wu Sheng's heart became even more puzzled. So what's going on over there in Sakura Nation? Do you remember the most primitive way of cultivation for evolved people? Inhu's face became extremely rare and serious. You mean plunder? The Sakura Nation wants to plunder the powers? On us? Wu Sheng guessed. Not really, it's mainly because the Sakura country has a bit of a perverted promotion route for their little emperor. How? Wu Sheng asked curiously. The Sakura kingdom doesn't have a large population, and because of their backs to the sea, they haven't had a good time since the Sea Clan came out. And although their little emperor's talent is okay, people will always have bottlenecks, and the resources won't be able to heap up his cultivation. So their higher-ups came up with a way to do it, and that's to pillage. They found a lot of native evolvers and let that little emperor kill them one by one, inheriting their psychic abilities and even wanting to inherit psychic abilities. A lot of evolvers from the Sakura country were killed, and in this case, that little emperor's cultivation rose rapidly, and even his body developed a lot of other miscellaneous psychic abilities as well. Wu Sheng still didn't understand. In this situation, calling for other countries exalted to go forward was obviously wanting to plunder, but Inhu said it wasn't. And while Wu Sheng and Inhu were conversing, in the principal's room of the Evolution Academy, Chen Longjin spoke to a figure. This is your first mission. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask the demon mouse. You should know what he looks like. Yes, the voice was young, a baritone. Chapter 92 Sequence 002. Wu Sheng walked out of Inhu's office. At the moment he was still a bit confused, his eyes full of incomprehension. What Torahu had just said to him was a bit of a departure. We're not too sure about the specifics on the Sakura side, but there's a guess that they might want to get a gathering of powerful evolvers from around the world, and then use the girls from their country of Sakura to entertain them, and then preferably have some relations and leave heirs behind. After all, the Sakura side is all about bloodlines, and they might think that the evolvers' children have a high probability of being evolvers as well. This is what Inhu said. Inhu also said that the reason Sakura wanted to do this would be to nurture their little emperor. As long as a new evolved person is birthed, and then it is killed by their little emperor, so that it would be possible to seize more powers, so that their little emperor's talent and strength might be even more powerful. This makes Wu Shang very unable to understand the brain circuit of the Sakura country. It's not like their native country doesn't have men with strong talent, even if they don't have that kind of top, but there should be quite a few first-class ones. But why does it have to be collected from other countries? Wu Shang was a little puzzled. In the end, one could only come to the conclusion that perhaps Sakura felt that the bloodline born with the other countries were not pure Sakura people, and that there was no psychological burden in killing them. After all, the Sakura country itself is a bit of a perverted place. And Inhu also told Wu Shang something that was kind of an important thing. By the way, from today onwards, you decide on your own about anything. Don't keep coming to ask me. You've also been in the Zodiac organization for so many years. You can understand the judgment of the concept of good and evil by yourself. You don't need to keep coming to ask me. In the future, you'll surely have to make your own decisions. Inhu's words also caused Wu Shang to freeze. Wouldn't it be logical for the human emperor to call the shots? His powers are suitable for that as well. Inhu immediately laughed out loud when he heard Wu Shang's words. You and he both give orders, but the two of you take over different places. The rat is first in the Chinese zodiac, and as the demon rat, in the future, if nothing goes wrong, the organization of the 12 Chinese zodiacs will be led by you, and as for Xianyuan Tianzhou, he's suitable for dealing with ordinary people. Inuyasha also talked a lot with Wu Shang. Wu Shang did not quite understand. Anyway, the general meaning is that in the future, he makes a decision not to talk to him again. He will not respond again. No matter good or bad, the consequences will be borne by him. Still, if he did do something he shouldn't have, Inhu would be responsible. Anyway, Wushing was a bit confused, and Inhu spoke as if he wasn't far away from Wushing making a decision on his own. And in the Kunlun Mountains at this moment, Yao, who had previously been taken away by Ing Long and other demonic creatures, was at this moment discussing something with the many demonic clans. Demon Emperor Sama, let me go with you. It's too dangerous to leave the country alone for something like this, Ing Long said in a somewhat worried tone, while Yao waved his hand and said, No, it's fine to have the poor key go with me. With its speed it's enough to ensure that I'll be able to walk as if I'm on the ground in any place, and the main purpose of this time is to look for that Orochi, and those demon clans that are in other places try to enlist all of them as much as they can. Yao's face at this moment is not as thin as before, fuller, looks a lot of spirit. A pair of clear yellow pupils look with a little bit of majesty. Even though he was surrounded by demons whose cultivation far exceeded his, he still loomed large, and his tone was very forceful as he barked out his orders. And at that moment, not far away, a creature that looked like a tiger, with light golden dragon horns on its forehead, a beak like an eagle, and a pair of black feathered wings draped behind it walked out. Ing Long, with me protecting Lord Demon Emperor, nothing will happen. The poor man's tone was full of confidence. Controlling the storm he possessed extreme speed in the sky. Clad in white fur, he looked heroic. Ing Long also nodded his head when he saw this and said, If that's the case, then I won't stop you guys. It's just as well that I and a few other fellows will go and see if there are any more demon clans scattered in the outside world. Poor Chi must protect the demon emperor, and if that 8-headed long worm doesn't know what's good for him, then kill it to make up for the demon emperor's body. Saying that, Ing Long's eyes exposed an intense killing aura. No problem, with me here, no one can hurt the demon emperor in the slightest. The poor Chi had a confident look on its face, and its confidence stemmed from its strength. As one of the first beings born in a demon race, its talent is also enough to match the top geniuses, and most of all, it has possessed a cultivation of the molting shell realm since birth, and now it has even broken through the molting shell and come to the realm of body changing. The entire figure and divinity also metamorphosed more and more towards the ferocious beast recorded in the ancient times. It is also unknown what is going on. These creatures haven't been around as long as humans, but they have the power to rival humans, and it happens in the middle of the ocean. At this moment in the deep sea, a teenager was standing in it. His figure and appearance were one person no matter how you looked at it, but it stood in the middle of the deep sea, and that powerful water pressure didn't seem to exist for him, while in front of him were endless creatures of the deep sea. All kinds of creatures that were once hidden in the ocean that humans could not explore appeared in front of him one by one at this moment, like the most loyal subjects. Incredibly large squid, crabs, lobsters, and even fishmen, a creature only found in mythology. They looked at the teenager with fervor, as if they were looking at a god who could lead them to prosperity. The teenager's pair of light blue pupils gazed at the many sea creatures. He smiled and said, Everyone, the Sakura kingdom is a big commotion. Once they hunted and killed our compatriots in large numbers. This time, we need to give them a little bit of a lesson, and also give the world a lesson to let them understand that the sea race, they are just as strong as they are. The sea creatures in front of them have catered to, although they have no human form, but the most top strongest are also above the molting shell. Just like the demon race, the birth of both powerful forces, born with the ability to manipulate seawater. They have endless power in the sea. But there is one strange thing, because once upon a time they had wanted to flood the entire continent with seawater at the beginning of their birth, but it was as if something was holding them back. They simply cannot flood the land with seawater. They tried flooding a small island, but couldn't do it. But there was one other way, and that was to get the approval of the people on the island, to make them submit to the sea people, and to transform them into sea people. That is, to become the so-called mermaids, in which case the island could be completely submerged. Once such rules came into play, they began trying to negotiate with other countries, though other countries had long since studied their capabilities. The conversion rate of having the same power as an evolved person, as per the so-called converted mermaids, is frighteningly low. 1 in 100 is an extremely high probability. There were tens of thousands of people on that island, and in the end only 100 or so were converted into fishmen, in which case they could only fool creatures who hadn't been informed of such information. And the teenager at the front had only recently joined them, but it wasn't exactly joining. I should say it was commanding. The look of the teenager's name is that of a Westerner. His experience is also interesting, sort of forced into the sea by humans. He named himself Hai Shi, harmonized as sea serpent, because he felt that snakes were the most feared creatures by humans, and sea serpents with neurotoxins were even more feared. The teenager's name is Hai Shi. Sequence 002, Lord of the Alien Ocean, Poseidon. It is also the only psychic ability that is exposed to all humans. Has the ability to transform ordinary humans into fishmen, although the probability is extremely low, and even death if the conversion fails, but still attracts many outlaws. Chapter 93, The Punisher is coming out? Wu Shang wasn't aware of what was happening in the ocean in the Kunlun Mountains, and at this moment, he shared the news he had gotten with Xianyuan Tianjia. Some news or everyone is clear some good, and Xianyuan Tianjia order up the class inside the people more simple. Wu Shang's words it said genuinely will listen to only Wenjun siblings and Shangguan siblings 2 people. There is also a Xianyuan Tianjiu and Hu Shun. After chatting with Xianyuan Tianjiu, he turned his attention to the voice of the god Punisher in his head. What do you want? Wu Shang's tone was a bit helpless. At this moment, the Punisher god had been clamoring for chili peppers, having said that he didn't like them. You go for the hot pot and the chili. I want it. The Punisher god was still the same as before, extremely capricious like a small child. I don't eat spicy food. Wu Shang still refused without hesitation. This kind of thing was not negotiable. I hate you. The executioner was making a loud noise, so Wu Shang just ignored it and swiped his cell phone. After a while, the Punisher's voice trailed off. Wu Shang thought he was giving up struggling, but he suddenly said, "Did you kill a Shinigami before?" "Yeah, what's going on?" Wu Shang asked with some confusion. "How about this? Why don't you give me the soul left inside the death blade, so I can come out for a while?" Wu Shang froze. "Ha? The summoning of the undead for his powers. I'm the undead, and there's no way he can control me with the strength of his powers, so it's just a good time to show me up for a while you take me out." Wu Shang stroked his chin when he heard this. The words of the god of death as a bottom card was just given to the god of execution. He felt a bit of a loss. "What do you mean? I've been with you for so many years. I can't even ask you for a psychic ability. Are you a human being? Have you forgotten who lived and died with you before? Who gave you psychic ability when you were in the most difficult time? Who?" The Punisher god's tone was extremely aggrieved, as if he was an aggrieved little daughter-in-law. Okay, let you out. Wu Shang also had a headache. He felt that if he didn't agree the Punisher god could shout for a day and a night. "How long will you be out? With that little bit of psychic strength, it'll take an hour at most. So first you take me to the hot pot restaurant and find the best food. I want to eat a lot." The Punisher god's tone was filled with anticipation, and the sound of gulping could even be heard. Wu Shang twitched the corners of his mouth. He really couldn't do anything at all when he was in the presence of such a sword spirit. Shaking his head helplessly, he got up and changed his clothes before taking out his cell phone and started searching for that hot pot restaurant in this city that was the best and which one had the most authentic chili. It took more than an hour before Wu Shang found a hot pot restaurant that was recognized for its positive reviews. And of course, there were recommendations from Wen Shi and the others. Speaking of which, when she asked who Wu Shang went to eat with, Wu Shang equivocated. He wasn't too keen on letting other people know about the fact that Punisher could sometimes turn into a human. It's mostly just too embarrassing. The last time the Punisher blade cursed was already humiliating. It was just a bit incongruous for his character to be followed by a comedian like Punisher God. On the other side, when she also skimmed his lips as he looked at Wu Shang's vague reply in his cell phone, she had just explicitly told Wu Shang that she wanted to go together, but Wu Shang had actually rejected her. "Brother, what do you think a boy would think if he suddenly asks you which restaurant is good and doesn't tell you who you went with and refuses to eat with you?" When she looked at Wenjun with some curiosity and asked, Wen Jun said without even thinking when he heard Wen Shi's words. Did you say Wu Shang? I'm talking about a boy, not Wu Shang. Wen Shi's reaction flew, and he said something bullheaded. Ha! Wen Jun scrunched up his entire face in confusion. Go ahead, take your best guess as to the cause of this situation. Wen Shi nudged his oldest brother before interrupting his thoughts. For me, if I generally don't want to tell anyone else what I've been up to, odds are I've gone to have fun with a pretty girl. Wen Jun thought about what he had once experienced and said without hiding it. So what was that you said earlier about paying various fees for school? Harm. That's not lying to mom and dad. Who let them control my pocket money control so powerful? Those girls are saying that I'm a fake rich second generation, which I certainly can not endure. Don't you know about this? Why are you asking? Wen Jun answered the question without thinking before looking up at Wen Shi in front of him. But where in front of him was Wen Shi's figure, and he also suddenly felt a chill through his body. Trembling, he turned his head, only to see that his dad and mom were already standing behind him, his mom looking at him with a smile on her face, while his old dad had already drawn his belt. I'll get you safflower oil. Don't break it, ha. He's got a mission in a couple days. Aha! Father Wen enunciated through his nose while taking a step closer to Wen Jun. That, Dad. I'm just kidding. There's something to discuss. Wen Jun gulped, then instantly stood up and stammered. First roll over, let the old man smoke a meal. By the way, do not use spiritual energy to block, or I will hang you up to smoke. Cheating the old man's money to go to the girl? You live quite elegant. I said so many big girl you cannot see it. Dare to put aside outside to play while line kid, then your old me will play. When father's tone grew colder and colder, while the fear in Wen Jun's eyes grew more and more intense, Wen Jun laughed. Hey, Pops, if you want to go next time I'll take you with me. Winnie, use some force. And at this time, when mother also walked out from the room, and after hearing Wen Jun's words, she threw the safflower oil in her hand into the trash can. The once gentle, watery expression on that face disappeared and became cold. Mom, don't lose it. It works. Wen Jun instantly felt even worse. This next offense too how to do. It's okay, I'll get you alcohol, and by the way, I've heard that salt has poison-killing properties too. One mother's tone although still gentle, but let Wen Jun feel very strange. He stared wide-eyed at his once gentle like water mom, eyes filled with incredible. On that day, the Wen family villa came a ghostly howling sound, that really listener tears. Smell sad. Chapter 94, Bringing the God of Punishment to Hot Pot. When she was currently probing at the restaurant she had recommended to Wu Shang, soon he saw Wu Shang eating with a guy with long red hair. When she frowned at the sight before pretending to walk into the restaurant as if she didn't see it. She wore a mask and a hat and looked as secretive as a private detective. And Wu Shang noticed her too. He knew it was Wen Shi at the first sight. He just didn't quite understand it. Why are you dressed like a thief? Wu Shang asked with a curious expression. What? You even recognize this? Wen Shi also responded without hesitation when he saw Wu Shang speaking towards him. And Wu Shang was also puzzled. I felt the spiritual energy in your body from a few meters away. Wen Shi froze, and then scratched his head with some embarrassment. Yes, oh, I forgot. What are you doing? And at that moment, a voice filled with teasing rang out. What a poor way to change the subject. When she also set her eyes on the person with long red hair she had just seen at this time, seeing each other's eyes instantly froze. This? Only to see that the guy with the long red hair was actually a guy, and actually looked exactly like Wu Shang, although his temperament was very different. This, blade spirit of the god of execution, Wu Shang said somewhat helplessly, as if he was introducing something that was very out of hand. Hey, what's your tone? I'm at least the man who accompanied you for the first half of your life. What do you mean by this tone of introducing a wife who can't hold her own at home? You like the new and hate the old, don't you? The god of punishment was disgruntled for a while, but of course, between the disgruntlement, he didn't forget to eat the crayfish, hot pot, and all kinds of small snacks and milk tea that Wu Sheng bought. Extremely diverse. There is no way. This guy said he wants to eat enough. Wu Sheng can only buy a lot of first in the domain ring to put it. Eat one and the takeout one. Anyway, just 1 hour. Shame on you. When she looked at the Punisher god's busy right and left hands, and then looked at the gloves in Wu Sheng's hands, and also instantly understood what was going on. So that's why you brought him here to get something to eat. Wu Sheng nodded. I don't like chili. Let him eat it himself. He's a blade spirit anyway. He can't get enough and won't be hungry. It's just a taste. Hey, can you show me some respect? What's wrong with a sword spirit? A sword spirit is a human being. Show some respect. What do you mean by a taste? I'm here to taste the food. The executioner god also protested when he heard Wu Sheng describe himself in such a way, but Wu Sheng completely ignored him and chatted with Wen Shi on his own. so that's how it is. So the Shinigami's powers can still be used like this. When she also nodded with a face of understanding before looking at the Punisher god with some curiosity. Wow, it's really like a person. Hey, I'm already a human being. Do you still want to pick up Wu Shang? I'm living in his body. Believe it or not, I'll say bad things about you so that he won't play with you in the future. The Punisher god threatened when she with a fierce face. When she's face reddened when she heard this, and then she muttered in a small voice, "It's none of my business." Wu Shang, on the other hand, nonchalantly went up and slapped towards the Punisher's head. "Eat your food and keep your mouth shut. Just eat." The Punisher god continued to bury his head in dry rice after he finished speaking, while Wu Shang looked at Wen Shi with some curiosity at this time and asked, "What are you doing here? Eating? Dressed up like this?" said the man, and looked at her hat and mask with a strange look on his face. "Ah, yes, I'm here to eat. The hot pot smells great, and it tends to get in your hair and clothes, so I just say dress tightly." When she stammered and blabbered, while the god of punishment let out a tisk at that moment, as if he had seen through everything. Wu Shang, on the other hand, nodded without question and said, "Oh, so that's how it is, then do you want to eat together?" Seeing that the other party had come all the way here, Wu Shang opened his mouth and invited, No, I suddenly don't want to eat fondue, I'm going outside." When she now hated to find a hole in the ground to drill down, because usually Wu Shang he didn't know much, she could take the initiative and look bold, but no matter what, she was just a little girl. It's still instinctively awkward to have a super invincible lightbulb like Punisher here, and Wu Shang nodded at his words and said, "Okay, I'll see you tomorrow then." "See you tomorrow." When she ran towards the door after she finished speaking quickly, as if there was some kind of flooding beast chasing her, Wu Shang, on the other hand, was full of doubts. The god of punishment was eating hot pot, looking at the fleeing Wen Shi with a smile on his face, and making tisk sounds from time to time, and Wu Shang looked at him with a frown after noticing the Punisher god's voice. "No barfing at dinner." Oh, the executioner god also stopped making a sound at his words and immediately enjoyed the food in front of him. "By the way, can you come out afterward too?" Wu Shang suddenly asked with a curious look on his face. Since the executioner could come out with the help of the death god's supernatural power, then maybe he could come out in the future as well. "It's okay, I remember. It seems like I'll be able to come out when you get to the god summoning realm." Wu Shang also frowned after the executioner god and Wu Shang finished speaking. The god summoning realm was the 5th realm, and right now there were no creatures of the 5th realm in Blue Star, not even in the 4th realm, so it was probably too early for him to reach the god summoning realm. "You practice so hard, or see which alien power that can summon souls you can take out next time and get me out." As the time was almost up, the executioner god also stretched his back towards Wu Shang. "Let's talk about it later. Eat enough and hurry back. Be honest, don't be in the whole thing." The executioner god nodded when he heard this, and then disappeared into thin air, and he was only 50 minutes from the time he showed up to the time he left. Wu Shang collected all of the milk teacups that the Punisher god drank, and then all of them were thrown into the trash can outside. It's a good thing the trash can is big enough or it wouldn't really fit, and he soon left the place. Evolvers were common nowadays, but Wu Shang's kind was still more noticeable. There was quite a crowd around him just now. The group was like watching monkeys and taking pictures with their cell phones every now and then, but Wu Shang wasn't worried about them posting it on the internet, because there was no way it would be vetted. The day passed silently, and the Punisher god in Wu Shang's body once again returned to that red mist space after eating. He looked thoughtfully at the red mist around him, and then touched his chin as if he had something on his mind. Chapter 95, The Heavenly Emperor. While Wu Shang here was taking the Punisher god to eat, there was another place that was watching them, the corners of Dr. Ouyang's mouth rose slightly as he looked at the look of the Punisher god on that screen. "That's a good relationship. That's great." Dr. Ouyang also had a man standing beside him. Z Mouse looked at the Punisher god and Wu Shang on the screen and also spoke. "Can he control it?" Dr. Ouyang nodded. "Of course, the chips are all on him, and the bets have been placed whether they can be controlled or not." Z Mouse looked at Wu Shang with some emotion as well. Wouldn't it be too good? After all, he's still just a child. It's stressful, but it can't be helped. Not everyone can be a hero. After Dr. Ouyang finished speaking, Z Mouse was also silent. It's about time for the first plan to begin. After a moment of silence, Dr. Ouyang spoke again before turning away. Left alone, Z-Rat stood alone and didn't know what he was thinking. The plan is called Gods. After a few days, Wu Shang and the others were sent to Sakura country again. The group boarded an airplane and in a few more hours they were in Tokyo, the land of cherry blossoms. Looking at the Tokyo city that was decorated like a New Year's Eve, the group of people also froze a bit. And they're not the only ones at the airport. There were also people from other countries. Each of them looked high and mighty, especially the evolver from the pretty country. who opened his mouth in disdain as soon as he stepped off the plane. It seems that the cherry blossom country is a little bit overjoyed, so let's teach them a lesson today. Wu Shang and the others didn't pay any attention to it, but instead looked somewhat puzzled at the many beautiful women of the Sakura country wearing kimonos in front of them. Shangguan Tianjiao moved closer to Wu Shang and laughed. It seems that the guess was right. These guys really seem to be a bit greedy for our bodies. Of course, there were not only beautiful women, but also a lot of men with heavy makeup, who also started scratching their heads after seeing the girls from other countries, which looked extremely disgusting. Gentlemen, please come with us. The person in charge of reception led the crowd towards the hotel. For his part, Wu Shang was observing his surroundings, calculating how to make a reasonable move. But after observing for a while he suddenly frowned, and the group was soon brought to the middle of an extremely luxurious hotel. But although the hotel was luxurious, this hotel felt like it had just been built recently. The location in which it is located is extremely outrageous, actually built in a place similar to a bar street. Look at this situation. Sakura Nation is to really awe. After arranging the rooms for the crowd, the man who received them spoke. Everyone, all of your trips are free during this time. Just take our VIP card. If you need anything you can call out to me. Tomorrow at noon we'll hold a banquet to facilitate your exchanges. And you can also look up to our little emperor's valor. The man turned away after that. And Xianyuan Tianjiu is a disdainful face. Really give me a joke. That little emperor if put in ancient times with the cult, what is the difference? Wu Shang didn't say anything as he observed the surroundings for a while before heading towards the door. Where are you going? When she watched Wu Shang leave and also asked in a hurry. The crowd also set their eyes on Wu Shang after hearing when she's words. Something's up. Don't follow me. With that, Wu Shang disappeared into thin air. He had just sensed a strange aura, and he was going to take a look around. And some people among the hotel also saw Wu Shang's departure. They looked at each other, and then they also exited the hotel. What to do? Going to help? When Jun saw the scene and opened his mouth to ask Xianyuan Tianjiao, no go. He should have his own arrangements. Let's put our bags away and check out what's going on elsewhere in a while as well, and make less noise about the vandalism. The crowd nodded at that. When she and Shangguan siblings looked at Wu Shang's departing figure with some concern, but did not chase after him. After all, the current ones were too weak, and if they really ran into something they couldn't handle, dragging their feet was a certainty. And Wu Shang went out and frowned as he leapt to the highest point. For some reason, just now, he had been having a feeling of being spied on, very strongly, and could even feel something. Soon, the space around Wu Shang suddenly shattered, and along with the space around him like a mirror starting to flip up, Wu Shang suddenly appeared in a white jade palace. Wu Shang took out the Punisher God and looked at the man at the top with hostility in his eyes. Who are you? The man smiled slightly before instantly appearing behind Wu Shang. Hello, Lord of Heaven, Emperor of Heaven. Hello, Demon Mouse. Hearing the other party's name and that bizarre instantaneous ability, Wu Shang instantly sweated. He suddenly felt an incomparably strong pressure. What did you want to see me about? Wu Shang looked at the man and put his Punisher away. Oh, you seem nervous. Why are you putting away your sword? The man known as the Heavenly Emperor did not answer Wu Shang's question, but asked in return. With the speed you just had it was easy to kill me, but you didn't make a move. Since you know my name, you should also understand that just now was your only chance to kill me. So what is it that you are looking for from me? Wu Shang's words made the Heavenly Emperor laugh. Ha ha ha, what an interesting person. No wonder that old thing Ouyang chose you. Wu Shang frowned with a puzzled expression. What do you mean? It doesn't mean much. Just wanted to talk to you. How about it? Any interest? After the man finished speaking, with a wave of one hand, a table and 2 stools appeared in front of Wu Shang, as well as 2 cups of clear tea that floated with white mist. The Celestial Emperor took the lead and sat down while taking a sip. You can just go out if you don't want to talk. I have no objection. With that, the Heavenly Emperor waved his hand, and then a door appeared beside Wu Shang. Wu Shang's eyes clouded over, but after pondering for a while he sat down as well. Say, what do you want to talk about? The Heavenly Emperor laughed, and then with a wave of one hand, a TV-like object appeared in front of Wu Shang, which played the image of a young boy being bullied by a group of people. Familiar? The Heavenly Emperor asked with a smile. Well, so what if I'm familiar? Are you here to cure it? Wu Shang said lightly, as if he never put these things in his mind. The Heavenly Emperor laughed and said, of course not. In fact, what I want to tell you is that I started to notice you at a very early age, and it can be said that you are the one that old thing Ouyang and I watched grow up. The Heavenly Emperor's tone was somewhat emotional, as if he was reminiscing about something, and Wu Shang frowned at his words. It's something I know. The Heavenly Emperor also smiled mysteriously after hearing this. And do you know why we're watching you? Chapter 96, Ouyang. When these words came out, Wu Shang was silent. He had actually thought about many reasons, among which he felt that the biggest possibility was extremely high talent. Because of who you are, Wu Sheng froze, and then said with some confusion, "What do you mean? Is it hard for me to have some hidden identity?" "That's not true." The Heavenly Emperor spoke in a relaxed tone, while Wu Sheng rolled his eyes. "Because of your status as the son of a criminal." When these words came out, Wu Sheng didn't say anything, but instead placed his gaze on the Heavenly Emperor, wanting to see what the hell he could say. The Heavenly Emperor took another sip of tea before smiling. "As the son of a criminal, you grew up experiencing what ordinary people can't. Your level of understanding is also very strong, and you also possess the idea of thinking differently, and you are able to seal your emotions, which is a very important point." Hearing this, Wu Sheng still didn't really understand. "What the hell are you going to say? Do you know that many of those big shots in ancient city treat you with respect? Know why they sympathize with you?" When these words came out, Wu Sheng was even more clouded. He hadn't seen much of the big boys, and he didn't really feel that the others had any so-called respect for him, either. "Do you like this girl?" Suddenly, the Heavenly Emperor placed Wen Shi's photo on top of the space, and Wu Sheng looked at Wen Shi's photo for a slight moment before speaking. "I'm not sure. I don't know what it feels like. What do you think of her family? What do you think of her parents?" The Heavenly Emperor asked again. Wu Sheng recalled his previous experience in the Wen family, while then nodded and said, "Quite good, very understanding. Let's not talk about your criminal father. Let's just talk about you and what you have right now. The future leader of the Zodiac organization, the strongest combatant amongst the latter-day evolvers, extremely gifted, talented and emotionally stable. Do you think you'll be worthy of this girl?" Listening to the Heavenly Emperor's words, Wu Sheng also analyzed them carefully before nodding and saying, "More than enough. And do you think his father will marry her to you?" Wu Sheng pondered some more before nodding and saying, "If we don't talk about my father, I think we will." The Heavenly Emperor smiled faintly before facing Wu Sheng and speaking, "How about a bet?" "What's the bet?" "Bet, when you guys get back home, you go to his father and propose marriage and see if his father will turn you down." Wu Sheng sniffed and said without even thinking, "There's no need to bet. It will definitely be rejected. I knew it would be refused. Let's bet on something else." The Heavenly Emperor's words caused Wu Sheng to become more and more confused. "What exactly is the bet? On what grounds do you think he would turn you down?" The Heavenly Emperor opened his mouth and asked, "As my father?" "No, it's just a very simple matter. Just put your and your father's accounts into 2 account books and the matter will actually hinder nothing. Not to mention that you're not at fault per se. Hoodwinking the public is easy. I bet he'll say his daughter is engaged and that he'll quickly set up a marriage for his daughter after you're done talking." Wu Sheng thought for a few seconds. "What's the bet?" "There's no wager, but if I lose, I'll bring the entire Heavenly Court to the Dragon Kingdom to turn myself in. How about that?" The Heavenly Emperor's words made Wu Sheng even more confused, and he began to somewhat doubt the mental state of this Heavenly Lord. This kind of betting with a child's general playfulness won't do him any good. "Well, that's all there is to it. An old man has come to see me, and it's up to you whether you gamble or not." After saying that, the Heavenly Emperor disappeared in place, along with that white jade Heavenly Palace, while Wu Sheng's figure reappeared on top of the building of the Capital East. Standing on the roof of the building, Wu Sheng left towards the hotel with a heart full of puzzled intentions. He'd have to go back and run down exactly what this whole thing meant. On the other hand, a silhouette once again appeared in the Heavenly Emperor's Heavenly Palace. Dr. Yang, who had a head of white hair, looked at the man on top of the high platform and smiled helplessly. "What did you say to him?" "Didn't say anything, just made a bet with him." In a very relaxed tone, Tian Di told Dr. Yang the entire conversation he had just had with Wu Sheng. Hearing the other party's words, Dr. Yang was also somewhat helpless. "Is there any point in you doing this? It doesn't make sense, but it's better than you guys hiding something metaphysical from him." "Yang Kong, you've spoken too much." Dr. Yang's tone was also serious when he heard the Heavenly Emperor's words. "Yang Ji, don't give me the big brother pose. Now we are enemies." The two men confronted each other at a high level, and upon closer inspection, there was a slight resemblance between their eyebrows as they looked at each other. Filled with anger, "I said it's not a meticulous thing, it's for the best, it's projected." Dr. Yang's tone suddenly became agitated, and he shouted angrily towards the defecting brother. "Results? What result? Your result is to take advantage of a child who grew up in tragedy?" The Celestial Emperor was also agitated, with an angry face. "Then without us, do you think he would still be alive to grow up to such a big size? Devil blade, devil in front. What happened in the ancient times? Are you not clear about it? If according to the development once, he is alone, do you think it is good? What's wrong with that? It's also in accordance with his thoughts, whether he will regret it in the future or not, but that's what he wills. And who are you people to tell other people what to do with their lives? When have we interfered in his life? Is it wrong to steer towards the right path? Is it wrong to let him experience everything a human being should experience? What's the point? Won't the future still be deprived? and this experience will only add to his future suffering. Humph. What you and I say is useless. When he grows up and has control of his own power, I will tell him everything. What is going to happen, he says himself. Now tell him what he can do with his strength. Dr. Ouyang simply left the spot after saying his last sentence, and the Celestial Emperor froze in his eyes as he looked at the empty white jade heavenly palace. In the end, I'm not that kind insensible. After murmuring, the heavenly emperor stopped speaking, and at this moment, Dr. Ouyang was also a bit silent, with a bit of reminiscence flashing in his eyes. Brother, why are they beating us? Because our dad did something wrong. What does it matter to us if dad does something wrong? It's not like we did it. Don't you want daddy, too? Then this thing is about us. Memories of older children holding younger children as they walk slowly toward their homes amidst the disgust of the crowd, begging for a 5-star, please. Chapter 97, The Green Dragon. On the other side, Wu Shang returned to the hotel. After following a pretty kimono beauty back to her room, she refused the illegitimate service and lay down on the bed to think about something. Quickly he took out his cell phone and sent a message to Wenxi. Want to hang out? Soon after, when she returned the message. Yes, you can. When Wu Shang saw that the other party had returned the message, he also stood up and walked towards the mirror in the restroom. I don't know why his heart was tinged with a slight nervousness. He looked at himself in the mirror and walked towards the hotel entrance after seeing nothing strange in his hair or face. How long has the wait been? When she also smiled slightly after seeing Wu Shang's back as he stood in front of the hotel, before jogging up and patting him on the shoulder. Didn't wait long. Seeing Wenxi coming over, Wu Shang also opened his mouth. Looking at Wenxi's appearance, he was also a bit dumbfounded. The other party had obviously put on some light makeup, and her already stunning face looked even more radiant. You, what are you staring at me for? Wenxi was also a bit shy when she saw Wu Shang staring at her all the time. It's okay, come on, let's go for a stroll. There's something I want to talk to you about. Yes, Wenxi nodded, and then walked over to Wu Shang's side. The two just walked through the Tokyo night. Lights of various colors flickered around the city, while when she looked around every now and then to see if she could spot anything interesting. That, I have to ask, do you hate me? After walking for a while, Wu Shang suddenly opened his mouth and asked towards Wenxi. It's not annoying, why would you ask that? Wenxi first froze, and then said with a shake of his head, then will you marry me? Wu Shang organized the nervousness in his heart for a moment, and then directly opened the door and said, good. You, what did you say? Tie the knot. Married? It's too early. When she first agreed without reacting, and then suddenly looked at Wu Shang with wide eyes, her entire face instantly turning red. Wu Shang saw that the other party was so formal, probably also knew that he had spoken too directly, and hastily explained, not really, just want to find your father to propose a marriage, and want to ask you to discuss whether you hate me or not. If you do not want to, then I will not mention this matter. When she lowered her head and blushed without saying anything, and Wu Shang stood in place somewhat awkwardly at the sight. It was his first time dealing with something like this, and it was only supposed to be a bet, and he was going to tell Wenxi directly, but for some reason he suddenly didn't want to say it in his mind. So, then try, Wenxi suddenly said in a voice as thin as a mosquito. Wu Shang didn't hear much. I said, try. When she raised her head to look at Wu Shang after she finished speaking, a smile spreading on her face, her blushing face telling the mood of the young girl at this moment, which was worth 1,000 words. Wu Shang also suddenly froze when he looked at Wenxi's smile. I do not know why. He suddenly felt that Wenxi looks very beautiful. This feeling also had before, but this time very strong. He clearly felt his heart began to beat quickly. Then when I go back to my country to ask. Wu Shang turned his head and prepared to go back to the hotel after he finished speaking. Seeing this, Wenxi also lowered her head and followed Wu Shang's side. The two were silent, but the corners of their mouths somehow all rose in a slight curve. And at that moment, a silhouette suddenly blocked the path of the two. Is it the magic blade of the Dragon Kingdom? A female voice sounded, and in front, a young girl wearing a kimono appeared. The young girl was extremely beautiful, with a slender figure, especially a pair of eyes that were narrow and full of charm, as if she was a beauty snake. Looking at the woman who suddenly appeared in front of him, Wu Shang froze before speaking. You recognize me? Sure. What's your name? The young girl looked at Wu Shang with eyes full of invasive desire, as if she wanted to eat him up. When she also sensed it, and she stepped out while blocking Wu Shang's face. It's nothing to do with you. Get out of the way. We're going back to the hotel to rest. The young girl did not pay attention to Wenxi, but stared straight at Wu Shang. Ask around yourself. Wu Shang responded, and then left with Wenxi. The young girl didn't stand in the way either, but sidestepped to get out of the way. Looking at the back of the two people getting farther and farther away, the young girl licked her own lips and muttered to herself, what an obsessive guy. This powerful strength, horrible killing aura. I really want to eat you. The young girl turned around and left the place after she finished speaking. She twisted her body, with a charming and body shape that did not match her looks, as if she was a flower girl in that greenhouse. After returning to the hotel when she and Wu Xing didn't care about the young girl who suddenly appeared and returned to their rooms after saying goodbye. Returning to her room, when she could no longer suppress the shyness in her heart and hastily flung herself onto the bed and covered her face with the quilt. Why did he say something like that all of a sudden? And why did I say yes? It's too much of a no-brainer. The young girl was muttering to herself in the room, while Wu Sheng on the other side of the room was also a bit overwhelmed. The first time he went through something like this, he had thought he wouldn't be nervous, but for some reason, there was still a sudden feeling of nervousness in his heart, and while this was going on, a conflict that could happen at any moment was playing out in one of the shores of the Sakura country. A man with a dragon mask on his head stood in front of Haishi, who was in front of that. Who are you? From the Sakura country? Haishi opened his mouth and asked, not daring to act rashly. The aura of the person in front of him was strong, not weaker than him. I'm not from the Sakura country, and I'm not here to stop you, just to give you a piece of advice. Oh, what advice? The man with the dragon mask on his head spoke. If you go ashore now, you might encounter countless people. My suggestion is to observe for a few days first, and strike when the Sakura country is in chaos. Haishi smiled slightly when she heard the other party's words and said, why should I trust you? You don't have to believe it. I'm just here to give advice. Humph, I think you might be more interesting. Eat me. Haishi grunted lightly before a smile hung at the corner of her mouth as she stabbed towards the person in front of her with her trident in hand, accompanied by a thunderbolt illuminating the entire coast. The man with the dragon mask on his head held a war halberd to block Haishi's attack to death. Want to fight? I wouldn't mind having a seafood feast here if I don't call out to the old monsters of your sea clan. The man's tone was filled with flirtation. Haishi's face clouded over before she rolled over and jumped into the sea. Who the hell are you? Dragon Kingdom Zodiac Organization. Code name, Green Dragon. As the man spoke, a green thunderbolt flashed above the sky like a dragon's fury, illuminating the entire coast. I'll remember you. If you lie to me, I won't let you go. Haishi said in a threatening tone and went back into the ocean. And the green dragon turned away when he saw this, asking for a 5-star, please. Chapter 98 Banquet 1. Early the next morning, Wu Sheng and the others were woken up by someone shouting at the coolly dressed kimono beauties, and the corners of Wu Sheng's mouth twitched. Please get out. I don't need to be served on my side. That kimono beauty didn't say anything more, bowed towards Wu Sheng and left. If Wu Sheng didn't need it, she could go to someone who did. And anyway, those of them were just coming to try to see if they could conceive an evolved child. There were so many evolved people in this hotel that it didn't even matter who the subject was. Needless to say, Sakura Nation is simply unrivaled in this regard. Wu Sheng received a message from Shangguan Tianjiao after eating the breakfast prepared by that kimono woman. Regulus, do we need any action on our side? Wu Sheng also pondered for a while as he looked at the message sent by the other party. Let's wait until after the noon feast to see what the other side intends to do first. Those who strike first are liable to be besieged. After sending a message to Shangguan Tianjiao, a person appeared in Wu Sheng's room. The Zodiac Organization? Wu Sheng looked at the dragon head masked man who suddenly barged into his room and asked, well, one of the Chinese Zodiac, Green Dragon, has come to report to Lord Demon Mouse. The green-colored dragon head mask carried a slight sense of hideousness and might, and the green-colored pupils under the mask flashed with thunder. Wu Sheng was also in a trance when he heard the other party's address. Suddenly being called like this, he was still a bit uncomfortable. Sit down first. Wu Sheng took a stool for the other party and said with a serious face after the other party sat down. Speak up. What kind of information have you inquired about? Qinglong cleared his throat before speaking. Currently, if there are forces from various countries on the island, there is also the Demon Clan and the Sea Clan. The Sea Clan probably came to retaliate because of the Sakura Kingdom's frequent hunting of marine animals. And the Demon Clan, if it's for the Yagi Orochi that is underneath the Sakura Divine Mountain. Wu Sheng nodded, and then asked, retaliation may be secondary if the Sea Clan. They may be trying to use the name of retaliation to grow the Sea Clan. They are not our enemy at the moment. Who are the major powerhouses in the Sakura country? Qinglong sniffed and spoke. Sakura country is a little bit better than Goryeo, but only a little bit better. The strongest one is their current heavenly emperor, molting 9 realms. The rest of the scattered old yin-yang masters molting 1 to 5 realms are all there. After all, they were restrained by the pretty country, and the ones who have talent were basically assassinated by them. Wu Sheng nodded. No wonder these people of the Sakura country couldn't wait to become independent after getting a new fast promotion method. Their innate self-confidence may have left them a little less than brainy, but it's also true that that little Mikado is said to be a product of inbreeding, and that old dad and mom couldn't be more messed up. Any more important intel? And when are you going to do it? The timing of my hands waiting for your order. More important words. Pay attention to this time the Sakura Kingdom's yin-yang goddess. This guy seems to be staring at you. The words of their little emperor. Metamorphosis of the first realm, very strong. Ability is also very messy, but not much intelligence. Like a bomb, uncontrolled it is very good to get killed. Xinglong informed Wu Sheng of all the news and then left. Before leaving, he said that he would continue to spy around the Sakura country during this period of time, and that Wu Sheng wanted to contact him if he wanted to have any action on the domain ring. After Xinglong left, Wu Sheng also took a deep breath. This feeling of being a leader was a bit strange, but it was good to know that this Xinglong was not some disobedient person. Now it's just a matter of waiting for the noon banquet to see what that little Mikado wants. Soon it was noon, and the kimono beauty was here again. However, her face was obviously just a little bit springy, and could smell a strange odor on its body, so it was obvious that the other party should have done something special with a certain man. My lord, here are the attire for the banquet. Please change. He said that he was going to reach out and take off Wu Sheng's clothes. I'll do it myself. Wu Sheng slapped the other's hand away while walking into the restroom and closing the door behind him. The woman wasn't angry at the sight. Her mission was accomplished anyway. Soon, Wu Sheng appeared at the door wearing a black suit. The suit framed his body perfectly and he looked extremely tall and handsome, just a little less comfortable in person. The constrictive feel of his clothes wasn't very pleasant for him. He put his clothes into the domain ring, so that if any emergencies occurred he could still just change into them. On the other side, the others were arranged to put on their gowns. This cherry blossom country is very self-aware, and did not arrange their country's kimono for the crowd. Maybe afraid that none of them will be embarrassed to wear it at that time. The crowd had walked out of the hotel and were transported to the place of the banquet by a special car. The so-called banquet place was also the residence of the emperor, and all the people were invited into it. While Wu Sheng stood at the end with Wen Shi and the others, Wu Sheng frowned as he looked at the ring in the open space, not knowing what was in his eyes. On the other hand, the young girl who had blocked Wu Sheng last night had also sensed Wu Sheng's arrival at this moment, and she stood in the crowd, her gaze fixed on Wu Sheng. What a terrifying killing aura. But it seems like there's more than just a killing aura, the young girl murmured, the color of infatuation in her eyes increasing. The young girl was wearing a colorful kimono, and although she couldn't see her figure, her face drew the attention of many people. Wu Sheng also noticed the other party's sight, and within him, the Punisher god also flirted. This won't be looking at you, right? Be careful. Oh, I feel like she's a bit off. Shut up and go read your comics. Che, just look. The execution god skimmed his lips as he listened to Wu Sheng's chiding, and then returned to that space once again. Hey, Sheng, that isn't looking at you right, and she's not bad looking. Don't you want to give it a try? When Jun also noticed the young girl's eyes and moved closer to Wu Sheng while flirting. My big brother wouldn't look at someone like that, Shangguan Lightning Rome said in a displeased manner, and Shangguan John nodded and said, indeed, that girl gives me a bad vibe. She seems to be that yin-yang goddess, right? What was it called? As I recall, Xianyuan Tianjiao did recognize the other party and frowned while memories flashed in his eyes. I think her name is Abe's wife, but she's the wife of that little emperor. Xianyuan Tianjiao opened his mouth with a strange expression on his face after he remembered. Then forget it. I'm not carrying on the prime minister's legacy. When Jun instantly lost interest and skimmed his mouth. People aren't looking at you either. Hey, it's obvious they're looking at Wu Sheng. Xianyuan Tianjiao's sister, Xianyuan Rong, rolled her eyes and said, hey, what if? When Jun was extremely confident, the crowd rolled their eyes towards him, before following the flow of people towards the inside. A party with a heart of gold is about to begin at this very moment. Chapter 99 Banquet 2. A banquet was about to begin, and Wu Sheng and the others stood still and looked around. The other countries had more or less come with a few major figures, their sights all focused on a group of people from the pretty country, as if they were waiting to see a good show. Isn't that the little Zeus who is known as the heir of Zeus, the king of the gods? How interesting, he's here too. Xianyuan Tianjiao looked at a blonde man over there and laughed lightly. A disciple of Zeus, one of the 12 main gods? That blue-haired one I remember is called Poseidon, right? When Jun looked at the blue-haired teenager beside that Zeus and also said with some curiosity, yes, the most hilarious is him, called Poseidon's second generation. Then the real god of the sea appeared. He is now in an extremely awkward position. A hand of sea control by that real god of the sea suppressed by the dead, including his ascendancy is also, and now the 12 main god inside the most hilarious is him, now the lowest status is also him, and do not know where to circulate a sentence. One of the 12 main gods, Poseidon, failed to impersonate Poseidon. Regulus Tianjiao couldn't stop the smile on his face as he looked at the blue-haired teenager. Before their 12 main gods can still fight with the dragon country, Poseidon was originally the head of the gods, because the pretty country was originally the hegemony above the sea, but then that real sea god appeared. Poseidon, from the man who controls the whole sea, became, control the sea god is not in the region of the seaman. Coincidentally, the the sea tribe's leader is still just right to stay in the vicinity of their pretty country. After this came up, Poseidon quickly went from being the strongest to the weakest and was extremely humiliated. Wu Shang looked at that Zeus and spoke. I remember that their god King Zeus is known as the god of magic, right? Shangguan Tianjia nodded. That's right, he knows a little bit of each, maybe not top-notch, but all around. And what about this little Zeus powers? Wu Shang asked curiously. Not quite sure, but it seems to be similar to the ability of that god King Zeus as well. Their Western psychic abilities seem to be more about inheritance and legacy. Can't figure it out. Wu Shang nodded at his words. The latter-day evolvers came by inheritance. And there was one thing that really must not be disputed. The pretty country was once really stronger than the dragon country in terms of technology. After all, the dragon country had not been developing for as long as other people. It was something that was nothing to refute. Maybe they searched for something strange after the powers came along too. As I recall, his sequence was? That's right, sequence 006. Zeus, god of magic. Shangguan Tianjia guessed what Wu Shang wanted to say and directly followed up Wu Shang's words. Wu Shang looked at that little Zeus, eyes filled with arrogance, and then laughed lightly. Let's watch the show first. Evolutionary 8th order? Not enough to worry about. Shangguan Tianjia shrugged his shoulders. Unconcerned. You decide. Soon, after the crowd had all arrived, a teenager appeared on the stage at the very front wearing a crown on his head. The crowd was also taken aback after seeing his face. Holy, this little Mikado looks very smart. When June couldn't help but burst out. Truly, the little Mikado above is just outrageous. 170 tall, slim, with a goofy grin and extremely wise eyes. Those on the left look to the right. Those on the right look to the left. And at first glance they are extremely wise and wise. Well, it's a relief to see this little Mikado like this. When June nodded with a serious face, Shangguan Tianjia is also a bit confused. He remembered that this small emperor as a child, although his appearance is not good, but also not too smart into this. I'll be angry with you if you take me to cut him. Take your own knife and cut him. In Wu Shang's mind, after seeing this intelligent empress of heaven, the Punisher god was also dumbfounded, and expressed his refusal to cut this kind of brainwashed. Wu Shang didn't know what to say. It was hard to understand how Sakura Nation could produce such a strange thing. The crowd in the arena was also dumbfounded, but soon the pretty country was the first to laugh. Contempt filled their eyes as they looked at the little heavenly emperor in front of them, and at that moment, that yin and yang goddess, Abe's wife, walked up to the little emperor. She gracefully picked up the microphone before speaking. Ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered here today, not only for the succession ceremony of our little emperor, but also for a name of the strongest. The crowd instantly fell silent at these words. Our little emperor is now the first stage of the metamorphosis realm. Our cherry blossom country at present, he is the strongest person of the young generation. Of course, if there is anyone who is not convinced, can come up to fight on once. Don't worry, the fight is not without rewards. The person who wins our cherry blossom country will be dependent on their country, and can even get me? Of course, the person who loses, he has to admit that our little emperor is the strongest person, and can't make a move on our Sakura kingdom. At these words, Wu Shang frowned. This kind of verbal treaty is so childish that no one is going to follow it. What do you think? Shangguan Tianjia also felt that something was wrong, and approached Wu Shang to ask. Something's not right. Don't go up. Observe. It feels like this yin-yang goddess isn't that simple. Wu Shang looked for a corner to hide in after he finished with the crowd, and no one on the stage was ready to go up above that ring. At that moment, an earthen bridge suddenly rose beneath the feet of that little emperor. He stepped into the ring with a smirk on his face, then looked at the crowd with his intelligent eyes and laughed. Ha ha ha, you bunch of trash. I'm the strongest person. I'm going to rule the world from now on, no matter who it is. They can't stand being cuties. Smiling foolishly, especially from the self-important West, Zeus and the others had come to pick a fight, and now being mocked was even more unbearable. He glanced toward Poseidon Jr., and the other instantly understood, stepping right into the ring on a stream of water. I'll fight you. After saying that, water began to coalesce around him, and the water began to swirl, eventually forming a 3-meter-high water tornado. Die! He flung the dragon scroll towards the little heavenly emperor in front of him, wanting to directly drown the other party. While the little heavenly emperor seemed to have sensed the danger as well, and light blue flames condensed around him. Hey, burn you! The blue flames condensed into a huge fireball, which rushed towards the water tornado, and the two sides instantly collided together, accompanied by a large amount of mist filling the entire venue, and the crowd squinted their eyes. Soon after the fog cleared, the crowd saw an incomparably unbelievable scene. Tu is knocked out of the ring. At the moment, his blue hair was slightly scorched, and his eyes were filled with anger and shock as he looked at that heavenly emperor. On the other hand, Wu Shang on the other side was clearly watching the whole process down. Crushing, purely crushing in terms of spiritual energy and realm. This guy seems to be crushing because he has too many different abilities in his body. Perhaps his spiritual energy was too overdrawn when he was controlling these abilities before, and he has already injured his brain. But he himself has not bad fighting instincts. Wu Shang's words caused the crowd to also look at the little emperor on the stage with some surprise. This little cutie, it's that good? When Jun's mouth opened wide, his eyes full of unbelief. Not great, at least he's not strong in the same realm, but the ability is so versatile that it can be a bit of a pain in the ass. It's like a hedgehog. For the ones weaker than him he can just kill them. For the ones that are a bit stronger he's a slightly troublesome contraption as well. Chapter 100 Abe's wife's visit. And little Zeus also discovered this. His face was gloomy as he looked at the demented little emperor on the stage. Honestly speaking, he was not the opponent's opponent, and his magic involved an extremely wide range. But magic wouldn't be stronger than pure supernatural ability. Not to mention that his realm was not as good as the opponent's. And the loss of Poseidon Jr. has kept the rest of the country at bay. They see it too. Sakura Nation played what was called near-realm suppression. This little heavenly emperor's strength might become one of the weakest in his realm, but he would have an extremely strong suppression for guys weaker than his realm. It's like, he molted first order and has 10 evolution 9th order strength powers, which is a very troublesome fellow for an evolutionary realm evolver. But it's a good thing the other guy doesn't seem to have much intelligence. While the crowd was talking, Abe's wife, who was not far away, placed her eyes on Wu Shang, who was not far away. I heard a long time ago that within the Dragon Kingdom there is a demon rat who is known to be the strongest of the younger generation. May I ask if he is present? Although Abe's wife was saying this, her eyes were always on Wu Shang's body. The crowd in the arena followed Abe's wife's gaze and also spotted Wu Shang and his group in the corner. In fact, other countries had also heard of the name of the demon rats, only that at that time, all countries were developing, and no one cared about this kind of title. After all, this kind of title used to be a lot more. Poseidon of that pretty country is still called the god of the sea. Now it's not like the gods are the weakest. At this moment, Wu Shang also frowned, not knowing what the other party was trying to pull. Mr. Demon Mouse, want to come up and give it a try? Abe's wife shouted towards Wu Shang. He's strong. Wu Shang turned around and left after he finished speaking. He was with a little cutie. What's the point of fighting? This Thai place may not even exist in a few days anyway. Shenyuan Tianjiu and the others also smiled and didn't say anything when they saw Wu Shang's attitude. They don't want to fight the cutie, either. Competing. All the while, little Mikado in the ring is getting a crazy mouth high. Hey, garbage. Rats. The son of a rat is a rat too. A family of rats. He. Hate rats. Kill them all. Bang. With the smoke rising from the ring, Wu Shang's pair of scarlet pupils stared at the little emperor, who was pressed to the ground, and said in a cold voice, "Who did you say you were going to kill? Try saying it again." Wu Shang was currently holding the little emperor of heaven's neck with one hand in a death grip, his long scarlet hair dancing wildly in the wind, and he pressed the other party to the ground unable to move without even pulling out the executioner. Little emperor struggled and tried to use his psychic energy to attack Wu Shang, but Wu Shang's strength was so great that with his neck choked plus the pain in his body he was unable to gather his psychic energy at all, and could only yell, and in the end, he even cried out, "Woo," with the sound of weeping resounding throughout the venue. The eyes of the crowd were filled with horror. They didn't even manage to find out when Wu Shang had struck. This guy, molting, and an extremely strong one at that. Little Zeus stared wide-eyed at Wu Shang, who had crushed the little emperor, his eyes filled with shock. "Sir Wu Shang, could you please spare my husband?" At that moment, Abe's wife slowly walked over to him. She was wearing a smile, and her eyes did not have the slightest worry. Instead, they were filled with infatuation. "It's okay, you have to pay for cursing. Eat my knife before you say it." There was no particular reason for Wu Shang to be angry. He was just upset that this dead Sakura Nation was pointing his nose at him. Demon Blade 7 Chopping Stance 1. Split Corpse. Throwing the little emperor of heaven in his hand high into the air, Wu Shang backhanded a slash. The several meter high blood-colored blade chi chopped into the sky. Panic filled the eyes of the little heavenly emperor as he condensed various elements to blast towards the blade chi. But he still ate this blade solidly. "Are you satisfied, Iki-kun?" Abe's wife was all smiles, completely unconcerned about the young emperor who was already dying. "Not bad," Wu Shang said indifferently, and then put away his long sword and walked towards the outside of the venue. Abe's wife watched Wu Shang leave while clapping her hands. Only a green light emanated from her body, and the injuries on that little heavenly emperor's body began to slowly heal. After Wu Shang left, when she walked to his side with a somewhat worried tone, "Are you alright?" Wu Shang glanced at her before shaking his head. "It's weird. I know. It's surprising that no one actually stepped in to protect the little emperor after he suffered such an attack, and the Sakura Kingdom's emperor and the others seemed to have disappeared into thin air." When she opened his mouth, "Well, go back first, I'll be scouting this evening. After Wu Sheng finished speaking, he led the crowd back towards the hotel the same way they came. On the other hand, Abe's wife stated that she would take the young emperor down to heal his wounds, leaving the crowd to have fun on their own, and allowing countless cherry-blossomed beauties and handsome men to walk into the venue, and even thoughtfully arranging rooms. And Abe's wife led the young emperor through room after room, finally pushing open the door to one of the deepest rooms. She looked at the many men inside with mesmerized eyes, her eyes filled with triumph, her eyes filled with excitement as she left the little emperor at the door before stepping into it. The group of men surrounded her with lust in their eyes. They looked at the young girl standing in the middle of them with infatuation in their eyes, and Abe's wife looked at the scene and let out a loud laugh that brought tears to her eyes. Come on! She hooked her finger, and then the group rushed towards her like hungry wolves. She, on the other hand, still had a smile on her face. The little Mikado outside the door seemed to sense something and crawled over with a demented smile. At night, Wu Sheng returned to his room after chatting with Xinyuan Tianjiu and the others, and in his room, a young girl was sitting on her knees in it. Abe's wife looked at Wu Sheng with a smile on her face. Shangguan, you're here. The young girl's eyes still carried a sense of infatuation, as if Wu Sheng was some kind of meat. Wu Sheng, on the other hand, frowned before walking into the room with his face as normal. Say, what's the matter with you? Giggle. Don't be so boring. What do you think of me, Ikikuan? The young girl looked at Wu Sheng and opened her mouth with a delicate smile. It's beautiful, but you have the scent of many people on your body. And from what I know about the country of Sakura country as a place, the odds are that you've been forced by many people, and your powers should have something to do with charm, and that their top brass have been controlled by you, right? When Wu Sheng's words came out, Abe's wife instantly froze. There was a slight look of incredulity in her eyes, which quickly calmed down. You guessed it. You want to try it? Abe's wife said, removing her shirt to reveal her perfect body. You should know that this kind of thing isn't very realistic. Since I know about your powers, there's no way I'm going to fall for you. So go ahead. What's your business? Wu Sheng didn't stare or hide. It was as if he was looking at an ordinary person. His eyes didn't have the slightest ripple. When Abe's wife saw Wu Sheng looking like this, the smile on her face intensified. Shang-jun, do you want to join me to bury all these evolvers in this island? Or rather, destroy the whole Sakura country? With the number of evolvers in the city, you can directly promote to the body change realm. Oh, at that time you are the top group of strong people. I don't seek to be your empress, but being a slave and a servant girl is still possible. Excitement and madness filled Abe's wife's eyes. You should understand that from the moment you said that, there's no way you're walking out of this hotel. And who gave you the confidence to think I'd work with you? Wu Sheng's execution god was placed on the young girl's white neck, as if he would cut it off in the next second. And what makes you think, Shangguan, that I will come in my original form? The young girl regarded the execution god as if it was nothing as she slowly rose to her feet with a smile in her eyes. Won't have feelings, just someone who wants to drag Wu Sheng down. Don't get too excited. No. 101 Attack of the Demons. After hearing the other party's words for a moment of contemplation, Wu Sheng put away the execution god in his hand. What exactly is the purpose? There's no purpose, it's just to destroy this country, or even the world. Abe's wife's eyes were filled with madness. I'm sorry, I have no intention of destroying the world. The conversation is over. You may leave. Wu Sheng stood up and opened the window, holding out his hand to indicate that the other party could get lost. No way. From what I understand, the environment Ikikuan lives in is also incredibly dark. As I recall, Ikikuan's father was a rapist. Right, a pair of hands that shed blood, and a child who grows up in darkness wants to survive in the light. As soon as these words came out, Wu Sheng instantly strangled Abe's wife's neck, and a pair of pitch-black pupils began to shift towards red. If you want to die, I can fulfill you. You can't kill me. Shangguan, a rat is a creature that survives in the gutter. He's not fit to be a hero, and his fearful face will terrify the world. Abe's wife's eyes were filled with laughter, as if it wasn't her neck that Wu Sheng was choking. Click! Along with Wu Sheng's hand force, a crisp sound rang out. The young girl's neck was easily strangled, and at the moment of the other party's death, the body of Abe's wife in his hand transformed into the figure of another person. A stranger. Shangguan, you can do it anytime you want. Oh, even if you don't cooperate with me, you can still destroy Sakura. There are no strong people left in this country. Oh, the young girl's teasing voice echoed in the empty room, while Wu Sheng sniffed and did not say anything, just a gloomy face. Do not know what he was thinking. And at this moment, in the emperor's house, Abe's wife was all smiles, her pretty face filled with a sense of madness and infatuation. Ha ha ha, that's great. Shangguan, you were born into darkness. You can only be with me. We're the perfect match. The young girl was wearing a slight mania, and around her, a group of men were lying on all fours, and they were smiling dementedly, as if they were little cuties. General. And at that moment, Above the sky of the Sakura country, a tens of meters figure was in the clouds. At its head stood a person. Young looked at the divine mountain below and spoke. Is that Orochi in here? Yes, Lord Demon Emperor. Well, then do it. Along with the fall of the words of the young, the poor man also roared up to the sky, with a tornado appearing out of nowhere. The world was like a natural disaster. The nationals of the Sakura country looked at the dragon scroll above the sacred mountain with horrified faces, and their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably. The dragon! A tornado! Hurry! Run! Help! Emperor Sama! Lord Demon Emperor! According to the covenant, I can't make a move against the human race without reason, so I can only do this. Well, it's good to scare them. Yun nodded, before placing his gaze underneath that divine mountain. In that one, a breath was slowly awakening. On the other hand, Wu Sheng and the others also saw the dragon scroll above the divine mountain. What the hell? What's with the sudden tornado? When Jun said with a confused look on his face, it's not natural causes. I've done the math and there's no way there's been a tornado lately. It should be. Shangguan Zhan's face was grave, and he was interrupted by Wu Sheng before he could finish. Demons! After Wu Sheng finished speaking with a grave expression on his face, he turned around and said seriously, notify all the people from the Evolutionary Academy. Order 5 to 6 hold and go. Order 7 and above can make a move. The looting begins. Yes. Shen Yuan Tianjiu and the others also nodded their heads in a hurry when they saw how serious Wu Shang was. And Wu Shang was just about to leave when a pair of hands suddenly grabbed his clothes. What's wrong? Wu Shang looked at Wen Shi with some confusion. Stay safe. Wen Shi looked at him, a stunningly beautiful face with a slight look of worry and determination. You too. This fight can't be avoided. Let me know if there's danger. Wu Shang didn't let Wen Shi hide. He knew that by taking the path of evolvers, peace and quiet was goodbye to them. Yes. When she nodded before turning to leave, the moment she turned around, that black hair transformed to a silver color. Green Dragon, where are you? Wu Shang contacted Qinglong and asked. Near the coast. The Sea Clan also saw that tornado and are ready to strike. Never mind the Sea People. Come to me. Wu Shang leaped up after he finished speaking, and in the darkness of the night, he stood at the highest point and took out the rat mask. Soon, the Green Dragon appeared at this place. Lord Demon Mouse, is it time to make a move? Green Dragon, what is your cultivation level? Wu Sheng opened his mouth and asked. Evolutionary 9th Order, Sequence 013, Green Thunder Divine Dragon. Good. Follow me to that mountain and meet that Demon Emperor for a while. Wu Sheng said and put on the mask of the Demon Mouse. The two of them instantly disappeared from their original location, speeding towards the middle of that divine mountain. And at that moment, that day in the royal family, Abe's wife was also filled with maniacal laughter. Fight! Fight! Let this island of cherry blossoms sink in this oceanic sea today. After saying that, the young girl stood up. Her body was covered in blood and her aura was extremely strong, while around her, that little heavenly emperor, had long since died. The young girl instantly disappeared from the spot, leaving behind a trail of mutilated corpses alone. On the other hand, when Jun and the others began to hunt the evolvers from other countries, in this situation, it was simply impossible for anyone to survive alone, and in the midst of chaos, only the strong could survive. This was an experience and a fight, and the weak would be completely eliminated, even if they had to kill for self-preservation, because if you don't kill, they'll come for you. And on the coast at the moment, the sea roared, a huge wave sweeping across the coastal city, the head of the whale crashing into the fools trying to escape in their boats as they vented their anger. High she stood above the column of water and began transforming the people who had fallen into the water into fishmen. Success is in the bag. Failure is turned into bait. Everything happened so suddenly. A battle without warning happened instantly, and at this moment, Wu Shang brought Qinglong to the bottom of the divine mountain. At this moment, in the middle of the divine mountain, a poor Qi was pressing an 8-headed serpent hammer. Orochi was also confused at the moment. His cultivation has just broken through the shell to the body change realm. Thought that he was already invincible. Did not expect to know where to fly to a tiger with wings to rub him on the ground. Young was also chilling out. He'd just given the snake a chance, but he'd spoken out of turn, and since that was the case, he figured he'd better beat him up. And at that moment, as if he suddenly sensed something, he turned his head to look, only to see that two silhouettes were appearing in front of him not far away. One with a rat mask on his head and one with a dragon head. Long time no see. Wu Shang. Young recognized Wu Shang's identity at a glance and gritted his teeth. Chapter 102, Abe's wife's experience. In a sense, I don't really want to meet with you, but I still have to come and ask, what are you guys doing here? Wu Shang asked curiously, and Yao did not answer Wu Shang's question, only to see his hand transform into a dragon's claw and blast directly towards Wu Shang. Bang! Accompanied by a thunderous flash, Qinglong held his war halberd in front of Wu Shang's body. The demon emperor of the demon race doesn't have much manners. Evolutionary sixth order, wanting to make a move? After saying that, there was a flash of thunder around Qinglong, and with a roaring sound, Yao was directly blown away. But looking at its body there were no injuries. TSK, the Demon Emperor deserves to be a Demon Emperor. His defense and resistance to the elements are amazingly strong. Qinglong's tone carried a slight sense of playfulness while retreating back behind Wu Shang. The Orochi? Are you here for it? Looking at the crushed Orochi in the distance. For some reason, Wu Shang always felt that it was strange. So what if I am, you little rat, going to stop me? Poor Qi had long been looking at Wu Shang with displeasure and grabbed the opportunity to speak before Yao. Looking at that Orochi's appearance, Wu Shang frowned. None of my business, just a piece of trash. After saying that, Wu Shang turned around and walked towards the bottom of the mountain. He thought he'd find something interesting, but he didn't expect it to be this guy Yao. To be honest, he couldn't mention any interest in Yao at the moment. If that poor guy wasn't there he might have hacked him to death. But that poor guy couldn't win securely at the moment, so he couldn't mess around with it. Don't run, fight me. Yao was a bit emotional after seeing Wu Shang, probably remembering that Wu Shang had killed his father or the humiliation when he was in the southern border. Wu Shang frowned at him before taking out his Punisher and pointing at him. A fight? Don't you think what you're saying is ridiculous? Why should we fight? How about you tell the big guy behind you not to make a move? Life and death have their own destiny, and as long as you can carry one of my slashes, I'll admit defeat? Saying that, some red mist floated around Wu Shang's side, and along with the red mist, the temperature of the space seemed to have lowered a few points. As Young looked at Wu Shang, he wanted to agree, but he couldn't hide the look of fear in his eyes. As a demon emperor, his instincts told him that this battle could not be fought. He would die. The animal's instinct for survival prevented him from saying yes at all. And at that moment, the poor Qi also sensed that something was wrong with Yao. Accompanied by a strong wind that swept up Yao and the Orochi, it flew directly into the air. See you later, kid. The poor man disappeared in an instant, giving Wu Shang and Qinglong a blank stare. The two had thought that there would be a big battle, but they didn't expect that this poor man would just slip away. What to do? Qinglong looked at Wu Shang and asked, do you want to go kill people or protect them? Wu Shang asked, protect it? The ones from the Evolution Academy are all geniuses after all. Losing one of them isn't a good thing. Okay, you go bail them out and I'll take care of the others. Wu Shang rushed towards the bottom of the mountain after he finished speaking. He planned to take care of that little emperor first. 10 minutes after the two were separated, Wu Shang ran into his first enemy, which can't be considered an enemy. What do you want? Looking at Abe's wife in front of him, Wu Shang frowned, not knowing why. His heart suddenly had some bad premonitions. What are you going to do? Ikari-kun? Going to kill someone, or protect someone? Abe's wife instantly appeared by Wu Shang's side, and then disappeared into thin air. At this moment, she was like a ghost, exuding a strong seductive intent as well as a terrifying energy. What do you care? Off! Wu Chang pointed his sword at her while chortling. For some reason, the uneasiness in his heart grew stronger. This Abe's wife's strength was a bit strange. Too cold. Sung-kun, I really like you then. Fall into the darkness with me. We were born to be the same. Along with Abe's wife's words, behind her, a giant pink snake with 8 heads appeared, and her pupils and hair began to coalesce towards pink. Sequence 015, Demented Beauty Snake. But the mermaid snake in Wu Shang's memory is not this appearance. This Abe's wife's supernatural ability seems to have changed a little, and with a pink mist rising, Wu Shang appeared in another scene. He froze in place as he looked at the little pink and white girl in front of him, and the little girl didn't seem to see him, just playing with herself. The little girl slowly grows up, and after the appearance of the marked day, awakening her supernatural powers and possessing a stunning face and seductive power, she is chosen to be the yin-yang goddess, and instead of bringing her honor, the title brought disaster. When the young girl was 15 years old, she was told that she would marry that young emperor, but the young girl already had a sweetheart by that time. That sweetheart was her childhood friend. But in the Sakura Kingdom, the emperor's power is supreme, and she can't refuse, and she wants to give her first time to her beloved before the big wedding, and wants to run away with the other person. But this matter is known to the emperor. In the end, she was humiliated by the emperor under the watchful eye of her beloved. That's right, it's the little emperor's father, the Mikado. That day, she witnessed her beloved go crazy and end up dying in front of her eyes. She was in immense pain, but there was nothing she could do about it, and eventually she married the young emperor. Although he was married to the young emperor himself was mentally challenged, plus that emperor's family was already a dark place. She is said to be the wife of the young emperor, rather than the plaything of the entire emperor's family. She went mad. She came under the sacred mountain with intense hatred. She traded her body with the Orochi and eventually designed to take energy and some special psychic abilities from the Orochi's body. After possessing her cultivation, she began to use her body to manipulate the entire Tenno family with powers that were uniquely hers. Beauty Snake, soul regeneration. This ability would not have been so powerful, but a strong hatred made her soul devour something. She survived from the hands of that thing by virtue of her strong hatred, and she gained the power to control her soul. She began to reform, began to kill evolvers, began to slowly play the people of the Heavenly Emperor's mansion into the palm of her hand, and in the end, took complete control of everything. Wu Shang looked at Abe's wife's experience as he spoke. What is the point of you showing me this? Sympathize with you? I admit, you are pitiful, but this has nothing to do with me. I do not want to cooperate with you, nor do I intend to help you. Shangguan, do you know how excited I was when I realized that in the Dragon Kingdom there was a man who lived in the same darkness as me? Isn't it good that I gathered a large number of gifted evolvers from around the world here just so you can kill them all and we can fall into the darkness together? Abe's wife's eyes were tinged with hatred and a little sadness. Do what you want, do what you want, I won't try to stop you. What you're going through is very sympathetic. If I wasn't your enemy I'd let you go. Now you've got one chance, let go of me. I'll take my teammates. And it's none of my business whoever you're going to kill and whoever you're going to destroy. Wu Shang's tone was a little shaky. Originally according to Wu Shang's character he would not talk so much nonsense with this guy, but somehow the seal loosened. Chapter 103, Wu Shang's grief. And as if Abe's wife had sensed something, she didn't pay any attention to Wu Shang, but said to herself, Shangguan, destroy this place with me. How much longer will the energy in your body be sealed? Wu Shang looked at the woman in front of him and took out his god punisher and slashed out a blade. Off. Wu Shang's heart was a bit anxious at the moment, and the terrifying blade she pushed straight into Abe's wife's face. Shangguan, don't waste your efforts. You should know very well that the current you is no match for me at all. Abe's wife's face was filled with smiles and madness, and Wu Shang understood that Abe's wife had presumably killed all the people in the Emperor's house. This stream of cultivation energy made her cultivation skyrocket. Wu Shang was now distracted to detect the upper limit of that spiritual energy, but it would definitely be stronger than him. On the other side of the room at this moment, Wan Shi, who was fighting, suddenly felt a panic inside. Of course, there was Shangguan Zhan and Shangguan Lightning Roan. The three people's gazes simultaneously looked towards the divine mountainside, as if they had sensed something, and when she also dashed towards that side on the spur of the moment. At this moment, in the space where the Punisher God existed, the red mist was drifting madly, as if there was a hurricane trying to drive them out of this space. The God of Execution also showed some helplessness in his eyes as he watched the scene. Outside, Abe's wife was still frantically irritating Wu Shang. Wu Shang's pupils grew redder and redder, as if they were going to fill his entire eye sockets, and the voice of Abe's wife in front of him was like a demon whispering, making him unconsciously recall to the middle of his former life. Watching the things he had experienced flashed before his eyes one by one like a TV drama. Wu Shang only felt a splitting headache. Let me go and I'll spare your life. Wu Shang gasped for air and his tone became extremely suppressed, as if there was something blocking his throat. Abe's wife smiled at her words and walked over to Wu Shang. You can kill me, any time, just be like me. The young girl's pink pupils were filled with madness, as if something extraordinary would happen as soon as Wu Shang changed. Shangguan, I know what you're sealing. Why are you sealing your negative emotions? Why are you only flowing out your killing aura? Obviously pain and sadness are the strongest existences of your emotions. Why are you repressing them? Abe's wife leaned close to Wu Shang's ear, as if the devil was whispering. Look at your past. Look at your present. You've suffered a lot since you were born. You think you're so mature. You think about everyone. But whoever thinks about you? What's the point of living? Your father's dead. Your mother's got a new family. Your grandparents have passed away. And you can't even have a funeral that's too nice. As if Wu Shang was being controlled, the whole person began to emit a slight red mist, which carried a sense of solemnity, as if it was a long knife. That's my business, not yours. Have to do with it. But it's pathetic. Obviously doing so much good and being so good, but hiding in the shadows like a rat, calling yourself a rat, but having qualities that are several times more noble than those people, looking out for others in every way. And who would look out for you? Abe's wife took Wu Shang's mask off before reaching out and caressing Wu Shang's face. Follow me into the darkness. Don't repress yourself. And since you want to be a rat, do what rats do. Let go of him. Suddenly, a silver-white moonlight blasted towards Abe's wife. Big brother, are you okay? With a wave of Shangguan Zhan's one hand, the land under Wu Shang's feet began to wriggle, and Wu Shang was instantly pulled to his side. Brother, wake up! Shangguan Qingrong began to shake Wu Shang's shoulders, while Wen Shi and Shangguan Zhan stood in front of Wu Shang, looking at Abe's wife in front of them with a wary face. Here comes the spoiler yet. Abe's wife watched the scene without the slightest concern. She had already drilled into Wu Shang's hole. Once something like a seal goes wrong, unless it is completely lifted in resealing, and at this moment, Wu Shang was also forcing himself to clear his mind. Go, take everyone and go first. Wu Shang's voice was like the low roar of a wild beast, and his eyes became more and more scarlet, as if he would turn into a wild beast in the next moment. What have you done to him? When she looked at Wu Shang and angrily yelled towards Abe's wife. I didn't do anything. I just helped him release his repressed emotions. You guys have rarely seen him lose his mind. Angry and in pain. Abe's wife's words caused the crowd to stare, and to put it mildly, it did seem as if Wu Shang rarely showed such emotions. He's supposed to be an 18-year-old kid. How can he have no desires? He's not a god. If he's a human being, he'll have emotions. He's suffered for more than a decade. How can he have no sadness? Abe's wife's words caused the crowd to freeze, and they looked at Wu Shang's pained expression behind them with shock in their eyes. Suddenly, accompanied by a roar from Wu Shang, a scarlet-red mist suddenly filled the tens of miles around. This mist was very strange, and the person in the mist unconsciously felt a sense of sadness, as well as an extremely pure killing intent. Abe's wife took a deep breath. A face of enjoyment said, "This is right. More than 10 years have actually felt so much pain. Two pure, raw gentlemen, really pour it. Apart from father, grandparents, and very few relatives, no one has ever treated you well yet. It's so pathetic. A person that actually has to spend the rest of his life by sealing his emotions. Who are you afraid of hurting, and who is hurting you?" And when she and others at this moment also detected an extremely strong sense of sadness, their eyes unconsciously flowed out of tears. They looked at Wu Shang. At this moment, he half-kneeled on the ground. He cried. Wu Shang's face was tinged with tears. He seemed to be just like an ordinary person. The outermost part was extreme murderous anger. The middle was pure anger. And only the mist closest to him was sad. Alas, I have long said that sealing this kind of thing has been used does not work. Said what when the bottom of the card to use it. The negative emotions brought about by the combat power is very strong, but it is also the most likely to go berserk. Never mind. You are not so happy that you can seal up the good emotions. Suddenly, a voice rang out, and the god execution sword appeared out of thin air. It floated in front of Wu Shang, its tone full of helplessness and sadness. When she and the others looked at the long knife that appeared in front of Wu Shang, and their tear-filled eyes carried a slight shock, the Abe's wife, who was not far away, was also instantly alert after the appearance of the god Punisher's sword. Who are you? Abe's wife exclaimed towards the Punisher's sword. At this moment, she no longer had the composure of being in control of everything, but instead had a slightly uneasy feeling about this long knife that had suddenly appeared. None of your business. Chapter 104, Jushin. Wu Shang. The Punisher god's words caused Abe's wife's face to instantly harden. Wu Shang's younger siblings right, you guys withdraw first. Notify your Dragon Kingdom people to evacuate within the range of this red mist. The battle in a while may affect many people. That when she right, you stay for a while. The Punisher god seemed like a leader giving orders, and Shangguan Lightning Rong wanted to say something, but she was pulled back by Shangguan Zhan. Are you my brother's sword spirit? Will he be alright? Shangguan Zhan said in a worried tone. Don't worry, I'm the one who knows him best. Just come pick up in 10 minutes. Shangguan Zhan nodded after hearing this, and then pulled Shangguan Xingrong to leave decisively. It wasn't that he wasn't worried about Wu Shang, but his heart was in the right place, and the odds were that it would affect the god Punisher. Instead, when she walked over to Wu Shang's side and reached out her hand to touch him. Winnie, right, can I ask you a question? The Punisher god looked at Wen Shi and asked. What is it? When she stopped her hand, and then turned her head to look at the Punisher god. As you can see, he's like that, and odds are high that the future won't change that. So what would you do if he stormed off one day in the future? Of course, when she was just about to say that she would stop Wu Shang, but the Punisher god spoke up and interrupted her. It's not the solution I want. It's whether or not you'll stand with him when it's over. It's something you need to think about, because you have parents. So for me, you're not right for him, and even that cherry blossom twad might be more right for him than you are. And I don't need you to make a choice between your parents and him. What I need is whether or not you'll have the guts to stand with him when it's time to do so. When these words came out, when she instantly froze. To be honest, the current her couldn't even concentrate on her thoughts because of this red mist affecting her emotions, and she looked at the executioner god somewhat blankly, as if pondering what it meant. And at that moment, not far away, Abe's wife laughed. Xingjun only belongs to me. Those who fall into darkness can't climb out of darkness in. Man's inferiority won't allow a tainted person to appear. He's only suitable for me. And at this moment, the red mist began to contract rapidly, gathering towards Wu Shang. Demon soul unsealing. Whose soul is it that is being unsealed? The executioner god muttered before taking on a human form. I was going to let you out to vent. I didn't expect to make such a big deal out of it, but it's okay. It's not your house anyway. The executioner god held a long sword and stood before Wu Shang. Well, take your time to think for yourself. I've got to have a good fight with my partner now. The executioner god shrugged his shoulders before chopping out a blade chi towards Wen Shi. The blade chi was not sharp, it was like a gust of wind that sent Wen Shi flying without harming her. And at this moment, Wu Shang slowly stood up. The surrounding mist coalesced in his right hand, and a black and red blade embryo appeared in his hand. The knife embryo came out really fast. The executioner god laughed before looking at Wu Shang. It's been suppressed for so long, so let's have a fight. It'll only take a few minutes anyway. As if in response to the Punisher's words, Wu Shang instantly disappeared in place and lifted his long blade to slash at him. Split the body. Boom! Accompanied by a shocking explosion in the ringing, Abe's wife was directly lifted off by the terrifying force. Being lifted off, she looked at Wu Shang's pupils that were covered by the red light obsessively. Looking at him, her eyes filled with excitement. Yes, Shangguan, that's it, you can only be mine. And the Punisher god who was wrestling with Wu Shang skimmed his lips. What the hell? I don't agree with this marriage. The two sides separated once again, and the two of them used the same blade technique and the same power to start clashing everywhere. The two of them turned into two red lights and fought their way from the top of the divine mountain to the city. In the city, two red shadows crisscrossed the city. Blade chi swept around, splitting the houses into pieces, and some of the evolvers who were caught up in the attack were directly cut off at the waist, unable to even speak. Demon Blade 7 chopping stage 1. Split corpse. As if he was acting on instinct, Wu Shang directly transformed into a tens of meters high blade chi and chopped at the execution god. Demon Blade 7 chopping style 1. Split corpse. Bang. The two collided together again. A huge explosion rose in place, and it was clear that the strength displayed by the two had far exceeded the molting shell realm. Wu Shang's body was sucked dry bit by bit, getting thinner and weaker. Holy, last cut. I'll die if I suck it down. The executioner god looked at Wu Shang's thin body and shouted, and as if Wu Shang had understood him, his body bent slightly. Demon Blade 7 chopping stance 2. Execution of the heart. Say, do I still have a heart when I look like this? The executioner god watched Wu Shang charging in, thinking about this very seriously, and used the same move when Wu Shang was about to get close. The tips of the blades collided, and the impact blew away the chopped up buildings around them, creating an open space of tens of meters. The two men looked the same, though one's eyes were filled with red, while the other had red pupils. It looks as if one is sane and one is crazy. Boom! This time, the two of them once again flew out backwards, and along with the knife in Wu Shang's hand falling into the ground, he also fainted completely. The long knife condensed from the red mist also instantly disappeared, once again turning into red mist and appearing somewhere in space. The executioner god also smiled as he looked at Wu Shang, who was lying on the ground in the distance. It seems so much better to vent. It just feels weird, this feeling of being drained. The executioner god skimmed his lips, before flinging a random blade towards somewhere. What a brainiac, treating me like a cutie. Ah, somewhere. Abe's wife's body was split in two, her eyes filled with disbelief, not knowing if it was because she was cut down with a single slash or because she was discovered, and the figure of the executioner disappeared in place. And in the ruins, Wu Shang's hair turned from red to black. At that moment, a figure appeared at this place. Xinglong looked at Wu Shang who was lying on the ground and also picked him up in a hurry, and then flew towards the Dragon Kingdom's compound. He had also just received an order from the higher-ups for him to come here to meet Wu Shang. Originally, he thought that which strong person was fighting here actually triggered such a horrible fluctuation, but he did not expect that it was actually Wu Shang. Of course, there were many people who were paying attention to the battle over here, but they weren't sure who it was. They only knew that a strong person had broken out in an extremely terrifying battle here. And over on the coast, a tsunami began to wash into the city, and many fled to the emperor's residence, but there were only corpses left there long ago. At this moment, within Wu Shang's body, the execution god looked at the red mist and also muttered, Zhu Shen, Wu Shang, execute the gods, lifeless, gods, lifeless. Chapter 105 returns. What happened afterward was that all the evolvers from various countries were picked up, and Sakura Island began to be invaded by the Sea Clan. And many people from the Sakura country began to emigrate and started to flee to other countries. The Sakura country is also starting to fall apart. On the other side, near the Kunlun Mountains, the Porky and the others who had returned to them with the Orochi had just encountered an attack as well. Young looked at the corpse of the Orochi with a slight annoyance in his eyes. A nine-tailed white fox on the side opened its mouth. The soul of this Orochi has long been corrupted, only that it didn't even realize it itself. And this time, because it was weakened by the attack of you guys, it led to that parasitic soul in its body having a chance to take advantage of it. Speaking of which, that inverted soul carries a bit of seductive intent, and it should want to be unfavorable to the demon emperor. Saying that, the nine-tailed fox had a slight disdain in her eyes. The power of seduction. She hadn't convinced anyone yet. The poor man on the side spat as well. Bah! What the hell? waste of my time. When he finished, he found a place to lie down. On the other hand, Wu Shang woke up. Looking at the clean white ceiling, Wu Shang was also aware of what had happened. Raising his hand, his right hand that already looked like a withered branch, he was also somewhat helpless. There was no way around it. There wasn't enough psychic energy, and when the seal was lifted it was just a matter of pumping the rest of the body, blood or something like that, or they'll even just draw life expectancy. That thing was also originally used to protect Wu Shang, just like the body's immune system. No matter what else, as long as there was something that posed a threat to Wu Shang's life, it would automatically protect its owner. What if Wu Shang doesn't have enough spiritual energy? Then draw blood, essence, lifespan, take out the threat first anyway, and as for after that, well, after that. Simply put, it's a way to ensure that Wu Shang survives while maximizing everything he can unleash. After awakening, Wu Shang observed the surrounding area and also realized that he should have returned to the Dragon Kingdom. He tried to get up, but the covers were held down by something. Wu Shang lowered his head and saw Wenxi lying on his bed pressing down on his covers. It looks like it should have slept for quite a while. Seeing this, Wu Shang also reached out and patted her head. Wake up, and when she also rubbed her eyes sleepily and raised her head to see Wu Shang looking at her with a calm face. When she froze for a moment, and then stood up violently, rubbing her eyes hard with her hand before reaching out to pinch Wu Shang's cheeks. Does it hurt? Wu Shang rolled his eyes before slapping her hand away. Just pinch yourself. Probably because she had just woken up. When she really did pinch her thigh, and after feeling the clear pain, her eyes instantly filled with joy. You're awake. Are you alright? Is there anything else wrong with your body? Winnie was a little excited, and question after question popped out. It's okay. How long have I been asleep? Wu Shang asked curiously. After coming back from the Sakura country it was a total of 3 days of sleep. I didn't tell your eldest uncle for fear that they would worry. Wu Shang nodded at his words. Thanks. Wu Shang looked at Wenxi and thanked him heartily. You're welcome. Wenxi was a bit shy from Wu Shang's look, and then asked, Are you hungry? Do you want to eat something? Wu Shang nodded. Let's get out of the hospital first. I'm not a big problem. I just have a nutritional shortcoming. A few days of rest and recuperation and I have to make a trip over to the Zodiac organization to report. When she nodded, this time she didn't persuade Wu Shang to stay a little longer. After all, as long as they woke up, the repairability of the evolved themselves was much stronger than ordinary medical facilities. Soon after finishing the discharge formalities Wu Shang and when she found a cafeteria to have a meal. In the eyes of the boss who wanted to cry, Wu Shang hiccuped and walked towards the Evolution Academy. As the two of them walked down the street, when she said with a smile, Look at the expression on that boss's face. You'll probably have to be on his blacklist from now on. Wu Shang froze, then said faintly, Then I'll change the house later. When she also smiled when she heard this. By the way, you were in the Sakura country before. Well, it's just that the negative emotions accumulated since childhood were sealed. The view of good and evil as a child is actually not too stereotyped. Once it really appeared this kind of bad emotions are extremely pure, because later on, after obtaining the supernormal ability, it was directly sealed off, just as well as a base card to use. Wu Shang didn't hide it, but told Wenxi directly. It wouldn't have been anything worth covering up. Sealed in order to keep his sanity. Abe's wife's words didn't affect him much. And what about you now? Do you still seal? When she suddenly asked. The killing intent will go up, but there won't be much negative emotion left. Once a person grows up their emotions are refuted. There won't be pure anger or happiness. So have you gotten all that negativity out of your system? Winnie asked again. Not quite sure. May vent it out. Or may not. But in fact they are essentially a kind of energy. Killing intent. Negative emotions will be used as the energy of the exorcism of the gods to improve combat power. These energies will be very strong, but will also obscure the mind. To say that it is very complicated, I'm not too clear. Anyway, it is to understand that it was the knife that was controlling me at that time. Right, Wu Shang explained, while when she listened in a cloudy manner. But she didn't probe into the matter too much. Instead she asked again, Do you know that your Punisher god has turned into a human and come out again? Well, those negative emotions are there to target him. Only they're usually sealed off. The two of them chatted as they walked towards the Evolution Academy. You go back first. I'll go to the base of the Zodiac organization. Wu Shang took out his motorcycle after dropping Wenxi off at the school gate while heading towards the Zodiac organization base. Wu Shang after entering the base went straight towards Inhu's office. But this time he pounced on a blank. Inhu was not in the middle of the office. On the contrary, the other is full of smiles looking at him, as if he knew he would come in general. Dr. Oh Yang, what are you doing here? Wu Shang froze a bit, and then opened his mouth a bit puzzled. Dr. Oh Yang laughed. Waiting for you. Come in and sit down when you're here. Inhu has something to go out. Wait for me? Wu Shang casually closed the door, and then found a seat and sat down, somewhat puzzled. Well, there's something I need to find you about. Let's start with you. What do you need to find Inuyasha? Hearing the other party's question, Wu Shang also said with a straight face, I ran into the leader of the Celestial Court organization in the Sakura country. His name is the Celestial Emperor. Wu Shang told Dr. Ouyang everything that had happened in the Sakura country without any details, even about his own rampage. Dr. Ouyang smiled as he listened to Wu Shang's report and handed him a cup of tea after he finished. Have some water. Seeing this, Wu Shang hurriedly took the cup of water and thanked him. Chapter 106. After drinking the water, Wu Shang looked at Dr. Ouyang and asked with some curiosity, what is it that you are looking for me for, doctor? Dr. Ouyang smiled slightly and said, just wanted to ask, what do you think of the Heavenly Emperor's bet? Wu Shang froze, then said in a somewhat tentative tone, Doctor, you know about these things? Dr. Ouyang nodded before speaking. That Heavenly Emperor is an old acquaintance of mine. I found him after you left and talked to him for a while. An old acquaintance? So that's what it is. Wu Shang nodded. He used to be an evolver of our Dragon Kingdom, and a gifted one as well, but because of the problem of different philosophies, he eventually chose to defect. Different philosophy? Wu Shang said with some curiosity. Well, his ideas are too extreme. I'll talk to you later when I get a chance. How about you? For his bet, have you thought about going over there and trying it? Dr. Ouyang changed the topic while looking at Wu Shang and asked with a smile. I want to try. Wu Shang did not hesitate to nod. Wu Shang is a human being, not a god. To be honest, after Wu Jianjun's death, he actually had thought of giving his grandparents a new funeral in style, but his own identity problem, he was afraid of causing trouble for the above. Simply put, in fact, after Wu Jianjun's death, Wu Shang himself somewhat began to move toward normal people, toward people with 7 emotions and 6 desires. Do you want to lose or win? Dr. Ouyang asked with a smile. Want to win. Let's go then. Dr. Ouyang stood up directly after hearing Wu Shang's reply, and Wu Shang froze. Where to? Propose marriage. Dr. Ouyang smiled faintly, and after a while, Wu Shang was brought to the entrance of the Wen family's villa. Wu Shang was a bit confused at the moment, as he was dragged here directly by Dr. Ouyang. Ding dong. Along with the ringing of the doorbell, Wu Shang's heart suddenly lifted. For some reason, he was a little nervous. Beside him, the corners of Dr. Ouyang's mouth involuntarily rose as he watched him coming. The babysitter opened the door with the sound of voices from inside. The babysitter also froze at the sight of the figure outside the door. What brings you here, doctor? Is Mr. Win in? I'm looking for him for something. Dr. Ouyang smiled, and the nanny sniffed and nodded. Yes, master is at home. I'll go get him. Soon, Wu Shang followed Dr. Ouyang and appeared in the Wen family's living room. Father Wen poured a few cups of tea and handed them to Dr. Ouyang and Wu Shang, then smiled and spoke. Is there something Dr. Ouyang came for today? He even brought the demon mouse with him. Speak for yourself. Dr. Ouyang placed his gaze on Wu Shang, signaling him to speak for himself. Wu Shang froze, while father and mother Wen also looked at Wu Shang with some curiosity. Wu Shang was very nervous being watched by 3 lines of sight for some reason. He stammered. I would want to propose marriage to you. That is, I want to marry your daughter. Wu Shang lowered his head after he finished speaking, a slight look of uneasiness in his eyes. His heart was also thumping, a nervous feeling he was experiencing for the first time. The smiles on Father Wen and Mother Wen's faces slowly faded, and the two of them glanced at each other before not answering Wu Shang's question, but instead placing their gaze on Dr. Ouyang. Ouyang Ji, are you here to force the palace? When father's tone instantly changed as he said with a cold face, as if Wu Shang had said something particularly strange, while Ouyang Ji laughed. Not really, you guys can refuse. I'm just bringing him here. The kid is still young. It's not really appropriate for his eldest to come here. And when mother's face didn't look good anymore as she looked at Wu Shang while walking up to him. Your name is Wu Shang, right? Yes. Wu Shang was also a bit confused at the moment. In fact, he had the mental preparation of being rejected. But now this situation was obviously not quite right. The other party's eyes were no longer kind, but filled with indifference. Give it up. There's no way I'm marrying my daughter to you. This is not negotiable. Wu Shang froze. He stood up and raised his head to look at the 2 Wen family members, with some doubt and incomprehension in his eyes. Can I ask why? Wu Shang opened his mouth and asked. My daughter is already married. It is not suitable to be engaged to a man in the middle of it. This matter will end here. I will find a way to pay you back for the favor you once saved them. Father Wen said faintly, and then looked at the nanny not far away. Send the guests. After saying that, he took Wen's mother and prepared to leave, while Wu Shang was a bit puzzled as he grabbed Wen's father's arm. Because I do know that Wency she is not engaged, so I want to know the real reason. Father Wen froze. He turned around and looked at this teenager behind him with some complexity. There was sympathy in his eyes as well as determination. Think of what you have done, my daughter. I don't ask her to marry some great rich man, but the other person must at least fulfill one condition. Wu Sheng froze as he queried, what conditions? At least that person can live in the open and not hide like a rat. When these words came out, Wu Sheng instantly froze. His eyes were somewhat puzzled and relieved as he let go of Father Wen's arm, while the corners of his mouth rose slightly as he smiled. Good. I'm sorry to bother you. This moment? It was as if something was clear to him, and as if he was puzzled. When Dr. Ouyang saw him in this state, he also stood up and patted his shoulder. Come on, let's go back. Aha. The two left the Winchesters side by side like that. Father and Mother Wen also looked at each other after the two left. Isn't this a bad idea for us? One mother said with some reluctance. There's nothing wrong with it. Our family doesn't lack anything, and we don't expect Xiaoxi's other half to have any achievements. At least it's good to be able to bring her to live in the sunlight in a bright and honorable way. His identity and experience alone dooms him to not be able to live well in this age of technological deluge and evolution. Father Wen said faintly. Is he at fault for this? No. As a father, he needs to think about his daughter's future and happiness, and no one wants to give their child to someone who will add to public opinion in the future. In this chaotic world, heroes need more to protect, rather than killing. In this world, after all, the weak are still the majority. I went to the hospital today and my left shoulder is inflamed, so I'll only have 2 shifts for a few days next week, and I'll resume when I'm better. So I hope you understand. Chapter 107, I want to go home. Dr. Ouyang led Wu Sheng to a park, and Wu Sheng's face was calm, as if he hadn't put what had just happened in his mind. How does it feel? Dr. Ouyang suddenly asked. It's okay, I don't feel much, I just suddenly feel as if I'm a little lost. Wu Sheng's eyes revealed a bit of bewilderment, as if he was somewhat puzzled. Do you want to be a hero? Dr. Ouyang suddenly asked. I should think so, at least I'm a little lost. Wu Sheng didn't hide his emotions, but said somewhat blankly. Dr. Ouyang found a place to sit down. He looked at the sky and laughed. Do you know what Heavenly Emperor's philosophy is? Wu Sheng froze, then shook his head. His philosophy was, follow your heart. He felt that all human emotions are the source of pain. If you never had emotions, you wouldn't be in pain. Don't go to repressed desires. Don't go to the use of reason that you can. Do whatever you want to do. Morality collapses. Order disappears. And the strongest man is the king. That's what his philosophy was. Dr. Ouyang's words caused Wu Sheng to place his eyes on him. Doctor, you seem to know the Celestial Emperor well? Well, he's my brother, biological. Wu Sheng nodded and muttered. So that's how it is. Dr. Ouyang's eyes flashed with a slight look of remembrance as he murmured. Our experience is actually quite similar to yours. Immediately after, Dr. Ouyang began to tell his story. My brother and I grew up with a father who was also a criminal, and he and I grew up on the spit, but both of us were very bright, and we went to college and had an extremely strong interest in science and research, and that's the thing that made a difference in our lives. The two of us are strangely gifted, and we had already invented something when we were in college, and even discovered the substance of psychic energy, but at that time, because we didn't know how to utilize it, we only knew that it was an extremely powerful force, which was found on a stone tablet. Our discovery was made known to the higher-ups, and because of our strong talent, we made an exception and joined the research institute and began to specialize in this substance. But despite this, our identity as the sons of criminals became known to the others. Genius, son of criminals. These two identities put a lot of pressure on us, because the research institute itself is not a place of peace, and it has people who enter through the back door, and they started targeting us, making a big deal out of our identities. It was at this time that he and I had a difference in philosophy. He felt that what his father had done, why should he be angry with him when the law had already punished him, whereas I felt that it was a punishment of sorts. After all, the victims were innocent as well. They had suffered unparalleled pain, and there was no excuse for us to suffer a little bit, until marked day came along. He and I awakened at the same time, and being extremely gifted, our cultivation grew strangely fast, and he began to take revenge on those who had harmed him, while I had been so immersed in scientific research at the time that I didn't notice. Wu Sheng silently listened to Dr. Ouyang's words before speaking. The doctor should have hidden quite a lot, right? Dr. Ouyang nodded, and then added, our first conflict erupted because of your appearance. Wu Sheng froze. Me? Dr. Ouyang nodded as he smiled and said, my plan is to cultivate you into a god with the ability to think independently, a god that can distinguish between right and wrong, and possesses the 7 emotions and 6 desires, while he, on the other hand, wants to cultivate you into a human being who has no morals, no shackles, and who acts on the basis of his joys, anger, and sorrows. There's not really a difference between the two, is there? Wu Shang opened his mouth. Well, as far as the result is concerned, they are both the strongest. There is no difference, but the process will be different. I always believe that a person who acts on his emotions can only be called a beast after all. There will be no place for this kind of creatures. Even if he is strong and terrifying, there will always be a day when he gets tired of it, and when that happens, he will be the loneliest of them all. Dr. Ouyang said with a smile. Wu Shang was also in deep thought when he heard this, and he didn't know what to say. I'm not actually sure what the future holds, but at least you get to feel everything that comes with being a human being. You may be missing something, but you can also gain something. People are never perfect. After saying that, Dr. Ouyang suddenly inclined his head to look at him. Ever feel unworthy? Wu Shang nodded and shook his head. This road is right or wrong, all by your choice. You will suffer now, because you are not powerful enough. When your power exceeds me, what kind of person you want to become all by your own choice? Kill me or destroy the world. You judge for yourself, but you'd better be honest now. It's too weak. Dr. Ouyang smiled and patted Wu Shang's shoulder. He could see the past and project the future. He never bothered to measure the future, because the outcome of a creature like man is always a given. The beginning is birth, the end is death. The process is the real life. Pain and pleasure always coexist. The reason for the pain is because once felt pleasure, and the reason for the pleasure is also because tasted pain. Dr. Ouyang stood up, and then continued. What you want to do, is up to the future you to decide. For now, if you want to do that, first listen to my arrangement well. Wu Shang stood up as he spoke as well. At night, Wu Shang returned home. Wu Jiangwo and Zhang Hua also froze for a moment when they saw Wu Shang return, while Wu Jiangwo walked to Wu Shang's side with a happy face. It's good to be back. You've lost weight. Come over and eat. But Wu Shang didn't move a muscle. What's wrong? Wu Jiangwo frowned at Wu Shang's dumbfounded appearance. Wu Shang was never like this in his memory. Uncle, I want to go home. When these words came out, Wu Jiangwo instantly froze in place. He looked at his nephew somewhat incredulously. Froze for a while. Wu Jiangwo's eyes slightly red. Good. Big uncle will take you home. And tomorrow we'll go back to Sichuan and Shu. We're not staying in this Thai place. Zhang Hua looked at this scene also did not say anything. She knew that Wu Shang must have suffered a great deal of grievances. The next day, Wu Shang and Wu Jiangwo took the plane back to Sichuan in Sichuan. Zhang Hua originally wanted to go back as well, but was stopped by Wu Shang. Wu Shang felt that Zhang Wei could have a better life here, so he lied that he had a mission before he went back. Zhang Hua didn't say much when she heard that. She would respect Wu Shang's decision, and it's not good for Zhang Wei to keep switching around. If she makes a few friends over here and then switches again, it'll have a bad effect on the child. The big deal is to go to school here and go back to Kawasaki on vacation. Chapter 108 Conversation between Wen Shi and her family members. Wu Shang returned to Sichuan and Shu, and the site of the Evolution Institute was also greeted by Dr. Ouyang. Simply put, it's a dropout. Wu Shang followed Wu Jiangwo back to his original residence. Looking at the tablets on the spirit platform, Wu Shang silently lit the candles again, and after paying his respects, he repacked his original room. He spoke to Yin Hu, who didn't refuse and said that he would let him hold down the boundaries of the ancient city of Chuanshu. He didn't refuse either. That place in Anzhou might not suit him very well. When he returned here, Wu Shan was also recognized by quite a few people, and they didn't say anything when they saw him, just greeted him. As for what was on his mind, Wu Shang didn't care. Kawasaki hasn't been in much of a marking point since the last marking day when it was massively invaded. Wu, on the other hand, lived in the original Wu Jianjun's room and reopened a new store. In his words, Chuanshu would indeed be much more comfortable than in Chang. At least he'd have a few acquaintances and a store that wouldn't be so idle. On the first day back, the two restored everything to its original state, and then Wu Shang began to cultivate. Because he had stormed out and killed quite a few evolvers during his last time in Sakura, he still had a relatively abundant amount of spiritual energy in his body and wanted to see if he could make a breakthrough once more. Sakura country has also completely lost the sovereignty of the country since the last time, and the whole country has begun to flee, and those who can't escape will have to gamble to see if they can turn into sea people. While Wu Shan was cultivating on this side, when she on the other side of An City was also called out by Dr. Ouyang to talk alone for a while. Hello, Winnie, right? Dr. Ouyang looked at the little girl in front of him and smiled. You are? When she looked at the white-haired man in front of her with some confusion, it looked a bit familiar, but she couldn't recall where she had seen it before. My name is Ouyang Ji. You can call me Dr. I came to see you about Wu Shang. When she froze, and after hearing Wu Shang thought that something had happened to him again, and hurriedly said, What happened to Wu Shang? Ouyang Ji smiled and told Wen Shi all about what happened yesterday. After finishing, Ouyang Ji spoke. From today onwards, Wu Shang won't appear in the Evolution Academy, and he's officially been incorporated into the Zodiac. Ouyang left after he finished speaking, leaving Wen Shi alone in a somewhat muddled state. The first thing she hears about Wu Shang's visit to her house to propose is joy, and after hearing her parents' refusal, she instinctively assumes that they think Wu Shang is too abrupt. But Ouyang had told her about the Heavenly Emperor again, and she was now a bit confused. Blame her parents? She didn't really want to, because she knew her parents were doing it for her own good, and no matter what anyone else thought, she wasn't at least in a position to blame them. She took out her cell phone and looked at the message she had sent to Wu Shang. I don't know why, she felt a little prickly, and Wu Shang didn't fail to return. The latest message Wu Shang returned today. In the middle of something? It's fine, don't worry. She went back into the classroom a little confused while taking a vacation. There were some things she felt she still needed to check with her parents before doing so. When she went back inside the house, Wen Mother's froze for a moment when she saw her return, and then laughed. Why are you back? I remember not having a vacation today. Is my dad here? When she forced a smile before speaking, Wen Mother froze, knowing her daughter is like a mother. She looked at her own daughter's appearance, also knew something, with a little pity in her eyes. Your father isn't home. Let's wait until he comes back later. Who told you that? Dr. Ouyang? Or was it Mr. Wu? Mother Wen sat down beside Wen Shi and said softly, Dr. Ouyang told me. When she leaned into Wen Mother's arms and said in a somewhat low tone, it's good to talk about it. Mother Winnie had wanted to be ready to tell you when you came back, but Mom is very relieved. A gentle smile appeared on Mother Wen's face. Relieved about what? When she asked as she looked up at her mom. You didn't come back and yell at us, and you understand us, so it seems like you've really grown up. When Mother gently caressed her daughter's hair, I do not know when. Once that can only hold her little legs of the small child now she cannot hold. The two just sat on the couch enjoying the warmth between mother and daughter. After an unknown amount of time, Wen's father also returned home. After he saw his daughter also froze for a moment. She looked at his wife and got the answer from the other's eyes. Dad. When she opened her mouth to say something, but she didn't know where to start. Father Wen took a sip of water before speaking. Say whatever you want to say. It's fine. When she nodded, and then said the doubts in his heart. Father Wen looked at his daughter, and then said, Xiao Shi, do you know what kind of environment Wu Sheng grew up in as a child? No one thing. He had a bad childhood. Father Wen shook his head, a slight color of remembrance flashing in his eyes. It's not just as simple as being bad. He grew up with very little love actually besides his grandparents. His father was a rapist who had been working since he got out of prison, so he didn't care much for Wu Sheng at that point. And verbal abuse, bullying, that kind of stuff was basically just something you could see everywhere when he was a kid. All the more reason to care for him. When she also hurriedly spoke up when she heard this. I'm fine with you caring for him. I'm fine with being nice to him. I'm even fine with you being in a relationship with him, but you're not fit for marriage. When she was stunned by her father's words, she didn't shy away from falling in love and getting married because of the other party's words, but she was puzzled. Why? Because you grew up in completely different environments. It's doomed that either you're going to adapt to him in the future or he's going to adapt to you in the future. But then again, he's a big picture guy, so you're going to be tired in the future. When these words came out, When she also understood, but I haven't seen him think like that in all this time? When she wondered. That's because you guys have experienced fewer things, and when you experience more things in the future, the conflict will always intensify. But you remember, talk about love, talk about emotions plus reason. Only reason love is not called love, and only emotional love is destined to go not long. When father didn't say anything after he finished speaking, instead letting When she think about it on his own. Just like that, when she returned to her room, and she lay on her bed not knowing what she was thinking about. On the other side, Wu Shang also sat in his room and practiced. Dr. Ouyang also returned to his lab. He needed to prepare for the next alien invasion. Unsurprisingly, the next exotic domain was expected to be a major attack, and they would have to prepare to arrange for Wu Shang and the others to enter the exotic domain. Chapter 109, A Trip to a Foreign Land. Wu Shang's return home didn't get in the way of anything, except for making waves with a few people. The subsequent Wu Shang sits in the ancient city, and that ancient city's zodiac organization is basically the equivalent of retirement. Those exotic creatures were basically just a slash. Completely unreasonable. Shangguan Zhan and Shangguan Xingron had asked Wu Shang what was going on, and Wu Shang had only told them that he had a new assignment and that he would see them again when there was a chance in the future. Shangguan Zi also asked Wu Shang. Wu Shang replied in the same way. Subsequently, when she acted as if she didn't know about it, and as soon as she was free, she looked for Wu Shang to chat with him, and because she was no longer on a mission, Wu Shang's cultivation speed slowed down. And so, a month passed. That day, Inhu once again called Wu Shang. Hey, how was the rest? Inuyasha opened his mouth first and exchanged pleasantries. It's okay, what's the matter? Wu Shang asked indifferently. On the other side, Who was also a bit helpless when he heard Wu Shang's tone. Originally he was planning to shout Wu Shang back to the Evolution Academy, but now it was unlikely looking at Wu Shang's appearance. There's a new assignment, and it's kind of time for you to take the lead with part of your future squad. Wu Shang froze. What mission? Traveling to a foreign land. On that day, Wu Shang left after talking to Wu Jiangwo, because this time was considered a pilot, so Wu Shang didn't know when he would be back. On the same day, Wu Shang was received in Ansheng, and then headed to Dr. Ouyang's lab. At the moment, there were 4 people standing in the lab, 2 that Wu Shang recognized and the other 2 that Wu Shang didn't recognize. Dr. Ouyang also smiled when he saw Wu Shang come in and said, "Here you are. How's your recuperation this month?" Wu Shang nodded and said, "There's nothing wrong with it." Dr. Ouyang nodded, and then began to introduce, "These 3 are your teammates, Xinglong, Jade Rabbit, and White Tiger. All 3 of them have different cultivation levels. Xinglong and White Tiger are both about to break through the mold, and Jade Rabbit has evolved to the 7th stage, but she's for healing, and is also considered to be a think tank." Wu Shang sniffed and also set his eyes on those 3 people. 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman. The girl had short hair, a rather cold face, and an ordinary look. On the other hand, the Green Dragon and White Tiger were 2 teenagers about the same age as Wu Shang. The White Tiger had an inch head and a pair of pupils filled with a fierce aura, while the Green Dragon was a flamboyant and beautiful young man if he was concerned. "Hello, I didn't get a chance to introduce myself last time. Codename Green Dragon. Name is Dragon Jade." Long Yu walked up and smiled as he extended his hand. Wu Shang. Wu Shang extended his hand and shook the others. The White Tiger and Jade Rabbit on the other side also made introductions. "My name is Trey Fury. Wu Yu." Wu Shang froze as he looked at Wu Yu with some curiosity. "What's wrong?" Wu Yu was a little uncomfortable by the way he looked at her. "It's okay. I just didn't expect to meet someone with the same name." Wu Shang's words caused Wu Yu to let out a soft sigh of relief, and at that moment, Dr. Ouyang smiled and said, "Okay, let me talk about this mission." The 4 Wu Shangs also turned their heads to look at him upon hearing this, their eyes filled with curiosity and seriousness. "Your mission this time is to travel to the foreign domain to find out when they are planning to attack Blue Star, and of course, to test if this device can fool the people in the foreign domain. You'll be carrying a spatial teleportation system made by us, and you need to look for a more hidden place to set up a teleportation point, preferably set up near a spatial passageway, so as to ensure your safety." Dr. Ouyang's words made the 4 of them nod and sort of understand the situation of this mission. In general it wasn't dangerous, but there were some risks. "By the way, Wu Shang, it's best if you don't take out your god execution sword." Wu Shang froze. He was a bit puzzled. "Why?" Dr. Ouyang smiled and didn't say anything, and then looked at the crowd and said, "This time your mission is not to fight, but to poke around, as well as to cultivate, because the concentration of spiritual energy in the foreign region is much stronger than what we will have, so your cultivation speed will be much faster, and also, if you can try to create a stronghold of your own in the area, which will be used in the future." Wu Shang was puzzled as he called out to the Punisher God in his heart. "Punisher God, do you know why?" The Punisher God in his body didn't care and said, "Where do I know? If you're not allowed to use it, you're not allowed to use it. You can just use your own sword. I'll hide it for a while these days." Wu Shang frowned. His own blade was extremely prone to going berserk when he used it, so to speak. The red mist condensed into a blade that was like a possessive fellow. As long as someone was hostile to Wu Shang, it would probably rush up to take a stab at him. Moreover, with Wu Shang's current strength, coupled with the red mist blade squeezing his lifespan and energy on the situation, there was no enemy within the molting territory. That is, it wouldn't last for a long time. "By the way, remember to name your own knife." The executioner god disappeared after he finished speaking, and at that moment, Dr. Ouyang pressed a button. With the space slowly tearing apart, a tunnel appeared in front of the crowd. This tunnel leads to a forest. There aren't many people in it, but there are many strange monsters. The strongest one is at the 9th evolutionary level, but I don't know if there are any strange abilities. You guys be careful. We don't really know much about the situation over there more than that, so pay attention to your safety. The 4 men sniffed and looked at each other before putting on their own masks. A black mouse, a green dragon head, a black and white tiger, and a silver and white rabbit. Remember, your mission this time is dangerous and safe. It's all up to you to play. The space tunnel we will maintain for a month. You must promise to come back within a month. Always keep that in mind. Dr. Ouyang's face was rare and serious, and the crowd nodded at his words. Yes. As the words fell, the silhouettes of the 4 walked directly into that unknown spatial passage ahead. After the silhouettes of the 4 people disappeared, the space also completely vanished into thin air. Dr. Ouyang looked at the disappearing crowd with little expression on his face. After a few seconds of watching, he left. TSK, The latter-day evolver. With a sigh of relief, he left, as if he knew everything, but said nothing. On the other hand, Wu Shang and the others passed through a dark space, accompanied by a light appearing, and the crowd walked towards the light. The scene changed. A primitive forest appeared in the eyes of the crowd. The forest was very lush, even lush a little less than words. This is other world? Wu Shang looked at the thick trees and muttered, and at that moment, several tall shadows appeared behind them. Chapter 110, First Visit to a Foreign Land. Wu Shang and the others turned their heads, and then they froze in place. Behind them, a huge humanoid creature appeared, over 3 meters tall, staring at the pig's head with very clear eyes, as if they were looking at their prey. Wu Shang was pretty sure that these guys had a mind of their own. Ow ow ow. Accompanied by the ghostly screams of the leading pig-headed man, the other pig-headed men also directly pounced on them, and they pulled out a huge bone club from somewhere and blasted it towards Wu Shang and the others. Retreat! Wu Shang bellowed, and the 4 of them directly retreated. Jade Rabbit, you hide behind. Green Dragon, White Tiger, and I will go. After Wu Shang finished speaking, he chopped straight up with the execution god in hand, and I don't know if it was Wu Shang's illusion, but after the Punisher god came out, a strong color of fear flashed in the eyes of those pigs. On the other side, the Green Dragon and White Tiger also offered up their own supernatural abilities. The Green Dragon was holding a square sky painting halberd, and green-colored thunder surrounded its body, looking incomparably gorgeous. The White Tiger, on the other hand, was holding a large tiger-headed sword with 2 blood grooves on it, and around its body, it began to emit a terrifying magnetic and murderous aura. Split the body, thunder flash, broken star. The 3 terrifying attacks chopped towards the pig-headed people, and these pig-headed people were only at the 5th evolutionary stage of cultivation, and this knife went down and directly killed all of them. It was also the first time that several people from Wuxing appeared in this place and chose to go all out for fear of encountering problems. Before a few people could catch their breath as they looked at the many corpses that had been split up, the trees around them began to move, with one branch twisting up. The branches of the large tree instantly passed through the corpses on the ground like sharp arrows. In the crowd's shocked gazes, the body was instantly sucked into dryness and finally dropped into the ground. The trees also slowly calmed down after absorbing these corpses, as if nothing had happened. Is this the other land? The Tamagotchi stammered a bit, and Wu Shang observed the surroundings for a while, and then thought of a way. He approached the large trees step by step with the Punisher in hand, and these large trees did not attack them. Looking like ordinary trees, Wu Shang stretched out his hand while touching towards the trunk of the tree. Hey, you be careful. The Jade Rabbit in the distance opened his mouth to remind him. Wu Shang nodded, and then pressed his hand on it. Seeing that the trees didn't move much, Wu Shang looked at the crowd and said, "These trees are probably evolved like this. Put the spatial device on the trees. It looks like not many people will be able to do anything with this thing." After hearing this, the crowd also nodded and found it very reasonable. And then one person picked a large tree and installed their spatial positioning device on it. However, the so-called spatial positioning device was a silver-white metal disc that automatically fit onto the branch after being placed on it, and then disappeared without a trace as if it had never appeared. Well, let's talk about going in that direction. Wu Shang placed his gaze on the others after he finished speaking. Do you have any ideas? Green Dragon and White Tiger shook their heads and said, "There's not much to think about. You decide." And Wu Shang set his eyes on the Jade Rabbit again. Wu Yu pondered for a while before speaking. According to the animal's habits then, those monsters should be here to hunt, and if they hunt, they will basically avoid places where strong people exist. I think that by continuing in the direction where they appeared, there is a chance that the danger will be less. Wu Shang nodded when he heard that. I think it's feasible, and it would have been a guess anyway, so let's take a trip like you said. The crowd clicked together, and then proceeded toward the front of the pig-headed man. The 4 of them looked around warily, but luckily there weren't any other strange creatures that appeared along the way, except for a few rat-like creatures that appeared. After walking for about 2 hours or so, the 4 people finally saw not the dense forest that crisscrossed the area, but a huge lake, and near the lake was a huge clearing. The 4 of them walked near the lake while Wu Shang squatted down to look at the crystal clear water with a slight doubt in his eyes. The water is too clear. Wu Shang's words caused the rest to nod. Long Yu cupped a puddle of water and sniffed close with his nose. It doesn't smell bad. It's really clean. Suddenly, a huge black shadow appeared on the surface of the water. What the hell? Trey Fury shouted. And along with the black shadows getting bigger and bigger, a huge crocodile rushed out of the water. Said crocodile, on the contrary, is more like some kind of ancient creatures, with scales on the body. The length of the body is close to 10 meters long. The mouth is not like the kind of crocodile long, slightly shorter. The limbs are thick and powerful. Looks extremely ferocious. Those copper bell-like pupils stared at Wu Shang and the others, greed and doubt filling their eyes. Humans, this is not the time to hunt or fetch water. What are you doing here? The crocodile mouthed human words in a relatively low voice. though there was no intent to attack. Wu Sheng and the others froze, and then Wu Sheng and a few others looked at each other and spoke tentatively. We were attacked in this forest, so we couldn't walk out for a while. Can you tell us how to get out? The crocodile froze, and then crawled out of the water, while Wu Sheng and the others were instantly alert. The crocodile's limbs were propped up and covered the sky, like a dinosaur filled with a sense of oppression. Wu Sheng felt it. Evolutionary ninth order? Not considered strong. Who were you attacked by? Where did Wu Sheng know what the pig-headed man's name was? His eyes also cold. Since the other party would talk, he was ready to use violence. You don't care who attacked us. Tell us how to get out of here or you'll be sorry if we go missing. Suddenly, Wu Yu stepped forward and chided, and the crocodile first froze when it heard Wu Yu's words, and then sized up the four of them before finally pointing in a certain direction with its mouth and speaking. You can get out by going all the way from over there, and next time don't show up here during a non-hunting and water hunting period. With that, it climbed back into the water, and Wu Sheng was relieved to see it. In a place like this where there was no intelligence, he really didn't want to strike out indiscriminately, not to mention that Dr. Yang had instructed him to keep him from using his magic sword. The four turned in the direction the crocodile had indicated, and after the four had gone, the crocodile surfaced again, with a pair of dead eyes on them. Strange. Thanks to you. The crowd opened their mouths towards Wu Yu. We're all teammates. There's no need to be so polite, Wu Yu said faintly. A few people nodded as well, and that's when Trey Fury asked, how did you know that said monster would tell us how to get out? The other two also looked at Wu Yu curiously. Wu Yu sniffed and also opened his mouth to explain. It said that this place is available with hunting. It proves that at least in the fight with humans they are the party that hunts and kills. They may also hunt and kill humans, but they should be at a disadvantage. And the fact that it knows that we're lost and don't even dare to strike directly proves that it should be scornful of the human race. So I think that a little bit of a tougher attitude may be better. Wu Sheng nodded and looked somewhat differently. This Wu Yu did react quickly. It seems that Dr. Yang did not choose the wrong person. Chapter 111, Captivity. The crowd walked in the direction that the monster was pointing. Soon the group saw a small town. Looking at the buildings in front of them, the crowd froze for a moment. The building ahead was a bit retro. It didn't look like the steel metropolis of Blue Star. Instead it was filled with something akin to ancient architecture. But strangely enough, there were extremely modern cars traveling through these buildings, and even the people inside were dressed not like ancient times, but in a modern fashion. It's like an old city tourist attraction with a defiant vibe. It's not strong. Why does it feel like they're all ordinary people? Long Yu said suspiciously. Wu Sheng and the others also nodded. The people inside didn't have the aura of an evolved person at all. Instead they all looked like ordinary people. Their faces looked nothing different as usual. But after seeing Wu Sheng and the others instead, they froze. They approached towards Wu Sheng and the others step by step, and the four unconsciously took a few steps back. What to do? Trey Fury asked towards Wu Sheng. Let's see what's going on first. Don't feel hostile, Wu Sheng said, but walked to the front. Gu, whose children are you? How can you run out at this time of the day? Go back, it's time to hunt. The crowd grabbed the hands of Wu Sheng and the others while pulling them towards their homes. The four of them were a bit confused, but they didn't say anything more because they didn't detect any hostility and the other party's power wasn't strong. The four of them looked at each other and decided to take a look first. The four were then pulled into a house, but upon entering the house the crowd visibly froze as there were many children inside. There were both boys and girls, some as old as Wu Sheng and the others, as well as small children in their teens. Some people's eyes were filled with fear, some people's eyes had unwillingness, and their emotions varied, causing curiosity to fill the eyes of Wu Sheng and the others. Soon, accompanied by a roar, a beast rushed out of the forest. Wu Sheng looked at the people outside, his eyes wide open, those eyes full of unbelief. Long Yu and the others also looked outside with shocked faces. Outside, people spontaneously walked out into the middle of the street. Many of them, too many to count, with a little smile on their faces, and blood splattered everywhere. Countless people were devoured by the beasts. Each beast turned around and left after eating the people. This group of beasts was very orderly. They didn't destroy, nor did they go and do anything strange. Eat and leave without a second thought. The whole street, the city at this moment into a human purgatory. But the strange thing is, these people have no screams. They just go to their deaths peacefully, without the slightest fear. And Wu Sheng and the others in the room glanced at each other, wanting to say something but ultimately saying nothing. And at that moment, there was a little boy in the house with an angry face. He looked at the tragedy outside. There was no sadness, there was just anger. Bastards, I'll kill you all. As soon as the little boy said this, the people behind him rushed out to cover his mouth. The Wu Sheng guys, on the other hand, were looking at the teenager with some surprise. The killing lasted for about an hour or so, and with the beast slowly fading away, the streets were left with nothing but blood. And at that moment, a few red lights appeared in the sky, and along with the red lights getting bigger and bigger, eventually a few silver white and robots arrived. It was from their eyes that the red light erupted. The robot landed smoothly on the ground, and then a big dark hole appeared in its chest, accompanied by a strong suction. The blood was all taken away, and the street became clean, as if nothing had happened. A few of Wu Shang's people frowned, and at that moment, a small figure rushed out. The young boy took the broom and smashed it directly towards the head of the metal robot, and along with the breaking of the stick, the robot gazed at the young boy with a scarlet gaze. The scarlet glow carried an unknown flavor as it stretched out its silvery white arms to slowly touch toward the boy's head, and at that moment, a black shadow at Wu Shang's side instantly rushed towards the outside. With Wu Yu's flying kick, the robot's head was instantly kicked away, and the little boy looked at the big sister that appeared in front of him, his eyes filled with shock, and after Wu Yu showed her power, the people around her also put their eyes on her. Evolvers? Why are there evolvers here? They're not from the captive. Could it be that they're here to poach? Go and report to the people at the research center and the captive. There's an intruder. Accompanied by the yelling of the people around him, Wu Shang frowned. Take the kids with you and pull out first. Saying that, Wu Shang took Wu Yu and rushed towards the interior of the forest. The people in here were just too wrong, and that little boy seemed to know something. The four of them disappeared in an instant like ghosts, and after Wu Shang and the others left, several more figures descended from the sky. Beneath their feet, a white cloud held them up, looking extremely magical. Where are the people? There were 3 of them in total, all female. They were handsome and slender, but in their hands they held a single sniper-like weapon. Ran off inside the jungle, 4 of them, and took Kobayashi with them. A teenager spoke anxiously. He wasn't that anxious just now when so many people were being eaten, but he was anxious after realizing Wu Shang and the others. There are still poachers at this time of year. Go, look inside the forest. The 3 of them looked at each other before flying towards the jungle. Start a rainy day with poachers. After one of them finished speaking to the bracelet, the sky that should have been cloudless suddenly sprouted countless dark clouds to cover the sky at this moment. Wu Shang, who was fleeing in the forest, looked up at the sky with a flash of some sense of uneasiness in his eyes, and at that moment, the child who was saved by Wu Yu exclaimed, "You guys quickly hide. If you get caught in the raindrops you'll reveal your position." Wu Shang froze, and then looked around, and didn't find any place to hide from the rain, and at that moment, Chui Xia pulled out a huge piece of metal from somewhere, and under his control, the metal transformed into a rectangular room enveloping the 4 of them. Let's hide for a while and take him back if we're found. As Chui Xia said that, he placed his gaze on the little boy in Wu Yu's hands, and at this moment, the little boy looked at the 4 Wu Shang with a face of reverence, his eyes filled with excitement. This made the Wu Shang several people in turn a bit puzzled. It was just too strange here. The concentration of psychic energy was definitely higher than Blue Star, but there were no evolvers. Instead, there were all ordinary people, pig-headed people, larger beasts, and humans who went to their deaths. There are so many questions in my mind that need to be answered. Chapter 112 Rainforest Area 2. Are you evolved? Are you from outside? Without waiting for Wu Shang and the others to ask, the teenager instead spoke first, his pair of dark eyes looking at Wu Shang full of admiration. It's the evolvers out there. What is this place? Wu Shang opened his mouth and asked, "Really? I can't believe I'm still seeing alien evolvers. Can you guys take me out? Or can you teach me?" The teenager did not answer Wu Shang's question, but instead spoke with an excited face, as if Wu Shang and the others were some kind of savior. "Answer my question first," Wu Shang said in a serious tone. The rain outside was getting heavier and heavier. The tin certainly wouldn't last long. After all, if this rain could really tan humans, then a tin house suddenly appearing in the forest wouldn't last long. The teenager was not intimidated by Wu Shang's serious face, but instead said excitedly, "This is Rainforest Area number 2. Wu Shang also frowned when he heard the other party's description, but he didn't show any feeling of doubt about the word. What just happened inside the city? And at that moment, a breaking sound suddenly came from the sky, and Wu Shang and the others were instantly alert. Someone's coming. Long Yu opened his mouth. Long Yu, Chui Xia and I will go. Wu Yu, you keep an eye on him. Wu Shang put on his mask after he finished speaking. After all, it was better to wear a mask if it was a fight. The remaining 2 put on their own masks. Outside, a flash of anger flashed in the eyes of the 3 captives as they looked at the tin house not far away. Poachers all deserve to die. The 3 of them raised the weapons in their hands, and the pitch-black holes began to absorb the spiritual energy in the air as an extremely terrifying aura began to coalesce in the muzzles. Shoo shoo shoo. Suddenly, not far away, an arrow attacked towards the trio at an extremely fast speed. Boom! One of the 3 turned her gun around, and along with the trigger pull in her hand, a silver-white laser with a diameter close to half a meter shot out violently from it. The laser slammed into the arrow, instantly melting it into iron. Terrible power. On the ground, the bow and arrow-wielding Chui Xie muttered as he looked at the laser that passed through the top of his head like a shooting star. And at that moment, a green-colored thunder appeared out of thin air, and the thunder transformed into a 3-meter-high dragon's head and blasted towards the 3 people on top of the white clouds in front of them. Demon Rat, do it! As those 3 people's attention was attracted by the thunder, a figure holding a long sword suddenly appeared above their heads. Split the body. Scarlet red blade awning shot out and chopped at those 3 people. And at that moment, the white clouds underneath the trio's feet instantly transformed into a white protective shield, protecting the trio to the death. Wu Shang frowned. The hardness of this protective shield was not low. Strike together! Wu Shang roared, before raising his spiritual energy once again. Killing aura began to fill the air, and the green dragon and white tiger instantly leapt up, accompanied by thunder, killing aura, and the spread of magnetic force. The 3 attacks directly bombarded on top of the protective shield, along with that white round sphere being blasted into the ground. Wu Shang and the others directly followed. The 3 surrounded the huge sphere, their eyes filled with vigilance. With the sound of electricity, the orb-like protective shield instantly disintegrated, and the 3 women had passed out. Wu Shang and the others looked at each other and were relieved. The cultivation of the 3 were not strong at the Evolutionary 7 stage, but the attack power of the weapons burst out. Wu Shang was not necessarily able to carry it, and the strength of this protective cover was not low. At least the 3 Wu Shang all used their full strength. Take it away. In the rainy night, 3 men stared at the 3 beauties like killers before dragging them away. Of course, that round sphere was also collected into the domain ring by Longyu. This thing looks like it could be powerful. Bring it back for the doctor to study. Longyu thought in this way while following Wu Sheng towards the front. After returning to the middle of the house made of metal, Wu Sheng's men injected the 3 evolvers with the potion developed by the doctor, sealing their cultivation as much as possible. The doctor had given them quite a bit of this stuff, and the little boy's admiration in his eyes intensified when he saw that Wu Sheng and the others had brought 3 women with them. What are the identities of these 3 men? Wu Sheng looked at the little boy and asked curiously. They're from the captive facility and say they're there to protect us, but really they're there to watch us and keep us from leaving. The teenager's tone was filled with anger and resentment. These people were the assholes who had taken away their freedom. Wu Sheng and the others frowned. Listening to him, it seems that this place is not exactly an exotic area, and at that moment, the 3 women also woke up leisurely. The moment they opened their eyes they wanted to reach for their weapons, but Wu Sheng's long knife was already on their necks. Be honest if you don't want to die. The scarlet blade was only a few centimeters away from their throats, and with only a slight force, the 3 of them would instantly perish. And the eyes of the 3 were still revealing extreme anger, but after seeing Wu Sheng's long knife there was a sudden flash of fear in their eyes. This knife. The 3 looked at Wu Sheng's exorcism god stuttering and unable to speak, while Wu Sheng frowned at the sight. What happened to the knife? Wu Sheng asked with some curiosity. Throughout the body. Scarlet through the body. Blade of disaster. Who the hell are you? The woman questioned Wu Sheng after she finished speaking in fear. Shut up. I'm whoever you think I am. Now answer my question and I can let you go. Wu Sheng's words caused the 3 of them to look at each other. A flash of determination flashed in their eyes, and then an extremely dangerous aura suddenly appeared along with a current passing through their bodies. Go! Wu Sheng's pupils dilated before he yelled out towards several other people. A few of the others weren't cuties either. Sensed something was wrong as soon as the current appeared. Wu Sheng grabbed the little boy and instantly rushed out of the metal house. And after the crowd came out, Chui Xie clenched one hand, and the house was instantly closed, accompanied by a loud explosion. 4 people were directly lifted off by the impact, and at that moment, above the sky, a house floating in the air sounded an alarm at that moment, and along with the opening of the house, several 10 people rushed out from inside. These people were not very strong, but all of them were equipped with the weapons from before. On top of that, they actually looked exactly the same. A group of the same people rushed towards the place where the explosion occurred, looking incredibly creepy, and at the moment inside that house floating in the air, a figure is pressing an incredibly precise instrument, and behind him are countless things similar to nutritional pods. Mutants appearing. Prepare for expulsion. Wow, less and less people are watching. Chapter 113, A Building in the Sky. On the other side of Wu Sheng climbed up from the ground. Behind him was blown out a huge open space, but there was no smoke rushed out. In addition to the extremely horrific impact, the explosion center of the area as if it had been dug out alive. Good. So awesome. Beside Wu Sheng, the little boy looked at Wu Sheng with a face of adoration, and his heart became even more determined to want to go out. What the hell is this? Wu Sheng looked at the humans that looked like flies in the sky, and shock filled his eyes. The humans above the sky all looked exactly the same, and the 3 people just now, no matter whether it was height, stature, or looks, all of them were the same, as if they were carved out of the same mold. Their home base is in the sky, and if they don't go to the sky and take out what's inside, These people are going to keep cascading like flies. The young boy told Wu Shang all his information. The sky? Wu Shang was a bit confused while the little boy pointed towards a certain direction above the sky. That's the one. Following the other party's finger, he indeed saw an extremely tiny black dot above the sky, as if it was a bird flying above the sky. When Wu Shang saw this, he also instantly understood who the target was. Green Dragon, White Tiger, can you hold these guys off? Wu Shang yelled in the direction of Qinglong and the others. What action you have, don't worry to go. We can't beat it but we can still run. Just take care of yourself. After Qinglong finished speaking, he jumped on top of the tree with his square halberd in hand and a head of green hair. On the other side, the white tiger also leapt up from the jungle with a tiger-headed greatsword in hand, directly attacking towards the humans above. Seeing this, Wu Shang didn't dilly-dally and drew the Punisher's blade with the tip facing upwards. Execute the heart. Holding the knife in one hand and grabbing the little boy in the other was like an arrow shooting towards the sky. After killing the three, Wu Shang stepped on top of a white cloud. Do you know how to use this thing? Wu Shang looked at the little boy and asked. It will work. The little boy had a confident look on his face, and then he began to feel around on the white cloud, and soon he seemed to have touched something, and this white cloud instantly flew towards the sky. The others were planning to attack Wu Shang, but they were stopped by the Green Dragon and White Tiger. The result was that the Green Dragon and White Tiger were blown away by the laser cannon. The power of this thing was too terrifying, and the two didn't dare to take it hard, so they could only dodge back and forth in the jungle to keep the other from aiming. On the other hand, Wu Shang followed the little boy all the way up to the house floating in the sky. Wu Shang was also curious as he looked at the pagoda-like building. Punch it in, Wu Shang said to the teenager, while the teenager also rushed straight into it after hearing that. The two piloted the white cloud and rushed into the pagoda where the portal opened, and after passing through a dark passageway, the two came to an empty space. It looks like it should hold this white cloud flyer. In front of it was a very bright corridor, surrounded by a silver-white color that looked quite depressing. Wu Shang jumped down from the white cloud. His feet were no different from a normal concrete road. Wu Shang put that white cloud flying machine into the domain ring, and then walked towards the corridor. The little boy looked a little scared, following Wu Shang step by step, and every now and then looking around vigilantly. After walking along the corridor for a while, they soon came to the end. Looking at the gate in front of him, Wu Shang walked over, and the moment Wu Shang approached, the door opened, and the scene inside made Wu Shang and the little boy freeze in place. In front of them was an extremely vast square, and one thing similar to a space capsule was being displayed here very neatly, with no end in sight on the left and right sides, while at the very front was a huge screen. At the forefront, a figure stood in front, a black screen mapping red eyes. Robot? Wu Shang froze a little. Everything here looked so amazing. The institute has been invaded. Go on alert mode. Accompanied by the sound of robots, these space capsules suddenly disappeared, while immediately afterward, one by one robots appeared in this plaza, and they were pointing at Wu Shang with weapons in their hands. And at that moment, the little boy behind Wu Shang suddenly screamed and hugged Wu Shang's thigh. Woodland humans, mutants, no attacking. Before it could give its order, Wu Shang had instantly appeared in front of him, and the long knife in his hand severed its mechanical head, accompanied by the flash of sparks, and the surrounding robots instantly stopped their movements. Wu Shang watched for a moment before walking over to the huge blue screen. There were many options on it, while Wu Shang focused on 3. Clone, energy detection, introduction. 3 options. Wu Shang first checked the introduction, followed by a large section of text appeared on top of the screen. Along with the content inside appeared more and more. Wu Shang also more and more alarmed. At the time of seeing the end of the time, he stared at his eyes wide open with an unbelievable face. Big brother, what's wrong? The little boy looked at Wu Shang and asked with some curiosity. The words on it were too compact, coupled with the fact that he wasn't tall enough, so he couldn't see much at all. And Wu Shang lowered his head to look at the little boy in front of him, and after freezing for a few seconds, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. After a while, Wu Shang checked the cloning option again. Immediately afterward, the dense human names and occupations began to appear above the screen. Each one of them had an introduction. There were a total of 10,000 people. Their ages, occupations, and genders varied, but there was an option beside each one of them. Number of clones. Everyone was like that, and Wu Shang finally figured out why those who attacked them all looked exactly the same. So they were all clones, and these clones can be implanted with personalities, programs, and knowledge that are practically identical to robots. The only difference being that they can think for themselves, have feelings, and reproduce. Wu Shang looked at a few more options before also understanding the place. He looked around at the humans lying in the capsule and pondered for a while before turning around and leaving. The moment Wu Shang turned around, a corpse was lying in place, and he stared at it with wide eyes, seeming somewhat puzzled. Chapter 114 Ecosphere. On the other side, Xinglong and the others were still fighting these clones. A few of them looked extremely messy with their gray heads, but they weren't hurt much. These guys weren't as nimble as the three at the beginning. Their actions were all more rigid, and even their attacks were synchronized, so they were kind of better at dodging. But although those attacks were all rather scary, the good thing was that they were all rather single-pointed attacks, and for some reason, all of these clones were also avoiding harming the trees, and the attacks were all directed towards the clearing. Aside from the previous explosions, there was not much of a ranged attack. On the contrary, the three pondered their countermeasures, but at that moment, Xinglong also realized that the frequency of attacks had suddenly become lower. Xinglong cautiously poked his head out to look. Above the sky, a red blood mist was filling the air, and blade energy was streaking across the sky, harvesting the lives of these clones. White Tiger, do it! The green dragon shouted towards the white tiger, and then leapt up wrapped in thunder. The white tiger also noticed the blood mist above the sky at this moment, and he also reacted and hurriedly followed. Because of the cover of the blood mist and the fact that the group of clones were only as powerful as the weapons in their hands, the battle was lopsided. The jade rabbit, on the other hand, was watching the battle above from below. Her powers weren't suited for combat right now, so she couldn't help. Soon, along with the people in the sky falling into the ground like rain, Wu Shang and the others also returned to the ground. All that was left in the sky were white clouds, while the clones above them were as dead as they could be. The three of them fell to the ground, and the Tamagotchi ran over in a hurry. Are you guys okay? Wu Shang and the others shook their heads. No injuries. These guys aren't very strong, they just have scary weapons. That'll do. Wu Yu sighed in relief, and the dark clouds above the sky disappeared at this moment, turning into a cloudless and clear sky. How are you doing? Did you find out anything? Where's the kid? Long Yu looked at Wu Shang and asked curiously. Poking around, this place is, how can I put it, exotic and not exotic. Wu Shang's words were cloudy, making Long Yu and the others a bit confused. What do you mean it's a foreign land and it's not a foreign land? Wu Shang raised his head to look at the heavenly palace above the sky before saying, this place is a new world made by the foreign domain, mimicking the seasons of the rainforest, and there are many worlds like this one made by the foreign domain. The crowd froze when they heard this, while Trey Fury wondered, is there any point in making this? Protection, or captivity, if you will. What do you mean? Wu Shang continued, it's like a zoo that mimics the seasons of a rainforest, and all the people here are clones. The clones produce heirs here, and it slowly develops, and the people here are implanted with a kind of chip when they reach a certain age, which informs them of everything that's going on, and wipes out their pain organs. So cruel? Wu Yu said with a somewhat angry face. No, on the contrary, it is not cruelty, but rather kindness. Wu Shang looked at Wu Yu and said indifferently, how can this be kindness? It's no different than treating people like animals. Wu Yu said with some confusion, the clones here are animals. Let's put it this way, this world of the other world, itself, because of the overly advanced technology, causes that there won't be any ordinary creatures there. All of them are evolved creatures, and these creatures have intelligence. So before, they have been competing for the resources and the land, and they have been competing for a long time, until one day, they found out that the concentration of psychic energy is getting higher and higher, and the ones for the edible of plants and animals were becoming less and less. Can't they eat the mutated creatures? Trey Fury asked with some confusion. Yes, but they will perish. Why? The crowd was a little puzzled, because if they ate each other, it would bring nothing but hatred and war, and without peace, sooner or later, one side would die out completely, because their powers are equal, and creatures don't pop out from inside a rock, and after all the creatures are at the same level of intelligence, there would be nothing but absolute chaos as absolute order. You mean, this region is an ecosystem that they created, which is captive to humans and common beasts, who eat each other, develop, and then slowly grow stronger? After hearing Wu Yu's words, Wu Shang nodded. Exactly. And at this time, Long Yu, who was on the side, was a bit puzzled again. If that's the case, then why do they still need to invade Blue Star? There's land, there's resources, what's the point of invading? I'm not too sure about that. The computer over there doesn't show the reason on it, so we'll just have to wait until a future trip to an exotic location to find out what's going on. The future? Don't we go there now? Long Yu said with some curiosity. I can't get past it. I'm not quite sure how that machine is supposed to open that space passage, or if he can open it, or if we'll be able to cross two spaces in getting back here after we get past it. Wu Shang shook his head and voiced his inner concerns. When these words came out, the others were silent. Indeed, it's all a problem. What about the kid? Kill, Wu Shang said indifferently. Ha, why did you kill him? Wasn't he a normal clone? Wu Yu's tone got a little agitated. The other two people also looked at Wu Shang with a puzzled expression. If the other party was an evolved person it was fine, but from Wu Shang's description, that was obviously just an ordinary child. Although all of them are clones here, clones only give birth to each other. Sometimes a genetic mutation may give birth to an evolver. That's why the child is different. The concentration of psychic energy in his body is very high, so he can control his own brain. This kind of child that can become an evolver will be released back to the other world to be cultivated. But, even if it is an evolution, at that moment, Long Yu wanted to say something while Wu Sheng turned his gaze to him. If high-intensity psychic energy can be generated in a place like this, it proves that the odds are that this child is a more gifted being. I don't care if he's gifted or not. All I know is that by releasing him back to the foreign realm in the future he'll be turning on us Bluesterians ourselves, and I don't have that kind of time to train him. We can't even train him on our own planet. Wu Sheng's words caused the others to freeze before lowering their heads. Watch your position, and don't show up in this organization, or with my squad, if you show mercy in such matters. After saying that, Wu Sheng walked in a certain direction. What are you going for? Seeing Wu Sheng leave, the crowd hurriedly followed while asking. In addition to the humans, that ninth order crocodile has to be killed, and those pig-headed people, they're the guys protecting those beasts in this place. They need to be removed altogether, and this place can serve as our stronghold for the time being. Hearing Wu Sheng's words, Long Yu and the others looked at each other in disbelief before following. No matter what, they needed to follow Wu Sheng's orders now, and wait for the mission to be completed for everything. Chapter 115, Magic Sword? Red Sword? After that, Wu Sheng led the three of them to the huge pool of water. Along the way, probably because of Wu Sheng's previous words, the four of them didn't have much communication, and the atmosphere was extremely dull. Wu Yu looked at Wu Sheng's back and froze, not knowing what she was thinking. The four of them returned to the front of the huge pool of water, and Wu Sheng stroked his chin as he looked at the bottomless pool of water. He was trying to figure out how to lure that crocodile out. Soon, he set his eyes on Long Yu. Green Dragon, can your thunder cover this pool? The green dragon froze, and then nodded. There's nothing wrong with it. Here, give that crocodile inside the water an electrotherapy package. Long Yu nodded at his words, and then walked to the edge of the water pool. His hand flashed with thunder, and then he put his hand into the water. Along with the spreading of the arcs of electricity, soon, the top of the entire water pool was covered with green-colored thunder, like a grid of electricity that niggled. Soon, huge bubbles began to rise out of the water, accompanied by a familiar figure rushing out of the water. Wu Sheng directly took out his Punisher God. Split the body. Crocodile at the moment are almost confused. The water inside the temperature suddenly rises, but also numb, so that his body vaguely painful, just out of the water to see how it is, and came face to face with a several meters high knife gas. The scarlet blade chi cut through the water and directly chopped the crocodile in half. Blood stained the entire lake, and Wu Sheng put away his long sword. Go to the pig-headed man's territory. Wu Sheng recorded the territorial sphere of the whole space on the screen over there, in the rainforest. It was the crocodile and the pig-headed man guarding it, and the human area was watched over by those few robots. What it prevents is the exotics coming in privately and sneaking in to hunt, because exotic meats are basically cloned out and rarely eat these native animals that live in the ecosystem. These animals can only be allowed to reproduce slowly, and the people out there will just eat the cloned animals. But no matter what kind of creature is satisfied with one, it will want something higher. So there will also be a lot of poachers who want to take native animals out and sell them at a high price. The other land doesn't look much different than Blue Star. Perhaps the only difference is that they are more technologically advanced and more powerful overall, but that power is also lost on Blue Star. Wu Sheng's four men walked towards the hog-headed man's tribe, and upon arriving at the hog-headed man's tribe, the red mist began to spread, and a killing was once again staged. There weren't many pig-headed people in the horde, not even 100. And there was one from the evolutionary realm that was cut off by Wu Sheng with a single slash. Soon, their flesh and blood were devoured by the surrounding trees, leaving only a pig skin behind. Wu Sheng looked at the time. They didn't know how much time had passed since they came here, because the time here was controlled by that robot. Day and night were both, so he didn't know exactly how much time had passed. What do we do next? Should we go back? Long Yu opened his mouth and asked, aren't you guys about to break through? It's just as well to take the doctor's potion and cultivate here for a while. I'll help you guys protect your magic. Wu Sheng's words caused the trio to freeze, before turning their heads and asking, don't you cultivate? My way of cultivation is different from yours, so just cultivate yours. A few people nodded at the words, and then sat down on their knees in place to cultivate. And there was a reason why Wu Sheng had let them cultivate, as he planned to see if he could run into the exotics who had sneaked in to hunt. You can pry a lot if you can catch one, and this space doesn't show very strong people, because strong people don't lack that. There's no need for such things. The strongest of the poachers were only at the 9th stage of evolution, and the molted shell realm and came in to steal and eat, and this kind of thing was too humiliating to spread out, and there are other ways to get money in the molting realm. This is what Wu Sheng understands. It couldn't be helped. He only knew that the poachers that came in here were all in the evolutionary realm, and the ones that were in the stronger ones hadn't appeared, so he could only guess like that, and he was right to guess, indeed, that wherever he was, it was usually the more bottom-feeding people who did such things, because the people at the top can pay the people at the bottom to do these things, except for a small number of people with more unusual hobbies. Time passed little by little, and after an unknown amount of time, Long Yu and the others also awoke from their cultivation. Where's Wu Shang? Long Yu looked around, where there was still Wu Shang's figure, and the three of them had also broken through the first stage. The two of them had also managed to advance to the molting shell, and the Jade Rabbit had also come to the 8th stage of evolution. None of their talents were low. The three of them were still wondering where Wu Shang was when a loud explosion suddenly came from not far away. Boom! I guess it's Wu Shang. Go check it out. After Long Yu finished speaking, he directly transformed into thunder and shot towards the place of the explosion, and the other two hurriedly followed. On the other side, Wu Shang looked at the three poachers in front of him with some doubts flashing in his eyes. These three men were found by Wu Shang 10 minutes ago. It was quite interesting to say the least. Wu Shang had planned to see if there were any strange animals and planned to have a taste of the whole head. These three people suddenly appeared out of thin air and struck out directly after spotting Wu Shang without the slightest hesitation. Mouthfuls. Isn't the captive over here a woman? What's with the man? Probably poaching like us. Kill them first. Okay. The three of them instantly struck out after they finished speaking, but the strongest of the three of them was only at the 8th evolutionary stage, and Wu Shang sobered up the three of them with a single slash, and after seeing the execution god in Wu Shang's hand, the three of them changed their faces drastically. A strong color of fear suddenly spread in his eyes, which made Wu Shang extremely puzzled. After subduing the three and injecting them with a psychic energy suppressor, Wu Shang took out the Punisher god and asked curiously, "You guys recognize this knife? What are you pretending for? Poaching is a minor offense. You actually dared to use the same scarlet longsword as the ancient demon blade. Wait to be judged, you." One man loudly chided, as if the long red blade was something ominous, and at that moment, Xinglong and the others also arrived at this place. Seeing the three tied up, Wu Yu curiously said, "What's going on? Poachers? I caught them trying to ask something, but I'm not good at torture. Are any of you?" Wu Yu's few people looked at each other in dismay, and then they shook their heads. Then it's just right to take it back. There's no way to go to the otherworldly realm, and there's no more so-called captives in this space. Just come back next time. And as for the message, let Dr. Yang and the others call out for a professional. I think it's okay. Long Yu and the others nodded, indicating that there was nothing wrong with it. The few poachers also heard out the rest of Wu Shang's few people's meaning, and shock flashed in their eyes. You're blue Starians? Wu Shang simply didn't bother to talk nonsense with them and signaled Long Yu, who understood and gave the three an electrotherapy treatment, instantly electrocuting them. Chapter 116, Return to the Blue Planet. Wu Shang and the others took the three unconscious guys towards the place where they were originally positioned. With that, the four returned the way they had come, to the place they had marked. Wu Shang took out his one ring and then pressed the button on the domain ring at the front. Along with the flash of a greenish-blue light from the domain ring in his hand, the space in front of him once again broke through a crack. The crowd breezed toward the front, for once not too surprised by the event. After walking in the darkness for a few minutes, the crowd found a place of light, and after seeing the light, a few people's eyes carried a slight feeling of joy, and they unconsciously accelerated their pace. Welcome back. After walking out of the passageway, Dr. Yang's voice rang out, and the group was once again back in the familiar lab. What are you guys, working as human traffickers? Suddenly, a flirtatious voice rang out, and the crowd opened their eyes, only to see that Ian, who was standing beside Dr. Yang with a smile on his face as he looked at them. Master, you're here. Choi Fury hastily bowed and curtsied towards the other party upon seeing Ian, who, okay, pull back. Don't do this useless stuff. How's the intelligence scouting going? Inuyasha waved his hand with a look of impatience, and upon hearing Inhu's words, the crowd placed their eyes on Wu Shang. Wu Shang froze, and then walked up and spoke. That end of the space is not considered a foreign domain. It should be a special space created by the foreign domain, similar to the frontier, but unlike the frontier, the space over there is a space in the true sense of the word, inhabited by people. Wu Shang told everything in full before handing the domain ring in his hand to Dr. Yang. There are a lot of things in there that I brought from that lab. I think we can go over there and explore it again, because we don't know much about scientific research, and we don't dare to act rashly if we don't have any intelligence. But it's a good thing that we ran into these three guys. They should know quite a lot of things, so you guys can torture them a bit. Inuyasha nodded. Okay, I'll take these four guys. With that, Inhu lifted the three tied together in one hand. Four? Who else are you going to take, Master? Trey Fury asked with a curious look on his face. Snap! Inuyasha went up and slapped Trey Fury on the back of the head. Who do you think I'm taking? I'm taking the heir, dumbass, Inhu said without any good humor, and then carried the three guys and left. Chuizhao also reacted at this time, and hurriedly followed behind the other party with his ass. Seeing this, the crowd also involuntarily laughed out loud. Xinglong, your master said that you should remember to report to him when you return, so hurry up and go as well. Dr. Ouyang said towards the green dragon. Okay Dr. I'll leave you to it then. After saying that, the green dragon turned around and left without the slightest intention of staying. Tell me about you guys. How does it feel to be a first-time leader and a first-time mission? Dr. Ouyang looked at Wu Sheng and Wu Yu and opened his mouth to laugh. It feels okay, but it's a bit of a pain in the ass to lead, and the three of them sometimes question what I do. Wu Sheng didn't have the slightest bit of concealment and stated all of his questions. Wu Yu lowered his head a little awkwardly at the side. It's normal to have doubts. After all, they are all grinding for the first time. But there is one thing that must be clear. That is, before questioning a question, wait for Wu Sheng to finish doing it before coming to ask a question. If you question it on the way to perform a mission, it's easy to get out of danger. No matter what, you guys' safety is the most important thing. Got it? Dr. Ouyang set his eyes on Wu Yu. Got it. My bad this time. Wu Yu nodded, and then said towards Wu Sheng. Well, I forgive you. Wu Sheng said indifferently before looking at Dr. Ouyang to say something. Are you asking about the executioner? Yes. Wu Sheng nodded. I don't know much about the Punisher's words clearly, except that the foreign lands seem to be very squeamish about pure red weapons, and your Punisher is supposed to be red, which is why I told you not to use it. After Dr. Wu Ouyang finished speaking, Wu Sheng also understood. So it is. And the Punisher god in Wu Sheng's heart did disdainfully skimmed his lips and said, what kind of broken rules? My knife is so joyful actually engage in this kind of. Boy, turn around and let's go to the foreign land to cut down that group of people who set the rules. Wu Sheng ignored him. Doctor, I think we can make another trip over there to try and control the people over there as they have been sleeping. We can find a way to empty their memories and make that side of the world our base. And if we can, it would be best to cut off the connection between that space and the other world. Wu Sheng's words made Dr. Ouyang smile. This kind of thing can't be rushed. Rice has to be eaten one bite at a time. You shouldn't interfere in the follow-up of this kind of thing. I'll let one of the 12 zodiac signs go with me. That way the security is also higher. If there's nothing else going on, you should go home. Your eldest uncle is still waiting for you. Dr. Ouyang's words made Wu Sheng freeze. Okay, I'll go back then. Since Dr. Ouyang told him to leave, Wu Sheng didn't intend to stay too long and took out his phone to prepare to book a flight. Doc, how many days have we been gone? Wu Sheng suddenly turned his head and asked curiously. It's been a week if you're full of it. By the way, you can have this new domain ring. I've replicated everything in it 1-to-1. The transportation is in there. I'll take the old one. The doctor tossed Wu Sheng a new domain ring when he finished. Wu Sheng nodded, looking at the cell phone that once would have been topped to the top of the chat box actually did not appear. The heart also do not know how to feel. Soon, Wu Sheng followed the jade rabbit to the outside of the lab. Wu Sheng took out his motorcycle, while then spoke and asked, is your home in city? Do you need me to give you a ride? After all, they were his teammates, so Wu Sheng felt it was fine to be polite. The jade rabbit froze as she looked at Wu Sheng with some inexplicable emotions in her eyes. What are you looking at me like that for? Wu Sheng saw that the other party had been staring at him without saying anything, and there was a slight suspicion in his eyes. It's fine. If you want to give me a ride then give me a ride. Evolution Academy, please. After saying that, Wu Yu sat behind Wu Sheng, and hearing the address the other party reported out. Wu Sheng froze for a moment. You're a student at Evolution Academy? How come I haven't seen you before? No, my family lives in the neighborhood next to Evolution Academy and I'm not a student. So, Wu Sheng nodded, and then rode his bike and led Wu Yu towards Evolution Academy. And as Wu Yu in the backseat looked at Wu Sheng's back, the corner of his mouth raised an extremely intriguing smile. Chapter 117. Wu Sheng rode his bike towards Evolution Academy and stopped near there after 20 minutes. Go down. It's here. Wu Sheng said in a flat tone. Well, thank you. Wu Yu jumped out of Wu Sheng's backseat while waving at him. Be safe on the road. Oh, we'll see you next time. Wu Sheng always felt strange looking at Wu Yu's excited look. Isn't this guy a little overzealous? Wu Sheng thought suspiciously in his mind, before nodding and saying, got it, bye. He said he would turn around and go back the way he came. Wu Yu looked at Wu Sheng's fading back before a bright smile appeared on her face. She pulled out her own cell phone while the screen of her finger tapped for a moment before turning away. The direction she was heading was none other than the Evolution Academy. Wu Yu's face began to change little by little, and eventually that supposedly ordinary appearance eventually turned into an absolute beauty. When she slightly lowered her head, her pair of beautiful eyes were a little happy and a little heartbroken. She turned her head in the direction Wu Sheng had left and muttered, it seems like there's a tough road between us, but, I want to try to see if I can get in a little closer to you. After when she finished speaking, a face was exposed to the sunlight. Her red lips curled slightly as she placed her hands behind her back and walked towards the Evolution Academy with light steps. On the other hand, Wu Sheng arrived at the airport. He habitually took out his cell phone, looking at the sudden appearance of the message slightly stunned. What are you doing? Did you miss me? The long-lost message appeared on his cell phone, and for some reason, the corners of Wu Sheng's mouth unconsciously curled up. Wu Sheng, on a mission, not thinking, hey, how desperate. On the other hand, after sending Wu Sheng and the others away, Who over there also learned about the attack from those 3 exotics. On February 4th of next year in Dragon Kingdom time, Exotic will lead a large army to attack Blue Star, completely kicking off the war. Who passed the news to Dr. Ouyang at the first opportunity, and Dr. Ouyang didn't have too many mood swings after learning the news. As if everything was under control, he took out his cell phone and made a call. Want to come out and talk about it? After the other party agreed, a slight smile appeared on Dr. Ouyang's face. Can you do better? He had a smile on his face and a bit of anticipation. And after Wu Sheng returned to Sichuan, he had another huge period of free time. There was nothing to do all day long, just cultivating, occasionally chatting with Wen Shi, or following Wu Jiangwo out for a stroll. And of course, there's the occasional tussle with this Punisher guy. On this day, Wu Sheng talked to the Punisher again at home. Hey, what are you going to name your knife? The executioner god suddenly opened his mouth and asked at Wu Sheng. Ha? Wu Sheng froze, a slight sense of confusion in his eyes. What name? The name of the sword. Ah, it would be sad for the weapon to have no name. The Punisher god's speech was filled with middle-agedness, and Wu Sheng frowned before a not-so-sharp long knife coalesced in his hand. But although it looked like a long knife, I should say it was a knife embryo. Well, what are you going to name it? The executioner asked curiously. Wu Sheng sniffed and raised his own blade to look at it. The entire blade was 4 feet long, possessing 2 colors of red and black crisscrossing across. The blade did not look sharp at the moment, but it was filled with a fury. The body of the blade was half a finger wide, and the hilt of the blade was a pitch-black mold. The blade was slender and straight, and it looked as if it would be a bit tougher compared to the Punisher of Gods. Wu Sheng stared blankly at his sword, which honestly appeared in his body along with the execution god, only it was in the form of mist, while the Punisher god was in human form. Moreover, the Punisher god was very strong. It was extremely weak in the beginning, and only got stronger after he killed more and more and had more and more negativity, and finally squeezed the Punisher god with only a little bit of space left. Well, have you figured out what to call it? The executioner asked curiously. Just call it Lifeless it is, Wu Sheng muttered. For some reason, he felt that the knife should be called Lifeless, and after the executioner god inside his body heard Wu Sheng's words, a slight smile appeared on his face. What about the same as me? Zhu Shen, the god of punishment. Wu Shen. The Punisher god in space had a pair of scarlet pupils with a slight sense of confusion. In the end, forgetting something, and what are remembering? Normal updates will resume tomorrow. Just got back from the hospital. No more serious health problems. Just 1 chapter today. We'll try to add more in the next few days. Thanks for your support. Chapter 118, Goodbye Wen Shi. After returning to Sichuan and Shu, Wu Sheng's life is also back on track. Little by little, time passes, and his chat records with Wen Shi are getting longer and longer, as if everything is in place, and as if it is gradually moving forward. In this way, Wu Sheng spent a few months in Sichuan and Shu uneventfully, and came to the last day of December. That day, Wu Sheng woke up and looked at the 3 photos above the spirit table with a slight trance in his eyes. Xiao Sheng, you're up. Come over for breakfast. Your great aunt will be back at noon. We'll eat outside. Oh, good. Wu Sheng nodded in agreement while eating his breakfast. That little life. There's something I need to talk to you about. Suddenly, Wu Jiangwo opened his mouth, his tone a little hesitant. What is it? Wu Sheng froze, then raised his head and looked at Wu Jiangwo curiously. It is Vivian Shi, awakened. Ha, brother, I missed you so much. After having breakfast, Wu Sheng looked at Wu Wei who rushed out from the airport and also greeted her. Be careful, Wu Sheng's aunt instructed with a smile behind her. Wu Jiangwo also laughed out loud as he looked at his daughter's giddy appearance, and hurriedly jogged up to hug her. Ouch, big girl. Of course. Wu Wei walked over to Wu Sheng with a smile on her face and a proud look on her face. Hey, brother, I've got a surprise for you. Wu Wei looked secretive. Evolutionary 3, not bad. Did you train yourself? Wu Sheng looked at her and also guessed what was going on, directly pointing out the other party's mind. Ah, brother, how did you know? Wu Wei's mouth opened wide in surprise, her eyes filled with astonishment. I can feel your psychic energy, Wu Sheng said indifferently. Even if Wu Jiangwo didn't say anything, he could still feel the spiritual energy emanating from the other party's body. Why can't I feel yours? Ha! Wu Wei sniffed and beamed, then said with an unhappy face, I'm one major realm and one minor realm above you. You must not be able to perceive. What is the type of psychic ability? Wu Shang asked with some curiosity after he finished. Hey, it's a cute alien power. Wu Wei smiled mysteriously before placing her hands behind her back. Dang it! Look! With a slight red light radiating from behind her, a creature appeared in her hand. Wu Shang froze in place as he looked at the kitty in front of him. Meow! Suddenly, the kitten let out a purr before jumping onto Wu Shang's shoulder. Hey, brother, Xiaohong seems to like you a lot. Wu Wei watched in amazement as her cat jumped onto Wu Shang's shoulder while rubbing his face. Holy, isn't that the cat that sucked your psychic energy before? Evolved? The Punisher God's voice echoed in Wu Shang's mind. And the kitten in front of him was clearly the same kitten that had been killed when Wu Shang had gone to An City for his first mission. But now it looked like the other party not only hadn't died, but had also evolved. The kittens have changed their look for the most part. The gray fur was dotted with hints of red, and the long tail behind it had become as imposing as a long blade, though it still looked like a kitten. Punisher, how's this guy's talent? Wu Shang asked curiously. It should be okay, after all. It sucked in your psychic energy and a little bit of mist, very little of it, but it should be considered to have a good talent. The executioner god said with some uncertainty. Honestly, the fate was just too coincidental. Brother, do you know red? Wu Wei asked with some curiosity. Well, there's a little bit of me in the way it turned out. Wu Shang nodded and said, that's right, no wonder I said it kept following me when our school organized a trip to the ancient palace some time ago. So it recognized me, Wu Wei said, reaching out to touch little Red's head. Red rubbed against her hand as well, meowing. What does it say? Wu Shang looked at Wu Wei and asked. It says it's happy to have found its savior. Wu Wei smiled, while then raised her little red face to face Wu Shang. Wu Shang looked at Xiaohong's appearance, and a smile involuntarily hung on his face. He reached out and patted Red's head. Protect her well. Meow. Don't worry. After that, the four went back. We ate on the way, and after that we returned home. Little life. I'm going to help your great aunt clean up the house. I'll be back later. Wu Jiangwo said as he greeted Wu Shang. Uncle, keep your great aunt company. I'm not a child. Don't worry. Hearing Wu Shang say that, Wu Jiangwo also nodded. He really hadn't accompanied his wife for a long time either. Then take care of yourself at home alone and call me if anything happens. Wu Jiangwo instructed, and then left. Wu Shang sat alone in his home and just kept looking at the black and white photo on the hearth. Shangguan Zi had called Wu Shang and asked him if he would like to go to New Year's Eve with her. Wu Shang didn't agree. No matter what, Shangguan Zi now had her own family, her own husband and children, and even if she were to be nice to Wu Shang now, Wu Shang wouldn't want to bother her. She's not his mom alone now. Is it boring? Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind Wu Shang. A familiar voice echoed in Wu Shang's mind and he turned his head violently. Hey, it looks lonely being home alone. Wu Shang looked at the sudden when she, a trace of consternation flashed in his eyes. I think you must not have many friends in Sichuan. Right, you also do not go to Ansheng. Just as the Evolutionary College is also on vacation. I said to come to see you how is it? Think of me no. When she suddenly approached Wu Shang, a bright smile blooming on her face. Go to, didn't think of you, and lately because, I know, Lord Magic Mouse of the Zodiac is a very busy task. When she's tone carried a slight hint of teasing, while Wu Shang looked at her with some embarrassment for some reason. How's it going? Any more assignments today? If not, take me out to play. When she was wearing the down jacket she wore the last time she came to Chuanshu, Wu Shang looked at her smile and opened his mouth, originally wanting to agree, but then he suddenly thought of when she's father's words, and finally did not utter a promise. I have. When she heard the two words uttered by Wu Shang, when she's eyes already carried some disappointment, but at that moment, a red mist suddenly appeared in front of Wu Shang's body. This one's fine. He's been idle for a long time. He just cares a lot about what your father says. Take him away. Chapter 119, The Approach of Distance. Wu Shang looked at the mist in front of him, the corners of his mouth twitching. He cursed the Punisher God in his heart, while the Punisher God in the space was holding his hand with a disdainful face. Che, what the heck? You can still fix me up. And when she looked at the mist in front of her and froze, the disappointment in her eyes disappeared and turned into a smile, but soon she seemed to think of something. As if she didn't see the words made of the mist, her face carried a strong sense of loss. Alas, do you have something to do? Then I'll go home. Originally came all the way to Sichuan to try to find you to play. When she said and turned around, ready to leave. And Wu Shang didn't know what to say for a moment as he watched the other party leave. She didn't seem to see. Wu Shang thought, not knowing what to do for a moment. People did not see you do not care about people really intend to let her go ah. People came all the way hey. The Punisher god shouted in space with a shocked face. But her father was right. Isn't it a sad thing for a girl that I don't have the honor to interpret happiness to others? Wu Shang opened his mouth. Are you thinking too much? No matter for what reason. People are here now. You should at least entertain and she is not your object. Do you want to be shameless? How do you think that people just want to marry you? So many years how I didn't realize that you are such a stuffy guy. The Punisher god's mouth seemed to attack Wu Shang frantically like a series of beads. And on the other side, when she turned around and the smile on his face gradually dissipated, she unconsciously lowered her head with disappointment in her eyes. She pretended not to see the red mist actually to see if Wu Shang would call out to her. Things won't work out if only one person on a path is approaching while the other stays stagnant. She could take a lot of steps for Wu Shang, but she wouldn't be happy even if she got to his side if Wu Shang wasn't willing to come closer to her even for a single step. When she sighed softly and her footsteps gradually quickened, suddenly, her hand was held by someone. Warmth passed from her fingertips to her brain. When she turned her head with some incredulity, and things went as she expected, Wu Shang appeared behind her. You, when she opened her mouth, and the loss in her eyes transformed a little into delight. And Wu Shang was a bit confused at the moment. Why would I want to hold it up? Wu Shang felt like he was possessed. Why did he suddenly rush up to hold someone, when he could have just opened his mouth and said so? Wu Shang suddenly felt his face become a little hot. While looking through Wen Shi's eyes, Wu Shang's face turned a little red. Punisher is not controlling my body. Wu Shang roared in his mind. You're sick. Don't you have a face? Right. If I have this ability I'll control you to eat chili every day. Sultry is sultry. Don't rely on me for everything. Sullen men are so annoying. The Punisher god made a face in space, sticking his tongue out towards Wu Shang, his tone full of displeasure. Outside, Wu Shang looked at Wen Shi's appearance and hastily withdrew his hand. Then, if you're here, why don't I buy you dinner? Wu Shang asked somewhat tentatively. Aha! Wen Shi nodded vigorously, and an incomparably bright smile bloomed on her face. She was happy, really happy, that Wu Shang had given a response to her actions. It's a little cold. When she looked at the darkened sky and spoke. The Evolutionary. Wu Shang suddenly froze as he sensed Wen Shi's cultivation level, which was rising rapidly. Your cultivation. Wu Shang opened his mouth and said with some surprise, while Wen Shi's pupils instantly dilated upon hearing this. Oh, we've been more diligent lately. The Evolution Academy has given us a lot of resources, and all of our classmates are around this realm. Wen Shi explained in some panic, and Wu Shang didn't care when he heard it. In his impression, the resources given by the state were extremely huge, and it was normal for his cultivation to improve rapidly. Cultivation has risen quickly. Pay attention to consolidation. Wu Shang opened his mouth and instructed. Got it. When she nodded, and then extended her small hand towards Wu Shang. Aren't my hands a little cold? Wu Shang sniffed and also reached out his hand to touch it without thinking. No, it's very. And the moment Wu Shang touched up, when she directly grabbed Wu Shang's hand while winking at him. Well, it's warm. With that, he held Wu Shang's hand and walked towards the outside, and Wu Shang was a bit frozen. A strange feeling rose in his heart as he looked at the hand that had been grabbed. The two men walked shoulder to shoulder, hand in hand toward the front. Wu Shang, you're blushing. Oh, no, Wu Shang said as he forced himself to regain his former tone. Aha, let me feel if it's a different temperature. When she reached out her hand to try to touch Wu Shang's face. I refuse. Wu Shang hastily dodged, and the two of them just jostled all the way. Although the amplitude was great, but the two hands were still tightly clasped together. Two people seemed to be a little closer together. Wen Shi, do you know what your parents said to me? As he walked, Wu Shang suddenly opened his mouth and asked. Yeah, I know. Wen Shi nodded without hesitation. Then I try to enter your life, to see if it is really like what they say. Life in more than one road. Go wrong, I'm walking again. The pain is also once the joy of bringing Saying that, Wen Shi smiled at Wu Shang. Wu Shang looked at this smile, as if everything around him had darkened a little. So, Wu Shang said softly, and then the two of them walked towards the front like this. Maybe Wu Shang does think too much, but there's no way around it. People born into this kind of family think just a little bit longer term because they always feel like they're going to apologize to certain people. But yeah, don't actually feel sorry for certain people. Don't feel what the future holds. Just look at the present moment first, and if she blossoms out in front of you with a smile, then walk on. Don't think about the pain of the future. Care more about the beauty of the present. If you really care about it, in the end the pain is not just for him. Since it is fair, why not boldly try? Chapter 120, Watching Fireworks, above. Wu Shang took Wen Shi for a night stroll in Sichuan and Shu, and the two of them walked on the streets after dinner. Only the hands of the two men had been released. For some reason, Wu Shang always felt that something was not quite right after his hand was loosened. As he walked he laid his eyes on Wenxi's small white hands, not knowing what he was thinking. Aha, didn't you hold it enough? When she noticed that Wu Sheng had been staring at her hand and suddenly the corner of her mouth lifted up in a bad smile and said, "No." Wu Sheng opened his mouth out of habit, then suddenly looked at Wenxi with wide eyes, and Wenxi, who was in front of him, turned red in the face and looked at him with an incredulous expression. No, I thought you asked something, so I said no out of habit, Wu Sheng explained in a panic, while Wenxi lowered her head, her ears all red. Here, ha! Wu Sheng froze a little as he looked at Wenxi's outstretched hand. It's something you can't let a girl initiate. Wenxi's eyes looked in other directions and said in a somewhat weak tone, Oh. Wu Sheng hurriedly grabbed the other party's hand while continuing to stroll. The atmosphere between the two was odd at the moment. Do you have a place to stay tonight? In this somewhat awkward atmosphere, Wu Sheng opened his mouth to take the lead in breaking the deadlock. Yes, I've booked a hotel. It's near the airport. So are you sleepy? Wu Sheng continued to open his mouth and asked. I'm not sleepy. Why? Do you want to take me out? When she asked rhetorically with a smile. Well, I meant to say that if you're not sleepy, I'll take you home later, tonight. Amusement park. Aha, what happened to the amusement park? When she suddenly got close to Wu Sheng and asked with a smile. Because today is the last day. I remember. There's a New Year's Eve event at the amusement park. There will be fireworks. Wu Sheng's voice was a bit low, but when she clearly heard the other party's words. Hearing Wu Sheng finish, when she suddenly froze. She looked at Wu Sheng with a pair of eyes that carried a slight vapor and endless tenderness. You remembered. Well, do you want to see it? Wu Sheng nodded before inclining his head and speaking softly. Looking at Wu Sheng, the joy in Wenxi's eyes grew and finally transformed into excitement. I want to see it. I want to see it. You take me. Wenxi nodded with some excitement, while Wu Sheng sniffed and directly took his motorcycle out of the domain ring. Come on then, I'll take you there. Aha! Wenxi nodded vigorously, and then couldn't wait to get into Wu Sheng's car, and then reached out and hugged Wu Sheng's waist, clinging to Wu Sheng's body. Are you sitting down? There. Wenxi's tone revealed lightness. Wu Sheng also twisted the throttle when he heard this, accompanied by the roar of the motorcycle. The two figures quickly disappeared into the street. Soon, Wu Sheng brought Wenxi to the amusement park. Because it was the last day of the year, there was an unusually large crowd today. The two bought their tickets and walked in. The amusement park was packed with people, and both of them had a slight blush on their faces. They could even all see people sneaking kisses while the crowd was in disarray. The two blushed while they started to line up on the Ferris wheel side. That's a lot of people. When she looked at the line in front of him that could not be seen to the end with a slight surprise in his eyes. Yeah, it's just a Ferris wheel. Why would there be so many people? Wu Sheng frowned and was also a bit puzzled. And at that moment, when she seemed to have thought of something, and the corner of her mouth hooked into a smile. Hey, Wu Sheng, I know why. When she suddenly whispered in Wu Sheng's ear. Wu Sheng felt a hot breeze blowing in his ears. Something strange. Why? Wu Sheng asked curiously. Because, legend has it that at 12 o'clock, two people who fall in love with each other will be together forever if they watch the fireworks from the highest point of the Ferris wheel, when she said softly by Wu Sheng's ear. And Wu Sheng wasn't shy as he looked above that Ferris wheel after hearing this. If that's true, I should have brought my grandparents and them here years ago. Saying that, Wu Sheng seemed to have thought of something, with a slight smile on his face. When she also froze for a moment when she heard Wu Sheng's words, she looked at Wu Sheng blankly, looking at the other party's side face, and only felt some heartache. They'll be happy to see you as you are now, taking such good care of yourself. When she hugged Wu Sheng, who had a slight smile on his face. Really, that's great. On the other hand, in the heavenly palace of the heavenly court, Dr. Ouyang and the heavenly emperor were sitting opposite each other, and an image of Wu Sheng, and when she appeared in the direction they were looking, Dr. Ouyang took a sip of tea with a slight smile on his face. That's nice. He understands a lot. He's going to suffer more in the future, I think, the heavenly emperor said indifferently. The future can be changed. If the pain of an uncertain future affects the certain happiness of the present, isn't it a kind of ridiculous thing? Dr. Ouyang looked at the heavenly emperor and laughed. Cut. The heavenly emperor remained disdainful. Dr. Ouyang, on the other hand, took out his phone and dialed Wu Sheng's number. On the other side, Wu Sheng contemplated for a moment as he looked at the team that remained unchanged even with the upcoming time. The line's a bit far. Sheng, why don't we look somewhere else? It doesn't have to be on top of the Ferris wheel. And at that moment, Wu Sheng's cell phone rang. Wu Sheng picked up his cell phone and looked at the caller ID with some confusion. Hello, Wu Sheng. There is my newly developed flying machine inside your domain ring. Oh, I forgot to tell you last time. Dr. Ouyang hung up the phone after he finished speaking, while drinking the tea in front of him. Well, don't look. It's against the law to pry into privacy. Dr. Yang struck out an attack towards that void, shattering that space instantly. The Heavenly Emperor didn't say anything, but looked at Yang and said, "So, what is it that you're looking for me for today?" It can't be to watch the young couple show their love. The corner of Yang's mouth hooked up into a smile before he spoke. "Of course not. I came to find you because I have something important to talk to you about." Chapter 121. Watching fireworks. Below, on the other side, Wu Shang was a bit confused as he looked at the hung-up phone, and when she was curious when she saw this and asked, "Is there some kind of mission? If so, you go ahead with the mission. I'll be fine alone." Although his mouth said so, the loss in his tone was hard to hide. "You're coming with me." Wu Shang didn't say anything more, but directly pulled Wenxi towards an uninhabited place. Soon, in the eyes of Wenxi's surprise, Wu Shang took out a silver-white disc from the domain ring. Looking at the disc, Wu Shang frowned before pressing a button. Along with a red light scanning Wu Shang, the disc was automatically suspended in midair. Wu Shang looked at the hovering disc, and then pulled Wenxi to leap up, and the two of them stood steadily on top of the disc. And at that moment, a silver-white hand ring also appeared above Wu Shang's right hand, as if it had appeared out of thin air, and following the movement of Wu Shang's right hand, the disc also began to rise little by little. This is, when she looked at the flying machine under her feet with some surprise. "The flying machine. The doctor gave it to me just in case we could use it when we go to the fireworks." After saying that, Wu Shang took Wenxi and flew towards the sky. At a relatively safe altitude, the two men stopped. When she looked at the dense crowd below, and then looked at the Ferris wheel not far away, and then leaned her head on top of Wu Shang's shoulder, and with the countdown to the radio, "The new year is rightfully here." Bang! In the sky, a firework began to bloom. Wu Shang also raised his hand when he saw this, and dark red magic flames protected the perimeter of the flying machine, leaving only an opening for the two of them to watch. The sparkling fireworks bloomed in the dark night sky and also presented themselves in the eyes of the two, which were extremely beautiful. Below in the Ferris wheel, teenage girls watching the fireworks, some embracing and kissing each other. There are also people with a pleasant red face. All beings have different faces. Love also presents different looks. When she turned her head to look at Wu Shang's face before she whispered, "Thank you, oh, let's try it too when our distance disappears." Wu Shang froze. "Try what?" Winnie ruffled her hair behind her ear while shaking her head. "Nothing, oh." Saying that, her afterglow looked towards the highest point of that Ferris wheel, in which a couple was embracing and kissing each other. Little by little, the fireworks dissipated and eventually returned to peace. A fireworks extravaganza also disappeared into the night. When she looked at the disappearing fireworks and said towards Wu Shang, "We should go too." "Wait a minute." Wu Shang's words made when she froze, and then she saw it. Wu Shang put away the magic flame wrapped around the flying machine, and then turned it into a fireball in his hand. And finally, boom! With the flames in Wu Shang's hand flung into the air, the flames instantly exploded, and along with the bloom of the flames, a slightly rough flower formed in the sky. "I don't know what kind of flowers you like, and I've never seen any, so I drew one from memory. I hope you like it." Wu Shang looked to the sky, his tone carrying a slight sense of urgency. When she stared blankly at the flaming flowers above the sky as she said to Wu Shang, "Is this specially prepared for me?" "Well, out of the blue. Thank you. I love it," when she said excitedly while hugging Wu Shang once again. As the soft fragrance entered his arms, Wu Shang's body stiffened a little, and a smile unconsciously appeared on his face as he felt Wenxi's warm embrace. "As you like," Wu Shang said softly, and then urged the flying machine to slowly fly towards the ground. In the space of that red mist, the Punisher god was eating popcorn and watching this scene. He looked at Wu Shang's smile with some derision and said, "Ha, stuffy guy, shut up." Accompanied by Wu Shang's voice, the red mist seemed to have heard Wu Shang's order, and directly transformed into the shape of a sword and pointed it at the Punisher god, as if warning him not to speak out of turn. "Che, just know how to bully me. Ha!" The executioner god bristled with disbelief. Outside, Wu Shang held Wenxi's hand and jumped down from the flying machine, while then said to her, "Let me send you back." Winnie nodded. "Aha!" Just like that, when she hugged Wu Shang's waist and drove towards the hotel. After about 20 minutes or so Wu Shang arrived at his destination. "Get out of the car. It's here." Wu Shang looked at Wenxi in the back and opened his mouth. "Ah Shang, I'm so sleepy, I don't want to move. Why don't you walk me in?" Wenxi's voice suddenly became a little naive. Wu Shang saw this and turned his head to see that Wenxi actually fell asleep on his back without knowing what was going on. Looking at Wenxi's sleeping appearance, Wu Shang was also a bit helpless, but there was nothing to be done. In the end he could only carry the young girl towards the hotel, because Wenxi didn't tell him the room number, and he couldn't bear to wake the other party up, so he could only reopen another room. After opening the door of the room, Wu Shang gently placed Wenxi on the bed, helped the other party take off her jacket, shoes and socks, and finally after covering the other party with the quilt, he gently walked out. and after Wu Shang walked out, when she also opened her eyes, where was the sleepy look she had just had? Stupid, when she whispered softly before closing her eyes with a smile. On the other side, the Heavenly Emperor looked at Dr. Ouyang with a slight surprise in his eyes. Are you sure you want to use this plan? The top brass of the Dragon Kingdom can agree? Dr. Ouyang smiled and said, that's what we discussed. Ha, not too pedantic. So what? What do you want me to do for you? Dr. Ouyang looked at this younger brother of his, a flash of relief in his eyes, and then spoke of the plan belonging to him. Chapter 122, The Secret of the Posterior Evolutionary. When I'm going back to Insidio. You have to practice well lately. Dr. Ouyang said that there will be a big mess in these 2 months. Be careful. Early the next morning, Wu Shang received a message from Wenxi. Wu Shang, okay, you too, be safe on the road. Wenxi, don't worry. Looking at the message, Wu Shang involuntarily smiled, and the Punisher god inside his body looked at this scene with a displeased face and said, sullen men are so annoying, and the mist that surrounded him instantly transformed into a huge sword pointing at him. What do you mean? You're looking for a fight too, aren't you? The exorcist looked at the mist around him with a look of displeasure before he cursed at it, and the mist couldn't do much else but take the shape of a sword. What do you want to eat in the morning, little life? Wu's voice came from the kitchen. Feel free, Wu Shang said loudly, and Wu Jiangwo, who heard Wu Shang's voice, was also a bit surprised. He turned his head to look at Wu Shang's room and then smiled kindly. Seems to be in a good mood. Losing his smile and shaking his head, Wu started cooking, and so the peaceful routine continued until the day before New Year's Eve. On this day, Wu Shang detached himself from his cultivation. He looked at his hands before dispersing the red mist around him. Molting, the 4th stage. Self-cultivation is really slow. Wu Shang recalled that all the people in the previous Evolutionary Academy cultivated in a variety of strange ways, but it seems like only Hotian evolvers would have a specific cultivation method. Thinking of this, Wu Shang habitually took out his cell phone, wanting to find the doctor to ask if there was any way to quickly cultivate. A message from the doctor? Wu Shang looked at the message from Dr. Ouyang in his phone while tapping it to check it out. Ouyang Ji, come to this location after your training. There was also a location-specific location attached to the bottom of the message. Wu Shang clicked on the address and realized that that address was somewhere in the outskirts of Sichuan and Shu. He got dressed and then climbed up from the bed. Uncle, I'm going out. Oh, be safe. Got it. Wu Shang responded, and then he rode his bike in a fiery hurry towards the direction that Dr. Ouyang had specified. About half an hour later, Wu Shang arrived at the place, a small empty space with nothing and no one. Suddenly, a white light flashed, and the scene in front of Wu Shang instantly flickered away. It's all coming. Wu Shang looked at the suddenly changing scenery in front of him, looking at the scenery that was like a frontier, with a slight surprise in his eyes, and even more surprised. His side, there are 11 people standing. He stood in the very first place. Behind him in order is the bull head mask, tiger head mask, road last pig head mask. Wu Shang, these are your future teammates, and you are also the future 12 zodiac signs. Dr. Ouyang explained for Wu Shang, and Wu Shang looked at the crowd behind him in surprise. The cultivation of these guys were all at the 1st and 2nd stage of the molted shell realm, and only Wu Shang was at the 4th stage of the molted shell. They looked at Wu Shang's face, and the pupils under the mask revealed a little bit of respect. Doctor, is there something you called us for? After Wu Shang was surprised, he curiously asked the somewhat illusory figure in front of him. Apparently, Dr. Ouyang had used some strange device to make him project a vapor. Yes, because in these 2 days, the foreign domain will attack in a big way, and the pattern of the blue star will be completely changed. After that, the whole blue star won't be subdivided into countries. There will probably only be the human race, the demon race, and the sea race, the 3 races, and as of now, the opponents will only be the foreign domain, and I need to tell you guys about a few things. Wu Shang froze. He knew that the foreign domain would attack, but he didn't expect it to come so quickly. What I am about to say is extremely important, so listen carefully. Dr. Ouyang's face became incredibly serious as he looked at these 12 teenagers, who would be the future bearers of the Dragon Nation's fire. Wu Shang looked at Dr. Ouyang with this look and was also unconsciously serious. First of all, the realms. There are currently 4 realms known to you, all the way up to the Metamorphosis realm. That's because the blue star can only hold people of this realm at its strongest, and there will be several more major realms after the Metamorphosis realm when you enter the other realm, calling God realm. This realm, you will be able to utilize the true strength of your Hotian evolvers. You can summon the shadows of your inherited powerhouses, causing them to aid you in battle. Fusion of gods, fusion of divine spirits, deglutination, detachment of divine spirits from the body, demigods, and the divine realm, the subsequent 5 realms that you will need to go through. Wu Shang and the others listened with some bewilderment, but there was nothing they could do. This matter was too long ago for them. But well, this matter is a bit far for you guys anyway. I'm mainly telling you something about us latter-day evolvers. As soon as Dr. Yang said this, Wu Shang also refocused his gaze. He had actually always been curious about what exactly the difference was between the so-called acquired evolvers and the innate evolvers. Why is the latter so much stronger than the first? And Dr. Yang slowly spelled things out at this moment with a serious face. During the ancient times, there were 221 strong men who came from somewhere and led the ancient humans to form the ancient civilization of Blue Star. It is unknown what happened between these 221 strong men, only that in time their lives were erased, resulting in the formation of 221 powerful psychic powers. These 221 powerhouses were extremely powerful, and because of the depletion of their spiritual energy, they needed to find a way to survive. And in the end, one of them came up with a way to retain as much power as they could in their souls, nourishing their souls with their energy while giving up their physical bodies to wait for the spiritual energy of the afterlife to descend. And eventually they entered us, the latter-day evolvers, and became our supernatural powers. After Dr. Yang finished speaking, the pupils of the crowd instantly dilated, while Wu Shang seemed to have thought of something, with a hint of incredulity in his eyes. Doctor, you mean, they're not dead? That's right, they never died, they just survived in your body. And when your cultivation becomes stronger, they will be resurrected and compete with you for the right to control this body. That is, to take over the body. The words fell. The crowd was silent for a while Wu Shang thought of the god of punishment. No way. Wu Shang's heart was calling out to the Punisher god, but the other party didn't respond to him, as if they couldn't hear him. Remember, the period in which you and your opponent will fight for the body is the realm of the demigods, and the winner will become the lord of the body, while the loser will disappear forever. After Dr. Yang told the matter with a serious face, he didn't let the crowd have time to think about it, but instead looked at Wu Shang. Demon Mouse, stay for a moment while the others exit. Chapter 123, Punishing the Gods and Wu Shang. After everyone left, only Wu Shang and Dr. Yang remained in the space. Wu Shang was still somewhat overwhelmed by the news he had just received at the moment. Wu Shang, ha! Wu Shang raised his head fiercely, looking at the smiling Dr. Yang with a strong sense of confusion in his eyes. I have something to tell you. As Dr. Yang's words fell, the two people's environment began to slowly change, appearing above a vast and boundless grassland. You should have guessed as much, Punisher. Well, Wu Shang nodded, confusion filling his eyes. The god of punishment is actually the strongest one among those 221 powerhouses back then. Their plan was also proposed by the god of punishment, and the god of punishment is also the only one who can communicate with you when your cultivation has not risen, only that he is now suffering from amnesia. And whenever your cultivation rises, his memories will also slowly surface, and ultimately think of what they experienced countless years ago. Dr. Yang said softly as he turned his gaze to the sun appearing in the distance. Wu Shang didn't say anything. He was a bit confused right now. Yang looked at Wu Shang with a slight smile on his face. In fact, at that time, we had a way to block out the Punisher, but I think that sometimes feelings are not a bad thing. In the future, you need to enter the other world. The Blue Star will change a lot. We old things are definitely not able to stay by your side. They need a leader and a strong man. I hope you can make a better choice and end. Saying that, Yang looked into the distance, and there seemed to be two people running on the grassland of that sunset. Wu Shang. Yang's voice suddenly lifted a little. Ha! Wu Shang raised his head with some surprise, and in his line of sight he saw Yang suddenly transformed into a snow-white deer? Not like. On the contrary, it is somewhat like a creature described in the classic of mountains and seas. The shape of the body like a deer is not a deer. 2 horns on top of the head, goat beard, body snow white, no astronomy, geography, can understand the ancient and modern, erudite, the world called it a beast of paradise. There is a great love. Sequence, 221, White Zephyr. Yang raised his hand and lightly tapped Wu Shang's forehead, and the moment he touched Wu Shang's forehead, the other party fell asleep. Wu Shang, the next road, you need to walk by yourself, and remember, if you meet sequence 222 in the future, you must treat it well. It's important to you. Yang looked back at him, his eyes full of love. He was not Wu Shang's relative. One could even say he was a stranger. But for this poor child who grew up, he hoped that he could rewrite his destiny. See you'll support me too, right? Yang said softly, and then disappeared in the same place, leaving Wu Shang who was sleeping in this place alone. 11 years ago, that year, Wu Shang was 7 years old. In some small alley, Wu Shang had just finished being bullied by a group of children. His face was cold, his eyes filled with violence. He was holding back. He knew that he couldn't do it now. At least he had to wait for his grandparents to die, after he had no more burdens to bear, before he killed all these people who had bullied him. Hey, what's your name? Suddenly, little Wu Sheng heard a voice. In the empty alley, the sudden appearance of the voice scared little Wu Sheng instantly paralyzed to the ground. He looked around in horror. His voice a little trembling said, Who is talking? It's me, oh. Suddenly, a long scarlet-colored sword appeared out of thin air in front of little Wu Sheng, and it floated silently in front of little Wu Sheng, emitting a slight red light. Ghost! Little Wu Sheng cried out in terror before trying to flee the place. I'm not a ghost, oh. My name is Punisher God. I see you being bullied seems to want to take revenge it. I'm also bored, ah. How about it? Want to be my partner? We formed the world's most powerful combination. That voice just appeared in Wu Sheng's ears. And Wu Sheng, who should have wanted to flee, froze. The noisy, coming and going crowd outside didn't seem to have seen him or noticed what was going on in the middle of the alley. And the whole world, it seemed, was just him and the red knife behind him. How about it? Promise me. I'm so bored. I woke up and have been staying here. I do not know how long it has been. You do not promise I will not let you out, oh. The voice surrounded Xiao Wu Sheng's ears, making him a little confused. Promise. Promise you what? Xiao Wu Sheng looked at the red knife behind him and turned from the panic he had just felt to confusion. Become my partner, ah. We make the most powerful combination. My name is Punisher. What's your name? Wu Sheng. Xiao Wu Sheng stammered. Wow. What a great name. I'm Punisher God. You're Wu Sheng. When we combine, it's gods without life. It's so dominating. Well, from today onwards, you're my partner. After saying that, the accompanying red blade turned into a red light and drilled into Wu Sheng's body. It was also that day that sequence 004, the Devil's Knife, appeared on that day in Chuanshu, the ancient city center. And while Wu Sheng was sleeping, something that shook the world happened in the outside world. The top pillar of the Dragon Kingdom, Dr. Ouyang defected and joined the Celestial Organization. This incident caused a furor internationally, but it didn't seem to have caused any particular splash among the Dragon Kingdom. And Wu Sheng's home, Wu Jiangwo looked at the phone that could not be dialed, eyes full of anxiety. He had intended to go to find Wu Sheng, because Wu Sheng since that day left, even the New Year's Eve did not come back, has been a day and a night, but when he was just about to go out, Shangguan Zi's family, as well as his wife and children were all sent to his home, and they were told that because of the big changes that were going to happen in the outside world soon, they needed to stay here, and there would be someone to protect them, and the people who were going to protect them were Shangguan Xingrong and Shangguan Zhan. Comrade, where's my nephew? Where's my nephew gone? He's from your organization too. Where is he? Wu asked as he pulled a staff member who was about to leave. Lord Demon Mouse is on a mission right now. You don't need to worry. He'll be fine. What you need right now is to protect yourself. You're the only family he has left. After the man finished speaking, he threw out a round object which then transformed into a blue barrier wrapping around the large group of people. Not long after that person left, the sky also instantly darkened. Accompanied by lightning and thunder, a huge space was instantly torn apart, and an incomparably huge ship appeared above the sky, and riding on top of the ship, the visitor was none other than the foreigners. War broke out in an instant. Chapter 124, Beast King, Yen Leopard King. Ships in the sky above appeared in the middle of the blue star, accompanied by a strong sense of oppression. The world as if it would be destroyed in the next moment. The dark sky lightning and thunder, reflecting a huge crack in space. Soon there were voices from the ships. The other world, the plundered kingdom. The royal family 24 guards at this time offer our sincere greetings to the races of the blue planet. We of the other world respect life, and we respect the blue planet people. And more importantly, we ask that you allow us to enter, and that we treat the blue planet people with kindness, and that we can coexist peacefully. After this voice fell, another voice rang out. Otherworldly, illusory country, the strongest 12 arms are assembled here. Otherworld, Sea of Darkness, Black Sea Clan. Otherworld, Three Rings Realm, Beasts. Along with the gathering of the forces of the foreign domain, countless figures appeared above the sky. There were so many of them that it was almost impossible to tell, like dark clouds completely covering the sky. They looked different. There were those that looked like people and those that looked like monsters. And after their words fell, all over the world, a beam of light shot up into the sky. Their goals united as they flew high into the sky, forming the strongest defense of mankind. Dragon Kingdom, 12 zodiac signs, Chief, Z-Rat, Pretty Country, 12 main gods, Chief, Zeus, Great Britain, 12 paladins, Chief, King Arthur. 36 supreme beings stood high in the sky, and behind them were armies of evolvers formed by other countries, flesh enhancers from the White Bear Nation, various magical envoys from the French nation as well as vampires, and a few armies from other nations. This was chosen by the countries, with each of the 3 countries training 12 gifted supreme beings. and the remaining countries training armies of evolved people. TCH, really? I can't imagine that there's a day when arch-rivals can fight side by side. Inuyasha flirted as he looked at the other countries around him. Being right has to depend on the situation. Right now at this time of life and death for humanity. If you don't unite, you will only die. This god doesn't want to become their slave. Athena spoke up. Aha. Inhu shrugged his shoulders, and then put away the flirtatious meaning on his face and looked towards the exotic army in front of him. Is this your Blue Star's answer? I understand your attitude. In that case, there's no need to say anything else. Fight! The voices of the exotics came from the airship, and as their words fell, the airship began to gather energy. All of them had flying machines under their feet, and it seemed like they didn't intend to pull the battlefield to the ground, they just planned to settle it above the sky. Ground troops, begin attack! As the commanders on the ground began to pass out orders, horrific firepower began to be launched towards the sky, and these firepower in front of the foreigners is really not enough to see. The human proud of the shells at this moment like fireworks hit the airship above the barrier, did not set off the slightest ripple. Since you all don't know how to do this, the future Blusterians can only be reduced to slavery. Voices continued to emanate from the airship, and then along with a ray of light rushing up into the sky, Inhu and the others also directly greeted them. On the other side of the Kunlun Mountains, Yao looked at the enemy above the sky and opened his mouth. You guys also go on. The battle between humans and us is put on a later date. Blue Star, it is absolutely impossible to give it to people from other worlds. I, Lord Demon Emperor. Accompanied by a roar in the Kunlun Mountains, a ferocious beast rose up into the sky at this moment. The four ferocious beasts at the head were Yinglong, Phoenix, Tao Tai, and Por Chi, and behind them, they were followed by countless demon clans. In the middle of the ocean, Hai Shi also stepped on a column of water and soared into the sky. Hear this order from the Sea Clan. Blue Star can only have one master, and that is me, and those who come to violate it will be killed without pardon. The human, sea, and demon races had gathered together at this moment to defend against the alien domain's massive attack, and at this moment Chuan Shu was also rushed into the city by countless exotics. They didn't attack the city but started attacking the evolvers as well as the army. The goal of exotic is clear. Wipe out as much of Blue Star's armed forces as possible, and as long as the power is gone, then the rest of the people can only become slaves. And at this moment, in Wu Shang's house, Shangguan Lightrong and Shangguan Zhan were also being targeted by a large number of exotics. The two began their own battle, and in the sky above, the exotic airships gathered powerful energy, and when they were about to release an attack, they didn't know why the attack dissipated as much as it could. What's going on? The commander on the airship spoke up and asked. I don't know. There's an energy that's blocking us from using powers beyond this world. The same energy that's been suppressing us since we entered the blue planet. The commander on the airship pondered for a moment before ordering once again. Leave the few who maneuver the airship. The rest, all join the battlefield. Outside, while the war was being fought, Wu Shang was still sleeping, and inside his body, the Punisher god was also a bit anxious and yelled, Wu Shang, where are you? Come out. What's going on? Who the hell abducted Laozi's partner? He had lost contact with Wu Shang since he had entered that strange open space, and it was as if the two had been suddenly separated. He couldn't find Wu Shang, and he couldn't hear each other's voices anymore. He was a bit panicked, but was still yelling, hoping that Wu Shang could respond to him. The battle outside was in full swing, and Wu Shang was lying quietly in place as if he couldn't hear anything. After a day and a night, the war in the outside world has slowed down. Inuyasha looked at the man in front of him with a smile on his face. Nice fight. What's your name? One of the Beast Kings. The Inferno Leopard. In front, a stocky figure stood at the spot. He was all pitch black, 3 meters tall. His body was covered in black fur as well as flames. A long tail like a steel whip looked extremely powerful, and his head was black in the shape of a panther. Okay, but as far as the laws of nature are concerned, a leopard can't beat a tiger. The corner of Ian whose mouth hooked up a touch of arrogant smile. The cultivation of the 9 realms of metamorphosis exploded out at this moment. This is the heritage of the Dragon Kingdom. The 12 zodiacs poured most of the country's resources to cultivate. As long as the world's limitations disappeared, they would be piled up with the strongest cultivation at the first time. But it's also strange. This cultivation doesn't seem to be all theirs. Chapter 125, Wu Shang Awakens. The moment in whose words fell he blasted towards his opponent, and the city below where the two were fighting was none other than the land of Sichuan and Shu. The black flames and the 9 tiger tails blasted together, and the battle between the two sides erupted in an unrivaled explosion. Above the sky, a black and a yellow two figures collided with each other. The speed was extremely fast at the same time. Each collision was like a nuclear bomb exploding. The impact of the outbreak of the sky's clouds were blown away. The sky above was the battlefield of the strong. Then the ground was the world of ants. Countless evolvers from the other realm began to rush into the city. Even though they were talking about only killing the military and evolved people, there were still a lot of exotics that started attacking ordinary people when they entered. Luckily, the upper echelons had already foreseen this kind of thing in advance, and basically every household was equipped with a shield that could withstand the attacks of the evolutionary Fifth Order. And soon, one building after another began to be wrapped in blue barriers, with only the evolvers and military personnel fighting against the exotics in the outside world. And ordinary people can't protect themselves in this war, so they can only silently pray for it to end quickly. On the other side, Shangguan Zhan and Shangguan Qingrong looked at the endless number of foreigners in front of them with some despair in their eyes. It couldn't be helped that the two of them had only evolved to the 9th rank, and that was still what they had been raising all this time. Although they had experienced some battles, they would still be a bit overwhelmed when they suddenly encountered such large-scale wars and fights, and their power usage was too low. Probably a lot of psychic energy would be wasted by using up a lot of psychic energy to hit a guy much weaker than them sometimes. And at that moment, a huge figure jumped out from that front crowd. Along with the vibration of the ground, Shangguan Zhan looked at the sudden appearance of the monster with a flash of shock in his eyes. In front of them was a huge pig-headed man, standing in front of the two men with a large sword. Cultivation of the 9th stage of evolution was comparable to the two of them in terms of strength. But it was important to know that Shangguan Zhan and Shangguan Lightrong had experienced a period of combat before this. The pig-headed man looked at Shangguan Zhan and Shangguan Lightningrong, and intense greed flashed in his eyes. It was on the verge of leveling up and had intended to kill a few low-level evolvers, but he didn't expect to find two same-ranked evolvers with little combat experience here. As long as he killed both of them, then he would definitely be able to directly advance to the metamorphosis realm. It's instinctive for creatures to want to be stronger. The pig-headed man shouted towards the crowd behind him, "Leave these two guys to me, you guys go elsewhere." The crowd behind them didn't say anything more when they heard this, and they directly turned around and left. And the pig-headed man saw this and also raised his large sword towards Shangguan Zhan with a slash. The terrifying power kicked up a strong wind, carrying a strong sense of oppression. Heavenly Palace. Shangguan Lightningrong raised her hand and an illusory palace instantly appeared, and that terrifying attack was instantly blocked. And Shangguan Zhan also reacted at this time and directly took out his gossip. Bagua technique, Sundance position, light body technique. Along with the light feeling coming from his body, Shangguan Zhan instantly disappeared from his original spot and came behind the pig-headed man. Off position, dragon fire. Flames erupted from behind the pig-headed man. A dragon's head instantly engulfed it before taking it up into the air. Along with the flames dissipating, the huge body fell to the ground. Boom! Smoke spread above the battlefield, and Shangguan Zhan was relieved. He didn't have much spiritual energy left, and he had basically used his full strength in the two moves just now, and his already little spiritual energy had become even thinner at this moment. Good for, brother, look out! Shangguan Lightningrong suddenly shouted out, while the crowd watching the battle in the barrier was also in a state of shock at this moment, only to see behind Shangguan Zhan, that pig-headed man stood up again. With the help of the cover of smoke has appeared behind him, the long knife in his hand raised high, accompanied by a cold light flashed. The big knife toward Shangguan Zhan's head chopped. Meow! Suddenly, a mournful scream rang out, accompanied by a splash of red spilling into mid-air. Little Red, who was supposed to be in Wu Wei's arms, had rushed out at some point, her figure instantly enlarging by more than a meter to knock Shangguan Zhan out of the way. Although it was very fast, it was still chopped a little bit of its body by the large blade, and large swathes of blood began to drip down on its body. Red, Wu Wei tried to rush out, but was held on for dear life by Wu Jiangwo. "You can't go out there until your brother gets back," Wu Jiangwo roared loudly, while Wu Wei was in tears. Her heart was like a knife as she looked at Xiao Hong, who was wailing outside because of her injuries. And Shangguan Lightningrong also appeared in front of Shangguan Zhan, calling out the Heavenly Palace to start fending off the attacks. The situation was instantly tense. On the other hand, the sleeping Wu Shang suddenly heard something. Wu Shang, son, wake up, your uncle and the others are in danger. Good grandson, get up, don't sleep. In the space, Wu Shang's pair of eyes instantly opened. His body began to erupt with an incomparably terrifying killing aura. The space began to shatter, and a red light shot up into the sky. The yen leopard that was fighting with Yin Hu in the sky above Sichuanshu at the moment looked at the scarlet incomparable pillar of light with a shocked face. And at the moment, it seemed to have thought of something. No, ominous light. Yin Hu also saw that inverted pillar of light. He instantly knew that the other party was Wu Shang. And looking at Yen Bao's shocked appearance, Yin Hu's heart screamed bad. Yen Bao didn't care about fighting Yin Hu, but took out his contact tool. Everyone, look at the sky. If you see a red light, drop what you're doing and go full speed ahead. Make sure you kill the guy in the red light here. And while Yen Bao was giving the order, the pig-headed man looked at this sudden appearance with a horrified face. Not available. Wu Shang's long scarlet hair was visible at this moment, and his eyes flashed with a strong murderous aura as he grasped the large sword that was longer than his body with one hand. You seek death. Bang! After Wu Shang finished speaking, he kicked out. That huge body was instantly kicked away, and at this moment, countless figures rushed towards this place. Their cultivation was not strong, but they were superior in numbers. Big brother. Shangguan Lightrong's face was pale. Just now when Wu Shang was not there she resisted too many attacks, although her cultivation was strong, but after all, it was the first time she had experienced such a battle. She didn't know how to better utilize her spiritual energy, and the follow-ups were basically all about bracing up and resisting a few slashes. Well, take Xiao Zhan and Xiao Hong back. Big brother will avenge you. After Wu Shang finished speaking word by word, the Punisher god inside him also revealed an excited smile after seeing him come out. Finally, how about a full-on fight? Hearing the Punisher god's voice, a trace of complexity flashed in Wu Shang's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. Sure, come on then, partner. Immediately after that, a scarlet long knife appeared in Wu Shang's right hand, and his body began to float out a large amount of red mist towards his left hand to coalesce, and a red and black long knife appeared. Everyone who shows up here today has a death wish. Chapter 126 Yan Bo vs Inhu 1. After Wu Shang appeared, Wu Jiangwo and the rest of them also let out a sigh of relief in a hurry, while Xiao Hong was also hidden somewhere by Wu Wei, Shangguan Lightning Rong and Shangguan Zhan, on the other hand, hid in the house and began to recover their spiritual energy. Smoke began to fill the air in front of them, and countless foreigners rushed towards this place, and the way they looked at Wu Shang was surprisingly consistent, full of murder and awe. Devil Blade, it's Devil Blade, we must kill him, we can't let him enter the foreign realm, kill him. I don't know who shouted out, and the army of foreign domains began to rush towards Wu Shang. Colorful rays of light rose up here and there, and the surrounding buildings were crashed into 1,000 holes at this moment. Wu Shang didn't panic as he watched this scene. He held his sword in both hands before instantly disappearing in place. Demon souls unsealed and split. The seal was lifted at this moment. Countless negative emotions hit Wu Shang's brain, and Wu Shang's speed became more and more astonishing, and finally turned into a red light and began to weave through the crowd. The tens of meters high blood red blade chi was like the scythe of the god of death, strangling countless people as if they were mole crickets, and all the obstacles in front of them were destroyed. A one-sided massacre kicked off at this moment. The Yan Bao on the other side was also charging towards Wu Shang with all his strength at this moment, and Yin Hu was chasing after him in a dead heat, his eyes filled with anger. Bastard, come back and keep fighting. What are you running for? The two of them just flew one after the other in the direction where Wu Shang was. After chasing after him for a while, Inuyasha looked at his opponent's appearance and his heart was hardened. Boom! For some reason, Inhu suddenly surged in speed and appeared above Yan Bao's head, before blasting his fist towards his opponent. The two instantly fell to the ground. It seems like you guys know something, to the point where you're trying to stop me without increasing your psychic energy output. Do you know what you're doing? Yan Bao climbed up from the ground and looked at Inhu with gloom filling his eyes. Of course I know. Why? What are you afraid of? Afraid he'll go back to the other world? The corners of Inhu's mouth hooked into a disdainful smile, and the 9 tails behind him smashed into the ground, and the just concrete ground was instantly smashed out of a pit. Looks like I can't get through this without killing you. Yan Bao looked at Inhu, a murderous aura filling his eyes. Kill me? With you? The disdainful look on Inhu's face remained, and a cold aura rose from both claws. Black Flame Domain. Yen Panther roared. The black flames on his body instantly rose, and within the range of tens of meters where he was, a black pillar of fire rose to the sky, and it was as if the space was distorted. The temperature was rising drastically. Try it then. The Yen Panthers leapt up, and a terrifying pillar of fire under his feet was like an engine that instantly sent him flying, and his speed became extremely terrifying. Inhu looked at this scene and his eyes flashed a flash of gravity. The leopard, this creature in nature explosive force is extremely high. In the ground in the middle of the Inhu spell speed is not necessarily spelled out. Thinking of this, Inhu made an immediate decision. His 9 tails spread apart in a fan shape, and terrifying spiritual energy condensed at this moment. 9 Tiger Body Protection Technique. A giant tiger shadow appeared out of thin air, wrapping Inhu's body, and at this moment, the Yen leopard also killed in front of Inhu. The terrifying flames with sharp claws slashed a chopping strike close to 100 meters. Boom! Extremely high temperatures paired with a powerful killing force, ground trembling, and hard to eat this blow. Inhu was also eyeballs. Forehead veins rippled, beads of sweat slipped on its face, a burning flavor spread in the barrier. Good, but how many times can you carry this kind of attack? Yan Bao praised the look. As a beast race he would have preferred to fight. Originally, if not for the sight of Wu Shang, he was planning to have a good fight with Inhu, but now Wu Shang's appearance had caused his goal to change completely. He had to kill Wu Shang, even if it cost him his life. He could not let the person who possessed the demon sword survive in the world. In the barrier, Inhu frowned with a pained expression, but a pair of tiger eyes were looking for a moment to attack, because he had heard Dr. Ouyang say that the beasts of the other world were actually just evolved animals, and the characteristics of animals in nature would more or less retain a little bit, and the leopard's characteristic was that it was not durable. As long as he found a gap in his opponent's attack, he would be able to strike a blow. But this kind of premise is that he must be able to carry the other party in this period of time is like a storm of fierce attacks. To be honest, Yen Bao's speed was indeed so fast that it reached a bizarre point. At least for the time being, Inhu simply could not capture the other party's figure, and could only see one chop after another coming towards him. Each strike carried incomparably hot spiritual energy and powerful force. Inhu's feet were also retreating backward little by little at this moment, and that giant tiger barrier was starting to become a bit thinner. After the 18th chop, Inhu's eyes suddenly condensed as he saw his opponent's figure. 9 tigers defeat heaven. When strengths were equal, experience became the key to winning a battle. And although Inhu's experience was not as old-fashioned as his opponent's, he was able to endure. A leopard's attack power is never stronger than a tiger's. The barrier dispersed, and Yen Bao, who was preparing to attack, stared wide-eyed at the 9 giant tiger silhouettes that had suddenly appeared in front of him, his eyes full of disbelief. How? Suffer death. Along with the powerful and incomparable force blasted towards Yen Bao's body, the surroundings seemed to set off a hurricane that swept up countless sands and stones, and Yen Bao's body was instantly blasted away, crashing through one building after another. Inhu hurriedly followed. He did not intend to give the other party a chance to catch his breath. He must settle the fight instantly. Otherwise there was nothing he could do if the other party wanted to escape. And Inhu really did not guess wrong. Was knocked away. Yen Bao also saw that his weakness was seen through. In the fight on the probability will fall into the wind. Now he is ready to use the cover of being knocked away at full speed towards the direction of Wu Sheng rushed. At the very least, the wielder of the demon blade must never live. Yen Bao's face was incomparably fierce, as if Wu Sheng was his enemy. On the other side, Wu Sheng was still killing like crazy, completely unaware of his impending crisis. Chapter 127, Yen Bao vs Inhu 2. At this moment, Wu Sheng, holding 2 swords, his body is full of blood, surrounded by corpses. The ground under his feet is also drenched in red, like a purgatory-like scene behind. But there is a small house. Wu Jiangwo and the others were also a bit shocked as they looked at Wu Sheng. It was the first time they had seen Wu Sheng go on a killing spree, and to be honest, they were a bit worried. Little Sheng, he won't have any problems. Wu Jiangwo looked at Shangguan Zi and the others with a worried face and said, Light Rong, your big brother. Was he like this before? Was he this dangerous before? Shangguan Zi did not answer Wu Jiangwo's question, but instead looked at Shangguan Lightning Rong. Well, big brother, he's great. Shangguan Lightning Rong nodded, and then looked towards Wu Sheng, who was slaying outside with worry in his eyes. Brother, big brother, he won't become the same as that time in Sakura country. It shouldn't be. I can feel that big brother is very sensible now. His every move is calculated with extreme precision, without the slightest waste of spiritual energy. We also have to learn well. We can't be the same as before. The attacks are fine, but the utilization of spiritual energy is too low, resulting in a lot of wasted spiritual energy. Shangguan Zhan nodded, and then looked very seriously at the hell-like scene outside. For the first time, he felt a huge gap between him and Wu Sheng. Wu Sheng, he was simply born to kill, a move without the slightest delay. The distribution of power, the control was also extremely perfect. I'm afraid that one level above Big Brother's realm, I probably won't be his opponent either. Shangguan Zhan's mind thought, and his eyes became more and more determined. Outside, Wu Sheng looked at these foreigners whose eyes were filled with fear as a red mist began to emanate from their circumference. Remember, anyone who enters the Dragon Kingdom, if they are enemies, they will go into the 9 hells and we will all be ghosts seeking for their lives. If they are friends, they will go up to the heavenly palace and we will all be hospitable immortals. Since you all don't intend to be hospitable, then get lost into the 9 hells and become ghosts. Along with the fall of Wu Sheng's icy voice, the red mist began to surround that only remaining person as much as possible. They looked at the fog around them, and the terror in their eyes reached the extreme at this moment. In their eyes, it seemed as if Wu Sheng's was stepping over the corpses of their companions and walking towards them step by step. Knock, knock, knock. Each step seemed to step on top of their heartbeats. Splitting the body does not work, but executing its heart, blocking its thoughts, destroying its spirit, gathering killing thoughts as a knife, condensing the tip of the knife in the second style of the 7 chopping styles of the devil's knife, executing the heart. At this moment, in the eyes of Wu Jiangwo and the others, the red mist that appeared out of nowhere wrapped all the people in front of them into a red sphere as if it was a heart, while Wu Sheng, holding his dual swords, disappeared instantly into a line of blood. Bang! As if the sound of a bubble being burst rang out. The The red mist instantly shattered like a firework, and then disappeared without a trace. By the time Wu Shang's figure reappeared, there were countless more corpses at his feet. The blood flowed into the ground, and Wu Shang stepped on the wet ground and turned away. Are you guys okay? Wu Shang came outside the barrier and looked at Wu Jiangwo and the others and asked, We're fine. You're okay yourself, little life? Wu Jiangwo and the others asked with worried faces. It's okay, they can't threaten me yet. You guys stay here and be good. I have to go help the others. Wu Shang looked inside and instructed, before preparing to turn around and leave. Wu Shang, be careful. There are strong people coming. Suddenly, the roar of the executioner god resounded in Wu Shang's mind, and along with a black flame coming into view, a powerful force instantly blasted Wu Shang away. Bang! Little life, brother! The people in the barrier shouted out, and what was reflected in front of their eyes was a humanoid panther cloaked in black flames. Found you, demon blade! Blood was spilling from the corner of Yen Bao's mouth. It was obvious that he wasn't in a good state after being hit by Yin Hu just now, but it was still more than enough to kill a Wu Shang who was 2 great realms weaker than him. And along with the smoke dispersing, Wu Shang in front of him seemed as if all the bones in his body had broken. An intense burning sensation and pain swept through his entire body. That strike just now was too terrifying. If it wasn't for the God Punisher and Lifeless blocking the move to unload a bit of force, he might have died. Wu Shang, can you move? Quickly go. This guy can't be beaten, even if they are all unsealed. The executioner god and lifelessness hovered in the air in front of Yen Bao. The moment the 2 swords appeared, it was as if the murderous aura in Yen Bao's eyes was about to overflow. Sure enough, it's the legendary demon blade. You ominous thing, let's see me smash you into scrap metal today. Saying that, Yen Bao raised his fist and instantly appeared in front of Wu Shang like an instantaneous movement, storing up a powerful force to blast towards Wu Shang. And Wu Jiangwo and the others who wanted to go to the rescue had only just stepped out of the barrier. 9 Tiger Body Protection Technique. Suddenly, a yellow shadow instantly appeared in front of Wu Shang's body to block the blow for him. The visitor was none other than Tora. Bastard, can't beat me, actually come looking to bully kids. I'll kill you. A tiger face of Yin Hu became extremely hideous. The hair on his body exploded at this moment, and the word king on his head became more and more obvious at this moment. 9 tigers defeat heaven. Terrifying power swept across the battlefield, and along with the shattering of the barrier, Yen Bao's attack also hit Yin Hu's body, while Yin Hu was storing up the distance to solidly blast Yen Bao into the ground. Bang! As the smoke rose, a huge crater was being blasted out, and the city shuddered as if an earthquake had struck. Chapter 128 Yen Bao vs Yin Hu. Yin Hu's anger-laden strike instantly knocked him into a daze, and as he looked at the bloodied face in the deep pit, Yin Hu's eyes filled with rage. Brother, it's okay, little life. Wu Jiangwo and the others jogged all the way over, and then looked at the blood-covered Wu Shang with worry in his eyes. You guys take him back and hide. He should be able to hold out for a while. It's not a good time for healing out there. There's too much chaos. Inuyasha picked Wu Shang up, while later taking him back to his own home. Do you know what you're doing? Just as Yin Hu was about to take Wu Shang away, Yen Bao climbed up from the ground again. At this moment, his face had long since become a bloody mess, looking extremely terrifying, but his own breath was extremely weak. Among the legends of the foreign lands, the demon blade brings nothing but destruction. He will destroy everything, even your world. Help the host of the demon blade. Do you want to be the sinner of both worlds? The Inferno Panther tore through the cracks with a roar, and the black flames on its body blazed once again. That's a matter for later. Besides, I wouldn't believe that a child raised by my old son himself would do such a thing. You bastard actually dare to talk nonsense here. I must let you die here today. Yin Hu's eyes were filled with murderous anger. This child in his arms was the hope they had grown up with, and this dog actually dared to bully the young with the big. Come on then, today is a fight to the death. I will strangle this ominous person here. Yen Pao roared loudly. The stones under his feet melted under the burning of his flames, just like lava, and the black flames burning around his body made him look like a demon from hell. Incomparably terrifying. Take Wu Shang back. The next battle is a matter for adults. Yin Hu handed Wu Shang in his arms to Wu Jiangwo, while once again transforming into Lu Wu form. Black Flame Inferno. 9 tigers defeat the sky. The 2 behemoths impacted together once again, the yellow tiger roaring up to the sky, venting his anger and showing off the majesty of the king of all beasts. The black panther was like a hunter, trying to hunt down the king of this jungle. 2 of the jungle's top predators waged their battle in the Steel City. One was incredibly fast, the other was incredibly powerful, and every collision between the 2 brought about the collapse of buildings around them. Bang! A black and a yellow 2 light shadows intersected in the sky. The air was smashed out of the vacuum and exploded. Hurricane winds swept through the city, adding touches to these 2 top powerhouses to keep the duel from being so dry. Several cuts were made on Yin Hu's body, blood gurgled out, and the wounds were both large and small. Some just grazed the skin while others were deep enough to be seen on the bone. His tiger's eyes captured the moment of weakness in his opponent, and then gave the most powerful retaliation. As if they possessed a tacit understanding, the two gave up all defense. One wanted to win with speed, the other wanted to win with endurance. In this half hour of exerting their best efforts, the two of them didn't know how many attacks they had eaten from each other, just that their bodies were all scarred and covered in blood. I have to say, it's really not easy to have a strong person like you in such a backward world. Yan Bao did not hide his praise, his eyes full of appreciation. As beasts, they revered the strong. They also liked physical combat, and even more so, they liked to fight with the strong. The moment their claws tore through the enemy's flesh and blood could make them incomparably excited. Next, will be the king's final blow. Are you ready to die? The disdain on Ian, whose face grew stronger as he looked at his opponent's arrogance. Last blow? Suffer death? Looks like you still haven't gotten your situation straight. I've said it from the beginning. A leopard can't beat a tiger. Then try it. The inferno leopard's eyes glared, and a black inferno leopard close to 100 meters tall coalesced behind it, the terrifying temperature distorting the space, and accompanied by the leopard's low roar. It seemed as if it was ready to attack at any moment. Roar! The Ian tiger roared up to the sky, and the nine-tailed tiger that was close to 100 meters behind him also let out a roaring sound as it looked at the leopard in front of it, its eyes full of anger, and its roar became more and more urgent. It was as if it was telling this black panther that it was the king of all beasts. Accompanied by two roars, these two savage beasts rushed together, and beneath them, Ian Hu and Yen Leopard also collided. Terrifying explosions rose in the skies above Sichuan and Shu, accompanied by two terrifying roars, and in the midst of the black smoke, two terrifying beings were fighting madly at this moment. The blood began to drip towards the ground, and then became more and more turbulent, while one of the two roars began to slowly diminish, and then faded away. The smoke slowly dissipated along with a large amount of blood dripping into the ground. Above the sky, Ian Hu grabbed Yen Bao's head with one hand, and at this moment, his stomach was also slashed with a huge gash. Even his intestines could be clearly seen, while Yen Bao, on the other hand, had lost its vitality. It was a battle of the beasts, and Torahu gained the ultimate victory. Along with the body falling to the ground, Ian Hu also hurriedly found a place to start treating the injuries on his body. To be honest, the victory of this battle is not really easy to say. The other party has lived too much longer than Ian Hu. Experience is also much more sophisticated. If not, later saw Wu Shang's mind confused. At least Ken not beat Ian Hu will not be killed. Thinking about this, Ian Hu was also relieved. On the other side, Wu Shang had also fallen into unconsciousness. After all, the full force of the mortal transformation realm's strike wasn't that easy to resist. Wu and the others were taking care of him. At the same time, the battles around the world began to reach a stalemate. After all, Wu Shang's side of the situation is special. Normal circumstances of the two top powerhouses is very difficult to distinguish between winners and losers. After all, if you can't beat them, you can still run. So for a while, Blue Star and Exotic Realm temporarily fought to a draw. Chapter 129 Z-Mouse makes a move. After the fight on Ian Hu's side, above another part of the sky, a slender figure was confronting a man. Are you the strongest guy out of all these people? The man was wearing a suit of armor, and even his face was wrapped in pitch black armor, but said it was armor, more like a kind of scales. The body is incomparably stout, close to 3 meters tall plus heavy armor, like a Tyrannosaurus Rex from the barbarians, filled with a sense of oppression. The strongest? Not really, but I am indeed their leader yet. Z-Mouse touched his masked chin to make a thoughtful gesture, as if it was not a strong person in front of him, but an ordinary person. In that case, out of respect for my opponent, I'll introduce myself as well. My name is Wang Crocodile, the strongest existence in defense and strength among the 24 guards of the plundering kingdom. Oh, that's awesome. Let's give it a try then. Z-Mouse's tone remained leisurely as he looked at the king crocodile in front of him and stretched out his finger and hooked it, making a gesture of incomparable contempt. Wang Crocodile's face instantly grimaced after seeing Z-Mouse's movements, and his tone was low. Kid, you seek death. Saying that, a crescent moon blade appeared in his right hand, covered with warped reverse scales, and its pitch-black appearance looked extremely domineering. Along with him waving his greatsword, a terrifying chopping attack directly blasted at the Sabrat in front of him. The Z-Mouse who was about to be attacked seemed as if he didn't notice the other party's attack. Leisurely above the sky, waiting for the attack to come, the king crocodile in front saw the scene and his eyes stared. If an enemy didn't show the slightest sign to his attack, then there were only two possibilities. One was that this attack was too powerful and made it give up resistance, while the other was that this attack was no threat at all, and the way the Sabrat looked, it was clearly the latter. And at this moment, the chopping attack disappeared without warning just as it was about to strike the Sabrat. What? Wang Crocodile stared wide-eyed at the calm sky in front of him, his eyes filled with dismay and shock. Ouch. Your attack doesn't seem to be working. Hey, should we try again? Z Mouse seemed to be very surprised as well, and his tone was full of provocation with a slight hint of flirtation. And the king crocodile was no cutie pie. Having lived in a foreign land for hundreds of years of light, at this moment he felt a strong pressure. The fact that he had encountered an unknown enemy while his cultivation was suppressed made his grip on the hilt of the blade tighten a few more points. A space-type ability? In that case, let's try this move. Shattered Jade. Only a white light began to flicker on his greatsword, a destructive aura spreading across his longsword. And when this move appeared, Z Mouse's eyes squared up. This attack can block space? That's right, kid. This is my army's best technique of shattering jade. It's better to shatter jade than to shatter it. Once this move is made, the space around it will be instantly suppressed, which means that it's a surefire move. Wang Crocodile's face wore a smile, and the movements of his hands did not stop, only to see him instantly chopping out hundreds of meters of terrifying chopping, and that chopping in the eyes of Z Mouse was as if 100 meters giant crocodile had opened its mouth and was about to bite the prey he was about to face. Suddenly, however, the corner of Z Mouse's mouth hooked into a mysterious smile, only to see him gently raise one hand before snapping his fingers. Bang! Crisp sounds rang through the air, small but seemingly loud, and the attack, once again, vanished into thin air. I'm sorry, it's gone again. How's that? You want to continue? Z Mouse stood above the sky, clearly not doing anything, but letting people feel an incomparably strong pressure. Wang Crocodile was about to say something, but suddenly, a light flashed in his head, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously curled up. Kid, I know, you are a kind of illusion, right? Being able to pull people into a strange space unknowingly, and then letting them attack the non-existent you to consume their spiritual energy, and then finally killing them in one fell swoop. Worthy of being one of the chiefs, with brilliant means. It's a pity that you've met me. Come on, this seat is right here for you to attack. Wang Crocodile's words made Z Mouse froze, and he cocked his head, obviously unable to see his face, but sensing his puzzled emotions in the mask, while the king crocodile was standing in place, holding his hands and did not intend to fight back. His scales as the 24 guards in the hardest existence. People of the same rank want to break through his defense is simply nonsense. As long as I don't make a move, you can't help me, Wang Crocodile thought, and his eyes were also looking around, hoping to find a way to break the situation. Snap! Above the sky, Z Mouse applauded before laughing. Wonderful! Too wonderful! Ha 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 ha! How can you possibly hide this kind of carving skill from me? Boy, too tender! Wang Crocodile laughed triumphantly, thinking that Z Mouse was praising himself, while Z Mouse did shrug his shoulders and said, "You're overthinking it. This isn't a phantasmagoria. This is the real thing, and you're too capable of brainstorming. But you're right, if your spiritual energy doesn't disappear, I really can't do anything about it, and I probably won't be able to break through your defenses, even if your spiritual energy dries up completely." Z-Rat didn't deny anything. He was supposed to be one of the lowest attackers in the 12 zodiacs and didn't usually put up much of a fight. When Wang Crocodile heard Z Mouse's words in front of him, he first had a shock in his eyes, but after hearing the latter, a smug smile spread across his face. He couldn't sense anything at all about the Sabrat that was threatening to him, so he wasn't scared either. To have someone like you as the leader, it seems that your Blue Star's so-called strongest is nothing more than that. Wang Crocodile had a mocking look on his face, and his tone was full of disdain. TCH, being looked down upon by you then. It had to be said that Z-Rat's tone could indeed make people extremely angry, and the already hot-tempered Wang Crocodile was even more eager to wring Z-Rat's damned masked head off right now. You know, I have a junior who is my successor, and I've watched him for a long time, and he has a saying that I think actually fits me. Z-Mouse suddenly opened his mouth, his words full of emotion, as if he was reminiscing and catching up on old times. Oh, what's the word? Wang Crocodile frowned in confusion. He said, that creatures like rats are extremely good at making holes, and that they make countless holes for them to escape, or to store things, but then, they can only make holes above the ground, and it takes time. What do you mean? Wang Crocodile's body suddenly tightened up as he felt an extremely bad premonition. I mean, I'm not a rat of the ground, but a rat of the sky, and the best thing I've ever done in my life is to make holes, and to make holes in the sky above. Humph, what's the use of such an ability? Is it hard to believe that you're going to perform a hole-punching escape for me right now in front of me? The king crocodile was listening to the clouds, but his speech was filled with provocation, as if he was responding to Z-Mouse's attitude earlier. At this time, behind the Z-Mouse's back suddenly unfolded a pair of like wings. The wings were gray, not really good looking, but after unfolding it was dozens of meters long. You seem to have forgotten one thing. What is it? King Crocodile wondered. This place is the Blue Planet. It's the Dragon Kingdom. Is there a possibility that I had the hole made long ago? Saying that, the mouth beneath Z-Rat's mask suddenly raised, and along with a ringing finger in his hand, the space around him was like a mirror, instantly shattering. So, next I'll tell you why I'm the Alpha. Accompanying Z-Mouse's words, a thunderous sound that shook the heavens and the earth rang out from the shattered space, and accompanied by a flash of golden electricity, the King Crocodile was instantly knocked away by a figure. Chapter 130 Kuei Nyo violently beats King Crocodile. Chief, you're a little slow. Accompanied by a voice, a silhouette stepped out from the broken space. The man wore a bull's head mask. His body was incomparably stout, and golden lightning bolts were entwined around his body, while when he appeared, it seemed like there was the sound of a heart beating, or the sound of a leather drum. The visitor is none other than one of the 12 zodiac signs, the Ugly Ox. Sequence 010. Kuei Nyo possesses the ultimate power and is surrounded by the power of golden thunder. This guy's a bit of a dork. I was bored, so I thought I'd tease him. Is it settled? Z-Mouse spoke in a relaxed tone before asking with some curiosity. Well, no problem. The guy was an attack type, not a speed type, and I hammered him with hundreds of punches, hard. The Kueiyu's tone was flat, but it gave people an incomparable sense of peace. You're still as steady as ever. You can obviously kill someone with one punch. You have to give them the crumbs. Z-Mouse's tone was somewhat helpless, while Kuei Nyo said, since it's a mission, we need to make sure that it's foolproof. We're not some positive characters that need to show our faces, so of course we need to make sure that the guy who's being attacked is dead without any dregs left. The Kueiyu's tone remained flat, as if he only had the mission in his eyes. Also, in that case, I'll withdraw, and leave this guy to you. Z-Mouse was about to find a space to leave when suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him. Oh wow, it's really hard, like nothing. Looking at the King Crocodile whose face scales were smashed and dented, Z-Mouse's eyes were also somewhat surprised. No harm done. I only used 80% of my strength, but I killed the last one with 80% of my strength. This one does look a little harder. Kuei Nyo blocked Z-Mouse's body and said indifferently. Wang Crocodile's face was incomparably gloomy at the moment, and the wounds on his face were aching, as he looked at Z-Mouse in front of him and said word for word, what the hell is going on with your supernormal ability? As you can see, hole punching, but unlike ordinary rats, I can punch holes in the sky, punching hole after hole connecting space, and when I open it, I can pull people who are far away from each other to my side. Ugh, actually, this ability is very restrictive, and it takes time to punch holes, but luckily, it's in my house. Speaking later, Z-Mouse's tone was filled with celebration, while the Wang Crocodile in front of him was growing more and more gloomy. So my attack was deflected by you? Right. Oh, explain, because the space blocked by your shattered jade is closed, and I made the hole early, so it's not very useful. Oh, but the power is still considerable. The hole I worked so hard to make was collapsed by you, Z-Mouse said, symbolically wiping tears from his eyes, his tone filled with sadness. You asshole. Wang Crocodile's tone grew angrier and angrier, as if a volcano was about to erupt. Ouch. Don't be so angry. By the way, let me tell you something. The reason I can be the chief is never because I am strong, but I can send all the people above his suitable opponent. Like for example, a guy like you who is strong in defense and strength will need someone who is even stronger in defense and strength to crush him. With that, the Subrat wiped his mask again. It's still a pain in the ass yet, because there's no presence here that specializes in breaking defenses, so bear with him. His punches are heavy. You'll be unconscious after a few punches. It won't hurt. Z-Mouse's words seemed to be very concerned about Wang Crocodile, but they sounded so harsh to Wang Crocodile's ears. Are you thinking that he can win against me steadily? You are too confident. Let's try a fight then. The Subrat shrugged, before turning around and finding a space to walk straight into. You make quick work of it, old bull. That guy in who seems to be a little on top of things. I need to go check on him. Along with Z-Mouse's voice getting farther and farther away, Kuei Nyo's body was once again entwined with golden lightning. Dang! A huge drum sounded. At this moment, the body of the Kuei Nyo seemed to have swelled up. Behind him, a single-legged giant bull roared up to the sky, and above the sky, golden lightning with heavy rain began to fall to the ground, and that giant bull stood with one leg above the sky, as if it was provoking the heavens. And at this moment, an incomparably huge crocodile also appeared behind the King Crocodile. The pitch-black scales flashed with a cold aura and looked incomparably hard. Come on, I don't have many moves as a man, just my fists, and the chief said for me to make it quick. Kuei clenched his fists, his muscles bulging like gnarled dragons, looking full of power. Shattered jade. Wang Crocodile at this moment angry to the extreme. Out, that is their strongest move. The horror of the power in the air cohesion, as if the next moment space is going to be shattered in general. With the pouring rain and lightning and thunder, far away from the end of the world seems to be general, along with a gold and a black figure instantly colliding together. A terrifying mushroom cloud also appeared above the sky. Boom! No way! One crocodile stared at the blade embedded in Kueino's fist with wide eyes filled with shock. Nothing is impossible. Suffer death. The blade entered his fist, and as if he didn't feel any pain, Kueino raised his left fist and threw a punch towards Wine Crocodile's face. With the scales flying up, the king crocodile was instantly blasted into the ground like a meteor. The Kueino also instantly caught up with the other party's figure, and before the king crocodile could get up, his fist with the power of destroying the sky and the earth fiercely bombarded the king crocodile's body. Smoke began to rise as the fists of the Kueino were like raindrops as they bombarded on top of the king crocodile's body, ultimately smashing it hard into a meat paste. As the smoke cleared, a giant crater with a diameter of nearly 500 meters appeared in the center of the city, and in the center of the crater was a puddle of red flesh and blood. On the other side, Z-Mouse also received Inhu, and he looked at his badly injured teammate as he helplessly held his forehead. It's all said and done. Let's test the waters first, then pass the information on to me and I'll set you up with opponents so we can keep the damage to a minimum. It can't be helped. Wu Sheng is being targeted, so we can only fight first. Inuyasha forced a smile and struggled to get up from the ground. You can go now. Oh. Suddenly, a white figure suddenly appeared behind the two. Inhu and Z-Rat were also stunned as they looked at the sudden appearance. Doc, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be? Ouyangji smiled slightly. I've brought in someone interesting, just so she can do something. With that said, a knocked-out pink figure appeared in his hand. Let's go. Her memories have been tampered with a bit. We won't be needed for the rest of this. And don't say you've seen me. Oh, it's a secret. Saying that, Ouyangji put his finger to his lips like a child. Well, it's a secret. Z-Rat and Tiger also held out a finger to their mouths with smiles on their faces. Ouyangji for them. He's like a father to them. Sequence 007. Flying squirrels, shaped like rats, with wings in the back, can create spatial passages and even utilize space to store items, and are not aggressive themselves. Possessor, leader of the 12 zodiac signs. Z-Rat. Chapter 131 When She's Realization. On the other hand, Wu Sheng's home, accompanied by a flash of white light, Wu Sheng disappeared out of thin air in the home, and the other people in the home also instantly unconscious. And at this moment in city, when she was also stunned when she looked at Ouyangji who suddenly appeared. Dr. Ouyangji made a shushing gesture, and then laughed. The woman you were in the Sakura country before didn't die. Oh, her soul is very special. She found the seriously injured Wu Sheng and controlled him again, and Wu Sheng is now in a very bad state. You go and wake him up. And there is also a very important thing. On the other hand, Abe's wife's eyes were full of surprise and infatuation as she looked at the unconscious Wu Sheng. Sung-Kuan, it's really you. I'm not dreaming. The God Sama really sent you to me. Ha ha ha. With that said, a pink glow began to emanate from Abe's wife as the power once again began to invade the seal. Fantastic. Finally found you. Sung-Kuan, you're mine. Join me in killing all the people here. And at the moment, the place where the two were, was a shelter. The unconscious Wu Sheng was also in an extremely poor state at the moment. In the dream, he looked at himself as a child being bullied, at his dead grandparents, at his dead father, and the killing intent in his eyes grew stronger. I'm going to kill all of you. All of you. The red mist wrapped around Wu Sheng once again, and in reality, Wu Sheng's hair once again became scarlet, and the long sword in his hand coalesced at this moment. The executioner god also looked at this scene with an anxious face and began to call out, but unfortunately to no avail. When Abe's wife saw this scene, the color of infatuation in her eyes grew more and more intense. Her figure vanished into the distance. Looking at the way Wu Sheng walked towards the shelter with a long sword in his hand, she muttered, "Yes, that's it. Kill all these useless people. All of them deserve to die." The fear in the eyes of the people in the shelter grew more and more intense as they watched Wu Sheng walk over with a long knife in his hand with a murderous intent. Who is this guy? How did we get here? Help! Someone help us! Soon after, Wu Sheng raised his long blade and a terrifying chopping blow tore the barrier apart, accompanied by the sound of screams. A bloody killing began. Wu Sheng's body also began to slowly become thin. Wu Sheng! It was only after 10 minutes that when she arrived late, and she stared wide-eyed at the scene in front of her with unbelief in her eyes. Ahead, corpses and bones were strewn about, and the air was filled with the smell of blood, and when she couldn't speak even as she watched the scene, and Wu Sheng, who was already seriously injured, also collapsed to the ground powerlessly after killing the last person, his breath hanging in the air as if he was going to die completely in the next moment. At this time, when she seemed to have sensed something, a fan instantly appeared in her hand and struck a silver-white light toward the distance. After striking the attack, she instantly came to Wu Sheng's side, and then picked up Wu Sheng and disappeared out of thin air without a trace. Abe's wife also froze in place as she watched the disappearing when she, so strange, why is my power inferior to that guy? And at that moment, another figure appeared behind her. TCH, it's a poor man too. Send you there too. The heavenly emperor spoke indifferently as he looked at the grim-faced Abe's wife, and then with a single stroke of his hand, a spatial rift instantly appeared to suck Abe's wife into it. A foreign land, a plundered country, a northern domain, in the middle of a desert. A young girl with a slim teenager appeared out of thin air in this place, and when she hugged Wu Shang tightly, her eyes filled with tears. I'm sorry, I'm late. Recalling what Dr. Yang had said, when she only felt how ridiculous she was at this moment. I should have been nicer to you I should have been around more. When she bit her lower lip tightly, and little by little the bean-sized teardrops fell onto Wu Shang's skin-like face. Recalling what Dr. Yang said, when she's tears became more and more unstoppable. Wu Shang has never actually changed. He may indeed have a little meaning for you, but the hostility and negativity in his body has never disappeared. It's even growing little by little, and his lifeless blade is the proof. What do you mean? Listening to Ouyang words, when she had a puzzled look on her face. At this moment, she actually had a lot of questions in her mind, but Wu Shang's matter was still more important. Ouyang put away his smile and said lightly, the lifeless blade is a growth out of the negative emotions within Wu Shang's body. You should have seen it before in the Sakura Kingdom. The black and red colors. The red color represents his murderous aura, and the black color, on the other hand, is a representation of his negative emotions. Wan Shi, who heard this, was shocked. What does the doctor mean? That's right. Although sealing his emotions since childhood makes Wu Shang appear to outsiders that he is incomparably understanding, but in fact, only he himself knows how much damage it brought to him when he was a child. He seals it because he's rational. It doesn't mean that he feels that nothing will happen. On the contrary, this kind of emotion will accumulate more and finally explode, and at that time, everything will be irretrievable. Ouyang lowered his head and said in a deep voice, Wan Shi, this is the device for traveling to the other world. If Wu Shang kills someone, you bring him back, and if he doesn't, you take him to the other world. As the words fell, he handed a ring to Wen Shi. Bring it back for what? Wen Shi had a bad feeling. If he kills ordinary people, I will execute him. As soon as the doctor said this, Wen Shi's eyes widened while then he hurriedly turned around and ran towards the direction that Dr. Yang had pointed out, and upon reaching the location he saw the scene of Wu Shang's murder. When she hugged Wu Shang tightly, unable to stop the tears in her eyes. No fear, I'm sure killing wasn't your intention. I'll go back with you and explain. I'll always be there for you, when she said to the unconscious Wu Shang with tears in her eyes while carrying him on her back. The slightly thin figure carrying a man taller than himself looked a bit ridiculous, but Wen Shi's tear-filled face was very determined. In the middle of the blue star, Ouyang looked into the distance, his eyes filled with emotion. I hope you can make the silver climb on his blade, and the one who can always be there for him, and probably only you. As the words fell, Ouyang also disappeared into thin air. Stop cursing, this is just the end of the first big chapter. Don't make it sound like this is the end. Chapter 132, Reaping the Country. 100 Cities. Is this the other land? When she carried the weak Wu Shang on her back as she walked through the hot desert, and when she looked up, her beautiful eyes were filled with shock, only to see several suns hanging high in the sky emitting terrifying heat. Didn't you feel anything wrong because you're an evolved person? No wonder most of the ordinary people here were sent to that so-called ecosphere. When she murmured, and then thought about it and followed the direction of the sun carrying Wu Shang towards the front. It's okay, I'll get you out of here. When she looked at the unconscious Wu Shang and said firmly, before carrying the other party on his back step by step in a certain direction, the place where when she and the girls were it seemed to be a desert, with nothing to see but yellow sand, and because they came in a hurry, there wasn't much to eat in when she's domain ring. It didn't matter if she ate or not. After all, the body strength of an evolved person was so high that even if she didn't eat for a month, it wouldn't be a problem. But Wu Shang certainly couldn't. Originally a severely injured body, plus being drained of most of the nutrients in his body by the lifeless blade, he desperately needed to replenish his nutrients. When she looked around as he walked, hoping to find some prey or a water source. In this way, when she carried Wu Shang on his back and left one footprint after another in the yellow sand. After walking down for a day, when she's face was a little worried. Wu Shang's face was getting paler and paler, and this desert place was nothing but yellow sand up to now, not even stones. The sky had also darkened, and it had to be said that the sky of the foreign land was extremely beautiful, like being in a river of stars, with bright stars circling above the sky, looking much larger than on the blue star. Although it was dark, it was good that the evolved people's senses were all very strong, and when she did not appear to be unable to see the road, just like this, when she didn't dare to stop or use her spiritual energy indiscriminately, she could wait, but Wu Shang couldn't wait. Another night passed, and when she looked at the unchanged scenery, and then looked over her shoulder at Wu Shang's increasingly pale lips, and the color of worry in her eyes became more and more intense. But soon, as if she thought of something, she hurriedly put Wu Shang down, and after about a few minutes in the same place, when she carried Wu Shang up again, and this time there was a touch of red above Wu Shang's pale lips. The North. 100 cities. The city was an extremely large one, spanning thousands of miles across the desert, and it was the best way to get out of this desert, right across the city. And on this day, a strange man walked in at the entrance to the north of the city. The man was obviously carrying something on his back, black cloth covering his back. His pace was shaky as if he would fall off the next moment. His long black hair was scattered in front of him, and his body was dirty as if he was begging. Just like this beggar walked into the city step by step. The people in the city looked at this scene with a shocked face, and from the moment he stepped into the city, an extremely hoarse voice rang out, "Please, please, save him." Bang! Accompanied by the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground, the two silhouettes just fell to the ground, while the people around them then reacted and hurriedly shouted, "Come quickly! Someone here has fainted! Help! Where is this?" After an unknown period of darkness, Wu Shang opened his eyes. The rusty taste in his mouth made him a bit uncomfortable. He looked at the clean white ceiling, his eyes full of doubt and vigilance. "You're awake. Ha! It really wasn't easy. Are you a soldier, or a free man?" To Wu Shang's right-hand side, a crisp voice rang out. Wu Shang turned his head. A round-faced young girl was looking at him with a curious face. "You are?" Wu Shang asked with a puzzled expression. "Oh, my name is Yu. This is Plunderland 100. You should know that. I'm a doctor here." When these words came out, Wu Shang also frowned. He didn't react too much, but instead, he turned to Xiao Yu and asked again, "Am I the only one?" The reason why Wu Shang asked this question was because he felt that someone had been by his side all these days when he was in a coma. "Oh yeah, your friend is awake, but she went to get busy." Xiao Yu also opened her mouth to explain when she heard Wu Shang's words, plundering the country. The moment he heard the word Plunderland he knew this was the other land. But why was he in the other land? "How long have I been out?" Wu Shang turned his head and asked curiously. "It's been over a month since you got here." Koyuki pondered for a moment, and then spoke a number. Wu Shang frowned. Sleeping for so long was not something he expected. "Exorcism? Do you know what's going on?" Wu Shang called out to the god of punishment in his heart, but without knowing what was going on. The god of punishment did not give him the slightest response, as if it had disappeared. But Wu Shang could feel the presence of the knife. Scared of something? Wu Shang had a guess in his mind, and then continued to ask, "Is the one who sent me here a man or a woman? When will she be back?" "Wait for the night. She's working right now, and since you guys don't have any money, she's going to have to earn the cost of the visit." Wu Shang froze, and then got up from the hospital bed. "Where is she now?" "Hey, your body can't move around yet. It hasn't recovered." Xiao Yu hurriedly held out her hand to stop it, while Wu Shang had already gotten out of bed. "It's okay, I know my own body. Where is she? Take me to her." There are a lot of questions in his mind. Wu Shang needs to find someone to answer them. This young girl called Xiao Yu can't chat much. If he accidentally reveals any horse's foot is probably a big trouble. "Well, I'll take you there. She should still be busy right now. Is there any water here? I'd like to rinse my mouth." Feeling the rusty flavor in his mouth, Wu Shang had a bit of a hard time. "Oh, there's one at the door. Thanks." Hearing Xiao Yu's reply, Wu Shang walked to the door and washed his face, lifting his head to look at himself in the mirror and suddenly froze. This is Chapter 133, Awakening. "Hi, the screws on mine seem to be rusty. Can you see if you can replace them with an equivalent model for me?" The woman from the grocery store sniffed and hurriedly started looking for the same screws, but after half a day of searching, she still couldn't find them and was finally reprimanded by the owner inside the store. You've been here for a month. How come you can't even find something? Is there any point in me recruiting you like this?" The boss was also helpless. The woman in front of him woke up after 2 days of coma after coming to the city that day, and then came to him to help out, and she hadn't made much progress for so long now. Sorry, I got carried away." The woman hurriedly bowed her head and apologized, her dark eyes full of apology. Although she was apologizing, her heart was still hung up on someone. Okay, really, if you're going to be like that just go." The boss was also a good man, and knowing that it wasn't easy for women, he didn't say anything more. "Thank you, it won't happen again." The woman bowed her head and admitted her mistake in a very humble manner. "Here, she's at." Xiao Yu brought Wu Shang to the grocery store and was just about to say something when Wu Shang had already walked out, when she also sighed in relief as she watched her bosses departing back, and then hurriedly started cleaning. Soon, a sound of footsteps reached her ears, and when she hurriedly turned around when she heard it, "Hello, how can I help you?" Turning back and looking at that familiar yet unfamiliar face, the rag in when she's hand fell to the ground. Wu Shang looked at Wenxi, who had already changed her face, and although he had doubts in his heart, he didn't know why he couldn't say anything, and only felt some pain in his chest. "It's okay, 1,000 words and doubts converged into 3 words at this moment. When Wu Shang's voice rang out, when she seemed to have found a vent, the aggression and sadness over the past month instantly exploded at this moment. She rushed to Wu Shang's front, and then hugged him tightly. Finally awake. Wu Shang was a bit overwhelmed by the sudden embrace. He wanted to say something, but he soon realized that something was wrong. When she's body and her arms trembled, and her sobs echoed in Wu Shang's ears, when she tried her best to keep the sound from coming out, but she still couldn't hold back. She was also a child, even younger than Wu Shang, and had lasted so long alone in this foreign land, worrying about Wu Shang again, and worrying about the exposure of her identity, and the money problem, and Wu Shang still hadn't woken up all the time, and she was really scared that Wu Shang had left just like that. At that point, what was she going to do alone in a foreign land? Wu Shang looked at Wenxi in his arms and his heart suddenly skipped a beat as he reached out and touched Wenxi's head. It's okay, I'm coming. With 6 words, Wenxi's emotions poured out like a dike-breaking flood, accompanied by sobs. Wu Shang hugged Wenxi and left. Since he's awake, there's no way he's going to keep Wenxi busy here. Hey, who are you and where are you taking her? The boss also heard the commotion and hurriedly limped out from inside the house. Wu Shang bowed towards his opponent at the sight. Thank you, I'm the one who was with her some time ago, and I thank you for taking care of her during this time, but now I'm going to take her away. The boss looked at the way when she hugged Wu Shang and cried, thought he could tell that the two knew each other. Alas, in that case you take her away. She came here saying that she would just take care of 2 people's meals, that she didn't want any money. Wu Shang didn't listen to what the boss said afterward and left after that. To him, everything is not as important as Wenxi right now. Wu Shang held Wenxi and walked to Xiao Yu's side, then said, Thank you, may I ask how much I owe you guys? Xiao Yu, who was originally frozen, also reacted after Wu Shang opened his mouth, and then said, Oh, there are 10 pieces of energy crystals owed, right? Wu Shang nodded when he heard that. Can you tell me what other avenues there are for obtaining this thing? The energy crystal, besides working part-time? There's a bounty union over in South City that has quests in it for evolved people. Before Xiao Yu could finish speaking, Wu Shang's figure disappeared into thin air. Hey, where is everyone? Skipping out? Xiao Yu's exclamation of surprise rang out in the street, while Wu Shang found an alley and stopped. When she had already fallen asleep, Wu Shang's chest was wet with tears. It seemed that she had indeed suffered a lot of stress during this period of time. Looking at Wenxi's sleeping face, Wu Shang realized that the other party's face was no longer as white and red as before, but with a slight pallor. After standing in place for a while, Wu Shang took Wenxi away in a kind of princess hug. Wenxi's hand, on the other hand, was gripping Wu Shang's collar as if she was afraid that the other party would lose it. Wu Shang just took Wenxi toward the south of the city. In the eyes of the surrounding people surprised, a strange man came to the bounty union in the south of the city. He took on a mission to hunt a contaminated beast outside of the city with a woman in his arms and took care of it with great speed. It's hard to imagine how much power there is in that skinny body. This is to return your energy crystals. Can I ask you a question? Xiao Yu was startled by the sudden appearance of Wu Shang, and looked at the 11 energy crystals handed over with a shocked expression. You, how did you do that? Killed a couple monsters and they gave me a little. Wu Shang's tone seemed as if he was talking about an insignificant matter. So, please, do you know of any places to stay? Wu Shang asked once again. Oh, I know. I'll take you to the inn. Xiao Yu slowed down from her emotions and responded in a hurry, leading Wu Shang towards the rest of the area after receiving his energy crystals. Thanks. Wu Shang said thank you, and then followed behind Xiao Yu with Wenxi in his arms. Chapter 134, A Close Heart. Sang, when she shouted after opening her eyes, as if she was having a nightmare. Suddenly, when she was a bit confused as she looked at the quilt covering her body. Here, looking around the 30 square meter room, when she walked away from the bed. Shang, where are you? When she called out in the room for a while, but in the end, no one responded. The silence and emptiness weighed on her a little. Was it a dream? When she sat paralyzed on the bed, clutching her legs with gloom in her eyes. No, this isn't where I live. When she suddenly stood up, a pair of beautiful eyes opened wide, and then directly pushed open the door and ran towards the outside. At this moment, the gloom was swept away from her face and she was filled with smiles and anticipation. And at this moment at the entrance of the hotel, Wu Shang was walking towards the upper floor with a bag of food, just in time to run into Wenxi, who had come to look for him, and when she directly pounced on Wu Shang without the slightest hesitation upon seeing him. Returning to his room, Wu Shang put Wenxi back on the bed. Well, any physical discomfort? Wu Shang asked, when she shook her head with a happy face, and her pair of beautiful eyes kept looking at Wu Shang. Then you eat something. With that, Wu Shang took out food from the bag, a bowl of soup, a bowl of vegetables and a large piece of roast meat from some beast. When she did not take Wu Shang's things, but looked straight at Wu Shang while covered with the quilt, and that look spoke for itself. Wu Shang was also a bit helpless when he saw this, and then said in a tone with some favor, "Open your mouth." Ah! When she opened her mouth and enjoyed Wu Shang's feeding, after eating, Wu Shang sat on the bed, and when she just lay on his chest, holding on to him for dear life, afraid that he would run away if he didn't pay attention. By the way, how did we end up in a foreign land? What's going on? Wu Shang asked curiously. When she who heard this question froze and thought for a moment before speaking, Dr. Ouyang said that there is danger on your side and asked me to come and pick you up, and then gave me a space shuttle device, saying that if it's an emergency, we should go directly to the foreign domain, and now most of the main warring factions of the foreign domain have all gone to the blue planet, so let's come to cultivate and hide out in the meantime. Where are my eldest and the others? Is everything okay? When she shook her head as she sniffed, I'm not too sure, but it shouldn't be anything, at least there was nothing wrong with them when I was in Blue Star, and the odds are that there is now as well. So, what about you? What's going on? Wu Shang placed his gaze on Wen Shi's face. The two people's disguises had all disappeared at this moment, and Wen Shi's original appearance appeared in Wu Shang's eyes. What's going on? Winnie wants to play dumb. You tell me. The face is so bad you can't even block it out. Don't hide it from me. What's going on? Hearing Wu Shang's slightly serious voice, Wen Shi whispered, "It's just that I stayed in the desert for a few days with you on my back," and then added to the fact that I didn't have any money on my body, and that there were arrears on the hospital side, and that you had to be taken care of, so I didn't dare to run around, and my nutrition didn't keep up. But Shang, you really smart. No to ask if there is any other way to earn money, unlike me. When she wanted to say something else while Wu Shang interrupted her. The rusty taste in my mouth is because of your blood? When she froze, and then looked at Wu Shang with some incredulity. She didn't expect Wu Shang to be able to guess it straight away, and seeing this reaction of Wen Shi, Wu Shang also understood that he had not guessed wrongly. Thinking of this, it was as if his heart was clutched by an invisible hand. Looking at Wen Shi, the blandness in his eyes seemed to fade away even at this moment, tinted with emotions. A little girl younger than him on a hostile world, dragging a severely injured man through a desert for a week, with no resources along the way, and having to feed Wu Shang blood from time to time, was a hardship he couldn't imagine. His eyes grew softer and softer, and then he gently hugged Wen Shi, and then whispered, "Thank you, I won't let you be so aggravated in the future." When she felt Wu Shang's warm embrace, and her heart became sweeter and sweeter. "Well, then you'll listen to me from now on." "Good." Wu Shang nodded and agreed to Wen Shi's request. Indifference and sanity were Wu Shang's shell, and Wen Shi had undoubtedly shattered it, and the two of them tacitly agreed not to say anything, just enjoying the brief moment of peace and silence. "That, Sung, I want to ask you something." After a while, Wen Shi suddenly asked, "What is it? Does the negativity in you subside?" Wen Shi's words caused Wu Shang to freeze, and then he shook his head. "Not quite sure, because it hasn't diminished. The negative emotions will automatically build up into a state of red mist, and I haven't seen him get strong enough to get to a point where he's strong, so it should have diminished." When she nodded at his words, and then continued, "Then you must talk to me when you unseal it in the future, okay? It's best to wait until I'm by your side to unseal it." Wu Shang froze. "Not really, I guess, because once the unblocking reaches a tipping point I lose my mind, and it's similar to a form of self-preservation, attacking anything that threatens me. That's why I have to watch over you. I can't let you lose your mind." When she broke free from Wu Shang's arms while saying with a serious face, Wu Shang didn't quite have the heart to reject her when he looked at her in this serious manner, so he nodded and said, "Well, if you say so, yeah." When she was also smiling happily when she heard Wu Shang's answer, and then she jumped into Wu Shang's arms. Chapter 135 War 1. After staying with Wen Shi for a while, Wu Shang spoke. "I just found a library-like place on the way and looked up some information in it. The next city after leaving 100 cities will have a teleportation device that can send you back to Blue Star." Wu Shang's words caused Wen Shi to freeze as she looked up curiously. "Aren't you going back with me?" Wu Shang shook his head and said, "I can't help much if I go back now. There should be nothing over there with Yin Hu and the others on top of it. I want to investigate a little something here, and by the way, do something when their high-end combat power is reduced. I could be here too." When she said with an unhappy face, "It's not that I won't let you be here, it's mostly that what I want to do needs to be sensible, and I'm afraid you won't be able to take it when the time comes." Hearing Wu Shang's words, Wen Shi frowned. "What do you want?" Wu Shang stared at Wen Shi's eyes before saying with a serious face, "I think this place is far away from intensifying the conflict, and the best can provoke a war." When these words came out, Wen Shi's eyes instantly widened as she said with some incredulity, "Starting a war? That would kill a lot of people, right? We're still the ones they saved, aren't we?" When she wanted to say something else while Wu Shang interrupted her, "I know what you're going to say, but hear me out first." Looking at Wu Shang's serious face, when she also loosened her frown before sitting up and staring at Wu Shang with a serious face, waiting for the other party to convince him. I've investigated. There are 4 large regions in the foreign realm, namely, the Plundering Kingdom, the Black Sea, the Unreal, and the Three Rings region. And these 4 places correspond to 3 races, the human race, the Black Sea race, and the beast race. The human race owns 2 regions, respectively, the Plundering Country and the Unreal. These 2 places, one is responsible for science and technology and the other is responsible for martial arts. The 2 countries have a clear division of labor. There is no contradiction. Whereas this world's resources have begun to plummet like crazy ever since the evolutionists appeared. The resources they have now are basically all the resources that they have plundered from the other living planets in this universe. The entire foreign region. It can be said that it is a universe. They destroyed the other planets in the universe and then built themselves up, eventually making an ecosphere. And that ecosphere is something like a resource land in which the native life is all but dead, leaving only the foreigners. Hearing Wu Shang's words, when she also became more and more shocked, then wouldn't they? Wu Shang's eyes also went cold. From what I've reviewed, there's no doubt that they're invaders, and that they natively don't see this as anything bad, which means that they, as a whole, are a very united system in their alien realm. But of course, there's another possibility. When she heard this, she only felt that the place she was staying in now seemed like a purgatory, with the cries of countless wronged souls. No, if they have that ecosystem, why did they invade Blue Star? What was it for? Hearing when she's puzzled words, Wu Shang also answered, land, resources, manpower, whatever is possible, even simply for the sake of fighting. Invasion of such things never requires a reason, but a desire. Of course, Wu Shang had another guest that he didn't talk to about. When he was in that so-called information center, he incidentally looked up the question about the god exorcist, and it eventually let him find out something. It is said that there was a guy with a red knife during the ancient times who killed a lot of people in the foreign domain, and finally left the foreign domain with 220 people. But the reason for the invasion, or even the reason for coming, is not available. Only know that they stayed in the foreign domain for a period of time, and even the name is not known. Wu Shang also intends to investigate what's going on. As for Punisher's words, he was probably afraid of being exposed or remembering something. But didn't you say that the other lands were united? It's unlikely that you plan to start a war all by yourself, isn't it? When she said with some concern in her eyes, the foreign lands are prosperous, there is no denying that, and he is able to feed all of his people, keep them warmly clothed, and not displaced, and it is true that it is really difficult to try to start with that, but it is not impossible. Wu Shang looked out the window with a pensive look in his eyes. What way? When she said with some curiosity, for a creature like mankind to progress there must be war. In ancient times mankind was victorious in wars with other animals and they became the overlords of the blue planet. In ancient times mankind gained in wars the change of dynasties, the advancement of the times, and now mankind has gained in wars money, power, and a greater desire for more. Mankind can't get away from war. It can only be carried out in a different situation. The progress of mankind lies in the conversion of barbaric close combat to long-range firearms, and ultimately to commerce, property. War won't go away, and it is impossible for a country without war to progress. And since exotic territories will be under study, there will definitely be war. And this kind of war is known as competition. When these words came out, when she also said with a serious face, "What are you going to do?" Wu Shang's pair of pupils carried a slight reddish aura, and his tone grew cold. There is a kind of thing called pollutants in the foreign realm. They will pollute humans, or other races into a kind of senseless monster. This kind of monster is like a zombie. There is no sense of pain, only killing. I am going to get a little bit of it over here. And then after grabbing a few slightly stronger guys to throw them into the city. When she was first stunned when Wu Shang's plan was spoken, she was about to say something while Wu Shang directly interrupted her. I know what you're trying to say. We're Blusterians. The foreign guys are currently invading us, and if we show any mercy, it'll be one of our own who dies, which is why I'm going to send you away. Hearing Wu Shang's words, when she did not hesitate, I'll follow you. Don't worry, I won't get in your way. When she's words caused Wu Shang to freeze, he looked at the firmness in when she's eyes and nodded after thinking for a while. In that case, let's go together. I can't say the success rate of this plan because I also thought of it in passing. If it works of course it's the best, if it doesn't it'll have to find another way. Winnie nodded. Chapter 136 War 2. The two discussed for a while longer before when she asked, so do you have any specific plans? Wu Shang nodded. There's a little frown. Oh, tell me about it. When she asked with some curiosity. The world is undoubtedly a world where there are no wars between nations, where there are no people dying of hunger and cold, where it looks as if suffering does not exist, but where there are classes. Class distinction? What does that mean? When she asked with a curious expression. man's desire arises from his insights, as if Blue Star has been in the internet age since. People's eyes have opened up, and their desires have risen, and the rise in desires brings about anxiety, motivation, and class will only solidify over time, slowly saturating, and those at the bottom who want to move up the ladder become more and more desperate. It's like this 100 cities. Actually, it shouldn't be called 100 cities, but rather it's called defeated cities. The people here are either robots that have been eliminated, or evolvers with bad talent. Anyway, it's all a place where some people from the bottom layer gather. From my perception, I can notice that there isn't even a single metamorphosis realm here. It's weak and pathetic. Wu Sheng's words also made when she nodded. It's like this. This place is huge and extremely populated, but it's strange that there aren't any powerful evolvers. That's right, because people with a little ceiling will move up. The more developed the place, the more so. The frog at the bottom of the well sees the sky, but it can only watch. It can't fly into the high sky like a bird with wings, but it can't put itself into the bottom of the well again. Wu Sheng's words were very much shared by Wen Shi, which was a very normal thing. War between nations brings status. War between men brings progress. Wen Shi was also a bit emotional, and then looked at Wu Sheng and asked, "So what? What are you going to do?" Wu Sheng stroked his chin, then shook his head and said, "To be honest, I can't find any good ways right now. I want to attack their minds, but I don't know where to start. Thinking of first finding a contaminated beast to throw inside the city to see if I can see any changes in these people's reactions, or to see who the people who are maintaining law and order are." And when she closed her eyes and started thinking when she heard Wu Sheng's words of thought, when she mumbled you for a while, and then suddenly opened her eyes. It occurs to me, since it's intended to cause division from the mind first, how about getting a religion? Wu Sheng froze, and then was also a bit puzzled. Religion? When she nodded excitedly, and then spoke. Let's first sell a standardized thing in the city. Every customer who comes to buy it, we advertise its legend. Just like God. Advertise that God can appear to protect him when there is danger, and miracles, so that the seed will be planted under their hearts. In times of despair, human beings will always want to grab onto something vain thing. When they call on God, you appear to protect them. Won't that make them believe? When she's words caused Wu Sheng's eyes to grow bright. That's right, religion. Create something similar to a religion. Divide them ideologically. After the ideological division, conflicts will arise, then verbal fights, and finally evolve into a brawl. As long as the sect we create is big enough, it can be a root of civil unrest when the time comes. That's right. When she also nodded with an excited face, her eyes filled with excitement and complacency. But what denomination was founded? Wu Sheng's words caused Wen Shi to freeze, and then the two began to think again. The first thing that has to be established is that the denomination stuff has to sell, otherwise there's no point in selling it. And secondly, the stuff has to be very memorable. After Wen Shi finished, the two people sat on the bed to think about these things, and after thinking for half a day, the two people did not come up with anything. Selling portraits definitely won't work, because there's not much lore in the otherworld press, so there won't be any people of faith. How about selling statues of the 12 zodiac signs? As long as the carvings are cute, kids should like them. I can't. The Zodiac organization is basically the strongest organization in Blue Star. So I guess a little bit of careful attention will be able to find out that we're from Blue Star. As the two chatted, the sky slowly darkened. Zodiac, animals, Shanhaijing. Suddenly, when she murmured for a while and finally shouted out 3 words, the Sermon on the Mount? Wu Sheng looked at Wen Shi with a curious expression. Let's set up a religion similar to the legendary animals. Take some exotic beasts from inside the classic of mountains and seas and change them a bit. Then make up a story, carve them cuter, and then sell them shouldn't be a problem. Good idea. It just so happens that there's not much to do lately. Wen Shi's words caused Wu Sheng to be enlightened, and he stood up with excitement in his eyes. Whether or not this plan will work is up in the air, but at least now there is a plan to try it out and just change it if it doesn't work. What's the name of that sect? Flood? Yes. Soon the room was filled with the sound of Winnie's laughter, and a super ambitious plan was hastily discussed and completed in the room by the two children. The ultimate purpose of the Flood cult is one and only one: stirring up ideological conflicts to start a war. That's what Wu Sheng was thinking. No matter what race, when they lose hope in competition, they will put their hopes on vain myths. They may not believe in them with their mouths, but as soon as some miraculous example appears, they will pray again in their hearts. There was no doubt that the other lands were united, but that didn't mean that they wouldn't have wars either. And there could only be 2 reasons for absolute unity. Locking down classes brings confinement in thought, and beings who lose their upward mobility, and both will exist in the other world. What Wu Sheng needed to do was to make a difference in their minds. If it is one person who believes in God and a group of people who do not believe in God, then that person who believes in God will be ridiculed by the other group of people, and he will not do anything about it, but will just suffer in silence or even join them. But if two people believe in God and a group of people don't believe in God, then those two people will be aliens and enemies of that group of people. One man will be cowardly, but if one man has the support of another, he dares to overturn the whole world. That was Wu Shang's plan. Regardless of success or failure, it's always better to try first. The foreign realm is so big that the people of the city called 100 can't get out of this one city. And the foreign realm is so small that 100 gathers all the same people. Chapter 137, Wu Shang's plan. After the two of them finished their discussion, when she sat on the bed a little shyly, "So, where are you sleeping tonight?" Wu Shang pointed to the sofa not far away. "Right there, you sleep on the bed. You've been exhausted lately, get some rest." With that, he pressed Wen Shi onto the bed, while he himself stood up and walked towards the couch. "You've also just recovered." Either. Wen Shi's tone was a bit shy, while Wu Shang saw this and smiled slightly before walking towards her. Wen Shi's face got even hotter and she couldn't wait to find a hole to drill into. But Wu Shang walked up to her and did nothing, but gently placed his hand on her head. "You're too young to go to bed early." When the words fell, Wu Shang turned off the light and returned to the sofa, while Wen Shi was also slightly stunned. In the darkness, she looked at Wu Shang's back and then smiled slightly. Good night." Wu Shang, who had his back to Wen Shi, couldn't sleep at all at the moment either. A lot of things went through his mind. What the hell is going on with the god exorcist? That history is without a doubt probable fake. Too much of a no-brainer. And if it was really a very certain thing, even if you didn't know the cause and effect, as long as the ending was wrong, then you would definitely make up a very hateful life. But it wasn't. It was as if the legends in that book just appeared out of thin air. So Wu Shang was sure that there would still be a hidden agenda here. Speaking of which, Wu Shang actually had a plan. Only this plan was rather cruel, and he didn't talk to Wen Shi for fear that the other party wouldn't be able to accept it. There are too many people in the foreign domain. Even in this 100 cities, there were close to hundreds of millions of living beings, and he thought that if the sect was really created successfully, and there were really a lot of people joining it, and if the war couldn't be provoked, he might be able to kill all of the people in it as sustenance for his cultivation. That said, he never thought he'd be the instigator of a war, but there was no way around it now. There were 12 zodiac signs on the blue star side, and he believed they would do their best to protect their loved ones, but doing their best proved that the other side was still above them. If there's really no way, at least, until something goes terribly wrong, this 100 cities will become purgatory. But it's too early to think about that. He was now at the 4th stage of molting, and at least for the time being, there were no molting realms within a radius of a few thousand meters within the range of his perception. They were all old, weak, sick, or extremely low-talent evolvers. The realm divisions in the other realm were no different from the outside world. The only difference is that there are many types of evolvers in the other land: combat, special, and life. A well-talented life lineage would bring a great deal of security to the logistics of the war, while the special lineage had little talent to divide it into, just like the old turtles in the south border before. This psychic ability is about equivalence. How many times more one can exert one's own strength, and how many times more one pays for it. What Wu Shang needed to do now was to make a plan and then see how strong the strongest person in this city was and how quickly the nearest strong person could enter this place. Just poke around and everything will be swimming. Scarlet pupils flickered a little in the darkness, and Wu Shang glanced back as he listened to Wen Shi's steady breathing behind him. The red eyes slowly faded and eventually turned black. She'll be more upset if she doesn't take it with her, won't she? That's what Wu Shang thought. On the other side of the blue star, all of the 12 zodiac signs except for Z-Rat also called their disciples to their side. Inuyasha looked at Trey Fury with a smile on his face. Kid, now that the war on Blue Star is expected to take a long time to fight, I'm going to give a mission. Master, you say? Trey Fury looked serious. Travel to the other world and look for your leader Wu Shang. He has now entered the other world early. Your mission is to destroy the place. It would be best if you can get something going in there. The other zodiac signs say the same thing to their disciples. And over here, Inhu looked at his disciple with a slight dismay in his eyes. You kid. You were only that little when I first met you, and now you're so big. Time really flies. Torahu was a bit emotional, and Shui Sha laughed. Master, the life of an evolved person is a very long one. I'm still waiting for you to watch me take over from you. Bastard, I'm not dead yet. Pick up a fart. Ha ha ha, it's not like the succession has to wait for you to die. The master and disciple laughed amongst themselves, and then the white tiger disappeared into thin air, heading to a foreign land in the eyes of Toru. Inhu sighed softly as he looked at the disappearing disciples, and then he too disappeared into thin air. He came to an alabaster palace and, of course, there were other zodiac signs standing around him. In front, the Heavenly Emperor and Ouyang-ji were looking at them with smiles on their faces. The people of the Heavenly Court are now starting to spread the news as well, and the war is about to enter a white-hot stage. So the next thing to do is to wait for them to start sending people into the foreign realm. Ouyang opened his mouth. Doctor, with all due respect, are they really not going to be found out? Z Mouse said with some concern. I don't know about the others, but I believe in our kids, and if they've really been found out, then they must already be at a level where they can stand up to them as well. After all, they're the ones we've taught from childhood, so how can they not have some self-confidence? Ouyang words caused the crowd to freeze for a moment before they looked at each other and smiled. Well, hurry up and finish the exotic guy, and have fun becoming a traitor with me next. Roger that. The crowd catered to them, while the Heavenly Emperor looked at Ouyang with a displeased expression. Really? This is my Heavenly Court. You deploy my people and use my grounds. Have you ever put me in your eyes? Egu, we're all brothers. What's yours is mine and what's mine is yours. Don't be so calculating. Ouyang patted the Heavenly Emperor's shoulder with a smile on his face. Who's your blood brother? It's disgusting. The Celestial Emperor inclined his head with a disdainful face, while Ouyang was still full of smiles. Chapter 138, Killing. On this day, a squad that made a living from quests in the Quest Guild welcomed his fourth teammate. Hello guys, my name is Wu Shang. Wu Shang smiled as he looked at the three people in front of him. Oh, hello, you're the evolved person who came to help us hunt the contaminated beasts together this time, aren't you? What a talented person. Just call me Old Zhang. Next to you are Little Li and Little Yun. The middle-aged man looked at the appearing Wu Shang and smiled as he introduced the two people beside him. Wu Shang also smiled and greeted the other party. Hello, guys, please be kind. Xiao Li and Xiao Yun, two young people who looked like they should be a couple, held hands and smiled at Wu Shang. Hello, many thanks. You should be clear about this mission, right? Old Zhang walked over to Wu Shang's side and opened his mouth to ask. Well, I'm well aware of it. There's a pollution beast inside the forest, Evolution 5, and there might be another source of pollution for us to deal with. That's fine, but I still need to ask, what is your cultivation level? Old Zhang smiled and patted Wu Shang's shoulder while asking. Evolutionary 4th stage. If I have any special ability, it's a combat system. I can manifest a sword. I'm not bad with my hands. Figurative powers. Ah, it can be done. In that case, let's get going. Old Zhang nodded, and then led Wu Shang towards the dense forest outside the city. With that, the four improvised teams headed towards the middle of the forest. Say, Wu, how did you come to 100 cities? Bad talent? Old Zhang looked at Wu Shang with a curious expression and asked. Well, bad talent was brushed right off. Just recently came here. Want to say get some energy crystals then buy a store to sell something. Hearing Wu Shang's words, Old Zhang also patted Wu Shang's shoulder and laughed. Alas, there is no way. What is not in the life is not there. You also look on the bright side. Look at the two people, Xiao Li and Xiao Yun, and now also live a very happy Old Zhang comforted Wu Shang along the way, while Wu Shang responded with a smile. Soon, a terrifying monster with black mist wrapped around its body appeared in front of the four. The monster was close to 5 meters tall and nearly 10 meters long, growing like an elephant, but the trunk had no meat and only had a morose white bone left, and a pair of eyes had lost their spirit and only had a reddish aura left. Here it comes. Little Li Xiao Yun, be careful. If you don't pay attention you can get killed. Old Zhang shouted towards the two people behind him with a serious face, and then manifested a bow and arrow in his hand to look at Wu Shang. Xiao Shang, you go up and hold him back. The three of us are all long-range attackers and don't have the means to fight in close quarters. Wu Shang nodded, and then took out the lifeless blade. The black and red longsword exuded a biting murderous aura, and the temperature seemed to have dropped a little, and along with the pulling out of the long sword, Wu Shang's hair began to transform into red, and a mist began to permeate his body. This? Old Zhang and the others looked at the mist emanating from Wu Shang's body with some horror, and for some reason, it was as if they saw a field full of corpses and bones. Punish the heart. A voice was like a breeze brushing past their ears, and along with the chills in their bodies, the three were killed as much as they could. In the mist, Wu Shang looked at this incomparably huge pollution beast, one hand flung out. The knife gas directly split the pollution beast into two halves. The evolutionary 5th stage was too weak for Wu Shang. As for why he should join this kind of squad, Wu Shang doesn't join in very often. He had joined about 3 squads in this month, and all the people in them had been killed by him, mainly because he also wanted to kill more people to save some cultivation, but he couldn't go too far to cause panic. Failed crusades against polluted beasts are a frequent occurrence. Just change your face when you go to submit your quest. No one can see it anyway. Thinking of this, Wu Shang walked over to the side of that in the end contaminated beast and put it into the domain ring. No one knows how the contaminated beasts of this world came to be. Their origins are unknown, if they were erased or what. Only how to kill them. The pollution beast was born for 2 reasons. That's eating into the source of contamination. That said, this source of contamination is also very strange. It's a black mist that appears out of nowhere, and as long as you breathe it in and suck it into your body, it will be assimilated. and unless you have purification pills with you, you will be completely contaminated in less than an hour. Generally speaking, the main force of being polluted are the beasts in the forest. The beasts absorb the mist and are transformed into polluted beasts, and the strength of the cultivation lies in the degree of pollution. It is said that there are even pollutant sources that can make ordinary beasts become polluted beasts directly above the fourth realm, but that kind is already considered a disaster, and there are usually specialized powerhouses to clean it up. There is another way to form a pollution beast that is said to swallow a pollution beast. Ordinary beasts would also directly turn into pollution beasts if they ate the meat of a pollution beast, only that the intensity would be much smaller. For example, a fifth-order pollution beast would only be able to give birth to one fifth-order pollution beast at most, or 5 first-order pollution beasts. It's very balanced and strange. Since Wu Shang woke up, another month had passed. Wu Shang had hunted and killed hundreds of contaminated beasts during this month, among which there were 10 evolutionary 5th stage, 5 evolutionary 6th stage, and there were no more in the strong ones. Even after Wu Shang had searched the forest for a long time, he was not in a position to find any more pollution beasts of higher cultivation levels, which was strange. Wu Shang looked at the corpse behind him before releasing the demonic flame to burn it to ashes. The people of the foreign lands, Wu Shang had no sympathy for them. He was a blue star and had no sympathy for these invaders. Although both sides were human, they were already different races in 2 worlds, and at the time of the other side's invasion, this war would have to be divided into a winner and a loser. Aggression brings peace. Garbage. Chapter 139. A warm shop. After coming to the quest guild and submitting the quest, Wu Shang took the energy crystal and headed towards the inn. They have been staying in hotels all this time, should be able to crystallize enough. Looking at the energy crystals piled up in the domain ring, Wu Shang nodded. He had killed quite a few people during this period of time, and their energy crystals, or the ones earned from missions, were close to 5,000 or so a month, and the purchasing power of energy crystals here is equivalent to 100 pieces of blue star. I think this world also has smaller currencies, such as broken energy crystals, or the degree of disappearance of energy in the energy crystals, but Wu Shang still prefers to just use a whole piece now. He couldn't use the energy crystals to cultivate, but when she could, for some reason, he could only kill people to raise his cultivation after the Punisher couldn't be contacted. Spiritual energy can't be sucked in at all. That's weird, Wu Shang murmured softly while walking towards the inn. Well, when Wu Shang returned, when she looked at him with a curious face, as if she was waiting for her returning husband, but the two were kind of used to it by now, so there was no shyness or anything like that. It's not bad, evolving the 5th rank, and the spiritual energy should be enough to get it together, so we can go rent a store to sell it and see what happens then. Want to sell it? I think it's better to barter. After all, this is just a wooden carving with an illustrated storybook for us, and spending an energy crystal for something like this might make people feel like they're losing money. When she's words made Wu Shang nod. You're right, after all, the main audience is still children, and parents don't usually buy such expensive things for their children. Winnie nodded back. Speaking of which, children also believe more in miracles. Well, after all, the children here are all tested for bad talent and eliminated. They must also want to put up a fight. It's a bit of a shame to say that. If only we were on Blue Star. Dr. Yang would have been able to study the construction of the pollution source and create something. Wu Shang's words caused Wenxi to freeze, and she instantly guessed what Wu Shang was thinking. You want the doctor to try to see if he can work out a way to not lose his mind and then surge in strength? Unlikely. Wu Shang looked at Wenxi and smiled. Also, ask the doctor when you get a chance to go back. How's the preparation going on your end? There's already 1,000 carved, so let's give away as many as we can. Wenxi had a smug look on his face. Wu Shang also smiled at the sight. Originally they were going to be drawing out a comic strip, but that kind of entertainment doesn't really work here anymore. And what's there is there, so they can only do something like a short story to get it out. When are we going to rent a store? Wenxi asked curiously. Wait for me to go this afternoon. You stay home and get some rest. Wu Shang touched her head while turning away. Wenxi was also happy, nor did she stop Wu Shang. Soon, Wu Shang found a store that was slightly out of the way, while spending 100 energy crystals to rent it out. But on the way, Wu Shang saw a couple of missing persons notices. Looking at the face on it, Wu Shang froze for a moment before turning away. The human face on the notice, which Wu Shang recognized, was precisely the person among a squad that he had killed earlier. Probably because of the lack of a body, the family is reluctant to recognize them as dead. I'm pretty cruel when you look at it that way, Wu Shang murmured mockingly to himself before returning to the inn. The store is rented. How about it? Do you need me to accompany you? Wu Shang looked at Wenxi, who was busy, and asked. No need. Just go about your business. Earn more energy crystals. We are the hope of Blue Star. It's been a month since Wenxi regained his optimism. Wu Shang also involuntarily laughed out loud when he heard her words. You're hopeful. Hey, when she smiled while continuing to start carving the wood carving. The wood carving looks like a cute little mouse with big ears and a chubby body, unlike that ugly rice-stealing mouse. Instead, it's like a hamster. The story Wincy made up was simple. The general idea is that legend has it that there was a rat god in the ancient past that would bring hope to the desperate, and as long as people were sincere in their pleas for help, it would send messengers to appear to help those who asked it for help. It's also just a way to coax little kids. This world is full of entertainment, but children are just children after all, and the average adult will not let them touch the world too early where they shouldn't. The things to play with are also more primitive. After all, recognizing the world too early doesn't do much else but bring anxiety. The two of them ate dinner and then went to bed. Wu Shang was still sleeping on the sofa, while when she was lying quietly on the bed. The next day, when she walked toward the store, after cleaning up, the inside will be carved out of the mouse one by one on the top, and then comes with a beautiful cover small picture book. Winnie made all these things herself. The equipment was bought by Wu Shang. Not going out and doing it is also a fear of being found out in the future. And so, in the middle of an out-of-the-way street, a carving store called Cozy opened. The store does not sell anything and supports bartering, preferably food, and the reappearance of carving, a very old thing, attracted a group of children, who looked at the exquisite mice with stars in their eyes. It's close to writing "want on your face." Seeing this, when she also started to introduce the origin of these statues with a smile on her face, and the new story coupled with when she's gentle voice also made these children listen to it as if they were mesmerized. And for the reason that you don't need energy crystals, just food. These children also took some food from home and swapped it with when she, one day down, when she actually sold close to 100 rat wood carvings as well. That night, when she was very excited to tell Wu Shang the news, Wu Shang also did not mince his words of praise. Chapter 140, The Descent of the Rat God. 1. Ernie, let me tell you, lately I've been praying to the mouse god every day. I must be a better gamer than you now. I can definitely beat you. Che, I pray every day too. I'll never lose. Hey, I'm praying to always be better than you guys, and you two will always be my losers. On the street, 3 children were excitedly discussing something, while Wu Shang, who was passing by, heard this and the corner of his mouth hooked into a smile. Looks like, can begin. Wu Shang turned around and walked towards the dense forest outside the city. In the middle of the dense forest, a figure was rapidly weaving in and out of the forest, and the low-level evolvers couldn't even see the figure at all. They could only see the leaves falling into the ground, and on the ground, a group of animals are being chased. These animals also looked a little different from the ones on the blue planet, more scribbly, larger, and looking just as if they had gone extinct in the distant past. Wu Shang was in the process of driving them towards a certain place. Bang! Suddenly, many people in the forest looked somewhere. What's that sound? Could it be a polluting beast? Check it out. Together. Soon, a group of people ran towards the place where the vibrations erupted. This is. The crowd looked at the deep pit in front of them with some uncertainty, and what they didn't realize was that behind them a red mist began to fill the forest. Punish the heart. Along with the instant spreading of the mist, a line of blood began to weave through the mist, and soon, these dozens of people who had come to watch the spectacle were all killed. Looking at these corpses, Wu Shang's scarlet pupils were filled with indifference. In the deep pit below, dozens of injured beasts were devouring the corpses of the polluted beasts piled up on top of each other, and Wu Shang was not idle either. He set the body upright, and the body was dropped as if it were bait along the jungle path bit by bit towards the entrance. Finally, the body was consumed just as it was about to touch the exit. Looking at the blood spreading over the road, Wu Shang was very calm. Feeling the raging spiritual energy in his body, he sat down on his knees and began to meditate. Let's wait for the plan to be completed in the breakthrough, Wu Shang thought in his mind, and then just like that, he found a tree and leapt up. As night approached, with a roar, it was as if something was about to awaken in the middle of the forest, and Wu Shang also opened his eyes at this moment. His scarlet pupils seemed to be flickering with ghostly light in the darkness, and his long red hair added a bit more evil. Click, click, as if they were chewing on something, and as if they were footsteps, the sound began to approach the direction where Wu Shang was. Slowly, several polluting beasts filled with black gas appeared ahead. Watching this scene, Wu Shang set his eyes on the city in front of him. Wu Shang threw the last corpse in the entrance, while the contaminated beasts that had already tasted the delicacies of humans began to roar and charge towards the front as if they had smelled blood. This dark night was destined to be colored with blood because of Wu Shang's plan. In the inn, when she hugged her legs and looked out the window, her eyes filled with worry. Outside, the city under the streetlights wasn't really any different than it was during the day, but alarms began to sound as the black-breathing contaminating beasts rushed into the city. Accompanied by a burst of wailing, the senseless contaminated beasts began the killing and feasting that belonged to them. High above, Wu Shang stepped on his flying machine and watched coldly. These polluting beasts were strange, as if they wouldn't have entered the city if Wu Shang hadn't guided them. This was what Wu Shang had experimented with during this time. Looking at the countless people wailing below, Wu Shang did not have the slightest ripple. Not yet. He hadn't yet reached Wenxi's store, which had the most people buying statues, and Wu Shang was planning to show up when the people there asked for help. It could be because they were now in the middle of an invasion of Blue Star, or it could be that they had never taken the city of 100 cities to heart. The armed forces here were extremely weak, and as far as Wu Shang could currently see, if these dozens of evolutionary 5th to 6th order pollution beasts didn't have strong people appearing to attack, this small area would probably have to be razed to the ground by them, and because of the already large size of the 100 cities, this area doesn't currently have a presence that can stop these guys. For a while, blood flowed below. Dozens of meters of contaminated beasts began to wreak havoc on the buildings of this city, and there were revolvers below who stepped in to try and stop them, but unfortunately it didn't do much good, and somehow, as the contaminating beasts destroyed, a reddish mist began to permeate around them as well. Unfortunately it wasn't noticed. Wu Shang joined the fray after watching for a while. Don't get me wrong though, he wasn't planning to make a move against the contaminated beasts, but rather, he was planning to make a move directly against the group of evolvers, because their cultivation exceeded theirs by too much. No one noticed a red shadow frantically harvesting lives either. I'm going to die anyway, so I might as well become his cultivation. This is what Wu Shang thought, and this period of access to information and preparation was extremely thorough. There is no protection because there is no value. This was the reason why Wu Shang dared to act recklessly. If Wenxi had fallen in the center of the plundering country, Wu Shang might have returned to the Blue Star by now. Or he might even have been recognized and then killed. The air was filled with the smell of blood, and the surroundings were like the end of days, as cities built by humans were savagely rushed at this moment, and then reduced to pieces. Countless people perished in this man-made disaster. They wailed, they resisted, and then despaired. Wu Shang just silently killed and waited for a voice. Soon, the contaminating beast had rushed into the vicinity of Wenxi's small store, and in front of them was a large group of evolvers, and behind the evolvers were people fleeing. There was a child with a mouse statue clutched tightly in his hand. The child does not believe in it simply because he fell asleep while playing with it and it has been in his hand ever since. Looking at the slain adults behind him, fear and gloom began to grip his small heart. He wanted to escape from here, but how could they outwit these polluting beasts? The child looked at the contaminating beasts that were about to rush in and wanted to throw what he had in his hands to help these adults. But suddenly, something seemed to occur to him. In times of disaster, call out the name of the mouse god reverently, and it will send a messenger to protect you. Oh, a child's heart is always pure. He looked at the blood spattering ahead of him and pulled out his statue, pinning his hopes on it. Please, mouse god, please help me, please. Ahead of him, the huge polluted beast had raised its claws, ready to slap the boy and those behind him to pieces. Just in the nick of time, a tens of meters of blade chi crossed the street and swept through the body of the polluted beast with a devastating force. The child stared at the scene with wide eyes, and in the moment he blinked, a figure wearing a rat mask on his head and holding a long sword appeared in front of him. I hear you. Your prayers. An ethereal voice rang out. Prayers were answered at this moment and a seed called faith was planted in the child's heart. Chapter 141, The Descent of the Rat God, 2. Things happened extremely suddenly, and everyone looked at the suddenly appearing Wu Shang with shock and doubt in their eyes. Wu Shang stood in front of the child wearing a mask, like a guardian god. Shock and excitement filled the child's eyes as he looked at the messenger, who was exactly as described in the words. Legend has it that when you are in despair, if you pray sincerely, the Lord Rat God will send a messenger to bless you. A man with a rat mask on his head, the child mumbled, while Wu Shang just stood in front of the child, holding a long sword like a hero, and along with the pollution beast being decimated, the crowd stopped in their tracks. Wu Shang did not move to expel the other contaminating beasts, but instead stepped in front of the only praying child. Accompanied by the sound of miserable screams, the crowd reacted once again. They were still in the middle of a crisis at the moment, and it was as if Wu Shang had suddenly died, standing motionless in the same place. Help us, please. The people fleeing around them mourned towards Wu Shang, while Wu Shang didn't say a word and just stood in place with his long sword. Any contaminated beasts that came close to the child were basically chopped into pieces with a single slash, but it only protected that one child. 4. Why? At this point, the child's parents also reacted by running to the child's side. What did you say, son? Who is this? It's the mouse god. The mouse god has sent a messenger to save us. You guys should pray to the mouse god as well, so that nothing will happen. As the child's parent child was clouded over, the child had yelled towards his playmate who was not far away. Rat god, Lord Rat god, please save us. Ernio also yelled towards Wu Shang when he heard his companion's words, but Wu Shang remained unmoved as if he didn't hear them. Be pious, or the Lord Rat God will not save you." The child shouted excitedly towards the crowd as if he had discovered a new continent. The child named Ernie also knelt down directly towards Wu Shang after hearing these words. "Please, help me, help us." With Ernie falling to his knees, Wu Shang raised his head. The scarlet pupils under the mask flashed red. Demon Blade 7 Chopping Stance 2. Execution of the Heart. A red mist began to fill the city, and this time the illusion that appeared was no longer a mountain of corpses and blood, but a gray rat. The rats looked fat and kinda cute. It looked at the people below, and for some reason, Ernie and the others seemed to see a large invisible hand touching their heads, and along with the red light flashing through the city, terrifying spiritual energy swept across the battlefield. Along with the red mist gradually dispersing, the contaminating beasts disappeared as much as they could, leaving only devastation and broken limbs behind. And as the crowd watched this scene in shock, a voice that sounded as if it were a voice rang in their ears. "Thank you for your prayers. The mouse god is from the flood. I hope you will continue to make offerings. I will bless you, but please don't publicize my existence. Miracles require karma." The voice disappeared after that, and the rat-headed man vanished without a trace. If it wasn't for the tragic situation in front of them and the pain coming from their bodies, they would even think that this was a dream in general. "Dad, look, the rat god really exists, and the legend is true," the child exclaimed excitedly to the parent beside him, and the crowd was also attracted to the child's innocent voice. They looked at the mouse in the child's hands, recalling the rat-headed man who descended like a god, as if an emotion called hope rose in their eyes. "Miracles need karma," the crowd murmured, and while they were frozen, Wu Shang had already returned to the inn on the other side. For reasons he had planned in advance, he had long ago switched the place they were staying to the east side of the 100 Cities, which was also the exit to the next city. But Wu Shang didn't intend to leave now. His plan was to create myths, then miracles, and finally open the church. "It's only the first step now. You're okay." When she rushed over with a worried face when she saw Wu Shang return and even started to reach out. "It's fine, don't worry. Have you eaten?" Wu Shang asked with concern. "No, it hasn't. How can I eat without news from you?" When she was also relieved to see that Wu Shang was not damaged, while Wu Shang patted Wenxi's head and laughed. "Let's eat. I'm going to make a breakthrough in the next few days, so you can rest at home or go out for a stroll during this period of time." "Fine." Wenxi nodded while having a meal with Wu Shang. After eating, Wu Shang started to break through straight away, and when she watched Wu Shang's breakthrough with boredom as she propped her chin up and looked at him, but soon she seemed to think of something and her eyes lit up. "It's okay anyway, do you some favors, and I'll get over it in the meantime." When she thought in this way, and then took out a rat mask of the same style from the domain ring. This mask wasn't hard to make, when she had made a lot of them in the meantime, and although they weren't as good quality as the one Wu Shang had, they looked exactly the same. When she put on a mask and wore a black coat before leaving the room, since the miracle had already appeared, when she planned to go to the jungle to help maintain it. Simply put, it's about punishing evil and throwing all those rat statues still in your hands into the jungle in the process. As long as they picked up the rat statue and took it away, when she would find a way to give them some favors. Wu Shang gave her all the energy crystals. Chapter 142, Wenxi's Action. On this day, a mission team arrived in the middle of the forest. Although something had happened on the west side of the city, their group was doing missions for a living. It's impossible to not live because of some catastrophe, and it's not like those buildings are anything valuable these days. They'll be back as good as new in a day. Ordinary houses are like that. It can only live and withstand some ordinary natural disasters. If you were in a higher class city, the house would be much more useful. There are even castles that fly into the air, all of which have been realized. It just doesn't have much to do with these people in 100 cities. Someone stepped on something hard and moved their foot to see that a mouse made of wood was lying peacefully on the ground. Rats? And talking books? The man picked up the mouse and the book with a confused look on his face, before wistfully flipping open the talking book. Legend Among the Floods. It was just a very common story, and after reading it for a while the man lost interest. He was about to throw it away when someone in the group asked for it. "Ha ha ha, it's just right to use it for my son to play with. Recently he was still clamoring for me to tell stories, and I was worried that I didn't know what to tell him. This is just right. Fresh." Hearing his companion's words, the man also handed it over with a smile on his face. The group walked for a little while longer, while along with a few growls, polluted beasts with black aura wrapped around their bodies instantly rushed to disrupt their formation. Enter Evolutionary Fifth Order. A few people looked at the pollution beast that was one realm more than the intelligence with a trembling tone. This kind of thing happens all the time because no one is going to monitor the contaminating beasts in real time. And this kind of thing is inherently very dangerous. And along with the contaminating beast's attack, several people, probably because they were shocked or because they were indeed not as strong as others, were instantly blown away, accompanied by blood spatters. One person was instantly blasted into slag. The crowd watched the scene with open mouths and faces of horror. The man who had received the rat statue had fear in his eyes. His brain momentarily blanked out, and he even blocked the rat in his hand in front of him. And at that moment, a silver-white light like a galaxy fell on the body of the pollution beast. The silver light looked incomparably beautiful, but as it merged on top of the pollution beast's body, something horrifying happened. The polluting beasts were instantly flattened like Play-Doh. While the crowd was still puzzled, a figure dressed in black descended from the sky. The rat mask on his head looked a little creepy, but the energy emanating from it was very reassuring to the crowd. The rat-headed man walked over to the man with the statue. She held out her hand. "You." The man stammered a little at a loss for words. "Rat god statue for me." The ethereal voice rang out, and the man froze for a moment before hastily handing the statue in his hand to the rat-headed man. She reached out and carefully wiped the stain off the statue before returning it to the man. "Offer it up properly, will you? Don't make a big deal about it. It's all by fate." The man froze and nodded, and the rat-headed man instantly disappeared without a trace, as if he had never appeared. At that moment, the man remembered the myth from the talking book, and he hurriedly took out the book and began to watch it. "Those who make offerings will be blessed by the rat god." The man opened his mouth to unconsciously recite the passage, and the partner beside him broke from his panic. The two men looked at each other before walking over to the man. Can you let me have this? I'll let you have all the energy crystals from this mission." The two men wanted the statue, and the man responded with a wary look and put the statue in his arms. "No, it's mine." After saying that, the man hurriedly ran towards the outside of the forest, and the other two were also stunned before they hurriedly followed. As for making a move to rob it, they didn't have that idea. After all, they had seen the scene just now. That rat-headed man was obviously here for the statue, and it was very important to the statue. If you grabbed it and angered the other side by then, something might happen. In this way, during these days of Wu Shang's breakthrough, when she traveled through the dense forests, now and then stepping in to save those who had picked up and had not thrown away the rat statues, immediately after that, 2 small regions in the 100 cities began to circulate this one legend of a god in the forest. The general story is that if you pick up a statue of a mouse and worship it religiously, then a messenger will come to your rescue when you are in danger. There are even a lot of people who have been saved, and the legend began to circulate in the area where Wu Shang had planned earlier. Still, it's a small spread at the moment and hasn't made much of a splash, but at least when she has made 1,000 statues all with owners for now, which means that at least 1,000 people are now worshipping that made up rat god, and those who worshipped the rat god when she didn't treat them badly either. Every now and then, an energy crystal was thrown towards 1 or 2 families. Not much, but the repercussions caused were very great. At least the gods responded. It's as if a person has just finished worshipping the god of wealth in the front foot and picked up $1 in the back foot. Then that person definitely feels completely different from the usual feeling of picking up money. There will even be more faith in the god of fortune. Responses are more likely to take root than publicity. As long as these 1,000 people were made sincere first, it would prove that this matter was feasible, and Wu Shang would begin to speed up the progress of the placement. On the other side, Wu Shang was also nearing the end of his breakthrough, along with the spiritual energy around him being sucked into his body as much as he could. Wu Shang also managed to come to the molting 5th stage. Feeling the majestic spiritual energy in his body, Wu Shang clenched his fist. Sure enough, killing people is the fastest way to advance. Wu Shang, who stood up, observed that when she did not go home, but there was rice on the table. Wu Shang opened the rice and smelled it. It wasn't broken. No one knows how many days it takes to advance in cultivation, and the fact that it's not broken proves that when she basically prepares a new one every day. Thinking of this, a slight smile appeared on Wu Shang's face. Nobody doesn't like to be cared for. Chapter 143, Exotic Systems. You're awake. Ha! Wan Shi, who had returned to the inn, also shouted out happily upon seeing Wu Shang. Well, the breakthrough was successful. What have you been doing for the past few days? Wu Shang asked with some curiosity when he saw her coming back so late. Hey, guess what? When she said with a mysterious smile, shopping, prying for information, or promoting the sale of statues? Wu Shang spoke out 3 guesses in a row. When she shook her head before smiling and telling Wu Shang what she had done these days, Wu Shang was also a bit surprised when he heard that. Good idea. You are really flexible in your mind. But next time, you should be more careful and talk to me, or else I won't be able to save you if you are in danger. When she pretended to pull down her face and snapped, how am I that weak? Look at me, I'm about to break through. And also you want me to be in danger so badly. Wu Shang also smiled when he heard Wen Shi's words. Why yes, I'd just be a little worried. Wu Shang's words made Wen Shi froze, and then her face flushed a little and said, don't speak so directly. Wu Shang smiled, and then began to ask about the situation during this period of time. Hearing Wu Shang talk about business, Wen Shi also said seriously, all 1,000 statues have owners, and all of them are quite sincere. because I put a few energy crystals into them some time ago, and with the saving of their lives, they are now very convinced about this matter as well. Wu Shang nodded, and then pondered for a moment. I'll check the information of each city during this period of time. If you're carving out a little bit of statues, don't do it in the talking book. It would be better to let them pass it on by word of mouth, and there's no need to sell it, just throw it directly into the forest, and the frequency of appearances can start to decrease a little bit as well. When she nodded when he heard that. By the way, how is your recent cultivation speed? Why don't I find you some resources if it's slow? I remember that there are capsules here that can increase your cultivation speed as well. Evolvers can actually kill people to cultivate. It's just the speed of the speed. The most basic way of promotion is to kill other evolvers, while the other is a unique way of cultivation. Wu Shang remembered that when she used moonlight to cultivate. No need. There are also a lot of moons here at night, and there are also a lot of stars above the sky. The power of the moonflower is very sufficient. At least I don't have much pressure up to now, and my speed is dozens of times faster than on Earth. When she shook her head, her moonlight power was a similar gravity grip that could make objects heavier or lighter. It could also heal. It was considered an offensive and defensive ability. Together with the gusts of wind brought about by the moonflower fan, it could make the speed of the attack even swifter. Sequence 14's Luna is no slouch either. Wu Shang nodded, before turning around and walking towards the library in 100 Cities. Last time he didn't stay in the library for long because of Wenxi, checking the basic information and leaving. Now that Wenxi had also recovered, he planned to go through all the information. After speaking with Wenxi, Wu Shang walked towards the library. Along the way, Wu Shang didn't communicate with anyone else, and even the face he used wasn't his own. Just an ordinary young man, the kind that wouldn't even make waves when placed in a crowd. He was like a tiger hiding among the sheep, waiting to be hunted. He came into the middle of the library, and then started looking for books and data on something like a computer. In this way, Wu Shang stayed inside until the evening, and he probably had a good idea of the entire city of the plundered kingdom. The entire plunderland covered more land than even the landmass of Blue Star combined. The outer perimeter was all similar to cities like the 100 Cities, which were also basically free range because they were huge, and because they were quite peaceful and there was no war between the races. Because of its own power, the center of the plundered country is two large cities or even the country, so to speak. Unreal and Plunderland both. One focuses on tech and the other on warfighting, but they're at a saturation point now too. The technology is also not developed past the top of the battlefield. There's also something called the Book of Fame. It contains records of the strongest guys in the history of this world. Wu Shang looked at it. The strongest person in this world was once the God Realm, but that was a long time ago. Later, I heard that there was a catastrophe, and all the God Realm ones died out, and the strongest ones now are not clear. Although the technology is strong, news doesn't circulate as if each region would have a separate tech system. Cities like 100 Cities, their tech system is probably not even as good as Blue Star's. Pretty much what Blue Star had before it evolved. Probably the only difference is that there are a lot of aging or soon-to-be obsolete robots. The classes are very rigid, but this was good, so that Wu Shang's sect plan would go more smoothly. Wu Shang's route is pretty much set. Go east from here, or participate in an ascension battle to gain access to the next city. This ascension battle is also interesting. If you're talented enough, you can just upgrade into the next city. It doesn't matter if you don't have enough talent. There are simulated battles there, and if you beat a guy one rank better than you in a simulated battle, you'll be able to get out of the 100 Cities and head to the next city with better resources. If you can cross 2 steps, you can move up in the front, in that order. It seems fair, but it's actually quite desperate, because the guys who simulated battles were all combat system psychics, with specialized natural skills and even battle techniques. Not to mention battle techniques here in 100 Cities. There were none with specialized natural skills, not to mention transcending the ranks, and not even those one rank lower would necessarily be able to fight and win. So this overstep battle is actually quite ridiculous, but there is hope. After all, the road is here. Born with bad talent, the latter battle is not as good as others. What are your qualifications to resist? This method of warfare is also quite elaborate, similar to the secret of martial arts, but it was not invented by man, but robbed from man. There are too many beings in the foreign realm, and it is inevitable that there will be a conflict of different abilities, while their own natural skills will not be in conflict. In this case it is possible for people with the same kind of ability to learn the natural skills of others. As to how to learn, killed, of course, in the extraction of memories. There's no way this kind of stuff would ever make it to the 100 Cities. Wu Shang, who had finished reading it, also had to sigh with emotion that the system of the foreign domain was indeed too much more perfect than Blue Star. He needs to go and digest it. Yes, there is a very cruel system in the foreign lands. No killing inside the city. Outside the city folks feel free, with all of them being evolved. This system was of little use here in 100 cities, but it was becoming more and more obvious in the next cities. After all, the easiest way for an alien to raise his cultivation was to loot, and the reason Wu Shang started the war was just to get better at killing people. Let's stay here until the third realm first, and see how many people we need to kill to advance in the third realm before deciding whether to go to the next city or not. Wu Shang thought this way. Chapter 144, The First Conflict, 1. In this way, under the planning of Wu Shang and Wen Shi, time passed little by little, and in the blink of an eye, another month passed. During this time, people have left and re-entered the world, the city. There was still resentment in their hearts after they were eliminated. They were not willing to accept the status quo and wanted to try again, using their own strength. A clash of ideas creeps in. At the same time, some people in the 100 cities police force had sensed something was wrong. Boss, the mortality rate of the mission has gotten a lot bigger lately. Should we report it to the top? A young man who had just joined the company for less than a year spoke up. Indeed, the casualty rate has been so much higher lately. Report it. Let's get more resources from above. The young man looked excited and said, Roger that. And then it was off to send a message to the OP. The man known as the boss had a helpless smile on his face as he watched this scene. What's this kid excited about? Ha ha ha. After all, it's the first year. There's always a bit of motivation. Just don't get hit too hard. The people around him also laughed bitterly. Only they, the veterans, would understand that unless there was really an extremely large-scale death or injury, it was simply impossible for this place to transfer the so-called resources. It says it's a peaceful city, but it's essentially just a bunch of people who have lost even their hope. They won't even have the presence of mind to commit a crime. You can't eat and wear food, and you can't touch the life above you. You can only watch from afar, and you can't even go over there and threaten people. How could they possibly resist? Desperation is at an all-time high. On the other side, Wu Shang and Wen Shi were watching a good show at the moment. Ha ha ha, there are really people who would believe in something like a rat god. What stinky rats, how could they become gods? No mouthing off to the rat god. The two teams are arguing, and the source of the argument is because of the so-called rat god. Looking at the rat statue that was protected in front of his chest, Wu Shang and Wen Shi exchanged a glance, and both of them saw some satisfaction in each other's eyes. The people on either side were young, all 17 or 18-year-olds, and looked extremely high-spirited. As Wu Shang watched the scene, he had some slight intentions in his heart. Bang! Suddenly, someone stepped in and kicked the person down, accompanied by the statue falling to the ground. Several people tried to pick it up, but they were trampled underneath by a big foot. Ha 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 ha, still believe in this kind of stuff when you're this old, middle-aged. What's with the rat god and not the rat god? Funny stuff. The man at the head of the group made a mocking remark before turning to leave. For those of them who had just been eliminated, they had a sense of superiority in their hearts. They feel that they have just been eliminated, but they have not lost their chance. They can still continue, and that opportunity is what separates them from this group of centurions. So after seeing some so-called rat god, they spoke out without any concealment and ridiculed it. After all, people who think they've seen it all will always think these snail-paced people in frontier towns are trash. Anyone can experience this emotion. A sense of superiority is innate, and the difference between condescension and humility is merely the ability to restrain the condescension in one's heart. The teenager silently picked up the rat that had been dropped on the floor, before turning away. He couldn't beat these guys who were eliminated from the top. Regardless, the fact that these people dared to pick proved that they were all at least combat adepts. Someone like him who didn't even dare to go to the auditions couldn't possibly be the opponent's opponent. Beside him, his companions were silently comforting him, and he wasn't giving up on the rat statue. After all, he wasn't alone now. The companions around him at least still admire him greatly. After all, he had the courage to do this. A bunch of people just walked away. Wen Shi and Wu Shang also left after watching this farce. What are you going to do? Wen Shi asked with some curiosity. Make a big deal out of it. It's kind of the first conflict, and it's just as well that I can take this opportunity to see if I can break through a bit again. Wu Shang said after a moment of contemplation. Another breakthrough? If you break through, you'll be molting at the 6th stage, right? I'm only at the 2nd stage. Will your cultivation be unstable like this? Wen Shi asked with some concern. Wu Shang shook his head at his words and said, No, after all, the main thing about my cultivation method is plundering. Unlike you guys who will be in all sorts of situations. That's good. Can I help? Wen Shi opened his mouth to ask after breathing a sigh of relief. No, this is not the right scene for you to show up. I'm going to make a big deal out of it this time and see if there will be any attention here or not. And it's got to get their minds active first. The church can't grow if it's too dead. Wu Shang said indifferently, while Wen Shi nodded with seeming understanding. Anyway, take care of yourself and talk to me if you have any problems. Wu Shang nodded while leaving the inn. He needs to start working on a good plan. And the first step in the plan was to lure the group of kids who had clashed today to the outskirts of town. Wu Sheng put on his mask when he thought of this and searched in the direction that the teenager had left. Soon, he saw the group of teenagers in an alley. At the moment they were sitting in a circle, and the child with the statue was carefully polishing the statue of a mouse in his hands. He still remembered now that when the contaminating beasts appeared that day, they who should have been wiped out by the contaminating beasts were saved by a man wearing a rat mask. Even after that, energy crystals inexplicably appeared in their homes. It made him believe the legend even more. It could be because of the hopelessness of the future, or it could be because of growing up and seeing more and more things and realizing more and more how incompetent I am. He began to pin his vain hopes on this one little rat statue. The child stared blankly at the statue in his hands, not knowing what to think. Chapter 145 The First Conflict, 2. At that moment, a footstep appeared in the middle of the alley. The group of children's attention was drawn over to look at the visitor, and they instantly froze in place. You are. The teenager stuttered a little as he looked at the suddenly appearing Wu Sheng, who didn't say much. Instead, he squatted in front of the teenager, and then took the statue from his hands, stretching out his sleeve and gently wiping it before returning it to him. And then Wu Sheng took out an energy crystal and handed it to the teenager, and his ethereal voice sounded once again. Thank you for protecting the statue. This is your reward. If only there was more courage, and the rat god would be able to come back to life. Wu Sheng touched the teenager's head after he finished speaking, and for some reason, the teenager suddenly felt a surge of power in his heart. Wu Sheng stood up while looking at the children around him before taking out the energy crystals and handing them over. Come on, the rat gods will be watching you. After saying that, Wu Sheng turned around and left. So, can you tell me where you're from? The teenager's eyes suddenly lit up with burning hope as he stood up and shouted towards Wu Sheng's departing back. Wu Sheng turned his head, and those scarlet pupils looked at the teenager through his mask. The teenager seemed to feel a pressure, but for some reason he always felt that if he didn't ask, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Flood. After the voice came, Wu Sheng disappeared without a trace, leaving behind only some mist. Flood? The teenager lowered his head, and those dark pupils seemed to suddenly shine brightly for some reason. I'm going to find those guys and I'm going to make them apologize. The teenager spoke firmly, and his companions around him froze. They looked at each other in disbelief, and then their eyes suddenly became firm as well. That's right, the rat god is real. We have to have the courage to not keep his old man worried. The teenager's heartbeat, which should have been extinguished, rekindled at this moment. Are they really doing it because they revere the rat god? Probably not. It's like if you worship the god of wealth because you really revere him. It's not the god of fortune you're worshipping. It's that glimmer of hope for life, the indictment of your own fate, the heartbeat that never wears off. What you worship is desire. That day, the teenager challenged the guy who had stepped over the rat statue to a fight outside. The group froze briefly and then laughed, before readily accepting the fight and stating that the teenager could bring as many people as he wanted. Wu Sheng stood on the flying machine and watched this scene, his eyes filled with indifference. The next day, as promised, dozens of them meet in the middle of the forest, and the teenager tells the group to apologize to the statue, but is met with ridicule and abuse. The clash of ideas brought about a verbal altercation that eventually turned into a physical altercation. Both sides fought. Wu Sheng saw this scene, and then summoned his lifeless blade. Unfortunately, I'm not a foreigner after all, so gentlemen, please die for Blue Star, Wu Sheng said softly, and then along with the red mist slowly rising, a bloody killing took place in this place. Send. What happened? The teenager who had stepped over the statue snapped out of his stupor and opened his eyes filled with horror. Run! There were many corpses on the ground, and those corpses were also the corpses of the children on that side of the world that believed in Wu Sheng. Yes, Wu Sheng killed them all. Of course, it's not all. That night, Wang De was at the moment anxiously contacting his son at home. What's this kid up to? Can't even get in touch. Where's he gone crazy again? Knock knock. At that moment, there was a sudden knock at the door. Brat! Still no to come back. See if I don't. Wang De led his wife angrily towards the door. While opening the door, he saw a rat face. Mouse. Lord Rat God. Wang De was also a part of the previous disaster experience, and he also stuttered a bit after seeing Wu Sheng at this moment. Is this your son? Wu Sheng suddenly raised his hand, and he was holding a teenager in his hand. Son. Wang De stared with wide eyes, somewhat incredulously looking at the person whose body was covered in blood, his tone trembling. He's not dead. He got into a fight with a bunch of guys out in the countryside and I only saved him. With that, Wu Sheng handed the teenager to Wang De. As for Wang De, he was relieved to hear that his son didn't die, but when he heard that Wu Sheng had only saved one person, he had some bad feeling in his heart. My lord, only saved my son. What does that mean? Wang De tried. All the kids he was playing with are dead, killed by another group. I couldn't save them. Sorry. Wu Sheng disappeared after saying that, and when Wang De heard this, he took out his phone in a hurry, and then began to give one contact after another. "How's it going?" Wan Shi, who was back in the hotel, looked at Wu Shang, who had returned, and asked. "It went well, now we're just waiting for them to clash." Wu Shang nodded, and then went back to the sofa and laid down directly. When she saw him in this state, there was a slight worry in his eyes. "Are you okay?" when she asked as she walked over to Wu Shang's side. "It's okay." Wu Shang shook his head, and when she also sat down beside Wu Shang when she saw this, while extending her hand to massage him near his temples, the two took their time in this setting. While somewhere outside it had blown up, a group of people rushed into the middle of the police force, while then began to accuse those who had killed their children, and the vigilantes called in the other side when they realized what was going on. And the people on the other side are pretty badass. They were already pretentious because they had just come to the 100 cities, and since their own wonderful children had been out of their minds all day since they came back that day, they said that they wanted a statement as well. It ended up being such a fight. What had been a clash of ideas between children rose to the level of parents in this moment, and the two sides of the family, which could never have crossed paths, clashed in this moment. The rekindling of the mind represents the hope of being able to see the future, which means that they will no longer be weak. There was a great deal of fuss in the police force, and in the end the police force could do nothing about it and left them to their own devices. The evolution culminates in a skirmish that unfolds at the moment. Chapter 146, The First Conflict. 3. Wu Shang left early the next morning. He walked towards everyone of Wang's family while inquiring about what happened in the police force last night. "The vigilantes? Almost forgot about them," Wu Shang muttered. To be honest, this 100 cities police force didn't really have much of an existence because everything could be resolved outside of the city, and there was no need to necessarily have a conflict within the city. That's why the vigilantes say they maintain order in the city, but they're not really very useful. The strength wasn't much stronger, and on average it was only at that stage of the evolutionary fifth order. But they are all greedy and fearful of death, and the police force has nothing to do, usually just patrolling the city. Even the last time the contaminated beasts attacked 100 cities, these vigilantes didn't even come out to see it. It could be described as a bunch of booze hounds, probably also with their hearts beaten out of them, or thinking about the problem of getting a paycheck for more work, just in time for a second wave of offense. Wu Shang thought of this while flying towards the outside of the city. Hundreds of people had already gathered outside the city at this moment. Why so many people? Most of them are just watching too. After all, it was too unlikely that 100 cities would want to have a life and death fight. Everyone's fighting strength was like that. Fighting and fighting couldn't kill anyone, and it was also a waste of physical strength and psychic energy, which was really unnecessary. Looking at the people gathered here, Wu Shang looked towards a certain place in the forest. At this moment there was a group of polluting beasts attacking towards this place. The battle between the two sides was really nothing to look at. It was like a child's fight with no rules. The only difference was that it was a bit more powerful, and the strength would be quite a bit stronger than an ordinary person. As they fought, along with a roar ringing out, a group of polluting beasts in the forest just rushed out. The suddenness of the situation stunned the crowd momentarily, and the contaminating beasts wouldn't wait for them to react, opening their mouths and tearing towards them. With a scream ringing out, the killing resurfaced. Wu Shang coldly watched all of this, with little emotional fluctuation in his eyes. The killing continued below. Not many people fled at the first opportunity. Many were left behind. After Wu Shang saw that the number of people below was much smaller, he also put on his mask once again. He was up to his old tricks, only this time it was different. Wu Shang looked at the group of people kneeling on the ground after decapitating the contaminating beast and said, "The rat god is about to descend. He wants to help you outcasts, but first you must unite on your own. Do you have the courage to offer up Lord Rat God and fight for the sake of your future generations?" Nothing very sacred to say, and Wu Shang didn't understand those either. He gained a group of believers with very plain words. After all, the group had seen all that had been done in the meantime. At the point where the vigilante abandoned them and the other land left them here, Wu Shang saved them, gave them Nangjing, and even gave them a new direction to work towards. Just make offerings to the rat god, and when the rat god descends, they can gain power to add to the foreign realm. That's right, Wu Shang didn't ask them to do it for themselves, but rather said for the other world. Only then will their sense of identity be higher, and when the flood really grows in the future, and the foreign domains start to pay attention, then that's when the conflict will break out. After all, we all want to do it for the sake of the other land. Why should you cut off our hopes? It's not like we've done anything to wrong the other land. The conflict erupts because people on both sides of the aisle think they are righteous. It's the only way to go one way and be more persistent. Wu Shang dropped a whole bunch of rat head masks after he finished. You have to help others like me. Find more partners for us. We are the weak. As the weak we should hold together even more. Don't worry, I'll always stand behind you, and Lord Mouse God will always remember you, and when he descends in the future, That's the time for us to make a contribution to the foreign realm. As Wu Sheng finished speaking and was about to leave, someone raised his head with a frenzied face and asked, "My lord, where on earth did Lord Rat God come from?" "The flood. We call ourselves the flood. There are many gods in the flood. The mouse god is just one of them. As long as we make good offerings, when they descend, the other world will gain supreme power, and you guys will be the creditors of the other world." Wu Sheng left after a few words of motivation. He wasn't very good at brainwashing, so he'd just have to do more to convince the group. Just believe it all. Just let them develop on their own and everything will be left alone. What things like sex need is to spread like a virus, instead of digging your own canals and guiding them as you would normally do to irrigate a field. The second step has been successful, and it's up to them to see what they can do next. Wu Sheng thought in this way, and then he prepared to leave. Demon rats? Suddenly, a voice came from behind Wu Sheng, and the other party's address caused Wu Sheng's pupils to instantly shrink. Wu Sheng turned around. To his eyes was a woman with a very hot body. The woman was very beautiful looking. One thing that was different was that her pupils were erected as if they were snakes. "Your Excellency?" Wu Sheng called out the lifeless blade. Since the other party could recognize him, there was no point in running away. It was better to settle it here if you could, and there's also the possibility of exposing when if you go back to the city. When the woman saw that Wu Sheng didn't deny it, she also revealed a smile. "Greetings, Lord Demon Mouse. I am your subordinate, one of the 12 zodiac signs, Tongue Snake, sequence 024, and have come to assist Lord Demon Mouse by order of Dr. Yang." Chapter 147, The First Meeting of the 12 Zodiac Signs. Upon hearing the words of the visitor, Wu Sheng was first stunned before he cocked his head in curiosity and asked, "How did you find me?" Tang Snake smiled at his words and said, "Dr. Yang said that he installed a positioning device on you, and I don't know what it is, but anyway, we can use the domain ring to locate you in the other world." Wu Sheng froze. "You guys?" Tensor smiled slightly. "The battle in the outside world has stabilized. Basically the top fighters are fighting. Most of the people from the Evolution Academy have all been sent to this place, as well as the 12 Zodiacs. That's us, and the rest of the people have your location as well. Only that there's no way to get all of them here in one go because the address of the teleportation isn't random." Tang Snake's words caused Wu Sheng to nod, and there was a slight hint of joy and gratitude in his eyes. Dr. Yang had done so much for him, and for a while he didn't know how to repay him. Dr. Yang, who at the moment is far away from the blue planet and is defecting with the 12 zodiac signs, sneezes. "Shui, who's thinking of me?" Dr. Yang rubbed his nose. "What about my family and Winnie's family?" Tang Snake froze for a moment when he heard Wu Sheng's conversation, and after thinking for a while, he spoke. "It should be no problem. The doctor and I talked about it. By the way, have you seen any other zodiac signs?" "No, you're the first." Wu Sheng's words made Tang Snake nod. "True enough. By the way, this is for you." Tensor took a new domain ring out of the domain ring. "I've got myself. It was specially made by the doctor to allow us to connect even in the other world, and now you're the only one of the 12 zodiacs who hasn't gotten it yet, along with the Jade Rabbit." Wu Sheng nodded, and then took the domain ring, at which time, he seemed to suddenly think of something and frowned. "Tamagotchi? Why didn't she?" Tongue Snake froze, then smiled and said, "The Jade Rabbit and you are in the other world. Aren't the two of you together all the time? I just happened to give her one as well." "Tamagotchi? With me?" At this moment, it was as if Wu Sheng realized something. His thoughts instantly became clear, and certain things he couldn't figure out before were instantly understood at this moment. "Enough about that for now. What's your plan now?" "This domain ring can contact other zodiacs. Can we help in any way?" Wu Sheng also detached himself from his thoughts, and his face became unconsciously serious. "Being able to contact the others? That's great. Let's go back to my residence first and we'll talk in detail." After Wu Sheng finished speaking, he led Tang Snake towards the inn. Soon after, when she instantly froze as she looked at the beautiful woman Wu Sheng had brought back. This is? When she asked somewhat tentatively. "Hello Tamagotchi, my name is Tongue Snake. I came from the blue planet to support the demon rats." Tongue Snake smiled and introduced himself, while when she didn't react for a moment when she heard the other party call herself Jade Rabbit, but smiled and nodded. Then suddenly realizing something, he covered his mouth while looking at Wu Sheng. Wu Sheng didn't say anything and smiled before taking out the domain ring that Tongue Snake had given him. "How does this work?" Tongue Snake smiled faintly before tapping on a raised spot on the domain ring, accompanied by the projection of a translucent computer-like object. Immediately afterward, the projection transformed into 10 small windows, as if it were a video call, and the sound came through at the moment. "Yo, Magic Rat? I'm Long Yuo. How are you?" "Not hurt." Qinglong was the first to open his mouth. His tone was still very light. It looked like the situation should be good. "I'm fine. Is everyone here?" Wu Sheng didn't intend to make small talk and was ready to cut straight to the chase. All here, but what's the mission? The crowd responded. Wu Sheng listened clearly and then first pondered for a moment before asking with a serious face. Palace Jade Liquor. Crowd. When these words came out, the entire room fell into an incomparable silence, with Tang Snake and Wen Shi on the sidelines having awkward smiles on their faces, while Wu Sheng had a serious look on his face. 118 cups? Long Yu opened his mouth somewhat tentatively. No problem. Wu Sheng nodded when he got the answer, and then continued. What position are you all in now? Is it the outermost part of the plundered kingdom or something? Basically all of them are in the outermost reaches of the plundered kingdom, though some may be farther away. Someone spoke up. Then everyone, please head to the outskirts of the plunder country next. Currently my plan is to destroy the plunder country first, provoke a war in the plunder country, and later use the chaos of the war to kill people for advancement. The crowd was silent for a while after Wu Sheng finished speaking, mainly because they were shocked by Wu Sheng's bold idea. What are you going to do? As far as I know, the territory of the other land is so large that a single plundered country is already far beyond the land area of the Blue Star. Wu Sheng looked at the person who opened his mouth to speak. It was a new face. The four sheep, one of the 12 signs of the zodiac. Sequence 031, the four-bodied sheep, is said to be a creature with 4 brains. Wu Sheng glanced at him, and then told him the whole story of what had happened during this period of time as well as his plans. After Wu Sheng finished speaking, the crowd went into shock, for sheep was the first to break the silence. I didn't expect that in just over 2 months you could actually think of such a good way. This matter I think is feasible. It just so happens that I have brought quite a few instruments with me, so I can try to see if I can extract any substances from the contaminated beasts that can skyrocket their cultivation. For sheep left directly after saying that. Wu Sheng froze for a moment before looking at Tang Snake. Tang Snake smiled at the situation and answered. For sheep's psychic ability is considered to be quite special. He is a genius in his own right, coupled with his psychic ability. So he is extremely talented in scientific research, and has been studying at Dr. Ouyang side for a period of time before. Hearing Tang Snake's words, Wu Sheng also nodded in understanding. If there was such a person, then this would undoubtedly be the best. He had previously been very bitter that the people who appeared in the current 12 zodiac signs were basically all fighting maniacs. And if there was such a person who could research things appeared, then a lot of things would undoubtedly flow much more smoothly. Chapter 148. That guy's a tech freak. Don't mind him. Let's keep talking. Lord Demon Rat, what do you intend for us to do? At that moment, the Vermilion Bird, one of the 12 zodiac signs, spoke. Yes, this Jubilee was a girl, and by the looks of it, she should be familiar with the 4 sheep. Don't call me Lord. My name is Wu Sheng, or you can call me Demon Mouse. Lord words sound weird. Wu Sheng finished and continued. My proposal is that all of you try your best to all start developing the flood in the surrounding cities. If you're not a combat alien, you can work in groups of 2 and protect yourself while publicizing the flood thoroughly. My side has already completed the initial stage and is just waiting for them to slowly spread. I think that's fine. It's just as well that you all can introduce yourselves. Right. At the moment it seems that there are only the Green Dragon, the White Tiger, the Jade Rabbit, and the Demon Mouse that the 4 of you know each other. After Jubilee finished speaking, the crowd also felt it was okay. So, let me start. Sequence 033, Vermilion Bird, one of the 12 zodiac signs, representing the chicken among them. Codename is also Vermilion Bird. That guy just now is the 4 sheep. You guys are clear about the sequence and all that. I'm with him right now, and he's got a rather peculiar special ability. Not really a combat one, but more on the support side, so I'm going to team up with him. Wu Sheng nodded, indicating that there was no problem. Immediately afterward, the others began their own introductions. The 12 zodiacs in Wu Sheng's team also met for the first time, and all of them shared their information with each other. 12 people, 12 code names, respectively, Devil Mouse, Prisoner Ox, White Tiger, Jade Rabbit, Green Dragon, Tongue Snake, Heavenly Horse, 4 Sheep, 6-Eared Monkey, Vermilion Bird, West Side Divine Dog, and Ring Pig. There's the Shanghai Jing, and there's made-up ones. There were 12 people in total, so it was a successful first assembly. After Wu Sheng saw that he had finished all of his plans, the crowd also left in droves. Xinglong told Wu Sheng another piece of news at this moment. The respective leaders of the sea race and the demon race have all entered the foreign domain as well. The place where they are should be the Beastman's territory as well as the area called the Black Sea. There are also evolvers from other countries that have entered as well, so be careful yourself. Even though everyone is an enemy of the foreign domain, there's no guarantee that they won't stick a knife in us when we run into them. Wu Sheng sniffed and responded, and after chatting with Tang Snake for a while, Tang Snake also left on that note. What she meant was that she was also going to find a city to look into executing Wu Sheng's plan. At the end of the day, only when she and Wu Shang were left in the room again. Because the exposure of her identity makes when she feel that she has lied to Wu Shang, she is now a bit fidgety, afraid that Wu Shang will blame her. Wu Shang didn't say anything, and then walked over to when she sighed, making a move that made when she somewhat unexpected. Wu Shang hugged her. Thanks for the trouble, Wu Shang whispered in when she's ear, and when she was a bit tense when she heard it, the happiness that filled her face. It's okay, I'm really happy to help you. The two hugged for a while before separating, and a warm feeling rose in Wu Shang's heart as he looked at the domain ring in his hand. It was actually quite nice to be missed, especially with an adult behind him who could help him. Of course, what Wu Shang was thinking in his mind at the moment was not clear to Ouyang-ji, who was now counting on Wu Shang. In the middle of the heavenly court, Ouyang-ji and the others listening in on Wu Shang's chat with the others couldn't help but have a smile of relief rise on their faces. How about that? Aren't the kids I'm raising great? Ouyang-ji dejected towards Ouyang-kong. Asterisk 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 off to the side. And you have a chicken hair relationship. That is the other children themselves excellent plus self-control. This is to change me. I originally got the magic knife when I gave that group of bullies have been stripped of my skin. Ouyang-kong's words didn't cause any ripples in Ouyang-ji, who was drumming up something at the moment. By the way, those guys from the Demon Emperor won't be killed off when they go to the other realm. I seem to remember that they didn't bring very strong people with them. Ouyang-kong asked with a frown. Hearing Ouyang-kong's words, Ouyang-ji shook his head before saying with a mysterious face, "Don't worry, there won't just be the legend of the demon blade there. There will also be the legend of the demon race and the sea race, and the two of them were sent to a specific place, and the mix will be very good." Ouyang-kong nodded at his words before looking at Ouyang-ji and asking, "What do you think of his plan?" "Very good. Except for some imperfections in the details, his plan can be said to be seamless. Now he just needs to waiting for the church to develop on its own while slowly waging war, as he plundered more and more people, stronger and stronger. By that time, the foreign domain will be too late in noticing it." Ouyang-ji said with a smile curling up at the corner of his mouth. "Why did you conclude that the people of the other world couldn't detect it? After all, their level of technology is too far ahead of ours, and wanting to know about the border is actually quite simple, right?" Ouyang-kong asked with some confusion. "In a time of war, do you care if guys with atomic bombs show up inside the mountains?" After Ouyang-ji finished speaking, he continued, "The place where the current Wu Shang is inside the mountain. For the people of the foreign domain, the people inside the mountain add up to something that can be destroyed with a snap of the fingers. And for Wu Shang, although the higher the quality the faster he advances, the quantity on the foreign domain side is enough to make up for everything. As long as he can kill all of the people on the border of the foreign domain, he can even be invincible to the two worlds. Of course, this possibility is almost impossible, but he doesn't need to go and kill all the people on the border. That would be too slow. Let the fight spread little by little upwards. Wouldn't that be better? What's more, isn't there still us?" Ouyang-ji took a sip of tea and leaned back in his chair with an old spirit, as if everything was under control. Ouyang-kong looked at this big brother of his and was instantly furious. "Don't drink you, play aside." With that, he tossed aside the teacup he was holding. Chapter 149, Meeting the Enemy Again. After the day Tang Snake came, Wu Shang went every day to observe those who had been assigned masks. Needless to say, the last speech was very effective, and those who got the masks began to put them on and do the righteous thing. From time to time, he travels to the middle of the forest to help some people deal with the contaminated beasts. It didn't do much, but it did help some, and Wu Shang would sometimes step in when they were in crisis to make sure that the things said by those who publicized the flood were more true. And in this case, there were already some people who started to feel interested in the Church of the Flood. And on this day, while Wu Shang was normally observing the believers in the forest, he suddenly detected a dangerous aura. Black pupils instantly dyed with the color of blood. Wu Shang fiercely turned his head, and at this moment, in the sky behind him, a silhouette was staring at him in death. Blonde hair, a staff or something like that, and those blue pupils, three-dimensional features coupled with a familiar scent. There was no doubt that the guy was a blue star. "You are the demon mouse who inherited the zodiac chief of the Dragon Kingdom? Introduce myself. I am the successor of Lord Zeus, one of the 12 main gods. You can call me Adam." The other party came and directly stated his identity, the staff in his hand flashing white at the moment. "How did you recognize me?" A smile curled the corners of Adam's mouth before he raised his right hand. Only in his right hand, a ring was being worn on his middle finger. All of Blue Star's countries are now merged into one, and since they are working together to defend against foreign races, then of course I will have the position of an ally. Hearing Adam's words, Wu Shang's eyes crinkled. This point was just too wrong, but right now he didn't have the means to think about that, because there was another person here who was also rushing towards this place. "I am a disciple of King Arthur, the chief of the 12 paladins, and my name is Landon." The teenager held a golden longsword and was clad in silver-white armor. At least the line was a long way ahead of Wu Shang and Adam, and his face was incredibly serious, as if he was doing something sacred. The three of them stepped on the craft to get above the clouds. Wu Shang frowned at the other two. Both of them were molting fourth order, one order lower than Wu Shang. Langdon was fine. The guy named Adam was looking at Wu Shang with quite a fiery look in his eyes. An eerie atmosphere pervades the trio. Special grade magic. Meteoritis. Sanction. 12 King's Court Sword. Split the body. Adam and Langdon instantly struck. A giant fireball that looked like a shooting star blasted towards Wu Shang. On the other hand, 12 incomparably sharp golden light swords stabbed towards Wu Shang, and Wu Shang held the lifeless blade and backhanded a tens of meters of blood-colored chopping strike. Smoke covered the trio instantly as explosions rang through the air. Since we are allies, let's have a sparring session to see how strong our allies are and whether we will need my help in the future. Adam laughed out loud, and the magic wand in his hand began to shimmer with a white light, accompanied by several increased magic branded on it, and the magic wand turned into an object similar to a sniper rifle. On the other hand, Langdon on the other side directly raised his longsword and chopped towards Wu Shang. Wu Shang looked at Langdon, who was stepping on the flying machine and coming on aggressively, and lifted his lifeless blade and fought with his opponent. Clang! Sword collision between the flashing sparks. Langdon's sword art is extremely subtle, at least in Wu Shang's scene people, can be ranked among the top. The two did not use too much power, just a simple skill competition. Golden sword shadows and blood-colored blades sliced through the air, accompanied by sparks of fire, and the two of them got a good feel for each other. Gorgeous swordsmanship, subtle techniques, good swordsmanship, terrifying killing aura, ferocious force, murderous blade. This was the two's evaluation of each other, and at that moment, along with the sound of two gunshots, golden lasers instantly blasted towards the two. Wu Shang and Langdon chopped towards the lasers in unison, and two explosions instantly rang out. TSK, good strength. But just like that, you two are still not enough. Adam's surroundings shimmered with a golden light, the barrier that had been enriched with an unknown number of layers giving him an unparalleled sense of security. Split the body. For this kind of black shot during other people's duel, Wu Shang would never be soft. Along with the red mist surrounding his body, the scarlet blade chi directly chopped at Adam. Knife chi like a gale of wind instantly appeared in front of Adam. The horror of the knife on chopped into the golden protective cover above, accompanied by the sound of glass cracking sounded. That let Adam full of security protection at this moment like brittle paper instantly broken. Space magic. Instantaneous transportation. Adam's sniper rifle once again transformed into a magic staff, and along with a spell appearing, his figure instantly appeared 10 meters away, dodging the attack. Terrible. Adam's heart at this moment also set off shock waves. He knew that there would be a gap, but he didn't expect the gap to be so big. The shield that he had enchanted with 20 layers was actually broken instantly, and he didn't even block it for 3 seconds, which made him a little frustrated for a while. On the other hand, Langdon on the other side rushed up again after Wu Shang cut out his attack. This time Wu Shang did not stay. The speed of waving the long knife is more than twice as fast. The attack is like the wind suddenly like towards Langdon. Originally thought that Wu Shang and Langdon can have a sound offensive and defensive battle was beaten without any strength. Soon, the three teenagers once again stood apart in a triangle. Only this time Wu Shang's aura clearly crushed the other two. The red pupils looked disdainfully at the two men, and the invisible pressure made the other two men look ugly. You're saying there's only one country in Blue Star now? After a moment of silence, Wu Shang opened his mouth and asked. That's right. All the countries of the current Blue Star are merged into the Blue Star region, and there are no longer any countries. Hearing Adam's words, Wu Shang frowned and had a slight guess in his heart. He might know why Dr. Ouyang was in such a hurry to send them to the foreign land. In that case, I have no problem with what you want to see me do, but without my permission. If you are striking out at me, don't blame me for being merciless with my sword. And, if I find out who has been a traitor to Blue Star, I will definitely cut him into 1,000 pieces and bring him back to Blue Star afterward. Wu Shang left after saying that. A new plan suddenly occurred to him. His original purpose of creating the sect was to provoke a war in which he himself plundered spiritual energy to enhance his cultivation, and since that was the case, the more chaotic the better. Surely, and wasn't it just the right time for these two fellows who had arrived out of the blue? Let them both preach their beliefs as well, and the sects will grow and become more and more confusing. And he had a feeling that the reason Dr. Ouyang had asked them to come to the foreign land was that he wanted them to make a name for themselves in the foreign land, and then wait to establish the Dragon Kingdom again, and presumably the rest of the country as well. As for whether the two of them will be exposed, Wu Shang didn't think so, since it didn't make sense that someone in the same class as him would be stupid like this. Wu Shang wouldn't go speculating about someone he didn't know well and treating the other person as stupid for no reason. Chapter 150, The Lord God's Church and the Knights. Hearing Wu Shang's words, Adam and Landon exchanged a glance before following. They were not afraid of Wu Shang's deception. Even if they could not beat him, escaping was still very simple for them. After all, unlike Wu Shang who had come suddenly, they had brought a lot of top-notch technology with them. And with that, Wu Shang once again returned to the forest and began to lurk. Adam and Landon looked at the masked Wu Shang suspiciously, and after glancing at each other, the two of them didn't guess what Wu Shang had in mind. What the hell is this guy doing? After waiting a while, Adam said with some annoyance, "Don't worry, that guy seems to have been watching the weak ones with the masks. Speaking of which, their masks are still the same." Landon seemed much calmer and more subtle, which was normal. The learning cycle for cold weapons was much longer, and you couldn't learn swordsmanship if you couldn't quiet your mind. Soon after, when the people below were in danger, Wu Shang directly struck out, and then disappeared in place once again after accepting the kneeling of those people. Langdon and Adam in the distance also instantly understood something when they saw this scene, and the two of them looked at each other, seeing delight and shock at each other's eyes. "This guy, he's not starting a church, is he?" Adam said with some surprise, and Landon nodded. "Looking at that look, it should be. The Dragon Kingdom does have a hand in this, and judging from those few people, this demon mousefellow should have been entering the foreign realm for some time." Langdon's words made Adam rub his chin, and after a moment of thought, he too turned away. "Where are you going?" Langdon asked, looking back toward Adam, who was flying toward the distance. "Humph, of course it's to start a church just like him. Since he can start one, of course I can too. As a god king, how can I do without believers?" After saying that, Adam turned to leave. He decided that he would start his own church in this city. He would compare the demon rats, or better yet, he would just overthrow his church. However, he didn't realize that after the other zodiac signs appeared, Wu Shang wasn't going to be bothering with this church too much. He now needed a slightly larger scale conflict to raise his cultivation so that he could quickly enter the transformation realm while traveling to the next city. As for the church's publicity, Wu Shang intended to leave it to others. Wu Shang, who was back in the inn, spoke to Wen Shi about it. Wen Shi also froze for a moment. After a moment of contemplation, Wen Shi spoke, "Since there will definitely be a conflict if they come, do you intend to let them founder and cause a small-scale war afterwards?" Wu Shang nodded. "The foreign domain is very big. Maybe this time will attract the attention of the people in the city. But more than that, I guess there is a city lord, but the city lord will not live here. Only occasionally when something major occurs will come back. But the 100 cities have not appeared at all, so I intend to guide it once, to see how many kilograms and twos this city lord has. Can I help you?" When she looked at Wu Shang and asked, because the concentration of spiritual energy in the foreign realm was not at all on the same level as the moon and the blue star, and her cultivation speed was also advancing by leaps and bounds. Wu Shang shook his head. "No, but I won't get in the way if you have your own ideas. Just decide for yourself." Wu Shang's words made Wen Shi's face light up. She actually wanted to get her hands dirty with Wu Shang and kill people. After all, she didn't want to be a vase, and she had a family of her own, so of course it would be great to become strong and protect her family. "Then I'll go with you too. I want to get stronger too." Wen Shi's words were expected by Wu Shang. Wu Shang nodded his head and then smiled. "If you want to go together. Cultivate well during this period of time. This kind of thing like preaching is also considered to be something that the Western countries are more skillful at, and they should be a bit faster than us. Indeed, after all, they will be a little more prepared." The two chatted a bit more about what was going on in their room while they went to sleep. On the other side of the room, Adam and Landon also picked a place in the 100 cities to start planning. The way they acted wasn't much different from Wu Shang. First, he contacted his own people, and then after making his plans known, he began to search the city for news that would shed light on the foreign lands, and finally traveled to the middle of the forest to capture the tainted beasts. And so, with Wu Shang's planning, a covert missionary endeavor began, and Wu Shang was very cooperative, happily traveling to the forest every day to protect the congregants. It made Landon and Adam feel a hint of urgency as well. The two of them were inferior to Wu Shang in terms of strength. If they were still being compared in this aspect of preaching, then they really didn't have to live. Wu Shang just led the other two along at his own pace. Time passed like this, little by little, and in the blink of an eye, another month or so had passed. Because the two of them, Landon and Adam, were extremely well prepared, they even brought a lot of psychic energy capsules with them. This kind of energy poundage was also found in the foreign realm, but it was not something that the people of the 100 cities could access, and the two men used it to start promoting their church in a big way. It's also interesting to note that the two are called the Lord's Church and the Knights. The two men's churches also slowly began to grow, and the number of people in the flood to which Wu Shang himself belonged also began to slowly grow in number, driven by the people around him. And Wu Shang here gets a lot of credit for the four sheep as well. That guy actually researched something from the contaminated beast, came up with a thing called a pollution capsule, which doesn't boost cultivation, but makes you instantly become as impervious to injury as a pollution beast. It's like adrenaline, but with more side effects and less kryptonite than adrenaline. The side effect is that your IQ gets lower after each use, and you end up as a simple-minded, four-legged idiot. The appearance of this thing also allowed these believers in the flood to practically benefit and enhance their strength. I've even heard of people using it to send their children to the upper echelons of the academy. Although they didn't know if it was true or not, the fact that they could spell out a bright future for their children made the group's admiration for the rat god grow thicker and their desire grow stronger. Little by little, time passed, and as the number of people from the three parties combined approached more than 20,000, Wu Shang also understood that it was time to reap the rewards. He didn't want to stay in this world for too long if he could help it. The battle between the Blue Star and the foreign domain had been at a white heat, and there was no telling when the power that could suppress cultivation would disappear. And once it's gone, then Blue Star will be destroyed instantly. After all, the Blue Star's top fighters were there because they could only be at this level and had no way to be getting stronger, while the exotic region's top fighters were suppressed because of the Blue Star's mysterious power. If they really let go of their restraints, then the power of the two sides would be like ants and elephants with no need to fight against each other, and Blue Star would be absolutely powerless to fight back, and the number of people who showed up in the other lands was even suppressed. Chapter 151, A Simple Bad Mouth. Looking at the large number of congregants below, Wu Shang did not have the slightest bit of joy, as if he was looking at the group of people as if he was looking at ants. It's too good to be true, and this group is so good that it's extremely ridiculous. All it takes is to give them some hope that they will playfully kowtow to the fictional appearing gods. Wu Shang didn't even need to go through brainwashing. Then, now that the time has come, you all may as well sacrifice your lives for the rat god. In the shadowy corner, Wu Shang mumbled in his mind before turning away. Since there's going to be a fight, conflict is a necessity, and those two guys, Adam and Langdon, can be utilized. Thinking of this, Wu Shang turned his gaze in a certain direction. That said, Wu Shang's church is extremely casual. When she made about 1,000 statues, and after they were distributed, the group started carving new ones to distribute to the people below them as well. It's as if some sort of class is automatically formed, and Wu Shang knew enough to know that he'd give a few extra contamination capsules for the first batch. It was fine to let them carry on with the competition on their own. Wu Shang did not intend to regulate it, and in this case, they had actually developed their own system. That person whose mask had been distributed by Wu Shang called himself a god servant, and there were about 20 or so of them, and they were also basically the ones who had taken the most contaminated capsules. Plus the fact that after such a long period of mediocrity they were suddenly in control of so much power they themselves were extremely excited. They will want to grow the denomination even more in this situation. After all, commanding one person is a different feeling than commanding 100. On this day, these 20 or so people began to tell those who were new to the sect about the flood again, and Wu Shang appeared in front of them. Make, Lord Messenger. Wu Shang's aura was very strong, at least in the eyes of this group of people. After all, the strongest of them was only at the evolutionary 5th stage, and they were a bit intimidated by Wu Shang's slightest release of his aura. Of course, this intimidation also made them recognize Wu Shang at a glance. Well, Lord Rat God has ordered that tomorrow all those who believe in the Rat God head outside the city. You need to help me kill the other two sects. Of course, this mission isn't mandatory. You can come if you want to. I won't say anything if you don't want to, but this time around, all of the people who come will receive 10 divine pills. After saying that, Wu Shang left the middle of the basement where the group had gathered, and after Wu Shang left, the group froze for a few seconds before unprecedented excitement erupted in their eyes. They had also heard long ago that there were new churches developing in the other two parts of the 100 cities called some bull ***** Lord God and Night, giving things that were completely comparable to what Lord Rat God gave. They've had a few run-ins over this as well. The reason for the conflict was that the people of the flood cult wanted to go to other areas to secretly promote the church, but they stopped it, because it was in the middle of the city, and because this kind of thing was out of order after all. The two sides got in the way and didn't fight in the end, but still remembered each other and labeled each other as enemies. That's how the clash of ideas works. It's like two people, one discussing that the Jade Emperor is awesome, and the other discussing that God is awesome, and talking and maybe arguing. If the other side says that the Jade Emperor is not great, there might even be a fight. Would you say he really respects it? Not necessarily, but mainly because he couldn't swallow it. Not to mention this group of people who are really getting benefits and are convinced that the gods they worship are real. And after Wu Shang left, some people in this huge crowd also secretly left. On the other side, Wu Shang, who had known where Adam and Landon lived for a long time, approached the door and provoked the other party in an extremely nonchalant manner. The details are as follows. On this day, Adam, who had been thinking about what to do with Wu Shang, was eating a meal at home when there was a knock on his front door. Knock, knock, knock. Who? Adam was just about to open the door when a voice came from the doorway. Stupid star. Adam's eyes widened in confusion at first, but soon he reacted, opening the door to see if it was the guy who didn't know what he was doing who had come to pick a fight. And then he saw Wu Shang raising his middle finger towards him. Rubbish. Come to the forest outside the city tomorrow afternoon for a one-on-one fight. Simple mouth odor. Ultimate enjoyment. Before Adam could react, Wu Shang disappeared. After a while, Langdon suffered the same treatment. The reactions of the two men were extremely similar. First he was confused. Then with an angry face, he tried to give Wu Shang a move. But Wu Shang has long since disappeared, and the city cannot be moved. But this exasperation only lasted for a while, and the two men realized that this was Wu Shang's plot after they calmed down. Eventually the two head to their own church to ask about it, and find out that the spies sent by their church to the flood have gotten wind of the fact that tomorrow Wu Shang is planning to gather a group of people to beat them up. Eventually, Adam and Landon contacted each other, and the two of them hit it off, deciding that tomorrow they would make a plan to kill Wu Shang first. After all, both of them were the targets of Wu Shang's insults, and they were really inferior to Wu Shang in terms of hard power. If the strength of the three was about the same, maybe the three might still have superficial harmony, but Wu Shang's strength completely crushed the two of them, which made the two of them have to work together to nip the threat of Wu Shang in the cradle first. So the two had their own agenda, but of course it's possible that they were disgusted by Wu Shang's direct and simple stench of his mouth, resulting in the two being extremely compatible. On the other hand, Wu Shang also informed Wen Shi of his situation, when she was first stunned, and then suddenly burst out laughing with a pfft. Why? What's so funny? Wu Shang looked at Wen Shi with some confusion and said, Nothing, I just didn't realize you could curse. I wish I could see it with my own eyes. Saying that, Wen Shi's small white hand propped up her polished chin and looked at Wu Shang with interest, and Wu Shang froze for a moment, before skimming his head and saying faintly, I'm a human, not a god. I'm sure I'll curse, and it's all for the sake of the plan. Okay, plan. So what are you going to do tomorrow? Although when she knew everything, she still wanted to listen to Wu Shang. The two of them still think that they can hold out against me for dozens of rounds right now, and they might even think that the two of them working together can defeat me. So tomorrow I'm going to circle them for a bit, and when the numbers arrive I'm going to repel them first, and then I'm going to blend in with the crowd and loot them. This was something Wu Shang had been planning for a long time. Even when he first learned of Adam he began to calculate, so the first time he fought with Adam and the others he didn't use his full strength. No matter how the other side was, Wu Shang only used 50% of his strength anyway. Chapter 152 Plans that are going well. Early the next morning, Wu Shang walked towards the middle of the forest outside the city. That being said, he was also a bit unsure of just how many people would come. After all, even though he had given benefits, he really wasn't sure just how many of the group had been brainwashed. The success or failure of the plan can be glimpsed this afternoon. After eating, Wu Shang put on a mouse mask, while when she also took out a mask and put it on her head. Don't make a move, just watch from afar. If you fight, I'll fight them just fine. They don't know your existence yet. You help me on the periphery to see how many people have probably entered the forest. It's best to guide them a little bit. Tell them to pay attention to recognizing their own people in the middle of the forest. And, of course, the most important thing is to try to spread them out as much as possible. Wu Shang walked out of the city after he finished speaking and stepped on his flying machine towards the sky above. Evolvers could be airborne after entering the body transformation realm, but Wu Shang and Wen Shi were still a little ways away from the body transformation realm now that one of them had molted to the 5th stage and the other had molted to the 2nd stage. But of course, if the plan was successful, the two of them could have a wide range of advancement within a short period of time without any surprises. Because it was still morning, Wu Shang thought that he needed to wait for Adam and the others, but he didn't expect those two to show up early at the place where the trio had their first sparring match as well. Looking at the two people with annoyed faces in front of him, Wu Shang lifted his hand before extending his fingers. Don't be afraid, come on. As the words fell, red and black long knives instantly appeared, accompanied by scarlet mist, and the battle was imminent. Adam and Landon were also extremely irritated by Wu Shang's actions as a whole. Kid, you're a little too arrogant. Adam roared angrily. The magic wand in his hand condensed magic power at this moment. Along with the air temperature plummeting, the area where Wu Shan was suddenly snowed heavily, and as the snowflakes drifted down onto Wu Shang's body, in an instant, Wu Shang was frozen into an ice sculpture. Together, Adam understood that this simple move was not likely to be a threat to Wu Shang at all, but it would be nice if it could limit Wu Shang's speed. Adam loaded himself and Landon with various increase effects. The speed and power of the two began to increase dramatically, and after Wu Shang silently calculated the time, he also instantly broke the ice. Split the body. Sanction. 12 King's Court Sword. Because he knew this Adam guy wasn't good at close combat, Langdon went straight for it. Only a golden light flashed around him. The spread of the light was like the sun, and the 12 golden longswords blasted towards Wu Shang's blade chi. After a few seconds of stalemate between the two sides, the 12 swords shattered as much as they could, and the weakened splitter chopped straight at Landon. Extraordinary magic. 20 Guardian. Adam wasn't ambiguous either, going up and putting 20 layers of body protection on Landon's body, while continuing to attack towards Wu Shang with his magic staff in hand. Hurricane. Along with the white energy surging, Wu Shang's surroundings were instantly surrounded by wild winds, and the winds brought with them horrifying sand and dust, not strong in attack, but extremely obstructing one's line of sight. While Wu Shang squinted his eyes, Langdon bullied his way up with his longsword in hand, because of the various powerful magics that had been added to his body, as well as the barrier. At this moment, he also gave up on defense, and the longsword in his hand chopped out a sharp sword chi, as if it would tear Wu Shang apart in the next moment. Wu Shang's face was calm, without the slightest bit of panic. A blood-colored mist flickered around his body. The mist seemed like it would be blown away the next moment around him, but when the sword chi entered the mist, it sounded as if it was a metal collision, and the attack was blocked as much as possible. This trick was also recently discovered by Wu Shang. He realized that the hardness of his mist was stronger than he thought, and that it could be added on top of the lifeless blade, and even the lifeless blade could be transformed into a mist attack. It was like steel that could flow, not losing its liquid molding qualities, but extremely hard and sharp. He sometimes researched moves of his own during this time. After all, although the 7 chopping chop of the demon blade was powerful, it was too monotonous. Moreover, if he really had to fight against the God Punisher in the future, it would definitely not be appropriate to use the other party's moves. Of course, this possibility is best avoided. What the hell? Langdon frowned at the blood-colored mist that surrounded Wu Shang, and the mist transformed into a giant dragon at this moment to crash directly towards Langdon. The giant dragon transformed by the blood mist was driven like an arm under Wu Shang's manipulation, although there was nothing technical about it, but it won in terms of speed and power. Extraordinary magic. Meteoritis. At that moment, Adam, who had been watching from the sidelines, also struck instantly. The terrifying fireball fell from the sky like a meteor, blasting towards Wu Shang's head. Feeling the burning sensation coming from the air, Wu Shang frowned, and then raised his hand to retrieve the mist, condensed it into a long blade and then slashed towards the meteor. The fireballs exploded above the sky like fireworks. Extremely beautiful. Wu Shang's scarlet pupils looked at the two people in front of him and charged up once again, and Langdon and Adam looked at each other before continuing to hold. In this way, the three people fought from morning until afternoon, while when she on the other side also saw the people rushing out from the city ahead. A pair of dark pupils turned silver-white at this moment, losing the watery gentleness of looking at Wu Shang, and only chilling intent remained. Ahead, tens of thousands of people just rushed out of the 100 cities in great numbers, and the city's police force was informed of the mass exodus of the masses out of the city, but in the end they remained inactive. It couldn't be helped. There were too many people in the 100 cities, and as long as not half of the people in a city were out of the city, they didn't want to be in charge of it, and couldn't be bothered with it. Their final decision was to contact the top and let the city lord in the higher city handle it. On the other hand, when she looked at the 20 or so people in front of her who were at the head of the group as she appeared in front of them, Lord God Emperor, the man with the mask instantly fell to his knees, his tone full of fervor. Look over there. The other God Emperor is fighting with all his might against the cult leader. You guys hurry up and spread out into the jungle to head to help him. And when you meet the other sex people on the way, make sure you don't be polite. After when she finished speaking, those 20 people also instantly agreed. They'd been looking at the other sects for a long time, and these tens of thousands of people weren't just from the Flood sect, there were both Lord Gods and Knights. It was just that it wasn't good for both sides to clash because they were in the middle of the city. First priority, help that lord. When she stretched out her finger and pointed to the distance, while Wu Shang also got the message at this moment. As he looked at the two people in front of him with slightly tired faces, his scarlet pupils instantly erupted with incomparably terrifying killing intent. Ha ha ha, demon rat, can't believe it, we have been. Long time ago, Adam had planned to fool around for a while, but suddenly, he was locked by an extremely terrifying killing intent, accompanied by a red mist that began to spread in the air, and the two of them, Adam and Langdon, felt bad. Retreat, Langdon shouted, and then a light blue square was taken out in his hand, and along with his forceful press, space instantly began to distort. Demon Blade 7 chopping second stance, exorcism. Wu Shang instantly struck out. The red blade chi was like a meteor slicing through the sky, instantly chopping towards the two people who were standing together and were about to leave. A golden barrier instantly unfolded as the red blade chi appeared within a meter of the opponent, but the barrier only carried it for 3 breaths, and with a crisp ringing sound, the blade chi instantly swept across the sky without the slightest obstruction. Some blood was left in the sky above, while both Landon and Adam had disappeared without a trace. Wu Sheng turned his head to look at the still distorted space, his face extremely calm. Spatial transfer, cut. 2 idiots. The two who were brought into the rhythm would not be considered opponents at all by Wu Sheng if they couldn't walk away from the frustration of this battle. After dealing with the two people, Wu Sheng slightly lowered his head to look at the crowd rushing into the forest below. The blade of the lifeless sword shimmered silver-white under the sun's rays with a chilling aura. So guys, die. Chapter 153, The New Head of the Flood. And as Wu Sheng finished speaking, Wen Shi's hand conjured up her own moonflower fan. And with that, the two of them entered the jungle, opening up a bloody killing spree. To get to the Lord Messenger quickly, the Flood's people fought in their minds, and their steps became lighter and lighter. Not everyone wants to get into conflict with other sects either. There are those who just want the benefits and do as little as possible. However, Wu Sheng didn't care about this. What he needed was nothing more than the lives of the people in the foreign lands. The blood-colored mist and the silver-white moonlight began to spread in the middle of the forest, and when someone saw it, they were first stunned, and then they were decapitated without even uttering a scream. The faces of these people were excited. They had gathered here because of their desires, and they were looking forward to the hope of going there. But unfortunately, this hope brought about an abyss as well. As head after head fell to the ground and body after body was crushed, the surrounding trees began to frantically suck up the nutrients, and it seems that no one has found anything wrong with it. The killing goes on like this, and time passes little by little like this, I guess. Under the mask, Wu Sheng repeated his movements like a robot. He had been killing for close to more than 2 hours. He didn't know how many people he had killed. He only knew that it was a lot, and that the spiritual energy within his body was becoming more and more dense and raging. He fought from daytime to afternoon and killed from afternoon to sunset, and by the time a few full moons rose in the sky, Wu Sheng was numb. Wen Shi on the other side was similar, but compared to Wu Sheng's numbness, Wen Shi's eyes added a bit more sadness, but she also understood that she had to kill these people, or else it would be her compatriots who would die. More than 10,000 people were slowly being eaten up by both Wu Sheng and Wen Shi like this, and some of them were suddenly chopped directly in half by a blade chi without the slightest reaction while they were still fighting with the other party. Time passed little by little. Near dawn, when Wu Sheng had searched for close to more than half an hour without finding anyone, he also came to his senses from the numbness. He looked at the broken corpses and molten remains that filled the ground around him without the slightest emotion in his eyes, and after freezing for a few seconds, he stepped on his flying machine and returned to the sky. Wen Shi on the other side also stopped, feeling the majestic spiritual energy in her body and the already reddened land around her. She clearly felt her power for the first time. So I can kill so many people? Winnie murmured and froze for a few seconds before turning to leave. Above the sky, Wu Sheng was still searching for something. Soon, he found a congregation with rat masks on their heads on the ground. The number of people was not much, just 9 people. It looked like they had also experienced a battle and had injuries on their bodies. A few of them were leaning against a tree looking extremely tired. Wu Sheng fell from the sky above, and later came to the side of 9 people. My name is How Future. My parents gave me this name because they wanted me to have a better future. No longer limited by this city. I worked hard as a child, but when I awakened, I only awakened a very low talent, and a general psychic ability to summon weapons. I worked hard to cultivate, and up to now I'm at the 5th stage of evolution, but it seems to be of little use. Until that day, I saw the turnaround. As How Future looked at the suddenly appearing Wu Sheng, the caution in his eyes slowly faded and turned into admiration and excitement. Lord Emissary, I won. I killed that Knight's Guild. The surrounding people also looked at Wu Sheng with excited faces, their eyes filled with expectations. Wu Sheng didn't have any emotional fluctuations in his eyes as he looked at How Future. There are a lot of divine medicines in here. Count them yourself if you're specific. It's enough for you guys to use for a long time. The conflict this time caused a lot of damage, and there are only a few dozen people left in the flood. What's your name? How Future's eyes carried an intense excitement when he heard Wu Sheng say that there were many divine medicines. My lord, my name is How Future. Wu Sheng nodded, and then took out a new mask from the domain ring, and 10 spirit energy capsules, which he had a lot of. Although it was not very useful for his cultivation, but it could restore the depleted spirit energy. But for How Future, who was at the 5th evolutionary stage, it could be a heavenly remedy. This is 10 pills that can raise your cultivation. Now here you go. From today onwards, you are the head of the 100 cities of the flood cult. All people will be chosen by you, commanded, and arranged. I need to follow the Lord Mouse God to travel to other places to continue spreading the teachings. I hope that by the time I come back in the future, the flood cult will already have flourished in your hands. After saying that, Wu Sheng threw all the pollution capsules and psychic energy capsules on the ground before turning around and leaving. How Future looked at the capsules, energy crystals and masks all over the ground with an excited face. Feeling the heavy weight inside, His eyes looking at Wu Shang's back became more and more fervent. "Where are you going, my lord?" Hao Future asked excitedly. Wu Shang stopped and froze for a few seconds before slightly inclining his head and saying, "We will travel to a higher city and wait for your arrival." After saying that, Wu Shang instantly disappeared in the same place, leaving the blood-colored mist alone to slowly dissipate in the air. More. Oh, higher city. Hao Future's eyes were filled with yearning as he looked at the mountains of energy crystals, pollution capsules, and a pitch-black rat mask on the ground. His eyes filled with excitement. He fell to his knees before shouting towards the place where Wu Shang had disappeared. "Thank you, Lord Rat God, for your reward." On the other side, Wu Shang didn't hear what Hao Future said. This was part of his plan. He had planned to leave this place, but in itself, this 100 cities he didn't want to waste. The church's publicity for this plan was successful. He specifically looked for people who revered the church to give him whatever they had in hand, and whatever denomination he created, as long as it could produce chaos in the future, then the program could continue. Chapter 154, Lord of 100 Cities. 100 Primrose. Returning to the inn, Wu Shang looked at Wenxi, who was curled up in a ball holding her legs and didn't know what to say, and Wenxi didn't smile and welcome him as usual after seeing him. Maybe Winnie did grow throughout the day today, but that growth might come at a bit of a price. Looking at Wenxi, who was curled up on the side, Wu Shang thought twice before walking over. "What's wrong?" Wu Shang squatted in front of Wenxi, his voice a little hoarse. "It feels like we seem like monsters. So many people were killed by us casually, but I feel like I still have a lot of power in me and my cultivation is about to break through, but it really killed a lot of people." Wenxi's tone was tinged with a slight tremor, and for the first time, she intuitively felt how terrifying her power was to the weak. A casual strike could cause dozens of people to lose their lives, and this was only the molted shell's second stage. What if it was the body transformation realm? What about the higher realms? Wouldn't it be that a single strike could kill tens of thousands of people? When she was a bit confused, Wu Shang gently wrapped his arms around her, thinking twice before speaking. "Why don't you not make a move in the future? I can protect you." Upon hearing Wu Shang's words, Wenxi did not reply but looked straight into his eyes. "Did you seal the emotions?" Wenxi's words caused Wu Shang to freeze before he nodded. Wenxi leaned towards Wu Shang's arms before speaking. "Unseal the seal, will you?" Wu Shang froze for a moment, and then looked at Wenxi somewhat dumbfounded. "Possibly." Wenxi shook her head as she said softly, "Didn't it say it was for your protection? I believe it won't take a shot at me. I think it should be a sad thing if you can't feel your own joys and sorrows." Wu Shang looked at Wenxi while nodding. The demon soul, unsealing, accompanied by the sound of chains crumbling inside his body. Scarlet mist and a faint black aura once again emerged around Wu Shang's body. Only this time the black aura looked a little lighter. Feeling the crazy surge of negative emotions, Wu Shang's body trembled slightly, his eyes filled with tears as if he were a child crying. When she looked at Wu Shang's appearance, and a strong sense of heartache welled up in her eyes, she remembered what the doctor had told her. It's important to let Wu Shang's negativity out slowly. Something will happen if it keeps building up. This time, and this time in particular, she especially felt it. The world can't have a strong person like Wu Shang who is absolutely sensible, or else Wu Shang will be lonely in the future. And she forces herself to change and wants to bring Wu Shang to change as well. If she could, she would like to see Wu Shang letting out a laugh. Wu Shang's body trembled. His face was tinged with a slight pain. The experience of being a child came back to his mind at this moment, and the red mist surrounded his body as if he wanted to expel all threats. When she felt the slight tingling sensation coming from her body, she did not let go of Wu Shang, but just gently patted Wu Shang's back. "It's all in the past. It's okay. I'll always be there for you." When she at this moment she finally understood Dr. Ouyang's painstaking efforts. There are many others who love you. When she seemed to see a little boy who just sat there quietly, his eyes lifeless, as if he was indifferent to everything in the world, waiting for someone to take him away. Wu Shang is fortunate and unfortunate. Unfortunately for his origin, he was set up for life. Fortunately for him, the person who set up his life was really doing him good, and didn't go overboard to force him, but let him walk on the right path. Thankfully, Dr. Ouyang was right. The two just held each other and slowly fell asleep, and the mist around Wu Shang slowly expanded at this moment, surrounding both Wu Shang and Wenxi. It's as if Wenxi has gotten its approval as well. The spiritual energy began to work on its own, and the two slowly entered a state of cultivation on their own. And during the time that Wu Shang and the others were cultivating, the flood sect outside also began to develop at an extremely fast pace. Hao Future is very smart. He first secretly propaganda, and then after arranging a combat supernatural guy to go forward to fight the battle of ascending the city, and then eat the pollution capsule, and let the other party to take out the statue of the rat god when he finally won, indicating that he is a flood religion. With such a handout, all those who were hopeful swarmed to the city, and the numbers lost a few days ago were replenished in a very short time. Of course, Their move was noticed by the vigilantes, but the vigilantes remained unattended. After all, the group hadn't caused any trouble, so they couldn't arrest people just because they were gathered together, and it was still a group of guys whose cultivation level was no higher than the 5th evolutionary stage. No one cares about the gathering of a bunch of mole crickets without getting in the way of other people. A week passed slowly like this, and Wu Shang, and when she woke up one after another, the two of them saw a leaping surge in their cultivation. Wu Shang had directly crossed over from the 5th stage to the 1st stage of the body transformation realm, while when she had also arrived at the 7th stage of the molting shell, counting close to 20,000 people. Wu Shang estimated that he had killed 2/3 of them, and when she had solved the other 1/3, the forests outside that city now had slight traces of blood, and there were even many people who thought that a powerful contaminated beast had appeared. There were also many people who went to the vigilantes to indicate that their family members had disappeared for a long time, and the vigilantes were perfunctory for a long time, and then they just simply went on vacation and ignored these things. The odds are that if you're missing, you're dead. And how could they guys possibly collide with that kind of person when they could make such a number of people go missing and die? But they still reported the matter to the city lord, who was far away in a high-ranking city, and then it's all over the place. And at this moment, thousands of miles away in Tuan City, the next city Wu Shang and the others were preparing to head to, a man was sitting on a space-jumping device with an unhappy face preparing to head to 100 cities. Really? A broken city can't even turn in many energy crystals a year. There's still so much going on. This person was none other than the city lord of 100 cities, 100 Primordial. It was a middle-aged man, with a cultivation at the 1st stage of the body transformation realm, innate supernatural ability, imperious object, and his item was a two-headed lion, with dual attributes of ice and fire. Chapter 155, Primary Gene Destroyer. Wu Shang was staying outside the city with Wen Shi at the moment. Wu Shang felt that if that city lord really appeared, then he would definitely come here to take a look. After all, this was his position. And if he really didn't come to see it, it would indeed be easy to cause rumors. Generally, people in high positions of power and authority are better at saving face. But of course, this face does not mean in front of ordinary people, but in front of people of the same class. After all, if two city lords were both similar in strength, wouldn't the comparison be about who had more power and who had more prestige in the city? Shang, how many days do we wait? When she looked at Wu Shang with some curiosity and asked, 2 days? If no one still comes tomorrow, we'll just go straight to the Ascension battle and enter the next city. Hearing Wu Shang's words, Wen Shi nodded, and then the two of them stayed in the jungle for a day and a night, and at the time of the next day, they finally saw a man riding a 3-meter-tall two-headed lion. Looking at the man below with a number of people, Wu Shang's face showed some wariness. The body transformation realm has just broken through, so it's a good time to test the waters with you. Saying that, Wu Shang changed his form, and slowly, that handsome face transformed into a middle-aged man. I'm going to try the water. You take care of yourself. Okay, take care of yourself. When she nodded, and then turned around and retreated hundreds of meters. The body transformer given by the doctor was similar to a kind of signal blocker that could only be seen by evolvers in the evocation realm or above. Basically, those who enter the foreign land have one in hand, and Baichu had originally planned to come and take a look and then leave, but at that moment, the two-headed lion under his feet sensed something and his body immediately tightened up. And Baichu himself felt a strong sense of crisis. Split the body. Above the sky, a crescent-shaped blood-colored blade chi appeared out of nowhere and directly chopped towards Baichu. Blue. Along with Baichu's roar, the lion under his feet also instantly swelled up. Originally more than 3 meters tall, instantly grew to close to 20 meters tall. A horrifying pressure was displayed at this moment, accompanied by a roaring sound. That blade chi was directly shattered. Lion's roar? Kind of interesting. Wu Shang floated in front of Baichu, a slight smile on his lips. Your Excellency? Baichu looked at Wu Shang with a wary face. At the moment he was frantically searching his memory, but indeed he did not recognize the man in front of him. I'm a wandering swordsman who likes to challenge the strong. I've heard that the city lord of 100 cities is the strongest amongst the city lords of nice surroundings, so I've come here to ask for advice. Wu Shang's words made Mamacha frown. He was not pleased by Wu Shang's compliments, but said indifferently, get out of the way if you're a psycho, or don't blame this city lord for being merciless. The corner of Wu Shang's mouth curled into a mocking smile. Dead fat pig old man really gave you face. After Wu Shang finished speaking, he instantly disappeared in place, and the lifeless blade in his hand began to spread out mist, as if it had lengthened the lifeless blade, and the tens of meters long blade directly chopped at the two-headed lion named Little Blue. Roar! The two-headed lion roared and opened its mouth, along with the two breaths of flame and ice condensing in its mouth. The laser-like attack instantly slammed into the long knife. Explosions rang out in the sky. Wu Shang was directly shaken away, and that lion didn't fare well either. Flying backwards for hundreds of meters with Baichu, Wu Sheng tightened the hilt of his sword, his face a bit ugly. He had intended to work on a new move, but he hadn't expected it to be somewhat poorly executed, but it was not bad at all. And at that moment, another invisible sound wave blasted towards Wu Sheng. Wu Sheng moved forward with one hand, and the red mist protected it, and in the forest at his feet, close to hundreds of large trees were directly uprooted, as if a hurricane was passing through, terrifyingly incomparable. Is this the battle of the body transformation realm? When she's mouth opened wide in some shock, just looking at it like that, the strength of the body transformation realm was simply a world of difference compared to her. At least the odds were that she wouldn't be able to block that attack just now. Execute the heart. On the other side, Wu Sheng also instantly turned on his return attack after blocking the attack, and his entire body transformed into a line of blood and rushed towards the two-headed lion at an extremely fast speed. The two-headed lion's reaction was also extremely fast, barely sidestepping his body to avoid being penetrated, but the left side of his body was still cut with a wound. The two-headed lion wailed, while Baichu's face turned ugly when he saw this scene. Kid, you made me do it. Hayakuchu's face was grim, and then he took out a strange object, a long strip-like object, and Hayakuchu spoke into the object. Primary genetic destroyer, prepare to fire. And after his words fell, only to see that above that 100 cities, a cannon barrel close to thousands of meters appeared out of thin air, accompanied by horrifying spiritual energy being sucked into it. The pitch-black muzzle of the cannon made Wu Sheng feel an aura of death. Seeing this scene, when she hurriedly took out a blue square from the domain ring, move. With that said, when she appeared at Wu Sheng's side, accompanied by the cube instantly expanding to encase the two as space began to distort. Blast them to death for this city lord. Mamachu roared with a gloomy face, and the weapon called the Gene Destroyer released a terrifying energy. Shoo, boom. The white pillar of light was like a meteor blasting towards where Wu Sheng was, and along with the appearance of a pillar of light, the 1,000-meter range of the forest was directly blown out into a giant crater. A light blue light shield around Hayakushiro's circumference excluded all the energy from the explosion. Watching this scene, the corner of his mouth hooked into a disdainful smile. Che, and wandering samurai, who plays with swords these days? After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the city. As for the destruction outside the city, he would be able to recover in a few days. Gene Destroyer, beat you to slag. There is no gene, and this kind of weapon in all the city all have equipment. Only the city lord can use. The primary maximum can unleash the full force of the peak of the metamorphosis mortal realm strongman's blow, and Wu Sheng is also the first time to intuitively feel. Technology brings the power of terror. Chapter 156, The Punisher God Awakens. And after Wu Sheng and when she disappeared, the two of them once again came into the desert. Looking at the surrounding yellow sand filled the sky, Wu Sheng asked towards when she with some concern, is everything alright? When she shook his head, it's fine, let's go back. The doctor's space transfer device is only 100 miles away, and 100 cities is probably nearby. Well, but speaking of which, I can't imagine that 100 cities still has such a horrible weapon. No wonder the people here don't really want to mind things. That weapon storing up power for a single shot would probably kill or injure half of them. Wu Sheng's face was grave. The barrel that had just appeared out of thin air was too terrifying, and he finally understood why the border cities of the foreign lands were not much regulated at all. After all, with such a terrifying weapon cupped in the hands of the city lord, anyone who dared to rebel would be blown away. After pondering for a while, Wu Sheng still decided to leave 100 cities first and head to the next city to take a look. What was clearly felt after entering the transformation realm was a substantial increase in psychic energy. If the amount of psychic energy before was 10 buckets of water, you are now filling the water into a lake. Wu Sheng had killed more than 10,000 people, and it was estimated that 1/2 of them were all used to advance from the 9th realm of molting shell to the first stage of body transformation. If there was still a need to kill people to advance, it was estimated that the entire 100 cities would have to be sacrificed in order to usher in a significant advancement. Wu Sheng didn't have the patience to kill people, nor did he have the time. He still wanted to investigate the matter of the God Punisher, so he had to leave first. When the future development of the floodplains became better and better, maybe he would come back to harvest once more. With this thought, Wu Sheng told all the other 10 people about the news here and told the others to harvest once then continue towards the next city. After all, the power of that terrifying giant cannon was too unbelievable, and if possible, Wu Sheng wanted to borrow the design from the Unreal Kingdom to use it. There were too many exotic areas leading the blue star, and the closer to the center, then the more things Wu Sheng could grab. After chatting with the other zodiacs, Wu Sheng stepped on his flying machine and took when she towards 100 cities. On the other side, Mamachu left after repelling Wu Sheng. Sure enough, he really didn't want to come back here, and if it hadn't been so long since I'd been back that there was too much pent-up emotion and notification, I certainly wouldn't have wanted to come back here. After all, the level of technology and the quality of life in Troop City is completely different from here. and there are plenty of young, beautiful women in Mission City. It wasn't that there weren't any in 100 cities, it was just that most of the untalented people in 100 cities were married off, and as a city lord, he wasn't so classless as to do such a thing, and at his level sometimes he is ridiculed when he touches a woman with too big a class gap instead. During the night, Wu Sheng returned to the middle of the 100 cities very smoothly, and after resting for the night, he brought Wenxi straight to the direction of the east of the city, the Temple of Heavenly Fate. Among the many ordinary buildings, a purple and gold-colored building stood out. Looking at the building named this, Wu Sheng frowned. There are 2 lines written on either side of this building. If you are born with it, you have it. Born without is nothing. It's all in the hands of God. Looking at these solid sentences, Wu Sheng didn't know what to say. In a sense he's right, but then it's tempting to argue against it, but in combination it doesn't seem to say anything. After exchanging a glance with Wenxi, the 2 of them walked into the middle of this so-called Heaven's Destiny Hall. After walking into it, he only saw a flash of white light, and Wu Sheng appeared in a pure white space. At that moment, a light blue screen appeared in front of Wu Sheng, with only 2 lines on it. Combat test or talent test. Wu Sheng chose the combat test. It was too troublesome to choose if he was gifted, and he didn't have that idea. Speaking of which, this Temple of Heavenly Fate is quite interesting in that he only checks your talent and fighting ability. This also made Wu Sheng a little wary. It was a little hard to believe that such an important place was so lax, and at that moment, a robot appeared out of thin air in front of Wu Sheng as he tapped the combat test. Looking at the lance-wielding robot in front of him, Wu Sheng was just about to probe the other party's cultivation, when the details of the other party suddenly appeared in front of him. Body transformation realm 2nd stage evolutionary, embodied talent, talent technique, Gale gun, and along with the end of the introductions, the robot in front of them moved. His eyes slowly became animated, as if a real person had appeared in front of Wu Sheng, and his limbs began to move, accompanied by a hurricane that surrounded his body. The great battle was about to start. Gale snatch, rolling clouds. Suddenly, an extremely strong tornado appeared underneath Wu Sheng's feet trying to bring him into the air, and that robot also instantly flew into the air with a long gun in hand. Above the tip of the gun that was flashing with a cold aura, it seemed as if there was a small green tornado coalescing, ready to tear Wu Sheng apart at any time. Let's try a new trick on you. Wu Sheng's hair began to turn the color of scarlet, and his eyes flashed with red light, as the lifeless blade in his hand began to gather killing intent. Demon Blade 7 chopping 3 styles, blood killing. Along with Wu Sheng's words, a streak of red blood appeared in his right hand holding the lifeless blade, as if it were a blood vessel transmitting something towards the lifeless blade, along with the energy condensing at the tip of the blade. The tip of the lifeless blade seemed to be dripping with blood as a bead of blood coalesced above it. Phew! The blood bead instantly disappeared in place, and then appeared beside that robot, and immediately afterward, the blood bead instantly expanded to wrap the robot into it. Dark red flames began to burn in the blood bead, and along with the sound of nuisance sounds resounding in the blood bead, Wu Sheng also stabilized himself in the sky above. Wu Sheng clenched the long knife and then appeared behind the robot like an instantaneous movement. The blood sphere was chopped in half at this moment, and the people inside naturally couldn't be spared. Accompanied by the sound of explosions ringing in the sky, Wu Sheng muttered, "A robot that only attacks? Or, virtual man?" And after Wu Sheng killed the other party, a purple light above the sky enveloped it, and I don't know why. Looking at this purple light, Wu Sheng's heart rose a bad premonition. As expected, after the purple light enveloped Wu Sheng instantly disappeared from his original position. Along with the change of scenery, Wu Sheng suddenly felt as if someone was touching him. "Don't move!" In the midst of the darkness, the voice of the god of execution rang out for a long time, and Wu Sheng suddenly felt a tremor of intent, as if he saw something trying to touch something in front of him, but in the end, it was directly shattered by a long blood-red blade, and after shattering the thing, the scene in front of Wu Sheng's eyes changed. Wu Sheng didn't pay attention to the scenery. He first looked around, only to see that when she was lying beside him, and the two of them were in the middle of a silver-white room, as if it was an elevator, with the door in front of them. "Punisher, what's going on?" Wu Sheng asked with a frown. "A technology of the other world that implants memories and reads them in the brain, and then subconsciously makes you a loyal subject of the other world." The Punisher god's words carried a slight hint of displeasure, while Wu Sheng frowned before hastily picking up Wenxi, wake up. Wu Sheng wanted to wake up the other party, and at that moment, the executioner god said in a relaxed tone, "Don't worry about your little girlfriend. She's fine. The foreign realm isn't a good place. They don't want to become a subject of the foreign realm. It's fine. Don't worry." Chapter 157, New Cities. Hearing the Punisher god's words, Wu Sheng breathed a sigh of relief, and suddenly, as if he had remembered something, he asked in a slightly puzzled manner, "What's wrong with you? How come I haven't been able to contact you since I entered the foreign realm?" Hearing Wu Shang's words, the executioner god also said somewhat helplessly, I don't want to. There was no way to perfectly hide my aura before. It would be easy to be exposed if I were to contact you. Hearing the Punisher god's words, Wu Shang frowned. There were still a lot of questions in his mind that he wanted to ask the Punisher god, but the main thing now was to settle down first. Anyway, the Punisher can communicate now, so let's wait until afterward to ask. Thinking of this, Wu Shang picked up when she while pushing open the door. The sunlight spread down on Wu Shang's face. Looking at the mere sun left above, Wu Shang's eyes were filled with doubt. I don't know why, but it felt like after opening the door, no matter the air, the concentration of spiritual energy, and the temperature were all significantly more comfortable than 100 cities. A gentle breeze carries some warm sunshine. Looking around at the obviously much more ornate houses and the people around them with smiles of joy on their faces, and Wu Shang cocked his head, a little confused. He saw many beasts in human form walking down the street, and as Wu Shang came out with Wen Shi in his arms, there were many people looking at them with curious faces, and of course, there were also people walking up with smiles on their faces. Little brother, new here? Want to join our union? It's like the people who show up to snub you as you exit the Blue Star train station. Wu Shang rejected these people with a flat face, and then walked on top of the street. That so-called labor union Wu Shang understood. It's something like mission squads, not the same in that they're probably more orderly and these unions don't seem to be primarily here to do missions. Wu Shang didn't know much about these. Finally, Wu Shang adjusted and carried Wen Shi down the street. The house on the road was very metaphysical in Wu Shang's words, because all of these houses were suspended above mid-air, as if they weren't made of stone, as if they were put out with a space device. Underneath each house there was a dozens of centimeters off the ground, and it was as if there was something underneath the house holding it up. Anyway, it looked very sci-fi. Every house here is like that. It's just a matter of size. Looking around, Wu Shang eventually found a hotel once again. After opening a room, Wu Shang placed Wen Shi on the bed while observing the house. The structure of the house was nothing too disturbing, just a variety of unintelligible items, I guess. Wu Shang rested in his room for a while he chatted with the Punisher. Why can you talk now? Wu Shang asked with some curiosity. Your cultivation has increased, and my power has become stronger, so I can now hide my aura perfectly. The Punisher god's tone was a bit smug before continuing. By the way, you look like you've been through quite a lot these days. The red mist inside the ceiling space is becoming more and more solid. It looks like the lifeless blade is about to be completely formed. Hearing the Punisher god's words, Wu Shang nodded, not knowing why. He felt that there was something strange about the Punisher god. How can I say this? It's like you've matured a lot overnight. What do you know about the other lands? Wu Shang asked with some curiosity. Not much is known. I know the distribution of the races and a few other things, but you can rest assured of one thing. They can't detect me. The Punisher god's tone was filled with confidence, as if he didn't put the foreign domain in his eyes at all. You've improved your cultivation very quickly this time. Killing people? Aha. Wu Shang told Punisher God about what happened in 100 cities before, and Punisher God was silent for a moment after listening and said with a smile in his tone, not bad. It seems that you have really changed a lot. It's okay, just a slight change, Wu Shang said softly, and at that moment, when she also awoke from her coma, the moment when she opened his eyes, a flash of silver passed by, and when she opened his eyes and looked around blankly, well, is it okay? Wu Shang hurriedly walked to when she sighed, his tone revealing a sense of care. However, when she was obviously still a bit confused right now, as she raised her head and looked at Wu Shang, and then looked around, before a slight smile appeared on her face. I'd like to get some sleep. Wu Shang heard this and covered Wen Shi with the quilt while touching her forehead, fearing that she would get sick. I'm fine. I'm just a little tired for some reason. You go about your business. I'll just take a nap. Wen Shi's tone was very gentle, while Wu Shang nodded when he heard this. Then get some rest. I'll be here for you. Don't worry. Wen Shi smiled faintly before closing her eyes and falling asleep. And at this moment in the space where the god of punishment is located, the scarlet pupils of the god of punishment seemed to have sensed something. He opened his mouth and finally said nothing. And Wen Shi was having a dream at the moment. A very fragmented dream. She thought she saw a blood-red blade, much like Wu Shang's. The knife went through the chests of a group of people and ended up in the body of the person holding the knife, and all those people seemed to be dead. Wu Shang just stayed by when she sighed, waiting for the other party to wake up. And at this moment, in the middle of the Tuan City's city lord's mansion, a middle-aged man was followed by a teenager and a young girl. Pops, what are you on fire for? Not even eating. Ling Ling looked at her father with some curiosity, while Ling Lei by her side also had a puzzled look on his face. There's a new body-changing realm here in the city. The information shows that he's not very old, so according to the rules you have to talk to him about the Divine Kingdom Academy. After the man finished speaking, Ling Ling and Ling Lei behind him also looked at each other with some confusion. Not too old for the body transformation realm? Really? The two, as well-known geniuses of Tuan City, were only at the 7th stage of the molted shell realm by now at the age of 19. However, because of their long time at the Divine Kingdom Academy, the two's combat power could be compared to a normal 9th stage of molted shell. Ling Ling had an excited look on her face, and then she jumped up and down and followed behind the city lord. Seeing this, Ling Lei also hurriedly followed. Chapter 158 Angry God Punisher. Knock, knock, knock. Along with the knock on the door of the inn's room, Wu Sheng stood up, and then opened the door of the room and stood in the doorway. You are? Looking at the middle-aged man who suddenly appeared and the two people behind him who were about his age, Wu Sheng said with a puzzled expression. Hello, I'm the city lord of Tuan City. My name is Lingu. Lingu stretched out his hand with a slight smile on his face, while Wu Sheng saw this and looked at Wen Shi in the room. Seeing that the other party had no intention of waking up, he gently brought the door of the room. My friend is sleeping, so let's talk about what's going on somewhere else. Lingu smiled with a smile on his face as he said, naturally, there's no problem, come with me. With that said, Lingu led Wu Sheng to find a new room at random. You're 19 years old, and you're at the first stage of the body transformation realm, aren't you? Lingu asked directly to the point. Yes, what's the problem? My side is here to invite you to join the Divine Kingdom Academy. It has the richest resources and skills in the other world, as well as a powerful team of tutors, and many close friends and companions, and as long as you're gifted, in the future you'll even be able to enter the plundering kingdom Divine City. Ling Ji's tone was a bit agitated, as if it would be him who entered. Wu Sheng frowned when he heard the other party's words. To be honest, right now it was them licking the feet of the plundering kingdom's royal family. Wu Sheng wouldn't be surprised. He frowned mainly because he didn't expect to be treated like this after entering the upper-class city. Are there any requirements to enter the Divine Kingdom Academy? Of course, before the age of 16 years old must enter the Molt realm. Before the age of 20 years old must enter the body change realm. Talent enough is directly enter. If the talent is not enough but got a strange encounter chance to enter such realm when, as long as the cross-step battle victory, you can enter. Ling Ji's words caused Wu Sheng to ponder for a moment, and he looked up slightly as he asked, will the school provide a residence? That's for sure. Is it okay for men and women to live together? If the woman is okay with it, the school won't ask much. Although Lingu was puzzled by Wu Sheng's question, he still answered truthfully. This feeling of being able to add a newborn force to the other world was just too good for him. It had to be said that Exotic's brainwashing was successful. Even the city lord had been brainwashed. How do I sign up? Just take this and report to the academy. And for school you can just ask any passerby. Lingu handed Wu Sheng a purple golden card, and after the card touched Wu Sheng, the card revealed Wu Sheng's cultivation level and age. Of course, the name and photo need to be approved by Wu Sheng before they can be printed on it. Can you give me one more? My companion molts at the 7th level and is 2 years younger than me. Sure. Lingu had a joyful look on his face and had taken out another purple gold-colored card. Wu Sheng took it and thanked him before leaving. Before leaving, Wu Sheng heard Lingu lamenting. That's great. So many geniuses have suddenly popped up into my troop city during this period of time. Maybe we'll be able to achieve a higher ranking in this year's city battle, or even fight in the race battle. Wu Sheng silently memorized Ling Ji's words in his heart, and as Lingu was leaving, Ling Ling and Ling Lei behind him were both looking at Wu Sheng's back with a curious expression. Brother, did you ever think that any of the guys felt a bit similar to the two guys inside the class? It does kind of, but it doesn't look like it at all. Ling Lei also nodded in recognition. That's weird. The two just left with their doubts, and Wu Sheng also returned to the room. When she was still sleeping, it looked like what should have happened in that ascension battle before resulting in no energy at all now. Speaking of which, Punisher, I found a bit of information about you here. Would you like to hear what's going on? When he was bored, Wu Sheng suddenly thought of the information he had accessed in 100 cities, and he planned to ask to see if the Punisher had any impressions. What information? Tell me. The executioner god also asked with some curiosity. He said that you invaded the foreign lands with a group of people and almost gave them a piercing, so he called you a demon god, and at that time, because there were not many ways to record it, they only remembered a long, blood-colored sword. The executioner god first froze when he heard this, and then for some reason, a nameless rage rose out of nowhere, and his entire face became livid. Is that what they said? Wu Sheng also heard that the Punisher god's tone was not right, and he frowned before his consciousness sank into the space where the Punisher god was. Looking at the Punisher god in front of him who looked exactly like himself with a grimace on his face, Wu Sheng hurriedly walked over. What's the matter with you? Remember anything? Wu Sheng pressed the Punisher god's shoulder and opened his mouth to ask. No, don't remember. But it shouldn't be. The executioner god held his head and shook his head. He was now very angry. full of anger that he didn't know where to vent it. He obviously only remembered a little bit, but he was very angry, and there was also a wave of sadness. Looking at the Punisher god who was holding his head, Wu Shang didn't know what to say. After thinking about it, he squatted down and looked at the Punisher god with a serious face and said, "Don't worry, I will investigate the truth, and if that piece of history is a fake, we'll turn the whole foreign land upside down." Hearing Wu Shang's words, the executioner god froze for a moment. He raised his head slightly and opened his mouth as he looked at the serious-faced teenager in front of him. "Really? When have I ever lied to you? We're partners." Wu Shang's tone was very certain. He wouldn't lie to the Punisher god about such things, and the reason he entered the higher-class city was to investigate the Punisher god. Of course, there might be a bit of selfishness of his own, with the other world being so vast and sprawling, and with such a long history, he wanted to see if there was any way to resurrect souls. The executioner god froze and looked at Wu Shang before howling. "Oh, hey, why did I say they were shameless?" The Punisher's moods were like a child's, changing quickly, and when Wu Shang saw his look, he smiled slightly and said, "Don't worry, I won't lie to you." After saying that, Wu Shang patted the Punisher god's shoulder before exiting this space. In the room, Wu Shang looked at the purple gold card in his hand and murmured, "The most excellent academy? Let's hope you have what I want." Chapter 159 Academy of the Kingdom of God, 1. On the second day after arriving at Tuan City, when she also awoke from his sleep, that previous dream was really not very nice. She had a feeling that she was going to be swallowed up, very insecure, and she was also extremely depressed after waking up. At this time, when she suddenly felt as if something was pressing on her right-hand side. Looking down, Wu Shan was falling asleep on the bed. Looking at Wu Shang's sleeping form, a slight apology flowed out of Wen Shi's eyes, and then she gently got up and wanted to carry Wu Shang to bed. At this time, Wu Shang also woke up. He raised his head to look at Wen Shi with some care in his eyes and said, "How is it?" Wen Shi smiled faintly before speaking, "Nothing much is going on. How are you doing?" Wu Shang also shook his head, and the two of them walked out of the inn after first washing up, casually looking for a place to eat a meal. Wu Shang also kept an extra eye out. The people inside the mission city lived quite peacefully. The surroundings were like an enhanced version of the Blue Star. The environment is beautiful. The people are friendly, and you don't see any people that you can rise up in sympathy for. The skyscrapers are all over the place, and there are posters advertising celebrities and stuff. Anyway, as soon as we enter an era of peace, entertainment will flourish and grow in stature. More and more, the people around us have started to pay attention to dressing and so-called connoisseurship. By the way, there's actually a way to get into a high-ranking city in this kind of city, and that's by being good-looking and having your own special ability that can be used as a talent indication. This bizarre pattern of breaking open classes is similar to Blue Star. I think a face can really change a lot of things sometimes. However, the two of them, Wen Shi and Wu Shang, were just a little bit better looking than ordinary people because of their disguises. I guess, because they didn't know the intelligence of Blue Star, they didn't quite dare to completely release their faces for fear of being recognized, though it's highly unlikely. The Divine Kingdom Academy? Somewhere similar to the Evolution Academy? Wen Shi asked with some curiosity. Well, it should be about the same. And from what I've heard from them, it seems like it's a place that young people tend to gravitate to, so I think there's a chance that I might be able to run into a classmate of ours from the Evolution Academy. Wu Shang's words caused Wen Shi to freeze for a moment before a slight look of joy appeared on his face. It's good if that's the case too. To be honest, I'm still a bit worried about them. Not really if you're worried. They're not that bad. Wu Shang comforted Wen Shi, while the two of them then found a shopping mall and shopped for a while, buying many necessary things. Electronic items similar to cell phone computers, but much more advanced, like that computer, which can be hooked up to your body like a video, and if you want to use it, tap on it and a virtual screen will appear, and then you can operate it. After the two of them strolled around for a while longer, Wen Shi's face looked much better. Sure enough, it's a woman's nature to love shopping. Come on, let's go to that academy and check it out. After strolling around, Wu Shang led Wen Shi into the middle of a small room similar to an elevator, which Wu Shang had asked a passerby for. In the exotic realm, as long as it wasn't a border city, it was equipped with this. Something akin to a spatial transfer device that could locate a certain place and then teleport directly to it. Similar to a subway. It's just that the speed and convenience has far surpassed the subway. In the blink of an eye, the two reached their destination. Looking at the scene in front of them, which was like a scene that could not even be depicted in a movie, Wu Shang and Wen Shi were a bit shocked. Cyber cultivation? Wen Shi said with some stuttering. The building that appeared in front of him was extremely exaggerated. It was like a heavenly palace suspended overhead, and even below Wu Shang and Wen Shi could only see a black spot, so you can imagine how high it was built. Below it was a ladder suspended in the air, without any fulcrum, just hovering, shimmering with a pale blue light. Wen Shi and Wu Shang exchanged glances. and at that moment, a surprised voice came from behind the two. It's you? Ling Ling and Ling Lei looked at Wu Sheng and Wen Shi with some curiosity, and Wu Sheng was stunned when he looked back, not expecting it to be the son and daughter of the city lord. Hello guys, is this a walk-up? Wu Sheng greeted him very politely before asking curiously. Yeah, sure, or you could just fly up there. Ling Lei's words revealed a bit of envy. Although it was said that the people here had long since conquered the skies, flying on your own was still different from being carried by a tool. In that case, is there any point in designing this staircase? Wu Sheng asked with a somewhat puzzled frown. How can I put it? The academy means that the staircase is like a path to heaven. It's up to you if you have the courage to walk up it, but I think it's just supposed to be put up for fun. Ling Lei spread his hands and said somewhat helplessly. Hearing the other party's words, Wu Sheng nodded. He could hear something else, probably to give a glimmer of hope to those who couldn't enter the academy. Talent is not enough, but if perseverance is strong enough you can also enter the academy. The meaning of the word, right? Wu Sheng thought in this way while looking at Wen Shi beside him. How about I take you up there or you go on your own? I'll walk by myself. I'm just in time to exercise my mental spirits after sleeping so long. Wen Shi smiled faintly, and Ling Lei behind him was also in a bit of a trance for some reason. He seemed to see a stunning beauty smiling towards him, but when he fixed his eyes on it, Wen Shi was very ordinary. Strange. Ling Lei had some doubts in his heart, while Wu Sheng looked at him at that moment and smiled. Thank you. You're welcome. Ling Lei also smiled brightly. Because of the peace, the people here didn't actually have too much hostility. Of course, it could also be the will that had been subconsciously altered in their minds. Shoo! Wu Sheng and Wen Shi glanced at each other, and then a leap is dozens of meters. The two saw like a monkey general step by step on that many people out of reach of the paradise. Chapter 160 The Divine Kingdom Academy, 2. This is the academy? The two of them walked on the steps for about a quarter of an hour, looking at the huge city gate-like entrance in front of them with a slight sense of shock. Worthy of being in the body transformation realm, you're really fast. At this time, behind Wu Sheng, the Ling family siblings also walked up, and the two looked at Wu Sheng with some envy. You guys aren't weak either. Wu Sheng humbled himself before leading Wen Shi towards the giant door in front of him. From the front, the two couldn't see anything, as if there was a mist obscuring everything behind them. At this moment in Blue Star, Dr. Ouyang with the 12 zodiacs and Ouyang Kong were looking at both Wu Sheng and Wen Shi. TSK, not bad. Looks like they're going to meet inside that academy. Ouyangji smiled faintly, his face filled with relief. Doctor, do we need to report this to the OP? The Subrat behind him opened his mouth and asked. Report it, just in time for you to make your move. Z-Rat, can't have the kid I'm raising get into trouble in there. Ouyangji smiled faintly, those dark pupils revealing a bit of kindness. How about a little support, old buddy? Suddenly, Ouyangji looked at Ouyang Kong beside him and asked in a somewhat quirky tone. Die aside. I'm an enemy. My heavenly court people exist to over the countries of the Blue Star. Ouyang Kong had a displeased face, but his tone was nothing hostile. Alright, then let the Subrat pass. It's none of my business. And go to hell. Don't get so close. Sister-in-law has been gone for so many years, why are you acting like a male copper? Ouyangji fiercely stood up, and then instantly disappeared in place. TCH, so old and still acting like a little kid. Ouyangji looked at the place where the other party disappeared, and the corners of his mouth rose as a smile filled his face. The doctor is just like a child. 2. Behind him, Inuyasha chuckled. Ha ha ha, the kid's been with me for a long time, so I probably caught it from you guys. Ouyangji stretched and smiled before leaving as well. The screen that floats above the sky like a mirror is also following Ouyangji's departure quietly broken, and then just disappeared in the sub-rat at the moment also came to the original territory of the dragon country in a villa. Looking at the old man in front, the sub-rat's eyes filled with respect. The doctor said the plan could begin, and asked me to head to the other world to secretly protect Wu Sheng and the others. That old man opened his mouth, and then sighed softly. How much better it would have been to go with the program we decided on in the first place. It's all about the kids. Didn't the ancestors already tell us the answer? The Dragon Kingdom has been like this since the beginning. The older ones in the front and the younger ones in the back. Although the solution is good, it's too much for Wu Sheng to bear. And haven't you been observing him for decades? He's growing up well. The old man looked at the kneeling and bending Z-Mouse, and fell into some memories. That child that he had seen since he was a child was finally growing up to be someone else's elder as well. Go go go. The old man turned around and spoke somewhat helplessly. Yes, please take care of your health. The Dragon Kingdom will last forever in their hands. I'll be watching. The old man nodded, and then returned to the room, and the Subrat turned around and left the villa, finally disappearing without a trace. At this moment, Wu Sheng didn't know what Blue Star had planned, and he had already stepped behind the mist-filled door. After entering it, he looked at the scenery in front of him with a slight sense of shock in his eyes. The front there is an academy. It is not too much to say that it is a city. Into the eyes is an extremely vast open space. Can see many people in a blue barrier in the middle of a cut? It should be the place where the students usually activities. And scattered around the clearing was building after building, all of which had a huge screen above it describing what it did. You can also see some people singing, some people's dancing, some people testing their weapons. Big brother? Shangguan somewhat unbelievably wiped his eyes. At this moment his eyes were full of excitement and unbelievability. Since Wu Shang was taken away by Dr. Ouyang, they hadn't heard any news of Wu Shang for a long time. As he came in, Wu Jiangwo's family and his mom were instructing him to remember to look for Wu Shang. And Wu Shang also looked at Shangguan with a puzzled face. He looked at when she then approached the other party's ear and asked softly, "Have I changed in appearance?" When she shook his head, what was that all about? The doctor's dark technology? Wu Shang asked himself somewhat in his mind and finally placed his gaze on Shangguan. When did you get in? By now. Wu Shang had not seen Shangguan for a few months and months, and at this moment, the other party's cultivation had also progressed. The second stage of the metamorphosis shell realm. The Evolution Academy organized for us to come in a month after you disappeared. Big brother. The two were not loud enough for basically only the two of them to hear. Big brother, let's talk somewhere else. Shangguan looked at the puzzled Ling family siblings behind Wu Shang, and then said softly, "Okay, where to?" Wu Shang nodded, and then asked with some curiosity, "My quarters." Shangguan looked happy, probably because of the long goodbye and the fact that a big stone in his heart had finally fallen to the ground. Chapter 161, Divine Kingdom College, 3. Shangguan led Wu Shang to a teleportation portal, and then walked straight in. Wu Shang and when she followed suit, and then the two disappeared into thin air, followed by a neighborhood-like housing area. "Brother, my dormitory is inside, and by the way, Light Rong is there too, along with a few classmates." Shangguan was already a bit impatient to lead Wu Shang up, while Wu Shang nodded at his words. Soon, the three of them got on the elevator, and later arrived on the 6th floor. It's pretty much the same as the upscale neighborhoods that were once there, and the houses are similar, nothing too different. There are a lot of vending machines on the road, but they don't just sell drinks, they also sell food and so on, so there are all kinds of things. It's like a treasure chest. Soon, Shangguan walked to a room door, took out his student card and swiped it, and the door opened automatically. "Little sister, look who I brought home." Shangguan's tone was filled with excitement, and a footstep came from inside. "Who?" Shangguan looked at the doorway and suddenly froze in place. Her eyes were filled with unbelief before tears erupted. "Big brother." A girl's emotions will always be a bit more sensitive, probably also because of the environmental influence of when she. Shangguan rushed forward with an excited face and hugged Wu Shang, and Wu Shang didn't say anything, letting her cry. Only after a while had passed and Shangguan's mood had stabilized did Wu Shang and when she take their seats. "Brother, your cultivation." Shangguan looked at Wu Shang with some surprise. Wu Shang had once given him a lot of pressure, and now he was even more unfathomable. "Changing body realms now, let's not talk about that. How many of our people are inside this academy, and how did you recognize me?" Wu Shang threw out the question in his heart, and Shangguan heard it and also stabilized his emotions and opened his mouth to reply. "At present, I know Xianyuan Rong, Wang Bing, and Hushan as well as Zhang Ling, and there are a few people I don't know, and I haven't spoken to them." And after hearing the names of Xianyuan Rong and Wang Bing when she's eyes lit up, she asked with an excited look on her face, "Can you contact Xiao Rong and Binger? I haven't seen them in a long time. Also, do you guys know where my big brother is?" Shangguan nodded and said, "I can get in touch. Your elder brother's words seem to be in another place's Divine Kingdom Academy. I'll give you the contact information." "Great." When she was also excited to learn that there was news about her big brother and girlfriends and took out the cell phone she had bought in the foreign land and handed it to Shangguan, asking the other party to save the contact information. After getting the contact information, when she walked to the restroom, she hadn't contacted Wen Jun for a long time and missed and worried about the other person. And Wu Shang didn't bother, but continued to learn about the academy and Shangguan and their affairs. "Why did you come into the other world?" Wu Shang asked with some confusion. Their 12 zodiac signs were meant to destroy the foreign realm, but these students didn't really have that need. Shangguan also said after hearing this, "The principal's intention is for us to come over here to enhance our strength, and in the meantime, investigate the matter of the Hotian evolvers." Hearing this, Wu Shang hurriedly asked, "Then have you investigated anything?" Shangguan's face suddenly became serious when he heard this. He nodded and said, "Investigated a little bit. The predecessors of the Hotian evolvers, all of them were people from foreign domains, and then they were expelled to the blue planet for unknown reasons, and then turned into supernormal abilities." This was big news. Hearing this, Wu Shang's heart shook. If this was the case, then in the future if the god of execution recovered his memories, he and the god of execution might really be immortal. At this time, however, the Punisher god inside Wu Shang's body angrily yelled, "I don't admit it. I absolutely don't admit such a thing." The god of punishment seemed to be extremely angry. Just like before, a roar that appeared out of nowhere. Looking at the Punisher god like this, Wu Shang felt that there should be some hidden agenda. After comforting the other party, Wu Shang looked at Shangguan and asked, "Tell me about this academy." Shangguan nodded, and then began to talk about the academy. There are 3 factions in the whole academy: combat, research, and auxiliary entertainment. And the academy doesn't come with classes or anything. It just lets you live here. There are places for instructors to stay. You can ask if you don't know anything, and there are libraries of information to choose from if you want to learn a skill, but you need to be able to crystallize it. Every month a tournament is held. Students of the same realm and the same lineage fight. The top 50 can directly enter the next city, but it's hard because there are a lot of participants. There are less than 1,000 of them in each realm, and among the academy you won't be prevented from fighting, but you need to be in the center of the open space, which has a ring and a training ground. After Shangguan finished saying this, he continued, "I don't know any more than that, because I've only been here for a month or so." Wu Shang nodded. It was good to know the general stuff. "By the way, why are you going to the gate? Waiting for someone?" Wu Shang asked with some curiosity. Hearing Wu Shang's Shangguan face was a bit embarrassed, while Shangguan Light Rome on the side laughed softly. "No la, it's that he joined a small group similar to a club, recruiting newcomers, and of course, there are still looking at, well, it's just recruiting there. I didn't expect to run into Big Brother." Before Shangguan Xingrong could finish speaking, she was covered by Shangguan, who was also a bit flustered and looked as if she was hiding something. Looking at Shangguan, whose face was slightly red, Wu Shang also guessed something. "I won't meddle in your private life, but there is one thing I must talk to you about. After entering this city, all the other exotics besides us may be invaded with consciousness, which means that they will be very loyal to their own country, so take the distance yourself." Wu Shang's serious words caused Shangguan to freeze. He felt a sense of majesty and silently lowered his head and whispered, "I know." On the side, Shangguan Xingrong also looked at Wu Shang with some surprise. "Big Brother, it feels like you've changed a lot. Oh, people change all the time, and by the way, my uncle and mom and the others are okay with it, right?" When Wu Shang saw that Shangguan was a bit down, he couldn't say anything more and could only change the topic. "Oh, they're fine. They've been placed in the safest place possible. It's filled with evolved parents and loved ones, so we don't have to worry. But Big Brother, you have to go back early, because Uncle Jangwo is worried about you." Wu Shang nodded and said softly, "I'll go back when I'm done here." Chapter 162, 3 Major Groups. As Wu Shang was getting to know things, there was a sudden knock at the door, and with excitement on her face, when she jogged all the way to the door, which she then opened. "Hey, *2, wrong, Bing air." After opening the door, 2 beautiful-looking young girls with excited faces hugged when she directly after seeing him. The 3 just hugged each other in the doorway, tears instantly welling up from their eyes. "Hey, where have you been? I was worried sick." Xianyuan Rong hugged when she tightly and cried tears of joy. Her childhood best friend suddenly disappeared for a few months. Both of them were worried to death during this period of time. "It's a complicated matter. We'll talk about it later. My parents, my brother, and you guys are okay with it." The girlfriends were reunited after a long time, and for a while they didn't know what to say. When she also asked her parents and also her brother first, it's all right. Xianyuan Rong's face was agitated, and the 3 of them stood right in front of the door, somewhat incoherent. "Sister Wensi, come in and talk. My brothers are just about to go out." Shangguan Xingrong also walked up and spoke when she saw them in this state. Where are you going?" Wu Shang, when she turned her head and asked after hearing Wu Shang going out. "I'm going to get my ID card, and our residence, and go out to see if there's any useful information on the way, so you can talk to them. Don't worry about me," Wu Shang explained, and then he and Shangguan stood up and walked towards the door. When she nodded at the sight, and then found a place to sit down and chat with her longtime best friend, Shangguan Xingrong was listening on the sidelines while Wu Shang and Shangguan walked towards the outside of the dormitory. "Is there anything I should know about getting an ID card?" On the way, Wu Shang opened his mouth and asked. "There's not much to watch out for, just that there might be a lot of people there too who ask you to join a clique, so you can keep an eye out for that." "Brother." Hearing Shangguan words, Wu Shang first nodded, and then asked with a curious expression, "What exactly is the significance of the existence of these groups?" Shangguan explained after hearing this. "It doesn't mean much, it's just a fight for the boss, the power turf and the resources, because the academy encourages this kind of stuff, and most of all, you can be promoted to the next city, and if you win the group battle, the whole group can enter." "Well," Wu Shang nodded, indicating that he was clear. There were a lot of students along the way, all young people, with excitement and vigor on their faces, looking like they all felt that they had a promising future ahead of them. And Wu Sheng didn't pay much attention to them. To him, this group of people were like captive pigs. If he could, he even wanted to strike them down with his hands. After all, if the people in here walked out, anyone other than them, the people of Blue Star, could be a threat to the masses of Blue Star. Wu Sheng walked slowly with Shangguan like this, and finally came to a place similar to a school building. After walking in, it was very smooth to do 2 identity cards, and then the dormitory also told Wu Sheng and Shangguan they were in the same building, but not on the same floor. By the way, Wu Sheng didn't share the same room with Wenxi. He applied for one for Wenxi as well. After all, it would be a bit inappropriate for Wenxi to be staying with him if his best friend was there as well. After the two walked out of the school building, another group of people surrounded them, introducing their team, because it wasn't just Wu Sheng, the newcomer. There were a few other people around, but Wu Sheng was fine, probably because Shangguan was around. There weren't many people talking to him here. The big 3 teams are here. Suddenly, the noisy crowd didn't know who shouted a sentence, and after this sentence appeared, the surrounding people instantly quieted down and made way for 3 paths, and in the 3 paths, 3 groups of people were walking towards Wu Sheng with a haughty face. I heard you're in the body transformation realm? The young girl's face was proud. Her eyes were full of admiration. The girl was very pretty. Looking at her age, she was only about the same age as Wu Sheng, and her cultivation was also in the body transformation realm. Wu Sheng frowned and didn't answer him before turning his gaze to Shangguan at his side. Seeing this, Shangguan also directly blocked in front of Wu Sheng's body and spoke with a serious face. You run. This is my brother. He won't be joining you guys. Get out of the way. We're going back. After saying that, Shangguan then leaned close to Wu Sheng's ear and whispered, Brother. Generally, the more sought-after geniuses will be the first to know when they enter the academy. These 3 teams of people will be the first to know. They are the Celestials group, Beast God group, and there is another one named the Brain Wisdom group. Wu Sheng felt goosebumps rise on his body as he listened to these 3 groups that made him a little toothy. And this is? Wu Sheng asked with some curiosity. The vice leader of the Celestial Regiment is called Yurun. Wu Sheng nodded, then looked at him with some curiosity and said, You're from that regiment? I'm in a small group. There aren't many people in it that can even fight a team battle. Shangguan's eyes fluttered a bit and he scratched his head and stammered. Wu Sheng gave him a deep look and didn't count on it. Yurun didn't pay any attention to Shangguan, but instead placed her gaze in front of Wu Sheng, stretching out her small white hand and smiling. What's your name? Your potential is perfectly suited to joining us as a member of the first team. Our Celestials group has a long history, and we've captured countless firsts, and there are even people in the Imperial capital who have gone out from our group. Wu Sheng was not rude, but reached out his hand and lightly shook it and smiled. Sorry, since I just came to the academy, I need to be thinking about it, so thank you for your kind words. I will consider you first if I have any ideas in this regard. The people from the other 2 groups did not open their mouths, but instead looked Wu Sheng up and down as if they were confirming something. This scene also made Wu Sheng frown. To be honest, he was not too fond of people sizing him up, let alone in a foreign land. There was a feeling that he was being seen through. Hey kid, what's your special ability? If it's the type that summons beast pets or transforms into an orc, you can join us. The tendon-fleshed man's tone was very brusque and not overly polite. No. The other party like this Wu Sheng also will not have too much communication with him. Faintly said 2 words and prepared to take Shangguan to leave. You boy is quite arrogant. Since you won't join us, we can't let you join the other 2 scumbags group. Tell me your name and come fight. The man's tone was tinged with excitement and violence, and his fists were clenched in a deadly grip, as if he would slam them down with his next punch. Wu Sheng frowned and turned away. Right now, Wu Sheng hadn't figured out too much of the situation, so it was a bit inappropriate to make a direct move. And Shangguan also followed directly after seeing this, leaving the people present alone to look at Wu Sheng with gloating faces. The man from the other side of the brain core looked at Wu Sheng and shook his head. Arrogant man. Let's go. Our brain core doesn't need people who can't see the situation clearly. Saying that, he turned around and left, while Yurun was a bit disappointed to see this. In fact, if Wu Sheng had just looked at her or opened his mouth to ask her, she would have bailed out Wu Sheng. But Wu Sheng simply didn't have this idea, and she even felt that Wu Sheng even looked down on her a bit. Come on, if he doesn't come to us, it means he's nothing more than an arrogant fool, Yurun said and turned to leave with her own people. The Celestial Regiment was not lacking in geniuses. Even she had already changed her body to the 3rd rank, and the head of the group even had the cultivation of the 6th rank of body change. The man of the Orc Regiment is also a deputy head of the regiment. Name is called Long C. Change body 3rd order. Change evolutionary. Inherited is the divine dragon. Defense and strength are top. Physical combat can be said to be the same class invincible. More have a hand of cold power. Horrible. A recruiting scene ended hastily like this. After Wu Shang and the others left, those people from the small clubs continued to chat with the people they had their eyes on. While on the other side, Shangguan bumped into an acquaintance. Brother Zhan, what are you doing here? Wu Shang looked at the innocent-looking young girl in front of him, and then looked at the slightly embarrassed and shy Shangguan, and guessed what was going on, with a slight helplessness in his eyes. There is really nothing that can be done about such things as feelings, even if one may know that it is unlikely. But how many people can give up, let alone a confident person like Shangguan? And this is? The young girl looked at Wu Shang beside Shangguan with curiosity in her eyes. He is my big brother, called Wu Shang. Big brother, this is Yu Fu Shui, the leader of the group I joined. Wow, this is the big brother you've been inquiring about. It's a real looker. Want to join my snow group? The young girl was very lively. Her cultivation was moderate, molting shell 3rd stage, and if she was old, she was just as old as Shangguan. Wu Shang also smiled when he saw this and said, my name is Wu Shang, how are you? Let's talk about the group afterwards since I just got here and I'm a bit tired. Wu Shang left with a quick step after saying that. He didn't want to be a light bulb, and Shangguan had wanted to follow, but was stopped by Wu Shang. Since your headmistress is here you can follow her and go about your business. There's nothing more on my end. Shangguan also understood Wu Shang's meaning when he saw this, and then spoke. Then, big brother, contact me if you have anything. I'll go busy with overlaying snow first. Looking at his happy face, Wu Shang shook his head helplessly. I don't know if it's good or bad. Chapter 163 Battle Dragon Sea. After separating from Shangguan, Wu Shang first came to Shangguan's home, and at the moment there was no one else inside the home except for the 4 girls. Wu Shang also didn't bother them and walked towards his house after giving Wen Xi's identity card to her. After learning from Shangguan and swiping his identity card, the door of the room automatically opened. Looking at the room inside, which did not differ much from Shangguan's home, Wu Shang nodded with satisfaction. At least the dorms are really nice. Wu Shang took out all the living supplies inside the domain ring, and then took out the computer he had bought earlier, and then began to access the information. Wu Shang first searched for the word Punisher of Gods, and a whole lot of information came out, but there was no record of this being a name or anything like that. And then Wu Shang searched for the red longsword, and what came out of the search was not much different from what the databank looked at. Probably the only difference is that there are a lot of outrageous legends. The executioner was also watching intently, and was also a bit discouraged after realizing there was nothing to see. Can you remember anything? Wu Shang asked towards the execution god. Can't remember much of anything? What might be clearer is that my name is Xushan, I'm from a foreign realm, and that I used to be strong, very strong, well, and that I killed a lot of people, and was very upset with the other world, and I also remember that I had a very important person. As he spoke, the Punisher god suddenly burst into tears. He felt the tears sliding down his face, and for some reason he wasn't crying or sad, he just remembered one tiny person. Important, very important, and he remembered that he said he was going to pick him up, but in the end he went back on his word. Outside, Wu Shang frowned as he listened to the Punisher god's words. The clues within the exorcism myth were too few to speculate on, but what was certain was that the exorcism's foreign domain must be important. Very important. Even important enough to change something, so much so that the foreign domain needed to hide the truth and rewrite history. Look around some more. You might find something useful. With this thought, Wu Shang began to search for various things again, and little by little, time passed, and Wu Shang was able to find a little something useful. It was said that the royal family of the plundered kingdom they had a profession similar to that of the Blue Star historian. They were responsible for recording the royal family's affairs and would not falsify them, and every history was placed in the plundered kingdom's royal family's collection. And since the foreign domain never actually changed countries, it was very likely that Wu Shang could have a peek at it. But the imperial family's book collection is not that easy to enter. The main thing was that Wu Shang didn't know what the exact strength of the imperial clan was, and whether he could tell what cultivation level he had. However, thinking of the god Punisher in space, Wu Shang decided to take a look. After all, after so many years as partners, some truths are better known sooner rather than later. Big deal. Take your time and scheme. And at that moment, a sharp knock suddenly came from Wu Shang's door. Big brother, outside the door. Shangguan Xingrong's tone was extremely urgent, and Wu Shang saw this and opened the door, only to see Shangguan Xingrong's eyes with tears in her eyes and opened her mouth to say, Big brother, something happened to him, second brother. Hearing Shangguan Light Rong's words, Wu Shang froze for a moment. Wasn't Shangguan still by his side 2 hours ago, fighting with that person called Yu Yuxu? How did something happen? However, Wu Shang didn't think much about it and followed Shangguan Lightning Rong to the dormitory of the two. only to see that in the dormitory, Shangguan was lying on the bed, his face covered in bruises and blood spilling from the corners of his mouth, as if he had been beaten into a pig's head. What's going on? Wu Shang's eyes were full of doubts, and his tone was a little deep. Not really, his chief hasn't said anything since he sent him back, as if he has something to hide. Hearing Shangguan Qingrong's words, Wu Shang seemed to have remembered something and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. I know what's going on, take care of him, I'm going out. Wu Shang stood up directly after he finished speaking and walked towards the outside with a cold face, while when she saw this and hurriedly followed, Shangguan Qingrong was taking care of the unconscious Shangguan, saying, what the hell is going on? When she jogged to Wu Shang's front and asked suspiciously, if I'm not wrong, it should be the one called the Beast God Group. I've been here for a short time, and they're the only ones I can get in touch with. What is the Beast God Corps? When she asked with some curiosity, Wu Shang told when she about the previous ID card, and when she nodded after hearing what had happened, that should be them. What are you going to do? What to do? Cut them down. A red light flashed in Wu Shang's eyes, and the temperature of the air seemed to drop a few degrees. Okay, then I'll go too. When she nodded, and then said with an angry face, she was definitely in favor of Wu Shang. The Beast God Corps was well known in the academy. Wu Shang found a passerby and asked to find out, and soon, Wu Shang arrived in front of an ancient building. The color of black with red made the building rise with a touch of solemnity, as if something terrible lived inside. Wu Shang didn't say anything more and looked at the huge plaque of the Beast God Regiment and called out the lifeless blade to directly chop down the black plaque. Boom! The sound of something heavy hitting the ground rang out, and an angry voice came from that building as those around them stared in shock. Which asshole dares to come to my Beast God Regiment to pick a fight? Along with a group of people rushing out from the building, Wu Shang's figure appeared in front of them. Long Si looked at Wu Shang, a flash of realization flashed in his eyes, and soon the anger on his face receded, revealing a mocking smile. What's up, coming to fight? Seeing him like this, Wu Shang also understood that he had not guessed wrongly. He pointed the long knife in his hand towards Long Bian in front of him, and said in an ice-cold tone, come on, fight to the death. Wu Shang's words made Long Bian freeze, and after a moment, he smiled morosely, his white teeth showing, and his eyes filled with a violent color. Yeah, you can't make a scene in the academy, and the so-called dead battle actually won't die. Is a kind of duel the highest level of argument only. Dead battle is also very special. He is like really plunder. The loser will be the winner will be seized by the cultivation and spiritual energy. The number of seized must be enough for the other party can enter the next realm. Not enough, then it will be directly sucked into the evolution of the first stage. This situation is no different from killing someone, which is why it is also known as a deadly battle. And the news of Wu Shang's deadly battle against their vice leader in the Beast God Corps quickly reached the ears of the Celestial Corps and the Wise Brain Corps. And when Yuren heard about it, he hurriedly put down what he was doing and headed towards the dueling plaza. This kind of scene of two-body transformation realm battles doesn't come along very often. On the other side, Wu Shang and Long Bian had already arrived in the middle of the ring, and the surrounding area was packed with people. The two men stood opposite each other. Wu Shang's expression was bland with a hint of murderous intent, while Long Bing did not hide his emotions and his face was filled with tyranny. Kid, watch me beat you back to the molting shell realm. Wu Shang didn't pay any attention to his opponent and posed as when she cheered him on, and at that moment, an exclamation of surprise came from the crowd. Yuren had also arrived, and of course, there were also the people from the Thinking Brain Corps. Wu Shang glanced over and spotted Yuren standing beside him, and looking at the other party with some guilt and sadness in her eyes. He didn't say anything more, but continued to place his gaze on his opponent. Kid, come on, Sky Ice Dragon Claw. Long Si instantly struck, only to see that his entire body was covered in snow-white dragon scales, and two dragon horns also grew on his head, and a long tail extended behind him, making him look extremely domineering. Wu Shang, on the other hand, was a simple slash that directly spelled out his full strength. Split the body. Dozens of meters of blood-colored blade chi and the huge dragon claw collided together. After 3 breaths of stalemate, explosions rang out in the middle of the two. Wu Shang retreated 7 steps, while Long Si retreated 2 steps. The highs and lows were immediately visible. The corner of Long Si's mouth curled into a smile while Wu Shang looked at his feet. Why? Any ideas? He's above you in strength and defense. The Punisher God's voice resounded in Wu Shang's head, while the corners of Wu Shang's mouth curled up into a smile. In that case, let's fight faster. It just so happens that I've thought of a new move in the meantime, so let's use it. As Wu Shang's words fell, the red mist began to drift around. They seemed to scatter in all directions as if they were clouds, looking extremely beautiful and dangerous. Wu Shang, on the other hand, had the tip of his blade forward, and his long red hair began to flutter up. Kid, if this is the only strength you have, then get the hell back to the molted shell realm. Dragon Sea laughed arrogantly. and the dragon's claws attacked towards Wu Shang with the power of extreme cold. Execute the heart. Tread the heavens. After Wu Shang's words fell, his entire body instantly disappeared into a line of blood, and the line of blood directly cut through Long Bing's body and appeared behind him. Looking at the threads of blood on his chest, the corner of Long Si's mouth hooked into a disdainful smile. Kid, too. Before he could be happy, Wu Shang attacked again. Or maybe Wu Shang didn't stay at all. The whole person was like a bouncy ball that he played with as a child, and began to jump around, and his petals were those blood-colored clouds. This was something Wu Shang had stumbled upon earlier. The blood mist could actually lend its strength, which made him think of many things, and this move, execution of the heart, treading heaven, was a move he had just recently developed. Punisher is extremely fast, jumping back and forth to attack, and is extremely well suited to fight such slow-moving opponents, and in the eyes of the people in the outside world, at this moment, Long Si seemed like a little cutie. Generally, standing on the spot was attacked back and forth by countless bloodlines, and one by one, tiny wounds appeared, quickly coloring him into a blood man. Dragon C wants to spit, but simply cannot find the opponent, and rashly open his mouth. Then he is afraid of Wu Shang sees the opportunity to directly attack his mouth, and he can only transform Ice Dragon. Not really Ice Dragon, cannot have that relentless endless ice. His ice is more attached to the sharp claws and attacks as a toxin injected into other people's bodies in blood in the middle of the bloodshed. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out, and Long Bian involuntarily shivered as he suddenly felt unable to move his body, and his vision was infested with red. He was encased in a ball of blood. Yurin in the outside world watched this scene, his eyes filled with shock. Although their cultivation level was high, they actually had very little experience in fighting, or rather, very little experience in deadly fights. After all, the chances of them being able to kill someone were almost non-existent as well. In the ring, the beaten and powerless Long Bian was wrapped in a ball of blood, while Wu Shang's figure was revealed. His face was a little pale, his body was trembling a little, and his hair looked as if it was frozen stiff. Obviously, Long Si was not a weakling either. Wu Shang went straight through the blood sphere, and with the sound of an explosion, Long Bian fell to his knees. Rubbish. 3 chapters written as 2 big chapters. This one is for the male lead to practice and find out about the Punisher's life. It might be a bit monotonous and boring. It'll be fine after this one. Chapter 164, Jealousy? Long Si's face was filled with incredulity, but feeling the gradually weakening power in his body, he also understood that it was he who had lost, and had lost completely. Changing body third order was killed by a changing body first order freshman converging on seconds, and Wu Shang felt the spiritual energy that was being boosted in his body with some emotion. The technology of the foreign domain was indeed very strong, but this way of raising cultivation should have a limit, otherwise the foreign domain would have to have a per capita god realm. Behind him, Long Si spat out a mouthful of blood, and then fainted. The young man looked like he was on fire and a bit unable to accept defeat. This was normal. The geniuses of the foreign realm basically never experienced any setbacks. After all, as long as they were geniuses they automatically promoted themselves and then protected them. Being crushed for the first time, or being crushed by a guy 2 ranks lower was just too humiliating. Wu Shang felt the cultivation level climbing within his body and then turned to leave in the crowd's shocked gazes. Seeing this, Wen Shi also hurriedly followed. You're not hurt, are you? Wen Shi also asked with some concern after seeing Wu Shang come down. She had clearly seen the way Wu Shang trembled on stage just now. Nothing's going on, just go back and take a shower. Let's go. Wu Shang shook his head, signaling that Wen Shi did not need to worry. And at that moment, Yuren also reacted from her shock, only to see a sweet smile on her face. She walked up to Wu Shang's body and took the lead to speak. Wu Shang, is it? I once again invite you to join our celestial corps. Don't worry, this time I will offer even more enticing conditions. Are you interested? And when she looked at Yuren in front of her, a flash of caution flashed in her eyes. As a woman, there should be possessiveness she would still have. After pondering for a while, Wu Shang still gave the response of giving it some thought. But of course, this time Wu Shang asked one more question. Will there be few team battles for your celestials? Hearing these words, Yuren's eyes lit up as she realized that Wu Shang might have hit on the idea of cultivation enhancement above the deadly battle. Of course there's no problem. The cultivation enhancement for the dead battle will be up to the 9th rank of body change. If you have that in mind, we can arrange a match for you to cultivate. Hearing this condition, Wu Shang nodded, and after asking for Yuren's contact information looked at Yu Tsaishue beside him and asked, and this is? Wu Shang's words made Yuren froze. She was not expecting the other party to have thoughts about her own sister. Glancing at Yu Fu Shui who was a bit confused by her side, Yuren smiled and said, this is my sister, called Yu Fu Shui. Wu Shang nodded at his words before turning to leave, and when she slightly pouted at the sight, looking slightly less than happy, Wu Shang didn't notice when she's not quite right beside him, but walked towards the front on his own. when she followed behind, slowing down a bit. Wu Sheng turned his head to look at Wen Shi after noticing that something was wrong, and the expression on the other party's face also made Wu Sheng feel that something was wrong. Recalling, Wu Sheng stood at the original position and waited for Wen Shi. After the other party walked up, Wu Sheng softly said that Yu Xiuzhan seems to like him, and both of their sisters are not as good looking as you, and not as gentle as you. Don't be unhappy, go back and look at Xiuzhan. Hearing Wu Sheng's words, the gloom on Wen Shi's face was swept away, leaving only happiness and a little bit of petulance. After following Wu Sheng, Wen Shi grabbed Wu Sheng's arm with a happy face. Seeing this, Wu Sheng didn't say anything and didn't resist, rubbing the other party's head while walking towards his home. Shangguan did not suffer too serious injuries. Rest a few days will be fine. The other hand's hand is very delicate, will hurt, but will not hurt the body. It is some more serious traumatic injuries. Wen Shi, on the other hand, treated Shangguan and left as well. It looks like she should be off playing with her sisters. And during the night, Wu Sheng and Punisher God talked again. Punisher, is there anyone here who can spy on me? After hearing this, the execution god rolled his eyes and said in a good-natured manner, I'm a sword spirit and not some great power inside a novel. How do I know if there's anyone spying on you? You think I'm an immortal? The Punisher god's reply was very nonchalant, and Wu Sheng didn't care much about it. He was even a bit relaxed. After all, this kind of reply was the Punisher god he was familiar with. If he suddenly became silent, he would be a little alarmed instead. He didn't want to draw a sword with the Punisher god. Do you think I can split space now? Wu Sheng asked with some curiosity. Unlikely. With your current strength, wanting to break through space is simply impossible. At least you have to wait for the fourth realm. What are you asking for? The executioner god shook his head before asking with some curiosity. The opening of the borderlands requires a space to open a mouth, and as long as you enter the borderlands you can contact the others, so I wanted to give it a try and ask the others where they are now. Hearing Wu Sheng's words, the executioner god said carelessly, go see if there's anything similar to a spatial transfer device inside this Thai academy. Anyway, as long as an opening is made, there's no problem. The Punisher god's reply caused Wu Sheng's eyes to light up. He'd forgotten about it. If the Dragon Kingdom can make a space transfer device that doesn't know its destination, then surely the exotic region can also make a more stable space transfer device. But this kind of life-saving stuff should be pretty expensive. Thinking of this, Wu Sheng stroked his chin. I also wonder if there's a place inside the academy where you can earn energy crystals. After thinking for a few moments, it really made Wu Sheng think of a solution. Chapter 165, Group Warfare. Wu Sheng's solution was to join the Celestials. It's reasonable to join a small group and order life-saving stuff for the conditions, right? Thinking of this, Wu Sheng began to contact Yu Ren, and after the two of them talked for a while, they quickly decided. Wu Sheng's conditions weren't that outrageous, a tool that can break through space, 1,000 energy crystals, and the need to regularly allow him to compete with others. Yu Ren agreed with great excitement, as these things were not precious at all in the foreign realm. After all, even transportation can use space transfer technology, sending Wu Sheng a simple. As for the 1,000 energy crystals, that's even less stressful. You have to know that the energy crystals awarded to the first place winner of the Academy's group battle every year were at the level of millions. Thinking of this, Yu Ren only felt that he had picked up a great bargain, and she didn't realize how much trouble her so-called great bargain would bring. The next day, there was a knock on Wu Sheng's door. Knock, knock, knock. Wu Sheng listened to the sound at the door, got up and opened the door to the house. Outside the door was Yu Ren. Yu Ren had a smile on her face and was wearing a silver-white armor. Her long black hair coupled with her beautiful face was like a valiant female general, and beside her was Yu Shui, who had her head bowed. Little brother Wu Sheng, let me take you to the Celestials to register, and by the way, let you get acquainted with your future teammates. Could be. Wu Sheng nodded, and then followed behind Yu Ren. Yu Ren, on the other hand, eyed overlapping snow to follow Wu Sheng's side. As for Yu Shui, she bit her lip at the situation and stole a glance at Wu Sheng, her eyes filled with helplessness and gloom. I don't like her, make no mistake about it, and I made a point of asking her name yesterday simply because she sent my brother back. Normal introductions, I guess. Wu Sheng also sensed Yu Ren's intentions, and without any nonsense, he picked everything out with an indifferent face. Yu Shui was obviously relieved when she heard Wu Sheng's words. Because of yesterday's incident, she had been forcibly taken away by Yu Ren, and her own team had been mercilessly disbanded by Yu Ren. It couldn't be helped. Her talent was simply worlds apart compared to her sister, so she adored and feared this sister. And Yu Ren didn't get angry when she heard Wu Sheng's blunt words, but smiled and said, if you don't like my sister, then what do you think of me? Saying that, he even threw a wink at Wu Sheng. Average, don't like it. Wu Sheng threw out two answers without being moved. Giggle, you're still funny, so who do you like? That girl who was by your side yesterday? Aha! Wu Sheng admitted it without any shame. And Yurin froze for a moment after hearing that, before looking Wu Sheng up and down. TSK, that's really direct. Enviable little girl. Ah, to be honest, Wu Sheng was still very much to her liking. Talent, personality, and temperament are all top-notch, except for looks which may be a bit ordinary, but no harm done. After all, sometimes temperament can really make up for shortcomings in looks. The two of them chatted with each other without a word, while Yu Yushue followed behind the two of them looking extremely formal. Soon the three of them reached their destination. The building of the Celestial Regiment was rather special. It looked full of ancient charm, or white and gold color matching. It looked extremely gorgeous. The three large, gold-encrusted characters of the Celestials Regiment hung on the plaque in a very imposing manner. Wu Sheng followed the other party straight into it. There was nothing special inside. A few rooms, a place similar to a training ground with a lot of people training inside, and a black room that looked extremely mysterious. After the identity was processed, Yuren led Wu Sheng towards a room. The room was similar to Blue Star's conference room, which already had 5 people in it. Yuren smiled and introduced. These are the vice-captains of the Celestial Regiment. And of course, one can call them captains. Yuren didn't introduce their names. After all, Wu Sheng was recruited by her and definitely had to join her team. Wu Sheng nodded and didn't say anything. Only some doubts rose in his heart. He thought team battles were the kind where 2 teams of people got in the ring and fought, but now it didn't seem as if that was the case. Yuren introduced a few people to Wu Sheng before leading him away again. Soon she came to another room. First team. There were 2 words hanging on the room, and Yuren just walked into it with Wu Sheng. Everyone, this is our new teammate called Wu Sheng. He is very strong. Everyone welcome. There were more than 10 people inside the room. Wu Sheng frowned. He didn't want to memorize the names of this group of people. He was simply here for the sake of cultivation. Of course, if he could, he planned to enter the imperial capital to have a look, but before that he had to settle when she and the others. The people inside the room murmured, looking at Wu Sheng with respect in their eyes. It looked like Wu Sheng's deed yesterday had gotten into their ears. 1 rank storming the 3rd rank. Wu Sheng was now considered a small storming figure, to put it politely. How exactly does a group battle work? Wu Sheng asked with some curiosity. Yuren smiled slightly upon hearing this, and then answered for Wu Sheng. The rules of the group battle are simple. The academy will teleport us to an enclosed space filled with contaminated beasts. The person who takes the most points inside wins. Everyone can fight the contaminated beasts or gain points from each other by defeating others. Wu Sheng nodded when he heard this, his heart carrying a slight sense of emotion. The exotic direction is probably not going the way of quality, but the way of quantity. Simply put, the foreign domain is more focused on cultivating people with stronger cultivation rather than a person who is invincible in the same realm. As long as the high realm is much more than the enemy, then the possibility of losing is impossible. After all, you can cross the ranks to fight one, so how do you fight if there are 2, 3, or even more? After all, geniuses would have been stronger than ordinary people in the same realm, so it was just a matter of cultivating more geniuses of higher realms, and this was probably the reason why when the foreign domains invaded the Blue Star, many of them couldn't outwit the strongest people of the Blue Star in the same realm. Of course, the other party probably didn't expect Blue Star's suppression of their power to be so strong. Chapter 166, Natural Skills. After recognizing people in the Celestials, Wu Sheng looked at Yuren and asked, "Do you have a place to learn skills here? I want to see if there is a suitable blade technique for me." Yuren shook her head and said, "We don't have them here. The academy has an exclusive library for the collection of gifted techniques, but I can give you energy crystals to buy them. 1,000 energy crystals a copy." Hearing the price, Wu Sheng was stunned. He knew it would be expensive, but he didn't think it could be this expensive. "No, I've got a bit of energy crystals of my own." Wu Sheng felt that it was a little bit not good to ask for the other party's energy crystals. After all, at that time, the conditions had already been negotiated, and suddenly this would owe the other party a favor. "It's okay." Yuren wanted to say something else, but Wu Sheng simply shook his head to indicate his refusal. "When does the group battle start?" Wu Sheng asked with some curiosity. "In a month's time. If we win, we'll be able to go to the imperial capital for the New Year's festival, and our status will be raised, and we'll be able to enter the imperial capital directly to live and study." Yuren's eyes carried a slight sense of yearning. For this group battle she had prepared for a long time. She planned to bring her sister to fight up there, and if she could, she also wanted to bring her parents to the imperial capital to see it. Wu Sheng nodded. "Try to arrange a few more battles for me this month. I want to advance quickly. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first." Hearing Wu Sheng's words, Yuren didn't stay. From the short contact with Wu Sheng she could tell that the other party was a person who didn't smile and might be afraid of owing others favors. With Wu Sheng's strength there was no need to participate in training here. After all, it was said that it was a group battle. fighting and fighting until the end of the day. It would probably still only be an individual battle. On the other hand, Wu Sheng contacted Wen Shi. After all of his energy crystals were in Wen Shi's body. After briefly describing today's events, Wu Sheng asked Wen Shi to also come over and pick out to see if there were any suitable talent skills. After all, if he kept using the Magic Blade 7 chopping, Wu Sheng wasn't sure if he would be recognized later. And Wen Shi quickly rushed over after hearing Wu Sheng's words. Where are your friends? Seeing Wen Shi, Wu Sheng's tone could clearly be felt to have taken on some warmth. They're eating. Have you eaten? Come with me later if you haven't. When she said in an undoubted tone, now she seemed to be getting better and better at getting along with Wu Sheng, and was also gradually taking the dominant side. Well, let's go see if there's any suitable talent techniques first. Wu Sheng nodded before leading Wen Shi towards the location given by Yu Ren. Gifted Energy Crystal Museum. Magnificent buildings stand on the site, like pagodas but with a sci-fi flavor. Pale blue light, elevator after elevator appearing out of nowhere, robots standing at the door. Wu Sheng and Wen Shi exchanged glances before walking into it. Both of them were looking in different directions. Wu Sheng wanted to find sword techniques and similarly gifted techniques that could be used in an auxiliary manner. Wen Shi, on the other hand, went in search of some natural skill that could speed up. The two of them went their own way, and Wu Sheng looked up the blade techniques and the supporting class talent techniques before separating from Wen Shi. Coming to the tier of blade techniques, Wu Sheng looked at the whole row of introductions before he started exploring the corridor. After looking all the way, Wu Sheng didn't find any more useful blade techniques, mainly because his blade techniques were too special, catalyzed by virtue of killing chi, negative emotions and pure spiritual energy, and the blade techniques on it basically carried some kind of attribute, while his magic flame was used more for body protection than as a means of attack. After looking around for a while, he realized that there was no suitable Wu Sheng in left. Fire-based swordplay can be used, but it's not necessary. If one got into the habit of relying on attribute blade techniques, it would be too easy to be restrained by others. It was better to be more pure like one's own blade techniques. The big thing was that one was trying to figure out how to extend the blade techniques from the 7 chopping choppers of the demon blade. Thinking of this, Wu Sheng looked towards the auxiliary class talent techniques. After scanning back and forth for a while, suddenly, the executioner spoke. Wu Sheng, just that, the gifted technique called This Dissipates the Other. Get it over here. Hearing the Punisher God's words, Wu Sheng also curiously clicked on the talent technique that the Punisher God had mentioned. This dissipation can gradually make the opponent's natural skill weaker in battle. A gifted technique that looks cocky and seems like it's strong. A whole book. There's room to juggle this thing. The Punisher God's words caused Wu Sheng to be a bit puzzled. What space? Let's see if we can do the opposite and weaken my natural skill. If we can weaken the Demonic Blade 7 chopping natural skill, maybe you'll be able to chop out the final chop with the cultivation of the body transformation realm. The Punisher God's tone was somewhat excited, while Wu Sheng's eyes visibly lit up upon hearing this. How clever! Wu Sheng also felt that this method was feasible, and if the 7 chopping choppers of the Demon Blade could be used later, then it would be a huge boost to his strength. Of course, Wu Sheng also saw another auxiliary talent technique. Rip Through the Air is a really cockamamie talent technique with a pretty awesome name, but his ability is to rip through a small space, the size of which is determined by his own power. Wu Sheng's current cultivation could only tear open a space the size of a person, but it was of little use. Space without a stable passageway to casually enter is devoured, and the reason Wu Sheng took this was just to use the torn spatial medium to open the frontier, in which case this was a life-saving skill. After all, this kind of thing like the frontier in the end, how high a cultivation level can cut through it is anyone's guess. Thinking of this, Wu Sheng had a smile on his face and left directly with the 2 gifted techniques after paying the energy crystals. This trip wasn't wasted. Wu Sheng thought somewhat happily in his mind. Chapter 167, The Pitiful God Punisher. Wu Sheng paid the energy crystals after getting the gifted skill and went outside to wait for Wen Shi, and after waiting for about 15 minutes, Wen Shi also came out from inside. What natural skill did you pick? Seeing the smile on Wen Shi's face, Wu Sheng asked with some curiosity. Hey, a natural skill that suits me well. Shape a natural skill that can change the spiritual energy in my body into a different form. It just so happens that all my spiritual energy carries the gravity attribute. It suits me well. Looking at Wen Shi's excited face, Wu Sheng was also happy for her. After all, as long as the strength increased, then he could also be more at ease with Wen Shi. Thinking of this, a smile involuntarily appeared on Wu Sheng's face as well. Get some dinner and go back, just in time to check on Jean. Aha! Wen Shi nodded, and the two walked towards the middle of the dormitory in company. Wu Sheng and Wen Shi went to take a look at Shangguan Zhan. But Shangguan Zhan's home was quite lively right now, with both Hu Xin and Zhang Ling coming, as well as overlapping snow. Hu Xin Wu Sheng was quite impressed. Right now his strength was also the same as Shangguan Light Rong and the others. Molting Shell second stage. And Zhang Ling, this person Wu Shang, also had a little impression. This guy's talent was also good. Molting third stage. The reason why he had an impression was because this guy liked Shangguan lightning rong and brought quite a lot of things to see Shangguan Zhan, but it looked as if the drunkenness wasn't there. Shangguan Xingrong had clearly refused, but Zhang Ling might have a bit of the attribute of a licking dog, not dying until the Yellow River. Shangguan Zhan's recovery is quite strong, and there is no big problem now. It is Shangguan Xingrong who is more worried, so she has been letting him lie down, while Yuan Xue sits at the head of Shangguan Zhan's bed and feeds him. Shangguan Zhan had a shy and happy face. However, after seeing Wu Shang come, Shangguan Zhan obviously panicked for a moment. He wanted to get up from the bed but was signaled by Wu Shang. Wu Shang looked at Yuan Xue, who was a bit embarrassed at the side, without saying anything. He placed the things he bought on the ground and spoke. "I'll leave first. I'll contact you guys when there's something after a while." The Yu Wu Shang said is of course all the people of the Dragon Kingdom. He already has a preliminary plan, but will have to wait until the end of this team battle to implement. Shangguan Zhan heard in the eyes although there are doubts, but did not say anything, nodded and wanted to get up. "Brother, let me give you a ride." "No, you get well." Wu Shang left after he finished speaking, and when she also used an extremely ambiguous look to drift back and forth between Shangguan Zhan and Yu Fuxue after Wu Shang turned his head. It made both of them blush. When she also covered her mouth and laughed lightly after seeing the two of them blush. Speaking of which, her age is actually about the same as Shangguan Zhan's and theirs, but probably because of the reason that she has experienced more with Wu Shang. In Shangguan Zhan's and their eyes, when she seems to be like an elder sister. When she and Wu Shang separated after walking out of Shangguan Zhan's dormitory, there was no need for the two to be bored all the time now that they both had their own residences. After all, there was plenty of time for that. Wu Shang returned to his dormitory and started practicing the two auxiliary talent skills. Looking at the two skills in his hand, Wu Shang pondered for a while and decided to learn this dissipates this and this dissipates this first. "God Punisher, how sure are you that you can change this natural skill?" Wu Shang suddenly asked with some curiosity as he prepared to study. "It shouldn't be a problem. After all, I should have lived for many years. My brain should be quite smart." The Punisher God's tone revealed confidence and a bit of pride. Wu Shang also closed his eyes when he heard that. While he began to study, the learning of natural skills wasn't really that difficult. It was just a matter of engraving the skill into your mind and then using your own psychic trajectory to start assimilating the skill. Wu Shang learned it thoroughly in a day and a night. Feeling the obviously extra information, Wu Shang frowned. "It was only after learning this skill that I realized how cockamamie it was. When you are in close combat with your opponent, you can weaken the effect of your opponent's talent technique by 10% after attacking their body. The owner of this skill doesn't know how helpless he is. Generally speaking, if you can attack the opponent's body, there's basically a very small probability that you can lose. And this skill feels like expanding the advantage so that the opponent has no possibility of counterattacking, but only if you're better than the other guy. After all, nowadays people are afraid of death, more or less with a little black technology on their bodies. Except for the last time that the beast god groups Long Bian did not have much of a brain. Wu Shang rarely encountered people who were tough with themselves. Basically add a little barrier on your body. Wu Shang contacted Punisher after his study. "How so? Do you have any ideas?" Hearing Wu Shang's words, the executioner god stroked his chin, and his eyes began to become filled with a wise look. "Well," Wu Shang looked at him with this look. His heart was happy. Looking at the Punisher's tenacious look, Wu Shang felt that there was no problem. No idea at all. The Punisher god's words, which were completely at odds with his facial expression, caused Wu Shang to stagger and almost fall to the ground. "Say that again." Wu Shang's eyes flashed with a touch of scarlet, while the lifeless blade within his body instantly appeared in front of the executioner god, as if he would slash on it in the next second. Speaking of which, the lifeless blade had already faded from its previous blade embryo appearance, and its silver-white blade looked extremely sharp. "Don't, take it easy. I'm thinking." The Punisher god gulped at the sight of the knife in front of him before opening his mouth. "Never mind, take your time and think about it. You won't need it much now anyway." Wu Shang was also a bit helpless, probably because Dr. Ouyang's words last time had caused his thoughts to be a bit confused for a while, and he actually began to believe in the ghostly words of the god Punisher. And the Punisher god was a bit unconvinced by the situation, but he couldn't say anything right now because he was really clueless. And at that moment, Yuren suddenly contacted Wu Shang. "Wu Shang." Wu Shang looked at the image that appeared like a mirror in front of him and said with some confusion, "What's wrong?" Yuren smiled faintly and said, "Your opponent is here." Chapter 168, Conspiracy Grows, 1. Hearing Yuren's words, the depressed feeling in Wu Shang's heart of being pitted by the execution god was instantly swept away. Hearing Wu Shang's excited tone, the smile on Yuren's face became even more intense. "Depending on when you have time, the other side has plenty of time to fight even now." "Then fight now." Wu Sheng said with some impatience before hanging up the phone and heading towards the direction of the Celestials. Soon, Wu Sheng arrived at the entrance of the Celestial Regiment, and at this moment, Yu Ren was already waiting at the entrance, and greeted Wu Sheng upon seeing him. You're really in a hurry. Yu Ren's words caused Wu Sheng to nod, and Yu Ren didn't say anything nonsense, directly leading Wu Sheng to the arena. But the people on the road were really quite a lot, and now that a group of people were gathered here at the noon hour, Wu Sheng was also a bit curious and asked, "Why are there so many people here today?" "Of course it's to see you. Why do you think someone would fight you?" "It's because of our strong publicity and rewards. That's why there are stronger students who come to fight you. After all, last time, Long B's misery has spread in the academy." "Thanks a lot." Wu Sheng nodded, and then thanked towards Yu Ren. Giggle. "No need to be too thankful. Just put in a good effort during the team battle and make my team number one." Yu Ren smiled and threw a wink towards Wu Sheng, who nodded and said, "Don't worry, I'll do my best." Soon enough, Wu Sheng stepped into the ring, and his opponent was also a body-changing second-order guy, his face filled with excitement. It looked like the rewards given by Yu Ren were really extraordinary, and as Wu Sheng walked up to the ring, a pair of eyes in the crowd under the stage was staring at him dead on, excitement and incredulity filling their eyes. In the ring, both of them also revealed their weapons. The other's weapon was common, while the pair of eyes on the stage became a little puzzled again when Wu Sheng revealed his own lifeless blade. As if confirming something, the two figures intersected above the ring, and the accompanying red mist looked to fill the air around them, as if the air around them had lowered a few points in general. And at the sight of the mist, those eyes couldn't hold back any longer. That's right, Iki-kun. It's great, you're here too. It's great." Abe's wife's eyes turned pink from excitement, and those men behind her looked at her with eyes filled with evil desire while Abe's wife stared at Wu Sheng in death. She's been coming in for a long time. She didn't know why she had appeared in the foreign realm, but because of the foreign realm, the energy of the evolver she had killed in the Blue Star was rapidly digested at this moment, and her cultivation had skyrocketed, and now she was solidly a powerful person of the body transformation realm, and for some reason, she knows some things better than Wu Sheng. "Shangguan, are you hiding? Great. We can be together forever, but until then, you must become an emotionless weapon." Abe's wife's tone was filled with excitement, and her body began to tremble slightly. Looking at the victorious Wu Sheng on the stage, she silently left the place. She had also joined a group, the Think Tanks, and because of her strength and means, she now had a notable position within it. "Let us separate team," and as if Wu Sheng in the ring had sensed something, he frowned and looked down at the bottom of the ring. "Punisher, do you feel a very nasty aura? You're sick. It's not like I'm going out where I feel to go." Hearing Wu Sheng's words, the executioner god said without a trace of anger, and Wu Sheng was also a bit puzzled. His eyes swept around. After not noticing anything strange, Wu Sheng walked down to the ring. Strange, and that's when, in one of the college's dormitories, Abe's wife was contacting whoever. "Do you remember? The gods that were driven out by your own hands 10,000 years ago? Who are you? What do you know?" A female voice came from the other end, her tone filled with gravity. "Don't care who I am. I'm telling you something right now. A man with a long, blood-colored sword has appeared in Mission City. Aren't you guys coming to take a look?" With that, Abe's wife hung up her contact tool. It was Abe's wife who had gotten the contact information from the son of the city lord, which was Ling Lei. Speaking of which, Ling Lei is also one of her suitors. At the thought, Abe's wife's face broke into a maniacal grin and her eyes turned pink. "Ikari-kun, you are going to change back to the same appearance as 10,000 years ago. Ha 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 ha." Morbid smiles came from the room, and at that moment in the imperial capital's palace, the empress suddenly gave an order stating that she would personally travel to Troop City to test the quality of the students in this team battle. And as soon as this news came out, the entire plundered kingdom began to move. Ling Lei wasn't exactly sure how much of a storm the number that had been secretly hidden in the depths of his father's room would set off. On the other side, Wu Sheng suddenly froze for a moment, and he turned his head in some confusion, realizing that there was nothing but students coming and going. "That's weird," Wu Sheng murmured softly, eek, not knowing why. He always had a very bad feeling. Chapter 169 Conspiracy Grows, 2. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Yu Ren, Wu Sheng returned to his dormitory, and this time, first went to Shangguan Zhan's dormitory and asked the other party to contact all the Dragon Kingdom people here. Soon, when she and the others all appeared in the room, Hushin and Wu Sheng still had a bit of interaction, while the other few people basically didn't talk to Wu Sheng much if at all. They all looked at Wu Sheng with puzzled faces when they arrived, and Wu Sheng looked at the people who were here and said with a serious face, "Everyone listen well to what comes next." The crowd was unconsciously serious when they saw Wu Sheng's serious face, and when Wu Sheng saw that all of them had gathered here, he also took out the spatial teleportation device that Yu Ren had given him, changing the address of the device to the dormitory. Wu Sheng turned on the device. In an instant, space began to distort and Wu Sheng's side was wrapped in a blue barrier. Next Wu Sheng just had to enter the spatial crack. Wu Sheng, on the other hand, took out his domain ring and opened the frontier. The familiar scene wrapped the crowd, and all of them were completely cut off from the foreign land. And when Wu Sheng saw this, he looked at Shangguan and opened his mouth. Xiao Zhan, start contacting everyone in the Dragon Kingdom that you can get in touch with. And everyone else as well. Try to contact these people as much as you can. And of course, tell them to pay attention to the environment. And Wu Sheng is starting to contact 4 sheep. The 4 sheep should have a way to make shielding them from contact. Soon, Wu Sheng contacted 4 sheep, a rather lazy-looking teenager with sleepy eyes. Upon seeing Wu Sheng, 4 sheep yawned and said, "Chief, what's the matter?" Without any nonsense, Wu Sheng spoke directly. Contact everyone in the Dragon Kingdom, and try not to let the people in the foreign lands realize that we are in contact. Can you do that? 4 sheep smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry boss, there are basically Dragon Nation people in all the situations where our 12 zodiacs are distributed, and all of us 12 zodiacs have a way to shield our scent, so don't worry about contacting them." And at that moment, a screen began to appear in the void, and the familiar faces from before slowly appeared at this moment. Wu Sheng, sister, you guys are okay? When Jun's tone was a bit agitated after seeing Wen Shi and Wu Sheng, while beside him, Shenglong was looking at Wu Sheng with a curious face, as if wondering what Wu Sheng was planning to do. "We're fine, didn't we contact you a few days ago? And really, brother, don't worry too much." When she looked at Wen Jun and also opened his mouth to comfort him, and at that moment, the other zodiacs opened their mouths and asked, "Chief, what's the matter with you?" Wu Sheng saw that everyone had all come together, and then spoke, "How is your plan going?" Xianyuan Tianjiu and the others were about to open their mouths, but when they heard Wu Sheng and the others talking about the plan they also became curious and looked at the white tiger beside them. And at this time, Tang Snake was the first to speak. "There's no problem, the plan went smoothly. Even 4 sheep and I both harvested once and managed to enter the 9th realm of Molten Shell, and now the 2 sects, Flood Tang Snake and 4 sheep, should have grown in numbers by now, and were around 5,000 in number by the time we entered the city." Xinglong and the others also nodded and said, "We are here as well. And the numbers are not too far off. The plan is going well. But speaking of which, the few gods in the west and the night seem to have sensed our intentions as well, and refrained from clashing with them when I was supposed to be heading towards the harvest for the 2nd time." Wu Sheng nodded when he heard this, and then opened his mouth to tell his side of the story. The others were listening in a clouded state, and Xianyuan Tianjiao stroked his chin as if he had thought of something. "So, Chief, is there something going on this time?" Jubilee asked curiously. "Well, this time I want all of you to quit this academy and return to the outlying cities there to continue to develop your forces. And if you can, raise your cultivation as soon as possible. I don't know why, but I always have a bad feeling." Wan Shi, who was beside Wu Sheng, instantly changed her face when she heard that Wu Sheng was preparing to act alone. She opened her mouth and prepared to say something, but she was directly interrupted by Wu Sheng. Wu Sheng looked seriously at Wen Shi beside him as he said softly, "I know what you want to say, and I also know that you're worried. But your strength is too weak, and I can't be too strong to enter the center of the foreign realm, or else I will easily attract attention, so let me act alone for once this time." At that moment, Xianyuan Tianjiao spoke, "What are you going to do?" "Investigate the secrets of our powers and look for a way to break them." Everyone was silent at these words. Ever since the last time Dr. Ouyang had spoken about their supernatural abilities, everyone actually had a thorn in their hearts, and it wasn't easy to pull it out. "In that case, all the more reason for us to act together. How can we let you carry out something so dangerous alone for us?" Wen Shi's tone was a bit agitated, and Shangguan Zhan and Shangguan Xingrong also nodded their heads in succession. "Haven't you noticed, from the time we get higher and higher in cultivation, we will feel an extra person inside us?" When these words came out, everyone was silent, especially Wen Shi, who actually had some fear in her heart since her last nightmare. "What I have found out is that all of the guys inside us were exotics before, no matter what kind of hatred they actually have with the exotics. But at least they went out from the exotics, so I'm not sure if the exotics have any way of controlling them, so I'll just have to go this time. At least the executioner god is under my control, and he listens to me, and of course you guys aren't doing nothing either." After Wu Sheng's words, the crowd's eyes lit up for a moment, and all of them looked at Wu Sheng with some anticipation, hoping that he would arrange something important for them. Without realizing it, Wu Sheng seemed to have become the backbone of these people. "Your task is to do your best to develop the sect, and try to make the flood encircle the entire outskirts of the foreign realm, and then completely start a war, and quickly raise your cultivation. If possible, contact the doctor, and ask him to make a large-scale spatial teleportation device, and then enter the sect's people into the center, and after that, we'll start killing people to raise our cultivation. Raise your cultivation as fast as you can, then meet me when I need you. That's your next task. Wu Shang's tone was very calm, but it made the crowd's blood boil a little. In that case, the crowd would feel that Wu Shang's life was in their hands, and as long as their own cultivation increased at a fast enough rate, then the greater Wu Shang's safety would be. So chief, what are you going to do after that? Four Sheep asked excitedly. First, participate in the team battle. Do your best to win to enter the imperial capital, then find out the truth. Of course, the period is 1 year. If I don't find out the truth in 1 year, I will contact you guys to come to meet me. That is to say, in 1 year, you must publicize the sect to the maximum extent. If possible, cooperate with the West and the demonic sea race people. At this time, the foreign domain is our enemy. We understand. But chief, please be careful afterward. Prisoner Bull nodded, then looked at Wu Shang with a serious face and said, don't worry, I'll come back alive. You guys are in just as much danger, so be sure to pay attention. After that, the Zodiac organization will be temporarily under Wenxi's control, and the people from the Academy of Evolution will be under Tianjiao's control. Do you guys have any other comments? Wu Shang nodded while arranging the positions of the people. No problem. Everyone threw up their arms, and Wenxi did not refuse this position. On the contrary, she had to do well in this position so that she could better help Wu Shang and make him more secure. A conspiracy was thus planned in the frontier, and Wu Shang was not aware that his crisis was coming. Chapter 170, Conspiracy Grows. 3. After ending the contact in the frontier, Wu Shang entered a state of cultivation, preparing to adjust himself to his best state, and when she and the others began to work on the identity cards in their hands. Although it was said that the Evolution Academy was a very talent-eating place, origin was just as important, so the identity card could actually be sold. Of course, the people who could afford to buy an ID card were also guys from the upper-class cities, like those in the border cities were definitely hopeless. A bit of ID card selling and a change of face is not a big deal as long as you don't stir things up, and that's the hidden rule. After all, some people with empty power have no talent, and they can't be allowed to stay down. At least it allows them to maintain the status quo. Speaking of which, this Shangguan Zhan fellow actually snubbed Yu Yinshui as well. Yu Ren wasn't angry either. After all, as long as Wu Shang helped her gain victory, she was completely free to take Yu Yinshui away as well without any burden. During this period of time, this month's time, Wu Shang had participated in 2 more duels after that, winning them all, and his cultivation had also come to the 5th stage of the body transformation realm. This point had to be said that he was still really thankful to Yu Ren. Of course, the thanks came in the form of Wu Shang deciding to help them win, and then he figured out a way to sneak into the palace to see if he could find out anything about the God Punisher. And as a month passed by in a flash, when she and the others evacuated the academy and returned to 100 cities. And the reason why Wu Shang was in such a hurry was that he always had a feeling of uneasiness, and he didn't know what was going on, but he seldom had this feeling. Although a little uneasy, he couldn't waste too much time. This was an opportunity he had to seize, and he doesn't think he's going to die. Today was the day the so-called team battle started, and he was called away early by Yu Ren to wait at the base of the Celestials. And at this moment, in the principal's room of the academy, a woman was sitting in it. On either side of her were 2 old men who emanated a terrifying aura, and in front of them was a row of people kneeling. This kneeling row is the school administration. They were also a bit flustered now, not expecting the Empress to suddenly appear here. Plunderland is not some old-fashioned country. The country has seen a number of female emperors and is governed very well because of technology. However, the royal family had already had decades of not appearing here, and the sudden appearance made them extremely alarmed in their hearts, thinking that the scandalous things they had done had come to light. There's no need to be so alarmed. I'm just here to check out your team battle. Looking for someone in the meantime. Let's start the team battle first. Hearing the Empress say the reason for coming, the hearts of the others were relieved, although they were puzzled. It was fortunate that they weren't looking for trouble from them. This will start. You take a little break. After saying that, a screen that looked like glass appeared out of nowhere, and on the other side, Wu Shang and the others entered the so-called team battlefield site, a forest-like place. Feeling the aura around him, Wu Shang looked around with a wary face, and at that moment, Yu Ren began to distribute the tactics. The end result was that Wu Shang acted alone, while the weaker ones acted in groups. After getting his mission, Wu Shang rushed into the jungle and started his kill. And right now in the first team of the think tank, Abe's wife was talking to her teammate about something, and after saying that, the pupils of these team members turned pink and started rushing in a certain direction. Iki-kun, this is a gift I've prepared for you. Of course, Abe's wife didn't just prepare these people, knowing that her current cultivation level was the 8th stage of body transformation. As to how such a strong cultivation level came about, the strength of her powers has allowed her to charm a lot of people already, and they've basically ended up pretty much the same way. become the sustenance for her cultivation. Abe's wife was laughing in the forest. Of course she couldn't possibly strike out on her own, but she knew a lot of things. She also knew what that truth really was back then. So she understood that Wu Sheng wouldn't die, and if Wu Sheng tied his hands, it was impossible for him to even get hurt. The memories of that ancient time have survived in the palace. On the other side, Wu Sheng held the lifeless blade and started to chop the pollution beasts as well as the enemies in the forest. Everyone was basically not a single match for him. His blade energy waved recklessly in the forest, just like a demon god. His long scarlet hair fluttered in the wind, and Wu Sheng transformed into a red shadow. Wherever he passed, no one could stop him. In the middle of that office, the Empress was staring at Wu Sheng with a pair of pitch-black pupils, her eyes filled with dismay and surprise. Why is the knife the wrong color? She muttered, a little impatient to get to Wu Sheng at the moment. On the other hand, Wu Sheng looked at the crowd that had gathered around him, his eyes filled with doubt. Wu Sheng, something's not quite right. These guys have the scent of that crazy from before. Suddenly, the executioner god opened his mouth, while Wu Sheng froze for a moment after hearing this. Who do you mean? That pussy in Sakura country. The Punisher god's tone was somewhat anxious, and for some reason, he also had an extremely bad feeling. And when Wu Sheng heard this, he shifted his gaze to the group's eyes, and the pink eyes struck him like lightning. No good. This group is coming for me, Wu Sheng said in his heart, and then took out his own spatial device wanting to directly evacuate. And at that moment, the sky above was covered with dark clouds, accompanied by thunder churning in the dark sky. Wu Sheng's spatial teleportation device lost its effect. Wu Sheng looked at the doomsday-like scene above the sky with a slight panic in his heart. Click, 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 accompanied by a sound of space being torn apart. A stunningly beautiful-looking woman appeared out of thin air above the sky, and behind her stood two old men. Are you Zhu Shun? The first words of the woman's opening made Wu Sheng's eyes widen, and a strong sense of crisis spread into his entire body at this moment. And at that moment, the contestants in the middle of the grounds fell to their knees and said in unison respectfully, "See Lord Empress." The person known as the Empress did not pay any attention to it, but instead stared at Wu Sheng dead in the face, as if she had seen some rare treasure, filled with excitement and greed. And Wu Sheng felt the most powerful sense of oppression since he was born. That is like an abyss general bottomless energy and tsunami general sense of oppression. Wu Sheng at this moment is like a flatboat in the sea. At any time will be that by the tornado brought up by the tsunami will be swallowed up. Horror as such. And at this moment, in the space of the lifeless blade, the executioner god had a hideous face. His eyes flashed with incomparably strong anger, although he didn't know where this anger came from. But at this moment, he very much wanted to kill this woman directly. Chapter 171, 7 Styles of the 7 Chopping Styles of the Devil's Sword. Exterminating the Gods. Wu Sheng looked at the woman above the sky. Although the other party was very beautiful, Wu Sheng felt an incomparably strong malice. Obviously dressed in a gorgeous, a golden fancy dress looks incredibly noble. The head of the accessories although more but not bloated, as if the ancient emperor general, but also not like, this guy is really the head of a country. Obviously, there was nothing around Wu Sheng, but he felt an incomparably strong force of confinement, and he was unable to move both his hands and feet. Wu Sheng looked at the woman above the sky, fear filling his eyes. This guy. And that's when the woman spoke again. Are you the one chosen by the god of execution? The woman seemed to be extremely knowledgeable about the matter of the god exorcist. While Wu Sheng also frowned, he was really a bit confused about the situation. There was no killing intent on the other side. Unlike the people who had encountered him before who seemed to carry strong killing intent, it was reasonable that since the people below had murderous intent and fear for themselves, this empress should also have preconceived notions about herself. But Wu Sheng now had the feeling that this guy was not hostile to himself, and even had a sense of greed, as if he had seen a treasure. Punisher, do you know what's going on? Wu Sheng wanted to contact the god of punishment, and at that moment, an incomparably powerful spiritual energy appeared out of thin air within his body, and a long blood-red blade stood in front of Wu Sheng's body, which was the god of punishment. At this moment, the body of the god execution blade trembled as if it was condensing something, and Wu Sheng also felt an unprecedentedly powerful force coming from above. Demon Blade 7 Chopping 7 Styles. Exterminate the gods. The voice came from the middle of the blade. Wu Sheng looked at the Punisher god in front of him. I don't know why. He seemed to see a man who looks like himself. He felt a lot of emotions. Joy, anger, sadness and happiness. At this moment, he is holding a scarlet red long knife. Who is he facing? And in the outside world, if before it was that the end was imminent, now it is that the end has come. The moment the long red blade appeared, the entire world was left with nothing but a blood-red color. The space above the sky began to shatter, and a 10,000-foot long sword hung high in the sky, as if a god was holding the sword above, ready to execute this world full of evil. Below, The Punisher God's state at the moment was also extremely wrong. Wu Shang's cultivation was only at the 5th stage of evocation, but this was clearly not an attack that could be struck at the 5th stage, and it was as if the executioner god was now having his brain controlled by anger, squeezing out the power that was once left. Unlike the fear of the others, the Empress's eyes were filled with excitement and surprise as she raised her small white hand, accompanied by the sound of a dragon's roar that resounded behind her. Behind her, 9 giant dragons rose up into the sky, the 10,000 feet golden dragon attacking towards the red blade, while the Empress set her eyes on the already dimmed Punisher god below as well as the fainting Wu Shang. High above that sky, the 9 giant dragons bit down on the tip of the blade, and they used all their strength to start pulling the blood blade towards the starry sky. If this cut comes down, then the entire alien realm has to take a massive hit, and as the longsword stood above the dome of the sky, it was as if the powerhouses from all over the otherworldly region had sensed something. They flew into the high altitude and unanimously looked towards the tip of that distant blade. Black Sea 1, Orc 1, and, at this moment has returned to the 100th city of Wincy crowd suddenly body shock. They turned their heads to look at the sky. Do not know why. They seem to see a bloody long knife is coming towards them. Their hearts also surged with sadness. Tears coincidentally came out of the sockets. Those who possessed this emotion were not just in when she and the others, or rather, all of the latter-day evolvers in the Blue Star. All of them surged with the emotion called sadness. On Wu Shang's side, the attack that the god Punisher descended down had been destroyed, and the Empress in front of him was not an idle person, but a genuine strong person of the 1st stage of the god ruling, and among the exotic domains, the strongest of the bunch. But now she had lost her old calm and was only excited. She seemed like a demented woman who landed beside Wu Shang. She looked at him and the excitement in her voice could not be suppressed at all. Deities. Finally, looking at the surrounding people with terrified faces, the Empress resumed her usual majesty as she looked at the 2 old men behind her and said indifferently, "Erase all the memories of this group of people, and don't let anyone else know about this matter." After saying that, she tore open the space in front of her, and then as if viewing a work of art, she gently picked up Wu Shang before leaving the place. On the other hand, Abe's wife had also left this place a long time ago. She didn't want to be discovered. After all, she was one of the targets of this group of people. Of course, Abe's wife also watched as the Punisher god chopped out the 7th blade, and her intense excitement caused her face to flush and her delicate body to tremble involuntarily. This is it. That's the power. Change back to its Sengoku. Change back to the artifact it once was. Punish the god. And while when she in 100 cities was wondering why she was shedding tears, an extremely strong bad feeling of foreboding rose from her heart. She suddenly felt weak all over, as if she was about to lose something important, and her off-kilter look caught the attention of the others. Shangguan Xingrong hurriedly ran over and said in a worried tone, "Sister Wency, what's wrong with you? Are you not feeling well?" When she looked at Shangguan Xingrong's worried appearance and shook her head with a forced smile, "It's okay." With that, she stood up and she looked back into the distance, silently praying for Wu Shang in her heart. To put it bluntly, it was still a matter of strength. If Wu Shang had planted himself, then it would be a death sentence for those of them who were not as cultivated as Wu Shang to go over there. Thinking of this, Wen Xi's eyes added a few more points of determination. She must raise her cultivation quickly and wait to receive Wu Shang afterward. Chapter 172 Zhu Jinseng. Here is. Wu Shang opened his eyes and looked at the light blue crystal in front of him with confusion in his eyes. He tried to get up, but he was imprisoned by something and couldn't move at all. Even his cultivation was sealed. All he could see now was the pale blue crystal and a stunningly beautiful face. Awake? The Empress looked at Wu Shang with a very gentle tone, as if she was chatting with an old friend. And Wu Shang looked at the other party and frowned. "Who are you? And where is this?" The Empress looked at Wu Shang's unperturbed appearance and a flash of appreciation flashed in her eyes. "You look so much like that deity. Is that why he chose you?" The Empress' words made Wu Shang frown, and to be honest, he was a bit confused. "There's no need to wonder. All of our royal family's surnames are yellow. You can address me as the Yellow Emperor, but none of this is a big deal." "Yellow Emperor? What do you want?" Wu Shang frowned at the title. He was a little confused about the other party's purpose. There was not the slightest bit of killing intent, not the slightest bit of hostility, only endless greed, and Wu Shang was calling out to the Punisher god, but unfortunately there was not the slightest response. The Punisher god seemed to have just disappeared. "Of course it's to return the gods to their rightful place. As the gods of my foreign realm, you surely need to help us clear away any obstacles." The Empress' words were filled with excitement, as if she was accomplishing something great. Hearing this, Wu Shang felt that the guy in front of him had a problem with his brain, but this guy obviously knew a lot of things, and Wu Shang decided to sidestep it. "What gods returned to the throne? Me, a deity? But the people of the foreign lands have called me an ominous man, a demon god." Hearing Wu Shang's words, the Empress smiled faintly and said, "That's a way of ruling. You'll see in a moment. Wu Sheng froze, then laughed lightly. Are you going to let me know something? No, I'm going to remind you of the life you once had, and turn you back into the strongest of that otherworldly artifact. Accompanied by the Empress's excited voice, the light blue crystal began to move closer towards Wu Sheng, eventually coming into contact with his skin, and the moment Wu Sheng touched the crystal, his consciousness instantly disappeared, and the blue crystal slowly melted into Wu Sheng's brain. The Empress looked at the unconscious Wu Sheng with a satisfied expression on her face. The experience of that year turned you into the strongest weapon in the otherworld, and since that's the case, let's go through it again. The Empress murmured, that light blue crystal, it is the exotic royal family stored for tens of thousands of years long memory, that ancient period, the memories of the repelled gods. Ginseng, what are you standing there for? Come here. In a daze, Wu Sheng seemed to hear a voice, and he opened his eyes, confusion filling his eyes. Where is this place? Son, what's wrong with you? Along with the sound of high heels, a woman's figure suddenly appeared beside Wu Sheng. Wu Sheng squinted his eyes, looking at the gradually clearing figure in front of him, memories flooding into his brain like a tidal wave. My name is Ginseng Zhu. You are my mom. Zhu Ling. Zhu Ling looked at her son's confused face. Worry flashed in her eyes as she picked up her tiny son while reaching out to touch his forehead. Ginseng, don't scare mommy. You're okay. With the woman's worried voice ringing out, the little boy just straightened up and fainted. To make it easier to tell the difference, Wu Sheng uses the name Ginseng for the next one, which is the memory of the god of execution. In a children's hospital in Fuku City, Ginseng opened his eyes. His dark pupils were filled with confusion, though it was quickly and slowly becoming clearer. And what would be the first thing a 5-year-old child would do in such a strange environment? That's right, crying. Accompanied by the Ginseng's sobbing, the worried mom at the side also hurriedly opened her mouth to comfort. What's the matter? What's the matter? Not afraid, not afraid. Mom's here. Zhu Ling picked up the ginseng, her eyes full of heartache, and probably because she had come into her mother's embrace, the ginseng sobs slowly began to subside. Goo. Hearing this voice, Zhu Ling looked at her son with a loving face and smiled. Hungry? Ah? Ginseng wiped her tears and nodded a little accusingly. Mommy will take you to eat hot pot, okay? Hearing his favorite food from his memory brought a smile to the ginseng's face. Yay for fondue. Favorite mummy. Hearing her son's words, Zhu Ling was also happy, and after checking that the ginseng's body was fine, she carried her son towards the outside. Zhu Ling loved to eat spicy food, and as Zhu Ling's biological son, Zhu Rinshan also perfectly inherited this trait and loved to eat chili peppers. Soon, Zhu Ling carried her son to the hot pot restaurant, and after ordering many of the ginseng's favorite foods, she touched her son's little head. I'm going to school tomorrow. Will I be scared? Fear not. Ginseng is a little man. Hearing her son's words, Zhu Ling smiled gently as she gently pinched the ginseng's little nose before pretending to scoff. The little man just hid in his mother's arms and cried. That's because. Because of what? Zhu Ling was also instantly amused looking at her son's adorable appearance and continued to tease. Because mommy always said a baby with a mommy wants a baby. And I'm a mommy's baby, so I can cry. In the end, the ginseng came out with an oxymoronic answer, while Zhu Ling's face was filled with tenderness when she heard the answer. Well nah, ginseng is mommy's baby. Soon, the food came up as well, and Zhu Ling began to shabu-shabu the ginseng's favorite foods, pinching them to him once they were done, and the ginseng was also very understanding. Upon seeing that his mom had been chucking it to himself, he also took out his chopsticks and chucked the meat in the bowl to Zhu Ling's mouth, while then saying in a childish voice, Mom eat. Looking at her son's understanding, Zhu Ling was also happy. In the middle of the small hot pot restaurant, carrying a pair of mother and son's happiness, and at this moment in the middle of this country, there are people watching this scene. Is this the kid? That's right, the chosen one. Talent SSS level. Very well, activate the plan of the gods, using the sequence as a codename, and define his codename as 004. Demon Blade. Good, then the plan begins. In the white laboratory, a group of people were looking at a pair of ordinary mother and son. There was no touching in their eyes. There was only indifference. They were as if they were a group of emotionless robots. Chapter 173, Refining the Divine Soldier, 1. After coming out of the hot pot restaurant, Zhu Ling returned home with the ginseng. The home of the two was an old neighborhood. Very shabby, but cozy, and there were no holes or anything like that. It was just a very ordinary little house. Ginseng's father left at a very young age, in a car accident, and, of course, lost some money to buy this house. And Ginseng's father's side also has no relatives, so now belongs to the mother and son of the two, dependent on each other. Is not poor, is not rich, life is quite happy. And Ginseng is starting elementary school tomorrow. Life is getting better for both of them. Thinking about this, the smile on Zhu Ling's face carried a hint of happiness. For an ordinary person like her, life was really good now, and while she shouldn't be happy about it, after all, the dead were dead, and she wasn't going to be thinking about marrying again until the ginseng was done with college. At least, Ginseng was also tired from running around all day and fell asleep as soon as he got home, and Zhu Ling looked at her cute son with happiness in her eyes. She poured all her love into the ginseng. Early the next morning, Zhu Ling dressed the ginseng while patting him on the head. "Is it scary to go to school?" The ginseng shook his head and said with a serious face, "No fear." Looking at her son, Zhu Ling smiled and touched his head, before mounting the small electric donkey and starting to send her son to school. Zhu Ginseng is also very understanding. Do not cry. Very well behaved to the middle of the school. After being dropped off in class by his mom, Ginseng found himself a seat and sat down. Speaking of which, Zhu Ling was very good looking and was a great beauty when she was young, so Zhu Ginseng's looks weren't bad either, and was extremely cute in a powdery way. Ginseng came into the classroom, a flash of trepidation in his dark eyes. After all, it was the first time I came to a new environment, and I was very understanding in front of my mom, and got a little scared after she left and lost her backbone. The ginseng also made a point of finding a spot towards the back, huddled in the middle of a corner, somewhat afraid of the others. But generally good-looking small children are more noticeable, and ginseng's looks have to be described as banjos no less. After a while, the class gradually filled up with more children, and after being assigned seats based on height, the ginseng managed to be placed in the first row. I can't help it, the kid didn't like to go out and get much sunlight growing up, so he's still pretty short. Ginseng's tablemate was a very pretty-looking little girl, who was currently looking at the somewhat restrained ginseng with a curious expression. "Are you scared?" the little girl said to the Zhu ginseng. "I didn't." As if the ginseng had heard some kind of insult, her little face turned red as she retorted. "But you look scared, yeah. Don't be scared. Oh, my name is Li Yunhei. What's your name? Ah?" A smile appeared on the little girl's face before she extended her small hand and took the initiative to introduce herself. The ginseng froze as he looked up at the little girl in front of him, looking at her innocent and warm smile, and for some reason, he suddenly felt a little less afraid. Those of you who have gone to school abroad should understand that when you first enter a new environment, suddenly a not bad-looking person of the opposite sex reaches out his hand towards you and smiles in a gentle tone of voice to take the initiative to introduce himself and say that he wants to make friends with you. That kind of lethality. I don't know if you have ever experienced it. Anyway, I've experienced it. Hello, my name is Ginseng Zhu. Two little hands just intertwined. Of course, single-parent families generally have a very fatal common problem, lack of love, or low self-esteem, if you will. Two people's destinies intersect, and soon the story of a teenager and a young girl begins to develop from elementary school. In 6th grade, Yunxi and Ginseng could already be called childhood friends, often going to and from school and eating together, and at the age of love like his teens, the teenager's heart was already a bit out of control. "Yunxi, I like you." As he nears graduation, Ginseng confesses his love for Li Yunhei. Ha! Li Yunxi's eyes revealed dismay and surprise. Girls usually mature earlier, so as far as she could see then, she still always thought of the ginseng as her younger brother, and thought he was childish. So this confession was unsurprisingly rejected by Li Yunhei. "That, ginseng, I must be honest, I don't like you, I only see you as a brother." The teenager's first confession was rejected outright. The teenager was a bit sad. Because of his personality, he was rather silent, so he didn't have many friends. Although he was good looking, his hair was rather long, and for some reason, his hair had turned red, or that blood red color, and by itself, being good looking, silent, and okay in his studies, this kind wasn't going to be popular in school, but rather, he was going to be isolated as a different kind of person. He often heard people calling him a monster in the back. After all, in elementary school and junior high school, everyone's mind is not so mature. Encountered a particularly good-looking, introverted or redhead classmates, the first thing most people will not go close to him, but will isolate him, especially the guys who play well with girls. This kind of person can pry a lot of information and know who the girls like. Then in this case, the girls must like the good-looking ones, and the jealousy in the early years is still very strong, and they don't feel wrong. Hate is hate, dislike is dislike, no heart, just plain hate. The elementary school experience just faded away, and Ginseng and Li Yunhei still talk on their cell phones. After all, they're all kids, and Li Yunhei is thinking that she doesn't want to lose a good friend, while the ginseng is simple. There's not much else to say, and he's definitely in a happy mood that the girl is still willing to take the initiative to find him after her confession was rejected. Like licking a dog, but there's no way around it. Adults can't hide from the dopamine rush, let alone children whose minds aren't fully mature. Of course, knowing a son like a mother, Zhu Ling knew what was happening when she saw her son's appearance. She didn't intervene too much, just stroked his head while speaking gently. "As long as you don't commit a crime or do anything that touches a moral line, Mom will support you as always." At these words, the ginseng's eyes went straight to red. The accumulated aggression exploded out at this moment, and Zhu Ling was also very heartbroken as she hugged her son. Of course she knew her son was isolated, but there was no way she could go after the school and say to the group of kids, "You have to be friends with my son." Not to mention the fact that there was one girl in this school who was lucky enough to be willing to be friends with ginseng. She didn't do nothing, though. At least she'd spoken to her homeroom teacher about it, making sure that the kids were just isolating the ginseng, not bullying it. And for the rest of the summer, Li Yunhee still comes to play with the ginseng, and she apologizes to him, indicating that she really didn't like ginseng, but didn't want to lose him as a good friend either. And of course, she wouldn't be offended if he didn't accept it. It sounds a lot like a green tea speech, but there's really nothing wrong with it. After all, they're just kids. And it would be a shame for anyone to have less of a good friend who's been together for 6 years for no reason. And just like that, the two kids seem to have made up again. Chapter 174, Refining the Divine Soldier, 2. After the summer vacation, the ginseng managed to find out about Li Yunhee's middle school and coincidentally went to the same middle school as her. Of course, he is also unaware that all the trajectories he has traveled are being watched and manipulated by someone. Meanwhile, it seems that something extremely weird has been discovered all over the world. And Zhu Jinseng had an extremely strange dream the day before school started. In the middle of that dream he saw a long scarlet sword and a gifted technique called the six chopping of the demon blade. After waking up for the start of the school season, the ginseng discovered something horrible while brushing his teeth this day. His eyes also turned scarlet and looked extremely frightening. Pale skin, blood-red pupils and hair. Something that might have been cool if he were in adulthood. But now he was a student, still in middle school. And how many learners among middle schoolers would revere that look? He looked into the blood-red eyes and thought again about the dream he had last night. He raised his right hand and looked at the knife-like red mark that looked like a tattoo on it, and he seemed to perceive something. Corpse shower. Along with his voice, a red light suddenly flashed out of his right hand, which transformed into a long red and white sword that appeared in his hand. Ding dong. Intense fear made the ginseng when his hands loosened. The long knife fell straight to the ground. He looked fearfully at the long knife lying on the ground as if he had already envisioned his future. Look at him. Red hair and eyes. And he can call out a knife. What a monster. Exactly. Monster. Monster. He could even see Li Yunhee looking at himself with a look of fear as well. And that's when Mom's voice came from outside the bathroom. Ginseng, what happened to you? What fell off? Zhu Ling's tone was a bit worried, and the ginseng inside the bathroom was also frightened when she heard her mother's voice and hurriedly put the knife into her hand again. He didn't know why he knew all this. It was like something imprinted into his mind. And there was also the book of swords called the six chopping of the demon blade. Outside the door, Mom was still knocking now, and the ginseng gathered herself together while opening the door. Ginseng, did you drop something? Are you okay? Zhu Ling looked at her son's face a little unattractive, look a little worried and asked. I'm fine, Mom, just take me to school. Zhu Renren barely managed to squeeze out a smile before opening his mouth. And at that moment, Zhu Ling suddenly froze. She crouched down while looking at the ginseng's face. Ginseng, your eyes. Hearing his mother's words, the ginseng's face was a bit panicked. He hugged Zhu Ling, and then said with a crying tone in his tone, Mom, I don't know. He suddenly became like this. I'm not a monster. Don't want me. Zhu Ling looked at her son's appearance, was also confused for a moment, and then heard the other side with crying words, also gently patted the ginseng's back softly. Mom, how would not want you? No matter, red-eyed people, although few, but not no. This is not a monster. You are my most precious son. Hearing his mom's comfort, the trepidation in Zhu Ringshin's heart subsided a bit, but he still wasn't willing to let go of his hand, obviously already in his late teens, but as sensitive as a girl. Why don't you go to work with mommy today? We take the day off? Hearing her own mother's words, the ginseng loosened her hand, and then collected her tears and pretended to be strong. It's okay, Mom, you have a good day at work. I'm going to school. Looking at her son, Zhu Ling had already planned to let him follow her to work, but after thinking about it, her son couldn't always follow her around, and she didn't want to raise the ginseng as an invalid. Eventually she smiled and said, in that case, Mom will take it to your school after breakfast. Yes, the ginseng nodded while being sent to school after breakfast. Soon, he came to a new environment and saw new people. The hair thing Zhu Ling and the director of teaching said, and also took out the certificate of going to the hospital when he was a child, indicating that this is a strange disease. The hair is naturally red, and cannot be dyed. It is as if there is an oil. No matter what color, there is no way to dye it. The head teacher didn't say anything after seeing the hospital certificate. After all, as long as it wasn't some kind of contagious disease and the grades were good, then there was no problem. After that, Zhu Ling left, and before she left, she even extended her hand towards Ginseng Zhu to give a cheer. And Ginseng after his mother left is also a little nervous to come to the middle of the class. He knows very well to find a corner seat. Scarlet hair looks extremely eye-catching. Right hand of the knife-shaped red marks is not much attention. Wow, your hair is awesome. A voice suddenly came from Ginseng's side, and he turned his head a bit confused, seemingly curious as to who would talk to him, only to see a short boy beside him was looking at his hair with envy. The boy was average looking, not handsome or ugly I guess, but his eyes did not have the disgust in the eyes of his previous classmates. It's a disease, not a dye, Ginseng said softly. Wow, I want this disease too. Lu Hao looked at the Ginseng's hair with an envious face, and then, as if sensing something, revealed a smile towards the Ginseng and said, My name is Lu Hao. What's your name? Vermilion Ginseng. I'll call you Ginseng from now on then. You can call me Rat. My friends before me did. Lu Hao's eyes are filled with smiles and sunshine, and Zhu Rinshan has made his second friend besides Li Yunxi. On the other hand, in the middle of a laboratory in the capital, the same group of people in white coats, who were looking at what was happening in the classroom right now with the Zhu Ginseng, began to record something. Preliminary awakening, first stage of evolution, magic blade, 3 attributes exceeding the limit of ordinary people by 3 times. Normal interpersonal relationships, emotions are now happy, currently more happy than sad, low self-esteem, but full of desire for life. The plan is going well. It went well. Let him continue to accumulate important things and live slowly and happily. Only by tasting everything in the world can he understand the preciousness of pleasure, and when a great amount of pleasure is obtained, then pain will also completely destroy his emotions. Understood. Ginseng also doesn't realize that what he's experiencing seems to be manipulated by someone, and he couldn't possibly think of such a thing. And in the outside world at this moment, nearly 2 months had passed since when she and the others came out from the academy. During this time they had tried to contact Wu Shang, but unfortunately all of them failed. Now that when she was in charge of the Flood Rat God cult in the 100 cities, it was developing very well, with the number of congregations coming to 50,000 and still growing rapidly. Shenyuan Tianjiu and the other zodiacs were also steadily gaining strength and inquiring about Wu Shang. I wish you all a good year and good health. Chapter 175, Refining the Divine Soldier, 3. On the other side, Ginseng also started his middle school life, just fine, and probably had one more friend after he went to middle school, but because of his red hair he was considered a delinquent by a lot of the good students, so even though he was good looking, he wasn't seen by many people. Speaking of which, Li Yunhe wasn't in the same class as him but in the class next to his, 2 classes next to each other, but now the Ginseng wouldn't go to her every day like before. Since the other party also had their own friends, the Ginseng thought it would be better to have less interaction so as not to influence them, and Lu Hao himself is an extremely cheerful guy. In the class popularity is also okay, friends quite a lot, and not only Ginseng a friend so his words will not always in Ginseng conversation. So the time passed more than 2 months later, along with the advent of winter. The so-called sports meeting is also opened at this moment. Mom, I'm going to school, be safe while you're on the road and put on more clothes. Ginseng instructed his mom at home as he headed out the door. Zhu Ling smiled and stroked the Ginseng's head before seeing the other party walk towards the middle of the school. The weather was cold, but for some reason, since the appearance of that tattoo, the Ginseng's body seemed to have become less afraid of the cold and less afraid of the heat, and its physical strength had become very high. Before that he went from the first floor to the second floor in one jump. At that time gave him a good scare. The physical strength has become much larger, and even sometimes poor control will be a pinch flat cans. After that he also began to try to control their own strength, and now can be like a normal person. It's just that the hair and eyes are a bit conspicuous. Back in the middle of the class, the Ginseng returned to his seat while silently taking out his book and starting to read. He was used to this life by now, and honestly, it was a happy life without being bullied, and with Rat coming to talk to him every now and then. Soon, there were more people inside the class one after another. Good morning, Ginseng. Rat greeted Ginseng as he walked into the class, and Ginseng smiled at the sight and raised his hand in response. Good morning, and Rat's will be their own school bag put away after came to the Ginseng's side, patted the Ginseng's shoulder and laughed. How are you? The movement will have no idea. You grow so handsome, may be able to harvest a lot of fangirls. Oh. Ginseng laughed at his words and shook her head. Nah, I'm not very good at sports. Lu Hao after hearing these words looked up and down at the Ginseng then nodded and said, also, fine skin and tender flesh. How nice if you were a girl. I'd go straight after you. Ha ha ha, why can't you be a girl? Ginseng smiled and joked with the other, his tone as light-hearted as it could be, and when he laughed out loud, some of the girls inside the class would secretly look at him. After all, good-looking things always attract people. After chatting with Lu Hao for a while, morning study began. After that it was a brief introduction by the teacher about the so-called field day, which was enthusiastically signed up for by people around the area. While the Ginseng didn't take part in it, the crowd started training with excitement, even excusing themselves from classes to train. which at this time of the year everyone feels happy about as long as they don't have classes anyway. Of course, certain people will be exceptions. On this day after school, the person was returning home as usual, when suddenly, a scream came from the alley on the right. The ginseng froze. He had heard things about punks blocking students at the end of the school day. It was common for such people to do so, and usually the ones who were blocked were either the good-looking ones or the ones who looked like they were better bullies. There was some struggle in the ginseng's mind. He didn't know whether he should care or not. He had a preliminary understanding of his power, and knew that he had the ability to care. After thinking about it, the ginseng decided to go and take a look. After all, a teenager of this period will always be a little hot-blooded, and with a voice that sounds like a girl. Walking into the middle of the alley, the ginseng froze even as he looked at the scene inside. Inside, 5 yellow hairs in tight pants and beanies were blocking a youthful-looking girl in the middle of an alley with a smile on their faces. The smile on the face of the leader, yellow hair, was full of lechery, while those juniors behind him were shouting one sister-in-law at a time, while the girl had a slight tear on her face and her body kept backing up. Can you stop? Just as yellow hair was on a roll, a somewhat weak voice suddenly came from behind him. The person inside turned his head to look at the red-haired beautiful boy in front of him when he heard the voice, and a bit of consternation flashed in his eyes. Big brother, this guy's got dyed red hair, right? Yellow hair listened to the words of the little brother, eyes flashed a flash of thought, and then shouted toward the ginseng, which of your road? Who is the big brother? And at this time, the young girl behind yellow hair also found an opportunity and directly just buried her head and rushed out, and then hid behind the ginseng. After seeing the person come out, the ginseng didn't say anything anymore. He turned his head as if nothing happened and pushed the other person's school bag and walked out of the alley. And yellow hair and the others were confused. Big brother, you know him? Yellow hair's little brother didn't seem to be clear about the current situation and asked with a confused face. Don't recognize it. Yellow hair was also startled out of his daze as he shook his head. With that, the ginseng had no trouble saving the young girl from the crisis. The young girl came out with a palpitating expression. The tears in the corners of her eyes looked heartbreaking, and her already innocent face was like a crystal that was about to break at this moment, filling people with a desire to protect. Thank you. The young girl in the ginseng walked for a while before finally speaking. You're welcome. You'll save anyone you meet, so hurry up and go home. Ginseng smiled and shook his head, scarlet pupils as if they could peer into the heart of the general. The young girl looked at this beautiful eyes, for a moment some infatuation. So, can I ask you what your name is? The young girl's words caused the ginseng to freeze. He nodded and said, my name is Zhu Ginseng, from the 3rd class of the 1st year. Ginseng Zhu. The young girl repeated the ginseng's name before speaking. My name is Shi Bing. I'm from the 6th class of the 1st year. I'm really thankful to you today. It's too late today. I'll thank you in person when I go to school tomorrow. Shi Bing jogged away with her backpack after she finished speaking, and the ginseng turned away at the sight. The 6th class is a key class, where all the top students stay. Ginseng wasn't looking for thanks, and he was quite happy to have helped others. When he thought of this, his footsteps sped up a few notches. He had to get home quickly to talk to his mom about this. She would be so happy. After returning home, the ginseng at the dinner table and Zhu Ling said this matter. Zhu Ling is also given enough emotional value. Very happy to praise the ginseng, but of course the last also let the ginseng in the future to pay attention to a little. Do good things before you must ensure their own safety. The ginseng also nodded very obediently. Today's New Year's Eve. I take a day off, the day after tomorrow, to wish you all a happy new year. All the best, good health, and thank you for being able to watch the boring plot to see now. I will not Unix, will be updated to finish the book. Thank you for supporting the author. Everyone happy new year. Make a fortune. Everything goes well. Chapter 176, Refining the Divine Soldier, 4. The next day Ginseng walked towards the middle of the school as usual. This time he ran into Shi Bing on the way. The other party had a smile on her face and greeted Ginseng without saying much. The ginseng responded with a smile as well, such distance comforting him. For him, what happened yesterday wasn't really a big deal. Any individual would have done it. Next, Shi Bing will also come to find Ginseng to play. The two people one by one also gradually familiar with. Ginseng is very happy, because there is a new friend. Of course, at the end of the school day this day, a few people were suddenly crouching in a corner of the school's entrance. Yellow hair squatted in the corner, holding a cigarette from time to time to look at the students coming out of the school. His tone was full of displeasure. How come that red hair has not come out yet? After a while, the ginseng walked out of the school. He still had no one following him. Everyone had their own circles. It was impossible for people to give their bodies to others just because you saved them once. This kind of thing was still too rare, and Yellow Hair's eyes lit up when he saw the ginseng, and then he walked towards it with a sardonic smile. As the ginseng side walked, an arm suddenly rested on top of his shoulder. and looking at the yellow hair that suddenly appeared, a flash of panic flashed into Jinsang's eyes. Boy, let's talk. Hearing yellow hair's words, Jinsang also knew that this matter could not be avoided and nodded. Before following these people towards the middle of the alley, there were quite a few people around who saw the scene, but they didn't bother. The principle that more is better than less applies in any family. And soon, a few voices came from that alley. That, can you stop that? It's going to hurt. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. What are we doing here if we're not hurt? Immediately after that, a few shaking sounds came from the middle of the alley, accompanied by a few miserable screams, and those who had wanted to watch the fun shrunk their necks and accelerated their pace of departure. And the scene in the alley at the moment was extremely bizarre. The Jinsang had tears on his face and his body was trembling a little, while in front of him was a group of yellow hairs lying on the ground. I said, it's going to hurt. The Jinsang left after that, and the yellow hairs got a lesson. Never underestimate people, especially kids who look honest and may suffer old age. Jinsang returns home in a bit of a panic, and on the way, he runs into Li Yunhee, who is chatting with the other students. Li Yunhee sees Jinsang's panic look, and after thinking for a while, she decides to follow him up to see what's going on. Jinsang. As the Jinsang ran, he suddenly heard a familiar voice behind him calling out to him. The Jinsang turned his head, and looked behind him at Li Yunhee. His eyes became a little panicked. He turned his head and started to straighten up his hair, and his clothes, fearing that he would look bad now and be seen by the other party. Jinsang, why are you running so fast? Is something wrong? Li Yunhee came to the Jinsang's side and asked with some curiosity after catching her breath for a while. Jinsang's heart welled up with a slight touching feeling when he heard this. He shook his head before barely squeezing out a smile and said, it's fine. Mom told me to go home early. After hearing the Jinsang's words, Li Yunhee nodded before smiling. In that case, you should go back early. The Jinsang looked at the way Li Yunhee smiled and greeted herself, and a flash of delight flashed in her eyes. He thought that there shouldn't be any interactions between himself and Li Yunxi, but now, Li Yunxi is starting to care about him, which makes him incomparably excited. And even the unhappiness that he just felt just now is dissipating at this moment. And at this moment on the other side, the group of experimenters looked at Jinsang Li's appearance, and their icy eyes revealed death. The gods program can begin. Meanwhile, in the middle of the city where Jinsang was, a man came out of the darkness, holding a long sword. His entire body fell into the ground like a liquid, and then began to reorganize. And in the end, a man who looked exactly like Jinsang walked towards the middle of the school where Jinsang was. He just quietly looked at the school in front of him, his scarlet pupils fluctuating without emotion, as if he was waiting for something. Time passed like this, little by little, and after the students all entered the school the next morning, near the school, the liquid once again took on the appearance of a Jinsang, holding a long sword, and walked towards the middle of the school, step by step. And today is also the day that the school organizes the field day. At this moment the school is very lively. The students are sweating in the middle of the playground. With that, the fake Jinsang took one step towards the middle of the school, with one mission in mind, killed by Jinsang. Soon, as they entered the intermission, everyone looked towards the students performing above that playground. Only Zhu Rinshen's heart suddenly shook. His blood-red pupils began to gradually contract. It seemed like he had just seen a picture, and within that picture, he saw a person rushing into the school, picking up a knife and beginning to kill. When the Jinsang stood up and wanted to make a trip to the test, the moment he looked up, he saw that entrance, holding a long sword and his own lone identical teenager. And the man also saw the Jinsang. He didn't have any nonsense. He raised the long knife in his hand high up towards the direction of the Jinsang and slashed it down. Phew! Only to see that the man in front of him was directly chopped in half. And along with the splattering of blood, the Jinsang subconsciously raised his right hand. Boom! The sound of explosion resounded in the place where the Jinsang was located, and the powerful impact also lifted the surrounding students directly over. Black smoke filled the air, and the smell of blood in the air was particularly unpleasant. And at the feet of the teenager, the body that had been chopped into two halves told that none of this was a dream. The smoke cleared, accompanied by the sound of a scream, and the students and teachers instantly panicked. Murder! Murder! Hurry! Run! The students stood up from their stools in panic, while the Jinsang looked at the corpse shower blade in front of him that deflected the attack, a look of shock filling his eyes. For some reason, a voice in his heart told him to hold this knife and he would be able to fix this. In a trance, the Jinsang gripped the long, blood-red blade, and along with the terrifying energy that began to pour into his body, the battle instantly broke out. The first of the 7 chopping styles of the demon blade. Split corpse. The students who fled in panic looked at the Jinsang standing above them holding a long sword, and as they listened to the other party's voice, a flash of panic flashed in their eyes, because they realized that the kid looked exactly like the one who killed him. And soon, they realized that the two men were actually fighting. For a moment, two extremely fast figures collided together, and the sound of golden geos clashing rose and fell. On the other side, in the laboratory, everyone watched the scene with a look of satisfaction in their eyes. When ordinary people realize that there is someone among them whose power is far greater than theirs, their first reaction is not one of admiration, but one of expulsion and fear. And there are only two outcomes for such people: violent domination of the human race or not being treated as a human being. Chapter 177, Refining the Divine Soldier, 5. Ginseng's consciousness gradually returned. He looked at the body in front of him that was stood in half, looked at the blood splattered on his body, looked at the fearful eyes of his classmates behind him. His brain instantly collapsed. No, it wasn't me. It wasn't my doing. The ginseng stood in place. He vaguely remembered picking up his long sword. Violent emotions filled his mind. Power began to surge into his body. He fought a person with great pleasure, even decapitating the other party. He remembered everything, but he didn't dare to admit it, because he saw the fearful eyes of the people around him. He saw the fear in the eyes of Li Yunhei, Lu Hao, and Shi Rubing. He extended his hand in the direction of where the other party was, and was met with a response of them trembling and backing away. Watching this scene, the ginseng could no longer suppress the panic in his heart. He turned around and ran towards the outside of the school gate. He understood. His life was over. He wanted to return to his mom's side. Ginseng rushed on top of the street covered in blood, and the people around him looked at him with puzzled eyes, and those eyes made Ginseng feel extremely scared. He killed someone. He's going to jail. He's going back to say goodbye to his mom. Arriving at the door of his home, the ginseng pushed open the door to his room and his mind instantly went blank as he looked inside. Inside the room at the moment, a huge monster that looked like a spider was wrapping Zhu Ling in spider silk, while Zhu Ling was in a coma, and the spider opened its bloody mouth in the sight of the ginseng, ready to bite it to death. Get out! Xu Rinshan reacted. Anger and killing intent instantly filled his heart. The blood-colored long blade appeared once again, squeezing out the last touch of spiritual energy in his body. The blade aura chopped the spider directly into two halves. Green blood dripped onto the ground, and the ginseng who had finished the chop was instantly dislodged and fell to his knees. Zhu Ling did not die, but was poisoned and fell into a coma. As long as timely medical attention is no problem. But as the ginseng went into a coma, a figure walked into the room. Put! With the sound of a knife entering the body, sticky blood dripped into the ground. I don't know how long it took, but the ginseng suddenly opened her eyes and cried out, "Mommy!" Ginseng violently stood up from the ground. He looked at the scene in the middle of the room. His eyes filled with unbelief. Slowly changed to despair. Fake it. Mom! It's a dream, isn't it? Zhu Ringshan looked at his mother, who had been cut in half, and an incomparably terrifying thought came into his mind as despair spread through the room. He summoned his own long sword and looked at the blood-red blade before thrusting it into his body without hesitation. Ha ha ha. It doesn't hurt. It's a dream. It's a dream. Zhu Ringshan's pupils dilated. His tone gradually became maniacal. He raised his head slightly, his tone trembling and desperate, and then both his eyes went black and he collapsed in a pool of blood. Where is this place? Zhu Ringshan looked at the clean white ceiling. His tone was somewhat confused, but soon, the confusion was replaced by despair and pain. His eyes were gray as if he was a corpse. Hello. Suddenly, a voice came from the side of Zhu Jinseng. A man's voice. Don't you want to know what it was that attacked your mother's creature? The voice continued, and with these words, the ginseng's eyes refocused their light. Only that light was filled with violence. Tell me. Zhu Ringshan's voice was extremely hoarse as he looked at the man in the black suit beside him with no more panic in his eyes. Only endless grayness. That is an otherworldly creature. I believe you are aware of your power. You are the chosen one, the evolved one as well. The heavens have given you infinite power. You should use it to protect others. Tell me where I can find that kind of monster. The man did not speak, but stood up and looked at him with a serious face. Everywhere in the world, we are now invaders. They want our planet, and now they sent this monster to test us first, and you are the first group to awaken. I hope you can use this power well, and don't let this happen to others like you. The man's voice was a bit low, while Zhu Ringshan was laughing miserably. They have nothing to do with me. I'm going to kill all of those monsters now and then go accompany my mom. Your mom wouldn't want that for you. And there are other important people in your life. As the man's words fell, several figures suddenly walked in through the door. Li Yunxi, Lu Hao, and Shi Rubing looked at Ginseng with a worried face and spoke up. Ginseng, are you alright? I heard about what happened to you. I know that it's not your fault. To say the least, it's also my fault. I was too scared at that time. I didn't come to look for you in the first place. Li Yunhe's words didn't make any ripples in the ginseng. Right now he didn't care about that. All he had in his mind was to decimate all of that group of monsters. Ginseng, be well. We'll all be waiting for you, Lu Hao encouraged. while the ginseng didn't say anything, but instead looked straight at the man in the suit. Your mother doesn't blame you for all of it. Your kind will be targeted by that group of otherworldly people when you show up. After all, you are the power of this world, and you will become a great danger to them in the future. And I don't know how to comfort you, but to go to their trouble with the strength you have right now is undoubtedly striking at a stone with an egg. When the ginseng heard this, he said directly toward the man, "How to get stronger? Join us and fight for the future of humanity." I agree. At this moment, Zhu Rinshen had been blinded by hatred. He didn't care about anything. He wanted to kill all the people in the other world and then kill himself before he killed himself. He wanted this group of people to give his mom a burial. And at that moment, Shi Rubing, who had been silent, spoke up. She looked at Zhu Jinseng with a worried face and said, "Jinseng, I don't know how to comfort you, but I just want to say, don't be blinded by hatred. Take care of your own safety. I'll always be waiting for you. It wasn't your fault, and Auntie Zhu Ling wouldn't have wanted you to be like this." Li Yunhe echoed. And when Zhu Rinshen heard this, he placed his gaze on Shi Rubing's body, and just when the crowd thought he was going to say something, Zhu Rinshen said in an icy tone, "I don't need you to worry about my affairs." The scene instantly fell into a freezing point, and Shi Rubing's eyes slightly reddened as tears of aggravation instantly welled up before she turned around and left. The other two saw this and followed them out in a hurry. "How do I join you?" Ginseng set his eyes on the man in the suit. "Nothing special. You're one of us now. Remember that we are fighting for the future of our world, to expel all invaders." "Good. Well, in that case, you are the fourth member of the Divine Group. Sequence 004. Code name, Demon Blade.